As I gazed upon the seemingly boundless expanse of verdant ocean before me, I rubbed my eyes and opened them once more, yet still, the green remained. Thus, I resolutely pinched my arm once again. Oh my, that hurts. Cradling the spot where I had twisted my arm, I nearly cried out in surprise. It is real. Truly, I have traversed realms. This defies all logic. I, an ordinary girl of the 21st century, a devoted socialist, a student recently granted a respite from my studies, found myself at home, sipping water in a familiar manner, when, in the blink of an eye, I closed my eyes and suddenly found myself in the world of Naruto, transformed into a little girl named Kinenyaku. At this moment, my mind clearly conveyed to me that I, Kinenyaku, was frolicking in a forest not far from home. How bewildering is this? How utterly absurd, my homeland, my thriving, democratic, and harmonious life. Farewell, we bid adieu. Even though I had come to realize the truth of this bizarre event, I chose to remain momentarily dazed. Thus, I resolved to seek out a body of water to ascertain my current appearance, and there I encountered a small girl with long black hair and dark brown eyes. She resembled a miniature version of myself, albeit with a less striking visage. Yet, she retained the same ordinary features. Is this truly me now? I promptly sat cross-legged, striving to organize my chaotic thoughts. First, I confirmed the year I now inhabited. It appeared to be the 5th year following Toby's manipulation of the Nine Tails to assault Konoha, and coincidentally, I was also 5 years old. I'm in the same cohort as my peers. How delightful. I nodded in satisfaction, for this would allow me to align with the timeline ahead. Though I could not recall every detail, a general understanding sufficed. This revelation provided a small semblance of clarity. Since I had already crossed into this world, the prospect of returning was minuscule and nearly invisible. Surely, I would not have to become a protagonist and vanquish some insurmountable villain to regain my passage home. How cumbersome. It would be far simpler to embrace my new identity as Kinenyaku and forge ahead. As for the monumental events that might unfold in the future, I could navigate them as they came. The thought of what lay ahead filled me with a slight headache. Alas, to ensure my continued well-being, I must strive earnestly moving forward. Once I had gathered my thoughts, I swiftly returned home. Where have you been? As soon as I pushed open the door, my mother's voice rang out. Instinctively, I replied, "Oh, I lost track of time while I was out." "Oh, that's fine. Come, wash your hands and join me for dinner." "Certainly, no problem." Then, an unexpected silence enveloped the air for 3 seconds. "When will the moon be bright?" My mother suddenly began to sing, her voice sounding much like it always had. "Wait, just like always. Raise a glass to the azure skies." I eagerly chimed in, unaware of the celestial palace above. My mother continued to sing. "What year is it tonight?" "Mother, is that really you?" I exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. "Oh, how wonderful." We then settled down to share our experiences of traversing realms and the subsequent circumstances, discovering that our journeys were quite similar. "Next, we must see how your father fares," my mother remarked. We chose to dine while awaiting his return to At last. The sound of a lock turning echoed from outside, and my heart raced to my throat, hardly daring to breathe. "I'm back," he announced as he entered. "Have you all started eating? What delightful aromas we adore." I blurted out. Beautiful times, right?" He responded, observing our reactions before letting out a sigh of relief. The password had been correctly entered again. Well done. We once more consolidated the information we had gathered. "Are you saying that this world mirrors an anime you once watched?" My father still seemed hesitant to accept this reality, but my mother and I nodded resolutely, thereby instilling in him a glimmer of belief. "Then this world truly will continue to evolve, as you say?" my mother inquired. "Indeed," I explained. I reflected on the memories of the original inhabitant. These events are indeed unfolding according to the established narrative, hence, it cannot be a mere fabrication. After speaking, I nodded affirmatively. However, the original inhabitants have simply vanished, and I was uncertain of my thoughts at that moment, yet a profound sentiment stirred within me. "Let us find a small wooden plank and head to the back mountain to create something for them. A token of remembrance," my father suggested, glancing at my mother and me. We exchanged knowing nods, and the 3 of us set off in search of a plank. Soon, we arrived at a small hilltop, pausing at its summit to secure the plank to the ground, and placing before it some of their favorite foods from the past. "Rest well," my mother said softly, while my father gazed blankly at the plank, his eyes drifting elsewhere in silence. Unusually drawing a cigarette, its smoke swirling away with the wind. I hope that, if possible, they too might exist elsewhere as we do. I mused, looking at the peaceful hidden leaf village before me, still serene as depicted in the original tale. Yet, beneath that tranquility, I wondered when the tumultuous waves would unfurl before us. Regardless, as the adage goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Henceforth, let us continue forward, even with Kinomoto Tomoyo's share in tow. Chapter 2. The golden little ball. At the very moment the alarm rang, I sprang up with remarkable speed, silencing it in an instant. I stretched luxuriously, swiftly donned my attire, drew back the curtains, and flung open the window. The sun peaked in just right, illuminating a clear sky adorned with scant clouds. How delightful! What a serene day it promised to be. Though that would be a misrepresentation. There were indeed matters to attend to today, a visit to the library. This plan had been discussed with my parents the previous day upon our return from the mountains. Shall we begin by borrowing some books on chakra? I suggested. Books related to chakra cultivation, perhaps? We could take some home to study together. My mother echoed my words. Yes, chakra is indeed quite useful here, and it is essential to learn about it. However, not everyone can master it. Thus, we should also seek supplementary literature, as well as other books that could enhance our abilities. Additionally, we need fitness books, for maintaining our health is paramount. We should find suitable materials that we can all utilize. I firmly nodded in agreement, convinced that the library would fulfill our needs. Let us go first thing tomorrow morning, my father concluded. After enjoying breakfast, our family set out for the Konoha village library. To my delight, I discovered that the library was remarkably close to my home. It took but a few minutes to arrive at the imposing building. Library. I pronounced the word slowly, affirming its correctness. Let us proceed to borrow some books, I said, glancing at my parents as I prepared to embark on today's endeavor. However, before entering, I glanced at the library sign once more and suddenly realized the necessity of purchasing a dictionary on our way back. The issue of literacy must not be overlooked. Such a slow reading pace could hinder our progress. The library was modest in size, and the number of individuals present was quite sparse. Inside, I observed only a handful of people, some perched against shelves or seated on the floor, perusing their books, which lent an air of desolation to the scene. We divided our efforts to locate the books we sought, which unfortunately appeared quite antiquated and seemed to have been neglected for some time, gathering dust. This place certainly required some thoughtful improvements. At last, we prepared to return home, laden with our findings, eager to delve into our studies. My spirits soared with joy. Oh, my extraordinarily charming chakra, please await my arrival. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a flash of gold. I instinctively turned to gaze again, realizing that the golden figure was encircled by several taller individuals. I promptly handed my books to my parents and said hastily, "I'll be right back. I need to check something. You go ahead," and hurried towards that direction. The visage beneath the golden hair soon came into view. He should have appeared pristine, yet now bore an unidentifiable dark stain, while the culprits beside him were laughing with delight. Furrowing my brow, I hastened my pace and dashed forward, grasping the golden-haired bundle in my grip, intent on making my escape. At that moment, the group of individuals finally reacted, and the tallest among them barked, "Who are you? Do you even realize who he is, daring to assist him?" "Apologies, but I am unaware of who he is, nor do I require such knowledge. What I do find amusing is that you lot engage in such bullying behavior. I truly cannot be bothered with this group of reckless brats who harm others indiscriminately and attempted to leave." "Amusing, you say? Humph. If I were to reveal his identity, you would undoubtedly wish to join us. He is none other than the infamous fox spirit." "Ha ha." The others feigned fear in response and erupted into raucous laughter. I maintained a stoic expression, waiting for their laughter to subside before retorting, "Who can ascertain the truth behind your words? You seem rather fitting for such roles." With that, I seized the moment while they were momentarily distracted, leading the golden-haired bundle left and right, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Alas, I found myself somewhat winded and only then realized that the bundle behind me had yet to utter a word. I hastily released my grip and turned to face him. Indeed, his clothing had become wrinkled from my grasp, an utterly embarrassing situation. "Please allow me to rectify this," I muttered awkwardly. "My sincerest apologies for dragging you here without asking," I said, nervously ruffling my hair and then concealing my hands behind my back. "It's all right. Had you not been here, I would have been ready to confront them myself." "Humph. Let them witness the prowess of Naruto Uzumaki," he declared, raising his tiny fist to showcase his strength. My timing could not be worse. I truly wish I could find a place to hide. I lamented. No, thank you. If a fight had ensued, my grandfather would surely lecture me again, and that would be quite troublesome. In any case, I am genuinely grateful. Naruto smiled, giving my shoulder a friendly pat. By the way, what is your name? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Just call me Naruto. Very well, Naruto-kun. My name is Kinanyako, I replied after a brief pause. Kinanyako, what a lovely name. Yours is quite special as well. Just call me Yako. I smiled, about to bid farewell, when suddenly I recalled something. By the way, where exactly are we? Cough, Naruto-kun. I cleared my throat. Yes, Yako. Do you happen to know how to get to the library? I seem to have lost my way. Heavens. This place is entirely unfamiliar to me, and the original owner had no recollection of it either. How am I to return? Leave that to me. I assure you it shall be no problem, he confidently declared, leading me out of the alley and onto the main road. It felt wonderful to be able to find my way again. Observing the familiar surroundings, I expressed my gratitude. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. He cheerfully rubbed his nose. I told you it would be no issue. Would you like to come to my house for a visit? Perhaps have a bite to eat before you leave? Naruto's expression grew noticeably somber, and Mizi, also heard it. He seemed reluctant to articulate the words that followed. Naturally, I too hoped this little fellow would refrain from voicing them, so I interjected. A fox spirit, is it? Let me reiterate. Those foolish individuals who harm others for such reasons are the true villains, are they not? Moreover, how could you possibly discern what sort of fox spirit it might be? Even if one were to exist, it is of little consequence, for I am still here, and you have not harmed me. In fact, if such a fox spirit truly were to appear, who knows, perhaps we might even become friends. If it were up to you, I would certainly have faith in that. Why? Intuition. Upon hearing my words, Naruto appeared momentarily dazed, remaining silent for quite some time as I patiently awaited his response. During this period of anticipation, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was observing us. Perhaps it was the Umbu or Root. Nevertheless, they merely glanced our way before departing. Their presence was subtle but discernible, likely believing we would not take notice. Regardless, I hoped my earlier remarks had not left too many traces. At worst, I would be more cautious about bringing this child home in the future. By the way, what delectable treats do you have at your place? Chapter 3. Making a friend. Rest assured, dear guest. I smiled, leading him toward my home. So, you brought this little friend, Naruto, home? My mother remarked, surprised, as she saw us at the doorway. I nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto-kun is quite hungry, so I thought to invite him over for a meal. At that moment, Naruto's stomach audibly growled, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head. All right, a guest is always welcome. What would you like to eat, Naruto? Let Annie show off her culinary skills. Don't be shy. My mother rolled up her sleeves, ready to head to the kitchen. How about a bowl of noodles? Naruto replied without hesitation, expressing his current craving, and I guided him to the dining table. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before Naruto. Do give it a try? Although this dish differs from what you might be accustomed to, it is my unique recipe, and I assure you, the flavor is commendable. My mother explained. Thank you, Auntie. Here I go, he exclaimed, clapping his hands together before diving into the meal, finishing it off in no time. Burp. Auntie, your cooking is quite impressive. However, it does fall a bit short compared to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto offered his candid opinion, albeit rather bluntly. Ichiraku ramen? My mother, unfazed, expressed curiosity about the name and gestured for me to enlighten her later. Ichiraku ramen is absolutely phenomenal. Next time, it will be my treat. Naruto enthusiastically patted his chest. Haha, that sounds great. Just be sure to bring Sakura along next time. My mother nodded with a smile. Oh, certainly. Next time, I'll bring Sakura. Wait, Sakura? Naruto suddenly noticed the discrepancy in names and inquired curiously. I forgot to mention, you can also call me Sakura, Naruto-kun. That is my nickname. How infuriating. The illustrious name of Lin Xiaoxiang has regrettably been reduced to a mere nickname. Nevertheless, I hold no grievances. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the hospitality. Naruto bowed deeply to my mother. I promptly pulled him up. You helped me find my way home, so I shall treat you to a feast at my place. Consider it even. However, before Naruto could articulate his thoughts, I ushered him out the door. I insist that we are even now. In any case, let us make a trip to the convenience store. You must be quite hungry at this early hour. It would be prudent to stock up on provisions for your return home. Let us fill our bellies and then set off. He appeared bewildered. his disinterest palpable as he responded, I don't want to go to the convenience store. They want to approve. Oh, fret not. As long as we go, it will suffice. Besides, my family is planning a substantial grocery run today, so I can conveniently pick up what you need. Ha ha ha. I was finally embracing this task, for I truly struggled to concoct a compelling reason to assist this little fellow. However, this way, I could help him procure a variety of items from the convenience store. Instant noodles, for instance, are far from healthy. It would be wise to purchase them sparingly. In any case, I kindly request that you wait at my home while my mother and I gather some items before returning. Without granting him a chance to decline, we swiftly invited him back inside, seated him, and then dashed toward the convenience store, passing by a bookstore along the way, before returning home with our essentials and a tome on how to prepare a dish. Is this really so much? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment at the substantial pile before him. I had previously mentioned that my household required a few items, so I thought it prudent to include yours as well. Rest assured, I assure you, this price is fair, I remarked, gesturing with my fingers to indicate the amount. Thus, rounding it off, consider it as what you have purchased. I handed him the hefty bag of goods. Accept this, it has been thoughtfully selected for you by Xiaoxiang. My mother added, why are you being so kind to me? After all, I am a demon fox. I could see a hint of moisture at the corners of Naruto's eyes, yet he diligently blinked to hold back the tears. Ah, what a good child. I felt that we ought to consider ourselves friends. It is perfectly acceptable to treat friends with kindness. Friends? Really? Naruto gazed at me, his expression one of disbelief. Of course, as long as you feel the same, I have no objections. I couldn't help but smile at him. It brought me joy to be of assistance. Uzumaki Naruto, finally have a friend. He suddenly rushed toward me, and though I was momentarily taken aback, I quickly embraced him and tousled his hair. Indeed, he resembled a little bundle of joy. Thus, our friend Uzumaki Naruto returned home, elated, having acquired that bag of items at half price. As I watched his small figure receding into the distance, my mother sighed in resignation and, lowering her voice, remarked, why not let him stay? I wish we could. But we do not possess the authority to keep Naruto. No, the village's, nay, the nation's most formidable weapon, within our home. Perhaps in the future, such a possibility may never arise. So this course of action may indeed be the most prudent. I instinctively spoke in a hushed tone, one that only we could hear. I truly wished to retain him. Yet I surmised that it may not be an easy feat. Perhaps it would be more prudent to assist him occasionally in this manner. There should be nothing wrong with that, and it would likely evade suspicion from above. Sighing, my mother remarked, indeed. Though perhaps we should set our next offer a little lower. No problem, I replied. Chapter 4. Chakra, my chakra at last. I could embark on my path of cultivation, albeit uncertain if it would commence smoothly. With a heart full of trepidation, I opened the first book, titled Chakra and the Art of Chakra Cultivation. The title alone seemed promising, prompting me to peruse the table of contents. The initial sections of the book delved into the origins of chakra, while the latter parts detailed various techniques and methods for its cultivation. Upon finding an appropriate page, I eagerly turned to the subsequent sections, marveling at the thoroughness of the content. However, I struggled to comprehend some of the characters. Purchasing a dictionary was indeed a wise decision. Thus began my formal study of chakra. Following the methods outlined in the book, I focused on my dantian and, to my astonishment, discovered a small blue energy sphere, my chakra. Yet, it appeared rather scant, as I was still young and could take my time. Unless one possessed the extraordinary chakra reserves akin to those of Jinchuriki like Naruto, such an amount was indeed modest. I continued to close my eyes, attuning myself to the channels of my body, guiding the chakra with my intent, enveloping every corner of my being. Wherever it touched, I felt a warm sensation. And aside from a slight fatigue, it was quite delightful. To my surprise, I also sensed small blue energies in the space surrounding me. I attempted to gather my chakra into my hands, gently reaching out to merge the energies in the air with my own. I distinctly felt an increase in my chakra, albeit at a rather slow pace, and I sensed a subtle saturation. Perhaps my body was nearing its limit? I anticipated that it would grow further as I matured. Yet this was indeed a significant blessing for me. Who knows, it may prove useful in some future moment. After merging for quite some time, until I felt no further growth in my chakra, I opened my eyes, preparing for the next stage of training, to envelop my entire body in a thin layer of chakra and maintain that state. Truth be told, as a novice, it was somewhat challenging, Yet I gradually became adept at this operation, extending the duration I could sustain it. However, the exertion of utilizing chakra left me quite drained, necessitating a gradual approach. In addition to this training, I contemplated various methods based on the book's contents until fatigue compelled me to take a brief respite. After dinner, I engaged in a discussion about chakra with my parents. They too explored their dantian. Though their chakra reserves were modest, I believed it sufficient for our everyday protection. The test paper I purchased earlier has proven to be quite useful. Though small in size, its price was rather steep, which certainly caused me a moment of discomfort. Nevertheless, its value is undeniable, as it directly reveals our chakra affinities. My father possesses the fire element, while my mother and I are associated with water. I have yet to dispose of my paper, as it would be a shame to waste something so costly without further investigation. Subsequently, I ventured out to procure tools for weighted running and various other training weapons, which my father conveniently brought home after work. After all, my mother's shop was not sufficiently spacious, nor did it stock enough equipment. This development allows us to embark on preparations for our comprehensive training regimen. Notably, I am the only one in the household capable of perceiving the energy that floats around my body and absorbing it while my eyes are closed. However, I do not dwell on this too much. I must not forget that a year from now, I will be attending the Ninja Academy. Henceforth, I cannot afford to be complacent. Upon returning to my room, I examined the test paper in my hand, which had become damp from the recent chakra test. I must admit, the quality of this item is quite commendable. Unable to resist, I gently pinched the sides of the paper to test its resilience, only to find one edge suddenly split open, creating a small tear. Hey now, I just praised your quality. I thought to myself, next time, I should consider purchasing from a different provider. I silently resolved to leave a negative review for their product. In any case, our family collectively undertook what we deemed a reasonable analysis of our strengths. Considering the series of events that lie ahead, the ability to protect oneself is of utmost urgency, leading us to focus on two areas of enhancement. The first pertains to physical conditioning. Imagine a scenario where an opponent is relentlessly pressing you, only for you to succumb to a single strike due to insufficient stamina or inadequate training. Such an outcome would be lamentably inefficient, as it would undermine the effort invested in improving one's capabilities. However, as someone who previously had little fondness for physical activity, the prospect of exercising presented its own set of challenges. Yet what choice did I have? Thus, we devised a family exercise plan. Every evening after dinner, we would venture out to run several laps around the village, embracing the mindset that if one is to train, it should be done thoroughly. I boldly suggested my parents invest in additional weighted gear for our workouts. Starting with just one lap each day, we gradually increased our training intensity. In due course, upon my enrollment in the Ninja Academy, we invited Naruto to join our training regimen. However, due to his limited physical capacity, both Naruto and I could only incrementally enhance our training load. There is no need to rush. A gradual and steady approach will yield results. The second area of focus is chakra cultivation. I must clarify that controlling Naruto's chakra is exceptionally challenging. This conclusion was drawn after I handed him a piece of chakra test paper, only to receive no response whatsoever. Consequently, I had to forego the opportunity to explain the intricacies of chakra training. Alas, it is prudent to first ensure my own affairs are in order before attending to others. Together with my parents, I have embarked on the journey of refining chakra, mastering the art of wall walking, and practicing the delicate skill of walking upon water. Coupled with my efforts to absorb external energies during the quiet of the night, I am confident that the enhancement of my chakra will soon become evident. Furthermore, I have contemplated my future endeavors, taking into account the professions of the original hosts and conducting thorough analysis regarding the industry I wish to pursue. We have arrived at the following conclusions. My father, previously a front desk manager at a restaurant, has resolutely chosen to delve deeper into the local political culture while continuing his work at the restaurant. He is also self-studying for examinations akin to civil service tests, striving to integrate himself more closely into this community, aptly named the Seekers Initiative. As for my mother, her burgeoning interest in weapon forging, combined with the fact that the original host owned a small weapon shop, has led her to whimsically declare that perhaps she could earn some extra income while engaging in weapon research. After all, our shop is replete with discarded materials, allowing her to frequently experiment with curious little inventions. As for myself, I have little to elaborate on, save for the initiation of my journey into the study of chakra. I sincerely hope that these modest changes do not attract undue attention from the higher-ups, particularly the third Hokage and Danzo. We are indeed quite ordinary, and thus implore the esteemed individuals not to harbor excessive suspicions towards us. Chapter 5. Encountering regulars for the first time, one cannot help but marvel at how swiftly a year can pass. Indeed, the day of the Ninja Academy's opening is upon us. At last, this day has arrived, and I find myself exceedingly curious. Truth be told, I am quite exhilarated. For the world I once inhabited lacked such intriguing experiences. I must dedicate myself to diligent study there, for regardless of how many years one has attended school, there is always more knowledge to acquire about this place. Most crucially, I must not forget to take care of little Naruto. My mother, ever the talkative one, opened her floodgates of advice, her words flowing incessantly. All right, let us not keep little Naruto waiting, my father interjected, unable to suppress a sigh as he interrupted my mother's stream of instructions. Thus, I bid them farewell and made my way towards the familiar path leading to Naruto's home. You're quite late, Xiaoxiang. This is unlike you. I've been waiting. He feigned annoyance, furrowing his brow. What can I say? My parents have been quite insistent, reminding me to look after you, Naruto-kun, I teased. That title is undoubtedly your idea, Xiaoxiang. And I am not a child in need of care. I am the invincible Uzumaki Naruto. Besides, you ought to change how you address me. It feels rather awkward after a year of calling me Naruto-kun. Very well, Naruto-kun, no problem at all, she replied, laughing. Soon, we arrived at the school. True to the first day of school, the place was bustling with parents and children, most wearing bright smiles. Oh, a gaggle of innocent little ones, unaware that trials await them. Yet, wait, am I not one of them? Never mind, it's not such a bad thing after all. However, it seemed as though everyone tacitly made way for Naruto and me. Before arriving, I had contemplated whether to invite my parents along, but it appeared that their absence was for the best. After all, this way, things would be a tad more relaxed, wouldn't they? Thus, the two of us joyfully made our way to the classroom without hindrance. Yet, I caught a glimpse of Naruto's tightly clenched fists in my peripheral vision, prompting me to gently pat his shoulder and say, our classroom should be just ahead, but I must trouble you, Naruto-kun, to lead the way. I certainly wouldn't want to mistakenly wander into the wrong classroom on the very first day of school. As I surveyed the identical classrooms, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety. After all, it would be rather embarrassing to mistakenly enter the wrong room on the inaugural day. Of course, no problem, he replied, his thoughts instantly returning to the present with a smile. We proceeded towards the classroom, only to discover that it was entirely vacant, save for the bags that had been placed to reserve spots. Oh no, it seems we were supposed to head to the auditorium first to listen to the principal. Or was it the village chief, speak? Indeed, one tends to forget without reminders. Well, arriving a bit late wouldn't be the end of the world. After placing our bags, we hastened towards the auditorium. As we arrived somewhat late, many students had already gathered, leading to a fierce competition for seating. Only the first 2 rows remained available. Habitually, I made my way to a seat towards the front, sitting cross-legged, while Naruto silently followed suit and settled beside me. However, I could distinctly sense that some children sitting in the back harbored dissent, though they only dared to mutter quietly behind us, especially since the supervising teacher entered the classroom shortly after our arrival. Most of the students are here now. If we wait a moment longer, we shall commence today as first lesson of the new school year. Soon, little ones, you will be free to return home, understood? The teacher said with a smile. Understood. The collective response echoed. All right, the last few students, please hurry in. You are the only ones remaining. Instinctively, my gaze turned toward the entrance just in time to see 2 heads peeking in, followed by 2 figures swiftly racing towards us. I quickly nudged Naruto to shift slightly to the left, allowing the 2 newcomers a place to sit. However, this action prevented me from discerning who they were. I figured I would find out soon enough, as it is not a good habit to focus too much on others. Consequently, I did not spot any familiar faces from Konoha either. All right, all the little ones have arrived. Let us officially commence our first lesson of the new school year. The teacher beamed at us before glancing towards the door. Do we still have class? Came a voice from the back, laced with emotion. It's not quite the first lesson yet, as I still need to share some important information with you. Next, I would like to invite our Hokage to speak about our village, Konoha. It was then that I noticed the 3rd Hokage had arrived at the door, though I was unaware of when he had come. It's Grandpa 3rd Hokage, Naruto exclaimed quietly, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed, that is correct. Naruto-kun. Remember to listen attentively. All right. Thus, the third Hokage soon delivered a brief address. It is imperative to remember that a ninja must prioritize their mission above all else, regardless of the circumstances, and tears must never be shed. Hence, we must acknowledge that where leaves dance, fire ignites. Such formalities must be articulated with care, for these children represent the future and the new strength of our village. Should they recklessly fall under the sway of others, it would be an irreplaceable loss. Upon hearing this, I found myself struggling to resist the urge to doze off, yawning repeatedly. This is a common affliction during lectures. Even Naruto was on the brink of slumber. All right, let us bid farewell to the esteemed Hokage. Once the third Hokage departed, the supervising teacher clapped her hands, redirecting the children's attention towards her. She instructed them to return to their classrooms and await their teachers, who would share additional information before they were dismissed. Did you understand? Yes. In no time, the children dispersed, and I sauntered to the classroom alongside Naruto. Overall, we arrived at the classroom and hall rather late. Consequently, I had placed my backpack in the second row near the exit, and we settled into our seats. While waiting for the teacher, I idly fidgeted with my pen, twirling it in circles. Greetings, everyone. I am your teacher, Irika. Finally, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was Irika, the man who had previously saved Naruto from a dark fate. He entered with a confident smile, positioned himself at the center of the podium, and commenced with the formalities. Swiftly arriving at a significant segment. Chapter 6. Encountering familiar faces for the first time. Next, let us begin our self-introductions. Irika glanced around the room and pointed towards my side of the classroom, catching me off guard and eliciting a wave of inexplicable nervousness. Now, let us commence with your introductions, starting from this side. Simply state your name. Irika smiled gently as he turned to the first student. Seeing this, I hurriedly roused the already slumbering Naruto beside me, signaling that self-introductions were about to begin. However, I was not the first, to be precise. It commenced from the right side of the front row. As each child took their turn to introduce themselves, the moment finally arrived for me. I quickly stood up, turned towards the rest of the classroom, and stated, "Hello, everyone, my name is Kinamayako." Afterward, I sat back down, prepared to enjoy the familiar names that followed. Just as I settled in, I caught whispers not far from me. Surely, they weren't discussing Naruto and me? At last, they had learned the name of this peculiar individual. Next was Naruto's turn. He sprang to his feet, and I felt the familiar anticipation of his impending proclamation, a wave of embarrassment washing over me. Oh, how time has passed. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement, Naruto declared with resounding conviction. While I was giving him a thumbs up, I couldn't help but feel an urge to find a nook to hide away in. Indeed, I still felt a bit juvenile. I truly apologize for that. After everyone had introduced themselves, Irika made a final summary and dismissed us. The others eagerly dashed out of the classroom. But I found the crowd overwhelming and had no intention of leaving just yet. "Xiaoxiang, aren't you planning to leave?" Naruto asked, puzzled by my reluctance to move. Look, it's far too crowded over there. I think I'll wait a bit. If you want to head back first, that's perfectly fine, Naruto-kun, I replied, gesturing toward the throng of people gathered by the door. Oh, then I shall take my leave, Naruto said with a smile. See you tomorrow morning, Xiaoxiang. He waved goodbye and prepared to depart quickly. All right, see you tomorrow. I thought he seemed quite happy, so I felt comfortable letting him go alone. Today should pose no significant issues. After many of the children had dispersed, I finally decided to make my move. Before leaving, I took a glance at the classroom clock. Well, it was still quite early. Perhaps I should explore a bit. I stroked my chin, pondering where to go next. Compared to other villages, the sunny days in Konoha are always generous. Sometimes I wonder if its name possesses a certain magical quality. As I walked home, I looked up and saw wisps of clouds drifting across the sky. Such a sight surely deserves to be admired from a higher vantage point. Thus, I made my way to an upper floor. The spot I chose appeared quite appealing. Following the staircase, I found a long bench where I could sit and gaze out over the village. The warm sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the hair of the shadows and streaming down into the village, making every patch of land gleam, radiate warmth, and feel almost scorching. Once I grew weary of this view, I lifted my gaze again to admire the clouds lazily dancing in the breeze. A few thin clouds floated languidly, scattered sparsely across the sky. They were in no hurry to drift away, merely resting there, allowing the sunlight to penetrate them. If only it could remain this way forever. I continued to stare dreamily at the clouds above. Ah, is someone already here? A familiar voice called from nearby. It must be a classmate. No worries. Let us find another spot, another voice chimed in. Before the second voice could finish, I turned around to see who had approached. Wait, please, I exclaimed, somewhat surprised. I recognized that voice. I hadn't expected to encounter them on the very first day, but judging by their appearance, it had to be Shikamaru and Sage G. This bench can accommodate 3 people. Please don't dismiss this prime spot. If necessary, I can offer my seat to you. I smiled at them. They paused for a moment, but ultimately chose to come over. I eagerly shifted my position to provide them with more space. My apologies, it seems you are regulars here? I hope I haven't intruded, I realized, recalling that this scenic area felt oddly familiar. It was indeed the place they frequently visited. Ah, it is not quite so. After all, this is a public place. We have merely visited a few more times, Shikamaru explained. Are you Kinomoto Yako from our class? He inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Yes, indeed, your memory is truly impressive. As for me, I only recall that you are Shikamaru-kun and CHG-kun, who arrived last. Correct? Regarding surnames, well, I seem to have forgotten a bit, my apologies. I named them one by one, feigning ignorance. Well, no need for such emphasis. Let it suffice to say, I am Nara Shikamaru, and this is Akimichi CHG. Shikamaru casually gestured, indicating that we could simply call them by their given names. All right, noted. With the introductions concluded, conversation dwindled into silence, leaving only the sound of Sage G tearing open a bag of chips and munching on them. Hey, why are you so close to that guy? Shikamaru was the first to shatter the silence, evidently curious about this matter, as I noticed CHG turning my way as well. After a moment's hesitation, Shikamaru finally spoke. Why are you so close to that Uzumaki Naruto? Me? Oh, it's merely because I cannot abide the attitudes of others. What with the tales of the nine-tailed fox and those who blame him for the death of the 4th Hokage without knowing the truth, what right do they have to judge him? Besides, Naruto is a wonderful person, albeit a bit of a troublemaker at times. He, in all his essence, deserves affection and protection. I shared my thoughts, but then redirected the conversation back to Shikamaru. However, since you've posed that question, I am more intrigued to hear your perspective. I gazed into his eyes. Though they may appear dull, there was a clarity that could not be deceiving. Me? Shikamaru did not respond immediately, hesitating. I do not require an answer from you right away. After all, it is your choice, and I firmly believe that you will surely become friends. I am certain of that. Well, that is quite troublesome, Shikamaru replied, somewhat perplexed yet resigned. I was not in haste to receive his answer. It belonged to them alone, a bond that would inevitably manifest without my interference. One day in the future, they would surely become close friends. Chapter 7. Regarding school studies. As for school studies, I am indeed quite curious. After all, this place differs significantly from where I used to reside, though it has its educational institutions. The primary purpose of my current learning environment is to cultivate combat talents for the region, leading to a marked difference in both the content and methods of education. I estimate that as studies progress, more practical combat courses will be integrated. After enduring the previous turmoil of war, we have finally attained several years of peaceful living. For now, there is no need to disrupt these children's idyllic childhoods with excessive measures. My thoughts began to wander from there. Hey, Koyomi. What are you pondering about? Naruto patted my shoulder, bringing me back to reality. Where are we going? All right, let us embark, I smiled. And we set off towards the school. The early class schedule here remains unchanged from my previous school, commencing promptly at 8 o'clock. As for the subjects, there is quite a variety, encompassing the fundamentals of our native language, the history of Konoha and other regions, mathematical calculations, and an introduction to the ways of the ninja, among others. In addition to these, there are practical courses such as shuriken throwing, substitution techniques, and two-person combat training that are indispensable. In summary, the curriculum poses a considerable challenge for these young students, but it is essential for cultivating competent ninjas. A bit of hard work is unavoidable. I find myself genuinely intrigued by these courses and believe that we will indeed learn a great deal about this ninja world, which was previously unfamiliar to me. It truly broadens my horizons. However, why on earth must there be examinations? For a young person of the 21st century, failing to take the test seriously is quite distressing. Yet upon encountering those questions, I simply lacked the motivation to engage. Thus, during the first week of the new semester, I opted to observe my classmates' answers while jotting down a few notes on my own paper, idly awaiting the submission. As for why I did not let Naruto see my paper, please refer to the following account. Xiaoxiang, I heard Naruto quietly call. Oh, does Naruto-kun still wish to see my answers? How astonishing. Just as I was about to finish my thought, he firmly declined my offer. Well, splendid. After several small assessments, I eventually devised a strategy that allowed me to secure a decent score without overexerting myself. Let the younger ones compete for first place. The older generation ought to take it easy. Besides, my parents do not pay much attention to these matters, so I seldom concern myself with exams. Once I had accumulated sufficient chakra and could adeptly utilize the shadow clone technique, I made it a habit to attend school as my true self while leaving a clone behind at home, practicing in a nearby training area. Initially, I intended to create 2 clones, one for practicing taijutsu and the other for refining chakra. However, due to the instability of my chakra when exceeding 1 clone, I postponed that plan and alternated between the 2 training methods. Yet, does this not constitute skipping class? During school, Naruto and his mischievous friends were quite the troublemakers, often causing Irika a great deal of strife. In a moment of inattention, they would slip out of the classroom, even escaping the school to frolic. Those rascals today? Irika exclaimed, glaring at the empty 4 seats beside me, his brow furrowed deeply and his voice rising an octave. Teacher, please remain calm. Do not fret. Anger is detrimental to chalk. Alas, as I gazed at the crushed chalk, a silent sigh escaped my lips. Reluctantly, I raised my hand and said, Irika-sensei, please allow me to bring them back. Irika still trusted me, so I left the classroom in search of those rascals. Indeed, during such times, they could either be found at a place of amusement or at a food stall. I called out to them, urging, you lot, enough fun for now, hurry back. I observed a few of them seated beside a snack shop, sighing internally, realizing that Irika-sensei was truly upset. Therefore, my advice was to return promptly. Hey, look who it is, it's Shikamaru, exclaimed Naruto cheerfully, and handed me a piece of candy. Coughing lightly, I firmly declined the bribe, but, in all honesty, accepted a piece nonetheless. Well, it is what it is, I might as well indulge. However, if you don't leave soon, he will come for you himself. Oh, what a bother. We need to choose a different place next time, Shikamaru remarked, stuffing chips into his mouth, while Choji nodded in agreement. Let us finish these snacks before we head back. Fine, you make a good point. Hey, could I have another piece? I asked, taking another snack and savoring it. Darn it, is this the allure of junk food? Just after finishing, I sensed a low pressure approaching from not too far behind. Sure enough, it was Irika-sensei. Swiftly, I stood up, waved goodbye to them, flashed a thumbs up, and dispelled my shadow clone. You lot, I exclaimed. Today has indeed been a splendid day. Upon returning to school, I couldn't help but shake my head at the 4 miscreants standing by the window in detention. Well, I suppose I'll just have to bring them back next time. Chapter 8. Practical classes. By the way, there is one more thing. Starting tomorrow, you will each have 3 practical classes every week. The specific schedule will be communicated to you in the morning, so no need to fret. Irika stroked his chin, smiling as he addressed us. Soon, various voices erupted around him, prompting him to wave his hands. All right, school is dismissed. Practical classes. Naruto's excitement was palpable as he tumbled from his seat, standing before me, Shikamaru, and Choji. Tomorrow, we'll have practical classes. Finally, something other than that tedious kunai-throwing routine. However, if memory serves me right, you haven't quite mastered those techniques yet. Have you, Naruto-kun? I sighed resignedly. Ahem, that is not important. I can handle it. Naruto chuckled, masking his embarrassment as he dashed out of the classroom, calling, Shikamaru, I'll wait for you outside. Oh, what a hassle, Shikamaru remarked, his face resembling a bitter melon, while Choji, though showing no visible change in expression, seemed less fluid in tossing snacks into his mouth. True, but there's nothing we can do about it. We're off now, goodbye. I gathered my belongings and waved to them as I made my exit. Walking home. Xiaoxiang, what will tomorrow's practical class cover? The uppercut or the low kick? Haha. As he spoke, he began to throw a flurry of punches, surprisingly looking quite adept. If I were to venture a guess, we would likely begin with a teacher demonstrating a set of fundamental combat techniques, followed by free practice in pairs. After all, a practical class must involve actual practice. Reflecting on previous scenarios I had encountered, it seemed that paired sparring was a common approach, which would indeed be beneficial for our learning. I found myself filled with anticipation. Hee. I'm truly looking forward to it. If my opponent is Xiao Xiang, I certainly won't go easy on you. Naruto suddenly grinned mischievously, rubbed his nose, and struck what he believed to be a cool pose while looking at me. Oh, so you're saying I definitely can't win against you? Is that it? Then I shall await the outcome. Well, you've arrived home, so goodbye, Naruto-kun. Oh, and don't forget our workout later tonight. I waved at him, watching him ascend the stairs before turning to leave. The next day, today marks the beginning of our first practical class. Iruka stood before us, preparing to deliver the introductory lecture. He cleared his throat and posed a question. Before we officially commence, can anyone tell me why you are here for the practical course? I glanced around at my classmates in the second row, who eagerly raised their hands to respond, and I closed my eyes, nodding slightly in appreciation. Let us hear from Mitzi. I didn't even raise my hand. Was I zoning out just now? All right then. Frowning slightly in thought, I struggled to articulate a reason and finally said, I believe it's important because once we truly become ninjas, we will inevitably encounter real combat situations, making this learning vital. Well, Mitzi's answer isn't entirely incorrect, Iruka continued, elaborating further as I nodded at my teacher. Now, I would like to invite Sasuke to come up as my demonstration partner. If that's all right. Iruka smiled at Sasuke, who naturally wore a slight smile, casting a quick glance at Naruto before confidently stepping forward. Naruto wanted to say something, but the girls could hardly contain their excitement and began to cheer. Wow, as expected of Sasuke-kun. Go, Sasuke-kun. We believe in you. Amidst the dismissive scoffs from other boys, Sasuke finally stood beside Iruka. All right, everyone, quiet down. Sasuke, why don't you demonstrate your moves using your own style, including weapon usage? Iruka swiftly halted the rising noise, initiating the real demonstration. Sasuke wore a subtle smile and casually retrieved 2 shurikens from his pocket. He threw one directly, while the other followed explosively after the first had traveled a certain distance. With this force, as Iruka adeptly dodged the 2, Sasuke launched from behind. Enthusiastic applause erupted once more, this time not just from the girls, as some boys clenched their fists, seemingly resolute. Wow, as expected of Sasuke. Sasuke-kun is indeed impressive. I stroked my chin, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, quite impressive. What? Even little Xiang shares this sentiment? Naruto, filled with indignation, pouted and furiously waved his fist in Sasuke's direction, only to lower his hand under the girls' furious gazes. To speak the truth, if Naruto-kun diligently trains in the future, he too will undoubtedly reach such heights. In the midst of our conversation, Sasuke ceased to draw his kunai, instead evading the second kunai thrown by Iruka with a slight sidestep, swiftly catching the one that flew towards him, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, truly a testament to hard work and talent. He is indeed worthy of his reputation. With a smile, Iruka quickly drew another kunai from his bag, aiming a rapid thrust towards Sasuke's right hand, which held the kunai. As Sasuke prepared to turn away, Iruka seized his left hand. In this unavoidable predicament, his pupils constricted and the nearby girls gasped in alarm. Sasuke-kun, be careful. As Iruka's kunai made contact with Sasuke, a puff of smoke erupted, allowing Iruka to retreat to the side. He then turned to the tree beside Naruto, chuckling. Ha! You truly are remarkable, Sasuke. You have become proficient in the use of kunai and the substitution technique. I hope everyone can learn from Sasuke. All right. Sasuke huffed softly, filled with pride. And amidst Naruto's astonished expression and the cheers of the crowd, he leaped down from the tree. Everyone then redirected their attention to the area where they had just fought, which now bore only a half-broken branch. Ugh, this guy is such a nuisance. I really don't want to face him later. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly in conviction. Well, it shouldn't be that fortunate, right? Perhaps. I couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. However, if he truly is my opponent, it would be a splendid opportunity for growth. All right, let us conduct the matches in the order of student numbers, from the first to the last, and the second to the second last. Of course, if all parties agree, participants may switch opponents, Iruka announced with a smile, stepping back several paces to provide ample space for us. Okay, let me think. My student number is 20, which corresponds to... Who was it again? I couldn't resist pinching my chin, standing still in anticipation of my opponent's arrival, when I noticed a familiar figure approaching. Is it really you? Classmate Erjuzi? This must be what they call good fortune. Humph, I don't want to fight a girl, Erjuzi stated coolly. Yet he still retrieved a kunai from his bag. Just as I was preparing to disregard his words and draw my own kunai, a sharp voice pierced the air from nearby, instantly drawing the gaze of everyone around to that spot. I don't want to fight you, you monster. I furrowed my brow, turning to see a not-so-tall girl with braided pigtails, her hands nervously clasped before her chest, staring at Naruto, who appeared somewhat dazed and was about to speak. Without a second thought, I retracted my kunai and turned to Sasuke, apologizing earnestly. I am truly sorry, Sasuke-kun. It seems you will have to find another opponent. Upon finishing my words, I leaped gracefully beside Naruto, placing my right hand on his left shoulder. He slightly parted his lips, seemingly preparing to utter something. Well then, would you care to engage in battle with me? After all, Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun would likely agree to a change of opponents, wouldn't they? Before she could respond, I withdrew my hand and turned to Naruto, saying, my apologies for stealing your opponent. I suppose you'll have to contend with Sasuke for 300 rounds now. Naruto snapped back to reality, giving me a thumbs up and exclaiming, I'm absolutely fine with that. Hee. I was just looking to settle the score with you, Sasuke. Sasuke, seemingly at a loss for words, turned away, but it appeared he had acquiesced. What do you mean? What do I mean? Explaining it is rather cumbersome. In any case, you will definitely agree to a change of opponents, right? I flashed her a smile, emphasizing the word definitely, and then clasped my hands together, preparing to form a seal. What do you mean I will agree to a change? Before she could react further, I swiftly grasped the kunai and utilized the shadow clone technique to appear behind her, wrapping my arms around her neck. Though there was a certain distance between her neck and my kunai, nonetheless, I thought, whether or not we switch opponents, the outcome likely remains unchanged. Silence. You friend of the fox spirit. She widened her eyes in shock, her voice wavering as she attempted to shout. Well, I ask you, what does it matter if he is a fox spirit or if I am his friend? Furthermore, those who are aware of such matters should not be foolish enough to speak carelessly in the presence of the original, should they? Rather than ponder such trivialities. It would be far more gratifying to defeat him with genuine skill. I sighed, realizing that explaining this to her would be futile. However, there is one thing you must remember. It would be best if you refrained from uttering such nonsense to him in the future, as it will undoubtedly lead to complications. I instinctively tightened my grip, bringing the kunai closer to her, and only then did she snap back from her shock, urgently exclaiming, You've won. You've won. Please let me go. I let out a soft click of my tongue, releasing my grip, and the girl promptly dashed to the side. Such a tedious bunch. Preferring empty chatter over the art of conversation, unaware that harsh words can chill the heart in June. Xiaoxiang. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, I quickly turned around. What is up? Did Naruto-kun win? I inquired eagerly. Ahem, of course Naruto wants to act tough, but Sasuke interrupted the banter, stating, I won. You are truly weak. Is that so? Then Naruto-kun must strive even harder. I must defeat you, Sasuke. Hee. You brat. Naruto charged at Sasuke once more, but he deftly sidestepped, casting a glance at me before turning to prepare for assembly. What was he thinking? It truly piqued my curiosity, but it seemed too troublesome. We should gather quickly. By the way, thank you, Xiaoxiang. Suddenly, Naruto's radiant smile illuminated my heart like the warm sun of winter. Truly, he is a good kid. Hee. No need to thank me. After all, I am one of Naruto-kun's guardians, now and forever. Wow, that sounds strange. I am quite strong too. Naruto protested. Haha. You are indeed impressive, yet I eagerly anticipate your further enhancement. Very well, let us gather. Chapter 9. Uchiha Itachi. Good day. Mississippi, may I inquire what brings you here? Please do not be alarmed by what I am about to disclose. Rest assured, we are professionals, no cause for concern. I wish to address the issue of my inability to accurately throw shurikens. Why are you laughing? Because when it comes to shurikens, I am quite the expert. Haha, so am I? Alas, I am not. I gazed despondently at the shuriken in my hand, a tool that seemed to mock me. My eyes wandered to the target before me, which bore only a few shurikens that could barely be considered hits. Oh, how I longed to tilt my head back at a 45-degree angle and let those stubborn tears fall. In truth, I have never excelled at projectile-based skills. Even in my past life, my hands would tremble when playing video games, resulting in errant shots. It was disheartening to witness this long-lost technique resurface in my attempts at using shurikens. Contemplating future battles, I realized few employ such weapons in close combat. They are more common, yet when distance is required, precision cannot falter. Therefore, I must conquer the challenges of shuriken throwing. Thus, I diligently altered my throwing technique, force, angle, distance, and accounted for wind and air resistance, practicing tirelessly until I finally saw improvement. Indeed, the adage practice makes perfect holds true. I retrieved the shuriken and prepared for another round of practice. Picking one up from the ground, I steadied myself, focusing intently on the throw. Perhaps raise your hand a bit higher. A voice glided through the stillness. Instinctively, I followed its guidance, and with a sudden motion, I launched the shuriken. Oh, it struck the bullseye. Wonderful. Wow, you truly hit the mark. Unlike me, who remains utterly perplexed, I turned to locate the source of the voice. Spotting a slender figure perched on a nearby tree. With jet black hair tied back and eyes devoid of impurities, he appeared youthful. Yet the lines of experience etched upon his face belied his years. A subtle smile graced his lips, enhancing his already striking appearance, though a hint of sadness lingered in his brow. Could it be Itachi? I stood momentarily stunned, unable to suppress my surprise. I had never anticipated encountering him, a busy individual, in such a place. However, realizing my expression might seem disconcerting, I quickly composed myself, returning to my usual demeanor as I regarded the figure atop the tree. He chuckled softly. My skills are nothing extraordinary. With diligent practice, you too can achieve this level. My brother was once quite unskilled in this regard, yet he persistently urged me to teach him. Through perseverance, he has now developed quite commendable techniques. He smiled gently, reassuring the young one, so do not rush. Really? That puts my mind at ease, the child responded. However, I surmise that with your exceptional talent, your brother must also be equally remarkable. It seems I must exert myself even more. I returned his smile. Nonsense. It is you who should be commended, he said, playfully toying with the kunai in his hand. Abruptly, he shifted the conversation. At this hour, you should still be in class, correct? I smiled sheepishly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He continued to smile, though a shadow of sorrow seemed etched upon his face. Perhaps this is a more suitable topic, not merely a diversion from the previous conversation. I laughed heartily. The weather today is splendid, isn't it? I apologize for this, but your expression prompts me to inquire about a rather straightforward question. If you prefer not to answer, please feel free to decline. I hastily attempted to redirect the conversation. Oh, no worries. Go ahead, he replied, narrowing his eyes, seemingly unfazed by the abrupt change in subject as he leapt down from the tree. You appear somewhat troubled, I observed, noticing the furrow in his brow, and I lowered my gaze elsewhere. You have been frowning since earlier. If something weighs on your mind, perhaps you might consider sharing it with someone familiar or trustworthy. My mother once told me that harboring feelings for too long can lead to illness. Is that so? I see even you can discern this. He paused, then donned his signature smile. Thank you. If we meet again, I will teach you a few techniques with shuriken. If that is agreeable. I am truly grateful, I replied, elated at the prospect of learning from a skilled member of the Uchiha clan. However, noting his current demeanor, it appeared he was preparing to depart. I suspected he would not return soon. Indeed, for several consecutive days, his presence was absent from the training grounds. I could only silently lament, that fellow must be preoccupied with significant matters beyond my understanding. I shall not dwell on it further. Instead, I should focus on my own training. Yet, upon my arrival at the training grounds today, it seemed others had already gathered. Chapter 10. Team Guy, hello. Are you here to train as well? I approached the newcomer and greeted him. Only then did he lift his head. I felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual. There was no mistaking it. The thick eyebrows, the distinctive watermelon hairstyle, that forehead protector. There could be no other. It was Lee. Indeed. Come. Join me in embracing the vigor of youth. I sensed an ardent fire burning in his eyes. It was truly remarkable. Well, I suppose that wouldn't be impossible. Initially, I had merely decided to come and see if I could spot any acquaintances before heading back. After a considerable internal struggle, I ultimately resolved to stay and engage in some training before departing. However, as I observed the unceasing numbers tumbling from his lips, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation of another's presence, I could not help but inquire. Pardon me, but is it just me, or are your training numbers somewhat exaggerated? Listening to him count 996, 997, I, halfway through my own actions, chose to pause and take a breather. Is that all right? That energetic fellow seems utterly impervious to fatigue. Meanwhile, I am brimming with motivation. Upon uttering this, he instinctively flashed a bright smile revealing his pearly whites. You truly are impressive. With a hint of resignation, I stretched lazily and continued to practice alongside him. Am I considered strong as well? Among my contemporaries, there's a chap named Niji who is exceedingly formidable. I am here to become stronger too. It seemed that Xiao Li had sunk into a moment of contemplation. Indeed, you are strong, given your current situation. I presume you train here daily? I am certain your endeavors will bear fruit, so you are genuinely impressive. I spoke earnestly. Haha, no need to flatter me. Thank you for your encouragement. I will persist in my efforts. Let my youth burn bright. Ah, by the way, my name is Rock Li. You may call me Xiao Li. I am Qin Nin Mitzi. Feel free to call me Xiao Xiang. I see. Then would you like to join me in my training? I noticed the sparkle in his eyes and eventually acquiesced. Regrettably, while the training proceeded smoothly and the child seemed to enjoy it, the intensity was nearly overwhelming. This fellow is indeed remarkable. I genuinely wish to train within my limits. Next time, I must strive to learn the art of refusal. As Xiao Li successfully graduated, the number of individuals training here increased, and I also became acquainted with his group members, although the journey was not without its challenges. I vividly recall the day we first met when a few others approached while Xiao Li and I were practicing. Oh, are there others here, Xiao Li? A female voice called out, prompting me to instinctively halt and turn. It was Tian, strolling over. Ah, hello, I greeted, and she nodded in response. It's rare for Niji and teacher Kai to be late, Tian observed while scanning the surroundings. Indeed, Xiao Li finally paused. Noticing my momentary bewilderment, he explained, Oh, I almost forgot you don't know anyone else. These are my teammates. This is Tian, and the two behind her are the dashing teacher Kai and Niji. There was no need for such familiarity, yet since others had introduced themselves, I felt compelled to offer a brief introduction as well. Greetings, I am Qin Nin Mitzi. I met, Li Jun during training some time ago. It's a pleasure to meet you all, but as the hour grows late, I shall take my leave. I glanced at the approaching duo and decisively exited. Goodbye, Xiao Li, Tian. Hey, weren't we supposed to train together? In the face of Xiao Li and Tian's astonished expressions, I swiftly slipped away. Training with you two would surely mean I could only crawl back, wouldn't it? Moreover, how should I put it? I'm still somewhat unfamiliar with it all. Lingering too long might lead to awkwardness. But no matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In any case, I have made a slight acquaintance with the members of Team Kai, who are a year my senior. However, as they have already formed a group and occasionally participate in minor tasks, my interaction with them has diminished. Indeed. Becoming a lower ninja has made one rather busy. I handed a bottle of water to Tian, who accepted it and vigorously shook it, creating a beautiful water vortex in the center of the bottle. Indeed, this has considerably increased my weapon consumption. Tian opened the bottle, took a sip, capped it, and then, with a troubled expression, touched her empty bag, revealing a hint of melancholy. But she was still quite happy. Xiao Li flashed his signature smile. If that's the case, it really is something to look forward to. By the way, regarding an issue later on about Xiao Li's knee and shoulder pads, I still have no clear idea. Although my mother could probably make a decent pair based on her previous skills, having a reference would certainly be better. Tian, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what is it? If it's about training, I might be able to help you. Tian smiled. Well, it's not exactly a training-related issue. As for training, their intensity is indeed beyond what ordinary people like us can compare to. I never intended to emulate them. Every time they trained, I silently negotiated with myself. How should I put it? It concerns protective gear. Protective gear? Now Tian was intrigued. What type? Why don't we just go to my family's shop and have a look? Seeing is believing. Oh right, it seems your family also runs a weapon shop. But it should be larger than mine, considering my family only operates a small business. Perhaps I might find a reference there. Bringing one back to improve upon could yield better results. Is that all right? I would be immensely grateful. Li, would you like to join us? By the way, it seems that only Tian can wield weapons in your group. I pointed out my curiosity. Me? Li absent-mindedly touched her hair. I have always gone into battle barehanded, quite the spirited approach. However, if someone were to charge at you with a large blade, how would you respond? This made Xiao Li hesitate a bit. All right. In any case, let us head over to my place. It's not like we have anything else to do. Let's go. Accepting Tian's warm invitation, the three of us made our way to the weapon shop she owns. Wow. Upon entering the shop, I couldn't help but marvel internally. It truly is a vast establishment. Thinking of my family's small workshop, the contrast was striking. Let me see, regarding knee and shoulder pads. It seems this is the only option. Xiaoxiang, what do you think? She rummaged through boxes and eventually found a dark object, which she handed to me. Please allow me to take a look. This item was evidently a bit heavy, but its elasticity was remarkable. If an additional layer of sturdier material could be added, it should serve well as protective gear for Shaoli. Seeing your keen interest, how about I gift this to you? Is that acceptable? Thank you, Sister Tian Tian. Upon receiving an important item, the three of us chatted for a while before bidding farewell and heading home to let my mother examine it. Chapter 11. Naruto passed the exam. Time flew by, and before we knew it, the day of graduation from the ninja school had arrived. After finishing our classes today, Irika smiled at everyone and announced, "All right, after tomorrow's exam, you will all graduate." "What is the exam about, Teacher Irika?" Naruto immediately raised his hand to inquire. "It's the shadow clone technique. Don't worry, it's quite simple," Irika reassured us, but I could see Naruto's petrified expression. It wasn't that I didn't want to give him private lessons to help him learn. Rather, I was cautious about the subsequent plot developments and was hesitant to act recklessly. I had tried several times without achieving genuine success. Moreover, the primary reason was due to Kurama's influence, which made it difficult for him to control his powers. As I pondered how to assist Naruto, I suddenly felt a bit drowsy and could not resist the urge to quietly close my eyes for a brief nap. The next moment, I seemed to drift into a dream, sensing a dampness around me. Wait, why is it damp? I quickly opened my eyes and realized that aside from the water beneath my feet, there was nothing else around. This scene felt oddly familiar. Could it be, "You're that little brat"? A deep, hoarse voice echoed, sending a chill down my spine. I turned around to see an endless giant ceiling wall. Instinctively, I exclaimed, "Kurama?" before hastily covering my mouth. I regretted my outburst. At that moment, Kurama approached me, and we were separated only by a thin layer of ceiling. "How do you know my name?" he inquired, somewhat astonished, but quickly regained his composure. "Humph, those fools wouldn't dare to call me that." "Well, I learned your name from a book. It was not meant as an offense. Besides, I believe there will be others who will call out your name. I hope you can become a friend to him or them," I stated earnestly, feeling confident in my reasoning. "Friends? What a naive little brat," he scoffed, unabashedly displaying his derision. "If that's the case, why not make a bet with me? In the not-too-distant future, Naruto-kun. No, you will surely become friends with Naruto-kun. Humph, when it comes to nonsense, I am quite adept." With that, I felt my form becoming hazy, as if I was slowly withdrawing from this place. Huh, what a foolish dream. Kurama's figure receded into the shadows, and the barrier seemed to loosen. Suddenly, everything went dark. "Xiaoxiang, I feel someone pushing me," a voice sounded urgent, and I jolted awake, glancing at Teacher Irika. Phew, he hadn't noticed me. He continued discussing important points regarding tomorrow's exam and related matters. "Honestly, how could you fall asleep?" Shikamaru retracted his hand, looking quite surprised. "Haha, who would have thought, Xiaoxiang, that you would have your day too?" Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle softly, wearing an expression that conveyed his disbelief at my clumsiness. "Ahem, I am unsure. Perhaps I simply stayed up too late last night and am a bit fatigued today. Nonetheless, the pivotal matter at hand is tomorrow's examination. Are you all confident in your success? Particularly you, Naruto." I hastily shifted the topic, directing my attention towards the grinning Naruto, only to find him once again frozen in shock. "Ah, what a splendid day it is." He feigned ignorance to my words, softly whistling to himself. "Moreover, your previous practice sessions were rather unsteady, weren't they, Naruto-kun?" I added with a playful jab. Indeed, Shikamaru nodded in agreement while Choji also gave a slight nod. Another jab. "Ahem, no worries, for I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall not falter." Naruto coughed vigorously, ultimately clenching his fist in affirmation. "Very well, then do put in your utmost effort." I recalled the earlier encounter with Kurama and contemplated the potential repercussions of failing tomorrow's exam, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to do. Perhaps it is best not to intervene? However, implementing some precautionary measures might not be unwarranted. The following day during the examination, shadow clone technique. I silently chanted within my mind, forming the necessary hand seals, and soon after, another version of myself appeared beside me amidst a puff of white smoke. Yet, this technique lacked the stability of the shadow clone technique, and before long, it vanished with a puff. "Kanana Yako, pass." Irika smiled and nodded at me. "Thank you, teachers." I bowed slightly in gratitude to him and the key figures in the unfolding narrative, Mizuki, then received the forehead protector from Irika. carefully tucking it into my pocket as I made my way towards the exit. According to the previous order of candidates, it wasn't long before Naruto was next in line. That guy was nervously glancing around, so I offered a word of encouragement to Shikamaru and Choji before approaching Naruto. "Has Koya passed?" he quickly inquired upon seeing me exit. I nodded in affirmation. "In any case, Naruto-kun, do not become overly anxious. Although I do harbor concerns regarding your skills, you should give it a try regardless." "What do you mean, give it a try? I will definitely pass without a hitch," Naruto retorted defiantly. All right, but do not forget that Irika-sensei's assessment is quite rigorous," I cautioned, causing him to deflate once again. "Phew, the exam is quite manageable, so rest assured." Shikamaru and Choji, having completed their examinations, joined us. "In any case, good luck. We shall take our leave now. See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell, I quickly called out Naruto's name, patting him on the shoulder. "You can do it." He nodded, then confidently stepped into the classroom, and the familiar scene unfolded. I only caught a glimpse of a golden blur shooting out of the classroom like an arrow, and before I could grasp his clothing, he had darted away in a flash. How disheartening. I had considered pursuing him, but he had already vanished from sight. "Yako, did you see which direction Naruto ran?" The two teachers trailing behind me caught up. I shook my head. "Then you should return for now. It would be unfortunate if you got lost while trying to find him later," Minato kindly advised. However, I still feel a twinge of hesitation about whether to seek it out. After all, we had promised to provide him with some protective measures. "No worries. We can go together," Irika remarked. "Very well. Since both of you have brought this up, it would be rather impolite not to return." Thus, I entrusted the teachers with my responsibilities. I bowed solemnly and then hastened home. I contemplated how I might amend this matter. I too sensed that something was amiss. Upon hearing the voices of discussion from within, I glanced around in search of the source and discovered that my parents were deliberating over protective gear. "What is it about?" I could not refrain from inquiring. It seems we have fortuitously stumbled upon a significant topic. Indeed. Our original weapon crafting shop is rather small, and managing it has proven to be quite troublesome, though my father hesitated, drawing upon the experience of the previous owner. Yet, considering the actual circumstances, it does not present well. There are certainly more individuals inclined to purchase from larger manufacturers, my mother succinctly summarized, articulating her thoughts further. Moreover, if we aspire to undertake better modifications, the tools available in a small workshop may be insufficient. If we could locate a larger establishment, should we seek employment as apprentices at another suitable weapon shop? I jested. To clarify, it is to be as technical staff, my mother corrected. I understood. And after a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck me. We should inquire at the daily shop tomorrow. I believe it could bear fruit. Very well. Following this, the events concerning Naruto continued as per the original storyline, and I refrained from interfering too much, only feeling at ease once I received word of Naruto's safe return. With that, the next event to unfold would be one of the more exhilarating early episodes, Group Instruction. Chapter 12. Group Division. Regarding the grouping, I have always harbored some confusion. Typically, groups consist of 3 individuals, and the members of Team 7 fit perfectly into this arrangement, leaving me as an extraneous presence, which is rather awkward. However, it is not for me to fret, as it is the teachers who must wrestle with such matters. "Hey Xiaoxiang, look at this." I was roused from my reverie by Naruto's voice. Today, he was particularly elated and hurriedly showcased the forehead protector upon his brow. "Huh, did you not fail your exam yesterday?" I feigned surprise, prompting him to recount the events of the previous day, which indeed unfolded as per the usual protocol. I secretly exhaled in relief. "Congratulations, Naruto. Truly, you have proven yourself. So, we shall now be genin," I said with a smile, offering my heartfelt congratulations. Of course. After all, I am the illustrious Naruto Uzumaki. Such trivial tests are a breeze for me," he declared confidently, patting his chest with exuberance. Indeed, I responded joyfully, but then shifted the topic. "However, upon returning to school today, we shall discover the results of our class division." Yes, oh my. Just thinking about it makes me excited. It is imperative that Sakura and Ino are present, but Sasuke must not be included. Enough already. Restrain your impulse to continue chanting. The class assignments have already been announced. Even if Naruto shouts louder, it will not alter the outcome. I truly do not wish to endure his incessant chatter any longer, I interjected. Perhaps it might yield some effect. Ino, come join me in saying it. With my suggestion, Naruto nearly attempted to drag me into this endeavor. "Oh, who is this next to me? I do not recognize them." I must head to the classroom now. Farewell. With that, I dashed away. Wait for me, Ino. Seeing my haste, Naruto could only mutter and follow. The classroom was not overly crowded, and I quickly spotted Shikamaru. His seat was quite favorable for viewing, so I instinctively began to make my way in that direction. Soon, I would be able to witness the unfolding drama. Naruto, I am going to sit with Shikamaru and Choji, I called out, lowering my voice and subtly gesturing. Naruto nodded and headed that way. Everything was proceeding according to plan until the confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke unfolded, aided by a kind classmate, revealing one of the most thrilling moments from the anime before our eyes. Alas, how unfortunate it is that I do not possess a cell phone to capture this splendid moment. Before the other girls could become overly animated, Iruka arrived in the classroom to announce the class divisions. Class 10, Teacher, Asuma Sarutobi, Members, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. You three have indeed been placed in the same class, I whispered to Shikamaru. Well, that was to be expected, Shikamaru replied with a knowing nod. But what about you all? Why have you not been called yet? Perhaps we need to wait a bit longer. Regardless, the assignments will eventually fall into place, I responded. Continuing to listen to the teacher's announcements. Class 8, Teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, Members, Yamanaka Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata. Upon hearing Class 7, a surge of energy coursed through me, accompanied by a twinge of nervousness, as Naruto's group was soon to be announced. Teacher, Kakashi Hatake, Members, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. I let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this team had not been disbanded. However, the contrasting expressions on the faces of the two boys, one gleeful, the other despondent, left me both amused and perplexed. Oh, and Kinomoto Yuki, Iruka said, pausing slightly out of surprise before continuing. I fell silent for a few seconds. Wait a moment. Did I mishear that? Shikamaru, which group am I in? I was somewhat bewildered, my volume nearly slipping beyond control. You are in the same group as Naruto. What's the matter? Shikamaru replied, appearing puzzled as he shrugged. Cough, cough. It's nothing at all. It's just that there are 4 members in this group. The usual grouping method is 3 per team. I had fully prepared myself to be placed into another team, yet this unexpected arrangement truly confounds me. What is the third Hokage scheming? Is it to accommodate Naruto? Or perhaps it is more convenient to manage this extra fellow of mine. Yet he should be aware that I would never harm Naruto. Who knows? Regardless, it has already been decided, and neither you nor I can alter that. Shikamaru was utterly disinclined to contemplate further. Hiss, you make a valid point. Ultimately, I cannot change it, and this grouping is not without its merits. In fact, it is rather convenient. However, reflecting on the experiences that lie ahead, while I do feel some anticipation, the more I ponder, the more it induces a headache. After Iruka concluded his briefing on the meeting points for each class and their respective teachers, he dismissed everyone to follow their instructors. Coincidentally, our class's gathering point was within the classroom, so we opted to remain still, especially since Kakashi-sensei had yet to arrive, though he had most likely been here for some time. Simply lurking behind the clock and observing us 4 in secret, perhaps? I had no desire to wander aimlessly, so after exchanging greetings with a few familiar faces, I settled into a seat directly behind Sakura, preparing to rest my eyes and wait alongside the other members of Team 7 until Iruka, who was invariably the last to leave, finally exited the classroom. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Naruto, please sit quietly. I noticed as he had already approached the door, peering outside in anticipation of Kakashi's arrival. Unfortunately, it seemed that Kakashi would not be moving just yet. Hold on. Sakura, and why is it that our Team 7's teacher is still absent while the others have vanished with their instructors? Even Iruka-sensei has left, Naruto remarked. Then, I witnessed Naruto grab a chalkboard eraser and a stool, racing towards the door. I could foresee the outcome and promptly closed my eyes to rest. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Upon hearing Sakura's words, I reluctantly lifted my gaze to observe Naruto's antics. He had cheerfully wedged the eraser beneath the sliding door. I couldn't help but feel the urge to facepalm. I thought, I might as well be ready to assist the teacher. TCH, who told him to be late on the first day? Naruto nodded with satisfaction at his own creation. Please, a jonin could never fall for such a trivial trap. Sasuke interjected, arms crossed, expressing his opinion. Exactly, Sakura agreed. Naruto, you really are foolish. Before Sakura could finish her thought, I instinctively activated my chakra, prepared to react. At that moment, the classroom door was abruptly thrust open by an arriving individual. Chapter 13. The Dreams of Youth. Wow, Kakashi's movements are remarkably swift. He was just lurking behind that clock a moment ago. Not wishing to continue my internal monologue, I quickly rose from my seat and expertly caught the chalkboard eraser that almost struck the newcomer's head, thanks to the layer of chakra enveloping it. The chalk dust showed no signs of dispersing. Phew, that was close. It was caught by Sakura. It was just a hair's breadth away. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that his prank had almost succeeded. Sasuke first gazed at me in slight astonishment before regaining his composure, staring at Kakashi with a look of disbelief that a jonin could fall for such a trick. I'm sorry, sensei. I told Naruto not to do that, Sakura hastily explained. As I was about to utter something, I felt Kakashi's gaze upon me, prompting me to obediently close my mouth. He glanced at us and stroked his chin, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. I suppose I am your first impression, which is rather unpleasant. The four of us fell into silence. After all, who would dare to break this atmosphere? We then followed Kakashi to an open space, each finding a patch of ground to sit upon. Oh, are we entering the segment of discussing dreams? Very well, let me begin. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. As for what I like and dislike, I prefer to keep that to myself. When it comes to future aspirations and interests, there are many. Once everyone's settled, Kakashi swiftly and eloquently conveyed his thoughts, delivering quite an impressive speech. Sakura couldn't help but interject. What he said is hardly better than saying nothing at all. Naruto and I nodded vigorously in agreement. Next came the two boys. Naruto suddenly sprang to his feet. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I adore instant noodles, especially the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. I despise the 3-minute wait for instant noodles, and my hobby is competing with others in eating ramen. Upon mentioning this, he sensed my disapproving glare and quickly jumped to his concluding point. I must emphasize that Naruto has an unparalleled passion for Ichiraku ramen. Even though he consumes food and supplies we sell to him, his obsession with ramen is truly beyond comprehension. Sigh, if his lack of height is attributed to this, I certainly won't take the blame. Ahem, as for my future dream, it is to surpass the Hokage and to be acknowledged by everyone in the village. I smiled slightly and nodded. This was more like it. Truly, Naruto is a dear friend. Then I felt Kakashi's fleeting gaze upon me, which he quickly retracted. He scratched his head and said, next. Thus, Sasuke commenced his speech. I am Sasuke Uchiha. There are plenty of things I detest, but not much that I like. As for dreams, they are merely words spoken without intent. I am not interested. I have my own ambitions. I seek to revive the Uchiha clan. He paused, his tone growing more solemn, his expression sharpening, perhaps imbued with a hint of lethal intent and unspoken fury. I will kill that man. Everyone was taken aback, and Kakashi exchanged a meaningful glance with Sasuke before continuing. All right, it's time for the girls. I gestured for Sakura to speak first. Blushing, she began, I am Sakura Haruno, and I should say that the person I like is, my dream is, She glanced at Sasuke, her voice rising unexpectedly, and continued. What I dislike is Naruto. Naruto was once again left speechless, and I patted his shoulder in consolation. As for her interests, she once again looked towards Sasuke, her face growing even redder. This must be what it feels like to be a lovesick girl. Finally, it was my turn. Kakashi signaled with his eyes. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable nervousness. After all, the dreams they spoke of might very well come to fruition in the future, while mine remained uncertain. It truly made me feel a bit shy. What, then, is the essence of my dream? I am Kanami Yako, though you may call me Yako or Xiaoshi. As for my preferences, I find myself at a loss. There are currently no dislikes, and perhaps there shall be none in the future. Regarding dreams, I hesitate to label them as such. Rather, I simply wish to protect those I hold dear. That is my statement. I swiftly concluded my remarks and cast a hopeful glance at Kakashi-sensei, eager to convey my thoughts. Very well, Kakashi announced. There will be an assessment tomorrow. Gather at the designated location in the morning, and remember, do not partake in breakfast. Having arranged our tasks for the next day, he departed hastily, leaving us with nothing but the fleeting silhouette of his retreat. I seriously suspect he is like a gust of sand, vanishing with the slightest breeze. Isn't Kakashi-sensei running a bit too fast? Naruto expressed his discontent regarding Kakashi's hurried demeanor, incredulous that there was yet another assessment to face. Haven't we already passed the exam? Why must there be another? Sasuke pondered the notion of skipping breakfast. Oh well, a little hunger won't hurt, Sakura maintained a remarkably positive attitude. But given how our teacher behaves, he will likely be late, right? I couldn't help but share this little insight, and even if we did eat, he would be none the wiser. Moreover, his insistence on skipping breakfast is indeed suspicious. Xiaoxi makes a good point. Naruto exclaimed, plotting loudly. Breakfast, here I come. Yet, Sakura remained a touch apprehensive about the teacher's words. We'll see about that tomorrow, Sasuke remarked, lifting his gaze before turning to leave. Hey Sasuke, wait for me. Goodbye. Xiaoxi. Sakura called out as she dashed after Sasuke, leaving me behind. Sakura, you forgot about me. Naruto shouted, shaking his fist in frustration at their retreating figures. Cough. Cough. Naruto, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head home. I redirected his attention. All right. He grumbled, yet complied obediently, and together we made our way home. However, the anticipation of tomorrow's assessment lingered in my mind, compelling me to pause near the training grounds. It would be prudent to practice a bit, I mused. After my training session, I returned home and accompanied my mother to Tion's shop. Oh, this is what Annie prepared, Tion exclaimed, her eyes widening in admiration at the exquisite craftsmanship of the kunai in her hands. While I sensed that Tion's expression indicated confidence, I hesitated to speak. No worries. I trust Annie's skills. Tion couldn't resist giving her mother a thumbs up. Then, I shall bid you good night, Tion, my mother concluded, and we departed together. Chapter 14. Caught in the act the following day. See? Kakashi-sensei has yet to arrive at the battlefield. Surely he won't make a habit of this? Naruto proclaimed, hands on his hips, squinting into the distance for Kakashi's figure. Oh, it's quite normal for teachers to be late. It's merely a matter of waiting a little longer. Wouldn't you agree, Sasuke? Sakura wore an expression that suggested she had long seen through Kakashi's habitual tardiness. Yet as the words were about to escape her lips, they morphed into something entirely different. He should be arriving shortly, she mused. Recently, I had been experimenting with enveloping my eyes with chakra, which allowed me to perceive the presence of others' chakra from a greater distance. However, this technique was exceedingly taxing and not particularly practical, prompting me to contemplate alternative methods during this lull. Just then, I caught a glimpse of chakra fluctuations behind me. He was here. What have you eaten? Kakashi-sensei suddenly appeared between us, squinting his eyes into mere slits, a grin adorning his face as he held 2 lunchboxes in his hands. What are you talking about? It's you, Kakashi-sensei, who has once again arrived late. Naruto quickly corrected himself, displaying remarkable reflexes. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, how could you be late again? Sakura promptly chimed in, effectively diverting the conversation from Naruto's earlier comment. Well, how should I put it? I, your teacher, just took a wrong turn on the road of life, Kakashi-sensei replied, his eyes still narrowed in apparent amusement, laced with an enigmatic undertone. Surely, he must have visited the graves of Obito and Rin, but given our obvious expressions, he had to have noticed. Why did he fixate on me with that gaze, though? Had Naruto and the others figured it out as well? Embarrassment washed over me, and I turned my head away, unable to meet his eyes any longer. Come on, that excuse is utterly ridiculous, Naruto exclaimed, raising his hand to voice his dissatisfaction. All right, let us move on. I won't dwell on it any longer. Now, let me explain today's assessment, Kakashi-sensei said as he briefly outlined the content of the day's test, placing the lunchboxes atop a stone that resembled a monument nearby. He jingled the 2 bells hanging from his waist, announcing, today's test involves obtaining these 2 bells. Why are there only 2? Naruto asked eagerly, his tone drawn out and his expression darkening as he continued. Only 2 of you can pass. What? Everyone was taken aback. Even Sasuke couldn't suppress his surprise. But Haven T, we already passed the Genin exam. Naruto protested. Now, I am your teacher. And I am the one who sets the rules. In essence, all you need to do is seize the bells. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto charged forward, only to be swiftly intercepted and thrown aside. The others quickly scattered in response. You're quite impatient, aren't you? I haven't even said begin yet, Kakashi remarked, barely concealing a smirk. Oh, and don't forget, you must approach this with the determination to defeat me. However, someone like Naruto is still far off the mark. He added with a hint of mockery. All right, let the test commence. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving a considerable distance between us. After being thrown aside, Naruto immediately formed hand signs, summoning several shadow clones that dashed towards the direction Kakashi had disappeared. His eagerness was palpable, though Kakashi's provocations had undoubtedly spurred him on. Reflecting on the unfolding events, I decided to take a more leisurely approach. Indulging in a little relaxation is the true path to success. Quietly, I left a shadow clone behind, allowing her to seize the opportunity to pilfer the bells from Kakashi, while I found a splendid vantage point to observe the battle, treating it as a leisurely pastime. To truly enjoy the most exhilarating experience, one must select an optimal position. After careful deliberation, I chose a spot near the top of a grand tree, gazing from afar at the fierce struggle unfolding below. What a delightful sensation. How I wished for a bag of snacks and a refreshing drink to accompany this moment. Indeed, the perspective I selected for viewing the spectacle was quite captivating. Am I not correct, Miko? Just as I was engrossed in the scene, I was startled by a voice drifting past my ear, nearly causing me to leap from my perch. I closed my eyes, steadied my mind, and managed to remain motionless. It was undoubtedly Kakashi, and I need not turn around to confirm. What splendid weather we have today, Kakashi-sensei. What brings you here instead of conducting assessments? I slowly turned to find Kakashi. His eyes slightly squinted. I did not wish to feign ignorance. Could someone come to my rescue, please? What could it be? Just enjoying the show alongside you, he replied. Standing beside me, a light chuckle escaping as he observed Sasuke still engaged in combat and Naruto, who had circled around to his lunchbox. I doubt you possess such refined tastes. Besides, you likely can't enjoy the performance for the time being, I remarked, glancing at Naruto, who was preparing to open his lunchbox. Regaining my composure as I smiled at Kakashi. Am I not correct? He gazed at me in silence before vanishing in an instant, reappearing next to Naruto, binding him to the tree trunk, while Sasuke had already been successfully subdued. Now was the perfect moment to act. I leaped down and dashed towards the meeting point. To my dismay, I found only Sasuke's head protruding from the ground, silently retreating some distance in the opposite direction. My apologies, I did not witness anything. I then concealed myself behind the tree, intending to wait a little longer before making my move. However, after a considerable time, I grew weary of patiently waiting for the plot to unfold and decisively dashed towards Naruto. Have you finally had your fill of the show? Or perhaps breakfast has already been digested? Upon hearing this, I instinctively came to a halt. Looking at Kakashi beside me, I realized I could not decipher his expression, and an ominous feeling began to rise within me. Chapter 15. What? A fight? Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean? I am merely a model student passing by, I stammered, struggling to suppress my panic and feigning calmness. All right, let us change the topic. You do not intend to seize those bells, do you? Kakashi slightly raised his head, glancing toward the approaching Sasuke and Sakura, before returning his gaze to me and gently shaking the bells hanging from his person, producing only a faint sound. Well, indeed, I have no particular intentions, after all. There are merely 2 bells, I began, but before I could finish, I instinctively retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the intimate paradise that flew past me. At this moment, Kakashi had maneuvered behind me, deftly catching the book he had just thrown and slipping it back into his pocket, his demeanor exuding an intent to strike at any moment. How formidable is this? This is precisely why I expressed my reluctance to engage in combat. A sense of dread washed over me as I summoned my chakra, sharpening my senses and retreating in the opposite direction of Kakashi's position. You truly do not intend to attack? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. With a slight furrow of his brow, he lunged forward in a swift motion. Wait, what do you mean by not holding back? The other 2 will be arriving imminently. I cannot afford to hesitate. I must make my move. Yet, my skills are far from polished. Never mind. There is no time to dwell on that now. The Sakura fist is far too conspicuous. I shall resort to water release instead. Contemplating the terrain, I resolved to retreat. But the mist swirling near him piqued my interest. As I hastily formed hand seals, Kakashi's speed outpaced my own, and in an instant, he was before me. I wished to close my eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. Alas, was it truly too late? It was evident that his movements had slowed slightly, and I seized the opportunity to leap onto a nearby branch, narrowly evading his incoming punch, positioning myself diagonally on a tree limb, gasping for breath. Goodness, I had just expended so much chakra to barely halt him for a few seconds. Is this the prowess of a jonin? Sigh. I clearly need to dedicate myself to further training. Kakashi appeared taken aback, observing the trickling water from his now tattered attire and the gathering mist around him, his understanding deepening. Yet, he gazed at the small wound on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Wait a moment. My ninjutsu should not have caused any harm, right? Perhaps it was an accidental injury? But that seems unlikely. How peculiar. The others, have already arrived. Cough, cough. Shall we join them, Kakashi-sensei? I looked at Kakashi, speaking in fragments as I worked to steady my breath. Let us proceed. He said nothing more, simply watching me descend from the tree. Thus, we made our way to the assembly point together. Soon, a rumble echoed. Someone's stomach had declared its hunger. Huh, it seems someone is already famished. Kakashi remarked with a hint of amusement. Now, back to the matter at hand. Regarding this exercise, there is no need for you all to return to the Ninja Academy. Huh, really? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in excitement. Wait, but didn't I lose consciousness throughout? Sakura questioned incredulously. Is that permissible? Then all four of us. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. I had already anticipated Kakashi's next words, so I refrained from looking at him, feigning interest in the scenery around me. The memories of our earlier confrontations surged within me, causing my hand to tremble involuntarily. The disparity is indeed vast, but it is precisely this gap that necessitates the pursuit. Indeed, you all should no longer consider yourselves ninjas. Suddenly, he retracted his smile, his expression darkening to the point that it seemed as though it could drip with sorrow, causing the previously exhilarated duo to pause, compelling my head to bow involuntarily. Alas, being a ninja is a matter of life and death. Our current abilities are still woefully inadequate. Are we to abandon the path of ninjas? Naruto finally emerged from his earlier shock, pondering the meaning of it all. Although we had indeed failed to seize the bells, it hardly warranted our resignation from becoming ninjas. You are all mere children unworthy of being ninjas, he continued, elucidating his point, as Sasuke furrowed his brow and sprinted towards him, only to find himself pinned beneath him. Thus, I reiterate, you are but children. Are you belittling ninjas? He glared at us, his final gaze lingering on me, forcing me to awkwardly nod slightly. I didn't say anything. I swear. Do you not comprehend the purpose of conducting the exercises in separate groups? He suddenly inquired. Huh, what do you mean? Sakura asked. In essence, you are entirely oblivious to the criteria for this test, the very factors determining your qualifications. Criteria? Naruto grimaced, struggling to grasp the concept. Goodness. Is your brain filled with mush or mere tofu scraps? The notion of working in groups of 3 or 4 should be abundantly clear. No? Yes, I mentally affirmed. Yet the words that escaped my lips were, teamwork. Correct, it is indeed teamwork. However, it is regrettable that this realization has come too late. No, that is not right. Sakura countered, noticing the 2 bells at his waist. Even if we work together, there are only 2 bells. This is clearly intended to incite discord among us. Sakura, ever perceptive, had quickly caught on to this detail. This test is designed to provoke conflict among you, seeking to select those who, despite the circumstances, prioritize teamwork over personal gain. That is the essence of the evaluation. However, he glanced at Sasuke, slowly raising his head to commence his critique of each individual, feigning an intent to harm Sasuke, while regarding Mako with indifference. Well, perhaps it's just slacking off. The missions you will encounter henceforth may compel you to harm your comrades. Tasks where your very lives are at stake. He gradually rose, releasing Sasuke, and proceeded towards the stone ahead. Upon witnessing the solemnity in his lifted gaze, I recalled that it was the hero stone. Sigh. The myriad names etched upon this stone belonged to the ninjas celebrated as heroes within the village. Kakashi, having spoken halfway, was met with Naruto's exuberant declaration, "This is splendid. I now resolve to have my name inscribed here." These are not the names of ordinary heroes, Kakashi remarked, eyeing both me and Naruto, momentarily silent. Come on, Naruto urged with curiosity. They are the heroes who perished in the line of duty. Perished? Sakura elaborated, her brow furrowing with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, they died while executing their missions. Naruto turned to me in bewilderment, and I nodded in affirmation. His expression shifted dramatically as he glanced sideways. That is the memorial stone, engraved with the name of my dear friend. Silence enveloped us, as we listened to Kakashi continue speaking. Before long, he suddenly turned to us and declared, "You few, I shall grant you one final opportunity. However, this afternoon will witness a far more brutal contest for the bells. For those wishing to challenge, enjoy your meal." He gestured towards the 2 bento boxes placed before us. Yet, he warned against sharing with Naruto, as he slowly approached us. This was the penalty for breaking the rules by indulging in selfishness. Should anyone offer him food, he would be disqualified. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Here, I am the rule, he concluded, vanishing once more. I barely had time to trace his departure before he slipped beyond my detection. Or perhaps I simply could not locate him. How unfortunate. I must admit, after the recent skirmish, hunger had begun to gnaw at me. It was unnecessary to engage in such a conflict. It had cost me a significant amount of chakra. The battle was indeed fierce. I chose to share a portion with Sakura, for I could not bring myself to consume the other alone. Moreover, Sakura shyly cast a glance at Sasuke, leading me to deduce that our shared meal was perhaps a gesture of modesty. Just then, Naruto's stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Didn't you say you already had breakfast? I inquired with curiosity. Even if I did, by this time, I should be hungry. It's already noon. Never mind. You all enjoy, I can skip it. It's no trouble at all, he exclaimed, only for his stomach to growl once more. Go ahead, eat, Sasuke offered, handing over the unopened bento to Naruto. I felt a surge of amusement, though I stifled a laugh. Wait, Sasuke, didn't the teacher just say, it's fine. That guy is momentarily absent, he replied, glancing at the meal. This afternoon, we shall compete together. Just don't hold me back, or I will be quite troubled. Sakura, seeing this, contemplated sharing her food with Naruto as well. She looked to me for approval, and I expressed none, thus she extended her bento towards Naruto. We're on a diet, after all. It's fine if we eat less than Sasuke. Oh, you two are the best. Naruto nearly broke into tears of gratitude. Thank you. But what? My hand one move. Naruto gestured frantically, struggling to lift his arm. Truly, you are something else, Naruto. I gazed into the distance, sensing Kakashi's chakra faintly nearby. Just this once. Sakura scooped some rice, preparing to feed it to Naruto, when a gust of wind swept in, enveloping us in a cloud of white mist. Kakashi-sensei, you dare defy my rules. It seems you are all prepared then. With that, he formed a hand seal, and flashes of lightning flickered amidst the dark clouds above. Any last words? Gathering his courage, Naruto spoke. But, Sensei said that are we not a team of several? Sasuke inquired. Indeed, I replied. Indeed, the four of us are united. Sakura exclaimed. Are we truly united? He chuckled, questioning once more. Very well, you all have qualified. In an instant, he retracted his imposing demeanor, gazing at us with a smile. The groups ahead of you are quite obedient to my commands. A ninja must see through layers of deception. In the world of ninjas, those who violate the rules are scoundrels. He raised his head, staring into the distance. And I wondered if he was reminiscing about Mr. Obito. Those who fail to cherish their comrades are the lowest of the low. Naruto looked at Kakashi, his expression teetering on the brink of tears. I reached into my bag and handed him some paper, although he was still bound. Ahem, I assure you. This was not intentional. Thus, the exercise concludes, and all have qualified. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will officially commence their missions. Hooray! Chapter 16. Preparations before visiting the village hidden in the mist. Alright, let us head back. Kakashi left without even waving his hand, and the others followed in his footsteps. Seeing this, I pretended to be ready to depart immediately. Xiaoxiang, don't leave. Is it just me, or is the wind particularly strong today? Yet, I feel as though someone is calling my name. You've changed, Xiaoxiang, you've changed. Naruto wore an expression that suggested I was a villain, and I couldn't help but laugh aloud. Alright, just a moment. With that, I used a kunai to cut the ropes. You all are rather slow. Aren't you? Sakura's voice echoed from a distance. We're coming. The few of us soon returned home. Upon arriving home, I exclaimed, Dad, why are you back so early today? And you're cooking? I was astonished to find him in the kitchen, a rare sight indeed. Today was a light day, so I returned early. I asked your mother to pick up something, and I decided to cook. How was your practical simulation? He inquired while slicing tomatoes. Oh, we did quite well, actually. We're ready to take on missions. Money. I couldn't help but envision the grandeur that would follow the successful completion of our tasks. You should temper your enthusiasm. Look at you, so eager for money. My father teased playfully. How can you say that? You know well that weapons and such are exorbitantly priced. Just thinking about the expenses to come makes my heart ache. As I spoke, I began counting on my fingers. All right. I understand. My father replied with a hint of exasperation. A sound of the door opening announced my mother's return. Oh, by the way, when I was coming back, I saw something rather impressive but forgot to buy it. I asked your mother to help me pick it up. Xiaoxiang, take a look. My father's unusually interested tone piqued my curiosity. I took what my mother handed over, and upon closer inspection, I exclaimed, "Is this shogi? This is the shogi?" I gasped. "Xiaoxiang, you've heard of it, haven't you?" My mother asked, taking the dishes from my father and placing them on the table. "I've only heard of it, though I don't quite understand how to play. But I'm sure Dad knows how." Indeed, at first glance, there exists a striking resemblance to the game of chess. First, I shall dine, and afterward, I will dedicate myself to a thorough study. If only Xiaoxiang had not finished speaking, I would have immediately interjected, "Ahem. Well, to be honest, I have been rather pressed for time lately. Let us discuss this further once I have completed my subsequent tasks. If I do not pause now, the days of learning to play chess will soon be upon me." Alas, at this moment, I lack the leisure, particularly as preparations for my journey to Misty Shadow Village are imminent. Although departure is not immediate, I find it essential to undertake daily tasks to amass funds for weaponry and equipment, as well as to devise more efficient detection methods, which must reach a conclusion sooner rather than later. After dinner, I plunged once more into my bedroom. Reflecting on my previous thoughts, I had initially considered dispersing chakra around my eyes to enhance their sensitivity. However, the practical results were rather disappointing. While the discernible distance was adequate, chakra consumption was rapid, and the detection direction primarily radiated in a fan-like manner from my line of sight, rendering efficacy in other directions exceedingly difficult. I had contemplated employing the principles of ultrasound, but my lack of expertise and insufficient chakra technique quickly led me to dismiss this approach. How, then, might I improve this? This conundrum troubled me greatly, especially considering I would soon face two formidable opponents, one capable of concealing their presence and another possessing a unique bloodline limit. If I cannot ascertain their precise locations, both my life and those of others could be in jeopardy. Struggling to find a solution, I turned my gaze to the window. As summer enveloped the evening, darkness gradually fell, and with the illumination of street lamps, mosquitoes began to swarm, revealing a few cobwebs adorning the light fixtures. Wait a moment, cobwebs? Coupled with the puppet manipulation of Jinkuro, a new idea sparked in my mind. Shortly thereafter, after accepting numerous tasks suitable for our current capabilities, Naruto grew weary of such mundane assignments. "Do not bring me such trivialities again. I seek more challenging missions," he exclaimed, recalling our recent endeavors of cat retrieval and weeding, which were, after all, the only tasks available to novices like us. Who among the adventurous youth would not be tempted by more advanced missions? Provide me with different tasks, Naruto insisted. I, however, remained indifferent, as we had performed adequately on this assignment. The thought of future endeavors even stirred a flicker of excitement within me, though I questioned the source of my enthusiasm. My abilities were still uncertain. I clenched my fist, suppressing the tremor of exhilaration. Regardless, I must proceed with caution. Seizing the moment, I secretly observed the third Hokage. To be candid, I had not formally met him in years, aside from our brief encounters during mission assignments following my promotion to Genin, and the occasional greetings exchanged when I was with Naruto. I truly remained unaware of his genuine thoughts. To remain indifferent towards a person who has absconded with half of one's family members is undeniably irrational. I can scarcely fathom the tempest that awaits. Moreover, the skepticism regarding the expert Danzo, who is yet to deploy the Umbu, astonishes me even further. Perhaps they have already mobilized, unbeknownst to me. With this thought in mind, I resolved that upon returning from the village of Mist, I must discuss a strategy with my parents. The other officials present acknowledged Naruto's disdain for trivial missions. Yet Iruka was the first to rise and explain, "You fools, you are mere novices. Everyone begins their journey by accumulating experience through simple tasks." However, Naruto was eager to contest, lamenting that previous assignments were utterly mundane. Before he could finish, Kakashi delivered a light slap to the back of Naruto's head, admonishing, "That's enough, you rascal." Observing this, the third Hokage imparted the true significance of the mission to Naruto, but it was evident that he was disinterested, turning his back and sitting cross-legged. "Hey, the third is still speaking. Pay attention." I crouched slightly, cupping my hands to my mouth to whisper a prompt. "Listen." Indeed, the third Hokage raised his voice, unable to contain himself. "My apologies," Kakashi said, scratching his head, slightly exasperated. "The old man always lectures me. I'm not a child anymore. I've matured." Naruto turned to face the group, narrowing his eyes defiantly, before sulking back towards the third. Yet he was correct. He had indeed grown. "Ah, in that case, I shall assign you a more challenging task," the third Hokage said with a reassuring smile. Your mission this time is to protect someone. What? Is it a lord, or perhaps a princess? Naruto's interest peaked immediately at the mention of this task. Don't rush. I will introduce you shortly, the third Hokage replied, glancing toward the door. Please, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, revealing a rather elderly man who staggered into the room, a bottle of sake in hand. He took a swig, the flush on his face indicating that he had no intention of stopping. Burping, he surveyed us. You little brats, are you really ninjas? Especially you, the shortest one. You look utterly foolish. At this remark, I instinctively moved closer to Naruto, prepared to intervene should he become incensed. Who are you referring to? Naruto, oblivious to the implication, stepped forward, and sure enough, it was indeed directed at him. Well, it's odd. Despite not consuming instant noodles daily, why hasn't he grown much taller? How infuriating. I'll kill you, Naruto shouted as he lunged forward, only to be restrained by Kakashi's grip on his clothing. I exhaled in relief. He is the person we are tasked with protecting, so you must not harm him, Naruto, I sighed, and Kakashi nodded in agreement. I am the renowned bridge builder, Tazuna, and I am the one you must safeguard. Dasna articulated his commission, allowing us to comprehend the essence of our forthcoming task. We had arranged to set off the following morning, and soon our group dispersed. Chapter 17. The Shift in Levels Habitually. I arrived half an hour early to the designated assembly time, inscribing my details in the logbook. Standing idly at the entrance of Konoha, I found myself with little to occupy my time, so I temporarily secured my forehead protector upon my brow. Choosing an appropriate place to wear it can be quite troublesome. If necessary, I could resort to binding it to my arm next time, but for now, I would make do. Subsequently, I manipulated my chakra, dispersing it delicately like a spider's web. After all, we had yet to officially depart from Konoha, so there was no immediate need to be overly concerned with my surroundings. Once I completed this, I began to observe the grand gate of Konoha. I seldom visited the village's entrance, as most of my previous missions had been confined within the village itself. Thus, this rare opportunity to venture beyond its borders was one I intended to cherish. However, it is important to note that the village serves as a protective barrier. Once one steps outside, the uncertainties of the world loom large. Gazing at the imposing gate, I succumbed to an old habit, instinctively scrutinizing the seemingly ancient structure. The character for shinobi carved upon it was rather exquisite, while the emblem of Konoha was intricately etched in the center, symbolizing all that it represented. As I contemplated the marks of time etched into the walls and the gate, I found myself yearning for a camera to capture this moment for posterity, for surely this place would undergo significant changes in the future. To be precise, the impending Chunin exams would likely alter its appearance. Regarding the security measures, I felt no apprehension. Perhaps my own lackluster abilities rendered me oblivious to their existence. Hey, what are you daydreaming about, Miko? A familiar voice resonated beside me, prompting me to turn and respond without a moment's hesitation. Upon appreciating the gate, I finally discerned the speaker, Kakashi. At that moment, I realized something was amiss. When had he arrived? I hadn't perceived his presence at all, and his early arrival seemed rather unusual. Was there a change in weather on the horizon? Wait, how is it you, Kakashi-sensei? You've come much too early. Haha. Look at your surprise. Am I not allowed to come early? Besides, we have a mission at hand, Kakashi remarked, ruffling his hair with a cheerful grin. But you, arriving so early. Oh, it's merely a habit, I quickly clarified. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a commendable habit, he replied, his eyes narrowing further. However, before they arrive, might we have a word? Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Please, go ahead. I knew we would need to converse, Kakashi began, but just then, Miko's attention darted in another direction, eliciting a light laugh. Huh, I am curious. Has your reconnaissance skill improved since the cat-catching mission? What? What reconnaissance skills? I retorted hastily. Oh dear, he has indeed known all along. Upon encountering Kakashi's demeanor, which exuded an air of omniscience, I found myself compelled to respond. Ahem. Please wait a moment. Indeed, the pressing matter at hand was whether we had company nearby. I hastily intensified my utilization of chakra. As expected, I sensed two faint chakra signatures on a tree less than 20 meters from the gate. It appeared they believed themselves momentarily concealed from detection. Hence they did not take great pains to obscure their presence. There are indeed two individuals, I murmured instinctively, lowering my voice despite the distance. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. But his expression swiftly shifted to one of seriousness as he furrowed his brow and continued, "We must interrogate that fellow named Dasna thoroughly during this mission." Understood. Before long, everyone gathered at the meeting point. "All right, let's go," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement, nearly bouncing off the ground, as he had never ventured beyond the village and was quite curious about the outside world. Is he truly capable? Dasna regarded Naruto with skepticism regarding the young boy's prowess. "Please do not doubt. You should believe that the genin of Konoha represent the pinnacle of combat strength. Moreover, he has ultimately fulfilled his dream, so do not underestimate him." Upon hearing this, I could only silently scoff to myself. After a bit of playful banter among the group, we finally set off without incident. "By the way, Mr. Dasna, your country is the land of waves, correct?" Kakashi unexpectedly inquired after we had walked a short distance. I sensed that Kakashi was hinting at something, so I glanced around. Yet I discerned no observable targets. It seemed we had yet to arrive at the correct location. However, those two individuals should be nearby. Unwilling to continue my reconnaissance to conserve chakra, I retracted my own chakra. "What's the matter?" Dasna asked, puzzled. Kakashi-sensei." Sakura began to question, prompting Kakashi to elaborate on the land of waves and the 5 great nations and their respective Kages. "Wow, the Hokage is truly impressive," Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, to which Kakashi simply nodded, though he cast a lingering glance at a tree by the roadside. "Surely this is a deception," Naruto mused, dismissing the 3rd Hokage's usual demeanor. "Hey, are you doubting the Hokage?" Kakashi's remark prompted Naruto and Sakura to quickly shake their heads, and I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Rest assured, an S-rank mission will definitely not involve confrontations among ninjas. Kakashi ruffled Sakura's hair with a smile. "Wait, what are you implying? Is that really true, Kakashi-sensei?" I blinked at him fervently, hoping he wouldn't speak insincerely. Regrettably, he did not meet my gaze, merely nodding nonchalantly. "Come on. It would be odd if everything went smoothly, right? This means we encounter ninjas from other countries." Sakura appeared reassured, but I noticed Dasna's expression shift upon hearing this, while Sasuke turned back to glance at us before resuming his forward march. Before long, I beheld a seemingly ordinary puddle of water in the center of the path. However, with the sun shining brightly, it was inconceivable that such a volume of water could remain unevaporated. "It seems those two are about to set off, are they not? Is it finally time?" Instinctively, I placed my hand in my pocket, immediately feeling the weight on my shoulder. It was Kakashi. He shook his head, saying nothing further. I inexplicably suppressed my anxiety and withdrew my hand. Surely, we would have time soon. Before long, we had traversed the puddle and reached a short distance away, where the two figures finally stirred. In the next moment, I sensed a fierce aura charging towards us, particularly aimed at Kakashi. Their weapons flew towards us, and without thinking, I positioned myself in front of Mr. Dasna, swiftly drawing a kunai from my bag. Instantly, I witnessed the chains from the opposite side successfully ensnaring Kakashi's substitute, swiftly dispatching it. Next, they turned their heads towards us, and everyone finally reacted. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted, and the two figures instantly teleported behind him, leaving him momentarily immobilized. I was about to intervene, but Sasuke was quicker. He leaped into the air, retrieving a kunai and shuriken from his pocket, using the chains to firmly bind one hand of each adversary. He deftly landed on the arm from which the chains had emerged, kicking both assailants to the ground. Impressive indeed, his combat prowess was commendable. However, this caused their chains to snap, and the two charged towards Dasna and Naruto. Though frightened, Sakura brandished a kunai and stood beside Dasna, prompting Sasuke to teleport to her side. But what of Naruto? I immediately began forming seals, but halfway through, a hand pressed down on me. Kakashi had returned. He signaled with his eyes, prompting me to cease my actions. However, this could not be his true form. I turned to see his real self ensnaring the two attackers, rendering them immobile. Phew, it appears we are safe now. Kakashi remains as composed as ever, seemingly unfazed. "Kakashi-sensei, you're alive," Sakura exclaimed, while Sasuke wore a look of resignation, as that man had stolen his spotlight. At that moment, everyone finally grasped that the earlier figure had merely been a wooden substitute. "Kakashi-sensei, was that the substitution technique?" Naruto inquired. "Apologies, Naruto. I didn't manage to come to your aid in time, and you got hurt." It wasn't intentional, I assure you. However, I didn't expect you to remain so still." Indeed, it was rare for Sasuke to reach such a level in his first real combat. Sakura performed admirably as well. while Naruto needed to continue improving. Nevertheless, everyone has their first time. On the battlefield, one must never lower their guard. In any case, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, as he spoke, cast a glance my way. Even you, Keika, performed quite well. I was at a loss for where to look, merely sheathing my weapon. After a moment's thought, I ran over to Naruto. Thankfully, the medicine I had procured earlier should prove useful, but the pressing matter was to tend to Naruto's wound. Naruto was evidently lost in thought, staring at Sasuke, oblivious to everything else. "You're not injured, are you?" he inquired, his voice faltering. "That is to say, Naruto-kun, their weapons might be poisoned. We need to extract the toxic blood swiftly." I forcefully interrupted Sasuke, offering a grim reminder. Naruto was on the verge of erupting, but, sensing Kakashi's gaze, he furrowed his brow and examined his wound instead. Kakashi then fixed a piercing look upon Dasna and spoke. "By the way, Mr. Dasna, I have a question for you." Thus, we once again delved into the true nature of our mission, regrettably realizing that it had escalated beyond our manageable capacity. Just as Kakashi was about to inquire further about Dasna's background, Sakura approached. "We need to cut open Naruto's wound to let out the poisoned blood, and he requires anesthesia. We must find a hospital, or else we might need to terminate the mission," she said, her brow furrowed with concern as she glanced at Naruto's injury. "Oh dear, that adds a heavy burden. We should return to the village first and help Naruto recover," Kakashi replied, shaking his head in disapproval. "I should have brought more supplies," I thought silently, my mind racing. But in the next moment, I heard the sharp sound of a kunai piercing flesh, choking off Kakashi's half-spoken sentence. Instinctively, I turned to Naruto, who had indeed used a kunai to cut open his wound. What a reckless fool. I merely stood there, slightly frowning. Before he could finish his words, why was everything so different? Why was I always lagging behind? Damn it. Naruto glared at his wound, as if he wanted to vent something, yet the moment of explosion had not yet arrived. "Naruto-kun, you're really something, but I don't know what to say," I lamented. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura finally reacted with a shout. "I swear by the pain in my left hand, I will protect the old man with this ninja dagger." He turned resolutely toward Dasna, declaring that the mission would continue. "Naruto, while it's commendable that you seize the moment to release the poisoned blood, if you bleed excessively, you might succumb to blood loss," Kakashi, now back to his serious demeanor, explained, narrowing his eyes to intimidate Naruto. "Therefore, if you don't treat that wound promptly, it will indeed become perilous." The air fell silent for 2 seconds. "No, that is not acceptable. I can't possibly die over something like this," Naruto exclaimed, shaking his hand in panic. "Oh, Naruto-kun, please don't move. I brought a medical kit," I declared, pulling out alcohol and bandages to begin my work. Kakashi approached to check Naruto's wound, cautioning, "It might sting a bit." "Ugh, please, Keika," Naruto whimpered. "All right." I wiped the blood from his wound with alcohol and then wrapped it with a bandage. Although it was on the verge of healing, I chose to bind it nonetheless. Seeing this, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of shock, but he quickly regained his composure. "Keika, please hold on a moment. Let the others go ahead, and we shall follow shortly." At that moment, I could only feel a stampede of countless wild horses racing through my heart. Chapter 18. The Unyielding Peachland Mizi. You are aware that Naruto's companion, Kakashi, did not finish his statement. However, I have comprehended his intent. Phew. Fortunately, it was not yet another round of heartfelt confessions. Otherwise, I would have found myself at a loss for words. Yet, how should I articulate Naruto's remarkable self-healing ability to Kakashi? What would be the best way to convey it? In the past, Naruto was rather mischievous, inevitably sustaining injuries, minor wounds, much like those he has now, healed swiftly, though he himself scarcely paid attention to it. I began to weave my narrative, but perhaps this was somewhat rooted in truth. Kakashi did not press further. After a moment of silence, he resumed, "I understand. Let us proceed. They should have distanced themselves by now." Yes, indeed. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, having temporarily navigated this situation. However, another thought crossed my mind, prompting me to exclaim, "Kakashi-sensei, if it is possible, might you indulge me in a wager?" Why now?" Kakashi looked at me in confusion, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor, but I was quick to seize the opportunity before he could elaborate further. "In any case, please hear me out. If we successfully accomplish this mission, consider it my victory in this wager. At that time, may I request a favor from you?" I hastily articulated my thoughts. Perhaps seeing the sincerity in my eyes, Kakashi nodded in acquiescence. Once our party finally boarded the vessel bound for the home of Dasna, he began to formally elucidate his rationale for misrepresenting the mission's difficulty. It is of no consequence. Should you choose to rescind the mission upon our arrival, I would undoubtedly meet my demise before returning home. Observing the varied expressions on our faces, he added, "What is there to dwell upon? Even if I were to perish, only my adorable 8-year-old daughter would mourn me endlessly." How outrageous. This is nothing short of blatant moral coercion. The incredulity among us deepened. And my daughter? She would harbor a lifelong resentment towards these Konoha ninjas, living out her days in solitude. Yet, one cannot deny the truth in his words. Witnessing the loss of a person in such a manner is indeed beyond our capacity to bear. "No, it is of no matter. This is not your fault," Dasna continued. As we exchanged glances, and Kakashi could not resist scratching his forehead protector. Alas, there is truly no other way. Ultimately, Kakashi sighed, deciding to honor this request. "We shall continue to protect you." "Oh, I am profoundly grateful." Dasna finally revealed a triumphant smile. The boatman conveyed us to the farthest point he could, and we disembarked together. Standing on the shore, I gazed ahead. The bridge that Dasna intended to construct loomed not far away, perpetually shrouded in mist, as if hinting at its elusive nature. I sighed and withdrew my gaze, following the others as we pressed onward. "You must ensure my safe return home," Dasna reiterated, casting a wary glance at the bridge. Yes, yes." We nodded vigorously, much like chicks pecking at grain, and Dasna appeared somewhat reassured, quickening his pace. As we traversed through the forest, Naruto and Sasuke led the way while Sakura and I remained close to Tazuna. Yet, the more I observed the surroundings, the more an inexplicable sense of unease gripped me, and my palms began to perspire. We were soon to encounter the first formidable adversary of our team, Zabuza. Instinctively, I summoned my chakra, releasing it, and edged closer to Tazuna, inquiring, "Kakashi-sensei, what shall we do if more foes appear? You mentioned that our previous encounter was merely at the CHNine level, but what if the next adversary is?" Cough, cough. "Sakura, one mustn't speak carelessly. Or else." Kakashi's words were abruptly interrupted by Naruto's exclamation, "Over there." He hurled a kunai in that direction. Startled, we approached to discover it was merely a white rabbit. However, Kakashi's demeanor grew more serious as he regarded the creature. I couldn't resist stealing another glance at Kakashi, then fell silent, focusing on circulating my chakra once more. That fiend, Zabuza, was perched upon the large tree before Kakashi. His arrival was indeed swift. After a moment of observation, I swiftly returned to my previous state, mindful of conserving chakra. A fierce battle loomed ahead. "Naruto, what have you done?" Sakura scolded as he approached the little rabbit and scooped it up. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." My heart raced at that moment. "Everyone down," Kakashi suddenly shouted. Before his words had fully registered, a massive blade descended from above, aimed directly at Tazuna. We all dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the attack. The fierce wind generated by the blade was chilling, sending a shiver down my spine. The sword embedded itself into the tree before us, and at that moment, he appeared. The man stood with his back to us, resting on the hilt of the sword, before swiftly turning his head in our direction. His forehead protector was slanted across the left side of his head, and pale bandages obscured half of his face, enhancing the aura of menace that surrounded him. A palpable killing intent emanated from his eyes, as if it might solidify upon reaching the ground. At this point, we all rose, gazing at the man. Kakashi stepped forward quietly, and I instinctively moved closer to Tazuna. "Isn't that Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village?" Kakashi remarked. Without a second thought, Naruto prepared to charge forward, only to be swiftly restrained by Kakashi. "You lot, step back immediately." Kakashi's tone revealed an unusual urgency. "Why?" protested Naruto. "This guy is on an entirely different level than the last one." Indeed, this was a mean-level opponent. The thought tightened my chest once more. I had to remain composed. "If our opponent is this man," Kakashi continued, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his left eye, bracing himself for what might be a challenging confrontation ahead. It appears you are indeed the famed Kakashi of the Sharingan." Zabuza widened his eyes slightly, then let out a soft chuckle. Seizing the moment of astonishment among the group, I glanced at Sasuke, who was undoubtedly taken aback, but there was no time for explanations. "My apologies, but please, hand over the old man to me," Zabuza stated coldly. "You lot, form a protective formation around Mr. Tazuna. Refrain from joining this battle. This is the essence of teamwork at this moment." Do you understand? Kakashi was poised to raise his left hand and address us. Then he lifted his gaze, allowing his left eye to fully reveal itself, locking eyes with Zabuza. As for you and me, the Sharingan? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, prompting an explanation about the Sharingan to unfold. You are quite leisurely, aren't you? However, during this interval, I discreetly began to form hand seals. As I dared not perform them openly with both hands, it would be too conspicuous. Moreover, my one-handed seals took longer, so I resorted to this method. Although it slowed me down considerably, I was still able to achieve success. Soon, I noticed the surrounding mist thickening, Zabuza's figure gradually becoming indistinct. Yet this also indicated a higher concentration of water vapor, providing me with an opportunity to better execute my jutsu. I contemplated using this water to encircle Tazuna in a layer I could control, thereby observing where Zabuza would appear next. Let us set aside idle chatter for now. I must swiftly eliminate that old man. He crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on Mr. Tazuna. The other three surrounded Tazuna, forming a protective square. Zabuza paused, glancing at the poised Kakashi, and remarked, "However, Kakashi, it seems I must first deal with you." No sooner had he spoken than he drew his large sword, which rested upon the water, an endeavor they had yet to master. Zabuza performed hand seals and vanished into the thickening mist, which only grew denser, rendering even Kakashi's form increasingly indistinct. "Sensei," Sakura called out. "Indeed, the land of waves is surrounded by the sea, making fog quite prevalent," Tazuna explained. "In any case, do not let your guard down," Kakashi cautioned. I could not help but grip the kunai tightly in my hand. After a brief silence, Zabuza's voice resonated from an unknown location, shattering the stillness. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So, which vital point shall I choose?" In an instant, a murderous intent surged from all directions, rendering my body immobile, my mind and body engulfed in an icy chill. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately tapped into his chakra, causing the two forces of lethal intent to collide. So this is the murderous aura of a Jonin? No, I must not allow any room for carelessness. That fellow could strike at any moment, yet remaining passive was simply not an option. I had to take action. As I contemplated whether to draw blood with the kunai in my hand, Kakashi's voice reached me from the front. "Rest assured, Sasuke, I shall protect you with my very life. I will never allow my comrades to fall." Kakashi's voice resonated once more, imbued with an inexplicable strength that momentarily calmed my racing heart. Yet, could I truly protect them with such fervor? I stirred my hand slightly, having toiled for a considerable time before managing to move it at all. Could it truly be so? No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than Zabuza materialized before Dazna. At that instant, I sensed the chakra fluctuations I had previously directed toward Dazna. Without hesitation, I decided to withdraw my chakra, deeming it unnecessary for the time being. "This ends now," Zabuza declared, and at that moment, Kakashi activated his Sharingan, teleporting towards us. The force of their clash sent us scattering in all directions. Kakashi, in a masterful display, successfully eliminated Zabuza's water clone. "Sensei, behind you," Naruto shouted. "Prepare to meet your demise." Zabuza's chilling voice cut through the air as he swung his blade without a hint of hesitation. Yet, to his surprise, that Kakashi was merely another water clone. Momentarily taken aback, Zabuza found himself bereft of a moment's respite as Kakashi's figure swiftly appeared behind him. "Do not move." Kakashi's tone had turned equally frigid. Chapter 19. The first true battle remarkable, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, while Sakura's expression shifted from sheer terror to one of cautious hope. "Is it over?" "No, it cannot be this simple." Zabuza scoffed. "You truly do not comprehend. Such tricks will never defeat me. Nevertheless, I must admit, you possess some skill. Alas, I am not so easily vanquished." With that, Zabuza's true form emerged behind Kakashi, and as he spoke, his massive blade swung towards Kakashi. Kakashi deftly evaded, but Zabuza retaliated with a swift kick that sent him crashing into the water. As the tension between the two formidable opponents dissipated, I felt I could move once more. However, the situation had grown increasingly precarious. If I were to unleash ninjutsu now, I was uncertain if I could thwart Zabuza. Moreover, should I provoke him further, the consequences could be dire. I resolved to bide my time for a more opportune moment. Now was the time. Zabuza withdrew his great sword from the ground and charged toward Kakashi, who was submerged in the water. Upon noticing the iron spikes on the ground, Zabuza smirked disdainfully. How utterly dull. Then, with a graceful leap, he plunged into the water. Sensei, Naruto called out. His taijutsu should not be underestimated, I thought, as I observed Sasuke's troubled expression. Moments later, Kakashi emerged from the depths. But the water, could it be? Fool, that is the water prison technique, Zabuza exclaimed, swiftly employing his jutsu to ensnare Kakashi within the watery confines. Got you. Regrettably, this is a specially crafted cage, and you shall not escape. After all, if you could move, I would not be able to proceed with my plans. Therefore, you shall remain here while I settle matters with those others, he said, turning his attention toward us. I shall deal with you shortly. Water clone technique. With a single hand, he formed a seal, summoning a water clone. There was no doubt that even if it were merely a clone, we would be utterly defenseless. Did he think that donning his headband with pride made him a true ninja? He began to speak to himself again, effortlessly dealing with Sasuke and Naruto. Witnessing this, I could not help but ponder. Perhaps, if we coordinated with Naruto, we could expedite the defeat of this individual, and who knows, we might even inflict some damage. Hey, I say we need to find a way to trap that guy's clone. I gripped my kunai tightly, pain radiating throughout my body, allowing me to temporarily disregard the murderous intent that resurfaced from him. Kyukayu? Naruto glanced at my bleeding hand. I'm fine. Right now, we must focus on how to resolve this situation. I believe if we find a way to ensnare his clone, directly attacking his main body S-arm could yield results. I'll take responsibility for restraining his main body to prevent him from moving erratically. They are likely well acquainted with our strategies, but we have our own methods. If we can create a few unexpected circumstances, we should achieve varying effects. I hastily proposed. In that case, I have an idea. Naruto's mind began to churn with possibilities. All right, it's worth a try, Sasuke nodded in agreement. Zabuza, however, paid no heed to our discussion, dismissing our struggles with a casual flick of his long sword as he awaited our deliberations. Yet, this was advantageous. He would undoubtedly lose this battle because of it. What are you all doing standing there? Hurry and escape. Kakashi urged us anxiously, declaring that the outcome had already been determined the moment I became ensnared. Listen, our mission is to protect Mr. Tazuna. Have you all forgotten? Naruto exclaimed, glancing at Tazuna. At this point, I shall no longer utter cowardly words. I apologize to you all. Please, make it quick. That is the situation, Sasuke said with a smile, lifting his head. Are you prepared for what is to come? Naruto continued. I remained silent, my gaze fixed intently on Zabuza and his water clone, ready to commence my seals at any moment. Ha ha ha. Zabuza chuckled, his whole body shaking. How foolish. How long do you intend to continue this game of ninjas? When I was your age, he began recounting his tale again. A common trope among villainous characters. Due to our earlier discussion, I stealthily shifted to stand between Naruto and Sasuke, then decisively whispered, Please help me cover for a moment to ensure success. The two nodded and moved slightly closer. I began forming hand seals, prepared to unleash my technique. Fearing immediate detection, I proceeded cautiously. However, he did not direct his gaze towards us. Just as I was nearing completion, he remarked how amusing it was. And a gust of wind swept towards me. Instinctively, I reached to grasp the clothing of my companions, attempting to pull them back, but alas. Sasuke was struck and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Naruto quickly executed the shadow clone technique, surrounding the water clone before launching an attack. But he was swiftly sent flying. Indeed, is it futile? Tazuna frowned. As Naruto fell to the ground, he hurled the oversized shuriken concealed in his pack. Sasuke immediately grasped Naruto's intentions and began to assemble it. A shuriken? How unfortunate. This is of no use to me. Whether it is useful or not remains to be seen. I could not help but interject. Subsequently, Sasuke leaped into the air, launching the shuriken towards the water clone. Yet, just as it neared the clone, it veered sharply, hurtling directly toward the original. Excellent. Now all his attention is on that shuriken, which means this attack is aimed at the real body. However, how Navi? As he spoke, he deftly caught the incoming shuriken. But the concealed shadow shuriken slipped from his hand, curving back toward him. Regrettably, still too Navi, he quickly contemplated jumping to evade, signaling that it was time to counterattack. Water release, activate. I silently shouted, just as he prepared to leap. Due to the terrain, for streams of water, each the thickness of chopsticks, surged rapidly from the pool, forcefully applying downward pressure on his feet and arms. Water release? Too weak. I sensed his formidable strength was about to disperse my streams, but the shuriken was relentless, already at Zabuza's side. Hold on a little longer. I gritted my teeth, continuing to maintain the ninjutsu. Yet, alas, he managed to narrowly evade the shuriken with a rather cunning maneuver. Truly, a seasoned jonin. Thus, my water release came to an end. However, where the water flowed, a slight breeze accompanied it, causing a corner of Zabuza's clothing to tear, drifting towards my direction. Without a second thought, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, I swiftly employed water release once more to pull that piece of fabric into my hands, promptly stowing it away in my pocket. Meanwhile, the shuriken that had soared away transformed with a thud back into Naruto, who then launched a kunai directly at Zabuza, leaving a gash upon his face. Well done. I finally dared to catch my breath, as I had expended a considerable amount of chakra. I withdrew to join Sasuke and Sakura, replenishing my chakra while observing the unfolding situation. This evidently incensed Zabuza, who glared fiercely at Naruto, as if he intended to devour him. You little brat. He turned toward Naruto, preparing to throw a shuriken, but Kakashi-sensei intervened. Kakashi swiftly positioned himself before Zabuza, blocking the oncoming shuriken, yet no blood was shed. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. Well done, you all, he praised. Hee. I didn't expect it to actually work, Naruto chuckled, clearly pleased with the success. Humph, merely a stroke of luck, Sasuke scoffed. Just luck? Tazuna appeared somewhat incredulous. Regardless of whether it was luck or not, the outcome is what matters. Humph, I never anticipated the water prison technique would be dispelled, Zabuza remarked disdainfully. No. It was broken, wasn't it? Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at Zabuza, stating firmly, I have warned you. The same technique will not work against me a second time. So, what shall we do? The atmosphere grew tense as the two formidable figures faced each other, uncertain of what would transpire. Suddenly, they both leaped back, creating distance between them, and began to perform the same ninjutsu. We dared not intervene, instead focusing on protecting Tazuna. After a fierce exchange, it was evident that Kakashi held the upper hand. However, I sensed the presence of others approaching from the trees nearby. It must be Haku. In our current state, we would undoubtedly be no match for him at full strength. It would be wise to refrain from any rash actions. You cannot win against me. The two combatants shouted in unison. No matter how formidable one might be, it seemed unlikely they could prevail under such a combination of raw power and psychological pressure. Seizing the moment while Zabuza was momentarily distracted, Kakashi unleashed a water technique, engulfing Zabuza and propelling him forcefully away until the torrent finally ceased. At that instant, I felt Haku make his move towards Zabuza. Suddenly, several shuriken flew through the air, striking Zabuza with precision, pinning him against the tree that had just been drenched. It's over, Kakashi declared. Ah, can you see the future? Zabuza retorted unexpectedly. Oh, I can indeed. You shall die, Kakashi replied, raising his shuriken, poised to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, two needles whizzed in from the side, striking Zabuza's neck, leaving everyone in shock. Haku had arrived with an effortless grace, followed by an explanation and a smooth departure. Now, our immediate priority is to escort Mr. Tazuna home, Kakashi said, gazing silently at the spot where the two had vanished before breaking the silence. Ah, I truly apologize, everyone. Well then, let us head to my home and relax. Chapter 20. A temporary ceasefire at last. We could enjoy a brief respite. The next battle would come swiftly. All right, everyone. Let us gather our spirits and set off. Just as we prepared to depart, Kakashi suddenly collapsed. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? I exclaimed. Kakashi-sensei. We shouted, rushing to his side. I examined him closely, concluding, he is merely unconscious. Perhaps he overexerted himself with chakra or the strain of the Sharingan. Sasuke added. In any case, we should carry him back to my home, Tazuna suggested. Thus, we quickly made our way to Tazuna's residence. By evening, we arrived at Kakashi's room, where he finally regained consciousness. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're awake, Naruto exclaimed. Honestly, what were you thinking? While the Sharingan is indeed powerful, it takes a toll on your body. You need to consider that, Sakura said, sitting beside Kakashi, and I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a burden, he admitted. Surely, others share this experience. Ultimately, mastery of any power comes with a corresponding price. Yes, I understand, Kakashi sincerely apologized. By the way, having defeated such a formidable opponent, we can take a moment to rest, can't we? Dasna arrived in the room shortly after we did. Cough, cough. I do not wish to dampen your enthusiasm, but I find that masked recycler rather suspicious. Perhaps he merely employed some sort of needle to induce a false death in the notorious figure. And they may indeed be in cahoots. I pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal a fragment of the truth. Following this, a profound silence enveloped the room for several seconds. Yet, on a different note, who exactly is that masked child? Sakura pondered, resting her chin on her hand. It was then that Kakashi, a member of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist, began to elucidate the matter. Therefore, I implore you not to disregard my words so casually. I placed my hand on my forehead, indicating that I had said nothing, and continued to focus on the lesson. Observing Kakashi's condition, it seemed he would be unable to move properly for at least a week. However, it was fortunate that the circumstances over there also required some recuperation, granting us a moment of respite. Just as Kakashi was speaking, he suddenly covered his eyes, seemingly reflecting on that moment and realizing something was amiss. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired. No, it's nothing. Let us continue our previous discussion. However, upon hearing Miko's words about the boy who had slain Zabuza, Sasuke reflected briefly before promptly resuming, then. It seems that indeed, the foe has not perished. TSK, one should have delivered the final blow at the last moment. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly. However, did not the teacher already ascertain that the individual had succumbed? Sakura found it rather improbable. Indeed, it had been confirmed. Yet it seemed that it was merely a state of suspended animation. Kakashi was now thoroughly convinced that this was the truth. The flying needle was a weapon of exceedingly low lethality, typically employed for acupuncture and similar purposes. Those pursuing ninjas, possessing a profound understanding of human anatomy, must have devised a means to keep Zabuza in this state of apparent death. It appears you were correct, Xiaoxiang. Why does Kakashi always emphasize my name in such a peculiar tone? It is rather perplexing. I would rather I had been mistaken. After a strained smile, I continued, however, even if he is not completely vanquished, he must certainly be gravely wounded. Thus he is unlikely to return swiftly. Nonetheless, just to be on the safe side, you lot must remain thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing these words, Naruto trembled with excitement, his entire being quaking in exhilaration. So, what shall we do? After all, Kakashi-sensei, you are momentarily incapacitated. Naruto hurriedly inquired. Then you should take this opportunity to train diligently. What? However, no matter how much we cultivate our skills, there must be limits, right? Sakura expressed her disbelief, for the opponent is someone even Kakashi, with his Sharingan, finds difficult to contend with. Sakura, though such words are spoken, let us not forget who successfully accomplished the rescue mission at that time. You are all growing rapidly, brimming with infinite possibilities, especially you, Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, and I too patted the elated Naruto on the shoulder in agreement. He has indeed made significant progress compared to the beginning. You truly understand, Kakashi-sensei. This makes things all the more interesting. Not in the least. A voice emanated from the entrance. It was Inari, the granddaughter of Dazuna. This was indeed a side quest for Naruto, and he would take it upon himself to resolve it. Once everyone had settled, they departed from Kakashi's room, allowing him to rest in peace. With discussions of training to resume on the morrow, Yamato, please wait a moment. Kakashi suddenly called out just as I was about to exit the room. A second bloom. Is it? May I inquire what brings you to seek my presence once more, Teacher Kakashi? I hesitantly confess, yet it seems amiss. I possess nothing truly fearsome. So why should I feel this trepidation? I soon regained my composure and listened intently as Kakashi spoke. You can climb trees, can't you? To my surprise, Kakashi's words swiftly delved straight into the subject at hand. I possess the ability to ascend trees, or rather, the technique I utilize. No, that's not quite right. The more I articulate, the more muddled I become. It is, in fact, the method of using chakra to scale trees. Akin to the last time we engaged in the endeavor of snatching the bell. He patiently elucidated. Snatching the bell. I glanced to the side, meticulously recalling the circumstances of that moment. It indeed seemed to hold some truth. At that time, I was overwhelmed with panic and seemingly applied my chakra to the tree trunk in a reflexive manner. So he had known all along. Certainly. I understand now that you wish for me to oversee their practice. I nodded in affirmation, indicating my capability. However, when it comes to teaching, I must indeed trouble you, for that is an area in which I truly lack expertise. Very well, I shall impart the principles to them, and you can assist in facilitating their swift learning. Yes, yes, that sounds perfectly agreeable. Indeed, is it not your wind? Kakashi gazed deeply into my eyes and uttered those words. What could this mean? My water release. What is wrong with it? Will I be unable to utilize it in the future? I hastily inquired, for if it were truly unusable, it would pose a significant dilemma. No, it's nothing. Let us discuss it tomorrow. You should return and rest. Kakashi seemed unwilling to continue the conversation, and I had no choice but to relent, as long as it remained operational. Take good care of yourself, dear teacher. If there is anything else, we can address it tomorrow. Of course, should you require assistance. Do not hesitate to ask. Farewell. Just as I was about to retreat to my chamber, he called out to me once more. As for the water release technique, I shall teach you several more tomorrow. Is that so? Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I swiftly bowed and returned to my room. Once inside, I proceeded with my training as usual. I created a shadow clone, which stealthily ventured out for the daily routine of weighted running, while my original self remained in the room, attempting to absorb external energy. I anticipated that tonight would yield some fruitful results. Having completed today's battle, it was crucial for me to engage in a process of digestion and absorption. The confrontations among the elite shinobi, along with the quick thinking of the duo, and Sakura's successful protection of Dazuna were all commendable efforts. Moreover, the thought of the impending second battle in just a few days weighed heavily on my mind. Additionally, I pondered whether there was a possibility to avert this confrontation. However, as night deepened, I decided to defer this contemplation until tomorrow. Chapter 21. The possibility of an alternative path sitting cross-legged on my bed. I initiated a new wave of analysis. Let us first discuss the benefits I garnered from the plan to absorb external chakra. I must admit that ever since I embarked on this endeavor, I have seldom enjoyed prolonged slumber at night. The continuous practice has invigorated me to such an extent that even in the absence of restful sleep, I feel remarkably alert. In summary, the convenience of requiring minimal sleep is truly delightful. Then, another matter regarding chakra. As I had anticipated, my chakra has finally transcended the long-standing plateau of stagnation. Compared to before, I have approximately 1.5 times more chakra now, a speed of growth that I could scarcely have imagined in the past. Kakashi was right. Only through actual combat can one better facilitate the development of personal abilities. I silently added to my thoughts that I should seek opportunities to spar with others. The following morning, I resolved to commence my training. Although Kakashi was somewhat incapacitated, he still rose early to conduct our training sessions. It was truly heartwarming. Even though this was likely just a shadow clone, as his true self should rest, it did not diminish the enthusiasm of the three of us. However, Kakashi's condition prompted me to consider whether I should seek opportunities to learn about mental energy recovery upon my return. I wonder if I will have the time. I can only hope that my memory serves me well enough to recall it. Perhaps psychological counseling could be a viable solution. That is incorrect. It seems that illusion techniques ought to be classified as magical assaults. Nevertheless, let us await further developments. Prior to delving into that, I shall reiterate the fundamental aspects of a ninja's abilities and chakra. My thoughts returned to the present, and I realized, almost absent-mindedly, that Kakashi had already entered into explanation mode. Why must we discuss this now? Sasuke expressed his awareness of this. Thus he was disinclined to listen. Naruto interjected eagerly, proclaiming, I know this. I know. It's Chidori, isn't it? It pertains to chakra. I truly cannot comprehend what this individual has managed to learn. Kakashi, somewhat disheartened, lowered his gaze and gestured towards Sakura. Come here, Sakura. Consequently, Sakura swiftly elucidated the matter to Naruto. Naruto remarked, as long as I can internalize it physically, that suffices, right? As he articulated, Sasuke surprisingly concurred with Naruto's perspective. Now, the few of us are indeed capable of wielding techniques. No, the rest of you are yet unable to adeptly manipulate chakra, with one exception. In any case, this is also one of the objectives of today's training, to better harmonize the forces of mind and body, thereby enabling you to utilize chakra more effectively, enhancing the efficacy of your techniques, and preventing unnecessary expenditure, thus averting the detriments of being unable to engage in prolonged combat. Kakashi hastily clarified. What then shall we do? Naruto inquired in confusion. Naturally, one must embody the sensation of balance. This necessitates climbing a tree. Climbing a tree? At this moment, everyone was wide-eyed, except for Kakashi, who merely cast a smile in my direction. Well, it was time for our utility player to take the stage. Allow me to demonstrate for you all. Simply focus your chakra at the soles of your feet, enabling them to adhere to the trunk of the tree. With that, I formed a hand seal, channeling chakra into my feet. Once I completed the technique, I lowered my hands and walked straight toward a nearby tree, gradually ascending until I reached a branch, where I hung upside down, observing the few individuals below. Indeed, that is how it is done, I added as a final note. Indeed, as long as one can adeptly wield chakra, it is entirely achievable, Kakashi continued to elaborate. This training is designed to ensure that you utilize the chakra you have cultivated solely in essential areas and in requisite amounts. To be candid, this is quite challenging even for seasoned ninjas. After all, the precise application of chakra while climbing a tree is rather intricate. Moreover, it is said that the soles of the feet are the most challenging areas for chakra concentration. Oh, is that truly possible? Naruto exclaimed. When did that little one, Shuka, acquire such skills? How impressive, Shuka! Sakura continued to widen her mouth in astonishment, realizing that someone was referring to her. Shortly thereafter, I felt Sasuke's gaze upon me. Well, as I uttered these words, I swiftly leaped down and landed gracefully on the ground. Perhaps it would be best to postpone this discussion for later. Our immediate priority is to engage in practice. Miko was indeed correct. Kakashi retrieved 3 shuriken and tossed them to the remaining 3 individuals. Let us commence now. Etch your mark at the highest point you can ascend with the shuriken, and strive to reach even greater heights next time. Admittedly, the beginning may not be entirely smooth, so you may start by utilizing a running approach to acclimate yourselves. Do you comprehend? With that, he stood aside to observe the progress of the 3 individuals. After watching for a while, he dispelled his clone. Noticing that there was nothing for me to do, I discreetly summoned a clone and slipped away, choosing a nearby tree to ascend. Perched upon a branch, I gazed down at the scene of the 3 engaged in their training, lost in thought. Is there truly no better method to be found? The most pressing issue lies with Cardo. If there were a way to resolve this dilemma, I am reminded of the original narrative. The tragic conclusion that lingers in my mind, refusing to fade away. What then? A figure suddenly appeared and stood steadily beside me. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Kakashi. Yamato, what are you doing sitting here instead of practicing? Surely, you aren't trying to be lazy? Alas, I have been caught slacking off once again. Could it be that Kakashi possesses some sort of radar for detecting idleness? Ahem, not at all. Rather, shouldn't you, Kakashi-sensei, be resting comfortably in your room? What brings you here instead? I endeavored to mask my embarrassment at being caught slacking off by posing this awkward question. Why not continue our previous conversation? I remained silent, merely gazing at the mist beneath my feet, feigning ignorance to his words. I remarked, just because one person cannot conceive a solution does not imply that others are equally bereft of ideas. Occasionally, it is permissible to lean on others for support, you know. Kakashi also took a seat, setting his cane aside. I understand now, I continued. Indeed, having an additional mind to assist in contemplation is not a negative thing. Teacher Kakashi, do you think there might be a more effective method to accomplish this task? Why do you inquire? Is it that you are so eager to secure a victory, Miko? His expression clearly reflected a sense of astonishment. No, this matter is unrelated to any wager. This mission is solely dedicated to assisting Mr. Dazna in repairing the bridge, which serves as the sole hope for the Hidden Mist Village to engage in communication and collaboration with the outside world. Characters like Kato, driven by self-interest, naturally desire for the Village of Mist to remain in its current state. In order to better exploit the village's worth and maintain his monopoly over maritime traffic and transportation, he would undoubtedly resort to hiring assassins, employing any means necessary to eliminate the bridge builder, Dazna. Moreover, any potential bridge constructors would face similar threats, such as the Chunin who first attacked us, or Zabuza and that masked man, who were also sent to harm Dazna due to Kato's employment. However, analyzing Kato's miserly nature, it is clear that he would consume all resources without hesitation. After all, why would he spend money to hire these rogue ninjas? He merely needs to wait for them to turn against one another, allowing him to profit effortlessly. Concerning Mr. Zabuza, you mentioned he is a rogue ninja from the Village of Mist, thus he is pursued relentlessly. It is evident that he fled to the Land of Waves to evade his pursuers, begrudgingly submitting to Kato's command to avoid alarming those who seek to hunt him down, indicating that Mr. Dazna is not his target at all. Therefore, might we collaborate with Zabuza to deal with Kato? Ultimately, I expressed my thoughts aloud. Kakashi had remained silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of my discourse. After a prolonged pause, I queried, Am I mistaken in my thinking, Kakashi-sensei? Truthfully, I selfishly believe that those two gentlemen had reasons to continue their existence. So, you have always thought this way, Kakashi chuckled softly, acknowledging my naivete. Nevertheless, I am pleased you voiced your thoughts. In any case, you are not wrong. Truly. He paused before continuing. Not wrong. Really not wrong. I felt my eyes welling with emotion and hastily blinked to suppress it. Yet, while it is a reasonable notion, the actual implementation would likely prove quite challenging, if not exceedingly difficult. Kakashi habitually stroked his chin, his tone reflecting a hint of resignation as he began to discuss the classic scenario. I nodded in agreement. Furthermore, if we cannot follow the original storyline, how would Naruto and Sasuke complete their trials? This uncertainty had left me troubled, and I lowered my head in melancholy. Alas, it seems impossible, doesn't it? Perhaps I should wait until I have regained my strength before pursuing this further. In the meantime, focus on your training. After all, even if we intend to proceed with this plan, substantial resources will be required. Kakashi prepared to form hand seals. Oh, I almost forgot your water release technique. I will write it down for you immediately. You can begin practicing. Also, don't forget to check on the training status of those three. Oh, right. I suddenly recalled that piece of cloth and quickly retrieved it. Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. I found this the other day. It's a piece of Zabuza-esque clothing. I'll give it to you, just in case it might be useful. He glanced at the cloth, nodded, and after conveying his instructions, he dispelled his clone and departed. Perhaps, I truly can gaze at the place where Kakashi vanished, my fists clenched in quiet resolve. Chapter 22. The three of us through the days of rigorous training and the exemplary leadership exhibited by Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke have cultivated a commendable spirit of competition. Over the course of just a couple of days, both have exhibited remarkable progress, prompting me to offer them continuous praise. As for myself, adhering to Kakashi's guidance during their training, I have consistently chosen to utilize the shadow clone technique to learn the ninjutsu that Kakashi has imparted. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I found myself contemplating the study of Jinjutsu. What prompted you to consider learning that? Kakashi scratched his head in confusion. He mused that perhaps one day it might prove to be useful, maybe? Though I am uncertain whether the art of illusion will prove effective, it is always beneficial to learn. Thus, I have begun to practice some fundamental illusions, and fortunately, the results have been satisfactory. As for my true self, I remain close to the male protagonist and observe their actions, particularly that of Naruto. Do not inquire why, for he is on the verge of encountering a pivotal figure. Sigh. This may present a splendid opportunity for collaboration. As the night deepens, I prepare to seek out Naruto. He has been training alone throughout the night. Standing atop the roof of the Dasna residence, I tuck my forehead protector into my pocket, contemplating my intentions and readying myself for departure. Surely, you do not intend to emulate that fellow, planning to train so early and not return until nightfall? At this moment, I sensed the presence of another individual not far behind me. Turning around, I discovered it was Sasuke, approaching from a short distance away. He appeared momentarily taken aback upon noticing me, but quickly regained his composure and murmured something under his breath. I faintly caught the term scouting technique. How could he not involve me? Sasuke continued. Ah, you're up too. Let us go? With that, I leaped down and dashed towards the location of Naruto, with Sasuke swiftly following suit. As we neared, I became aware of yet another presence. It was Haku. Sasuke-kun. I suddenly halted in my tracks. What is it? Beside Naruto, it seems there is another person. Who could it be? He blinked in astonishment, awaiting my further words. To be frank, I sensed that his chakra resembled that of the young man who accompanied Zabuza on that fateful day. I began to open my eyes and speak without restraint. For discerning an individual's identity solely through their chakra is not a skill within my repertoire. It is indeed rather unusual. Could it be that Naruto is the one in question? Indeed, Sasuke, after a moment of keen observation, appeared to have discerned the true identity of Haku. It seemed that he bore no ill intentions at present. They appeared to be engaged in conversation. Shall we approach and witness their exchange? If necessary, we may further probe into the matter. I proposed. Sasuke nodded in agreement, and thus we made our way towards Naruto and Haku. No, what brings you here? Surely you are not moved by the tireless efforts of me, Naruto Uzumaki, and have come to join my training endeavors? Naruto heard a commotion and turned to see the two of us approaching. I was evidently startled as well, yet he showed no intention of departing immediately. Have they already begun conversing? Or perhaps we have already conversed sufficiently. Ah, you are indeed correct. We were contemplating the idea of training alongside you. However, who might this individual be? I inquired with curiosity. This elder sister has come here early in the morning to gather medicinal herbs. Naruto Uzumaki, the paragon of virtue, endeavored to assist her in her noble quest. He waved the herbs in his hand and gently placed them into Bai's basket. This task seemed rather arduous. I continued speaking, casting a glance at Sasuke, who appeared to comprehend my implication that these were intended for Zabuza. Nevertheless, we refrained from launching a direct assault. Instead, we opted to join the duo in their herbal gathering expedition. Oh, by the way, Naruto interjected with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Could you please reiterate the question you posed earlier? I seem to have forgotten it. I paused momentarily, then, with a smile, echoed her previous inquiry. All right, tell me. Are you all, striving to become stronger for someone else, or perhaps for yourselves? After Bai finished speaking, he cast a glance at Naruto, then looked at me and Sasuke, who had just joined the discussion. Naruto evidently did not grasp the meaning of this statement, while Sasuke, without casting a glance in this direction, silently gathered herbs on his side. Unfortunately, it was clear that his thoughts were somewhat disordered, as I noticed he nearly misidentified the herbs. Is this a problem? I did not hesitate much. May I also provide an answer? I nodded slightly, unable to resist. I found my gaze drawn to the herbs scattered across the ground. I emulated their actions, plucking a few and placing them into Bai's basket. Perhaps for those who hold the utmost significance in my life. After all, I find myself to be rather feeble at present. I yearn to grow stronger, to cultivate a power that would enable me to protect those dear to me. I wish to fortify myself against the sorrow that unforeseen circumstances may bring. For to lament in hindsight would be far too late. As I pondered the events that lay ahead, my emotions surged, compelling me to remain silent. The other three merely observed me in quiet contemplation until finally, it was Bai who broke the silence. Indeed, it is in our quest to safeguard what we hold dear that we truly discover our strength. Sasuke remained taciturn, lost in his own thoughts. I concurred with his sentiment, nodding in agreement. Yes, I am well aware of that. Naruto chimed in with a smile. Undoubtedly, Naruto has embodied this principle, and I hold great admiration for him. Thus, as Bai prepared to take his leave, I invoked a Jinjutsu. Whatever the outcome, I felt compelled to take action. I had to take a gamble. In the next moment, Bai was momentarily stunned. However, he swiftly dispelled the illusion in his own manner and lunged at me with a ferocious attack. What have you shown me? Bai shouted out uncontrollably, and I sensed the formation of solid matter alongside the rise of gas, which must have been ice. No. Who would unleash such a formidable move right from the start? How can one possibly engage in play like this? How should I explain this? While I swiftly drew my shuriken to fend off his assault, my mind raced with frantic thoughts of how to articulate my explanation. The other two remained in a state of confusion, frozen in place. The elder sister, Naruto, gazed at us in shock, while Sasuke inquired, "What did you just do? Was that an illusion?" I merely presented to him the most dire outcome that awaited them, and before I could finish my explanation, he began to form hand seals. Wait, is this truly leading to a confrontation? Now is not the time for explanations. Sasuke leaped beside me, although I am unaware of what transpired. Let us first help the elder sister to compose herself. Naruto has also arrived. Weren't you out of stamina? Why have you come here? Naruto, that fellow, must have trained for an extensive duration last night. I fear he may not be able to contend with the current state of Shiro. I shall not allow you to overshadow me, especially you, Sasuke. TCH, you two should cease your chatter and remain vigilant. He is about to strike. I observed the white figure before me begin to form hand seals with a single hand, while the ice blocks behind it multiplied. Yet, I recalled that this technique required the use of both hands for proper execution. Surely, it should be impossible to perform it with just one hand, should it not? Could it be that an accident occurred due to his overwhelming rage? Hurry, both of you, disperse quickly to either side. I shouted loudly, and although the two individuals did not fully comprehend, they nonetheless retreated to either side. It was already too late. Magic mirror, ice crystal, exclaimed Bai. As soon as the words left my lips, a layer of ice crystals enveloped us, resembling a multitude of mirrors. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, as Bai had already stepped into one of the mirrors. Sasuke instinctively pursued, but was a moment too late. This appears to be ice. It seems to be the result of a bloodline limit, I explained. Well, let's save our conversation for after I send you all to hell, Bai proclaimed. activating the needles in his hands, which swiftly aimed for the vital points of the three of us. Chapter 23. The Trio Without Hesitation. I infused my chakra into my eyes, enabling me to barely keep pace with the shadow of the oncoming needles. I swiftly pulled the astonished duo aside, evading some of the flying needles. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and we sustained numerous attacks. What made matters even more challenging was that the needles showed no sign of stopping, quickly launching into a second wave of assault. Finally, I resolved to unleash my chakra, allowing it to merge with the moisture in the air, successfully slowing the speed of the incoming needles. This granted the three of us a better chance to evade the onslaught. Well, this is merely our issue, I remarked, slightly furrowing my brow. This did not concern them. I can no longer concern myself with such matters. Upon witnessing the situation, I swiftly altered the formation of the seals in his hands. A burst of radiant white light illuminated the surroundings as the needles once again surged forth from all directions. For the sake of that individual, I must eliminate you all. With a click of my tongue, I acknowledged my habitual practice of enveloping my entire being in chakra. This had mitigated my injuries to a considerable degree, yet I could not guarantee the same for the two before me. It was imperative to first break the deadlock. A shield must be erected. Water style, water wall arise. I swiftly performed the hand seals, a modified technique that Kakashi had previously taught me. Having recently utilized my chakra, my reserves were not abundant, yet they should suffice. Fortunately, the dense mist surrounding us aided in the successful execution of this technique, forming a semi-spherical barrier that encompassed both myself and the two individuals. At last, as the onslaught began to wane, I swiftly eased my control over the water barrier to conserve chakra, intending to amplify my strength in response to their assault. However, just as this round of attacks came to a halt, Bai manifested his presence in every mirror, rendering his forthcoming offensive all the more ferocious. I could not endure this for long. We must discern his methods of attack and counter them effectively. Sensing my chakra gradually diminishing, I called out to the two of them. I shall attempt to use the shadow clone technique. Before I could continue, Naruto immediately utilized the shadow clone technique and dashed out, only to be sent flying back moments later. Naruto, Sasuke and I exclaimed. I am fine. I certainly won't lose so easily. He gradually rose to his feet, asserting that with a few more attempts, he would surely succeed. After all, falling into your shield wouldn't cause too much harm. However, continuing in this manner was not a viable option. Sasuke observed the gradual decline of my water style technique and unleashed his fire style, yet it merely compelled Bai to relocate, casually dispatching Naruto's shadow clone in the process. Thus, the three of us returned to the original starting point. Alas, my water style is nearing its limits, but I believe I can endure a little longer. Nevertheless, this approach is indeed rather wasteful. I shall transform it into a shield dispersed among them instead. Let us endeavor a few more attempts. The two individuals sensed the additional moisture surrounding them and nodded in my direction. Thus, Naruto once again summoned his shadow clones, while I randomly launched an attack towards a specific location, ultimately forcing out the elusive white. Immediately, Sasuke unleashed a fire technique to strike at the revealed white. At last, the hem of his garment was singed. Was my movement anticipated? How could this be possible? I glanced at the singed edge of his clothing, his face reflecting astonishment. Oh, my apologies. It appears we have discovered the breakthrough. Sasuke rarely smiled, asking Naruto, can you still escape? No problem, Naruto replied. I won't let you have your way. Bai intensified his assault. Although the number of needles diminished, their accuracy soared. If struck by one, my water barrier would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the impact. Wait, Naruto, don't go. As soon as my words fell, Naruto was once again sent flying, but fortunately, he swiftly regained his footing. Everyone, be cautious. Though we continually dodged, we were still struck several times, and that individual intensified their onslaught towards my direction. Perhaps this is for the best, as it prevents those adversaries from being swiftly vanquished by my shuriken. Yet, it has become increasingly evident that my movements can no longer keep pace with the rapidity of the white needles being unleashed. This signifies that my chakra reserves are nearly depleted, and the chakra employed for my vision has ceased to function effectively. Should I persist in exerting myself in this manner? I wonder what folly I have committed. How utterly disheartening. Nevertheless, the water techniques wielded by my opponents cannot be allowed to dissipate. I grit my teeth and persevered. Yet a wave of exhaustion surged forth instantly. Stay alert. Xiaoxiang. It seems I could hear Sasuke's voice. Stay awake. I was suddenly struck and fell not far from the other two. Cough, cough, I am still fine. Naruto, his gaze, it is so disconcerting. Please, do not act recklessly any further. Sasuke glared fiercely at the needles that I was poised to launch. I cannot possibly take care of both of you. Cough, understood. I shook my head, yet clarity eluded me. Thus, I gripped the kunai tightly, and the sensation of pain finally pulled me away from my fatigue. It seemed I could discern his impending attack. Sasuke had, at last, stirred a semblance of motivation within me, and I focused intently on the next wave of assault that was about to be unleashed by the white figure. You, witnessing Sasuke awaken the Sharingan, appeared momentarily astonished, but quickly regained your composure, as if mirroring my own feelings. However, he launched his attack, aimed directly at Naruto. I moved towards the direction where Naruto had fallen, clutching the kunai, but that rascal Sasuke was faster. I found myself staring blankly at Sasuke's slowly collapsing form, momentarily panicked. No, Sasuke! Both Naruto and I cried out simultaneously. I instinctively caught the falling figure. What about the needles embedded in him? Why? Naruto, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, why save me? Who knows? I replied as my body moved of its own accord. Having said that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. I remained silent, carefully extracting each needle one by one, and then, drawing upon an unknown wellspring of chakra, I sealed his wounds. At worst, he would be incapacitated for a few days. However, it seemed he was already beyond that. I only felt my vision blur after removing all the needles and sealing the wounds, before collapsing myself. Xiaoxiang. What transpired afterward was a blur. When I finally roused from my slumber, I beheld Naruto, in his tailed beast form, preparing to strike at the white figure. Naruto, no please. I struggled to rise, forcing a smile. Sasuke should merely be unconscious. Upon seeing me awaken, the anger that enveloped Naruto seemed to dissipate somewhat, his strength waning. Really? He asked, trembling. Yes. Now we must return him, I continued. Taking this moment, I assessed my own condition. Thankfully, though still weary, I was capable of movement. Regardless, even if I were unable to move, I would have to grit my teeth and endure. I understood as Naruto abandoned his assault on the figure beneath him and approached us, lifting Sasuke onto his back. I too shall go, White suddenly declared as he slowly rose. Seeing this, Naruto remained silent, likely in agreement. I nodded, and thus the four of us made our way back to Dazna's home. Chapter 24. Heartstrings at Dazna's abode. Kakashi patiently directed Sakura and me as we meticulously removed the needles from Naruto, who had collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Regrettably, I remained speechless in the presence of a certain individual whose terrifying demeanor seemed poised to unleash calamity at any moment. So you returned just like that? Kakashi finally spoke, his tone icy, after we completed the task. I had never witnessed him exhibit such a demeanor, which startled me. Unable to suppress a gulp, I exchanged glances with White, and we both nodded in agreement towards Kakashi. Mizi and you, please step outside for a moment. Sakura, I kindly request you to keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke, and be attentive to when they awaken. Very well. Sakura cast a concerned glance in my direction, but soon turned her attention to the two patients lying in their beds, taking a seat on the low chair situated between them. My heart sank as I followed Kakashi to the rooftop. I was at a loss for how to express my feelings in front of such a remarkable individual, and thus, all that emerged was this singular statement. It was I who transformed Bai into this state, and it was also I who caused the injuries to the other two. This is an undeniable truth, and what further justification could I possibly offer? To confess and seek leniency is far more preferable than to resist the inevitable. It is better to speak plainly. I am profoundly sorry, Kakashi-sensei. If it were not for my actions, if I had not employed Genjutsu on Bai, things would not have escalated to this extent. I sincerely apologize. Having not heard anyone else's words, I continued to speak and bowed in apology to the two of them. I had acted without informing you. Despite my evident inadequacy, and even if I had sensed that something was amiss, I should have approached the situation with greater prudence. Moreover, in this context, I failed to protect them adequately. I am truly sorry. I should not be here. Indeed, had it not been for my presence, had I simply not existed, they could have continued on unharmed. Although the outcome would still be tragic, at least it would not stem from my actions, would it? Yet, to think in such a manner seems misguided. I am the one who came here and understood everything. I must take some action. Your approach was indeed flawed. Or else Sasuke and Naruto would not have found themselves in such dire circumstances. Had it not been for your remarkable fortune, had Zabuza not acted alone, the three of you could very well have perished together. At this realization, I lowered my head further. Yes, it is all due to me. I was overly confident. Had I not taken that course of action, I would not be in this predicament. As these thoughts consumed me, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped me, forcing my body to tremble. The growing nausea and sensation of weightlessness nearly obscured my vision of the two before me. My emotions began to unravel. My taut nerves akin to strings of a violin in a tempest, swaying wildly, on the verge of snapping, producing a sharp, discordant hum that compelled me to shut my eyes and cover my ears, hoping to alleviate the pain. Seeing this, I bit my lip with some force until the taste of iron flowed from my tongue to my throat, the bitter metallic flavor sharpening my awareness. I opened my eyes again to gaze at the two remaining individuals. But Haven T, you always used water to protect them? Otherwise, they would not be in this state upon returning here, and that individual would not have resorted to using his bloodline limit in such circumstances, would he? In the silence, Bai, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. What? No, I merely wished to prevent them from being harmed, that was all. No, I simply felt compelled to act. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly regret it. Moreover, Sasuke's awakening is entirely due to his own strength and Naruto's efforts, and I had no part in it whatsoever. Moreover, the exquisite treatment of those two fellows' wounds indicates that you, Xiaoxiang, were not entirely at fault. Every individual is prone to errors. Yet what is truly commendable is the ability to reflect and seek improvement upon recognizing one's shortcomings, thus ensuring a better performance in the future. Do you understand, Xiaoxiang? Kakashi sighed, interrupting my thoughts, and his expression softened considerably, even revealing a smile that left me somewhat flustered. Could it be that he already? I sincerely apologize. I have already accepted your apology. If you must continue to express regret, seek out those two instead. As for you and me, there remain many inquiries to address. Kakashi furrowed his brow in mild exasperation, interrupting my speech with a suggestion, then turned towards Bai. Bai merely nodded in response, saying little. Indeed, I hastily replied. At long last, the tension within my heart found tranquility in that moment, accompanied by a wave of fatigue from my body. Before I could finish my thought, darkness enveloped me once more, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I next awoke, I found myself lying in a bed. It seems quite a bit of time has passed. I slightly moved my fingers and began to assess my condition, fortunately, after a brief respite. Aside from the temporary depletion of chakra, I felt no significant ailments. Naruto, come quickly, Xiaoxiang has awakened. I prepared to sit up when I heard Sakura's voice. I turned towards the source and beheld the three others, Sasuke still resting in bed, Sakura standing beside him, and Naruto, who rushed over upon noticing. Xiaoxiang, you have finally awakened. Even that guy, Sasuke, has regained consciousness. He is just in the bed next to you. See, he can even move a little now. How are you feeling? You should be alright, right? But I just heard Kakashi-sensei say that you stubbornly removed the needles from us even after exhausting your chakra. What were you thinking? Naruto grabbed my clothing, examining me closely before releasing me, visibly relieved. Xiaoxiang, why are you silent? Do you need to rest a bit more? Naruto asked anxiously, and I waited for him to finish speaking before responding. I apologize, but I find myself at a loss for words again. So I can only begin with an apology once more. Yet, I am honored to have stumbled again. Why apologize? I should be thanking you. Naruto remained puzzled. Are you referring to the matter of casting Genjutsu on Bai? I chuckled lightly. I mean, even if we don't engage in battle now, it will happen soon enough. Right? After all, a confrontation between us and Zabuza, as well as Bai, is inevitable. Well, it would have ended up like this eventually. So whether we fight now or later makes little difference. Sasuke glanced at his wounds, then remarked, that guy, Bai, is indeed quite formidable. Absolutely. Furthermore, Bai's backstory is so touching, Naruto exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears, while Sakura nodded in agreement, evidently already aware of the circumstances. Well then, if you truly wish to make amends, once we recover, teach us a few techniques. I am quite curious about your reconnaissance jutsu. Sasuke timely interjected, interrupting my impending recitation. What? I want to learn too, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement ignited by the prospect of new knowledge. And Naruto, you shouldn't be moving around so much. You haven't fully recovered yet, Sakura admonished, restraining him to allow for further rest. I understand. Once we return, I shall impart my teachings to you. I replied with a smile, observing their spirits lifted to a familiar jovial atmosphere. However, sensing something was amiss, I continued, what about Kakashi-sensei and Mr. Zabuza? They just stepped out. Sakura pondered, they might be back a little late. Understood. Since it's the teacher going alone, there shouldn't be any issues, right? With that thought, I sprang from the bed, ready to pursue the two ahead. Wait, you're not seriously planning to find them now, are you? Sasuke inquired, noticing my sudden movement. I still worry about Sensei going alone. With that, I set off. I'll go with Ino, Sakura, and Sasuke. You stay here, Naruto chimed in, not waiting for Sakura to stop him as he followed me. Before long, we spotted the two figures in the distance. What are you two doing following us? Kakashi sensed our presence first, turning with a frown and commanding tone. Hurry back. We can't leave Sensei alone. I shook my head in response. Exactly. If you get into another fight with Zabuza, no one will be there to bring you back, so we must accompany you, Naruto added quickly. Having just informed Kakashi of their destination, he glanced at Zabuza, who nodded, leading Kakashi to let out a resigned sigh. Fine. With Kakashi's consent, our quartet was united in purpose, and we swiftly made our way to Zabuza's temporary hideout. Why are you three so late? Zabuza sprang up from his bed, instinctively reaching for his sword, his gaze fixed menacingly upon us. What is going on, Zabuza? We have come to seek your cooperation, Kakashi finally spoke after a brief silence. Haha, cooperation? What nonsense is this? Zabuza lunged at Kakashi with his blade, only to be intercepted by Zabuza. You aren't betraying me, are you? Zabuza's voice rose in anger, demanding an answer. White involuntarily flinched as Zabuza shoved him aside, prompting me to perform hand seals and use water release to catch him. Once stabilized, White waved his hands and slowly stood up. What are you doing, and what are you babbling about? White is very concerned about you. You are the most important person to her. You saved her from that place. Her world consists solely of you. How could she possibly wish you harm? Naruto exclaimed, his indignation evident as he glared at the disoriented White. He wished to continue, but Kakashi signaled him to cease. The important person. Regrettably, I must reiterate that a ninja is one who ought to forsake his emotions. He is merely a tool I have stumbled upon. Now that he is no longer needed, it is time to discard him. She is not some inconsequential implement that can be casually cast aside. It was she who ventured forth to gather herbs for your healing, who fought for you and us, willing even to sacrifice her life for your sake. How do you truly perceive her? Do you genuinely possess no heart? Even as a ninja, one is still human. Naruto interrupted the dissonant words with fervent rebuttal. Naruto, please cease. It is futile to speak any further, he said, lowering his gaze. Zabuza cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, falling silent. Zabuza, we harbor no ulterior motives. You are simply aware of Kato's character. Do you genuinely believe he would spare you so easily? Kakashi remarked. And so what? Regardless, as long as I eliminate that scoundrel, I can remain here. You expect me to kill Kato and thus attract that bunch? Not a chance. That man could never allow such unpredictable elements to linger by his side. In the end, it would only lead to your mutual destruction. I retorted impulsively upon hearing Zabuza's words. It was evident he understood. From that moment, Zabuza chose not to speak further. In any case, tomorrow we shall stage a performance together, after which you will receive your ultimate answer, Kakashi said, casting a final glance at the taciturn Zabuza. You may leave, Zabuza replied after a moment of silence, glancing at Haku, and then at us before turning away and retreating into the inner room. But I attempted to voice my thoughts. Yet Kakashi placed a firm hand on my shoulder, shaking his head, and led Naruto and me away. Thus, we arrived at the following day. Well, Naruto and Sasuke, I shall entrust you to him for now. It would be best for the two of you to rest a bit longer, Kakashi remarked, observing the direction in which the other two were recuperating. Mr. Kakashi, is your health no longer a concern? Inquired Tazuna's daughter. Yes, it is somewhat improved, Kakashi nodded. Then we shall set forth, Tazuna announced with a final farewell. After bidding our goodbyes, we embarked towards the Great Bridge. However, just as we set out, I suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. Kakashi-sensei, do you think Kato will send someone here? He must have engaged in such acts as harming loved ones and taking hostages, has he not? After all, once we leave, there will be no one to guard this place. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then replied, do not worry. With Naruto and Sasuke here, there should not be significant issues. Rest assured, they have yet to reach a point where they cannot even move. Kakashi added with a reassuring smile. Thus, we continued on our way, and soon enough, we arrived at the Grand Bridge. Excellent. At least the people here continue to work unharmed. Yet, the next moment, they all smoothly collapsed, rendered unconscious. More accurately, they had been struck down by Zabuza and Haku. You certainly arrived quite late, a voice rang out, as the surrounding mist thickened ominously. Indeed, it was they. As we gazed at them in astonishment, Zabuza chuckled lightly and continued, Indeed, when it comes to performances, they must be executed thoroughly. In the next moment, he swiftly appeared before me. What does this mean? Allow me to test the capabilities of your little specters, which have apparently persuaded White to heed your commands after these days of effort. I felt that his words were somewhat off, yet I tightened my grip on the kunai, ready to respond to his moves. He swiftly formed a hand sign, summoning a simple water release, yet its power was remarkably formidable. I mirrored his hand sign, conjuring water. Although my output could not match his, I successfully altered the trajectory of the water blade, diverting it from its intended path toward Dazuna. He chuckled. It seems you have indeed made significant progress. Very well, if you truly wish to engage, I can serve as your opponent. At that moment, Kakashi positioned himself in front of me. I decided it was wiser to conserve my strength and settle accounts with Kato later. He glanced at Sakura and me before brandishing his large sword and striding into the mist, declaring that we would not concern ourselves with the battlefield. White cast a glance our way and followed Zabuza. Well, if they are willing to comply, that is a fortunate turn of events. Sakura, Ino, you both create some clones and transform into those two individuals. I will alter the appearance of this venue, and then we shall await Kato's arrival. We nodded and set to work, while the other two members of our team hurried over after resolving their own matters. With everyone's collective effort, the setting was soon transformed. Observing the chaotic scene before me, I nodded in satisfaction. I must admit, it does look quite impressive. Yet, why must I play the role of Zabuza? I struggled to suppress the corners of my mouth from twitching and sighed inwardly. Alas, what a plight. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Kato and his entourage made their appearance. Kato, why have you come here? Upon seeing him, I immediately shifted into a confrontational stance. Initially, I had been reluctant, but upon witnessing the expressions of my companions, encouraging and confident that I could wield water release, I sighed in resignation and transformed into his likeness. And what of your subordinates? Well, let's just say the battle plan has undergone some slight modifications, Kato scoffed, tapping his cane against the bridge. I apologize, Zabuza, but I must ask you to meet your end here. What did you say? I exclaimed, taken aback. Hiring proper ninjas would cost me a fortune, which is why I've opted for a rogue ninja like yourself. Moreover, if your ninjas are to turn against each other, it would be even more advantageous. Before he could finish his statement, I felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him and deliver a punch. Without hesitation, I concentrated my chakra beneath my feet, poised to spring into action. However, in the next instant, White restrained Kato, and Zabuza, appearing from seemingly nowhere, swiftly positioned himself before Kato. Save your money and time. I was not mistaken, Kato. Zaibujan let out a cold laugh, casting a condescending gaze upon Cardo as he supplemented the words he was about to utter. You aren't he? Cardo exclaimed, pointing at Zaibujan in astonishment, while the individuals beside him instinctively recoiled at the sight of two identical Zaibuzans before them. Cardo glanced back at the Zaibujan in front of him and then at me, continuing his exclamations. Then, who is he? Humph. You needn't concern yourself with that. After all, the deceased have no need for such knowledge, do they? Hee. Am I not correct, Bai? Despite the bandages wrapped around his face, I could almost perceive Zaibujan's increasingly exaggerated grin. Indeed, Bai affirmed with a gentle nod, aligning himself with Zaibujan's statement. Following that, both Zaibujan and Bai took action, while we patiently awaited the thick layer of fog that rose around us to dissipate slightly, harboring no intentions of intervening, merely content to observe them fulfill their purpose. As the sounds of the skirmish gradually diminished and the fog remained partly obscuring, we decided it was time to depart. However, we soon heard Zaibujan's voice call from behind. Hey, wait a moment. Emerging from the mist, he and Bai appeared. What, do you still wish to fight? Kakashi remarked with a hint of resignation. Humph, I never claimed such a thing. In any case, next time we meet, we shall be enemies. With that, he vanished in a flash. Bai, however, did not hasten to follow Zaibujan. Instead, He approached us and bowed deeply. "Thank you," he said, before departing alongside Zaibujan. "When shall we meet again? Or perhaps, will we never meet again?" At last, our journey in the land of waves was drawing to a close. Chapter 26. Meeting the third Hokage. Hey, so why did Zaibujan agree to perform for us? I am utterly astonished. And she just followed Zaibujan away. How infuriating. I feel so unwilling. Naruto expressed his discontent with fervent gestures as he sat in the small boat returning to the village. Ahem, Naruto-kun. While I am unsure about that matter, I must clarify one point. Bai is, in fact, a boy. I decided to reveal the truth he had failed to grasp that day. What? Not only Naruto, but even the departing Tazuna gasped in surprise. I refrained from further explanation, allowing their astonishment to linger as we quietly returned to the village. Then, I received an unexpected message. Xiaoxiang. I just completed a mission, and the Hokage wishes to see you. Kakashi shot me a meaningful glance, patting my shoulder before departing. Who will rescue me? The Hokage's building was a remarkably prominent structure. Though situated in one corner of the hidden leaf village like other buildings, its sheer size was astonishing. Resembling an enormous hot pot, adorned with the iconic fire symbol. Its vast rooftop could accommodate a considerable number of individuals. Standing at the entrance of the building, I let out a resigned sigh. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the Hokage's office?" I inquired of a person approaching me. After all, in the past, it was usually Kakashi who handled the tasks alone, so this was my first time entering this place, naturally leaving me somewhat disoriented. At last, under the guidance of another, I arrived at the door of that room. "Thank you." I expressed my gratitude to the individual before making my way directly towards the door. It was only at this moment that my anxiety surged once more. I contemplated this sensation, reminiscent of having committed some misdeed and being summoned to the principal's office for a reprimand. How inexplicably terrifying. After tidying my attire slightly at the entrance, I knocked on the door. "Come in," came the slightly hoarse voice of the third Hokage from within. "Good day, Mr. Third Hokage." I opened the door and stepped inside, offering a slight bow in greeting. You must be the little one that Naruto often mentions, Ka, isn't it?" he said, his eyes crinkling with amusement. The implication behind his words left me feeling rather uneasy. Yes, if my memory serves me right, we have met before, albeit years ago at the opening ceremony. "Indeed. But that was during your childhood. You remember quite well," the third Hokage jested. "I only recall a fraction of it. Your praise is unwarranted," I replied modestly. "Calm yourself. Let us engage in pleasantries," he chuckled. "However, I must commend you as well. You and your team performed exceptionally well on this task. Kakashi has informed me of your remarkable efforts, particularly your idea to incorporate acting." Kakashi himself expressed his astonishment. He continued. Alas, he had indeed mentioned that matter. Yet I had no desire to shoulder the blame alone. Truth be told, it was a collaborative effort with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. They were equally outstanding, I quickly clarified, pulling the other three into the conversation. That is certainly true, yet you are a humble child. Your contributions were commendable. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming Nin exams. Best of luck. At this point, the third Hokage suddenly squinted his eyes. Finally, we had arrived at the crux of the matter. "Oh dear, the pressure is mounting. Nin exams." I feigned shock as I inquired hastily. "Yes, the examination for advancing from Genin to Nin. You will receive further details soon. You may return now. Naruto is waiting for you downstairs." "What downstairs?" "Very well. Mr. Third Hokage, I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. Farewell." I waved as I bid adieu to this rather daunting encounter. "Ka, why did it take you so long? What on earth did the third Hokage say to you? If you keep this up, we might miss out on the best ramen." Naruto protested, shaking his fist in discontent. We merely discussed the task. Come on, you must be starving. Let me treat you today." In that case, I shall indulge." "Wait a moment, I never agreed to that." After treating Naruto, we parted ways as I prepared to head home. Just then, a sudden curiosity struck me, and I turned to head towards the rooftop. "Hey, it's quite late. Why haven't you returned yet?" I was rather surprised to find that fellow still seated here, though the clouds have vanished from sight. "Well, I suppose I can linger a bit longer." "And you, what brings you here?" Shikamaru turned his head, observing me as I approached. I had just completed a mission and thought I might stop by for a brief visit. That's a commendable reason. After that, we fell into silence. Yet, pondering the imminent events, I could not help but inquire. "Shikamaru, Have you considered that lonely child from Sunagakure? Much like Naruto, he bears the burden of being a Jinchuriki and endures an arduous life. Unfortunately, he has so few who genuinely care for him now. What should we do if we encounter someone who shares a fate akin to Naruto's? It's improbable that there would be another. As long as we don't have any here, it's fine, Shikamaru replied, seemingly uninterested in delving deeper. Come now, how can you say that? I am being serious. If we truly encounter such a person, what can we do for him? I turned to Shikamaru, who appeared startled and cast his gaze toward the sky. Regrettably, the magnificent twilight hues were absent. What can we do? How much can we truly change? Their suffering is known solely to them. Indeed. But at the very least, Naruto won't be so lonely, because he has you all. So hey, what do you mean you all? It's we. Shikamaru interjected, slightly annoyed. Regardless, even without us, that guy will likely find his own way forward. That is simply his nature. Alright, you're right. I want to press further. Well, I suppose I'll save my thoughts for another time. In any case, you two will undoubtedly become his friends, won't you? After a lengthy pause, Shikamaru resumed the conversation. Observing his confident demeanor, I found myself momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Indeed, regardless of my circumstances, Naruto will surely become Gaara's friend, and everyone else as well. That way, the child won't feel so alone, at least for the time being. But that is a matter for later. For now, I must focus on strengthening myself. Upon returning home. What? Has it already been discussed? With Lord Third? I gazed at my father, whose expression radiated calmness, utterly bewildered, mouth agape in astonishment. Of course, as you suggested, the higher-ups will definitely seek a conversation with us. They simply didn't call for you this time. Rest assured, everything will be fine. My father patted my shoulder, emphasizing the importance of remaining composed. Your reactions make it exceedingly difficult for others to remain calm. Don't overthink it. Here, as you mentioned, I crafted the forearm and leg guards under your father's guidance. Take a look, find a moment to gift them to that little Lee. My mother calmly handed me a set of protective gear from the nearby table. With your mother's craftsmanship, quality is assured, and they possess remarkable durability. However, adding a bit of chakra would enhance their longevity. Examining the guards, I tested them and found the quality indeed commendable. However, I can't shake the feeling that it might break after just one use. Yet, I suppose I must entrust it to Xiao Li as a precautionary measure. With a resigned shake of my head, I thought to myself that this was the only option. Chapter 27. The first encounter with the Sand Hidden team in the days following our return, our mission life resumed its usual rhythm, pulling weeds, walking dogs, and the like. Though for the impatient Naruto and Sasuke, it was undeniably tedious. Still, I had the nagging sensation that I had forgotten something important to do today. It's all your fault for trying to show off, Sakura admonished. This is just ridiculous, Naruto-kun. I couldn't help but rub my forehead. As the task of supporting someone only required 2 people, so I walked alongside Kakashi. Humph, you're just a troublesome burden, Sasuke chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Naruto became infuriated and prepared to charge at Sasuke, only to be intercepted by Sakura, allowing Sasuke to distance himself. If you act out again, I swear I'll make you regret it. Sakura shouted in anger. Kakashi sighed. Lately, our teamwork has been rather chaotic. Indeed, Naruto retorted. Oblivious to his own role in the discord, it's all your fault for stealing the spotlight. That applies to you, you absolute fool, Sasuke shot back. Well, here we go again, I thought, turning my head away in resignation, observing the small stones at my feet. It is amusing how, when one loses interest in serious matters, even the smallest pebbles can appear remarkably captivating. Before long, I heard the sound of a hawk circling overhead, prompting me to glance up and notice Kakashi doing the same. It dawned on me that it must pertain to a summons for the Jonin, indicating that information regarding the Chunin exams would soon be disseminated. Well then, I suppose we should disperse, he remarked, gazing at the sky, and prepared to depart. I needed to submit my mission report promptly. It was quite unusual for him to be in such a rush during task submissions. Speaking of which, this upcoming Chunin exam seemed to be organized rather hastily. They had already notified other villages to send participants without fully informing our own. After all, it takes time for others to arrive from distant locations. The Chunin exams are, after all, a grand stage for each nation to showcase the prowess of their ninjas and assess the capabilities of neighboring villages. How could they proceed in such a manner? Notifications should have been sent out earlier to allow for sufficient preparation. Surely something is amiss? Or perhaps it has all been meticulously planned in advance. However, we, the participants, have no way of knowing this. Whatever the case, we shall wait and see. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, everyone began to prepare to head home. As per the storyline, Konohamaru and his group of little friends indeed arrived. What is the point of ninjas playing ninja games? Sakura approached, visibly uninterested. Hey, big brother and sister Xiaoxiang. Who is this big sister? Konohamaru inquired upon spotting Sakura. I had no intention of answering. I thought it best to let them figure it out for themselves. Could it be? One mustn't underestimate big brother, he observed with a sudden grin, extending his pinky finger. Hee, it can't be, can it? I knew he would say something like that. Clearing my throat, I thought, this is beyond my control. Naruto was abruptly sent flying by a punch from Sakura. What are you doing? Konohamaru shouted, while the other two rushed towards Naruto. It should be fine. I just infused him with a touch of chakra. I noted as Naruto quickly rose to his feet. You ugly. Before Konohamaru could finish his sentence, I hurriedly covered his mouth. Ahem, Konohamaru. One mustn't speak of girls in such a manner. She's just fat and ugly. Can she really be called a girl? He retorted. No, he truly seeks his demise. What did you say? Sakura fumed, prompting Konohamaru to dash away. This is bad, such words. I quickly positioned myself behind Naruto and Sakura, stealthily forming seals before releasing them. I wished to remain unseen, as the onlookers were still lurking in the shadows. With a loud thud, Konohamaru collided with a water wall and fell to the ground. The wall dissipated rapidly, leaving only a small puddle. On the other side stood a bewildered Kankuro and Temari, who was observing from the side. Hey, you nearly crashed into me. Kankuro glared at Konohamaru, lifting him by the collar as he dangled in midair. I told you to stop. Temari glanced around, seeking another person's presence, wary of potential reprimands. I'm sorry, it was all my fault, Sakura apologized. Hey, I told you to let go, Naruto shouted. TSK, we can't be reckless here. Attracting unwanted attention from those around us would be troublesome, especially since I sensed numerous different sources of chakra lingering on the trees, quietly observing us. This sensation was most uncomfortable. Before those bothersome individuals arrive, let us entertain ourselves a bit, Kankuro remarked dismissively. Let go, Konohamaru struggled. Huh, you're quite spirited, little brat. Enough. Naruto could no longer contain himself and charged forward. Indeed, they are rather insufferable from this point onward. So, let us keep our movements subtle, I thought. Glancing at the chakra source on the ground that belonged to Kankuro, I devised a plan. As Naruto surged halfway, Kankuro beckoned with his hand. Now's the moment, I thought. Eager to discover the strength of this chakra line, I infused chakra into the water suspended in the air, and when he launched his attack, I swiftly directed it toward the chakra line, causing it to sever and dissipate immediately. Phew, that should suffice. Now, we awaited the entrance of the other main characters. Although Naruto did not trip, he was startled by an unusual sensation. What was that just now? What? Kankuro furrowed his brow, but continued. The genin of the leaf are quite weak, aren't they? Hey, if you don't let go, I swear I won't let this slide, you jerk. Naruto yelled. What are you doing? Don't provoke him. Sakura quickly urged Naruto in a hushed tone. Heh, I too greatly detest little brats. Especially when they're younger than me yet so arrogant. Kankuro tightened his grip on Konohamaru's clothing, turning his gaze to the side, contemplating total annihilation. I couldn't care less. Seeing the situation escalate, Temari sighed and decided to disengage. Although the thought of delivering a blow to him crossed my mind. The protagonist has arrived. Just as Kanjuro prepared to swing his fist at Konohamaru, Naruto dashed towards him. Simultaneously, a stone was hurled swiftly towards Kanjuro's hand by Sasuke, who had finally arrived. I wondered if Gaara had also made it. Channeling chakra into my eyes, I discovered that he had stealthily appeared on the opposite side of the tree where Sasuke stood. Upon noticing his presence, I contemplated turning back to assess the situation. However, did that fellow just cast a glance my way? Should I feign ignorance of his arrival? Embarrassed, I averted my gaze towards the main battleground, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Kanjuro grimaced, clutching his right hand in pain, then turned his gaze towards Sasuke. What are you doing in another's village? Sasuke sat perched on a branch, casually tossing a remaining stone in his left hand. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed with excitement. Everyone directed admiring glances at him, though it was unfortunate for Naruto, as the spotlight was not on him this time. Humph, yet another infuriating brat has arrived. Kanjuro glared at Sasuke with disdain. Get lost. Sasuke crushed the stone in his hand, retorting coldly. Indeed, he captivated the crowd. Observing the throng of admirers around me, alongside the disheartened pairing of Naruto and Konohamaru, I instinctively took a step back, then another. Hey, come down here, brat. Kanjiro continued to shout. I detest you types who can only talk big. With that, he removed the puppet from his back, preparing to unleash it. Are you planning to use crows? Temari interjected, signaling disapproval. Meanwhile, another voice resonated among the crowd. Gaara finally spoke. Kanjiro, cease your actions. He hung upside down from the tree, his mere gaze causing Kanjiro's expression to shift, and the others became aware of his presence. Shocked at the disgrace he brought to their village. I am sorry, Gaara, Kanjiro stammered, his face contorted with discomfort. You who only brings shame to the village, Gaara continued. Do you believe we traveled all this way to Konoha for nothing? What a coincidence. It seems we came here to stir trouble, Kanjiro thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh dear, I must inform Kakashi-sensei about the promised task, or perhaps it would be better to wait. But who knows if time will permit, or if anyone would believe in a rescue for the third Hokage. This is indeed a difficult undertaking. Listen, I assure you, it was these individuals who instigated trouble first. Well, we can concede that point, but… Silence. Gaara glared fiercely at Kanjiro, threatening, I will eliminate you. Understood, understood. My apologies, truly, Kanjiro hastily responded. Gaara then turned to us. I sincerely apologize for this. He was quite the courteous individual, though his demeanor was rather intimidating. After casting a few glances at Sasuke, he transformed into sand and settled on the ground. To be honest, I had always found this technique remarkably convenient, prompting me to consider that it was time to learn the art of landing smoothly. Let us go, we aren't here for amusement, Gaara remarked, glancing at the two individuals beside him. I understand, Kanjiro replied. As I noticed Sakura was about to depart, I suddenly recalled a matter that needed addressing. I swiftly grasped her arm, yet her words slipped out nonetheless. Wait a moment. Sakura, cough. I just remembered something I neglected to mention earlier. In a week's time, the Chunin exams will be held here, and that's why we've come. Temari then produced her pass and waved it before us, indicating that someone on their side was indeed aware of this event. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Ah ha ha. I suppose age has dulled my memory, I chuckled, feigning nonchalance. The Chunin exams? Naruto appeared oblivious to the significance of this event. Dude, passing that exam will elevate you from a Genin to a Chunin, Konohamaru elucidated. Upon hearing this, Naruto's enthusiasm was palpable. At that moment, Sasuke descended from the tree. Hey, you over there, what's your name? He inquired. Me? Temari turned around, blushing as she asked. How could I not recall this? My sister is quite something. I thought to myself. No, I'm referring to the one beside you, carrying the gourd, Sasuke clarified, pointing towards Gaara. The two who were still walking halted. I am Gaara of the Sand, and I find you somewhat intriguing. What is your name? He asked. Uchiha Sasuke, came the reply. Hey, what about me? Naruto exclaimed, pointing at himself, clearly eager for acknowledgement. I felt a bit embarrassed to hear his following words. Not interested, Gaara replied coolly, casting a final glance at us before the three of them turned to leave. Please, don't look back one last time. I'd rather not awkwardly state my name, I thought, relieved that he merely glanced back before departing. With that, the crowd of onlookers dispersed as well. Chapter 28. A minor disturbance before the exam early in the morning, Kakashi summoned us, yet he took quite some time to arrive, which had become the norm for our class. Why does he call us out, only to make us wait? Sakura grumbled. Exactly, Naruto chimed in. They exchanged a few words, and I could only shake my head in resignation, accustomed to the situation. At last, after everyone grew impatient, Kakashi's figure appeared atop the torii gate. Ah, good morning, everyone. Today I found myself lost on the road of life. You seem to navigate a maze daily, I muttered. Liar. Both Naruto and Sakura pointed at Kakashi in unison. Alright. Though it's a bit sudden, I've recommended you for the Chunin selection exams. Here's the application, he said, retrieving 4 sheets of paper from his bag. It was indeed about this matter. I must clarify that this recommendation is not mandatory. Whether or not to participate is entirely up to you. That is fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly leaping into Kakashi's embrace. Kakashi-sensei, you're my favorite. Stop that. Keep your distance, Kakashi retorted, though he shielded Naruto with his hand, spinning around before setting him down. For those wishing to partake in the exam, Please sign the application and report to classroom 301 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 5 days from now. Hee hee, the Chunin exams, the Chunin exams. Naruto was exceedingly delighted, yet I felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm. So, I asked, during the Chunin exams, will there be any unforeseen issues? Before I could finish, the three of them immediately sprang forward to cover my mouth. Ahem. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking too much, Kurenai suggested. Even Naruto, rarely bashful, scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, it's wise for everyone to remain vigilant. I smiled at them, and they shivered in confusion. However, I genuinely had further inquiries. All right, I shall refrain from this topic. Kakashi-sensei, is it permissible for our team to consist of 4 members? I noticed that other teams seem to manage just fine with only 3. Are we exceptional in this regard? I was quite curious about the inclusion of an additional member. Well, theoretically, both 2- and 4-member teams meet the participation criteria. So if you wish to register, you are all welcome to do so. Oh, I see. In that case, I shall confidently proceed with my registration. In the following days after signing up, I continued my training at the training grounds as usual. The time left for my preparation was dwindling, and I had no luxury of overthinking. Suddenly, with a swift motion, I turned around and came face to face with a figure rushing towards me. The sound of kunai clashing against kunai rang out sharply. It was then that I noticed the individual before me, a middle-aged man adorned with a forehead protector from an unknown village. I apologize, but at this moment, an outsider would not brazenly attack those within this territory. You should take your leave, I replied with a shake of my head and a smile. Then lowered my voice to add, it's rather surprising to see that you even prepared for a preliminary examination. This indeed is unexpected. However, it serves as a minor test to ascertain our capabilities for participating in the exam, which shows thoroughness, but it is also to put Irika-sensei's mind at ease. Upon hearing this, the man quickly retreated and vanished from sight. With that settled, I resumed my training. I had always aspired to master water release more effectively, especially techniques that do not require hand seals. Previously, I hadn't given this much thought, as I was not well versed in it. However, after several encounters with Zabuza and Haku, I began to sense an enhancement in both the quantity and quality of my chakra, as well as an improvement in my proficiency with ninjutsu. I swiftly leaped atop the treetops until I found a flowing stream, formed hand seals, and released a water release technique. Attuning myself to the flow of chakra, I endeavored to recall the sensation I had just experienced and summon my chakra once more. After numerous failed attempts, a column of water erupted from the tranquil surface, only to dissipate swiftly. Yet, having achieved success once, I was filled with hope for future triumphs. Finally, after several nights of rigorous practice, I managed to execute a few small-scale water release techniques without hand seals, which bolstered my confidence considerably. In addition, reflecting upon the individuals I might encounter at the onset, I endeavored to envelop my chakra within my fist, striving to unleash a blow reminiscent of the cherry blossom punch. Moreover, my exploration of the technique known as the Rasengan has been an intriguing pursuit. With such training in place, the day of the examination is swiftly approaching. At last, the time has come to participate in the Chunin exam. Standing at the entrance of the familiar school building, our team is prepared to embark on this journey. Shall we proceed inside? Naruto suggested, clenching his fist. Sakura, what troubles you? I noticed a hint of despondency on her face, and Sasuke merely cast a glance without further comment. Indeed, the prowess of the other two is formidable, and who enjoys the feeling of being left behind? This necessitates the opportunity for growth, and this exam serves as such a catalyst. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, I sensed a distinct fluctuation of chakra, prompting me to take a step back. What's wrong, Kurenai? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged knowing glances and nodded. I had previously shared the details of the reconnaissance technique with them, but Naruto, for reasons unknown, had yet to grasp it. In truth, I believe that even without the technique, they ought to discern the situation. Wait, are you two communicating in some sort of code? Naruto asked, his confusion evident. Nothing of the sort. Let us continue, I reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, and the four of us pressed onward. Hey, you guys should talk. Naruto muttered in discontent. You'll find out soon enough, I replied with a smile. Before long, we arrived at the gathering spot where a crowd had amassed. And from a distance, I could hear the examiner's voice. Can you little ones truly handle this? Those who fail shall face the consequences here. Do you have any objections? Observing a few familiar faces sprawled on the ground, I was instantly reminded of certain narratives. Though the examiner's words held truth, I felt compelled to approach. Sasuke gradually emerged from the throng, with the others trailing behind. I pondered and decided to position myself to Sakura's left, distancing myself from those who knew me, preferring to postpone any conversations until later. To be candid, I felt a twinge of anxiety. I needed to mentally prepare my dialogue for the impending discussion. Furthermore, it would be prudent to dispel the illusionary barrier. My destination was the third floor. Sasuke confidently thrust his hands into his pockets and strode toward the two examiners. What is that fellow saying? Naruto wondered aloud. Oh, you noticed, did you? The examiner chuckled. Sakura, how about you? You should have been the first to detect it. Sasuke posed this question to Sakura, acknowledging her analytical skills and expertise in illusions as the finest in our class. Humph, that's quite the eloquent remark. I understand, she replied. Consequently, Sakura elucidated the rationale behind engaging with illusions. Impressive indeed. The examiner nullified the illusion, yet his gaze sharpened suddenly. But merely seeing through it is not enough, right? With that, he launched a flying kick, prompting Sasuke to instinctively raise his hand in defense. In that moment, Lee interposed himself between them, and no matter how many times one feels the chakra emanating from his hands, it never fails to astonish. In circumstances that would typically render it impossible, the application of a secret technique can yield astonishing results. Chapter 29. A minor disturbance before the examination too. Hey, this isn't what we agreed upon. Niji stepped forward, somewhat helplessly stating, did you not previously mention your desire to avoid drawing attention and inciting suspicion? Tenten, evidently understanding the situation, sighed. Ah, here we go again. Little Lee, blushing as he gazed at Sakura, inadvertently caught my eye and hurriedly corrected himself. My name is Rock Lee. What about you, Miyako? What? Is it Xiaoxiang? Tenten, equally surprised, turned to me, while Niji followed their gaze. Come on, why did you stop your conversation? I was looking forward to being an invisible observer. Haha, Lee. I was still waiting for you to finish your thought. I waved my hand, encouraging him to continue. Hey, you know each other? Naruto exclaimed, glancing between me and little Lee. We've known each other for quite some time. First, I must express my gratitude to Miyako for the protective gear. It has proven to be incredibly useful. Even with my additional weights, it poses no issue, and I can keep it on during regular activities. As little Lee appeared ready to elaborate on how he knew Miko, I interjected, let us save that for later. The examination takes precedence. All right, little Lee contemplated, looking at Sakura before continuing, but just give me a moment. This guy, is he really going to? You must be Sakura, will you go out with me? He declared, revealing a dazzling smile. I will protect you for all eternity. I silently turned my head away. Absolutely not. Sakura, utterly shocked, rejected him. What? Your eyebrows are too thick. Feeling dejected, little Lee lowered his head, while Naruto and little Lee retreated to the wall to quietly lament. How do you know Xiaoxiang, Rock Lee and the other two? Sakura inquired, disregarding the scene with Sasuke. Well, I met them during training sessions. We became acquainted after several encounters, I briefly explained, prompting Sakura to nod in understanding. Shall we depart? I glanced at the clock, hastily adding, yes, Sasuke, Naruto, let us go. With that, the four of us set off. However, little Lee indeed followed. Hey Lee, I abruptly turned to him, questioning, are you really planning to engage in a duel? Even if Miyako says so, I still wish to ask, do you want to settle this now, Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke hesitated slightly. You mean here, right now? Yes, little Lee answered resolutely. I wish to duel with you, the scion of the so-called genius ninja clan. I want to test how far my techniques can reach against you. Do you really think you can challenge me, knowing I am from the Uchiha clan? Truly, you are a fool. Yet, I must concede that, in reality, Sasuke is not currently capable of defeating him. Do you wish to understand what this name signifies? Thick eyebrows. Sasuke furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. You must engage me in battle. A smile crept onto Lee's face. This fellow is undoubtedly going to employ that forbidden technique. TSK, he knows full well the consequences. Even I can discern that. I glanced at the clock and sighed. If you truly wish to fight, time may not be on your side. 5 minutes, Naruto retorted, unwilling to concede. That bushy brow is mine to handle. I am not here to spar with you, but with Sasuke. Damn it, why is it always about Sasuke? You all are utterly exasperating. With that, he dashed forward. I remained silent. Indeed, Naruto's reckless charge was no match for Lee, who swiftly sent him crashing against the wall. It must be said that no matter how many times I witness it, That fellow's technique is remarkably exquisite, leaving one in awe. I can hardly fathom the level that teacher Guy must have attained. I hereby declare, you shall never surpass me, for I am the strongest among the genin of Konoha. Such a declaration stirred my irritability. TSK, it seems that examination periods are always fraught with tension. Huff, with Lee saying that. I too am tempted to give it a try. I smiled at him, then glanced at Sasuke before turning back to face Lee. My apologies, Sasuke-kun, and you too, Lee. Wait a moment, how come even you, Mitsuki? Before Lee could finish, I had already channeled chakra into my hands and feet, teleporting to stand before him and launched a punch. He quickly reacted, raising his hands to block. So heavy, Lee maintained his stance without retreating. Indeed formidable. Well, you are my opponent after all. I cannot fight you barehanded. I maintained my smile. No anger allowed. Adding a little flair is certainly warranted. I threw another punch, which he blocked with his left hand, but simultaneously lifted his foot. This was difficult to counter, so I attempted to leap. However, that fellow sidestepped behind me and unraveled the bandages wrapped around his hands. Are you serious? I widened my eyes and shouted, this cannot be allowed. He said nothing. Before long, a windmill-like object soared through the air, pinning the scattered bandages from Lee's hands to the wall. I halted my advance and leapt to Naruto's side. That will suffice, Lee. Teacher Guy's summoned beast, the ninja tortoise, has arrived. I could not recall its name. Did you see that? Lee paused before the tortoise, bowing slightly. Lee, that is a forbidden technique. I apologize, it was unintentional. But of course, I had no intention of using that secret technique, Lee explained animatedly. Hey, such matters cannot be trifled with. Did you not say your techniques should not be displayed frivolously? I found myself in a quandary, dealing with someone who had stolen his battle and another who had carelessly unleashed a forbidden technique. How shall I continue this conversation? The ninja tortoise nodded and continued. What does it mean for a ninja to reveal their techniques? Are you prepared for the consequences? Lee nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It seems that both of us have been rather reckless. By the way, having truly witnessed that fellow's hands, I pondered that perhaps I could strive a bit harder. However, given the current situation, Kakashi-sensei should be arriving soon, shouldn't he? I felt it necessary to depart ahead of time. Sighing, I mentioned that I would wait for you all at the classroom door, as I could already envision the subsequent scene. Best of luck to you. I took Naruto's hand and leaped to where Sasuke and Sakura stood, letting out a sigh before making my quick exit. Hey, why is Xiaoxiang acting like this? And who is this fellow with even thicker eyebrows? Chapter 30. The gathering of the 12 young warriors. As we approached room 301, we finally spotted Kakashi's figure. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Kakashi leaned against the wall and inquired. Naruto and the others are currently facing a visual challenge. I merely left that trial ahead of them, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Who? Kakashi asked, somewhat perplexed. It's Guy-sensei, I clarified. So it was that fellow. Which means you all. I proceeded to explain what had just transpired. I see. They should be arriving shortly then. Let us wait a little longer. I nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, Kakashi-sensei, I recalled the look in Sasuke's eyes earlier. Regarding our previous wager, I believe I have emerged victorious, yes? Why is Xiaoxiang suddenly bringing this up? I have a bad feeling about this, Kakashi mused, looking confused. Please don't say that. If possible, could you pay a little more attention to Sasuke-kun? You know he has been quite anxious lately, desperately striving to grow stronger. I have this feeling that, if things continue as they are, he might leave the village. I understand. You need not elaborate further. If that were to happen, it would indeed be troublesome. Kakashi interjected, waving his hands to signal me to stop. I will keep an eye on this matter. Is that acceptable? I appreciate your assistance. They are all good kids. You are becoming increasingly serious in your speech, I interrupted, not allowing him to finish. Turning to Naruto and the others, I exclaimed, you have finally returned. How was it? Were you utterly astonished? More like shocked beyond measure. Naruto shouted as he rushed over. Kakashi-sensei, is Guy-sensei truly your rival? Such matters are best discussed after the exam, Kakashi replied with a smile. Since everyone is here, we can officially commence the examination. Why the sudden announcement? Sakura was the first to question. Because this examination begins with a trio, I quickly winked at Kakashi. Groups usually consist of several individuals collaborating to partake in this exam. He corrected. But didn't the teacher say that participation is a personal choice? Sakura continued to inquire. Kakashi then offered a thorough explanation. In any case, it is wonderful to have you all here. You are my prideful team. Now off you go. Having said this, he stood by the door, granting us passage. Is this truly a team he takes pride in? How delightful it is for me to partake in this experience. Upon entering, I was compelled to marvel at the spectacle before me. The sheer number of individuals gathered for the Chunin exam seemed rather exaggerated, did it not? As we opened the door, they all fixed their gazes upon us, sending an unsettling shiver down my spine. In such a place, one must tread carefully, especially when keeping a close eye on Naruto. Sasuke, you're so slow. A familiar voice resonated, and I turned my gaze to see Ino suddenly leaping onto Sasuke. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not far off, I could spot the other two fellows, confirming that we had indeed arrived fashionably late. Ah, it's been a while. I greeted, and she waved at me before turning her attention back to Sasuke. The anticipation of reuniting with Sasuke after such a long time had filled me with excitement. Ino continued speaking. So, moving forward, keep your distance from Sasuke, you big pig. Sakura shouted. Oh, is that you, Sakura? I mused, deciding to maintain my distance in this ancient battleground. What? You're all participating in this troublesome exam too? Shikamaru and Choji, munching on snacks, approached. I nodded in acknowledgement. What? The foolish Naruto hasn't he finished speaking? I cut him off, covering his mouth. Ahem, Naruto-kun, let us maintain some decorum, shall we? No need for such reckless remarks. It's truly vexing. Shikamaru frowned slightly at Naruto. Found you all. The students from Irika-sensei's class also arrived. What a rare occasion for everyone to be gathered here. Kiba remarked. Hello, Hinata, shyly hiding behind two others, greeted softly. I instinctively smiled and waved back in response. She smiled gently at me before her gaze shifted to Naruto. After a fleeting second, she shyly averted her eyes once more. What a bashful child she is. What? You all are coming too? Honestly, Shikamaru exclaimed, nearly sounding like a machine programmed to express annoyance. He glanced at us, noting the increased head count. It's not like I wanted to come. It's merely that our team consisted of 4 members who must participate together, I muttered. TCH, it certainly seems troublesome. Observing this merry group, I realized they were entirely devoid of any exam-related anxiety. I can't help but laugh. This is truly amusing. However, as I contemplated the potential outcomes, a sense of dread washed over me. I was unsure where Naruto derived his enthusiasm from. Shikamaru looked at me in shock, expressing his thoughts. Facing a bit of trouble occasionally is permissible. After all, there's no escaping it this time. I reassured him, then whispered, sigh, for soon. We may not witness such joyous scenes again. Wait, did you mention something significant? Sensing my reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. I see. So all 10 of this year's rookie genin have come to partake in the exam? Kiba raised his voice, closing his eyes as he spoke, then opened them to gaze at Sasuke. So, where do you think we'll end up? What do you say, Sasuke? You seem remarkably composed, Kiba. We have trained diligently and will not be outdone by you. Though joy abounds, the cacophony is rather detrimental for those preparing for examinations. May I kindly request everyone to lower their voices? As I followed the source of the noise, I found it to be none other than Mr. Kabuto. Despite the revelry, how could I have forgotten him? You must be the 10 fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, correct? Although I stated this, there was an underlying implication of their novelty, as if inviting mischief. Fortunately, the skills of these newcomers seem adequate, alleviating my concerns. They are rather adorable, yet their clamor is quite unnecessary. We are not embarking on a hike, after all. He continued speaking. Who are you to speak so grandly? Ino furrowed her brow. I am Kabuto Yakushi. More importantly, you should first observe your surroundings. Upon his words, everyone turned to survey the area, taking note of the discontented glares from others. Behind you, those individuals are from the Rain Village, and they are rather impatient. Everyone is anxious before the examination, which is why I felt compelled to warn you before any trouble arises. It reminds me of my own earlier days as a novice, unable to discern left from right. Are you playing the friendship card? Thank you, Senior Kabuto. However, it seems you have participated in the Chunin exams numerous times, haven't you? I gazed into his eyes. Indeed, but it is difficult to ascertain any issues just from looking, I remarked, prompting him to respond. Well, yes, he replied with a slight grimace. As the exams are held only twice a year, this marks my 4th attempt. That truly is a challenge. Phew, this examination will indeed be formidable, won't it? Before anyone else could speak, I continued. Oh, how troublesome this is becoming. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru sighed. ISNT the difficulty of this round deliberately escalated? Haha. You need not concern yourselves excessively. Many individuals do pass, after all. Moreover, I have gathered considerable knowledge regarding the examinations that may prove beneficial to you, he stated. I found myself reluctant to fully trust Mr. Kabuto at this moment, yet the information he possessed was undeniably valuable. Wow, that is impressive, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Here, this card contains the data I have compiled over the years. Kabuto then began to present the cards he had meticulously collected. Are there cards that detail personal information? Sasuke inquired. Indeed, Kabuto quickly retrieved the information for Gaara and Lee. I found myself curious about how he had amassed such details. Truly, he is a remarkable assistant to Orochimaru and a fine goose for Miss Yakushi. Thus, everyone observed the cards for Lee and Gaara, though the information on Gaara was somewhat sparse due to his origins from a distant village. However, it appeared that he had returned from all his missions unscathed. As Kabuto spoke of Gaara's feats, he adjusted his glasses. Well, how could the fully equipped and immensely powerful Gaara possibly sustain injuries? A genin participating in high-level missions and returning without a scratch? Shikamaru exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Who on earth is he? Naruto questioned. However, regarding the explanation of the Sound Ninja Village, it is a newly established nation's ninja village, and there is scarcely any information about them. At this point, he tucked away the card in his hand and concluded, in short, they are all highly skilled ninja villages. Hinata expressed her concern, feeling a tinge of insecurity. What are you saying at this moment? Ino frowned. This implies that all the candidates gathered here are exceptional, though Sakura did not finish her sentence, yet everyone understood. Indeed, those participating in the exam are remarkable individuals. Therefore, everyone must strive even harder. However, why hasn't Naruto spoken yet? Wait a moment. Before he could fully raise his head, I swiftly unleashed a water technique. Now is certainly not the time to make enemies. Huh. Glub glub. He was about to speak when he realized his mouth was full of water, only able to produce gargling sounds. Naruto, what were you about to do just now? Sakura reacted quickly and seized him by the neck. Glub, I hadn't finished my words yet. Now be quiet. Ouch, that hurts. Why are you stopping me, Sakura? Naruto protested, sensing someone approaching from that direction. Is it the Sound Trio? Chapter 31. The exam finally begins in the next moment. They charged at K, who gracefully dodged but was still struck by the technique, causing not only his glasses to shatter but also him to feel nauseous. Is this their special ninjutsu? However, I must say, Mr. K's performance is undeniably impressive. I truly feel compelled to award him a prize. Hey, K, are you alright? Naruto and Sakura rushed over. Oh, I'm fine. He slowly lifted his head to gaze at the trio from the Sound Village. What's the deal? It's not a big deal, after all. They are seasoned veterans with 4 years of experience, Tosuzen scoffed. Make it clear on your card. 3 from the Sound, confirmed as CH Nin, Sokka threatened. The 3 on the ground glared angrily at the Sound Village. Finally, everyone quiet down, you bunch of useless fools. With a loud bang, a cloud of white mist appeared, revealing a row of examiners, with the chief examiner standing right in front. Phew, we can finally prepare for the first exam. I sighed in relief upon seeing the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. However, I had not anticipated that the illusion examiners, Kamizuki Izumo and T-Gen K, were also present. Sound Ninja, don't cause any trouble before the exam. Do you wish to be eliminated immediately? Ibiki shouted, pointing at the trio who had just caused a ruckus. My apologies, Tosuzen slowly turned around. It's my first exam, and I got a bit too excited. Humph, this is a good opportunity. Ibiki smiled. Let me clarify. Without the examiner's permission, no fighting is allowed. Even if permitted, actions that could cause death are strictly forbidden. Anyone who dares defy my orders will be immediately eliminated. Do you understand? This exam seems rather straightforward, I mused. Sakuden scoffed and laughed, displaying a complete disregard for the examiner, which perhaps explained his audacious confidence in provoking Sasuke. The examiners chuckled, while Ibiki continued. Now, we shall commence the first examination of the CH Nin selection. Please submit your application forms and receive your assigned numbers. Take your seats in the order of those numbers, after which I will distribute the written examination. With that, everyone sprang into action. Why on earth is the first examination a written test? Naruto grimaced in despair. I quickly patted him on the back, reassuring him, it's all right. If it comes to it, I will help you, Naruto. Don't worry, but we're sitting apart. He exclaimed. Ah, As an old saying goes, there are always more solutions than problems, I explained with a smile. Let's go. Sasuke noticed that the others had begun to move and urged us forward. Soon enough, everyone was seated in their designated spots without a hitch. Yet, I found myself perplexed as to why Gaara was seated to my left. Great, here comes another headache, I thought. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at him. Fortunately, he was merely staring ahead, listening attentively to Mr. Ibiki's explanations, without casting a glance in our direction. After all, should he look my way, I would likely become extremely anxious. His current combat prowess was far beyond what I could handle, and attracting his attention would be utterly embarrassing. Mr. Ibiki continued his explanation until the clock's hands pointed precisely to 3:30, at which point he shouted, "Begin." Thus, the first round of competition commenced. To be honest, I had always been quite curious about the contents of this examination paper, given that it was a specialized heroine level assessment. The questions were crafted for individuals of commensurate skill, undoubtedly presenting a significant challenge. It was evident that the purpose was to unsettle the participants. Therefore, swiftly comprehending the essence of the examination became crucial. While being capable of answering questions was commendable, the optimal strategy was, of course, to employ clever tactics. This was the true essence of the examination, gathering necessary information through individual or team collaboration. In this context, the heroine and top students among us began to play their roles. I had no worries about Sasuke and Sakura. As for Naruto, well, there was no need to rush. Before diving into the fray, I decided to attempt the questions myself. The first question involved deciphering a coded message. I recalled having previously complained that this code resembled traditional characters. Thus, with my years of manga reading experience, I swiftly pinned down the answer. Moving on to the second question, I was taken aback to find it concerned a physics-related projectile problem, albeit intertwined with ninja-related information. This transformed it into a conundrum of hypothetical scenarios laden with uncertain conditions and mechanics. It seemed I would need to calculate more thoroughly. Best to set that aside for now. Alright, on to the next question. To my surprise, it turned out to be a medley of geography and chemistry-related inquiries, a veritable hodgepodge of interdisciplinary questions. I do not intend to boast. Within the examination hall, it seems that only a few, such as the diligent Sakura, the focused Shikamaru, the capable Hinata, and 2 adept Chunin who have infiltrated, are truly able to answer these questions correctly on their own. I swiftly glanced over the questions, completing all that I could. Observing my paper filled with just the right amount of answers brought me a sense of accomplishment. However, if not for the sudden onset of a sandstorm obscuring my vision, everything would have been rather pleasant. With a resigned sigh, I infused chakra into the air, forming a thin layer of water around my eyes as a precaution. I then pretended to be oblivious, subtly shifting my exam paper closer to him. He appeared momentarily taken aback, but, understanding the situation, refrained from using sand to obscure my sight, and instead observed directly through a sand eye. I contemplated how to utilize a technique to replicate an answer using water and transmit it to Naruto, who was still in a state of distress. However, perhaps it was unnecessary after all. With ample time remaining, I cautiously began to observe my peers. Indeed, each individual showcased their abilities to gather the necessary information and answers, or chose to collaborate and coordinate their efforts. Consequently, they swiftly completed their papers, aside from those teams eliminated early due to some rather rudimentary cheating tactics. Time flew by, and soon the final question was about to be revealed. I listened intently to the ticking of the clock, and finally, the moment arrived. The inept have mostly been cleared away, and Ibiki finally spoke. Now, let us get to the main event. 45 minutes had passed. It was time to begin. Alright, we shall now announce the 10th question. Chapter 32. The trial of the final question. Regarding the 10th question, I must commend Ibiki's interrogation skills. They are truly remarkable. From the initial warnings and the oppressive difficulty of the exam to the current atmosphere of tension, every step taken has been exceedingly astute. These qualities are essential for those aspiring to become Chunin. Indeed, prior to this, an additional condition concerning the final question must be added. At this juncture, Ibiki paused momentarily. The next instant, the sound of the door opening echoed, and I couldn't help but cast a fleeting glance. It was the pretender, Kankuro. His timing was impeccable. A fleeting thought crossed my mind about blocking him from re-entering, thus disqualifying him and his companions from continuing the examination, but that would not do. After all, the ensuing combat promised to be quite entertaining. What fortuitous timing. Ibiki smiled, indicating that his efforts with the puppet had not been in vain. All right, please take your seats. Kankuro slowly returned to his original position, casually discarding a cheat sheet during his walk. Once he settled in, Ibiki continued, let me explain the rules of this. The Despair Challenge. Having endured the trials of challenges, the insurmountable tests devoid of any possibility of deceit, compounded by the rigorous mental strain imposed by the rules. Many hearts began to waver upon hearing his words. First and foremost, a choice must be made regarding the 10th question. Will you respond? Must we choose? And what if one opts not to answer the 10th question? Hamaru immediately inquired. If one chooses not to respond, the candidate shall be deemed unqualified on the spot, resulting in a score of 0. At this juncture, he smirked, declaring them unfit. Naturally, companions would also face elimination. As expected, the crowd erupted in uproar over this rule. Some voiced their dissatisfaction, asserting that such a matter clearly necessitated a response. The notion of being eliminated alongside others was utterly chaotic. Furthermore, there was another rule that Ibiki chose not to address, continuing instead to elaborate. Should one elect to answer but fail to do so correctly, that individual would be forever barred from participating in the Chunin exams. How can such a foolish rule exist? Yada sprang to his feet, pointing at Ibiki and shouting. After all, he was a veteran of numerous Chunin exams. Akamaru added his support with a few barks. Ha ha ha, you are simply unfortunate this year. I am the rule, declared Ibiki, his already grim visage now imbued with an even more ominous gravity. Moreover, did I not provide you with an alternative? Those lacking confidence should simply choose not to answer and return next year or the year after. With that, he chuckled darkly. Now let us commence. Those opting not to answer the 10th question, please raise your hands. Upon confirmation of numbers, kindly exit from here. Once again, silence enveloped the room, but soon the individual seated to Naruto's left, slowly raised my hand and stood up, exclaiming, I refuse to answer. His final proclamation was a direct shout, revealing his palpable displeasure. Number 50 is eliminated. Numbers 130 and 111 are also implicated and subsequently disqualified, announced Kamizuki Shuyun as he glanced at his notes. Yes, I apologize, Yanazumi. Inagaki's voice trembled with regret. But, how vexing. I also refuse. Rapidly, more hands began to rise. Watching their departing figures, my previously anxious heart gradually found tranquility. After all, even if the question was exceedingly difficult, I yearned to experience it. I must not resign to self-doubt without even attempting. Moreover, I believe that he surely shared our sentiments, both in the original narrative and now. At that moment, Naruto raised his left hand. His entire body trembled as he held it aloft, and after a brief pause, he slammed it down on the table with force. Do not underestimate me. I will not flee in the face of adversity. I wish to participate. Even if I remain a genin for life, I shall strive to become Hokage, no matter what. He stood tall, continuing with unwavering resolve. I am not afraid at all. Upon hearing this, I felt my eyes welling with emotion. Alas, I have grown older, and my tear threshold has lowered. Shaking my head, I suppressed my tears. What a wonderful child, this is truly him. With that, he folded his arms and sat back down. Once more, I posed the question. After quietly listening, Ibiki continued, stating that this is a choice that risks your very lives. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. To adhere to one's own words is my principle of endurance. Naruto, having regained his former vigor, added, I can sense that, upon hearing Naruto's words, the candidates who were previously shaken in spirit and body found solace. This, perhaps, is the essence of Naruto's strength. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable to proceed to the next step. His words are undoubtedly powerful. Ibiki took a few steps forward, surveying the examiners around him, all of whom nodded in agreement that the examination could conclude. He too nodded and then turned toward us. Your resolve is commendable. Thus, for all those remaining here, I declare that, in this first round of the examination, he raised his head with a smile. You are deemed qualified. What? Naruto was so astonished that he nearly dropped his pen, exclaiming, I heard that from afar. Please hold on. What is happening? Sakura abruptly stood up, shocked by the sudden declaration of qualification. What was the 10th question? Ibiki finally chuckled. There has been nothing of the sort from the beginning. To clarify, the choice presented earlier was, in fact, the 10th question. Wait a moment, Temari hastily inquired. What about the previous 9 questions? Were they entirely irrelevant? not entirely irrelevant. After all, they served to eliminate those with inadequate information-gathering skills, did they not? The first 9 questions accomplished the purpose of the examination, which was to assess each of your information-gathering capabilities. Information-gathering capabilities? Temari pressed on. Thus, Ibiki revealed to all the true purpose of this examination. However, those who resort to foolish methods of cheating will certainly be eliminated. As for the reason why, Ibiki removed his forehead protector, revealing the scars upon his head. How terrifying yet awe-inspiring. Those scars serve as a formidable reminder to all present. Sometimes, information can hold more value than life itself. Jiraiya and the others surely understood this, which is why they were willing to engage in such risks. At this moment, I realized the sound of my tears softly falling onto the table. I hurriedly wiped my eyes, hoping no one had noticed. Coughing lightly, I thought, surely no one saw that. It is in the realms of missions and battle where one must stake their life to seize what is coveted. Information obtained from enemies or discovered by third parties is not always reliable. I hope you remember this. Clutching false information can bring devastating consequences to both comrades and the village. In this regard, we allowed you to cheat to facilitate your information gathering, thus identifying those with inadequate skills. However, I still find the final question somewhat unacceptable. Temari expressed her disbelief. Nevertheless, the 10th question is indeed the true objective of the first examination. What exactly does this mean? Sakura asked. Ibiki then proceeded to elaborate once more. Should one be so timid as to wager even their own life, entrusting their hopes to the uncertainties of the morrow or an indeterminate future? Such a feeble-minded individual, who falters and relinquishes opportunities, does not deserve the title of a ch-nin. Those of you who have chosen to answer the questions can be regarded as the true resolvers of even the most challenging inquiries. You shall face any difficulties that may arise with fortitude, correct? You have already surpassed the initial threshold. The first examination of the ch-nin selection has concluded. I wish you all success in your examinations. Blessings upon you. Naruto exclaimed with exuberance, nearly leaping in joy. Wonderful, splendid, hooray. Alas, I apologize, I do not know him. I do not know him, thank you. Yet, before the jubilation could linger, an unidentified object hurtled through the window, shattering the glass. Followed by several shurikens that struck a bundle, obscuring Ibiki at the podium, with the words inscribed, Second Examination Officer, Mitarashi Anko, has arrived. Ah, what a stunning entrance. If given the chance, I would undoubtedly bestow full marks upon Teacher Anko. Chapter 33. The Lone Arrivals. Humph. This is not the time for merriment. I am the examiner for the second examination, Mitarashi Anko, she announced loudly while gesturing to the characters behind her. Now, let us proceed. Follow me to the next round. Her commanding presence was undeniable. Observe the atmosphere. Once she finished her remarks, Ibiki stepped forward, keenly observing Anko's reaction. Only then did Anko realize something. A slight blush creeping to her cheeks. 79 participants, and yet there remained 26 teams. This first examination was rather lenient. Anko glanced at the crowd before her, expressing her dissatisfaction. There are many exceptional candidates this year, Ibiki explained. Humph, very well then. In the second examination, I shall eliminate half of you. How thrilling. We shall discuss the particulars tomorrow, in a different location. The meeting point and time will be conveyed by your ch-nin instructors. That is all. You are dismissed. The following day, I arrived early at the designated gathering spot to await the other 3 young companions. Fortunately, they all appeared quite eager, as a considerable number of candidates had already congregated outside the examination venue. Hey there, Sakura, you've arrived quite early again. I called out upon spotting Naruto rushing towards me. You two have come early today, he replied with a grin. Indeed, indeed. Shower me with compliments. They must still be sleeping in, he continued, but was interrupted mid-sentence by another voice. Humph, what right do those who always arrive late have to speak so? Sasuke and Sakura approached as well. Huh, I have not. Those who know. Sasuke, it appeared, was anticipating yet another quarrel among them. I quickly intervened. Now, let us avoid any discord before the examination. Precisely, especially you, Naruto. Fine. By the way, do you know where we are? I shifted the topic. Gazing at the ominous expanse before us, falling silent. Ahead lies the vast pit, and soon we shall encounter formidable figures, such as Orochimaru. This also implies that the ch-nin schemes are soon to unfold. At this thought, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The trio before me shook their heads. A sense of unease enveloped the air and Sakura anxiously placed her hands over her chest, voicing her concerns. We found ourselves at the venue for the second examination, the 44th training ground. Akamaru had already arrived and was introducing us to the location, deliberately pausing before revealing its ominous moniker, the Forest of Death. Naruto scoffed, a smirk curling on his lips as he made a flamboyant gesture. This place is dubbed the Forest of Death? I took a step back, maintaining my composure. No matter how they tried to frighten me, I remained unfazed. I was not afraid at all. Naruto exuded a formidable confidence. Akamaru flashed a slight smile, but I sensed that she was about to pounce, narrowing her eyes as she remarked, "Oh really? You're quite spirited, aren't you?" In the next instant, she produced a kunai, hurling it at Naruto with a swift flick of her wrist, the blade grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Akamaru sidled up to him, gently caressing his face where the crimson liquid trickled down. She continued, "However, children like you often meet their demise first, spilling the vibrant red blood that I adore." In a sudden twist, she brandished another kunai, pivoting around just as a figure materialized, extending his tongue to return the previous kunai to Akamaru. The chilling breeze that followed him was laced with an aura of menace, sending shivers down my spine. It was Orochimaru. Fortunately, the malice he emanated was not directed at me. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. "Here's your kunai back," the woman said slowly. "Thank you for the trouble." Akamaru replied with a smile as she accepted the kunai. "But please refrain from standing behind me with such a murderous intent, unless you wish for an early demise." "My apologies. I am rather exhilarated by the sight of blood, and you did just sever my most prized locks," she retorted with a gleeful tone. "Aren't you here to observe your disciple and to abduct Sasuke?" "Forgive me," she said, retreating to her previous position. It seemed this examination had attracted many spirited individuals. Akamaru remarked as she gazed at Orochimaru's retreating figure, "It's truly exciting." As the second exam approached, she produced a substantial stack of consent forms from her attire. After elucidating the precautions, it was time for the distribution of the Earth Scrolls and the entrance procedure. "All right, teams that have acquired their scrolls, follow your respective leaders to your designated entrances, and we shall commence in 30 minutes. Our entrance was number 12. The details of the other teams had slipped my mind, so I resolved to let events unfold naturally. At last, the moment arrived. The leader stepped forward and unlocked the imposing gate. From this moment forth, the Ch-Nin selection exam, second examination, commences. Everyone dashed towards the tower's direction. We reached a small clearing, preparing for our next course of action, though some had already ventured off alone. Speaking of which, I rummaged through my pack and retrieved a scroll. What is this?" Naruto inquired. "This. It's a scroll for storing items. I rarely find it useful, but I wonder if we could use it to contain our own scrolls." "Are you suggesting we store the scroll inside?" Sasuke asked. As I pondered the notion of concealing the scroll in another dimension, I believed it would evade their detection, and only those adept in summoning would be able to retrieve it. Subsequently, I could replicate a few copies using my techniques as a precaution. I conveyed my thoughts. "Indeed. That seems quite feasible." Sakura nodded in agreement. "So who shall hold it?" I inquired. "Naturally, it shall be me," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Before Sakura could finish her thought, Sasuke nodded, prompting me to prepare to hand the scroll to Naruto. Sasuke, why? Let us go," he replied. Yes. Pack the scroll, and let us set off," Naruto was saying when he suddenly clutched his stomach. I need to relieve myself." With that, he dashed off to the side. A loud thud echoed as Sakura struck Naruto on the head. "Naruto-kun, it's best not to speak of such matters in front of a lady." I chuckled at him, though I felt an urge to utilize my techniques. "To the bushes, you fool," Sakura shouted in anger. Reluctantly, Naruto ran towards the foliage. I observed the thicket, a quiet laugh escaping me as I thought how quickly someone had arrived. Moments later, wow, impressive. Quite a stream. Naruto emerged from the bushes, striding towards us. Sasuke frowned, casting a glance in my direction, to which I subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "Honestly, Naruto, refrain from such comments in the presence of a lady," Sakura scolded, just as Sasuke delivered a punch that sent Naruto sprawling against a tree. "Sasuke, is it really necessary to resort to violence?" Sakura asked, astonished. "What are you doing?" Naruto wiped his face and queried. "Oh, where did that wound on your face disappear to, Naruto-kun?" I had already drawn a kunai, poised for action. A wound. Sakura finally realized you. You are not Naruto. Moreover, your shuriken pouch is strapped to your left leg, while that fellow is right-handed. Your transformation technique is inferior to Naruto's. Where's the real Naruto? You imposter! Sasuke shouted. How unfortunate. My cover is blown, the assailant remarked, and in a plume of white smoke, revealed his true identity as a rogue ninja from the Rain Village. Who possesses the scroll? He bellowed as he charged toward us with ferocity. In response, I resolved to seize it by force. Seeing this, Sasuke leaped into the air, unleashing his fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. The rogue attempted to evade, but I was already prepared to cast my technique, ensnaring his feet with water as he tried to dodge. If this was indeed the adversary, my technique would be quite effective. Meanwhile, I directed Sakura to rush towards the bound Naruto to free him. What? He could not evade in time. His body frantically dodging, managing to evade several attacks, yet ultimately succumbing to one. As he dodged, Sasuke had already positioned himself before him, striking fiercely at his chest. However, I used my water release to halt his hand, preventing his final action. What does this mean? Sasuke stared at me in astonishment. I swiftly positioned myself behind the individual, incapacitating him with a strike. He was likely alone, and I possessed a substance that would ensure his slumber lasted until the following week. Sasuke withdrew a kunai, stepping aside. I administered a highly effective sedative to the man, securing him with specially designed ropes and concealing him within a discreet hollow of a tree. Once these tasks were accomplished, we shifted our location once more. Chapter 34. Not to be consumed if we were to disperse. Trust, even among comrades, would be misplaced. As we had just witnessed, the enemy may disguise themselves and approach us. Halfway through our journey, Sasuke suddenly proclaimed, "What shall we do then?" Sakura inquired. "We must establish a code," he replied. "A code?" Naruto echoed, taken aback. "Oh, if we must have a code, let it not be too lengthy," I sighed. The original was rather difficult to remember. However, it does not matter much, for there are ears in every wall. The bamboo tube not far from the ground serves as proof. The length is inconsequential. The essence lies in the fact that if the code is incorrect, regardless of appearance or demeanor, one is to be considered an enemy. I shall say this only once. So listen carefully. When asked about the shinobi song and mechanism, the response should be, when a multitude of enemies stirs, it is the opportune moment for ambush. In silence, there is no refuge. The most vital aspect for a ninja is to seize the moment. That is when the enemy is weary and complacent. Sakura seemed quite taken aback, and Naruto and I exchanged glances, our faces reflecting concern. Such a phrase was impossible to memorize in one breath. "Could you repeat that?" Naruto requested, his expression strained. "Did I not mention that I would say it only once?" Sasuke retorted. I nodded, though I too had not retained it. Still, a nod was necessary. "Did you not remember?" Sakura questioned. Well, I was somewhat careless. No, rather, I did remember," I admitted, nervously brushing my hair back. Me too. Hearing it again would help me remember better, right, Shikamaru?" I nodded earnestly in response to Naruto's words. "Enough," Sasuke interjected, changing the subject as he stood. "I'll retrieve the scroll." "Hey, wasn't that supposed to be for me?" Naruto protested, waving his hands in disagreement. "Well, perhaps next time it shall be entrusted to you. But this counterfeit must still be given to you." I handed him another scroll. Oh, Naruto exclaimed as he took the scroll I offered and tucked it into his pocket. Just as Sasuke began to depart, Naruto called out, "Wait a moment, Sasuke." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and I hastily pulled Naruto aside, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. What? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, another strong wind blew, forcing us to dodge to the side. Once the commotion subsided, Sakura and I cautiously approached Sasuke, who was hidden behind the foliage. He suddenly turned to face us. "Do not come any closer. First, the code, shinobi song and mechanism." Sasuke brandished the kunai before his chest, ready to strike. When a multitude of enemies stir. Sakura eloquently articulated our code. After she spoke, Sasuke gestured towards me. Ahem, that is, when a multitude of enemies. Forget it, I apologize. Sasuke-kun, do you truly believe I would remember that? I gazed awkwardly at the ground. The air fell silent for a moment. I understood. Sasuke slightly adjusted his kunai. Now, only Naruto remained. "It hurts. Hey, are you all okay?" At that moment, Naruto fortuitously sprinted in from a distance. "Naruto, wait." "The code." Sakura extended her hand, urging him to halt. I knew that amidst the throngs of enemies, Naruto adeptly recited the code, causing me to grip my kunai even tighter. Sigh. Sakura released a sigh of relief, while Sasuke chuckled and fired his kunai. What are you doing? Naruto exclaimed. Naruto-kun shouldn't have such remarkable skills yet. Who are you? I positioned my kunai across my chest, ready to monitor his movements, and Sasuke furrowed his brow. Huh, why are you too confused? Didn't Naruto clearly state the code? Sakura questioned, perplexed. The issue arises when you speak it out loud. Do you think that guy can remember such a lengthy code? Sasuke clarified. If it were us, we would surely forget it. I concurred, for I wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. Moreover, the manner in which he dodged my attack was distinctly different from Naruto's. Sasuke continued. It's about time for you to reveal your true identity, imposter. Heh. Naruto's expression suddenly shifted, extending an exaggeratedly long tongue to lick his lips. I see now. In the next moment, this Naruto reverted to his original appearance. The woman who had returned the kunai to Enko before the exam, none other than Orochimaru. Since you were aware he would forget, why not choose a shorter code? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. Because I knew you were lurking underground, eavesdropping on our conversation. Sasuke replied with a smile, which is precisely why I employed such a lengthy code. His reconnaissance skills are indeed remarkable. Previously, I had mentioned that this individual's abilities had improved, Orochimaru mused. I see. You neither tire nor grow careless. Orochimaru's expression morphed into a sinister grin, resembling a predator poised to devour Sasuke. This is even more entertaining than I had anticipated. I'm quite pleased. Now, this is truly intriguing. Orochimaru slowly retrieved the Book of Earth from his pocket, stating, You desire our Book of Earth, I presume? After all, you possess the Book of Heaven. With that, Orochimaru, right before our eyes, performed an exaggerated motion and stuffed what could have been his own Book of Earth into his mouth, truly befitting of the snake sage. Heh, let the battle for the scrolls commence, a struggle for our lives. He licked his tongue and then pulled down his eyelids. Oh no, could it be? I instinctively closed my eyes, but alas, by the time I realized my folly, it was too late. As I fixated on Orochimaru's eyes, the next instant, I felt utterly crushed, completely overpowered, experiencing a genuine form of mental domination. In the following moment, it felt as though I had endured an unprecedented, soul-rending blow. Not a single part of me remained unscathed. All that lay before me was blood, vast, unbearable pools of blood, and a kunai aimed straight at my forehead. Is this an illusion? No, that can't be. This was merely his murderous intent, distinctly different from the true killing aura of no more slashing, with no Kakashi present to counter it. This individual's malevolence appeared even more formidable. It felt as though I had perished once already. TSK, perhaps it would be better to embrace death. Such thoughts are surely futile. I stumbled and fell to the ground, attempting to steady myself, yet my body trembled uncontrollably. This was an instinctive response, a primal fear of the unknown. I sensed Sasuke's gaze upon me and vigorously shook my head, signaling him to check on Sakura's condition. At this moment, Sakura was as susceptible to this oppressive aura as I was. TSK, could this be the vast chasm of power? I couldn't help but think. But now, we must remain composed. We must escape, or it will be too late. Have we become immobile? Orochimaru scoffed. I watched as he approached slowly, preparing to hurl the kunai in his grasp. He truly intended to end our lives. There was no time for hesitation. If I hesitated any longer, we would surely meet our end. With a determination that coursed through my trembling hands, I gripped the kunai tightly. The familiar sting in my palm jolted me back to reality, and I swiftly launched the weapon towards Sasuke's right arm, then quickly rose to my feet. The slight cut on Sasuke's arm elicited a reaction from him, finally enabling him to act. I deftly retrieved a smoke bomb from my pack and hurled it in Orochimaru's direction, then turned to flee alongside Sasuke, who had picked up Sakura. Soon after, beneath a large tree, Sasuke gazed at the wound on his arm in a daze. I quickly rummaged through my pocket for 2 bandages, handing one to Sasuke while I wrapped the other around my own injury. Sakura was about to say something, but Sasuke covered her mouth, urging silence. Behind us, I swiftly launched the kunai in my hand towards Orochimaru's eyes, but he nimbly dodged, granting us precious moments to evade. However, I need not worry excessively, for Orochimaru's target was evidently Sasuke. I watched as he decisively advanced toward him. Stay back. Sasuke quickly released several shuriken, pushing Orochimaru back, then took refuge on a branch. Unfortunately, the serpent's head split open, revealing Orochimaru himself, ascending from within. There was no moment to divert my focus, for as prey, one must remain perpetually alert, fleeing, especially before a predator. With that, he flicked his tongue and lunged at Sasuke. Only when he fully revealed himself could I see his lower half, soft as a serpent, coiling up the branch with remarkable speed, truly a man befitting his name. Just as he lunged towards Sasuke, several shuriken and kunai flew in, interrupting his next move. The real Naruto had returned. Sorry, Sasuke, Naruto's figure appeared on a high branch, eyeing us. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed. You finally returned. I sighed in relief, yet knew this was not an opportune moment for his return. Chapter 35. Not to be devoured. Well done, Naruto, Sakura exclaimed. I don't care if you're trying to show off by saving me. Stop drawing attention and escape. That guy is far too powerful for us. Sasuke immediately interjected upon witnessing the scene. It seems you've skillfully dealt with that large serpent, Naruto. Orochimaru then shifted his gaze toward Naruto. Oh dear, you appear to be bullying the weak. Now that Lord Naruto Uzumaki has arrived, I must teach you a lesson. Naruto pointed at Orochimaru defiantly. What an imbecile who fails to assess the situation. Everyone fell silent for a moment until I noticed Sasuke had ceased using his Sharingan. Wait, Sasuke's voice drew everyone's attention, and he retrieved the Book of Heaven from his bag, offering the scroll. Please, take this and go. Hold on, I haven't finished. Hey Sasuke, what are you doing? You're giving the scroll to the enemy? What are you thinking? Shut up. What? Ah, I see. Quite a clever idea. Orochimaru slowly straightened his posture. The prey could only hope to appease the predator by offering up another prize in exchange for their own safety. Take it, Sasuke said, tossing the Book of Heaven toward Orochimaru, but Naruto was faster. Damn it, don't do anything unnecessary. Sasuke, bewildered, shouted. Do you realize what situation we're in? Naruto said nothing, merely delivering a punch that sent Sasuke flying onto another tree. You idiot. I just forgot the code, so I couldn't confirm. You're an imposter, Sasuke. Naruto, what are you talking about? Sakura interjected hastily. You utter fool. I am the real one. Sasuke explained angrily. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun is indeed the genuine article. But do you truly believe he desires the Book of Heaven? I exclaimed, unable to contain myself. And even if he did want it, he could easily kill us and take it. Exactly, as Ino said, I don't know how strong this guy is. But he has made no promises of sparing us in exchange for the scroll. Furthermore, this cowardly fool who is so rattled, he can't even comprehend the situation is definitely not the Sasuke I know. Naruto shouted, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned. Hee, congratulations. Naruto and Ino, your answer is correct. Orochimaru licked his lips and rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a dangerous-looking cursed seal beneath. I knew instinctively that this could not be allowed to succeed. As for the scroll, I can simply kill you and seize it afterward. He bit his right fingertip and traced it toward the symbol. Understanding his intent, I realized it was a summoning technique. I had to stop him. Water style, act quickly. Oh, water style, do you think this will hinder me? Orochimaru glanced dismissively at the approaching water and waved his hand, dispersing it effortlessly. TCH. Ninjutsu doesn't seem to hold much power against him. Seeing this, Naruto immediately charged at him with a kunai in hand. Naruto-kun, don't go. Stop, run. I shouted alongside Sasuke. Yet it was evident that our voices could not deter that wretched being. Damn it, exclaimed Naruto as he leapt down from the branch. I misjudged you, Sasuke. Summoning technique. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, and a powerful gust of wind arose, preventing Naruto from advancing any closer. Soon, a colossal serpent was conjured, with Orochimaru positioning himself atop its head, launching an assault towards Naruto. Naruto, Sakura cried out, and upon witnessing the scene, I hastily employed the water release technique to pull Naruto aside, narrowly evading the attack as he leapt to safety, while the branch crushed beneath the weight of the serpent. Stop dawdling, Naruto. I urgently called out as the next wave of attack loomed. How frustrating. My control over the water release was not sufficiently agile. Naruto, Naruto. The other two shouted in unison, yet my water release proved ineffective once more, and Naruto was struck violently aside. No, could it be that my water release was rendered ineffective simply due to Orochimaru's deadly gaze? Watching Naruto plummet, Orochimaru chuckled. In any case, let's consume him. However, Naruto opened his eyes once more, his irises transformed into a crimson hue, the power of the Nine Tails unleashed. He leapt onto the serpent's head, shouting, "Damn it! Watch this!" and struck down fiercely, prompting Orochimaru to react with alarm. This brat, could it be? Yet Naruto ignored him, relentlessly assaulting the creature. Has Naruto gone berserk? Sakura observed in disbelief, but why was he so powerful now? As Naruto charged forth, Orochimaru grinned and extended his left hand, exhaling a massive inferno from his mouth. No. At this rate, Naruto will surely sustain grave injuries. Even if he could heal, the pain would still be unbearable, especially in this dire situation. The water release must be activated. I bit my lip, gradually tasting the metallic tang of blood. Move. Water release, water wall. It must succeed. I fervently urged myself, then decisively launched several kunai inscribed with smoke talismans towards Orochimaru. As they neared the two, I activated the talismans. Finally, a thin water wall manifested before Naruto, shielding him from a portion of the flames. He crashed into a nearby branch as the smoke began to disperse. Indeed, you seem to be a bit of a nuisance, Orochimaru remarked, silently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, but he quickly redirected his attention towards me. Now lie down obediently. What? Instinctively, I raised my hands to shield myself and activated the water release. Yet alas, Orochimaru was swifter. I felt a powerful gust of wind rush towards me, and in the next moment, I was struck with the sensation of being torn apart, violently hurled against the roots of a large tree. Cough. I couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. Had I not consistently enveloped myself in water and chakra, I would have surely suffered far worse injuries. Shao Kahn. I thought I heard someone calling my name, but alas, I could no longer respond. Alas, my body feels utterly exhausted, and my vision is exceedingly blurred. It seems my chakra has vanished. What a dire predicament this is. Had I known, I would have refrained from wading into this murky water. Yet, despite everything, I still wish to come. Sigh. I seem to hear someone calling my name once more, and with great effort, I pry open my left eye, only to see Naruto ensnared in a vortex. Hey, don't fall asleep. My vision dims further, and I swiftly succumb to unconsciousness. Is this how you choose to sleep? At that moment, I vaguely hear a voice. So weak, just a single strike and you're down? Pathetic. Wait, is that my own voice? Must I once again yield like before? Can I learn from Lee, who worked so diligently? I've witnessed his unwavering effort. Emulating him wouldn't hurt. And I must awaken quickly. They still need me. Indeed, I yearn to journey onward with them. I lack chakra now, but there is still some energy around me. Even if it's a mere trickle, it's better than nothing. My body gradually begins to function, converting external energy into my own strength. I ponder the reason for this. Perhaps it is an instinctual desire to survive. Time slips away, and eventually, I regain some semblance of mobility. However, as I slowly open my eyes, I hear Sasuke's anguish scream. Has Orochimaru struck? I struggle to sit up, retrieving a stamina-replenishing pill from my pocket, ready to rise. But in the next moment, a figure looms before me. Not dead, are you? How delightful. You may want to give it a try. Orochimaru's silhouette has appeared, and I instinctively raise my kunai, only to have it effortlessly knocked aside. My eyes widen as my body once again succumbs to immobility. This is dire. What do you intend to do to Sakura? Ah, merely a gift. He chuckles, forming hand seals as he prepares to sink his fangs into my neck. No, this cannot happen. My fate would surely be sealed. Water release, chakra. I implore my body to move once more. I feel his teeth pierce my neck, sinking in. Gritting my teeth, I swallow the pain. He quickly releases his grip, ignoring me as he turns to explain to Sasuke and Sakura. I sense chakra burrowing into my body, heading towards my dantian. I must obstruct it. If it is indeed a poison I can feel, then I must act. Found you, out you go. I summon the scant chakra I possess, forcing it toward the wound, determined not to let Uncle Snake prevail. I must admit, the strength of that force is overwhelming. I feel on the verge of collapse. Excessive chakra depletion will hasten its invasion, yet I sense it is nearly expelled. At last, in a fleeting moment, I feel that entity vanish without a trace, and thus, utterly fatigued, I succumb to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 36. The heroic rescue by classmate Xiao Li. As I gradually opened my eyes, I found myself lying beneath the roots of a grand tree, a space just adequate to accommodate a few individuals. I flexed my fingers. After a period of rest, I was able to move once more. However, my chakra was severely depleted, and it seemed that no matter how much external energy I attempted to absorb, there was no significant increase. Alas, it appeared that until this matter was resolved, my chakra would remain unusable. Xiao Sakura. As I slowly sat up, I noticed the two individuals lying beside me. Xiao Xiang, you're awake. Xiao Sakura's eyes, which had been on the verge of closing from exhaustion, widened in surprise as she rushed over. Her sudden burst of energy, quite astonishing. Whoa, you finally awakened. Our heavenly book has been destroyed by Orochimaru, and Sasuke, ever since he was attacked, has been burning with fever. Naruto, he hasn't woken up either. I'm so terrified they won't awaken. Shao Sakura finally found someone to confide in and immediately began explaining the events from the previous day. After Orochimaru departed, she moved us to this location and set traps around us, vigilantly keeping watch throughout the night. Thank you for your hard work, Shao Sakura. Don't worry. Everyone is fine. They are likely just in a state of unconsciousness. We can search for the scrolls again. I contemplated sharing information about another scroll, but upon seeing her weary eyes, I continued. So, there is no need for you to panic. Would you like to rest for a while? No. You've just woken up? I'll stay here with you to guard them. Shao Sakura resolutely refused, determined to remain vigilant. By the way, didn't Orochimaru injure you? How is your wound? I'm not quite sure. I then showed her my wound. Why does your injury only have bite marks? There's no cursed seal. Shao Sakura pointed to the mark on Sasuke's neck. I don't know. Perhaps it was because I did something with my chakra yesterday that prevented him from being marked successfully. Before I could finish, Shao Sakura grasped my hand. Her voice tinged with urgency, almost to the point of tears. Can you help Sasuke and remove that seal? I'm afraid I can't. My voice trailed off. What? Shao Sakura slowly released my hand, her eyes filled with despair. We will have to wait until we successfully enter the tower. Then we should be able to ask others for help. By the way, don't you really want to rest for a bit? She shook her head firmly. All right, I want to insist that you rest, but please take this. I retrieved a pill from my bag and placed it in her hand. At least it will help you feel better. She quickly accepted it and swallowed it. We truly could not afford to rest now. Those three from the Sound Village would soon be upon us. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes. Could it be? To our relief, a squirrel scampered out, and both Shao Sakura and I exhaled in relief. However, upon seeing the squirrel approaching us, Shao Sakura swiftly launched a kunai, scaring it away. We stood guard at the exit, calmly awaiting the arrival of our three adversaries. It wasn't long before they would arrive. Oh, it is indeed curious that someone has already awakened. From a distance, a familiar voice reached my ears. It was the trio from Inin. Swiftly, I drew my kunai, ready to engage in battle. However, there was no need to rouse the others, especially Sasuke. Toshiro continued, expressing their desire to confront that individual. How can you wish to challenge him while he remains unconscious? Such lack of consideration is quite unbecoming, I remarked with a frown. What is your true intention? Sakura interjected, aware that the one orchestrating this was that fellow named Orochimaru. What on earth is that peculiar scar on Sasuke's neck? To leave him in such a state, and yet speak of challenging him? What is that esteemed individual truly thinking? Toshiro pondered in confusion. Yet, upon hearing this, I could not remain passive. I too yearned to eliminate those women, and Sasuke shall be entrusted to me. With that, Sakura stood up resolutely. Wait a moment, Sakura. Toshiro approached the trap set by her, halting in his tracks. It was painfully obvious. The color had been overturned. Grass does not grow in this vicinity, does it? A trap, if not executed flawlessly, is devoid of purpose. He crouched down to inspect Sakura's crude trap, mocking its ineptitude. How dull. That kunai is merely to prevent squirrels from falling into the trap. I assenti it. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Eliminate them immediately. Toshiro tilted his head, and then the trio leapt towards us, ready to strike. At that moment, Sakura severed the rope that held the trap, and a large piece of wood came crashing down toward the three of them. A log. Toshiro exclaimed in shock, his tone filled with disbelief. Is there a trap upon it? This is bad. What a jest. With that, he unleashed a spell that obliterated the wood. Humph. Can one truly be remarkable merely by wielding magic? Alas, at this moment, I am indeed at a loss. To be frank, you exhibit a lack of talent. Such individuals must strive even harder. Before he could finish his sentence, I seized my kunai and hurled it toward the trio, rising to my feet. Those who know nothing would do well to remain silent. I furrowed my brow slightly as I faced the three, who swiftly evaded my attack and leapt to another location. Just as they were about to land, a familiar voice resonated from elsewhere. Leaf Village Whirlwind. It was my classmate Lee. He arrived with a squirrel perched upon his shoulder. With a powerful flying kick, he sent the three of them sprawling, landing gracefully before Sakura and me. A truly splendid entrance. In that case, you must all exert yourselves more. Lee extended his right hand, assuming an attack stance. What brings you here? I inquired hastily, but Toshiro interrupted. Who are you? The beautiful azure beast of the leaf. Rock Lee, when did you acquire such a name? I was somewhat at a loss for words. Ahem, that is of little importance, Miko. For now, let us deal with those adversaries. He cast a shy glance at Sakura, adding an explanation. Why are you here? Sakura questioned. I will always appear when you find yourself in peril, he said, stroking the squirrel's chin before gently placing it on the ground, addressing it. Just kidding. It's truly thanks to you. Come, let us proceed. Ah, Lee is truly a wonderful child. Alas, what a pity. You will surely find a girl who adores you. Yet, for the time being, we are adversaries, are we not? Sakura struggled to comprehend his meaning. As I have previously stated, I shall protect you until my last breath. Look at him, just a complete fool. However, I cannot help but wonder how much that protective gear on him will truly assist. I let out a quiet sigh. Oh, Lee Kuin, you never cease to amaze me. I couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, thank you, Sakura murmured softly. Yitzi, are you still able to fight? Lee suddenly inquired. I glanced at the group. They were about to launch their attack. Well, for the most part, I'm fine, but for now, I can only rely on taijutsu. I lowered my voice to explain. Sakura, the other two are yours. Sakura nodded in agreement. Tsuzan charged forward, and Sakura immediately launched a shuriken, but it did little to halt his advance. In response, Lee reached down to the ground, yanked up a tree root, and hurled it at Tsuzan. The strength of this boy is truly remarkable. Your offensive capabilities must possess some secrets, Lee remarked. There must be a technique to your strikes. Mere evasion won't suffice. I've observed your moves before. This child had been displaying intelligence from the very beginning, which put my mind at ease. Sigh, just by looking at their forehead protectors, it's evident that the Sound Village specializes in sound-related techniques. Just observe those hollow spaces on their hands. They resemble that technique, Shao? Quite troublesome indeed. I couldn't help but elaborate. Tsuzan exchanged a meaningful glance with me. What's this? Am I accurately guessing your secrets with my idle chatter? I responded with a slight smile, returning the gaze unapologetically. Tsuzan ceased his words, instead adopting a stance, preparing to charge. I turned to Lee. He seemed resolute, ready to unravel the bandages around his hands. Are you serious? Now is not the time for that. I exclaimed. You should be conserving your strength. They should be coming for you shortly, so all we need to do is hold them off. Despite my protests, he did not halt his actions, continuing to unwrap the bandages, intent on confronting the approaching Tsuzan. Very well, I shall assist him. After all, the three from the Sound Village would surely collaborate. Then I noticed Sacking preparing to strike, swiftly drawing several shuriken and sending them flying toward his hands to interrupt his technique. He indeed faltered momentarily, allowing Lee to successfully drive the first assailant into the ground before leaping back to join Sakura and me. While this move lacked the elegance of his signature technique, it was sufficient to give that individual a taste of defeat. John, Sacking glared at me with fierce intent, ready to charge. From my previous observations, their attacks seemed to carry sound waves, enabling them to strike from a greater distance than usual. Be cautious, I hurriedly advised Lee. Sacking charged toward me, and I threw my shuriken, but he effortlessly deflected them with a wave of his hand. I glanced at Xiao Li, who, after employing that technique, was temporarily unable to act recklessly. Observing him gasping for breath beside me left me in a difficult position, particularly since Xiao Sakura was still unable to fight. However, at this moment, my options were regrettably limited to close combat, which undoubtedly posed the risk of being subjected to sonic attacks. What a vexing predicament. Chapter 37, The Pig. Deer and Butterfly. Seeing this, I could only take a step back. Li Jun, Xiao Sakura, be cautious. Yet, before I could finish my warning, in the blink of an eye, Sak Dang had already appeared before me. The absence of chakra was indeed troublesome. Dodging was hardly feasible. With an atmospheric pressure of 100 and ultrasonic waves at 0, I unleashed my attack. Simultaneously, I hurled several shurikens from my hand, directing a rapid assault towards those two pressure points. Alas, it was futile. A powerful gust of air surged toward me, and I was unable to evade it. Being propelled backward against a large tree, I let out a muffled grunt of pain. The previous attack had yielded some effect, as at least one shuriken had successfully struck his left hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Sakura were engaged in combat with the golden hammer. But I suspected Xiao Li wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. How irritating. You scoundrel. An exasperated Sak Dang advanced upon me, daring to inflict harm. His attacks accelerated, and although I barely managed to evade them, I still sustained numerous injuries, small and large, scattered across my body. It was quite a disheveled state. I had relied too heavily on chakra before, and now, with this downfall, my vulnerabilities were laid bare. I gasped for breath, stealing a glance at Shao Sakura, only to find that the golden hammer had indeed ensnared her. You still have time to concern yourself with others. How inconsiderate. He suddenly appeared before me, and with a single punch, I was sent flying. Coughing, I hastily rose, drawing another shuriken, preparing for his next onslaught. What was I to do now? The sharp sound of my shuriken colliding with his hand jolted me back to reality. There was no time for contemplation. You were so arrogant just a moment ago. And now it seems you're not so formidable after all. Now, allow me to deal with you. I declared, Sakdang. With atmospheric pressure at 100 and ultrasonic waves at 0, output. /wave. I couldn't help but close my eyes. The next moment, I felt no attack. I merely heard a shuriken whizzing through the air. Opening my eyes, I was astonished to see Ino standing not far from Shao Sakura, along with Shikamaru and CHG, who had been pulled out by his scarf. When did they arrive? I had been completely oblivious. What on earth were you two thinking? CHG exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. This situation is dire. Though it was troublesome, there was no choice. Since Ino had charged in, how could we, as capable men, retreat in the face of danger? Shikamaru lamented. Apologies for dragging you into this, but we're a team of 3, bound by fate. Ino smiled. There's always a way, Shikamaru added, unable to suppress a chuckle. I don't want to. I'm not ready to die. CHG protested, tugging at his scarf. Eager to escape. Let go of my scarf. Stop squirming. It's infuriating. Taking advantage of Sakudang's distraction, I swiftly threw a smoke bomb and leaped towards them. Sakudang reacted, but he was not in a hurry. After all, to him, we were merely insignificant children, and the presence of 1 or 2 more would not alter much. If you wish to leave, then go ahead, little chubby pig. Well, splendidly executed. Congratulations on successfully stepping into a trap. What did that person say just now? Dingji ceased his struggles. I seem to have missed it. Sakudang exclaimed with a chuckle, continuing, if I frighten you, then scamper off to the side. You pig, pig, pig. My goodness, he even repeated it 3 times, truly excessive. Dingji fell silent for half a second before turning around and shouting in indignation, I am not a fat pig. I am merely plump. Long live plumpness. He gestured towards Ino and Shikamaru. Well then, you understand, right? This is the battle between Konoha and Otogake here. Truly, this had become troublesome, Shikamaru lamented. Haha, isn't this rather amusing? I remarked. So, where's the amusement in this? He was about to inquire further when I interrupted him. Let us deal with those fellows first. I hastily said, that's what we ought to be discussing. Sakudang clearly did not wish to hear us continue. Ino, Sakura, and the others are in your hands, Ino stated without looking back. Understood, Sakura, and I nodded. I then approached Sakura. Well then, Ino's team, let us give it our all. Oh, their enthusiasm was truly invigorating. Now I had some time to tend to my and Sakura's wounds. After all, those 3 were incredibly reliable. Form the formation. Dear, butterfly, please, Dingji. As he spoke, Dingji employed the multiplication technique, transforming into a spherical shape and charging towards Sakudang. He clearly looked down upon it. But soon he was taken aback as Dingji was sent flying from his attack, descending from the heights with a forceful crash. Meanwhile, to Suzan, who had just begun to regain consciousness but was still in a weakened state, staggered towards Sakudang, only to be halted by Shikamaru's shadow. Furthermore, Ino had deftly controlled the golden hammer with her mind. Truly, a flawless maneuver. No wonder they were exceptional. However, this was where it ended. Ino maneuvered the kunai aimed at her neck. If you dare to move an inch, this fellow named Jean will lose his life. If you wish to avoid dying here, then obediently lay down the scrolls and retreat far enough that we cannot sense your chakra. Then we shall release this child, Dingji. Following the command, Dingji aimed to strike downwards. Wait, Ino. Quickly withdraw. Upon seeing their grins, I shouted urgently. Haha, too late. Sakudang initiated his attack towards the golden hammer. Fortunately, Ino managed to retreat at the last moment, sustaining minimal injuries. These who on earth are they? Ino gradually regained her composure, perplexed. To think they would harm their own comrades. The techniques of Shikamaru and Dingji were also released, returning us to an awkward predicament. Our objective was neither to seize those trivial scrolls nor to adhere to the exam regulations, but rather, it was Sasuke. We have long stated that our sole objective is Sasuke. At this moment, I could not help but cast my gaze upon him. Alas, That fellow has begun to emanate a rather ominous aura, indicating that he is on the verge of awakening. How unfortunate. This spells trouble. Shikamaru lamented. Yet, upon his utterance, I felt a glimmer of hope, believing that there might still be a chance before Sasuke fully regains consciousness. Indeed, it turned out to be true. How utterly displeasing. A familiar voice echoed from a distance. It was Niji and Tintin, who had finally arrived. Phew, I am relieved that I did not recklessly push through earlier. That would have led to complications. Is it truly a victory for you, the Sound Ninjas, to bully the weak with such underhanded tactics? Niji asserted, and his words resonated with conviction. What? At this moment, they noticed a few more individuals had joined the fray. It was none other than Lee's team, Sakura murmured. Lee, Tintin exclaimed. What a blunder. Niji remarked, casting a glance at Lee. The watermelon-headed figure lying over there belongs to our team. He activated his Byakugan, surveying everyone with a hint of exasperation. Upon noticing me, he frowned slightly, and his expression deepened as he turned his gaze towards Sasuke. Surely, he must have perceived that Sasuke was about to awaken. Alas, given Sasuke's current state, I dared not speculate. Only Sakura might have the ability to intervene. I touched the wound on my body, feeling a lingering dread. What troubles you, Niji? Tintin inquired. If you are so displeased, why not abandon the pretense and join us down here? Tossing a glance at Niji, who seemed reluctant to descend, she urged him. No, Niji closed his eyes, seemingly deeming it unnecessary. Just as his words fell, a surge of gray chakra erupted from Sasuke. In that instant, all eyes turned towards him. Gradually, he rose to his feet. Chapter 38. Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, have you awakened? Sakura joyfully called out to him. Sasuke-kun, I echoed. Yet I was uncertain if he remained the Sasuke I once knew. The answer was painfully clear. Sakura quickly noticed something was amiss. As he stood, the left side of his body was covered in cursed seals, an alarming shade of red. Sakura, and you? I could not decipher the tone of his voice. But a chilling sensation enveloped me. The crimson hue gradually receded, transforming the seals into a sinister black that lingered on his skin, appearing exceedingly eerie. His eyes, having transformed into the double tomo, reflected an unsettling coldness. Who has wrought this upon you? I remained silent. Sasuke, what has happened to your body? Sakura gazed up at him, yet all she could perceive was his frigid demeanor, was it not? Do not fret. In addition, I can now distinctly feel power surging within me. Sasuke clenched his fists, expressing a sense of comfort. It is a gift from that individual. Comfort indeed. But at what cost does such solace come? This perilous declaration is truly exasperating. At this moment, I regretted my participation in this examination once more. I have finally come to understand that I am but a seeker of vengeance. Even if it means selling one's body to a demon, one must tread the path to power. Indeed, even if it entails making such a sacrifice. Thus, he is determined to proceed, or rather, he must. Who, may I ask, is the source of your suffering? He inquired once more. It is I, Sakuteng replied immediately. Is this man genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Why would he harbor such self-destructive thoughts? The troubling part is his expression, so unabashedly proud. Truly, I find it bewildering, and I cannot help but furrow my brow slightly. Others, sensing the tension, discreetly distanced themselves to avoid being caught in the fray. At that moment, Sasuke's cursed mark flared like burning black flames, spreading across his entire face. It was evident that Tsuzen realized they stood no chance against the current Sasuke. Tsuzen, a man on the brink of death, was hardly a threat. Yet Sakuteng exuded confidence, preparing to strike first. Stop. Sakuteng, do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Tsuzen attempted to intervene, but it was far too late. He could only watch with a pale expression as the confrontation unfolded. I will eradicate them all in one fell swoop, Sakuteng declared, directing his hand toward us. Void slash. Instinctively, I grasped Naruto and pulled at the hem of Lee's shirt, ready to retreat, but Sasuke was swifter. I felt my clothing yanked. And then we were transported to an open space. The chaos scattered in all directions. Sakuteng remarked with a hint of delight. Who are you referring to? Sasuke's voice cut through the air with chilling clarity. In an instant, Sakuteng was sent flying by Sasuke's casual strike. Sakuteng! Tsuzen shouted. Sakuteng struggled to rise from the ground. But Sasuke advanced upon him once more. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A torrent of intense flames, unlike any ordinary assault, surged towards Sakuteng. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Watch as I extinguish it. He retaliated with his technique, which weakened the flames, yet concealed within Sasuke's fire were shuriken. What? Sakuteng below you. Tsuzen cried out urgently. Sasuke swiftly appeared before Sakuteng, pinning him down and twisting his hand behind his back, poised to snap it at any moment. However, he indeed proceeded to do so, laughing as he did. Sakura, it is now up to you. You seem quite proud of your hands, do you not? Sasuke sneered, applying pressure with his foot. Stop. Sakuteng panicked, but alas, it was too late. I could not bear to witness this scene and turned my gaze away. Only you remain. I can sense the delight in Sasuke's smile. Allow me to toy with you a bit longer. TSK, the nature of his actions has shifted. Fortunately, just as he was about to complete his task, Sakura rushed over. Stop. She embraced Sasuke, tears silently streaming down her face. At last, Sasuke's cursed mark dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground. You are formidable, Tsuzen remarked from a distance, retrieving the Book of Earth from his pocket and placing it upon the ground. Sasuke, at this moment, we stand no chance against you. This is our compensation. Please allow us to leave this place. What a wise individual he is, yet regrettably, he has become nothing more than a mere subordinate of Snake Uncle, and is additionally relegated to the role of a sparring partner for Sasuke. Subsequently, he was even subjected to the grim technique of Edo Tensei. How unfortunate indeed. He helped Sakura to her feet and continued. Though it may be that we have been overly presumptuous, there is one matter we must ascertain. Let us make a pact. If the opportunity arises during this examination, we shall not shy away nor evade confrontation. With that, they turned to depart. Wait. Sakura called out, prompting Toshi to turn back. Who exactly is Orochimaru? What has he done to Sasuke? Why did he choose Sasuke? I do not know. We were merely ordered to eliminate Sasuke, he replied before walking away. Once he had distanced himself, the Ino Shikacho trio emerged from the bushes. Hey, are you all right? Shikamaru asked. Though it is troublesome, Ino, I must leave that guy named Lee to you. He and Choji rushed toward Lee, while Ino hurried in the same direction. Yes, he is fine now. I smiled at the two rushing towards me. Sakura, it's dangerous. Don't worry, I will protect both Sakura and Cheyenne. Naruto, finally regaining consciousness, blushed as he mumbled in his sleep. He truly is himself. I couldn't help but frown slightly, while Shikamaru and Choji looked at him with disdain. So, what are we going to do with him? Should we kick him awake? Shikamaru turned away, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Hey, no, stay calm, stay calm. I quickly intervened to prevent Choji from acting on his impulse. We should be gentle. Isn't this quicker? I'd rather not endure this guy's ramblings. It's so bothersome, Shikamaru retorted with a look of annoyance. Fine, I conceded helplessly. I'll leave it to you. With that, Choji picked up a stick and tapped it on Naruto's head. Naruto shouted as he jolted awake. You're finally awake. Naruto. I sighed in relief. Hey, where are Cheyenne, Sakura, and Sasuke? He quickly inquired. They're over there. I pointed to the two nearby. What about that guy? Naruto exclaimed, standing up. However, I hastily interrupted him. That guy? He left. Left. Naruto's expression turned to one of shock, as if he was still grappling with the events. Of course. There is no one else here. You fool, I replied exasperatedly. Honestly, you are so naive, Shikamaru added. Yeah, Choji nodded in agreement. Ahem, let us head over to them, I suggested, swiftly changing the subject. Naruto, noticing Sakura's newly cut hair, dashed toward her immediately. That guy is something else, Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Don't say that. They have been through a lot before, I defended. What's wrong? It sounds as though you did nothing at all. How troublesome, Shikamaru retorted. But you still haven't clarified your chakra issue, have you? You wouldn't, by any chance, be unable to use ninjutsu. Ahem, as the saying goes. Some truths are better left unsaid. After all, this was not my intention. I shrugged helplessly as I explained. We had previously encountered an exceedingly dangerous individual, and after falling victim to his sorcery, we now found ourselves in this predicament. Although he may not appear for the time being, it is prudent for you all to exercise caution. TCH, sounds troublesome, Shikamaru scoffed. By the way, how did you end up here? Naruto suddenly recalled something and turned to us. Humph, I can't be bothered to explain. Shikamaru averted his gaze, indicating his reluctance to elaborate. They are here to rescue us, Sakura interjected, providing the rationale. Meanwhile, Tintin approached Ino, waking up Lee from his slumber. Everything is fine on this side. Although Lee did receive a scolding from Tintin, yet Naruto effortlessly struck up a conversation with them again. It's always a joy when everyone is together. I chuckled once more. Huh. Can this scene even be considered joyful? Honestly, I don't understand what you find so amusing. It's utterly bothersome, came the retort. Haha. Not at all. Until next time. I waved goodbye to him and CHG as I walked towards the other three. Chapter 39. Preparing for the individual preliminary rounds. As for fishing, I should be quite adept at it. After the earlier incident concluded, we finally had a brief respite and found ourselves by a small river, preparing to catch fish for a hearty meal. However, something crossed my mind, prompting me to dash towards Sakura. I'm sorry, but you all carry on. Hey, weren't we supposed to do this together? Naruto shouted from behind. Definitely next time. I responded, though regrettably, I was unable to utilize water release techniques at the moment, leaving the task to the two of them. Before long, I announced, all right, this fish should be edible now, as I handed them out, cautioning them to be careful of the heat. Wow, Naruto exclaimed after taking a bite. Sakura and Ino's culinary skills are quite impressive. Of course, Sakura replied, beaming with joy. It's already been 4 days, right? Sasuke inquired after finishing his fish. Yes. We only have about 25 or 26 hours left, and we still need one more scroll. What are we to do? Sakura's expression turned grim. Oh right. Speaking of the scrolls, I almost forgot about this. I hadn't had the chance to mention it earlier due to constant interruptions. I pulled a scroll from my bag and presented it. This is... Naruto nearly shouted, only to be interrupted by a thump from Sakura. Keep your voice down, she whispered urgently. Naruto immediately covered his mouth and nodded in understanding. This is from that person from long ago. Sasuke recalled the individual who had disguised himself as Naruto to attack us. I nodded in affirmation. I didn't expect to find this. I merely intended to check his bag, and lo and behold, I stumbled upon it. What a coincidence, I chuckled lightly. We should make several copies of this for safekeeping, Sasuke suggested. However, I currently cannot utilize chakra, so I must rely on you all, I sighed, finally explaining my predicament. Sakura nodded, acknowledging the truth of my words. Both of them exclaimed in shock. So that's why Ino couldn't perform a single jutsu when facing those Sound Village ninjas, Sakura continued to elucidate. Indeed, that is the case. Do you have any further inquiries, Xiaoxiang? Naruto asked with concern, to which I promptly shook my head. Since that is the case, our scrolls are now complete. There is no need to panic, right? Let's rush directly towards the tower. However, have you all considered what might transpire upon opening this scroll? Naruto suddenly chuckled, producing the Book of Earth from his bag. Surely, opening it cannot yield anything favorable. Otherwise, why emphasize it repeatedly? Akin to the warning inscribed beside a button, not to be touched? I quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade Naruto from this notion. Should that fellow, Do, find an opportunity, it would spell trouble. This only heightens one's curiosity, Naruto exclaimed, preparing to unveil the scroll, causing me to swiftly position myself in front of him. Fear not, fear not. This scroll shall undoubtedly be opened for you eventually. I wager it will, so stow away that perilous curiosity of yours. Reluctantly, I took hold of the scroll, contemplated for a moment, and then handed it to Sasuke, who had no intention of accepting it. Thus, I stowed the scroll back into my bag. Very well. I shall carry it. I can't be bothered to have Naruto open it. Sakura nodded in agreement. Hey, that's quite unfair. Naruto protested. In that case, let us set forth at once. Sasuke observed the assembled group, and all nodded in accord. Let us hasten directly towards the tower, I suggested, entrusting the reconnaissance to Sakura and Sasuke. They acknowledged with a nod and promptly activated their scouting mode as we proceeded along a less traveled route towards the tower. I surmised that Naruto's failure to open the scroll had deprived Do of a suitable excuse to join us. Thus we arrived at the tower without incident. Gazing at the towering structure before us, I inhaled deeply. At last, we have arrived. It is finally time for a brief respite, considering the battle that lies ahead. This temporary reprieve feels exceedingly vital. We pushed open the door, revealing an empty chamber, adorned only by a single inscription on the wall regarding the celestial and terrestrial scrolls and the insights of the third Hokage. Without the heavens, one must rely on wisdom to prepare for opportunities. Without the earth, one must pursue gain through principles. Should one unlock both the heavenly and earthly tomes, the path shall return to its rightful course. This is the ultimate truth, the essence of becoming a leader. Sakura read aloud, her eyes fixed on the calligraphy. What is that? Naruto squinted, a look of confusion on his face. Judging by the signature, it is penned by the third Hokage. I explained. Though I do not fully comprehend it, it seems we are simply required to open the 2 scrolls. Very well, let us proceed to open them. Naruto nodded in agreement. I handed the scroll to Naruto, while Sasuke passed it to Sakura. They both simultaneously unfurled the scroll. Only then did I notice the symbols within, inscribed alongside the character for person. What is this? Naruto gasped in astonishment. A person? Sakura echoed, equally perplexed. Suddenly, the writing on the scroll began to swell. This is a summoning technique. Quickly, throw it away. Sasuke shouted urgently. In response, both swiftly cast the scroll aside. After a cloud of white smoke dissipated, a hazy figure emerged. It was Iruka-sensei. Iruka-sensei. I was the first to call out his name. Ah, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? He greeted us warmly. What is going on? Sakura inquired. It appears you all have endured quite a bit. Iruka observed us for a moment and smiled faintly. Huh, why? Naruto also asked. Is it possible for Iruka-sensei to appear through summoning technique? Because at the conclusion of the second exam, we Chunin were there to receive the candidates. And I happened to become the crucial messenger for you. Messenger? Sakura questioned. As he spoke, Iruka pulled out a watch and glanced at the time. The time is about to run out. Congratulations to you all for passing the second exam. Phew, I was thinking of treating you to ramen. Iruka-sensei chuckled. But before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him. Huh, ramen is that guy's favorite. Why does he look like he's about to cry? Despite the playful banter, we needed to swiftly transition to the next exam. However, during the final third exam, please do not push yourselves too hard. Especially you, Naruto. You are the one who makes me worry like a father. Naruto decisively interrupted him. Iruka-sensei, ever since I put on this Konoha headband, I am no longer a student. There's no need to worry. Right, Hinata? After saying this, he flashed a smile at me, and I nodded in agreement, also acknowledging Iruka. Moreover, this is a testament given to me by Iruka-sensei, proving that I can stand on my own. He pinched the headband tied around his forehead. Although I still struggle to remain calm at times, I am no longer a child. I am now a ninja. Indeed, I apologize, Naruto. So now, please watch him move forward with confidence, Iruka. Soon, we transition to the venue for the third exam. First, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. Akamichi announced loudly the final results. Phew, the second exam has finally concluded, but a new round of troubles is about to begin. Sigh, I feel quite exhausted. Next, the Hokage will introduce the third exam, so please listen attentively. Ahem, as we prepare to commence the third exam, the third Hokage cleared his throat. Before I begin the introduction, I must clarify an important matter regarding the true purpose of this exam. With that, he commenced his explanation. This atmosphere felt reminiscent of a leader addressing an assembly, which made me somewhat drowsy. Ahem, I apologize. After he finished speaking, it was time for Tsukuyami to introduce the upcoming exam. Greetings to all. Before the third exam begins, there is something you must complete, which pertains to the preliminary selection for participation in the third exam. He slightly cleared his throat. Preliminary selection? Sakura inquired. What does that entail? Shikamaru, unusually excited, asked. Teacher, I don't understand what the preliminary selection means. Sakura continued to question, why can't the candidates remaining here directly participate in the third exam? Perhaps the first and second exams were too simple, resulting in an excess number of candidates. Thus, a preliminary selection is necessary according to the Chunin exam rules to reduce the number of participants for the third exam. How can it be like this? Earlier, Lord Hokage mentioned that there would be numerous guests observing the third stage of the final examination, thus we cannot afford to dawdle, as time is of the essence. Those who are feeling unwell, such as Moonlight Breeze, began to cough midway through his statement. Alas, it seems you are the one in poor health. My apologies. Was there anyone who wished to withdraw after hearing the announcement? Please voice your intentions now, for the preliminaries are about to commence. Commence immediately? Exclaimed Ye in astonishment. It was a hard-won victory to merely pass the second round. Ino sighed in exasperation, while Shikamaru wore a look of resignation. What about lunch? Ah, as expected of you. CHG. Contemplating for a moment, I retrieved a scroll from my bag and tossed its contents towards CHG. After all, we are at the back, so it is quite convenient to do this. CHG nodded gratefully, while Shikamaru furrowed his brow in dismay. By the way, I forgot to mention, the next round will be individual combat, and participants may choose to withdraw by raising their hands. Sasuke, standing at the front, grimaced as he pressed a hand to his injury, evidently in pain once more. Sakura immediately began to persuade him. Sasuke, please for the love of all that is good, Give up. Regardless, I will inform the teacher about the mark on your body. As she spoke, this fellow raised his hand. However, it was clear that Sasuke would not concede so easily, and I was about to intervene when, at that moment, Kabuto raised his hand. I withdraw, Kabuto stated with a smile. Kabuto, why are you doing this? Naruto exclaimed incredulously. Why does that title sound so familiar? That's rather peculiar, Kabuto mused. Moonlight Breeze opened the roster and glanced at it. So you are the medical nin from Konoha, Kabuto? In that case, you are free to withdraw. Indeed, Kabuto replied, stepping aside with a fluidity that left no room for sentiment. Kabuto, why must you withdraw? Please, tell us why? Naruto shouted, frustration evident in his voice. The reason is rather complex and cannot be easily articulated in just a few words. I apologize, Naruto, but my body has sustained considerable injuries. In fact, since the first round, I have been completely deaf in my left ear after battling the sound ninjas. So that is the reason you went to the hospital and then departed. I could almost hear the tune forming in my mind. Soon, we would have to engage in fierce combat once more. Naruto tilted his head to the side, and soon Kabuto exchanged a few parting words with his teammates before stepping away. At this juncture, Sasuke and Sakura were embroiled in a final dispute. Yet Sasuke chose to continue the fight. With no one opting to withdraw, Moonlight Breeze completed the explanation of the rules and prepared to commence the examination. Chapter 40. Who is my opponent? However, should the battles be conducted in pairs, an additional participant will be added to the mix. Thus, we shall roll the screen once to select an individual who will advance directly to the next round of the examination, Moonlight Breeze elaborated to the crowd. The audience gasped collectively. Spin it. Without regard for the commotion caused by some of the competitors, the third Hokage remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. For goodness sake, this is a coveted spot that everyone desires. Who will ultimately claim it? I possess a rather unfortunate self-awareness, quietly contemplating within my heart. Soon, it will undoubtedly be my turn to face off against others. However, the outcome largely depends on who my opponent may be. If I happen to encounter a formidable late-game master, I would rather concede defeat proactively. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the screen halted on one individual's name. Thus, it is now announced that the one who is directly promoted is Uchiha Sasuke. The Moonlight Gale glanced at the screen to declare the result. In the next moment, I felt the piercing gazes of my classmates from all directions fixated on Sasuke. Their plans to challenge him are temporarily thwarted. Yet, it appears that fortune does not favor me. Sigh, it wouldn't be impossible to engage in a fight. But glancing at the burden on my limbs and legs, a thought struck me. How could I have forgotten about the weighted gear? I seem to have neglected to remove it. Although it may not bestow the exaggerated effects it does on Lee, it certainly serves as a form of assistance. At least for now. How foolish of me. Thus, I removed the weights and placed them into my storage seal. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. The third Hokage remarked with interest as he observed Sasuke. The screen resumed its rotation. I felt inexplicably anxious, for any randomly matched opponent would wield chakra. And as an injured individual, I lacked the courage to rely on taijutsu to easily overcome them. Truly, one cannot afford a moment's respite. Then, the first match, Kananayako versus Chizai Kai, please step forward, proclaimed Moonlight Gale. Am I up already? This seems rather improbable. I haven't even rested yet. Nevertheless, it matters not. Regardless of the outcome, I shall hasten to conclude this match and then joyfully observe the ensuing spectacle while resting. Perhaps even inquiring from Kakashi-sensei about Sasuke's situation and my own chakra recovery. I pondered for a moment, quietly sighed, and prepared to walk towards the center. As others made their way to the viewing platform. Good luck, Naruto shouted after ascending to the stands, and I turned back to nod at him. Your chakra? Kakashi paused momentarily, noticing this detail, and inquired. It's nothing, Kakashi-sensei. If it comes to that, I can simply concede. Rest assured. I can manage my affairs for now. You should go check on Sasuke's seal. I laughed lightly, preparing to head towards the center of the arena. All right, Kakashi agreed. Ascending higher. My opponent is merely a child, but I shall ensure you lose this match swiftly. Chizai Kai disdainfully regarded me as I gradually approached the arena's center, determined to end this quickly. Let the match begin, Moonlight Gale declared. In truth, I did not possess a profound impression of Chizai Kai, as I had never had the opportunity to witness his techniques before. Although I had a certain recollection of the original narrative, I could not clearly recall the nature of his ninjutsu, so I decided to wait for him to attack before responding. True to his word, he charged at me without a hint of hesitation, prompting me to casually draw a kunai from my bag and launch it towards him. For the moment, I must keep my distance from him. The chakra in his hands is rapidly accumulating, and it appears quite ominous. Seizing the opportunity, I launched an attack. As he enveloped his right hand with chakra and reached out towards me, I realized evasion was not an option. Thus, I grasped his other hand, restraining his movement. His hand made direct contact with my body, and I felt the chakra surging from him. Memories flooded back of his technique, which allowed him to siphon chakra from anyone he touched, a rather unscrupulous skill, to say the least. However, regrettably, it was entirely ineffective against me now. Truly, I am remarkable. Haha, the moment I siphon away your chakra, you will. Red Armor, delighted to see me fall for your trap, activated his jutsu with an expression of exhilaration. Yet, in the next instant, he froze. Oh, only now do you realize? Apologies, but it is too late. I swiftly released his hand and darted behind him, positioning my kunai against his neck. My apologies, but you have lost, I said with a smile. Incredibly swift. No, wait. How can you possess no chakra whatsoever? Red Armor exclaimed in astonishment. That is a secret. Who would divulge such information? The final result was announced. Qin and Yitzi, victory. Upon hearing those words, I quickly released my opponent and leaped onto the observation platform, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, as my gaze shifted toward the observation area, I sensed Uncle Snake's penetrating stare. Weak, helpless, fearful, he seized the moment for a counterattack remarkably well. Kakashi nodded. That last move of yours was exceptionally cool, exclaimed Naruto excitedly. Congratulations, Xiao Xiang, Sakura added, while Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that fellow underestimated my strength, or he would not have fallen so swiftly. I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Relying solely on taijutsu made me somewhat anxious, yet fortunately, he had indeed been momentarily caught off guard, providing me with a splendid opportunity to strike. Now it is my time to shine, as Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's face radiated excitement. I believe in you. Sasuke and Sakura, do your best as well. I nodded towards the three of them. Meanwhile, Sasuke's pain resurfaced, prompting Kakashi to decide to escort him to the infirmary. Just as Kakashi was about to leave, I called out to him softly. If possible, please keep an eye on Senior Do, who would willingly fail 8 exams without ulterior motives. I cannot think of any other reason. All right, I understand. Do not say more. I fear his expression of dread may linger, Kakashi replied. As for your matter, I will return shortly after taking Sasuke. I nodded at Kakashi, donned my weighted gear once more, and approached Naruto and Sakura, waiting to witness the next match. Chapter 41. The reason for saving others regarding the subsequent examinations, they bore little distinction from the original narrative, and thus I paid them little heed. However, upon encountering Hinata, a pang of guilt struck me. I had initially intended to craft some form of self-defense equipment for her. Yet, as my mother had pointed out, given my current capabilities, I could only manage to produce small protective gear such as shin guards. Moreover, concerning the matters between Hinata and Niji regarding the main and branch families, I found it inappropriate to intervene directly, as it could lead to unfavorable consequences. It would be prudent to await Naruto's arrival for resolution. Amidst the monotony, I cautiously observed Orochimaru from the corner of my eye. His appearance had transformed from the last time we encountered him, reverting to that of a youthful woman. Eternal life, I murmured softly, unable to suppress a sigh within my heart. Xiao Xiang, suddenly jolted from my reverie by someone calling my name. I quickly regained my composure to find it was Kakashi. My apologies, Kakashi-sensei. Please, go ahead. It's fine. Let us discuss your situation, Kakashi said, having appeared beside me without my noticing. I have a moment now. All right. I believe it's merely a depletion of chakra on my part. In any case, I shall endeavor to manage it myself. You should attend to Sasuke-kun's matters first. My issues can wait, I replied, attempting to divert the conversation. As I noticed the name spinning towards Rock Lee, I swiftly changed the topic, suggesting we focus on the upcoming match. Seeing my demeanor, Kakashi nodded in acquiescence. Soon, the battle between Gaara and Lee commenced, and I felt an inexplicable tension rise within me. A glance at Gaara revealed a troubling sight. Was that Shikaku? With a swift motion, Gaara transformed into sand, materializing at the center of the arena, followed closely by Lee. They engaged in combat as the narrative dictated. and my heart raced in sync with their clash. I found it challenging to render an accurate judgment on their actions. Each bore their own circumstances. For Gaara, much like Naruto, the beast Shikaku was sealed within him, leading to a lifetime of isolation, with no one willing to confront him. Even Yashimaru had fallen victim to his own convictions and the mission of the Kazekage, sacrificing his life at Gaara's hands. I often pondered, if someone had chosen to accompany him in his youth, perhaps he would not have reached such a dire state. He, too, was a good child. Every individual is distinct. He could not maintain the same optimistic outlook as Naruto, a quality that is indeed rare. As for Lee, he was also an admirable young man. Although he struggled to master ninjutsu from a very young age, he dedicated himself to perfecting his taijutsu. Despite the considerable gap between him and Master Guy, I genuinely admired his tenacity. Even Sasuke had not matched his level of effort. It was simply that in later stages, it became difficult to witness him alongside others. Perhaps indicative of the notion that early strength often leads to later stagnation. Moreover, that fellow Shaoli employs forbidden techniques, which undoubtedly poses a risk to his well-being and hinders his development. It is not only them. I find it even more challenging to envision the fates of the other children, the supporting characters in this narrative. This is, after all, a tale centered around the protagonist, leaving little room for others to flourish. While I do not harbor any disdain for them, a lingering sense of unease persists. Alas, I genuinely hope they can traverse further along their paths. How foolish of me to think so. Yet, the mere thought of any of them being injured or encountering misfortune fills me with an overwhelming sense of concern, as if my heart is brimming with compassion. However, I am acutely aware of my own limitations. I often sense an overwhelming fatigue, fearing that one day I might fall behind them. Particularly, whenever I contemplate the rapid advancement of our invincible male leads, my head aches. Yet, this is not the moment for such thoughts. I must patiently await the conclusion of this battle. A sudden shout jolted me back to reality. Glancing down at the battlefield, I noticed that Gaara lay in a rather disheveled state upon the sand. Shaoli, too, seemed to be in dire straits, his condition appearing worse. Regrettably, despite Gaara's injuries, he still possessed the strength to harm Shaoli. Moreover, Shaoli's earlier actions merely served to incite the current state of Gaara's fury. I could not help but grip the railing before me tightly, feeling it begin to bend slightly under my grasp, prompting me to ease my hold, wary of exerting too much force. At this critical juncture, Gaara's sand had encroached upon Shaoli. Shaoli, evade. I heard someone shout, but the sand had already ensnared his left leg and arm. For heaven's sake, surely, the protective measures must prove effective. The next moment, Shaoli cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Could it be that he remains unable to withstand this? The sand continued its advance toward him. Die! Gaara spat in fury. However, Teacher Kai acted with swiftness, teleporting in front of Shaoli just before the sand could reach him. Finally, it was over. Why did you save him? Gaara's voice emerged hoarse, confusion etched across his features. That child does not yet comprehend. Teacher Kai, furrowing his brow, regarded the fallen Gaara with an expression far removed from his usual playful demeanor, speaking earnestly. He is my beloved subordinate. The cherished subordinate, SHGI, looked down at the trio with bewilderment, sharing the same lack of understanding as Gaara, who silently observed Kai and Shaoli. At this moment, he still does not grasp the situation. After a moment of silence, Gaara slowly rose, gathering the sand once more into the shape of a gourd upon his back before turning away, declaring, I shall not continue the fight. Indeed, this match had concluded the moment Teacher Kai intervened. The victor was about to be announced when Shaoli, that fellow, gradually stood, his expression dazed. Yet his movements remained diligent, albeit trembling. That fellow has already lost consciousness. Lee, even in a state of unconsciousness, do you still wish to prove your tenacity? Teacher Kai lamented with tears in his eyes. How foolish. The victor, Moonlight Gale, continued to relay the outcome. A twinge of emotion gripped my heart, and I clenched my teeth, shutting my eyes and shaking my head to suppress the urge to cry. In a sudden leap, I ascended to the railing. Kakashi seems to have something to say, I declared, biting my lip and swiftly bounding toward the entrance. Excuse me, there is someone severely injured in the center of the exam venue. Could you please come quickly? I anxiously explained to the medical personnel clad in white, who immediately set off with me to the arena. Reluctant to witness the extent of that person's injury and uncertain of where to go, I returned to the observation platform. Lee, Sakura asked, worry etched on her face. He is gravely injured. We can only wait for Tsunade to return and heal him. Sighing. I wish my protective gear could have made a difference, but alas, it was woefully inadequate. After they carried Li away, the battle between Dingzi and Tsuzan ensued, with Tsuzan winning without contest. Thus, the preliminary rounds had finally reached a conclusion. And so, the third match has come to an end. Moonlight Gale announced. The other qualified contenders stood before the third Hokage and the examiners, who explained the details and timing of the final round. A glance at the competitor list left me dumbfounded before I could fully recover from my sorrow. Naruto Uzumaki, Niji Hyuga, Kankuro, Shino Aburame, Tsuzan, Shikamaru Nara, Kinomoto Yako, and Sasuke. Wait, Kinomoto Yako and Sasuke? At that moment, I felt an inner scream of frustration. Wouldn't this lead to a convoluted storyline? Sasuke would undoubtedly be late, meaning that I could very well end up in a confrontation with my classmate Gaara. Oh, the agony of it all. No, I must promptly forfeit when the time comes. Realizing this, I hastily devised an escape plan. Chapter 42. Training and walking on water before departing the exam venue. I deliberately observed the whereabouts of Moonlight Gale, but the instructor vanished in an instant. Alas, my prepared remarks had gone to waste. Ah, Xiaoxiang, let us check on that fellow Sasuke, Naruto suggested. All right, I wonder how he is faring now. I nodded, following Naruto to the hospital. Excuse me, where is Sasuke's room? As soon as we entered the hospital, Naruto began inquiring about Sasuke's location. Sasuke is currently under visitation restrictions, the receptionist explained. Why? I asked. Indeed. Why? Naruto echoed. You're asking me? The receptionist began, but Kakashi's voice interrupted from behind. You must maintain a semblance of quietude within the hospital. He strolled slowly down the corridor. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and I exclaimed, and Naruto dashed ahead while I approached them at a more leisurely pace. I would like to ask you for a favor, Naruto said excitedly. Before he could finish, Kakashi interjected, no need to elaborate. I anticipated your arrival and have already arranged for someone to instruct you. It was evident that this esteemed individual must be preoccupied with handling Sasuke, which was indeed a troublesome matter. Naruto's enthusiasm waned instantly. Why isn't it Kakashi-sensei teaching us? I have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot afford to concern myself with your affairs. You too, Xiaoxiang, Kakashi remarked apologetically, casting a glance our way. Me too. I was perplexed. But upon seeing Kakashi nod, I refrained from further inquiries. So, you wish to instruct Sasuke, correct? Naruto pondered before loudly declaring his realization. Oh, please don't put it that way. Look at how Xiaoxiang has not voiced any objections, Kakashi replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. I nodded in agreement, fully compliant. I didn't harbor any objections. After all, I likely wouldn't cause any trouble during that battle. It would simply be a matter of waiting for Sasuke to return triumphant, at which point I could gracefully withdraw. How perfect. Moreover, I have secured a teacher far more formidable than myself, Kakashi continued to explain. Who is it? Naruto inquired. At that moment, another figure approached. It is I. Indeed, the individual was Hibishu. You are that. A notorious lecher. Naruto shouted, and I felt a strong urge to deliver a sharp reprimand. Naruto, please refrain from such remarks. I sighed. Precisely how utterly impolite. Hibishu adjusted his glasses, his expression one of resigned annoyance. After clarifying the matter, Naruto eagerly prepared to take his leave, and I intended to follow them, but just before departing, Kakashi called out to me. Xiaoxiang, I have one more thing to discuss with you. I gestured for Naruto to proceed ahead and walked over to Kakashi. I'm afraid I currently have no insights regarding your chakra. My apologies, he said, running a hand through his hair apologetically. That's quite all right, Kakashi-sensei. I shall continue to explore it myself. I am confident I will discover a solution, I reassured him. As for the upcoming competition, I know Sasuke is exceptionally strong. Unlike Naruto and that other fellow, I won't recklessly burden you with my bravado. Rest assured. I smiled, exuding confidence, for at worst, I could simply withdraw. And I had a certain assurance about that. Kakashi paused for a moment, squinting slightly, then unexpectedly extended his hand. Instinctively, I recoiled and laughed as I dashed away. Touching my head will stunt my growth. I shall take my leave now, Kakashi-sensei. However, I hadn't ventured too far when I heard Kakashi's voice. Aren't you unable to utilize chakra? Allow me to escort you near them. I'd rather not have you exert unnecessary effort. In light of this, I nodded in agreement. With Kakashi's assistance, I quickly caught up to the two, though they had already arrived at the ramen establishment. Well, you may go, Kakashi stated. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. After expressing my gratitude, he dissipated and departed. How have you been? I pulled aside the curtain at the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop and beheld two individuals dining with great delight. At that moment, my stomach audibly protested, prompting me to awkwardly scratch my head. So, what shall I order? It's my treat. Ebisu gestured for me to take a seat, thus I settled beside Naruto, who had already devoured at least 5 large bowls of noodles during a brief interlude. Truly impressive. I'm fine with anything. I'll have this one. Thank you, sensei. Without hesitation, I glanced at the available flavors and randomly selected one, which was promptly delivered to me. Ah, thank you. I happily accepted the bowl of noodles. I must say, the flavor of Ichiraku ramen is simply unparalleled. It is no wonder it attracts such a multitude of patrons. It is truly deserved. Ebisu continued to elaborate on chakra-related topics, and I listened attentively. However, it was only when everyone had finished their noodles that Ebisu realized something was amiss. Wait, hold on. Ebisu gazed in astonishment at the towering stack of empty bowls before Naruto, confronted by the enigmatic smiles of the owner and his daughter. I have money. Let me share the bill with you. Observing Ebisu's already meager wallet nearing depletion, I hastily retrieved my small purse to settle the account. It's nothing, really. Ebisu managed a wry smile as he surrendered his funds. Thank you for your patronage. At last, we exited, the three of us strolling a considerable distance until we ultimately arrived at the hot spring district. After such a long trek, we must have reached the hot spring area, right? Naruto remarked, glancing around. Surely, we are not here merely to enjoy the hot springs. I then watched as Naruto casually approached the women's bath, prompting me to swiftly extend my hand and pull him back. Ebisu delivered a sharp thwack to his head. Fool. That's the women's bath. I absolutely refuse to condone such shameless behavior. Naruto immediately covered his head, indignantly retorting, only you would do that. Be quiet. Ebisu's face was a mask of fury, and I sensed that, if possible, another bump could be added to Naruto's head. Never mind that. Why are we here? Naruto posed the pivotal question. What benefits does training in the hot springs provide? We aren't planning to train in the hot springs. Ebisu adjusted his glasses. Then what are we to do? I inquired, though the purpose of our visit was quite clear, practicing walking on water, but I felt compelled to ask. It's right here. Ebisu continued. Oh, are we really going to take a bath? Naruto stared incredulously at Ebisu, feeling rather bored. Let's go, Sakura. I already said it's training. Ebisu replied with an air of resignation. Is it related to water-based training? I raised my hand to answer. Yes, Mia answered correctly. To be more precise, it entails walking on the hot springs. Ebisu adjusted his glasses once more, smiling as he spoke. What? Naruto was utterly astonished. Walking on hot springs? Is that truly possible? It is, Naruto-kun. I interjected eagerly, nodding vigorously at him. Oh, I thought he was pulling my leg. Who would deceive you? Ebisu expressed his bewilderment. I had heard from Kakashi that you had already practiced climbing trees without using your hands. This was merely a practical application of that exercise. I glanced at Naruto thoughtfully and nodded. Could teacher Ebisu demonstrate directly? I believe that would enhance our understanding. Indeed, that makes sense, I remarked, observing Naruto's expression. First, gather chakra in your feet, then continuously release a certain amount to maintain your weight. As he spoke, he demonstrated by stepping onto the water, gradually walking to the center and turning around, like this. Wow, let me try? Naruto exclaimed, eagerly preparing to practice, forming hand seals as he made his way toward the hot spring. As they immersed themselves in their vigorous training, I found myself with little to occupy my time. So I leisurely admired the surrounding scenery. I had not frequented this place, as our family did not have a habit of visiting hot springs, but it appeared to be a delightful vacation spot. I couldn't help but nod in appreciation, contemplating that returning here for a weekend would indeed be pleasant. Chapter 43. A nickname for justice. Observing Naruto diligently practicing, he had indeed made significant progress. Truly remarkable, Naruto. I praised him. There is still much to be done. Keep pushing forward, Ebisu replied, though he nodded in satisfaction. Haha, as expected of me. Onward. Naruto plunged into another round of practice. The scene was quite pleasing to behold, though it would have been even better had the white-haired man lurking nearby, secretly watching the women's bath, been absent. That person, I murmured, my thoughts momentarily dulled, feeling a swell of discomfort in my chest. I furrowed my brow and squinted, attempting to observe more intently. Unfortunately, he was too far away for me to discern his silhouette clearly, so I gave up on scrutinizing him. That white hair reminded me of someone, after all. He too had white hair. Allow me to confront him. Though I knew not who this individual was, I, Ebisu, would not tolerate such shameless behavior. As Ebisu charged at the man, he, from a considerable distance, turned upon hearing the words, and simultaneously, a tall orange toad appeared beneath him. Oh, wait a minute. A toad? I found myself momentarily speechless. Could it truly be him? Was it really Jiraiya? Initially, I was at a loss for words. But then an inexplicable tension gripped me. There was no mistaking it. It was him. I needed to remain composed. I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my calm demeanor, careful not to reveal my excitement, lest I draw suspicion. However, the intentions of that man were undeniably vexing. What is this? Ebisu exclaimed as he was suddenly enveloped and flung to the ground. Teacher Ebisu. I instinctively rushed toward him. Are you all right? Be quiet. Really, what if we are discovered? The man sat cross-legged atop a toad, casting a dissatisfied glance at Ebisu as he spoke. Please, do not make your voyeurism so brazen. I clenched my fists, swiftly retrieving a shuriken from my bag and aimed it at him. The toad beneath him deftly flicked its tongue, catching the shuriken and discarding it onto the ground. In that moment, I quickly maneuvered to his side, furrowing my brow as I swung my fist toward him, only to have it effortlessly blocked by his hand. Peeping at young ladies is hardly a commendable habit, sir, I said, enunciating each word with a smile before retracting my hand and leaping back to Ebisu's side. Hey, what is the deal with that giant frog? Naruto had also rushed to Ebisu's side, and upon seeing him prepare for 1,000 years of pain, I immediately jumped back to prevent such an indecorous act. Ahem, I believe Ebisu-sensei is fine, but I glanced at the man, unable to suppress a bite of my lip. Even if he were Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, he should not engage in such behavior, right? Right. And who are you? Naruto waved his hands, demanding an answer. The man, after hearing this, struck a pose he deemed impressive and proclaimed, well asked. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, the toad sage, Jiraiya. Sage? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Heh, I have yet to encounter a sage who indulges in such misdeeds. I muttered under my breath, pouting slightly. Ahem, indeed, that would be me. He feigned ignorance of my comment, clearing his throat as he dispelled the summoning and jumped in front of Naruto and me. Hey, lecherous sage, what should we do now? Naruto glanced at the fallen Ebisu before looking at Jiraiya, the very person who was supposed to teach us. This is all that guy's fault for interfering with my material gathering. Otherwise, I would not have. Jiraiya hurriedly explained. Material gathering? What kind of respectable person would seek such material? I interrupted him, frowning fiercely in discontent. And no, I am a writer needing inspiration for a novel. Here, look. He produced a book titled Intimate Paradise from his pocket. Please do not casually show that book to children. Hey, the book Kakashi-sensei reads is actually written by you. Naruto and I exclaimed in unison. Oh, you know of this book? Quite impressive. Your teacher has good taste. Jiraiya beamed with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he gave us a thumbs up. Isn't that just an indecent novel? Naruto shouted. I nodded in agreement, stating, exactly. That's why I said, a respectable person wouldn't write such a book, claiming it's for material gathering, when it's merely an excuse to spy on women bathing. Naruto's voice grew louder, and upon witnessing Jiraiya's disappointed expression, I realized the girls still in the bath had likely been frightened away. Fool. Shouting about voyeurism has exposed everything. Before he could finish his complaint, I swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch, though he instinctively stepped back, causing my fist to strike the ground empty. Indeed, as a girl, this is quite irksome. Very well, splendidly marvelous. Master Tsunade, I now fully comprehend the emotions you must have experienced back then. Indeed, it was an act of voyeurism, and you have openly admitted it. Alas, it seems you are indeed a lascivious character. Without further ado, I retracted my fist, dusted myself off, and made my way towards Naruto. Indeed, without a doubt, a true lecher. Naruto interjected, hands on his hips. Fool, I am not merely a lecher. This voyeurism has sparked my creative inspiration, allowing me to craft remarkable works. Jiraiya continued to defend himself, though his explanations merely served as veils for his intentions. Mere excuses, I remarked disdainfully. Indeed, you lie. Spare us your justifications, Naruto chimed in. Now, on to serious matters. How shall we proceed with our training? Oh dear. I nearly forgot about that, I replied. Are you referring to the technique of walking on water? Jiraiya finally resumed a serious demeanor and inquired, to which we nodded in affirmation. Then, lecherous sage, you shall be responsible for our training, Naruto proclaimed. Huh, I have no intention of overseeing your endeavors, Jiraiya waved dismissively, preparing to walk away. You lot are merely distractions from my enjoyment of beautiful women. I felt an uncontrollable surge of primal energy welling within me. I could not allow him to depart so easily. Shedding my burdens, I swiftly appeared before him, my fist clenched and aimed at his face. He widened his eyes momentarily before regaining composure, effortlessly grasping my wrist and redirecting my attack toward the ground. This time, however, the impact shattered the earth, creating a modest crater. Jiraiya, clearly astonished, staggered back but quickly regained his footing, and I found myself equally surprised by the display. It appeared that, through extensive training, one could inflict considerable damage even without the use of chakra, albeit at a cost to my stamina. I glanced at my fist, pondering this revelation. Naruto, I must trouble you. Use your shadow clones to restrain him, I instructed. Then I turned to Jiraiya, cracking my knuckles. I shall persuade him with reason. Sure thing. Naruto replied eagerly, immediately employing his jutsu to encircle Jiraiya with his clones. I then leaped towards Jiraiya, preparing to deliver a kick to his face. Once again, he adeptly blocked my attack with his hand, and I landed gracefully on the ground, poised for my next move. Wait just a moment, Jiraiya exclaimed, exasperated. Fine. I'll accompany you in your training. Seeing our readiness for another round, he finally relented, gesturing for us to proceed with our endeavors. Chapter 44. Chakra can finally be used normally. In summary, that fellow finally consented to assist us with our training. Though feeling somewhat embarrassed, I must ask if you could examine my chakra? This matter is quite urgent, as the absence of chakra significantly affects my training regimen, and I am utterly unprepared for the forthcoming examination. Oh, what is so special about chakra? Jiraiya casually glanced at it, only to be taken aback. Wait, what is this? Ah, it turned out this way after being bitten by that fellow named Orochimaru, I explained. Hearing from Sakura that Sasuke had also been bitten, though he seemed unaffected, Naruto interjected. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure and continued to inquire, where is he now? Regrettably, after the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams concluded, we have not seen him since, I replied, shaking my head to indicate my uncertainty. Observing Jiraiya's expression, it was evident he was entirely unaware of Orochimaru's arrival in Konoha, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Perhaps he merely visited for inspiration during his travels. Otherwise, how could even a high-ranking shinobi like Ebisu remain oblivious to his presence? Who would wish to court trouble, especially in such an awkward situation? I couldn't recall the intricate details of the plot here, but I surmised that Orochimaru was likely preparing to visit Sunagakure, as he would soon appear there in the capacity of the Kazekage. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, and seeing his distress, I hastily suggested, if this is your primary concern, you should attend to it first. Aren't you supposed to help us practice? Naruto protested, waving his hands. It's no trouble, I was merely inquiring. Jiraiya gently shook his head, his expression returning to normal. Let's address your issues first. Naruto, continue your practice with walking on water. Okay, I'm on it. Naruto immediately formed a hand seal and moved towards the water. Now, tell me about your situation, Jiraiya prompted. Certainly. During the exam, in the so-called Forest of Death, I encountered Orochimaru alongside Naruto and the others. While fighting him, both Sasuke and I were bitten. However, at the moment of the bite, I forced the power back using my chakra, and that was that, I explained, glancing at Naruto as he fell into the water again. Oh, and Naruto seems to have had something done to him by Orochimaru, rendering him unable to use chakra normally. Understood. We'll take this one step at a time. Jiraiya observed Naruto for a moment before deciding to focus on my condition first. He approached me and examined my wound, which I had previously shown to the medical staff, still unhealed and scabbed over. I watched as he concentrated his chakra in his right hand, enveloping it in a blue hue, and placed it upon my wound. I felt a cool sensation flowing into the injury, spreading throughout my body, but soon a wave of pain washed over me, causing me to wince and nearly collapse. However, my body quickly felt lighter, the discomfort gradually dissipating, along with that soothing coolness. At that moment, I sensed something coalescing in my dantian. Chakra? Shall we give it another try? Jiraiya retracted his hand. Understood, I responded, closing my eyes to reconnect with the long-lost chakra within me. Oh, it's truly returned at last. I can use it again. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. I widened my eyes in sheer delight and hurriedly expressed my gratitude to Jiraiya. This is truly splendid, Konoha, Naruto exclaimed, then turned to Jiraiya, saying, Heh, you're not half bad. Humph, I am the legendary sage of the toads, Jiraiya replied with a sly smile. Indeed, quite impressive, but alas. He is a lecher, I remarked with a pout. Naruto reluctantly agreed. Yes, indeed, what a pity for the perverted sage. Be quiet. I already said that was for research purposes, Jiraiya retorted, feigning an intent to depart. Naruto, and I quickly restrained him. No. Our hope, our savior. Please don't leave. You're the best, right, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, employing the seductive technique. Instantly, several alluring maidens surrounded Jiraiya, and unsurprisingly, he succumbed rapidly, deciding to guide our training. I couldn't help but facepalm, wishing to ignore the spectacle, lest I felt the urge to strike someone again. Thus, I feigned ignorance and began to refine my chakra and absorb the energy from my surroundings. Before long, I sensed my chakra levels had substantially recovered, allowing me to exhale a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had resolved Naruto's issue, but judging by his expression, he must have quickly discerned Naruto's true identity. Konoha, how are you faring now? Naruto inquired as I approached them. I'm perfectly fine, I replied. Then can you begin practicing the water walking technique? Fear not, for I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall teach you, he proclaimed proudly, pointing his thumb at himself. Oh, you're referring to that. I formed the seal and effortlessly leaped to his side without a splash, which was quite astonishing. I then patted his shoulder, saying apologies, but I am quite familiar with this. Hey, enough of that. Naruto, have you felt any peculiar chakra up to this point? Jiraiya asked, nodding at me with satisfaction, his expression suddenly serious. No? What's up? Naruto replied, bewildered. Wait, of course there was. I interjected decisively. That time we fought against Haku. After Sasuke and I had fallen, when I awoke, I saw you enveloped by a strange chakra, along with fox-like ears and 3 tails. I assure you. I did not mistake it. Huh, I don't recall that, Naruto said, scratching his head. It was a unique situation. I merely caught a glimpse, I clarified. Oh, you mean that? It seemed different from usual. It was red, though I can't remember it clearly, Naruto mused, recalling fragments of memory. I see, Jiraiya nodded. Very well. Today's training will conclude here. We shall continue tomorrow. Thus, we could commence our regular training. Chapter 45, Unraveling the Heart. In the midst of vigorous training, I suddenly thought that if I were to continue, I ought to inform my family, so I hurriedly dashed home using a shadow clone. However, upon returning midway, I discovered that it was raining here, quite heavily, in fact. This was truly a rarity, for in my recollection, the skies of Konoha were perpetually clear and cloudless. It was indeed a curious occurrence. At that moment, I could not help but extol the convenience of utilizing chakra. The technique of water release to shield against the rain was remarkably effective. It also served as a splendid opportunity for practicing my control over water techniques. Before long, I arrived at my doorstep, adeptly retrieving the key from my pocket and swiftly unlocking the door. Yet, it seemed rather noisy within. This is quite an intriguing situation. Let me ponder for a moment. Instinctively, I shut the door with a swift motion, then paused in silence before unlocking it once more. Is it that your child has returned? Oh, indeed. No need to concern yourself. What do you mean by no need to concern yourself? Is Xiaoxiang back? A savior has appeared. At that moment, my mother peered out from the kitchen. I quickly dashed through the front door and hurried into the kitchen in one breath. What on earth is happening? I inquired in a hushed tone. Well, your father mentioned that he was playing chess nearby with some individuals when the rain began to pour quite heavily. Consequently, they decided to stay until the rain subsides. Observing my demeanor, my mother mimicked my tone, lowering her voice significantly. After placing the pot lid down and scrutinizing my expression, she continued, Do you know them? This is more than mere acquaintance. Sighing in resignation, I explained in a lowered voice, You see, one is the father of the strategist, a great strategist, who was introduced to me by Shikamaru's mother during a previous parent-teacher meeting when he did not attend. The other, whom I did not know before, is the strategist's teacher. Thus, it is not simply a matter of knowing them. Gazing outside, I noted that the rain's intensity remained unchanged. The sound of raindrops incessantly striking the eaves and falling to the ground resonated with a rhythmic patter. Given this situation, It was indeed inappropriate to send them home. Isn't that rather fortunate? My mother nodded in agreement. It is fortunate, indeed. However, I refrained from elaborating further, for I heard my father's voice calling out, Xiao Xiong, come and witness the moves of the master. I assure you, you will find it intriguing. All right, I shall be there shortly, I replied, steeling myself to step outside. Mr. Rikuju, Mr. Isuma, greetings. I offered a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Oh, so you are Tsutsumi's child. Shikamaru occasionally mentions your name alongside Naruto's. It is indeed my first time meeting you today, Rikuju remarked with a hint of amusement, unfazed by my awareness of his name. Yes, indeed. I managed an awkward yet polite smile. The atmosphere was exceedingly uncomfortable. Hee. Your performance during the Chunin exams was quite commendable, Asuma noted, having just completed his move in the game. Ah, thank you. Your praise is truly flattering. The members of your team and the other contestants were all remarkable as well. Moreover, had it not been for Shikamaru and his team coming to our rescue, we might not have even passed the preceding exam, I explained. Oh, indeed, they have truly concealed their merits and reputation this time. It seems that another opportunity to enjoy a barbecue must be sought. Asuma remarked with a smile, would you care to join? It would indeed be a tremendous honor. However, if possible, I would prefer to invite Naruto and perhaps even Kakashi-sensei along. A team-building gathering for both squads? That is a splendid idea, my father concurred, patting my shoulder. I must support this endeavor. Well then, it would be prudent to postpone this matter until after the exams. Besides, did we not invite Miko to observe our chess match? It is your turn, Asuma. Rikuji glanced at me and then at Asuma, signaling him to proceed with his next move. The living room, with its floor-to-ceiling windows, offered an intriguing vantage point to witness their chess duel while listening to the rain, provided that I understood how to play. Watching their fervent battle left me quite bewildered. It appears that I truly need to learn this game. The question remains, when should I pursue that endeavor? As I quietly observed their match, I lost track of time until the rain finally subsided considerably. Before they departed, my mother insistently produced 2 umbrellas that she had placed by the entrance and thrust them into their hands. Remember to invite me the next time you play chess. My father bid farewell. Certainly, Asuma suddenly paused, withdrew a cigarette, and lit it, while Rikuji nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, Shuka, your chakra has piqued my curiosity. So I inquired with Kakashi earlier. It seems the matter has been resolved now. Until next time. Yes. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye. I found myself momentarily dazed, merely watching as they exited. So what ultimately became of those two? My father gazed at their retreating figures as he closed the door, his expression contemplative, lost in thought. They are all gone, I murmured, lowering my gaze. I could not save them. The others were too weak. It is because I remained so insignificant that I could not even retain those close to me. Thus, I wish I had never known them. I pondered absently, recognizing that some sacrificed their lives for this land, for their beloved, for the essence of their own hearts, valuing what they deemed more important than their very existence. A feat beyond my reach and an attachment I cannot relinquish. I understand that their lives blossomed in their final moments. Yet I long to see them vibrant and alive. That is my desire. However, I am acutely aware of my selfishness. How could my limited strength possibly aid them? A heavy sensation weighed upon my chest, stifling a breath that struggled to escape. Shuka, my father's tone was graver than usual, imbued with an unmistakable authority. What is it? I snapped back to attention. We are not deities, nor are we invincible beings in this world. It is unrealistic to believe we can save everyone or safeguard all that is precious. Yet, what we can strive for is to grow stronger, to possess the power to protect ourselves and those we cherish. Regarding those inevitable encounters, perhaps they serve as a subtle hint for both you and me, urging us to strive for self-improvement and greater strength. Therefore, why should we hesitate to embrace this challenge? How can one ascertain their capabilities without attempting? I recognize that you can be somewhat averse to complications at times, yet in matters such as these, the choice lies with you, and we are inclined to trust your decisions. My father continued. Moreover, we are all in this together. My mother added with a smile. I understood. Though I am uncertain if I can truly grasp all of this, I at least wish to give it a try. Perhaps success is indeed attainable. An idea struck me, prompting me to speak again. As for the examination in a month, a significant event is bound to unfold. You mean the collaboration between Orochimaru and the neighboring village to attack Konoha? My father pondered for a moment, and I nodded in affirmation. Yes, do remember to exercise caution. While the issue may not be overly severe, vigilance is still essential. I recalled the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, a man deserving of respect. My father did not complete his thought, and a heavy silence enveloped us. Enough of other topics for now. Our immediate focus should be on training. Xiaoxiang, you should continue your practice. Rest assured, we will also strengthen ourselves in our own ways, so do not worry about us. My mother concluded. I nodded emphatically and then added, right, in preparation for the upcoming exam, I might need to accompany my teacher for training. I will leave a shadow clone at home. So do not fret. But who is your teacher? My mother inquired. Jiraiya. Oh, is that so? I remember he is one of the legendary Sannin, quite formidable. Isntihi, then pursue what you wish to do. As for the shadow clone, you may return when you have the time. There is no need to rush. We will give our utmost as well. My mother patted my shoulder. Indeed, the journey of training must take precedence. However, before that, I feel compelled to have a chance encounter with Mr. Tsukikage. Regardless of the outcome, I must at least make an attempt. Fortunately, I vaguely recall that he was last seen eavesdropping on a discussion between Gaara and Kabuto after witnessing Gaara's rampage, which involved plans to disrupt Konoha. Hence, locating Gaara should pose no significant challenge. I utilized the transformation technique to revert to my original appearance, then casually acquired a mask from a nearby stall. With the shadow clone adopting the mask to avoid recognition, especially since it was merely a clone, I endeavored to conceal my presence. Gradually approaching the trio while maintaining a safe distance, it would be prudent not to draw too close. After all, their level of combat was beyond my ability to assist. Therefore, I decided to provide support for Tsukikage using water release. Soon enough, a confrontation erupted, and I could not help but bite my lip in anticipation. It was not yet time to intervene. I needed to wait. Blade of Wind. Maki shouted. Now is the moment. I hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of water before Tsukikage. However, the wind blade swiftly sliced through the watery barrier, granting Tsukikage a chance to escape. But there were others. Without hesitation, Do hurled several shurikens in my direction. I promptly retreated several steps, while Do advanced swiftly towards me, continuing to launch his projectiles at my vital points from cunning angles. I extended my hand to block the attack, but my shadow clone was effortlessly dispelled. In the end, all I could see was Do's astonished expression. From that moment on, he would have to rely on himself. Chapter 46. The evening conversation. Meanwhile, I, Naruto, and Jiraiya had found a place to rest. Initially, Jiraiya suggested we book 2 rooms. However, I deemed it an unnecessary expense. After all, I had no particular sleeping habits and felt it impractical to squander money on an extra room. That night, they laid out their bedding and prepared to sleep. After they had drifted off, I turned in bed, created a shadow clone to feign sleep, and absorbed energy from the surroundings. My original self slipped out to the rooftop to reflect for a while. Gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, I noted it was a crescent, high and distant. I found it difficult to envision how it might transform into a crimson orb later on. Indeed, I wished to avoid witnessing that moment, but I recognized how unlikely such a wish was. Sighing, I pondered that had I not chosen this path, I could have lived an ordinary life, growing up simply, finding a mundane job, and continuing along a typical journey. Even with the influence of the infinite Tsukuyami, I could have waited for our saviors to thwart that dire plan. Yet, here I was, having made my irrevocable decision 6 years ago, with no regrets remaining. The cold moonlight spilled onto the surface of the water nearby, while a gentle breeze stirred the waves, creating ripples across the moonlit expanse. It was truly beautiful, I marveled. Ah, indeed, it is quite lovely. However, I have never encountered someone who would forsake sleep to admire the moon from another's rooftop. Jiraiya's voice suddenly broke the silence beside me. I scoffed, realizing he had approached without my notice. Such prowess was truly impressive. Well, I must admit, I am rather remarkable in that regard. Yet, you too are awake, so you hardly have the standing to criticize, I replied with a slight smile, trying to mask my surprise. While that may be true, let's set that aside and discuss serious matters, he said as he sat down, scratching his head in apparent discomfort. I have many questions. First, your name. Then, you are aware that Naruto is the demon fox responsible for destroying the village. Yet you are so close to him. How does that make sense? And your late-night training raises suspicions as well. Also, about that punch that damaged the ground today, who taught you that? Seeing the barrage of questions coming, I hastily interjected, ahem, before I address your inquiries. May I pose a few questions of my own? Fine. Go ahead, he replied. Jiraiya, realizing his enthusiasm had gotten the better of him, retracted his excitement and spoke. May I inquire, are you indeed the legendary Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin? Oh. Is my reputation truly so resounding? Jiraiya chuckled heartily, giving my shoulder a firm pat. It seems there are those with discerning eyes. Not bad at all. You, my friend, have a bright future ahead. How fortunate I am to meet you. Thank you for agreeing to guide Naruto. I mean us, in our training, as it is indeed a rather arduous endeavor. It seems there are still those who understand, he responded. Well then, since you've expressed such sentiments, I shall take it upon myself to train you all diligently. Jiraiya ruffled his hair, appearing a tad bashful. I had more questions, particularly regarding Orochimaru, but I sensed that the current Jiraiya would not entertain such matters. It was best to hold my tongue. I would have ample opportunity to learn in due course. Very well, let me address your inquiries one by one. First, my name is Nin Mitsi. Feel free to call me Mitsi or Xiaoxiang. As for your question about Naruto being a demon fox, I am indeed aware. However, what I understand more profoundly is that Naruto has never truly harmed anyone. Though he often indulged in mischief, it was merely a plea for attention, a desire to be acknowledged rather than feared or loathed. Regardless of his nature, I know him to be a remarkable and diligent individual. He is my friend, and the friend of others, and that alone suffices. As for your second question, I have long since abandoned the habit of sleep. Jiraiya was taken aback. Well, I cannot quite ascertain the reason myself. Rather than squander time in slumber, I prefer to dedicate my hours to training. But is there not a sense of urgency in your training? He inquired further. I cannot explain why, but Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, they are all advancing, growing stronger. I fear that one day they may outpace me, leaving me behind. They are truly exceptional, and I know they will continue to soar. The only course of action for me is to train harder than ever, to keep up with their strides, to protect those I wish to safeguard. For them, I expressed my fervent resolve, adding genuine emotion as I continued to elucidate. These children toil tirelessly for the goals they hold dear. Thus, I must, by all means, become stronger. Stronger. I see. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and reached out to pat my head. You are already quite remarkable, and I believe you will grow even stronger. Just remember, it is also wise to relax occasionally. Peaking is absolutely out of the question, I declared, clenching my fist and channeling more chakra toward him, which he effortlessly deflected with a single hand. I was merely jesting. Jiraiya hastily waved his hands in protest. But tell me, where did you learn such a technique? This one. I contemplated the idea of channeling chakra onto my hands, believing it would amplify the force of my strikes. I demonstrated this notion to him, and he nodded in agreement. It was indeed a commendable idea, however. He did not elaborate further, and I chose not to press the matter, continuing to express my thoughts. Furthermore, I attempted this technique, albeit with insufficient proficiency. As I spoke, I gathered a small orb of water at my fingertips and swiftly propelled it into the distance. Regrettably, it dissipated too quickly, only reaching nearby objects, indicating that further experimentation was necessary. I noticed the astonishment in his eyes, likely recalling the water balloons of the second Hokage, which served as my inspiration for this technique. Though I was far from achieving his level of effectiveness, Jiraiya stroked his chin, observing earnestly, and patiently explained, "Your direction and effort is commendable. However, you may need to enhance the stability of your chakra, which will require long-term practice to solidify." Yet, aside from the power of water, he muttered something about wind, his voice barely audible. I did not catch it clearly and hurriedly responded, "Oh, I understand. I will practice right away. Thank you, and please remember to rest early." With that, I leapt down and dashed off to practice nearby. Chapter 47. Oh no, I'm lost again. The following morning, we set out early. But Jiraiya once again gravitated toward the area where the girls were playing in the water. "Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing?" I smiled as I appeared behind him, whispering, which startled him, causing him to swiftly dodge toward Naruto, earning himself a disapproving glance. "Ahem. Well, I am now going to teach you my ultimate technique," Jiraiya said, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ultimate technique. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement as Jiraiya nodded. He then bit his finger and began to form hand seals, announcing, "Summoning technique." Oh wow. Naruto immediately began mimicking his hand seals. Jiraiya-sensei, may I learn this technique and later seek a suitable summoning companion for myself?" I eagerly voiced my thoughts, as I felt that, although I was somewhat adept, summoning a frog was not exactly within my aspirations. Jiraiya stroked his chin and nodded, certainly. As you have your own ideas, I will not compel you otherwise. Yuki, you can learn the hand signs and practice other techniques for now. Once Naruto is ready, I will continue teaching you both. Absolutely no problem, I replied cheerfully, though I was eager to try the summoning technique first. However, under normal circumstances, the summoning technique would require a contract to summon one's own beast. Much like how Naruto would need to inscribe his name in the ancestral contract scroll to establish a pact. Yet, what would happen if one attempted to use the summoning technique directly? I recalled that in the original story, Jiraiya had inadvertently arrived at the destined location, Mount Myaboku. Through this method, which only heightened my curiosity about the outcome. Curiosity piqued. I found myself compelled to take direct action. Thus, I decisively used a kunai to gently pierce my thumb, feeling that biting it would be rather peculiar. With the hand seal of the earthly branches, I extended my hand towards the ground. Miraculously, strange patterns began to manifest on the surface, and amidst a swirl of white smoke, I found myself transported to a dense forest. It seems the summoning did not succeed. But wait, how did I end up in this woodland? I glanced around, realizing I had never set foot in this place before, and I was certain that the recent incantation had whisked me away to an unfamiliar realm. I attempted the spell once more, yet this time, there was no response. What now? Frustration welled within me as I tapped my head and tightened my grip on the kunai, cautiously advancing forward. It was midday, and the dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mysterious beams that illuminated the ground with scattered golden spots akin to fragments of treasure. I instinctively raised my gaze but was quickly blinded by the brilliance, prompting me to avert my eyes. The leaves seemed to quiver even in the absence of wind, as if an unseen creature was traversing among them. Occasionally, the sweet melodies of birds echoed overhead, accompanied by the soft rustle of small animals nearby, enhancing the enchanting atmosphere. Though it appeared to be an ordinary forest, an ineffable essence lingered in the air. Having arrived here through summoning, it was evident that this place held extraordinary qualities, warranting my utmost caution. Yet, if possible, I longed to capture a photograph to commemorate this experience. The air was infused with a refreshing sweetness, and the underbrush flourished with wild grasses, suggesting that few ventured here. Despite my efforts to tread lightly, I inadvertently snapped a brittle branch beneath my foot, producing a sharp crack. I wandered aimlessly for what felt like an eternity, growing increasingly convinced that I was lost and experiencing visual fatigue. Resolving to rest for a moment, I contemplated sitting down when suddenly, a formidable shadow leaped from the nearby thicket, landing gracefully in the clearing before me. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the figure was a tall, pure white wolf, reminiscent of a majestic creature adorned with vibrant red tassels on its ears, quite beautiful indeed. Remarkably, it spoke in human tongue and bore two tails, one of which appeared to be a phantom tail that danced alongside the real one. How peculiar. This indicated that there were likely more wolves in this realm, and yet I had been utterly unaware of their presence. Truly, this place brims with danger. Before long, two larger wolves, their fur a dull gray, emerged from behind, standing protectively beside the white wolf. The lead wolf wore an expression of fury, teeth gritted, poised as if ready to charge. I hastily returned my kunai to my bag, repeatedly waving my hands in apology. I'm sorry, I accidentally used a summoning technique and was transported here, subsequently getting lost. I truly apologize for the disturbance. I shall leave you in peace. Summoned here? The white wolf appeared somewhat astonished, scrutinizing me from head to toe. He then whispered, I never imagined it to be true. Does this mean? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Noticing he had nothing further to add, I prepared to turn away. Wait. Stand still and don't move. TSK, I suppose I'll assist you just this once. Upon hearing his words, I halted and turned back, only to see a white magic circle appear beneath our feet. In the next moment, my vision blurred, and I heard him utter, do not return. The following second, I found myself once again before Naruto and Jiraiya. Xiaoxiang, how wonderful. I knew you would be fine. Naruto suddenly lunged towards me, nearly causing me to tumble. Fortunately, Jiraiya caught us just in time, preventing a rather unfortunate incident. Yet, his expression was grave, and I sensed an undercurrent of anger. What just happened? Where did you go? He asked sternly, his seriousness striking me as unusual. Well, I evasively glanced aside, I was merely experimenting with the summoning technique, which resulted in my being transported elsewhere. Thankfully, I was eventually returned. Thank goodness you made it back. What if you hadn't? How could we assist you then? I lowered my head in apology. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Well, you're back, and that's what matters. Naruto said, slinging an arm around my shoulder, eager to showcase my recent achievements to Xiaoxiang. Indeed, just be more careful next time. Jiraiya sighed. Summoning techniques can only be performed after signing a contract. Yes, I understand, I nodded emphatically, and we resumed our practice. Chapter 48. The hospital incident. After 3 weeks of relentless training, Naruto finally, with unwavering determination, successfully summoned Mr. Wentai using the power of the 9 tails, impressing Jiraiya and, quite literally, moving Wentai. Unfortunately, due to overexertion, he fell into a deep slumber, prompting us to take him to the hospital for rest. As for me, I found myself unable to utilize the summoning technique. Despite Jiraiya's encouragement to attempt signing the Mayaboku Mountain contract, a minor complication arose. That day, just as I was about to inscribe my name, the contract scroll inexplicably closed itself. Even with assistance from others to reopen it, I remained unable to write my name, and thus had to abandon the endeavor for the time being. Alas, it seems that my fate with them is indeed, as I initially suspected, unfortunate. I must obediently practice other techniques instead. Reflecting on the names inscribed on that scroll, Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki. This is what they call a legacy, isn't it? How splendid. Yet perhaps this is already sufficient. I cannot claim to have left empty-handed. At least I have made significant progress in other areas, which should prepare me adequately for the upcoming examinations. Thus, the day of the final examination swiftly approached. Well, if you all return like this, the exam should pose no issues, Jiraiya remarked with a satisfied nod. Where are you headed? I inquired, carrying Naruto on my back. I have some matters to attend to. You all can rest assured. I have faith in you, Jiraiya proclaimed, striking a pose he deemed impressive, winking at me in a manner that sought praise. Ahem. Well then, goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei. I awkwardly coughed, bidding him farewell. Hey, is that really all you have to say? Jiraiya's face was filled with anticipation. But Naruto-kun needs to get to the hospital soon. Fine, Jiraiya sighed, running his fingers through his hair in resignation as he turned to leave. Thank you for all your help during these days, Jiraiya-sensei. We will take it from here, I said, hastily making my way to the hospital. Before long, we arrived at the hospital where Lee was, settled Naruto into a bed, and I sat beside him, waiting for him to awaken. However, it seemed I would have to wait quite a while. He likely wouldn't stir until the day of the exam. Therefore, I decided to create a shadow clone to observe the situation while my main body returned home, eagerly anticipating the event. The morning before the exam, I sat by the window, glancing at the flowers in the vase on the bedside table, which were nearing their wilting point, contemplating whether I should buy a fresh bouquet. My gaze, however, instinctively drifted outside to the bustling individuals below, each immersed in their own lives. It was a beautiful sight. But then, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Oh, you're still here? Really? I've heard this guy has been lying here for 3 days. You've been keeping vigil all this time? Shikamaru entered the room, carrying a basket of fruits. Although I was aware of his arrival, I slowly turned to face him upon hearing his words. Shikamaru-kun, what brings you here? Is CHG unwell? I asked. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. I merely left a clone here, I continued. That guy is currently out of commission. CHG overindulged in barbecue, so he can't eat these. I thought I would bring them for Naruto instead. Shikamaru coughed awkwardly, deftly steering the conversation away from my earlier remarks. His gaze fell upon the hourglass, and he paused momentarily before gesturing for me to look at the green sand within it. Say, Shikamaru, is that hourglass broken? Why isn't the sand falling? I asked. I quickly focused on the hourglass. Indeed, the sand that should have been falling was suspended in midair, seemingly stuck. No way. Could it be that Gaara has arrived? At that moment, our Naruto finally stirred awake. Hey, you're finally awake, Shikamaru said with a hint of a smile. And I let out a long sigh of relief. Where's this? Naruto asked, looking around, still appearing somewhat disoriented. You're in the hospital, Naruto-kun. You've been asleep for 3 days and nights, I explained. What? 3 days and nights? When does the competition start? Why didn't you wake me sooner? Naruto abruptly stood up, gripping Shikamaru's clothing, and exclaimed, This is not the time for leisurely slumber. Where's Jiraiya? Where is he? He continued to shout, and I could distinctly see Shikamaru's expression darkening. Fear not, the competition is tomorrow. You still have a day to prepare? I swiftly clarified. As for Jiraiya-sensei, he mentioned he had matters to attend to and left. I have no idea where he went. Hey, that simply won't do. Naruto, with a pained expression, released Shikamaru's collar and began rummaging through the bed for something. It's all right. I'm sure you'll be fine. A bit of confidence is essential, I remarked with a resigned smile. Well, let us hope so, Shikamaru sighed. And I must say, panicking with only a day left is of no use. Rest is part of training. I nodded in agreement, and it was then that Naruto finally calmed down. However, his stomach growled at that moment, reminding us that he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Even he had limits. Consequently, Shikamaru decisively retrieved the fruit basket meant for Choji and handed Naruto an apple, then inquired if I wanted one as well. Having just eaten, I politely declined. Yet, before Naruto could take a bite, he paused. What is wrong now? Shikamaru asked. Hee. Why not eat in front of Choji? Naruto grinned mischievously. Honestly, only you would think of such a thing, I sighed. What a troublesome guy, let us go. Shikamaru also grimaced in disapproval. First, let us check on Lee. I wonder if he has awakened, I suggested, hinting at the events that were about to unfold. All right, let us swing by, Naruto exclaimed before leaping out of bed and dashing out of the hospital room, Shikamaru and I following closely behind. Soon, we arrived near Lee's room. However, at that moment, I sensed another restless aura, indicating that Gaara had arrived. And Lee, I abruptly tugged at Shikamaru's clothing, quickening my pace as we approached the door. Why is Xiao Xiang so suddenly? Shikamaru began to ask, but was interrupted by the scene unfolding in the ward. Water style? I quickly cast a jutsu alongside Shikamaru to halt Gaara's movements. Though Shikamaru's technique should have sufficed to restrain him, I still conjured water around us, just in case. You, what are you doing? Naruto charged toward Gaara, delivering a punch which I blocked with water. Nonetheless, a portion of it splashed onto Gaara's face, causing the sand on his visage to become damp and slowly fall away. What do you intend to do in a place like this? Why are you stopping me? Xiao Xiang, Naruto questioned, perplexed. You fool. You used the shadow mimicry technique, which affects me. Shikamaru explained. My apologies, Naruto said sheepishly as he approached us. What do you plan to do? Naruto asked Gaara, raising his voice. Isn't it obvious? What do you intend to do to the one with the thick eyebrows? I intend to kill him, Gaara replied, his tone icy. He just attempted to take my life. Why would you do such a thing? Shikamaru inquired. You've already emerged victorious in the match, haven't you? Do you harbor any personal grievances against him? Such matters do not concern me. My sole intention is to eliminate him, was the calm response, as if uttering something utterly mundane. What nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel? Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Gaara. Your family must have neglected to educate you properly. Before Shikamaru could finish his thought, I tugged at his sleeve, frowning and shaking my head to signal him to cease his words. Gaara paused momentarily before continuing. Should you dare to obstruct me, I shall annihilate all of you. What? Give it a try? Naruto, unable to withstand the provocation, appeared ready to charge. Hold your tongue, Naruto. Shikamaru timely intervened, adding, having witnessed your match with that individual, we are aware of your formidable strength. However, we too possess considerable prowess. We have yet to unveil our ultimate techniques in the preliminaries. Moreover, it is currently 3 against 1, and the disadvantage lies with you, Shikamaru elaborated. If you comprehend our words, we might allow you to depart unscathed. Chapter 49. Monsters of a kind truly. You are a strategist, young friend. This bluster is a skill I must master, I mused. Though it would be utterly ineffectual against Gaara. I shall repeat myself. Should you obstruct me again, I will end your lives, Gaara declared, narrowing his eyes. I instinctively became alert, prepared to unleash my jutsu at any moment. Humph, a creature like you cannot kill me. Naruto, cease your words. Did I not just mention that this fellow is as strong as a monster? You know it. Shikamaru cautioned. Within me lies a true monster. I refuse to be bested by him. Naruto grimaced yet clenched his teeth, glaring at Gaara. I cast a glance at Naruto, then at Gaara, uncertain of what to say. Why provoke him, you fool? Shikamaru nudged Naruto's arm, discreetly signaling him once more. A monster, you say? Then I too am one, Gaara stated, closing his eyes before slowly reopening them, revealing a startling truth. You are correct. I have not received proper guidance. I was born from the life of the woman I should call mother, to forge me into the mightiest ninja. My father attached the embodiment of sand to me through ninjutsu. From the moment of my birth, I have been a monster. His expression was eerily tranquil, as if recounting another's tale. What does that even mean? Please, refrain from such expressions. Sighing, I thought of the foolish child. Loathed by all from the moment of his birth, even his own kin kept their distance. No, to be precise. They coveted his power, yet feared his inability to control it, terrified that one day he might unleash havoc upon others. It was indeed the very village of Sunagakure that had perpetrated these acts. Yet humanity is often fraught with fear of the unknown. How many would willingly embrace such a fate? From the age of 6, the relentless pursuit turned the death of Yashimaru into the final straw for Gaara. At least Naruto had individuals who cared for him, but who truly cared for Gaara. The culmination of his current state seems all but inevitable. An excessively powerful existence inevitably transforms into a terrifying one. Born of a curse, my psyche remains in turmoil. The villagers seem to have finally recognized my emotional instability. To my father, the esteemed Wind Shadow, I am a valuable asset to the village, yet simultaneously a harbinger of danger. It was around the age of 6 that I was deemed a perilous entity. I exist merely as a dangerous tool for the village, cautiously utilized. What purpose do I serve? What is the reason for my survival? Each time I ponder this, I find myself devoid of answers. Yet, as long as I draw breath, I must possess a reason, otherwise my existence bears no distinction from death. This sentiment resonates deeply with Naruto, embodying the sorrow of being the village's Jinchuriki. Ultimately, someone must assume this role. In an era yet to embrace the dawn of peace, it is inevitable that someone must become this, with no exceptions. Indeed, if only there had been someone willing to assist when it was most needed. Thus, I have concluded that I exist to eliminate others, to extinguish lives beyond my own. Amid the ever-looming fear of assassination, I have finally found a semblance of stability. Through the relentless eradication of my would-be assassins, I have discerned the reason for my existence. To fight solely for oneself, to love oneself. He uttered each word with a furrowed brow, as if to suggest that if all others were merely present to help me realize this truth, the world would be nothing short of magnificent. As long as there remains something in this world that brings me joy in being alive, I will not vanish. Yet, can you truly attain the so-called happiness in such a state? I feel an emptiness within, a desolation deeper than ever before. Still, I cannot grasp his feelings. I can only sense the silent wail that rises from unknown depths. Who knows? Gaara fell silent. Naruto became acutely aware of the genuine chasm between us, instinctively retreating. What's wrong, Naruto? Shikamaru inquired. In the next moment, the sound of sand filled our ears, and without hesitation, I unleashed a torrent of water, enveloping the three beside me in a thick veil, preparing to merge the moisture from the air into his sand. However, Gaara's movements were swift, hindering my actions. Enough. A voice interrupted our motions. It was Teacher Guy. The official match is tomorrow. There's no need to rush, is there? Or do you intend to reside here today? We all stood in stunned silence. Gaara clutched his head, anguish etched upon his face, then retracted the colored sand from the floor and his bed, continuing to grasp his head as he slowly exited the door. Just before stepping out, he turned back. I will kill you all, just wait, he declared before leaving the room. All right, it's over. You all can return to your tasks. Good luck with tomorrow's exam. Strive hard. Teacher Guy's exuberance left us at a loss for words, and we merely nodded before vacating the hospital room. Thank you, Teacher Guy whispered as I was about to leave. I paused, wondering if it was regarding the earlier incident when I used ninjutsu to protect Lee. It's nothing, Teacher Guy. I am delighted to assist him. However, I feel regret for his injury, as it seems my protective gear was of little help. I expressed my apologies. No, it was certainly adequate. It is merely that the opponent was exceptionally formidable, he replied. In any case, I am immensely grateful to you, Xiaoxiang, Kai said, his heartfelt gratitude making me feel somewhat bashful. All right, I shan't trouble you any further. You should be on your way, as they must be waiting for you. Yes, goodbye. Teacher Kai, I bid him farewell, and then joined Naruto and the others. Well, where are you all headed now? Shikamaru inquired. I'm not quite sure, Naruto replied, appearing somewhat dazed and lacking any clear ideas. How about we go to Ichiraku Ramen? My treat, I suggested. Oh, that sounds splendid. Naruto's spirits lifted at the mention of ramen, momentarily forgetting the earlier events. All right, Shikamaru agreed, and so the three of us proceeded to Ichiraku Ramen for a meal. Well then, see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, I bid them each farewell before heading home. However, I did not rest idly upon my return. I began to ponder the upcoming match and the significant events ahead, which gave me a headache. I felt it necessary to contemplate the usage of water release techniques. Previously, I had experimented in the hospital and discovered that I could infuse my chakra into the water suspended in the air, thus dampening that fellow's sand, potentially hindering his movements. With that in mind, I began to reflect on new applications for water release. Chapter 50. The Chunin final exam the next day. I arose early and arrived at the examination venue. Unfortunately, it seemed I had arrived far too early, as even the spectators and staff had yet to appear. I decided to take a seat against the wall and await the arrival of others. Since I had resolved to utilize water release, I directly infused some of my chakra into the surrounding air, feeling the gentle morning mist, gradually connecting my chakra with the vapor, a truly wondrous sensation. Soon, more individuals began to arrive at the examination grounds, and I leaped down from the wall to stand beside them. "Ah, you really did arrive early. I was just about to wonder why you hadn't shown up," Shikamaru greeted as he took a few steps closer to me. "After all, it is a significant exam. I am not one to be late," I explained. "However, shouldn't everyone else be here by now? Naruto is one thing, but why is Sasuke also late?" Shikamaru remarked, ruffling his hair in exasperation. "Well, Naruto-kun will probably show up late, but I truly did not expect Sasuke-kun to be so tardy," I replied. Indeed, Shikamaru nodded in agreement. As we conversed, the time drew near, and beautiful fireworks began to bloom in the sky above. At that moment, a figure soared in from the entrance, and I skillfully caught the newcomer with water. It was none other than Naruto. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you in such a rush, you fool?" Shikamaru remarked, hands on his hips and frowning. The cows from the village are chasing after me. Everyone, run." Naruto shouted hurriedly. "Rest assured, there is no issue here," I responded, raising my hands in exasperation. Yet Naruto seemed poised to say more. "For heaven's sake, take a good look at the atmosphere around you," Shikamaru urged, clearly exasperated. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Naruto finally glanced around, realizing that everyone was staring at him, which led him to recognize the issue at hand. Why hasn't Sasuke arrived?" Naruto pondered, puzzled. "Well, my opponent, Toshi, hasn't shown up either," Shikamaru added. "All right, everyone, please maintain your composure and face the audience with pride," Naruto instructed, turning his head to reveal a straw dangling from his mouth, truly characteristic of him. However, did this imply that the Moonlight Gale had that was beyond my concern. As for why I was appointed as your examiner, it is because your previous examiner, Gale, has sustained serious injuries and is currently undergoing treatment. Thus I am here to take his place." "I see," I murmured softly. "At least he is not dead." Naruto then raised his gaze to the heights surrounding him, where an audience awaited. The atmosphere erupted with fervent discussions. This was indeed my first encounter with such a scene. "In this competition, you are the protagonists," Naruto continued. Following that was a brief speech before explaining the alterations in personal groupings, after which the competition commenced. The examinations for the others proceeded normally, except for a slight mishap regarding Sasuke. That guy had yet to return after his studies. Hey, Xiaoxiang, why hasn't that guy Sasuke shown up yet?" Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips in discontent. "Well, he is probably still perfecting his ultimate move. We'll just have to wait a bit longer," I replied, shrugging my shoulders in resignation. However, it was clear that the audience would not be pleased with such delays. Not long after, Naruto cleared his throat. "Ahem. Due to Sasuke's tardiness, he coughed twice, stating, yes, let us take a short break or switch to another match." I gazed at Naruto, standing in the center with eager anticipation. "Therefore, after discussion, we shall first have Chin Nanmi compete against Gaara, and the victor will face Sasuke next." "What? Is that even permissible?" I stared wide-eyed at Naruto, who simply placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Farewell, my friend. Couldn't you offer some encouraging words?" I sighed quietly, hearing Naruto call my name once more, prompting me to leap forward. "Not at all. Just give it your all," Naruto shouted from a distance, to which I nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiaoxiang, you can do it." On the raised platform, Kakashi and Sakura waved at me in support. Though I wished to cheer, my opponent was none other than him. How could I muster any encouragement? But then again, it was just a matter of forfeiting. That was something I could handle. Gaara had already taken his position in the arena, maintaining his typically icy demeanor without uttering a word. This atmosphere inexplicably heightened my tension. However, Externally, he appeared relatively calm, not showing any signs of agitation, and certainly no fear of Shikaku suddenly causing chaos. Thus, the competition begins. With a wave of his hand, Nara Shikaku officially initiated the match. Neither of us made an immediate move, instead standing still for a moment. I do not wish to initiate an attack, for I have yet to attain the swiftness of Shaoli. My only chance of success lies in his moment of inattention. Thus, I have prepared to unleash the chakra I had previously condensed in the air, hoping it will serve its purpose when needed. However, Gaara was the first to succumb to impatience. Without any superfluous movement, he merely raised his hand slightly, causing the gourd of sand on his back to open just a fraction, and then he surged towards me with great speed. How remarkably quick! I leaped into the sky, while his sand followed my motion, seemingly attempting to ensnare my feet. This was perilous. I decisively formed hand seals, and the movement of the sand finally slowed. I then landed back on the ground, utilizing my chakra to infuse the water in the air into his sand. His expression momentarily faltered, but the surprise vanished almost instantaneously as he raised his hand again, commanding more sand to assault my position. Indeed, sand proved troublesome, so I resolved to coat it with water to disrupt his control. I swiftly formed hand seals once more. Water release, localized downpour. I gathered the water above into a cloud-like formation, and the rain cascaded down rapidly, merging with the sand. Fortunately, the speed of the sand diminished considerably. Alas, at the same time, my classmate Gaara was drenched. Ahem, this technique seems rather insulting. My apologies, I shall not hesitate to employ it again. He furrowed his brow slightly. Though devoid of visible eyebrows, I discerned his displeasure. I sincerely apologize. I retracted some chakra, preparing to launch a counterattack, but my movements suddenly halted. A wave of bloodiness surged forth from the water infused with my chakra, nearly inducing nausea. I was taken aback. What had that individual endured in the past? Even with knowledge of the original story, witnessing the truth unfold before me was disconcerting. In truth, I know not who was at fault. These matters are merely perspectives. And how can one easily determine right from wrong? I cannot make arbitrary judgments. Ultimately, continuing the fight seemed unnecessary. I apologize, I concede. Before Gaara could initiate his next assault, I abruptly raised my hand. Both Nara Shikamaru and Gaara regarded me with surprise, yet Shikamaru swiftly announced the outcome of the match. The victor is Gaara. I remained silent, disregarding the expressions of others, quietly retracting my chakra and making my way towards Naruto, preparing to rest in the audience. Hey, Xiaoxiang, why did you suddenly stop fighting? I had high hopes for you. Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. Well, I believe I cannot win against him. Rather than waste time, it is more prudent to concede, I replied with a slight smile. But you should continue to give it your all, Naruto. I am off to find Sakura. After all, it was certain I could not win. It was wiser to conserve my strength and observe the unfolding spectacle. All right, fair enough. Rest assured, Lord Naruto will undoubtedly secure the ultimate victory for you. Naruto patted his chest, brimming with confidence. All right, I eagerly anticipate your performance. I replied before bidding him farewell and making my way to the audience seats. Hey, Sakura, over here. She waved, beckoning me to join her. Oh, just a moment. I responded, noticing Hinata beside me looking rather pale, so I approached her first. Hinata, what brings you here? How is your health? You don't seem to have fully recovered. It's best not to move around too much. I exclaimed with concern. I'm fine really, Hinata said, clutching her chest and frowning slightly. It was evident she was still unwell. Seeing her sway, I hurried to support her. Just then a voice called out. Chapter 51, Chidori. Let me take a look. It was Kabuto, though I hesitated upon recognizing him as the masked figure. Don't worry, it's all right, he reassured, gently laying Hinata down on the ground. His hands enveloped in a blue chakra, he softly brushed it against Hinata's chest. After a moment, her expression began to ease, and I silently sighed in relief. Thank you very much, I nodded at him in gratitude, for he was indeed the only one capable of assisting at that moment. Not at all, he replied before disappearing swiftly from sight. Truly, he moved with remarkable speed. As Hinata opened her eyes again, I gently helped her sit up. Do you wish to continue watching? Soon it will be Sasuke-kun against Gaara-kun. Naruto-kun likely 1TB up next. Perhaps you should rest a bit. Don't overexert yourself. Could you please take me to the infirmary again, Ka? Hinata smiled at me as she made her request, so I guided her to the infirmary, where we happened to encounter Niji. This feels rather awkward, doesn't it? Niji-kun, I called out his name, as Hinata shyly hid behind me, whispering, "Niji, brother." Niji glanced at us. "There's no medical staff here. I'll go check." But I was just about to mention your injury, I began. But Niji had already taken off. "It's fine," he said succinctly, leaving us with little choice. "Then, thank you for your help." I, too, refrained from saying more and guided Hinata to the edge of the bed to let her rest. Soon, the medical staff arrived to assess Hinata's condition. Thankfully, there were no major issues. She simply needed more rest, and they left to attend to other duties. Niji returned, sitting on a nearby bed, gazing vacantly at the distant sky. "SHK, you should go watch the match. You don't have to stay with me." "I'm all right," Hinata said slowly. "But are you truly fine alone?" "Well, it's not entirely alone," I replied, still feeling concerned. Noticing my words could be misconstrued, I hastily corrected myself. "I'm perfectly fine, and Niji will be here, so please don't worry." Hinata timidly glanced at Niji, who offered no objection, prompting her to finish her statement. "All right then, I shall return. Please take care and rest well." I bid farewell to the two and returned to the competition venue. As I descended the stands, it appeared I had timed my return impeccably. Sasuke and Kakashi had just emerged at the entrance of the arena, and a captivating performance was soon to unfold. As for my earlier encounter with Naruto and Shikamaru on the staircase, it was simply due to their presence at that particular spot. With Naruto poised to rise and seek Kakashi for clarification, "I must urge Kakashi-sensei to halt the match," Naruto exclaimed. "What is the matter? Has Sasuke returned? Or does he intend to duel Gaara?" I pondered, somewhat perplexed. "Well, it is rather inconvenient, but Gaara has indeed agreed to face Sasuke directly. And the others are in accord," Shikamaru responded with a hint of resignation. "But that fellow is quite unpredictable. That's the crux of the matter. If anything were to happen to Sasuke, he might not be able to compete with me." Naruto was clearly recalling his previous concerns from the hospital. "Wait, Naruto, don't panic. I just had a match with him, and at that time, he seemed relatively stable, so it shouldn't escalate into a troublesome situation too quickly. Furthermore, let us be honest, you know Sasuke's character. Even if you were to call for a stop, he likely wouldn't comply. Like us, he has returned with his own solutions," I reassured him. "Regardless, I still need to inform Kakashi-sensei," Naruto declared as he sprinted towards the stands, prompting a sigh from me. "Hey, Shikamaru, do you really think Sasuke is okay?" he asked, frowning. "I believe if it's him, he should be fine." Whatever. I can't be bothered to overthink it. Let us head up as well. However, was your last match an imitation of mine? How can one simply forfeit? Sometimes. "I truly don't understand you," Shikamaru inquired. Not at all. It's called self-awareness. I recognized my limitations and graciously allowed the next aspiring competitor to take my place. I defended myself. "Well, fine then. I'll reluctantly choose to believe you," Shikamaru said, scratching his head in exasperation, accepting my explanation. Upon reaching the stands, we witnessed a fierce confrontation between Sasuke and Gaara, the latter beginning to envelop himself, resembling a cocoon as he prepared to unleash a potent technique. "This feels like it's about to become quite troublesome," I remarked, feigning nonchalance as I noticed the movements of the Umbu nearby. "In what regard? Them?" Shikamaru gestured towards the two below. "Not everyone." I shook my head, recalling the method to dispel Jinjutsu. Shikamaru, how does one counter Jinjutsu again? I seem to have forgotten." What do you mean? Why are you asking such a question at a time like this? You're acting suspicious." "Ugh, it's so troublesome. Just perform these hand seals," he demonstrated, and I nodded in acknowledgement, indicating I had remembered. In summary, observe his performance quietly. Kakashi's voice resonated from a short distance away. He appeared remarkably composed as he watched the two individuals below, gradually calming the initially restless Naruto. "You will be astonished. The reason I assist Sasuke in his training is that he and I share a similar disposition." As he spoke, Sasuke had already leaped onto the high wall erected for the safety of the spectators. At that moment, he paused at the apex, beginning to form hand seals. Then, he pressed his right hand against his left, gathering energy. Gradually, a circle of blue chakra flickered around his hands and body, particularly the energy in his hands flashing like lightning, dazzling the eyes of all onlookers, creating a truly impressive spectacle. That was Kakashi's technique, the Chidori. Once Sasuke completed his charge, he surged downward, racing toward Gaara. "What on earth is that?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Such an incredible sound," Sakura remarked, her eyes wide in awe. "It's merely a standard charge," Guy explained, But this technique is the sole original creation of Konoha's most formidable technician, the copy ninja Kakashi, a concealed assassination technique, hence it is named Chidori. At this juncture, Sasuke found himself before the sand sphere, which morphed under Gaara's command, advancing toward him. However, with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke effortlessly evaded the attack and thrust his left hand into Gaara's sand sphere, causing the sand to scatter. Yet, as Sasuke withdrew his hand, not only did he pull out his own left hand, but also Shikaku, who had tightly grasped it. Sasuke locked eyes with Shikaku, rendered immobile by the shock, his eyes widening in terror. Eventually, the sand began to cascade onto the ground, revealing Gaara concealed within. At that moment, he clutched his wound, gasping for breath. I couldn't help but clench my fists, my heart racing. However, before I could dwell too long on my anxiety, a flurry of feathers drifted by. What on earth could such a thing be doing here? I exchanged a glance with Shikamaru, and together we dispelled the illusion. Skillfully and in perfect harmony, pretending to be affected by the jutsu, collapsing to the ground. How did you know? I muttered under my breath. That's just a wild guess. He replied. Quick, let's pretend for as long as we can. I hastily explained. After all, my desire to slack off has long been stirring within me. So please, allow me a brief respite. Chapter 52. Initiating trouble. Though I intended to slack off, I seized the opportunity while they were distracted to create a shadow clone, donning a mask to venture elsewhere. However, I hadn't ventured far when I spotted a figure engulfed in flames tumbling down. I quickly employed a jutsu to envelop him in water, extinguishing the flames. He glanced at me before leaping back toward the rooftop. Given his attire, this individual was likely from the Umbu. I wondered if the third Hokage was above. Without further thought, I concealed myself on a nearby rooftop. As the attention of others was predominantly focused on the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and the other Jonin and above, I surmised that no one would notice my predicament. Moreover, I managed to conceal my presence, allowing me to remain there with a semblance of tranquility. The barrier before me, emanating a purplish glow, was a source of great frustration. It was precisely this barrier that prevented the surrounding Umbu from coming to my aid. Yet, even with their assistance, success would be tenuous. Thus, breaching the seal did not seem like a favorable outcome. I found myself at a loss for effective strategies. The only viable option I had for destruction being the small water bullet I had previously employed. However, given the distance, I harbored serious doubts about my accuracy, and the power of this clone was uncertain. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to make an attempt, planning to launch an attack and then retreat swiftly. I concentrated my chakra in my hand, suspending it before my index finger. The water bullet spun faster, infused with a fierce energy. As I continued to compress it to the smallest controllable size, I then directed my chakra to my eyes, scrutinizing the barrier for its weak points before aiming and releasing the water bullet towards that very spot. The water bullet surged forth with determination, hurtling toward the barrier. A water sphere. What a child's trick. Orochimaru, clearly aware of its origin, merely cast a brief glance in my direction, dismissing it with a smirk as he continued his discourse with the third Hokage. I watched anxiously as the water bullet struck the barrier and rapidly evaporated. Was this a complete failure? Though, it was to be expected. Yet, to my astonishment, I noticed a minuscule crack forming in the formation. The water bullet had indeed torn a tiny opening in the barrier, and the Umbu below immediately surged toward that point, managing to pry it open further. What? Inside the water, there's Orochimaru appeared taken aback as the Umbu charged in, retreating a few steps. I could scarcely hear his words, for this was my chance to flee. Without hesitation, I dispelled the clone and returned to my original form. From there, I would have to rely on them. Upon my return, I heard Sakura exclaim, "Orochimaru, Sasuke?" Followed by the sound of shurikens being thrown. Kakashi had made his move. "Sakura, stay here for a moment," he said gently, calming her emotions. "I'll go reduce their numbers." It seemed that the others had already embarked on their mission, and we should follow suit. Hey, our time to feign sleep is drawing near. Prepare yourself, Shikamaru, I whispered. Shikamaru responded, feigning death. Really, let me give you a heads up. Be quiet. You're such a hassle. We can discuss it later. Let's delay as long as possible. True, as expected of you. You're no different. Stop talking about me. Then, I will dispel their illusions. At that moment, Sakura approached. Be careful, everyone, Kakashi added, before engaging in battle with the others. Sakura first dispelled Naruto's illusion, prompting me to hear Naruto's voice. What's wrong, Sakura? At that moment, a shuriken swiftly shot through the air, prompting us to quickly take cover. Sakura then began to crawl toward us, but I sensed that after a few moments of looking at us, she was rendered speechless. How long do you two intend to sleep? Sakura furrowed her brow. I opened my eyes and, with a nervous laugh, explained, haha, not at all. I just woke up, right, Shikamaru? I turned my gaze to Shikamaru, only to find him utterly motionless. The ninja dog, Pakin, did not hesitate and bit him, causing Shikamaru to awaken with a yelp of pain. Ouch, he exclaimed. So you can also reflect Jinjutsu? Really, why didn't you say so earlier? Why pretend to be asleep? Sakura said, her irritation palpable. I had no desire to get entangled in trouble. Shikamaru lifted Pakin, playfully tugging at his face. I'm not going. Sasuke's affairs are none of my concern. Ouch, that hurts. Such was his character. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Naruto. Instinctively, I prepared to use water release, but Guy was quicker, sending the intruder crashing through the wall, leaving a gaping hole. All right, Kakashi has arrived, he announced. I'm here to brief you on the mission. After you've listened, exit through that hole. You are to locate Sasuke, join forces with him, and prevent him from proceeding. Remain in a safe location until further orders are issued. In essence, we were being instructed to find a hiding spot, effectively sidelining us from the conflict. The concern was genuine, but it seemed we had inadvertently accomplished something significant. What happened to Sasuke? Naruto queried, perplexed. I'll explain as we walk, Sakura replied, pulling Naruto away. Noticing Shikamaru's reluctance to leave, I quickly grasped his clothing alongside Pakin and followed Sakura and Naruto. I told you I'm not going. Shikamaru protested, resigned to his fate. It's all right, we're going together, so don't worry. After all, staying behind would only complicate matters for our teachers, I reassured him, releasing my grip on his clothing. TCH, fine, he conceded. As we set off, we awaited Sakura to recount the entire sequence of events. So that is how it is, Naruto remarked. Sasuke is in such a rush. Why was I assigned to track him? He sounded exasperated. Shikamaru remained confused. There's no helping it. It's Kakashi-sensei's order, Sakura clarified. Exactly, I nodded in agreement. Let us go this way, Pakin suggested, changing direction. How much longer do we have to walk? Naruto asked. I'm not sure. Sasuke and his group are also moving at an extraordinary pace, Pakin replied. After a while, Pakin suddenly said, you all need to pick up the pace. Is someone pursuing us? I inquired. Indeed, and it appears there are quite a few. 9, to be precise, Pakin confirmed. Hey, it's alarming how quickly we've attracted pursuers. Shikamaru frowned, clearly perturbed. Pakin continued running for a while before coming to a halt. Hey, why did you stop? Naruto shouted. Silence, follow me. Pakin commanded as he retraced his steps, leaping onto the branches. But doing so will only confuse them temporarily, Naruto remarked. At the very least, we can buy ourselves some time, and that shall suffice. However, the experience of those individuals undoubtedly surpasses ours, thus the delay may not last long. After contemplating the ensuing events, I realized they were all at least Ch9 level. Such trivial tactics may prove ineffective. Indeed, it was not long before Parker discerned the issue. Chapter 53. Escape? Not a chance. If we are caught, it would mean our utter annihilation. Parker's tone grew somber. Damn it. In that case, let us ambush them. Naruto proposed a valuable suggestion. This method indeed had merit, yet they were all elite subordinates of Orochimaru, and there might even be J-Nin among them. Parker immediately elucidated that this plan was unfeasible. I thought it could work, Shikamaru remarked. Is it truly impossible? Why? I inquired. Shikamaru then explained the reasons for its impracticality. Moreover, they possessed a particularly seasoned team well acquainted with the terrain of Konoha. In contrast, we were merely a fool. A female ninja lacking any significant strengths, a dog, and an individual whose operational capacity was generally subpar, along with myself, the one who fled. Strategy requires a precise grasp of the current circumstances to formulate the optimal plan. So what exactly is your idea? I disregarded his evaluations of each person and pressed on with my question. Leave one person behind to feign an attack and delay their movements. Shikamaru finally articulated the plan. A decoy? Sakura swiftly analyzed the strategic essence. Precisely. This way, they will remain oblivious to the locations of the others. However, I could hardly bear the thought of being the decoy. If such a scenario were to transpire, it would indeed be troublesome. Yes, it would mean death. He stated with remarkable calmness. Upon his utterance, All actions ceased momentarily. Then it falls to me, Shikamaru declared, pivoting and leaping onto a nearby branch. For among this group, only I stood a chance of success. The shadow imitation technique is fundamentally designed to delay the enemy's jutsu. Yet, one person is still far too perilous. I hastily interjected. You lot should conserve your combat prowess until the very end. With that, he leaped down. Let us proceed. Parker paused briefly, urging us to continue onward. My anxieties persisted, prompting me to decide that once we had moved a safe distance away, I would leave a shadow clone behind to assist. Hey, the enemy is drawing ever closer. Can he truly delay them? Not long after, Parker sensed the presence behind us. Indeed, even I could feel the chakra not far off. Could it be Shikamaru? Sakura murmured. That guy will be just fine, Naruto asserted without a hint of doubt. Indeed. If it's him, everything will be all right. We simply need to trust him, I concurred. His words may be harsh, Naruto continued, but as a person, he is quite commendable. Whatever task is entrusted to him, he will undoubtedly see it through. I added. Seeing this, Sakura refrained from further comment, and we hastened our pace, racing forward. As the time drew near, I resolutely employed the shadow clone technique, distributing the pills among the clones, while my original self continued to advance alongside the others. I paused not far from Orochimaru's subordinates, accustomed to enveloping my body in chakra, striving to merge harmoniously with the surrounding environment. I firmly believed that my skills would prove sufficient for the challenge ahead. The group observed the footprints before them, sneering as one remarked, "Umph. Anxiety has surely worn you out." Yet, in the next moment, they were rooted to the spot, signaling that I could embark on my mission. What? The leader was astonished at his inability to move. Apologies, but I was once the master of escape. However, it seems my role has shifted this time, Shikamaru said, furrowing his brow as he regarded the 9 individuals before him. Now that's quite a significant change, Shikamaru-kun, I exclaimed, leaping to his side. No, wait. How did you get here? Shikamaru responded, slightly bewildered, then murmured, There's still one more person. Don't worry, it's merely a shadow clone. I'm just here to see how I can assist you, I explained quietly. TCH, that's unnecessary, Shikamaru declined politely. Come on. Can you at least show me some respect? Fine, just give me a moment. Closing my eyes, I began to sense the presence of that individual. There. Found them. They're above. I whispered, gesturing downward, to which Shikamaru nodded. What difference does it make if you know? Your technique, 1T, lasts much longer anyway. One of them jeered. Don't say that. I chuckled. I'm still here. Now, allow me to take over. I swiftly formed hand seals, surrounding them with water before Shikamaru's technique could dissipate. Water release, such a trivial level of water manipulation, was laughable. They attempted to push the water aside with their hands. But it was water. Even a small gap would quickly refill. It seems you're not quite adept at dealing with this level of water, I remarked with a smile. You, the leader, standing atop, vanished in an instant. Look at that momentum. Surely he is of CH9 level or higher. Yet, the one who needed to arrive should be here soon. Phew, finally caught up. Asuma's voice echoed behind us, accompanied by the familiar scent of smoke. Asuma, what brings you here? Shikamaru asked, turning in astonishment. Asuma offered no further explanation, merely tossing the individual he had captured aside before charging at the remaining 8, dispatching them one by one. Phew. Seeing this, I let out a long sigh of relief and released my water release. I must admit, simultaneously controlling 8 individuals proved quite challenging. Maintaining it for even a minute was an immense drain on my energy. I was genuinely curious about the principles behind Shikamaru's technique. Well done, Shikamaru, Ino, Asuma said, turning his back to us as Shikamaru slumped to the ground. I suppose I'm not cut out for this, he sighed, closing his eyes in a meditative posture. I had always envisioned a carefree life as a ninja, earning a modest living, marrying a woman who is neither beautiful nor ugly, and having 2 children, a daughter first, then a son. When my daughter marries and my son is able to stand on his own, I would retire from being a ninja. Afterward, I envisioned a tranquil and reclusive life spent playing chess or Go every day, ultimately preferring to age prematurely rather than endure the company of my wife. This, I must confess, is merely the life I yearn for. A commendable aspiration, indeed, dear Shikamaru, yet the path to its realization is undeniably time-consuming. Moreover, you ought to recognize your exceptional prowess. You are truly a gem of great worth. I knelt down and gently patted his shoulder. Indeed, Fine gems require thorough polishing. Enough with the idle talk. I am utterly exasperated. Let us hope I do not encounter such tasks again. Oh, I have a feeling you will soon strike it lucky again. Hee hee. Silence. Honestly, you should hasten to find those others. I can manage here alone. He decisively rejected my ill-fated encouragement. Ah, very well. I shall leave this with you. Just be cautious. With that, I tossed him the box of pills I had brought when I split myself and bid Asuma farewell as I dispelled the clone. Chapter 54. Exist in the name of companionship at last. After what felt like an eternity of pursuit, I sensed a formidable chakra signature, unmistakably that of Gaara, now half-transformed into Shikaku. Upon witnessing Sasuke collapse from a powerful blow, Naruto did not hesitate to land a kick squarely on Gaara's face. Sakura and I seized the opportunity to join Sasuke's side, but regrettably, the cursed seal on him activated once more. Sasuke, please remain still. I urged as I noticed his intention to move again, but he stubbornly attempted to rise. Such reckless bravado. Who is that guy? Naruto inquired. Need you even ask? I stood up, declaring, that is Gaara. Although his appearance had changed, it was undoubtedly him. Pakin nodded in agreement. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, that is Gaara, the one I spared back then. Everyone flee. Naruto shouted, but he barely finished when Gaara had already lunged towards Sasuke, closing the distance swiftly. How extraordinarily fast. I released the weights on my limbs, enhancing my speed, and concentrated more chakra into my hands. Just as he was about to pounce, I leaped ahead of Sakura, throwing a punch at the oncoming threat. However, Gaara extended his sand claws with remarkable speed. While my strike altered their trajectory slightly, they still sent Sakura hurtling away. At least she was not impaled against a tree. That is a small victory, I suppose. I silently clicked my tongue and jumped toward Sakura, only to see Gaara launch another sand claw at me. Once again, I gathered chakra, enveloping my hands in a layer of water to intercept his attack, which forced me to retreat several steps. Shika, Naruto shouted. I must say, you are quite a nuisance. I maintained a businesslike smile. Gaara frowned and covered his head, the transformation into Shikaku visibly intensifying. Ah, this is beyond my capabilities. I sighed, knowing that if the next assault were aimed this way, it would spell significant trouble. Yet, judging by his movements, he appeared determined to strike here once more. How fortuitous, indeed. Shika, quickly evade. Naruto trembled. Such a situation was truly rare. This simply will not do. I cast a glance at Sakura behind me and let out a sigh. Alas, there is no problem. Even if there were, it must be resolved. Following my previous strategy, I infused the sand he controlled with water manipulated by my own chakra, which could somewhat mitigate the force of his attacks. Fortunately, the forest retained some moisture. As he charged toward me, I employed water release once more, enveloping the incoming attack from Gaara in a shroud of water. However, the effectiveness of the water was indeed lacking. He broke through the watery barrier, and I had no choice but to confront his assault head-on. I must admit, Gaara, empowered by the spirit of Shikaku, possessed formidable strength. No, now is not the time for such thoughts. As I pondered, my hands instinctively met his strike, and I was immediately jolted, a tingling sensation coursing through my scalp, swiftly followed by an agonizing pain radiating from my fist. The impact propelled me toward a tree, and I could not help but cough, gradually sliding down to the ground. I gently shook my hand, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth. TCH, as expected, even a slight movement proves challenging. Sigh, my mobility will be severely compromised from here on out. This is truly troublesome. I cannot guarantee I will withstand his next attack. Hearing Sakura's soft call, I furrowed my brow slightly and slowly rose to my feet, ready for action. My body can still endure, and I still have one hand at my disposal. At the very least, I must protect Sakura. Upon seeing me rise again, Gaara's eyes reddened even more. Having succumbed to madness, he gathered a massive clump of sand before launching it toward me. It seems that as long as I remain standing, it is not yet Naruto's turn to take the stage. Resolutely, I scooped up Sakura and propelled myself to the side using the recoil from my water release, quickly setting her down, for the sand clump was still hurtling toward us with relentless speed. Thus, water release, water wall. I conjured a moderately tall water wall in front of me, sturdy yet not overly high, while encasing Sakura within the water. Excellent. The sand's assault was finally softened by the water wall. However, my chakra reserves were significantly depleted. I knelt, panting heavily, gazing at a few individuals not far away. Truly, this is troublesome. What do these people mean to you? Gaara inquired, glancing between me and Naruto. These individuals are my comrades. Dare to harm them, and you shall see. Naruto's voice no longer trembled. He had resolved himself and charged at Gaara, declaring, I will crush you. Huh, then give it a try. Gaara, having completely lost his remaining sanity, blocked Naruto's attack and flung him aside. The stage was now set for their confrontation. I deemed it unnecessary to intervene, as the disparity in strength was evident. Instead, I contemplated how to recover from my injuries and assessed Sakura's condition. Fortunately, I discovered that as long as I rested, I could continuously absorb energy from the surroundings, albeit in small quantities. Nevertheless, with patience, my chakra would gradually replenish. However, I truly could not find an effective remedy for the injury on my hand, so I merely tended to it, ensuring it would bleed no more. As for Sakura, I observed that she had merely fainted and appeared to be unharmed. Parker also checked on her, which reassured me. As the battle between the two drew to a close, I watched as they plummeted from the sky, swiftly enveloping them in water. Upon witnessing this, Naruto glanced at Gaara with a grin and shot me a knowing look, while Gaara, astonished, also cast a surprised glance in my direction. I gently laid them on the ground, positioning them closely together. Apologies, but that was intentional. I then noticed Naruto inching closer to Gaara, prompting me to shift him even nearer to Gaara. Stay away, Gaara wished to protest, but seeing Naruto had already approached, he chose to remain silent. For reasons unknown, I could profoundly empathize with your feelings. However, I have already found the one I cherish, and thus, I shall not permit you to harm those dear to me. Otherwise, even if it meant taking your life, I would undoubtedly intervene. Gaara's eyes widened in confusion. He could not comprehend why one would go to such lengths for others. It was because they rescued me from the abyss of solitude, acknowledging my existence as a vital companion. Whether it was Iruka-sensei, Sakura, or my aunts and uncles, they are all people I must protect with every ounce of my being. Naruto, I bit my lip. Yes, it was precisely because of those around him and his own optimistic spirit that he could journey so far, making others proud of him. Gaara finally cast one last glance at Naruto before averting his gaze, staring into the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, I felt it was time for me to approach, but Sasuke's movements were swifter. Enough, Naruto. Everyone is fine now, Sasuke declared. I could not discern the emotions behind his words. His chakra had been depleted, and the sand had receded. It is over, I added. Is it? Naruto murmured before losing consciousness. I reached out to sense his chakra. Indeed, it seemed he had merely exhausted his energy, and I would need to take him to the hospital for a checkup later. Hand and Kankuro, who had been waiting in the trees, descended at that moment, crouching beside Gaara, ready to act at a moment's notice. Forget it, no more fighting, Kankuro said, observing Gaara's weakened state. I understand, he replied, and after glancing our way, they departed. Shall we go? I suggested, noticing Sasuke's troubled expression as he gazed at Naruto, clearly wanting to say something, yet holding back. Yes, he replied. Sakura, I will rely on you. All right, I said, moving over to Sakura and gently lifting her onto my back. Thus, we set off towards the village. Chapter 58. The journey to find the fifth Hokage begins. It was Kakashi-sensei who had come to our aid, though unfortunately, he had mistakenly kicked the wrong person. A second later, the innocent Jiraiya expressed his bewilderment, while Kai hastily elucidated the circumstances surrounding the event. Are you planning to apologize? Jiraiya bellowed indignantly. It's all my fault. I'm truly sorry. Kai sheepishly ran his fingers through his hair. Forget about that for now. We must swiftly escort Sasuke to the medical team, Jiraiya remarked, casting a concerned glance at Sasuke, who was slumped against the wall. Understood, Kai replied. Perverted sage, will Sasuke be all right? Naruto inquired anxiously. It appears that the psychological trauma is quite severe, Jiraiya assessed. And what of Xiaoxiang? Naruto suddenly recalled and questioned. Mizuki, you too? At this moment, both Jiraiya and Kai turned their gazes toward me. Oh, as for me, I am no longer troubled. The paramount concern now lies with Sasuke's injuries and Naruto's predicament. I quickly waved my hand, indicating that I was perfectly fine. After all, Itachi's target had not been me. Thus he refrained from inflicting any serious harm upon me. Damn it. Naruto then turned his attention back to Sasuke, clenching his fists. What did that guy do to Sasuke? Perverted sage, tell me. I could only silently observe the unfolding scene, powerless to intervene. Change of plans, Naruto continued, though I was terrified just now. This time I will pursue those two cloaked figures and bring them down. They must be looking for me, so I shall seek them out myself. What nonsense are you spouting? What can you possibly achieve on your own? You cannot defeat them in your current state. I shouted urgently. Indeed, if you confront them now, it would merely result in your demise. Jiraiya concurred. The disparity in strength is far too great. I have only just managed to keep them away from you. So you expect me to continue hiding from them? To live in constant fear every single day? Naruto exclaimed, at a loss for words. Shut your mouth. Naruto flinched and then averted his gaze. You are far too weak, Jiraiya added, softening his tone. Disappointment etched on Naruto's face. I felt compelled to pat his shoulder. But I hesitated and withdrew my hand. I apologize, Kai. I intended to honor the wishes of this child, but perhaps it would have been wiser to rescue him sooner. Jiraiya reflected with regret over allowing Sasuke to engage in such perilous actions, which had led to his severe injuries. Presently, Kakashi too was afflicted by the same ninjutsu. Lying unconscious, with no indication of when he would regain awareness. Kai observed Sasuke and remarked, Kakashi-sensei as well. Naruto and I exclaimed in unison. It appears the developments are akin to those before. Thus, it was imperative that we embark on the search for another formidable ally, Tsunade, at once. Whenever a student is injured, I find myself fervently wishing that the esteemed medical expert were here, Kai continued. Therefore, we must seek that individual, Jiraiya elucidated. You mean Lady Tsunade? I inquired. Indeed, she, like me, is one of the legendary Sannin, a healer who alleviates suffering, bearing the character forbid upon her back. Soon, we prepared to set forth. Farewell, Kai. I entrust Sasuke to you, Jiraiya solemnly declared, glancing at Sasuke, who lay upon Kai's back. Jiraiya-sama, please ensure that we find Tsunade-sama. Before Kai could finish his sentence, Naruto interjected, we will definitely locate her and bring her back immediately. Indeed, trust us. I nodded in agreement. Do not inquire why I reluctantly embarked on this journey. The truth is, well, I suppose I shall return. I gazed at Kai and Sasuke, my mind already concocting plans for what to accomplish upon our return. It is imperative to continue rigorous training, otherwise, I shall inevitably encounter countless formidable individuals akin to those I face today. Indeed, enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance and must take precedence. I could not help but inwardly scoff. Return to what? You fool. You shall accompany me. Jiraiya playfully delivered a light tap to my head, but it fortuitously landed on my water shield, rendering his expression somewhat speechless. Why? I exclaimed, bewildered, for I had assumed my task concluded here. In any case, you shall join me, Jiraiya insisted, exuding a lack of desire to elaborate, and I nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, Naruto and I graciously accepted Kai's offer of the green training attire. While I took the garment, I promptly stashed it within my scroll to study its properties later. Perhaps my mother might devise new ideas. Thus, the three of us finally set forth on our journey. En route, Naruto suddenly halted, prompting Jiraiya and me to do the same. What is it? Jiraiya inquired. Hey, perverted sage, why are those individuals fixated on me? Surely, you must know the reason. Naruto queried, displaying a surprising acuity. Rather than being drawn to you, it is more accurate to say they are interested in what lies within you, Jiraiya remarked, glancing at Naruto's abdomen. I knew I should not have come. I cannot hear. I muttered under my breath, raising my hands to cover my ears. Honestly, of course, things turn out this way when I am compelled to tag along. Regardless, you must both listen attentively, Jiraiya stated, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. But that creature is a monster that attacked Konoha. Is that not why everyone fears him? Why do they desire it? Naruto squeezed his clothes, unable to suppress his frown. This power is not something he sought. I find the situation quite clear. Those individuals likely wish to control and wield such power, or perhaps seek out more of the kind that Naruto possesses, or even that of Gaara or others, to enact deeds that could endanger the entire world. The two fell silent in contemplation. Ahem. Well then, please continue. I feigned a cough, dutifully listening. Indeed, the Nine-Tails has historically emerged at the juncture of eras, a malevolent entity capable of wreaking havoc upon all things. This is precisely why ancient people regarded the Nine-Tails with trepidation as a harbinger of natural disasters. As Jiraiya spoke, he directed his gaze toward me, pondering why those individuals desired such a thing. Frankly, I remain oblivious to their true intentions. Perhaps, as Miko suggested, her hypothesis may indeed be the correct answer. Please, do not regard me so seriously. I find myself feeling somewhat guilty, even though I speak nothing but the truth. Thus, Jiraiya eventually shifted his focus back to Naruto, lamenting over the fact that such a being had been persistently fixated on him. It is indeed a cruel twist of fate. Nevertheless, I vow to protect you, so do not worry. This means I must hasten my journey to grow stronger. Naruto's spirits were rekindled once more. Truly, he is the embodiment of determination. Despite the challenges that lie ahead, since you, Naruto, have expressed such resolve, I too must strive to match your fervor. In any case, let us first seek out Tsunade. Witnessing his enthusiasm, I too could not help but feel a long-awaited surge of passion. Indeed, let us charge forth, Naruto exclaimed, and once she rescues Sasuke, we shall commence our training without delay. Chapter 55. Why I must go to. The following morning, as I lifted my gaze, I spotted a hawk circling overhead, seemingly summoning Kakashi and the others so early in the day. What could possibly be the matter? Reflecting on the narrative, aside from the competition for the tailed beasts, there didn't seem to be any other pressing issues. But wait. I nearly forgot something far more significant. There is a vacancy in the position of Hokage. A nation recently ravaged by war requires a reliable leader to guide its people. This implies that Naruto will be seeking out the esteemed Tsunade. How splendid. This means we are on the verge of reaching one of the most iconic arcs, the clash between Naruto and Sasuke. While I feel a tinge of embarrassment, I must admit I am genuinely looking forward to that memorable scene. Yesterday, as Naruto returned, he indicated that he would seek out Konohamaru early the next morning, expressing concern for his well-being. Following this, he contemplated treating himself to some Ichiraku ramen and extended an invitation for me to join him. I certainly could not pass up such an opportunity. Thus, once Naruto completed his task of delivering the Ichiraku ramen tickets, we set off in that direction. Although a dramatic confrontation involving three formidable figures and the Itachi Kisame duo was imminent, the storyline would eventually lead Naruto to encounter them. Hence, while I yearned to witness the spectacle, there was no need to rush. However, where's my ticket? Naruto exclaimed in a flurry, desperately rummaging through his belongings for the precious voucher. Can you recall where you typically place it? Perhaps it is in the same spot this time, I suggested. All right, let me think. I must have stashed it somewhere on my person. I just cannot recall precisely where at this moment. Naruto, in his haste, even removed his outer jacket, scouring for quite some time. As I observed him rummaging through his belongings in vain, searching for the elusive voucher, my gaze fell upon his forehead protector, causing me to furrow my brow. I mused, Naruto, you haven't concealed it within your protector, have you? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly removed his forehead protector. To my astonishment, there it was. Wow, thank you so much, Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Oh, it's nothing, I replied. But you really must stop being so forgetful. And while ramen is delicious, you should strive for a balanced diet and include other foods. I was in the midst of explaining the importance of balanced nutrition for growth when another individual lifted the curtain of the ramen shop. I overheard your conversation and came to see for myself. I didn't expect you to be solely indulging in ramen. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya, who intended to take Naruto to find Tsunade. Hello, Jiraiya-sensei. I greeted him quickly. You're here too. What a fortunate coincidence, Jiraiya remarked, glancing between me and Naruto, evoking a strange sensation within me. Could it be? Perfect timing. I actually need both of you for something. Would you accompany me to find someone? Oh no. The task had indeed arrived, but it shouldn't pertain to me, right? I declined. As expected, Naruto promptly refused as well. Wait, I want to go too. Why is that? You can manage alone when searching for someone, can't you? I expressed my confusion. Hey, you too. Can't you show me a little respect? As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and wouldn't our search be much swifter with more people? Jiraiya sighed, taking a seat and ordering a serving of ramen. You need to tell us your reasons. Naruto insisted, gesturing animatedly. Of course, it's for an interview during a journey. Jiraiya finally remembered to explain why we should accompany him. I frowned, skepticism etched on my face. You're not planning to use the guise of an interview to engage in some nefarious activities, are you? Precisely, and judging by your tone, I find it utterly unconvincing. You lecherous sage, Naruto concurred. Am I truly that sort of person? Jiraiya retorted, looking as if he might lose his temper, but patiently continued. This journey isn't merely a simple interview. There's a particular woman I need to interview, and I must find her. So it is indeed that sort of interview. Isn't it, Naruto? I deliberately averted my gaze. Indeed, we have no time to waste on such indecent interviews. Naruto nodded in agreement. I still need to seek out Kakashi-sensei to learn new techniques, like Chidori. Honestly, Kakashi-sensei has been quite biased lately. While that may be true, there are reasons behind Kakashi's actions, I explained to Naruto. After all, Sasuke, who shares a high affinity with Kakashi, is more suited for his guidance. Whereas Naruto would benefit more from being entrusted to a more appropriate mentor to expedite his growth. I believe you won't be able to master that technique, Jiraiya interjected, delivering a pointed remark to Naruto. Then I definitely won't go. Let us leave, Sakura. With that, Naruto prepared to set off. Alas, what a pity. In truth, I possess knowledge of ninjutsu far superior to that of the 1,000 birds. Such a shame, indeed. Jiraiya, observing our disinterested figures as we departed, contemplated for a moment and declared, "There's no choice then. I shall seek out Sasuke." As expected, upon hearing this, Naruto's interest was immediately piqued. "I shall go? Perverted sage, you stand idly here while I hasten to prepare my belongings." In the blink of an eye, he dashed away. I could not refrain from cupping my hands to my mouth and calling out, "Hey, don't forget to pack less instant noodles." "Got it," he replied, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Ah, he is truly adorable. However, what about you? Jiraiya turned to inquire. Wait. Do I really have a place in this? I awkwardly chuckled, concealing my desire to slip away. If you do not wish to accompany us, you need not feel compelled. I apologize. I do not mean to imply that I do not wish to join you. It's just that I never anticipated such an opportunity would present itself to me. I know Naruto is someone worthy of trust, yet I am uncertain if I might hinder your journey. Indeed, I had never envisioned that I would have the chance to traverse a path alongside them. Yet, I am more fearful, afraid of forming such bonds, terrified that when the time comes, I will lack the strength to face the challenges ahead. Ultimately, such thoughts only serve to amplify my sorrow. What nonsense! Jiraiya suddenly laughed. I have not yet weakened to the point where you young ones could disrupt my steps. Rest assured, whatever may occur, I will ensure your safety. It is precisely because of this that I genuinely wish to walk alongside them. Understood. I shall return to gather my things. Please wait a moment longer with Naruto. I smiled at him and sprinted back home. So, it appears I am to embark on another training journey. My mother remained at home today, while my father had left early in the morning. I sighed helplessly. Soon, I would be seeking out 5th Hokage Tsunade, then engaging in a friendly rivalry with my male companions, followed by more training. There is so much to attend to, and my heart feels weary. The city is rife with concerns. I long for the countryside. That's quite all right. Being busy is beneficial, isn't it? It motivates your progress. My mother chuckled softly. Your father and I must also put in more effort. By the way, I've prepared some talisman papers. Take them with you. They may prove useful. After saying this, she handed me a thick stack of talismans, and I promptly extracted a portion to tuck into my pocket. I often find myself curious about where my mother acquired such knowledge. What about the other items? Should I bring those as well? She inquired. I'll just take along some change of clothes and toiletries. I can purchase additional supplies before I head out. Be careful, my mother's expression grew somber. Fear not. I shall return several times using shadow clones. You need not worry. Then I shall set off. All right. Chapter 56. Indeed, do not open the door carelessly meanwhile. We soon arrived at the lodging town. As I glanced around, I was met with a sight of individuals resembling drunks emerging from the tavern. Fortune tellers swaying their fans while donning sunglasses, and provocatively dressed women strutting down the center of the street, accompanied by the peculiar carousels lining the roadside. It must be said that this place was truly bizarre, a veritable gathering ground for the eccentric. Tell me, Jiraiya-sensei, is it genuinely possible to find the person you seek in such a place? I inquired. Indeed, this location appears rather dubious, doesn't it? Naruto echoed my sentiments. Have faith in me. There's no cause for concern, Jiraiya reassured us, leading us down the road until we finally halted before a shop. Here we shall stay for the night. I instinctively surveyed the surroundings and caught sight of a stunning woman in a flowing purple dress. Could it be? I pondered for a moment, recalling her true identity, which made me frown slightly. Hey, but we can still move, right? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, the day still seeming quite young. Indeed, it wouldn't be too late to walk a bit further, would it? I concurred. Regardless, a disciple must heed their master's command, Jiraiya stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Hey, I merely wish for you to teach us ninjutsu. Naruto stepped forward, ready to argue. That is the way of a disciple, Jiraiya added, completely disregarding our input as he guided us toward the hotel staircase. At that moment, the captivating woman I had noticed earlier approached the entrance of our lodging, leaving both Naruto and me momentarily speechless. They were indeed of the same ilk. Here, Naruto and Sakura, this is the room key. You two should return to your room, complete your chakra gathering training, and then rest. Understand? Jiraiya said. His face flushed as he pressed the key into Naruto's hand. You can't be serious? I asked, exasperated. I shall be back shortly, he replied, offering no further explanation before striding away. Sighing, I thought while I felt reassured he wasn't being deceived, leaving Naruto here seemed rather unsafe. We then proceeded to our room. TCH, this is precisely what happens whenever we accompany that lecherous sage, Naruto grumbled, frustrated by the delays. Does he even intend to guide us in our training? I believe we should trust him on this matter. After all, it was a promise made long ago. Individuals of his stature would not easily break their word. I nodded in agreement. Let us hope that's true. Judging by his expression, he seems utterly unreliable. You two aren't much different in this place, are you? I muttered quietly. I'm nothing like that, Naruto retorted. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door. Ah, has he returned already? Naruto leaped off the bed in excitement. Wait a moment, Naruto. Consider who might be behind that door, I said, feeling a twinge of anxiety. For it could be Itachi and Kisame. We had to deliberate thoroughly before opening it. The knocking persisted, prompting me to clear my throat softly to halt Naruto's eager approach. What is it, Sakura? At that moment, Naruto's hand was poised to grasp the doorknob. Naruto-kun, I interjected, isn't it customary to inquire who is outside before opening the door? To do so without a second thought seems rather rash, doesn't it? I hurriedly explained, then leaped off the bed and approached him. Naruto mused, stroking his chin. You have a point, Shuka. Hey, who are you? He called out. Silence ensued. If you don't respond, then I'm afraid I won't open the door, he continued, noticing the lack of a reply. It's me, Naruto, a voice emerged. One I struggled to describe, but it evidently caused Naruto to lower his guard. Oh, while I cannot recall who he is, he knows my name. I suppose I shall open the door. All right, let's see who it is. All right, better to open it now. Otherwise, it might escalate into a forced entry, and that would only worsen the situation. Coming, I exclaimed as Naruto turned the doorknob. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, who approached us slowly. He was not wearing a hat, exposing his face to us, though those Sharingan eyes seemed to hold unspoken thoughts. Wait, aren't we supposed to avoid looking into his eyes? I thought, yet it felt overly deliberate to avert my gaze. I gently nudged the bewildered Naruto back, positioning myself in front of him. I began to utter, but before I could finish, another figure, Gyukyu, appeared in my line of sight. I was taken aback that such a minor spirit could seal the nine tails. However, it seems we have unexpectedly encountered another rodent, I remarked, noting her recognition of you, Itachi, which complicated matters. Naruto, please come with us, Itachi stated, disregarding Gyukyu's words as he directed his gaze past me to Naruto. Let's go outside. I never anticipated someone would speak such chilling words in such a gentle tone. It sent shivers down my spine. Suppressing the inexplicable chill that washed over me, I instinctively reached for my bag, prepared for a confrontation. Yet in the next instant, I found myself immobilized. A crimson moon materialized before me, with Itachi standing atop a telephone pole. You should not impede us, he said softly, his tone strangely familiar. Oh, he has returned to his normal state. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Why do you wish to take Naruto-kun away? Look at his sorrowful eyes. How could you do such a thing? And you still owe me a lesson on shuriken usage. I gazed intently into his eyes, hoping to find answers, but alas, my rhetoric fell short. He did not respond to my barrage of inquiries, merely closing his eyes slowly. In the next instant, his form blurred and transformed into a swarm of crows that surged towards me. I instinctively raised my hands to shield myself, but as the crows made contact, they vanished, leaving behind an inexplicable fatigue and a feather clutched in my palm, which too swiftly dissipated. I must hasten to dispel this illusion. Gradually, I brought my hands together, performing the incantation to break the spell. Illusion, dispel. In the next moment, I found myself back in reality, yet an overwhelming fatigue instantly enveloped my entire being. I plummeted downward, barely managing to steady myself into a half-kneeling position. Xiaoxiang. Naruto had somehow made his way to the door, casting an anxious glance in my direction. yet refraining from making any moves due to the presence of the two others nearby. Itachi shot me a fleeting glance before turning his attention back to Naruto. Mr. Itachi, letting him escape could prove troublesome. Perhaps, Kisame suggested, removing the sword from his back, we should first sever one of his legs. That won't he do? I attempted to rise, but it felt as if a 1,000-pound weight anchored me to the ground. Ah, is this the formidable power of a high-level illusion? A mere flick of the wrist, and yet. Kisame began to approach Naruto. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance, compelling me to direct my gaze towards it. Chapter 57. Jiraiya to the rescue. Long time no see, Sasuke, Itachi remarked. Each word from Sasuke felt as if it were squeezed through clenched teeth, laden with an anger that wished to obliterate every syllable. Ah, splendid. A friendly spar between brothers is about to unfold. I watched as Sasuke unleashed Chidori toward Itachi, only to be caught by the wrist. The force of Sasuke's attack shattered the wall beside them. Let us observe a moment of silence for the establishment. Noticing this, Naruto hurriedly attempted to harness the power of the Nine Tails to perform a summoning technique, but such an effort would undoubtedly be siphoned by Kisame's sword. Instead, I resolved to channel my own chakra to see if I could assist. Regrettably, it appeared to be quite a challenge. However, I remained optimistic that there was a chance. I extended my hand towards the ground, ready for action. Chakra is beginning to fill this space, Itachi remarked indifferently. Ah, I see. Kisame turned around. This is the power of the Nine Tails. Upon witnessing Sasuke's intent to act, Itachi swiftly twisted his wrist, fracturing it with brutal efficiency. Sasuke immediately collapsed to the ground in agony. Sasuke! Naruto shouted, hastening his movements. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Too slow. Kisame swung his sword towards Naruto. I won't let you succeed, I declared, conjuring a thin wall of water between Naruto and Kisame's blade. As Kisame's sword struck, I instantly felt a significant portion of my chakra being siphoned away, likely taking some of Naruto's chakra with it. Yet, perhaps the summoning technique could still be successfully executed? I eagerly glanced at the ground. Summoning technique. Naruto slammed his hand against the ground. Can anyone explain why I'm confronted with nothing but a tiny tadpole? Oh, why must I always face a master of water techniques? Is this a challenge for me to headbutt? Moreover, my chakra seems to be dwindling. Kisame, slightly puzzled, quickly shifted his gaze towards me. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Alas, you two are quite bothersome. It seems the only solution is to eliminate you in order. However, one must exercise caution in controlling their strength. The formidable Kisame raised his sword, Samahata, once more and swung it down. I could only feel a gust of wind swiftly brush across my face. Sakura, this is utterly disastrous. I could do nothing but watch as Samahata descended. Yet, in the next moment, I found myself lifted into the air and landed safely beside Naruto. Ahead of us appeared a familiar figure, the legendary Jiraiya, standing resolutely against Kisame's impending strike. Oh my heavens, our savior has finally returned. Jiraiya-sensei? I spoke, tinged with uncertainty. You must know me better than you let on. Jiraiya replied without addressing my inquiry, cradling the unconscious beauty we had encountered earlier in his arms. A true man like me would never be swayed by a woman's allure. I am far more adept at charming them with my words. In truth, I am not easily tempted by feminine beauty. After all, men like me have women willingly flocking to them. The atmosphere fell silent for several seconds. How could this man possess such audacity? Truly, he is as remarkable as they say. Women throwing flirtatious glances are but lowly tactics, and yet they make you so exhilarated. Stop posturing, Naruto exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Jiraiya. Oh dear, Jiraiya-sensei's skin has thickened once more. I sighed quietly, shaking my hand, and feeling the sensation return to my arm, confirming that I could finally regain some normal function. What nonsense are you two spouting? And I've already told you not to shout my name in front of others. Jiraiya retorted, exasperated. This is infuriating. Enough. Those two are not ordinary opponents. Naruto turned to point at Itachi and Kisame. At that moment, I felt ready to rise slowly, regaining my chakra, and explained, to be precise, they are exceedingly dangerous. Indeed, that is correct, you lecherous sage. I told you not to call me that. Jiraiya promptly delivered a playful smack to Naruto's head. I couldn't help but marvel at their utter lack of concern, although having Jiraiya present certainly alleviated much of the anxiety. After all, you are the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama, Kisame remarked. Even if you are a notorious lecher, I did not expect you to be so easily deceived. What? You even know the true nature of the lecherous sage? Naruto exclaimed, astonished at the two before him. This was perhaps common knowledge by now. I shook my head slightly, confirming this was indeed the case. Come now, how can this be called the true nature of someone? Jiraiya frowned slightly, expressing his disagreement with us. It seemed the illusion cast upon the woman had been lifted. Kisame glanced at the woman resting against Jiraiya's back and continued, You used hypnosis to ensnare her, hoping to draw me away from Naruto. Such despicable tactics. So, your target is indeed Naruto? No wonder Mr. Kakashi is aware of this matter. It seems the source of intelligence is you. At this moment, Itachi comprehended why Kakashi knew their purpose for this journey. In truth, regarding the Akatsuki's retrieval plan, I never anticipated the timeline to be so protracted. After all, they had already amassed a considerable amount of intelligence over the past several years and successfully identified several candidates within a short span. However, due to certain circumstances, individuals like Naruto were forced to wait until they matured before being considered for retrieval, which indeed proved to be a challenging endeavor. Yet, as evident from the subsequent narrative, it becomes clear that merely a fraction of power would suffice to summon the Ten Tails. I find it perplexing why such an extensive plan was necessary. Though it serves the narrative's requirements, it still eludes my understanding. The command to capture Naruto is the paramount order issued to our organization, Akatsuki, Itachi continued. Upon hearing this, I instinctively glanced at Sasuke's expression. His eyes widened, revealing disbelief, which swiftly morphed into fury. This reaction was inevitable. His singular ambition at present was to personally eliminate his beloved brother, who loved him in return, and yet his brother uttered such words, provoking such a reaction in anyone. I will not surrender Naruto to you, Jiraiya called back the Toad-kin, fixating intently on Itachi and Kisame, as if attempting to decipher their next move. That may not be the case, Itachi replied. Humph, just in time. I intend to resolve matters with both of you here. Jiraiya's statement was abruptly interrupted as Sasuke unsteadily rose to his feet. That fool. Do not interfere. Sasuke's voice was hoarse and intermittent. The one destined to kill that man can only be me. He slowly lifted his head, casting a fierce glare at Itachi, who did not direct his gaze toward him. I have no interest in you at present, Itachi indifferently remarked, and as anticipated, Sasuke, consumed by rage, lunged forward only to be swiftly kicked aside by Itachi. Crashing against a nearby wall, I slightly moved my hand, discovering that chakra was once again at my disposal, and swiftly manipulated it. Fortunately, at the last moment of his collision with the wall, I enveloped his back with water, somewhat softening the impact, while simultaneously wrapping him in a faint chakra membrane with the remaining chakra. Itachi glanced at me with a sidelong gaze, and instinctively, I constricted my pupils. Yet he quickly redirected his attention to Sasuke. Bastard. Naruto attempted to rush forward, but Sasuke shouted at him to stay put, leaving him to helplessly witness Sasuke being mercilessly beaten by Itachi. Unforgiving indeed, Kisame commented. Indeed, utterly ruthless. Ultimately, Itachi grasped Sasuke's neck, pinning him against the wall, and uttered the most iconic words. You are weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred for me is insufficient. He then cast a genjutsu on Sasuke, delivering a dual blow to both his body and spirit. Sasuke cried out in anguish. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke, still the same approach, using Tsukuyami against your brother? Kisame's words seemed tinged with amusement. In the end, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness, and at this moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Enough already, you scoundrel. With that, he dashed towards Itachi, and Kisame swiftly followed suit. At that moment, Jiraiya intervened once more, employing a summoning technique to transport everyone into the belly of a toad, ensuring that Sasuke was enveloped in a secure area while the duo found their feet ensnared. What a pity, Itachi and Kisame. You now reside within my stomach. I have summoned the esophagus of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. Given that you are both wanted criminals, you shall become mere fodder for the rock toad, Jiraiya declared. What is happening? Naruto inquired. Naruto, you and Miki stay put and do not fret. This is merely my ninjutsu, Jiraiya explained to Naruto. Kisame, come here, Itachi commanded, decisively beckoning Kisame to his side, preparing to utilize Amaterasu to escape. Futile. Thus far, no one has managed to flee from this place, Jiraiya proclaimed with confidence. Mister. Jiraiya, are you not being a tad too presumptuous? I could not help but remark, pondering the impending slap-in-the-face moment. How dare you, brat, questioned the greatness of Jiraiya. Jiraiya lamented, casting a weary glance in my direction, and I quickly donned a sheepish smile. Oh dear, as the ancients say, better safe than sorry. Soon, we heard a disturbance, which quickly subsided. Jiraiya hastened to investigate, and Naruto and I promptly followed. Upon arrival, we beheld the remnants of the black flames of Amaterasu, still ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Vanished? Truly gone, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the vacant space and the peculiar flames. Jiraiya's tone was filled with a sense of foreboding, akin to a tide threatening to engulf me. Ahem, these flames are indeed strange. I quickly shifted the topic, while Naruto stepped forward to examine the fire. What kind of fire is this? It's so dark. I seized him by the arm. Do not approach recklessly, Jiraiya warned, then retrieved a scroll from his bag, swiftly sketching a sealing array to contain the black flames. All right, that should suffice. Now, we must attend to Sasuke. After completing the sealing, Jiraiya released the earlier ninjutsu, allowing Naruto to catch the collapsing Sasuke. In the next moment, a kunai was lodged into the wall nearby, followed by a figure rushing in, swiftly delivering a kick towards Jiraiya. Chapter 59. There's always someone who likes to cause trouble. As we ventured forth to locate Tsunade, Jiraiya regaled us with tales of her illustrious exploits. Ah, how nostalgic. Jiraiya chuckled, fondly clasping his hands, before shaking his head. Is this truly the time for reminiscing? How shall we find her? Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Indeed. Otherwise, we shall be easily outpaced. I added, wait, Mickey, why does that sentiment feel somewhat off? However, I must confess I am uncertain of our precise destination, so we must search diligently, albeit with numerous methods at our disposal. You do not even know? How much time will this take if we have no direction? Naruto questioned, perplexed. Humph, rest assured, I shall not squander a single moment of time. For every instant along the way must be devoted to you. Oh, here comes the crux. The time that shall fortify your strength is none other than your training, Jiraiya said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly retrieved his training attire from his bag, only to be met with Jiraiya's resolute refusal, shattering Naruto's aspirations of donning that outfit. Soon, we arrived at a rather sizable town, deciding to seek information regarding Tsunade there. As we stepped into the town, we were engulfed by a throng of people. The ambience was truly vibrant. This liveliness was partly due to a festival being celebrated, imparting a delightful atmosphere. In summary, indulging in leisure is essential. One must rest well before embarking on training. This place has been in celebration recently, so we shall reside here for a time. And your training shall unfold in this very town, Jiraiya elucidated. Wow, that sounds fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, excitedly pulling out his adorably stuffed frog wallet. Such extravagance, I remarked, taken aback by the little wallet. Though small, it was indeed quite substantial in content. Well, you seem rather affluent. I dare say you're quite the little tycoon. Jiraiya nodded in approval. Humph, this is something I've saved for quite a while. Come on, Koyoko, let us go, Naruto said, tugging at my arm to leave. But Jiraiya swiftly intercepted him, confiscating the wallet while muttering something about the 3 prohibitions of a ninja, casually handing us a few bills to send us on our way. Ahem, in any case, I will be gathering intelligence next. You two shall carry my belongings, even if you find yourselves lost. He cleared his throat and explained further before pushing us away. I decisively employed the shadow clone technique, leaving a clone with Naruto as I ventured off. Yoko, why aren't you coming? Jiraiya inquired, slightly puzzled. To be honest, I have my reservations regarding your intentions behind confiscating Naruto's wallet. I sincerely apologize, but I truly harbor doubts. I cast a scrutinizing glance at the wallet in his hand before meeting his gaze, which he promptly averted, revealing his guilt. Wow, what does a little brat know? This is called frugality, all right? Now hurry along to Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed, asserting his authority. Oh, could it be that you're off in search of some lovely young lady? I feigned an all-knowing expression, raising my hands in mock surrender. That's preposterous. Yoko, don't speak out of turn. How has our trust devolved to this? Anyway, be off now, Jiraiya declared, smoke swirling around his feet as he prepared to depart swiftly. Humph, rest assured I shall follow you closely. I resolutely matched his pace, quickening my steps. The place I intend to go is hardly suitable for children, he continued. But before he could finish, I swiftly utilized the transformation technique, reverting to my former appearance, resembling an adult. Very well, I concede. You've bested me. Jiraiya sighed in defeat, scratching his head, and thus, we set forth together towards other destinations. Yoko, little ones ought to take some time to rest, Jiraiya remarked, arms crossed and exhaling a resigned sigh. Now is a crucial moment for gathering information. Any semblance of laziness is quite troublesome, of course, with the exception of accompanying them. You, my friend, have truly surprised me. Occasionally, you exhibit an unexpected zeal for discipline. In any case, remember to balance work and relaxation. Oh, we'll discuss this later. Jiraiya-sensei, what do you think of this place? I selectively disregarded his words and began to observe the nearby establishments, soon spotting a club that came into view. Ah, never mind. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Let us choose this one. Jiraiya shook his head, stepped inside first, but then halted abruptly, blocking my way, and continued. Wait a moment. Mia, how can we come to a place like this? Esteemed guests, please come inside. Before he could finish his misguided rant about the inappropriateness of such a venue, two elegantly adorned women approached us, linking their arms with Jiraiya. Another lady extended her hand toward me, and I instinctively recoiled, while Jiraiya seized the opportunity to grasp the other beauty's hand and led her inside. Never mind. Let us have some drinks. What would you like? Jiraiya unabashedly settled onto one of the sofas, casually propping his leg up, then patted the space beside him, indicating for me to sit. Plain water, thank you. I resignedly took my seat, casting a glance at the passers-by. Soon, two women clad in bathrobe-like attire approached us. Well, more accurately, they approached Jiraiya. The scene was almost too enchanting to comprehend. I quietly fished out my wallet to pay, feeling a pang of sympathy for Naruto, whose wallet was utterly barren. Ultimately, I sipped my water with an expression of indifference while keeping an eye out for when Naruto would arrive. It wasn't long before the main character made his entrance. Ah, youth is indeed wonderful, Jiraiya remarked, unable to contain his admiration. I instinctively shot him a glance. As expected, adults are utterly unreliable. Ha ha ha, not at all. Little Kyo, do not speak nonsense. Jiraiya exclaimed, letting out a belch. Look at him. How can he be so carefree, even belching from the drink? Before I could further frown, Naruto walked in, and I quickly used a substitution technique to switch places with my clone, effortlessly dispelling it. Hey Naruto, have you had enough fun? Jiraiya said, his face flushed with inebriation as he gazed at Naruto. You rascal, repeat that about the 3 prohibitions of ninjas. Naruto furiously brandished a skewer of grilled squid. Leaping in front of Jiraiya, his fist poised to strike the instigator, causing the 2 accompanying ladies to flee in alarm. However, as he swung his hand, one skewer of squid flew with remarkable precision, landing on the pristine clothing of one of the newcomers who had just entered the establishment, leaving a conspicuous stain on her white attire. Oh dear, I completely overlooked this. Observing the 2 individuals before me, I felt momentarily dazed, quickly reacting to say, I'm terribly sorry, it was unintentional. Unintentional? How dare you soil my brother's clothing? Produce 100,000 Ryo, exclaimed a nearby lackey, suddenly realizing the situation. 100,000 Ryo? Naruto gasped in astonishment. Ah, it is certainly within your rights to seek compensation. However, might I suggest that your pricing appears somewhat extravagant? Allow me to elaborate. After all, for such an outdated garment, demanding 100,000 taels seems excessively unreasonable. Jiraiya cast a glance at the individual, offering his critique. I nodded in agreement. If permitted, I would gladly assist in cleansing it with water release, for it is a rather effortless task, especially since the fault lies with us to begin with. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to take action? I would advise against it. The younger brother evidently sought to assert dominance through his elder's authority, yet regrettably for them, they had encountered formidable opposition. Our elder brother was once a Nin of the Hidden Rock Village, a legendary dark ninja, feared by all, truly formidable. The younger brother continued to earnestly introduce this fact, prompting me to scrutinize the individual more closely. My apologies, but I genuinely failed to discern any remarkable qualities. What was that about being legendary? Jiraiya squinted disdainfully, and I could not suppress a chuckle as I subtly pulled Naruto aside, granting them passage. It seems you are eager to taste defeat. The one referred to as the elder brother, incensed by our blatant disregard, shouted and adopted a posture as if to charge at us. At that moment, Jiraiya began to channel chakra into his palm, a multitude of chakras swirling in erratic motions before coalescing into a large cerulean sphere, within which the chakra's flowing lines remained distinctly visible, truly a marvel. You too should observe closely. Upon finishing his statement, he unleashed the Rasengan upon the man's abdomen. sending them both hurtling backward, ultimately colliding with the water balloon vendor's stall. I had shown considerable restraint. "You are so weak," Jiraiya remarked, chuckling at the water balloon that had inexplicably soared into his hand. He then sauntered toward the stall, addressing the vendor. "I sincerely apologize for damaging your stand." Before the vendor could respond, the elder brother, barely managing to prop himself up, quickly interjected, "Are you the legendary? This is the cost of repairs." He decisively reached into his pocket, extracting some money to offer Jiraiya. How astute. Quite impressive. Yet I must admit, this sentiment carries a hint of villainy. "Oh, pardon the inconvenience." Jiraiya dismissed the man, turning back to the vendor. "Sir, may I purchase all of your water balloons and air balloons as well?" "Certainly." The vendor nodded eagerly. Jiraiya then turned to us, stating, "Follow me. Our training officially commences." Chapter 60. Is there anything beyond water? Humph. It seems you are finally in the mood to train us. Naruto was evidently exhilarated. "Next, this is a water balloon." Jiraiya ignored Naruto's grumbling and tossed one to each of us. "What is the purpose of this?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Is it to practice that jutsu from earlier?" I feigned ignorance with a question. "Well, sort of. Did you all observe the jutsu clearly?" Jiraiya continued. The enemy seemed to pivot quite adeptly. Naruto responded swiftly. "Yes, indeed. To be precise, there are numerous streams of chakra rotating at high velocity." I attempted to gather a tiny water orb upon my index finger. However, unlike my usual endeavors, I began to spin it. Yet, it still did not resemble Jiraiya's technique entirely. Perhaps it truly requires both hands to master. It is indeed a commendable observation, spinning. As I pondered, he too conjured a water sphere in his palm. I hastily concentrated my chakra in my eyes, striving to discern the internal dynamics. Regrettably, lacking the prowess of the Byakugan, I could only vaguely sense the chaotic chakra swirling within the water sphere, appearing ready to burst at any moment. Which it did with a resounding pop. "Wow!" we exclaimed in unison. He provided further explanation before allowing us to practice independently, while he wandered off to pass the time. He underestimates our speed. I had previously practiced this technique, although I could indeed spin it. The destructive force born from the chaotic chakra had yet to reach a significant standard. Clearly, I had not grasped its essence. However, after witnessing the live demonstration, I felt a renewed sense of understanding. Thus, I closed my eyes, first concentrating the chakra in my palm, then infusing it into the water orb, accelerating its rotational speed and strength. With a resounding bang, I opened my eyes, instantly meeting the astonished gazes of the two. Instinctively, I took a step back. "What's wrong?" I inquired. "Xiaoxiang, did you succeed?" Naruto appeared utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape in disbelief. "And no, not really. I just had an idea about this beforehand." As I spoke, I again placed a water orb upon my fingertip, causing it to spin rapidly before launching it, severing a small branch ahead. The essence of the water orb felt somewhat akin to this principle, yet not entirely the same. Nevertheless, after observing Jiraiya's demonstration, I felt as though I had stumbled upon a clue. This is truly marvelous. "Xiaoxiang, could you share your secret with me?" Naruto's eyes widened with anticipation, glistening with eagerness. I nodded in affirmation. Jiraiya bent down to examine the remnants of the recently shattered water orb, seemingly lost in thought. However, I believe that Naruto should explore this on his own for the best results. I smiled and patted his shoulder, leaving him with a face that resembled a bitter melon. "Well, Miko is right. Naruto, do not rush. It is best to experiment on your own. Success will surely follow." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. All right, Naruto replied, his enthusiasm waning as he retreated to practice diligently. "Miko, by the way, do you possess the wind release?" Jiraiya approached me slowly, inquiring. I only know water release." I blinked rapidly, recalling that my chakra affinity had been confirmed as water, among other things. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced. "What do you remember?" Jiraiya prompted eagerly. "When I previously tested my chakra with the testing paper, besides becoming damp, it seemed to have split apart at the end. Moreover, during the bell-stealing exercise, I inadvertently cut Kakashi-sensei's hand while using my water release net. Upon careful contemplation of the circumstances surrounding these events, I find it hard to believe. When did my water release acquire such remarkable potency? Moreover, could the formation manipulated by Snake Uncle's subordinates have been shattered due to this? Considering what you just said in conjunction with the water sphere you recently disrupted, It appears that you might also be quite suited for the study of wind release, Maizi. Wait, can one individual wield multiple forms of chakra? In my recollection, most people typically utilize only one form of ninjutsu. The third Hokage, however, was adept at employing 5 types of chakra, and I, too, possess similar prowess. Jiraiya offered an example, coupled with a touch of self-praise. Indeed, I nearly overlooked this aspect. Nevertheless, my wind release seems rather feeble. Despite the passage of years, I have made little progress. Reflecting on my wind release thus far, it appears I have not harnessed its potential at all. Fear not, with the right practice, improvement is attainable. Do not be overly anxious. I shall provide you with a book to peruse. And these spheres, same old rules. HM. Nodding vigorously, I accepted the spheres and the book titled Mastering Wind Release. Flipping through its pages, I shall take my leave to gather information about Tsunade. You all continue practicing. I will return shortly. Jiraiya quickly fabricated an excuse and slipped away. I truly had no words for this. Stowing the book in my bag, I held the rubber sphere in my palm and began to channel chakra as before. The chakra swirled within the sphere, which, compared to a typical water sphere, displayed remarkable resilience. However, this alone was insufficient to cause its destruction. Furthermore, relying on a single hand to concentrate chakra proved excessively slow, presenting significant challenges in actual combat. Mimicking the original text, I grasped the hand holding the sphere with my other hand, simultaneously channeling chakra into my palm, and indeed, the power of the chakra felt considerably amplified. At last, the rubber sphere erupted with a resounding pop. Now, only the final step remained, the fusion of chakra rotation and potency. Once more, I positioned my palm upward, this time without holding the sphere, allowing chakra to manifest visibly at the center of my palm, spinning furiously. The intensity was palpable, and I contemplated creating a shadow clone. One would extend a hand while the original supported the sphere, allowing the clone to press down gently, causing the sphere to shrink and spin faster. Once it reached a point of compression beyond which I could not push, I released the other hand, pressing it against a nearby tree. Before I could approach the tree closely, its trunk began to contort, and suddenly, a moderately sized hole erupted. Naruto rushed over, exclaiming, "Wow!" Little Xiang succeeded. That was incredibly fast. Truly impressive. You must teach me. He circled the tree, examining it closely, then inquired how I accomplished it. No problem, but Naruto, you are exaggerating. I merely attended a preparatory course. If you explore this further, I am confident you will soon grasp it. I have created a shadow clone to study that book while my original self collaborates with Naruto on his training. Chapter 61. Sometimes encounters are this simple. Perhaps due to my catalytic presence, Naruto's progress in mastering the Rasengan has accelerated remarkably, leaving even Jiraiya astonished. Although Naruto has not fully mastered the technique, Jiraiya harbors serious doubts about whether we are mere illusions, especially given the look of confusion that appears in his eyes when he faces me. I can only chuckle and feign ignorance. However, I take great comfort in witnessing Naruto's excitement upon his success, which lifts my spirits considerably. His innate talent for the Rasengan is truly impressive. More importantly, we have finally received news about Tsunade. After that tremendous tremor, we swiftly arrived at the location where the incident occurred. Standing atop a building, I gazed at the devastated rooftop across from us and quickly inquired, "Is it here?" Given the state of affairs, we should soon encounter the main party. Jiraiya, observing the panicked crowd below, directly asked, "What on earth happened?" "You all should flee. There's a monster above." A man halted to respond to our questions. "A monster?" Naruto's eyes widened. "What kind of monster?" Jiraiya pressed on. "There's a massive snake. It just obliterated the castle." "Ah, so that was the castle." I couldn't help but look again, still struggling to believe such a structure could bear that title. No, wait. The focus now is the snake, which implies that Orochimaru and Kabuto have not gone far. "Hey, how big is that snake?" Naruto shouted anxiously. Me too, me too." The village was attacked by an enormous serpent, but the man continued to flee, ignoring our questions. "We must hurry," Jiraiya urged as he led us forward. "That snake is likely the same one you encountered. Then it must be Orochimaru." I couldn't help but exclaim. "It's very likely. In any case, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, they will escape." Jiraiya quickened his pace, and we hurried to keep up. Regrettably, by the time we reached the battlefield, only ruins remained, and the perpetrators had vanished without a trace. I found myself a bit concerned about the funding for the repairs in this area. Alas, we arrived too late. Jiraiya descended first to assess the situation. Did the snake do this? Naruto remarked, gazing at the shattered debris in disbelief. Let us go, Jiraiya said without lingering. And we moved on ahead, realizing Tsunade was no longer present. What the heck? You kept urging us on, and it was quite bothersome. Naruto complained. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Tsunade and Orochimaru have departed. However, they should not be too far away, so I believe we shall encounter them soon. I hastily reassured. Indeed, let us go, show. We quickly caught up with Jiraiya's pace. Nevertheless, our search continued into the night. Yet we had yet to spot a single shadow. I can't find them anywhere. Running around without any clues is truly vexing. Naruto exclaimed. It's unavoidable. I quickly comforted him. At that moment, Jiraiya came to a halt before a tavern. For now, let us dine here, he declared after glancing at the establishment's name. What a coincidence. It's as if fate has opened the door for us. I couldn't help but admire how serendipitous the situation was. However, as someone once said, all coincidences are merely inevitabilities. Isn't this a tavern? Naruto couldn't help but shout. And what of it? Haven't I told you numerous times? We're still just kids. Naruto protested loudly. Naruto, I believe this place might still serve food, I said, stroking my chin and nodding. Mitsuki is correct. I didn't ask you to drink alcohol. The little ones can have some snacks, Jiraiya remarked before entering. But we didn't have to choose this kind of place to eat. Naruto hurriedly rushed inside, yearning for a ramen shop instead. Naruto seems to have an unwavering fondness for ramen. I pondered, but then I boldly speculated, but does Tsunade enjoy drinking? And followed them into the establishment. Ahem. It is in places like this that intelligence often surfaces. Jiraiya sighed, casting a glance at me before explaining. An explanation is merely a guise. After finishing his explanation, he turned around and fortuitously encountered Tsunade and Shizune seated at the far end. Truly, what a coincidence. Jiraiya squinted and suddenly pointed at them, shouting, Tsunade, Jiraiya? Tsunade seemed to awaken from her stupor, rising to her feet. What brings you here? I finally found you. It has been exhausting, Jiraiya replied as he approached them. I patted Naruto on the shoulder, signaling him to join me. Aren't you surprised, Sho? Naruto asked, noticing my calm demeanor. Well, I suppose sometimes things just align perfectly. It's quite normal. Let us just follow along for now, I casually explained, and together we advanced. I must admit, after a day of wandering, I felt somewhat famished. Observing the dishes gradually accumulating on the table, I found it hard to resist the temptation to indulge. However, the atmosphere among the five of us plus a small pig was rather peculiar, making me hesitant to reach for the food. At that moment, I found myself envious of Naruto's composure. Jiraiya and Tsunade hardly touched the food. They were more focused on consuming alcohol, one in small sips, the other in large gulps. Ultimately, it was Tsunade who first broke the silence. On that note, today truly seems to be a day for reuniting with old friends. Jiraiya filled Tsunade's cup with more sake, then discreetly cast a glance my way before taking a sip from his own bowl. This compelled me, who had been gazing at them, to instinctively redirect my attention to my own meal. I wished to protest silently in my heart, for I truly had intended to merely speak casually. Alas, the narrative unfolded as it did, leaving me powerless. In any case, the most pressing matter at hand was our meal. Orochimaru, Jiraiya spoke nonchalantly, prompting no response from Tsunade. In contrast, Shizune's expression immediately shifted, her curiosity piqued. What just transpired? The two across from me exchanged furtive glances, and it was only then that Tsunade resumed speaking. Nothing significant, just a greeting. Wow, what a uniquely special way for you two esteemed figures to greet one another. The owners of those houses would surely weep upon hearing it. After speaking, she produced a deck of cards from her attire and began to shuffle them. Her deftness in this familiar motion was truly impressive. She was indeed remarkable. Once she had finished shuffling, she placed the cards on the table and slowly withdrew her hands. So what brings you to seek me out? Chapter 62. No one is a fool. Jiraiya, with a sense of awareness, took the cards, leading me to suspect that they had engaged in such activities frequently in the past. As he shuffled the cards, he continued, I'll be direct. Tsunade, the village requests that you succeed the 5th Hokage. Everyone at the table was taken aback. Naruto nearly choked, and I patted his back to help him recover swiftly. But, is it really a request? Is it a demand from the higher-ups? While it is undeniably true that the village is in need, such words are rather unpalatable. Tsunade's hand paused over the cards, yet she ultimately grasped them, dealing 5 cards to herself and Jiraiya. The two raised their cards, prompting Jiraiya to elaborate, the third Hokage. At this point, I felt a tinge of despondency wash over me, unable to suppress a sigh within my heart. It must be Orochimaru's doing. As I heard him say it myself, Tsunade gazed at her cup of sake. Orochimaru, that fiend who murdered the third Hokage. Naruto, now aware of the truth, shouted in a fit of excitement. He turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Who is Orochimaru?" "He, like you, Naruto, and Tsunade, is one of the legendary Sannin." I replied slowly, "What? But all the Sannin are ninjas from Konoha, right? Why then, who is this little brat?" Tsunade asked, somewhat tipsy. "He is Naruto Uzumaki," Jiraiya stated calmly. Tsunade, taken aback, fell silent, while Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, slammed his hands on the table and stood up. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Just who is Orochimaru, the one who killed the Hokage? He is one of the legendary Sannin. Isn't? Why did the perverted sage allow this to happen without intervening?" "They have their reasons," Jiraiya replied, and Naruto, pointing at Tsunade, expressed his discontent, questioning her suitability to become the 5th Hokage. "Naruto, quiet down," Jiraiya admonished, but Naruto was still eager to voice his thoughts. I directly tugged at his sleeve, urging him to sit down. Jiraiya laid down 3 cards and drew 3 new ones, a smile blossoming on his face, suggesting a forthcoming victory. "I reiterate, it is you, Tsunade, whom I have chosen to succeed as the 5th Hokage. What is your response? Will you accept?" Tsunade glanced at her cards and then at Jiraiya, remaining silent for a considerable time. Jiraiya, however, exhibited no impatience, patiently awaiting her reply, as did all present. "So, Tsunade?" he inquired once more. At last, Tsunade made her decision, slamming her cards face down onto the table. "Impossible, I refuse." The room fell into shock, save for Jiraiya, who I noticed was still smiling. Is this the remarkable understanding shared between dear friends? It dawned on me that she had once rejected my heartfelt confession with the very same words. Who would so openly refer to their own heartaches? Truly, he is remarkable. What are you saying? Naruto could no longer contain himself, pointing at Tsunade, the lecherous sage. "Did you not say you would bring her back to the village to heal Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei? Yet now you wish for her to become Hokage? And she has declined." The others remained silent, exchanging glances, which only heightened Naruto's distress. "Do not be so agitated. Tsunade is the only one fit for the position of 5th Hokage. In this era of terrifying warfare, she has made immense contributions to Konoha's victories. Indeed, in combat and medical expertise, none can rival her." I sensed a rare firmness in Jiraiya's tone. Such conviction was quite uncommon. Furthermore, this decision comes from the highest advisors of Konoha, leaving no room for a mere genin like you to interject. "Humph." Naruto crossed his arms defiantly. "Jiraiya, this child is unlike your previous disciples. He lacks eloquence, intellect, and even looks." Well, Tsunade, that was an unabashed mockery. "What did you say?" Naruto was clearly agitated. Compared to the 4th Hokage, anyone would seem lacking. Jiraiya chuckled. "Moreover, one cannot judge a person solely by appearances. The sea cannot be measured by a mere dip, right?" I chimed in. Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at me, choosing not to respond. Jiraiya continued, "Ah, indeed. However, that man, as a ninja, possessed qualities unmatched throughout the ages. Undoubtedly, Minato was an exceptionally capable leader. Had circumstances allowed, he would have made a devoted father. Yet, even the 4th Hokage met a swift demise, sacrificing his life for the village." Tsunade abruptly interjected, "Life and wealth are not the same. To wager one's life so lightly is the folly of a fool. My grandfather and the 2nd Hokage, though they yearned for peace, fell before their dreams could be realized, perishing for the village in vain. You have changed, Tsunade. I am uncertain of your thoughts, yet I did not expect you to voice them. Humph, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am in my 50s. Time indeed alters a person. Even Sarutobi-sensei, growing older, remains obstinate and thus met his end." I cast a fleeting glance at the inebriated Tsunade, then turned my attention to the 2 individuals beside me, who were on the verge of an outburst. I couldn't help but bite my lip, sensing that someone needed to rise and voice their thoughts. The position of Hokage is utter rubbish. Only a fool would aspire to it. Oh, how I longed to unburden myself. I finally stood up, quicker than Naruto, and ensnared his feet with water to prevent him from recklessly charging towards Tsunade, while Jiraiya also grasped his clothing. Sorry, Naruto, but your turn to speak will have to wait. I managed a strained smile before redirecting my gaze to Tsunade. Ms. Tsunade, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet, I am acutely aware of the adage that every life must end, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. Thus, the choices they made were, in their eyes, the best alternatives available to them. I have not faced the same trials as you, so I believe they fulfilled their responsibilities to the best of their abilities, and I can only perceive them through my own lens. Moreover, I firmly believe that the significant legacies they left behind will be carried on by future generations. That, I think, is the essence of continuity, the very things that time cannot alter, which surely encompass the most precious of treasures. I have always held this conviction close to my heart. As I continued to speak, I belatedly realized I had said quite a bit. The room fell silent, everyone staring at me, which rendered the atmosphere exceedingly awkward, prompting me to retreat into my previous position. My goodness, could someone please respond? My social anxiety was about to kick in. I felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. At last, Naruto stood up again, slamming his hands on the table and clenching his fists. Anyone who dares to mock the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage in my presence, regardless of whether you're a woman, I will not hesitate to strike you. You possess quite the audacity. Tsunade momentarily paused, then with a swift motion, stood up as well. How dare you speak to me like that? Step outside, brat. Strangely, I perceived a hint of amusement in Tsunade's expression. Lady Tsunade. Ino felt an obligation to intervene, but it was evidently futile as the two swiftly exited. Hey kid, where did you learn those impressive words? You articulated them rather well, Jiraiya remarked, playfully patting my shoulder as he sidled closer, a hint of laughter in his voice. Right now, the focal point is that Naruto is about to engage in a fight with Tsunade, which might be somewhat unfair. I quickly diverted the conversation. Dreadful. That was exceedingly awkward. I wish to never speak of it again. What's the matter? Do you doubt his ability to win? Jiraiya countered with a question of his own. Huh. Of course, Naruto will be just fine. I assure you of that. I responded hastily. Well, with your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and continued. After all, your predictions tend to be quite accurate. Am I being set up here? Do not be misled by my demeanor. As I speak, preparations are already underway. Tsunade continues, being one of the legendary Sannin, I shall not exert my full strength against a lowly genin. The atmosphere over there is indeed fervent. I watch as Naruto is sent flying by Tsunade's flick to his forehead, only to be caught by me with a splash of water, marveling at the vast disparity in their strengths. Haha, should I participate, I would assuredly gain nothing of merit. Mizuki, why don't you give it a try? Jiraiya suddenly leans in, whispering. His expression suggests that he relishes the chaos. I cannot help but frown and take a few steps back, declaring, no way, I shall definitely refuse. After all, observing the spectacle is the true priority. If it were Naruto-kun, there would be no issue, especially since you have faith in him. So let us patiently wait. There will be ample opportunities for combat later. I have an inkling you are alluding to something rather significant. Now it is Jiraiya's turn to frown. Ahem, it is merely an unexpected occurrence. Let it not be overheard. Look, Naruto-kun, he has already charged forth with your technique. I hastily divert the conversation, watching as Naruto forms a small sphere and rushes towards Tsunade, only to have her effortlessly shatter the ground beneath him, halting his advance. Consequently, Naruto nearly tumbles into a ditch, and I rush to assist him with water, pulling him back to safety. Alas, Naruto-kun, it seems your technique lacks sufficient power. I glance at the pit ahead, sighing. Humph. Give me another chance, and I shall succeed. Don't hold me back, Sakura. Naruto stands once more, brushing off the dirt and cracking his knuckles. Oh, very well, Jiraiya responds. Is that you? The one who taught him the Rasengan? Tsunade suddenly inquires. I suppose I can be considered a mentor to those two. Jiraiya scratches his chin. Two? She can do it too? Tsunade retorts. Humph, the only ones capable of wielding that jutsu are the fourth Hokage and yourself. Can one truly claim to be a mentor for a technique that cannot be mastered by them? Let us not foster such delusions. Only a naive child would utter dreams of becoming Hokage. Oh dear, this matter is rather amusing. In any case, the two quickly engage in a bet, and I ponder whether I should place a wager as well. Just as they are about to depart, I call out to them. Tsunade-sama, if it is permissible, I would like to wager with you as well. They halt in their tracks. Oh, haha, I am quite intrigued. Tsunade glances at me with interest. What do you wish to bet? You will undoubtedly become the fifth Hokage, I assert with conviction. Haha, are you certain you wish to wager on this? Tsunade observes my earnest expression and chuckles softly, narrowing her eyes. It appears I am destined to win. Such matters remain undecided until the very end, Tsunade-sama. As for the stakes, we shall discuss them when the time comes. Does that sound agreeable? Agreed. Then we shall meet again in 3 days. Chapter 63 The reunion of three. Through combat on the way back, I chanced upon a pharmacy. Without hesitation, I conjured a shadow clone to remain behind, purchasing some hangover remedies and military rations before hurrying home. You all should get some rest. I'll go find Tsunade and share a drink, Jiraiya stated, not lingering for further conversation before departing. Soon after, Shizun arrived and recounted the tale of Tsunade and the necklace to Naruto. That necklace is Tsunade's heartfelt intention. It has never been a curse. Therefore, from now on, even if Naruto wears that necklace, he will face no issues, Shizun concluded, and Naruto excused himself from the room to resume training. My apologies, sir. Naruto means no offense. He is true to his word, as he stated. He will undoubtedly succeed in mastering that technique and persuading Lady Tsunade to return, I explained with a smile. Ah, yes, indeed. Lady Tsunade has never known defeat, Shizun mused. By the way, you need not call me sir. Just refer to me as Shizun. What is your name? I didn't catch it earlier. Shizun temporarily set aside her concerns, smiling, though her pallor suggested urgency to return. Not wishing to detain her further, I produced the hangover remedy and said, I am Qin Nami, but you may call me Xiaoxiang. If you have pressing matters, please do not hesitate to leave, but do take this with you. Shizun exclaimed in surprise. Yet she accepted the remedy with gratitude before hastily departing. With that, I resolved to find Naruto, delivering the military rations before continuing our training. I placed the other bottle of hangover remedy on the bedside table, leaving a note reminding him to take his medicine, and then set out to locate Naruto. Upon arrival, I found him utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Ah, our esteemed Naruto truly bears a heavy burden, I remarked, jumping down from a tree to approach him. Xiaoxiang, you're here. Quickly, share the secrets of this technique. I must master it within 3 days. He implored eagerly. Certainly. However, before we proceed, allow me, I replied, rummaging through my pocket to retrieve the bottle of military rations. Here, take this. It will help replenish your energy. Thank you, Xiaoxiang, Naruto exclaimed, promptly consuming one of the rations, then, under my guidance, resumed his training. Seizing an opportunity, I created another shadow clone while my original self ventured elsewhere to train. 3 days passed swiftly, and soon the appointed day arrived. Yet, I pondered, where had Jiraiya gone off to drink? Could he have been drugged? A sudden realization struck me. I could not afford to overlook this. I roused Shizun, who lay on the ground, and it dawned on me that they must have indeed been drugged. Not to mention, Tsunade had gone alone. As Shizun opened the window, startled by a flying kunai, I glimpsed Jiraiya, his face lined with fatigue. Wait, silence, he said with great effort as he approached and sat atop the roof, explaining that Tsunade, that scoundrel, had slipped something into his drink. Not only was he unable to gather chakra, but his entire body was paralyzed, leaving him too weak even to throw a shuriken. This is utterly pathetic, Naruto frowned, remarking that he often boasted of being a formidable ninja, yet had succumbed to the allure of beauty. Ahem, let us set that aside for now. Is there any way to alleviate your current condition? I inquired. Moreover, doesn't this situation suggest that Tsunade is meeting with Orochimaru alone? Alas, there is nothing to be done. She is, after all, an exceptional medical ninja, Jiraiya explained. Indeed, I nodded, suddenly sensing a chakra hidden behind the building before us. Could it be? No, it must be Kabuto. Silence produced a vial of medicine for Jiraiya to sip, which provided some relief to his symptoms, and we then hurried towards Tsunade and Orochimaru. On our way, I listened as they clarified the events that had transpired, and it was only then that I interjected with an important observation. Say, silence. When Orochimaru arrived, was he alone? Why do you ask? Because just a moment ago on the balcony, I sensed someone watching us from not far in front. What? Naruto exclaimed, nearly tumbling from the tree branch. How did I not notice? There was indeed another person. It is highly likely that he is involved. Silence deduced swiftly. I never imagined I would reach a point where I couldn't even sense another's presence. Jiraiya chuckled helplessly. You were focused on your recovery at that time. It's perfectly normal, I replied with a smile as I caught up with them, glancing back, but it seemed Kabuto had chosen not to follow this path. Oh well, we shall encounter him eventually. Finally, we arrived at the site of their recent battle, but alas, the conflict had already concluded. Porky, where are you? Silence set Porky down and quickly sprang into action, running in a particular direction, with us following closely behind. Before long, a few of us deemed her speed insufficient and lifted her onto our shoulders. However, upon reaching the scene of their heated exchange, we spotted Kabuto charging towards Tsunade. Who could possibly tolerate that? I immediately threw a smoke bomb into their midst. As expected, Kabuto leaped away. Though the smoke had yet to dissipate, voices began to emerge. Jiraiya? Tsunade's breath was unsteady as she slightly raised her head to look at him. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Uncle Snake greeted him with a calm visage, as though nothing had just transpired. Truly, how quickly one can change their demeanor. He had just been so furious. Allow me to dub him the master of disguise. Your gaze remains as sinister as ever, Jiraiya chuckled. As the smoke finally cleared, Naruto was at last able to discern Kabuto's identity. Ah, Senior Kabuto? Naruto exclaimed, astonished to the point of nearly losing his composure. Humph, Naruto. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a smile that came instinctively. Unsure of what to say, I feigned surprise and glanced at Kabuto, allowing them to continue their discussion of serious matters. I see, so you are acquainted. Jiraiya appeared inexplicably cheerful, and one might wonder why. We had just participated in the Nin exams together, and Naruto elucidated this while I nodded in agreement, pondering why Kabuto was present. Tsunade, without hesitation, shoved Jiraiya aside and charged at Kabuto, igniting a new round of combat. However, this maneuver allowed Kabuto to achieve his objective. He chuckled softly, casually slicing his own hand, and the crimson blood splattered directly onto Tsunade's face and hands. Soon, her hemophobia resurfaced, causing her to tremble uncontrollably at the sight of the blood on her hands. Simultaneously, confronting two of the legendary Sannin proved exceedingly perilous. It was imperative to eliminate one of them first. After stating this, Kabuto sheathed his kunai, and I surmised he was about to launch an attack. I swiftly formed hand seals, confident in my water release wall technique. Before long, the water barrier intercepted the assault, enveloping Tsunade in its embrace. I thought to seize the moment while Kabuto was momentarily distracted, hoping the water would help cleanse her of the bloodstains. Kabuto glanced in our direction, letting out a soft click of his tongue. What on earth is going on? Naruto was still in a fog of confusion. Naruto-kun, is forehead protector, I prompted. Huh. Naruto finally reacted. You really haven't changed. You're as slow as ever, Kabuto remarked, taking a breath before refraining from immediate attack. Considering he had just engaged in a fierce battle. You cannot defeat Sasuke. What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Don't lie with your eyes wide open. I frowned, feeling a surge of anger. In any case, this fellow is a subordinate of Orochimaru. Jiraiya continued to explain. Indeed, I am a spy from the village of Sound. Kabuto added. What are you talking about? Didn't you help us organize the information on those Nin exam participants? You even warned us not to act recklessly. This must be a deception, Kabuto-senpai. Naruto clearly refused to believe it. Naruto-kun, he possesses the ability to gather information on everyone. Who knows if he was simultaneously deciphering our details while providing us with information? Kabuto chuckled lightly, finally revealing a smile. What? Naruto's face was one of disbelief. Moreover, after gathering your information, I discerned one thing. Unlike Sasuke, you lack the talent to be a ninja. Ha ha ha. Is this even a coherent statement? I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him away. Yet, with others around, I had to maintain my composure, think twice, and recognize the disparity in our strengths. I must not act recklessly. Naruto, clearly enraged, surprisingly managed to suppress his anger, his trembling form soon regaining its tranquility. Even with such a fearsome expression, you and your companion beside you are merely misplaced, adorable genin, Kabuto taunted. I am indeed curious about the monster concealed within you, but presently, with the legendary trio right before you, you are utterly insignificant. At this moment, you resemble a mere insect. If you become too brazen, I shall eliminate you. Kabuto continued his derision, uttering these words with contempt before letting out a cold laugh. You bastard. Naruto stormed out in a fit of rage. And though Jiraiya attempted to stop him, his ailing body betrayed him. I apologize, but as an injured individual, you must rest a while longer, he said. Unable to endure the situation any longer, I resolved to follow Naruto. Mizuki, you too? Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Fear not. I shall protect both him and myself, I declared, hastening to join Naruto. I had long pondered the reason behind my actions, yet whenever I perceived the possibility of their harm, my body instinctively yearned to shield them. Perhaps this was the essence of a guardian's fate. Alas, it is indeed a perplexing burden. Chapter 64. The Reunion of Three. Achieved through combat, Naruto dispatched 4 shadow clones as he charged forth, his target unmistakably Dyu's left hand. I, too, formed 2 clones and utilized water release in an attempt to ensnare Dyu's legs. However, he deftly evaded my assault, even finding the time to send Naruto hurtling away. This was proving to be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, amidst the fray, I seized the opportunity to toss a small smoke bomb, and in the ensuing chaos, I deftly unfastened the pouch at his back. Surely, as a medical ninja, he would have stored his pills there. Subsequently, I caught Naruto, who was catapulting towards me, with water release, while Shizune swiftly unleashed her poison needles, only for Dyu to effortlessly deflect them with his forehead protector. Dyu then leaped to Orochimaru's side. But at that moment, his hand halted mid-motion towards his waist. Well done, Jiraiya murmured quietly. Just a coincidence, I replied, glancing at the damp pouch in my hand. Never mind, it's of no consequence. At that instant, I felt Orochimaru's gaze upon me. I observed the inscrutable emotions that flickered across his features before he bit through the bandages wrapped around his hand. The boss is finally making his entrance, Jiraiya remarked as he turned to Tsunade and Shizune. Shizune, you will confront the bespectacled Dyu, while I shall deal with Orochimaru. But your body? I could not help but inquire. TCH, there's no turning back now. For the time being, you must refrain from intervening, he commanded, attempting the summoning technique. But it evidently failed, resulting in the appearance of a diminutive toad. I could only muse that compared to the twin serpents over there, this was a rather unimpressive sight. Ah, it truly is ineffective, I sighed, regretting my refusal to learn summoning techniques, as I found myself unable to contribute. Naruto, too, bit his finger to perform the summoning technique, but he summoned only a tiny toad named Dragon. Alas, both of your summoning attempts have ended in failure, I lamented, shrugging my shoulders in exasperation. As the twin serpents swooped down upon us, we hastily scattered, dodging the debris that flew about to avoid injury. This was no trivial matter. With the combatants engaged in their duels, an inexplicable urge to flee welled up within me. Stop, stop. This time, I cannot run away. I steeled myself, thinking that if I could not manage alone, perhaps 2 could tackle the challenge together. As I momentarily diverted my attention, Naruto was unexpectedly swallowed by the colossal serpent. Alas, I was a step too slow. I could only proceed to check on Tsunade and Shizune. I observed Shizune retreating with Tsunade in her arms, but she was unable to free her hands, resorting to biting the string binding her wrist instead. Unfortunately, those needles were deftly evaded by the cunning Kabuto, and ultimately, both adversaries were sent crashing to the ground. With a powerful kick, I propelled myself onto the earthen mound where Kabuto stood, gathering an immense amount of chakra, far exceeding that of my previous attempts, and directed it towards him. Kabuto, seemingly dismissive of my efforts, regarded me as inconsequential, given my inferior strength compared to him. However, this time, I was determined to shatter his expectations. I struck fiercely at him, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. Yet, he soon realized the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening as he attempted to dodge. Regrettably for him, my fist had already descended, and he lost his footing, propelled away by the force of my attack, leading me to inadvertently strike the serpent's head. With a resounding thud, the serpent vanished, and I found myself landing on solid ground. Though the results were promising, the chakra expenditure was unexpectedly taxing. I feigned nonchalance and approached Shizune. Are you all right, Shizune? I inquired, retrieving the last soldier pill from my pack. Had I known, I would have brought more. The taste was indeed something I was unaccustomed to. Here, take this. How did you have this? Shizune began to ask, but Kabuto had already approached, and without hesitation, she swallowed the pill. I confess, I underestimated you, he remarked. Having appeared from who knows where, his eyes narrowing as blue chakra re-emerged in his hands, likely in the form of a scalpel. In an instant, he vanished from sight. However, there would be no next time. Without hesitation, I released my weighted chakra. At such a critical juncture, I could not afford to hinder my potential. I employed a small amount of chakra to scout, but his chakra had already been significantly depleted, making it challenging to detect. How troublesome. I couldn't help but mentally complain. My senses heightened. Suddenly, I felt a disturbance beneath my feet. The earth shifted slightly. It was earth release. Without a moment's thought, I propelled myself elsewhere with a surge of chakra, completely forgetting to warn Shizune. Kabuto, that rascal, had split off a shadow clone targeting both of us. Fortunately, my prior awareness of his technique allowed me to narrowly evade. What a bothersome little brat. His eyes concealed behind glasses obscured his expression. But I noticed a slight tremor in his body. Was he fatigued, or perhaps infuriated? Alas, the soldier pill had been used at an inopportune moment. I took a moment to catch my breath. My chakra was indeed running low. I drew a kunai from my pack, positioning it defensively. Yet, he merely smiled and charged towards Tsunade, enveloped in blue chakra. Curse you. Heh, you truly have a knack for selecting individuals. I clenched my teeth, internally lamenting, and gathered the last remnants of my chakra beneath my feet, swiftly appearing before Du. I watched helplessly as that surge of blue chakra struck my chest, propelling me backward until I collapsed near Tsunade. You, Miko, Tsunade, and Shizune were startled. Breathing, such an arduous task. It's nothing. I struggled to rise. TSK. Though I was not bleeding, each breath was accompanied by a searing pain in my chest, as if it were being torn apart. Before I could stabilize myself, that rascal Du came over and severed the muscles in my legs, rendering me utterly immobile. I gritted my teeth, attempting to stand, but the pain was excruciating. Moreover, even if I managed to rise, I could do nothing at all. Humph. He coldly extended his right hand, disregarding me as he launched another attack towards Tsunade. But this time, his speed was noticeably diminished. After all, for him, this battle held no suspense any longer. Yet, did he not possess a rather contemptuous disposition? Hey you. I furrowed my brow, biting down hard, and expelled a water bullet from my mouth, forcing him to retreat slightly. In conclusion, I bid you to accept my final chakra. You truly have a death wish. Before I could respond, a gust of wind struck me. I felt a heavy blow to my abdomen, and then my entire body was lifted into the air like a rag doll. I could no longer suppress the urge to vomit, and I spat out blood before collapsing to the ground. Miko, who was calling my name? Regrettably, I could not discern the voice. Alas, it felt as though I were on the verge of fainting again. Such a bother. Had I known, I should have stubbornly insisted on not coming, or better yet, prepared thoroughly with more medicine. But alas, what good are if-onlys? Now that I was here, I must do something, though I was uncertain if it would yield any merit. You ought to worry about yourself instead. The last words I heard before slipping into unconsciousness faded away. The rest, I entrusted to Naruto and the others. Chapter 65. Returning the 5th Hokage to the village. How is she? Well, I just saw that both of them are fine. Let her rest a bit longer. She should be with Naruto soon. I'll head over first. Who is speaking? It sounds rather noisy. However, this commotion seemed to awaken my consciousness somewhat. Miko. I finally gradually opened my eyes and locked gazes with Jiraiya. Good morning, or perhaps I should say good afternoon. Mr. Jiraiya. I moved my hand slightly. It appeared I had nearly recovered. There was no discomfort in my chest or elsewhere, and the severed muscles had healed, along with my chakra. Such is the allure of healing techniques. How infuriating. It truly stirred my heart. I slowly sat up to greet him. You finally woke up. Jiraiya sighed deeply. Have you learned mischief from Naruto? Look at you. What a state you're in. Where is it? Haven't I already recovered quite well? I responded vaguely, and then turned the question back to him. Well, that guy is fine, but it's better for him to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Thus, we prepared to return today with Tsunade. No, I should say, Now she is the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. 5th Hokage. I exclaimed. Your reactions are quite peculiar. Honestly, if you're uncomfortable with it, just call her by her old title, he replied. In any case, once we were ready, we set off. Tsunade appeared at the doorway, leaning slightly against the frame with a smile. All right. Soon enough, after making the necessary arrangements, we embarked on our journey home. Finally, we had returned. For some reason, when I caught a glimpse of the familiar grand gate of Konoha in the distance, I let out a long breath, unable to suppress my excitement. As if my anxious heart was also stirred. We're back. At last, we can take a breather. Our time away wasn't particularly long, Jiraiya interjected. Don't say that. If it weren't for having to find you all, I could have returned ages ago. I retorted indignantly, dismissing the chaotic matters of the past. We're almost at our destination. You should head back now. Tsunade and I have things to attend to. so we won't be accompanying you, he said. What about Naruto? Oh, and Sasuke and Lee? Their injuries will need Tsunade's expertise, right? I couldn't help but glance at Tsunade and Shizune walking behind us. Don't worry. We'll take him to the hospital shortly, and Tsunade will treat them all. There's no doubt about her abilities. All right, then I'll head back first. Goodbye, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune. I nodded and bid farewell to them. Oh, Mia, there's one more thing. When I have a bit of free time later, remember to come find me. Tsunade said as she turned back just before leaving. Huh, why? Geez, your memory isn't as good as mine. It's about the bet, of course. I'm a person who honors my wagers, Tsunade said with a sigh, placing her hands on her hips and shaking her head. Okay. You all take care. I almost forgot about that. I must remember to think carefully about what to request. After quickly bidding them farewell, I hurried home. Finally back in the village. I could rest for a while before the hospital incident occurred. Resting. Now that was the most important task, not to mention returning home. You've finally come back. My mother exclaimed in surprise as she opened the door, then smiled and reached out to take my backpack off my shoulders. Together, we closed the door and sat at the dining table. Now, tell me, what have you been up to these past few days? I began recounting the events that had unfolded during that time. So, Tsunade Senju is to be the 5th Hokage from now on? The village has finally found an agent. I heard from your father that he was engaged in a game of chess with Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, and his teacher, Asuma. During their conversation, they mentioned that if a suitable candidate wasn't found soon, the one known as Danzo would likely rise to power. It's quite astonishing that your father and they have reached a level where they can discuss such matters. Indeed, the individual you refer to as Danzo is the one who is likely to cause trouble later on. Your mother thoughtfully stroked her chin and analyzed the situation. I believe there is a strong possibility of this, but assigning Tsunade to that position was a decision made by the elders, and Danzo shouldn't be overly impatient. After all, he has been calculating for many years. This may not be the opportune moment for him. Nevertheless, someone has already taken that position. So there is no need to worry excessively about the village for now. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of distress. Is there something else troubling you? My mother inquired, noticing my hesitation. Clearing my throat, I replied, well, I suspect it won't be long before Sasuke-kun betrays the village. What? So soon? My mother's eyes widened in surprise, revealing her shock. Well, I've analyzed the plot before. You might have forgotten a bit. I suppose I could write down the relevant details if necessary. It really is about time. Unsure of what to think, I gazed out the window. The radiant sunlight continued to bathe the earth, yet some individuals were destined to leave, and they would have to depart far away. Ah, that child, such a pitiable soul. Unfortunately, this place, or rather, this land, cannot provide for him and his kin. The conflict between family, others, and the interests of the village is indeed unavoidable, I remarked. Such contradictions have always existed here, never fading away. Who shall resolve them? To integrate with others might be seen as the decline of a clan. To resist integration and cling to the so-called bloodline could be perceived as a potential threat to the village. Ultimately, for some, their very existence is deemed a mistake. I continued. When will this question ever receive a satisfactory answer? Chapter 66. The Shadow of Departure upon returning to the village. I finally had the chance to team up with the main characters on some light-hearted and enjoyable tasks within the village. However, as long as the occasional tension between Naruto and Sasuke didn't arise, everything was quite pleasant. At last, the night arrived. I stood quietly on a nearby rooftop, patiently awaiting the entrance of tonight's protagonists. Soon enough, Sasuke's figure appeared not far below. Before he could leave, Sakura also showed up. I must say, adolescent girls possess an inexplicable sensitivity that allows them to sense something amiss. I waited patiently for their conversation to conclude, until Sakura collapsed and Sasuke gently laid her on a nearby bench. At that moment, I wondered, what about me? He did not raise his head, merely gazing silently at Sakura, lost in thought. I silently leaped from the building and landed beside her, draping the clothes he had handed me over her. It was then that I turned my gaze to him. If I could, I would truly like to spar with you, he continued, his eyes fixed intently upon me. This sensation instantly reminded me of the expression he bore upon awakening from the torment brought on by the curse seal during the Chunin exams. It felt strikingly similar, evoking a sense of nostalgia within me. With a soft chuckle, I replied, you should leave quickly. If you don't depart now, I might truly do something rash later. In that case, your plans for departure would be inevitably delayed. After all, I can certainly keep you here a bit longer, but it mustn't be at this moment. Sasuke furrowed his brow, unwilling to relent. Sighing, I continued, of course, I have no reason to stop you now. You have stated that you are a seeker of vengeance. Have you not? Thus, the path you tread diverges from ours. I believe it to be exceedingly difficult for you to achieve your aspirations here in Konoha. The deeds he sought to accomplish were unattainable in the present context of the village. Therefore, he would inevitably leave, with Naruto's growth merely serving as a catalyst to hasten his departure. However, I must convey to you that Naruto, much like yourself, is an individual who strives diligently to become stronger, which is why he consistently manages to surprise you. You are a rational being, and I trust you comprehend my words. Furthermore, I wager that you will undoubtedly return. Naruto will not relinquish you so easily. Lastly, I will ensure that Sakura reaches the hospital, rest assured. I spoke as I gazed into his eyes. Sasuke cast one last glance at me before turning and sprinting into the depths of the forest. His silhouette swiftly vanished into the darkness of the night, resolute and unwavering. The night then returned to its tranquil silence, broken only by the distant call of a bird from the woods. I sighed once more, covering Sakura with water to at least prevent her from catching a chill. Alas, I couldn't help but exhale in frustration. I felt as though I were transforming into a machine of sighs. As dawn approached, I hoisted Sakura onto my back and made my way toward the hospital. Excuse me, is it still possible to receive treatment? I knocked on the hospital's door, relieved to find a staff member on duty. Otherwise, it would have been rather inconvenient to find someone at this hour. Soon, Sakura was settled into a hospital bed for rest, and I chose to remain, just in case she awakened and required assistance. I then created a shadow clone to contact Kakashi and inform him of the situation. What did you say? Sasuke. He left the village last night, Kakashi exclaimed, slamming his hand against his door, nearly causing it to splinter. Let us take a moment of silence for this door. This morning, as I took a leisurely stroll, I spotted Sakura reclining on a bench. I swiftly briefed her on the unfolding events, and she promptly prepared to contact Tsunade, entrusting me with the task of informing Naruto. Upon reaching Naruto's doorstep, I paused momentarily, inhaled deeply, and knocked on the door with a clenched fist. Who is it? Ah, is that you, Sakura? What is the matter? Do you need something? Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes, his demeanor still groggy from being abruptly awakened. Sasuke has left the village. I pondered for a moment, carefully organizing my words. What? Naruto instantly became alert, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, then assumed a stance suggesting he was ready to depart at once. When did this happen? How could he do such a thing? This is unacceptable. I must find him immediately. It should have been last night. Sakura tried to stop him, and now she is lying in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang to his feet, making a beeline for the hospital, and I followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, I stood quietly outside for a while, leaning against the wall as I awaited Naruto's return, my thoughts drifting back to the figure of the team from yesterday. Though it is regrettable that we cannot keep Sasuke, I believe joining their patrol team would be a commendable approach. One more person enhances our combat strength, and I am eager to offer them some degree of protection. After informing Naruto, I resolved to notify Kakashi of my desire to join the mission to retrieve Sasuke. You wish to go as well? Kakashi hesitated. Well, rest assured, there are other members present. All right, he conceded with a hint of reluctance. Finally, I managed to catch up with Naruto and his group. I needed to report to Kakashi about my intention to join them, but they were moving at quite a pace. Hey, Sakura, why are you here too? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. I thought having an extra pair of hands would be beneficial, so here I am. I replied, feigning innocence. Of course, it has nothing to do with wanting to observe the excitement or seeking an opportunity for personal growth. Absolutely not. By the way, Lee, your injuries must have healed significantly, right? I inquired, noticing Lee leaning on his crutch. I'm much better now. You all should focus on your mission without worrying about me, Lee smiled. However, do ensure you rest well. That is crucial for a swift recovery, I advised. All right, let us devise a plan, Shikamaru said, narrowing his eyes as he scratched his head and sighed, finally gesturing his agreement. Yes, everyone affirmed. Leader, I have a question. I could not contain my curiosity as the planning commenced. You have questions? I have questions too, Shikamaru frowned slightly, conceding, go ahead. Why isn't Tishino joining us? He is on a mission, Kiba explained. What a pity. If I recall correctly, the previous mission to rescue the soldiers did not include him either, I mused. Indeed. Quite unfortunate, I lamented. Chapter 67. Joining the pursuit team for Sasuke in any case, I successfully integrated into their patrol mission, though regrettably, I could not involve Shino. Given the pressing time constraints and the weighty nature of the task, he was unable to swiftly return to assist. My apologies, Shino, I promise next time. As Shikamaru began to assess the abilities and gear of everyone, he remarked, "Wait, why have you brought so many random items? Did you preemptively stockpile these supplies?" His tone was laden with skepticism as he observed me extracting a substantial collection of talismans from my pocket. "Aren't these rather expensive?" At this juncture, the gazes of the others turned towards me. "Well, you see," I began, "my mother was previously learning to craft these talismans, so she handed down the successful ones to me." I shrugged, hastily launching into a tirade about the reasons behind my haul. As for their effectiveness, I sheepishly admitted, "I haven't conducted thorough tests yet, but I'll definitely give them a proper trial soon. Why not take a few yourselves?" I eagerly promoted them, or rather, directly distributed them into each person's hands. After a moment of hesitation, they stuffed the talismans into their pockets. Once we arranged ourselves in formation, we prepared to set off. "Before we depart, I must clarify something important," I stated. "Sasuke is not exactly a close friend to me, nor do I particularly admire him." He paused, lifting his gaze to continue. "However, Sasuke, like us, is a ninja of Konoha. He is our comrade. Therefore, even at the risk of our lives, we must rescue him. That is the way of our village. Risk our lives. If I were in his position, would I possess such resolve? Moreover, even if I tend to avoid trouble, your lives are now intertwined with my actions. You are starting to exhibit some qualities of a nin," Kiba remarked with a hint of admiration. "All right, let us set forth." Just as we were about to depart, I heard Sakura's voice. "Wait, Sakura," Naruto called out. "I have already heard from Lord Hokage about the situation. I regret to inform you that you cannot accompany us on this mission, as you have been unable to persuade Sasuke, correct? To be honest, I haven't managed to convince him," I thought to myself, stifling a sigh. "From here on, we shall rely on our sheer strength to persuade him. Sakura, your role in this is concluded." Sakura lowered her head in resignation, revealing that she had indeed encountered Sasuke. At that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Naruto, this is my lifelong request," she choked out. If only Sakura could find the strength to be resolute more swiftly. Yet, a lifelong request carries immense weight, especially regarding the complex relationship among the three of them. "Please bring Sasuke back. I cannot do it alone. I failed to keep him here. Thus, you are the only one who can stop Sasuke and redeem him, Naruto. Because, after all, Sakura, you hold the deepest affection for Sasuke." Naruto's rare sorrow resonated with me, and I profoundly understood the anguish and torment Sakura was enduring. But whom could she confide her feelings to? "Naruto, thank you. I am determined to bring Sasuke back. It is a promise we have made for a lifetime," Naruto declared with a thumbs up and a smile. "Hey, Naruto, are you sure about boasting like that?" Ino teased. "I am a man of my word. This is my Nindo," he replied confidently. "Indeed, if it's Naruto-kun, he will surely succeed," I nodded in agreement. "All right, let us set off at once," Naruto exclaimed loudly. "Indeed, we have already wasted some time. Let us hurry," Shikamaru said as he led the group forward while I lingered momentarily to approach Sakura. She slightly lifted her head. "Sakura, we shall handle things from here. You and Lee should wait here. However, it would be wise to prepare for the worst, and I shall take my leave now," I said before following the others. Not long after, Kiba sensed the remnants of battle, the scent of blood hanging in the air. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and we had to press onward. "If I encounter them, I shall unleash my new technique and defeat them decisively," Naruto declared with high spirits, though I knew defeating them would require considerable effort. "I hope so," I replied with a resigned pout. Before long, Kiba raised his hand and warned, "Hey, there's the scent of enemies all around. Everyone halt." Shikamaru shouted urgently, and we all stopped by the trunk of a large tree. "It's an explosive tag," I whispered, noticing the paper affixed to a nearby tree. "There are 5 locations in total," Niji added. "This formation is a barrier technique." It seemed that skilled professionals were indeed involved. "A barrier technique?" Choji inquired. "It's a type of trap ninjutsu," Shikamaru explained. "I read about it in a book my father forced me to study. It's classified as advanced ninjutsu." Advanced ninjutsu. Indeed, they previously employed another seemingly sophisticated formation during their invasion of Konoha, I remarked. "Then we must take a detour," I said, stroking my chin. "If only I could test whether I could dismantle this with a water technique, though that would certainly alert those ahead of us." navigating through the myriad of traps. We were finally closing in on the Sound 4. I truly wonder how they managed to set up so many traps in such a short time. I couldn't help but comment. Well, although there are many, they seem rather hastily arranged given the urgency, Shikamaru noted. Hey Naruto, there's a wire trap beneath your feet. Be careful not to step on it, Kiba warned, glancing at the trap beneath Naruto. Upon hearing this, I instinctively looked at the wire in front of Naruto, only to realize there were two. Right, it's been quite some time. They should be on a break now. I know, Naruto said as he prepared to leap over it. In a moment of urgency, I employed a simple water manipulation technique without hand seals to pull Naruto back, while Shikamaru also activated his secret technique to successfully prevent Naruto from triggering the trap. Such intricate traps suggest they may not have continued onward. I advised as Naruto exited the trap zone safely. Indeed, Shikamaru nodded. Are they injured, or is this part of the trap as well? Neji cast a glance at the trap and opted to utilize his Byakugan to observe the situation ahead from a distance. After careful consideration, I remarked, previously, Orochimaru had left a peculiar mark on Sasuke, and the state he was in upon awakening during the Nin exams was likely a consequence of that. Therefore, I surmised that those dispatched by Orochimaru might possess a similar enhancement, which presumably augments their capabilities. Given that they had just engaged in combat and now require rest in such a pressing moment, it is highly plausible that they utilized that strange enhancement, but have now exhausted themselves to the point of needing to recuperate. I endeavored to convey this truth in a manner that would not raise their suspicions. However, it is precisely this advantage that afforded them the opportunity to triumph in the competition, albeit they ultimately failed to reclaim Sasuke. Shikamaru stroked his chin and nodded slightly in agreement with this possibility. Regardless, we could not afford to be complacent. We must formulate a battle plan before embarking. Thus, we divided into two groups and set forth. Suddenly, I redirected my chakra to my eyes and caught sight of more distant spiders. Without a moment's hesitation, I began to form hand seals to create a shadow clone, needing to alert the other team members. The sheer number of spiders here seemed suspicious. I dispatched a clone to caution them. I again employed water style to convey this message to Shikamaru and Neji, who paused momentarily, then cautiously observed and nodded. Be careful. Do not engage, Shikamaru whispered, urging us to proceed with caution. The trio of Naruto could only rely on their clones. We approached the group with utmost care, finally able to discern their current activities. Hey, where's Sasuke? Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise. He must be in the barrel, I replied. Could he be dead? Shikamaru inquired anxiously. No, I doubt it. Neji activated his Byakugan again. The barrel is shielded, making it difficult to see inside. They likely would not have killed him so easily. That makes sense, I acknowledged. Yet, being this close presents a certain danger. I silently formed a seal, ready to act at a moment's notice. Indeed, we must proceed cautiously. Chapter 68, Laxative. Hands itching before we could ponder further, a kunai shot out from the sides, prompting me to instinctively draw my own kunai and hurl it towards the incoming projectile. A sharp, melodious clash of metal resonated, followed by a violent explosion that engulfed our ears. Damn, I'm fortunate I reacted swiftly, otherwise we would have found ourselves right in their midst, I thought, still shaken as I watched the dust gradually settle before me, my heart racing uncontrollably. There was no longer any need to hide, was there? The nearby figures stared intently at us. We exchanged no further words and stepped out from behind the foliage, intending to draw attention, only to realize they were merely a few insignificant insects. Tsurugi feigned a charge towards us, but Shikamaru waved his hands repeatedly. Wait, we are not here to fight. We merely wish to negotiate, he stated, delivering the prepared line, though it was likely in vain. Humph, Kentamaru sneered coldly. Then how do you explain these? As he spoke, he pulled out the other three individuals ensnared by his web. I couldn't help but cover my eyes, lamenting the missed opportunity to join them. You hurled a smoke bomb, creating a slight separation between us and the quartet of sound ninjas. What purpose does your smoke bomb serve? Mocked Gitanmaru. You shall not escape my grasp. These threads are finer and stronger than metal, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This area has long been ensnared by my webs. Frustration washed over me. I had indeed failed to evade these traps. Although I could sense a faint trace of chakra, I had still succumbed. Truly, I had been overly complacent. You deliberately employed two types of threads to set a trap, but in reality, it is a triple-layered ambush? Shikamaru finally grasped the situation, I must commend your ingenuity. I did not anticipate such a resourceful adversary. Indeed, each of them was formidable. Yet their current state was less than ideal. How else could the Leafs' young heroes achieve ultimate victory? You lot will be subjected to my assault, courtesy of Gitongmaru, he declared, though it seemed his physical condition was far from optimal. What was amiss with his body? When did Shikamaru employ forbidden techniques? Oh, it must have been when Ya and the others arrived. I must admit, his execution and collaboration with the team have been consistently impressive. Regrettably, we too possess capable individuals. Shikamaru stated, in any case, you shall obediently take the bait. Thank you kindly. However, maintaining control over so many individuals would not be an easy feat, humph. I am truly impressed, Zwajin chuckled lightly. I possess such abilities as well. Several shurikens flew from an unknown source, and I swiftly conjured a water barrier behind Shikamaru. I watched as the shurikens struck the water shield behind him, falling harmlessly to the ground. Shikamaru deftly released the hand seals, and then Tsukabu unleashed an earth-style barrier, encapsulating us within. It was a seamless execution, perfect indeed. Is that you, Xiaoxiang? Shikamaru glanced at the slowly dripping water barrier behind him and the kunai in my hand, unable to articulate his thoughts. You could have simply blocked it with the kunai, Niji remarked with a serious expression. Ah, well, since they regard us with such disdain, it may be wise to let them remain complacent for the time being. Should all four of them converge on us, we would be in dire straits. At least being outside would likely pose a greater peril than being trapped here. Moreover, that previous individual's technique was rather peculiar. One must exercise caution in encounters, likely a duo of adversaries. By the way, he only had one head earlier, suggesting he had dispatched another to launch a surprise attack. True enough, Shikamaru nodded, beginning to scrutinize the earthen walls enclosing us. However, the pressing question remained. How would we escape? The good news, however, was that it seemed there was only one opponent left to contend with outside. The others had likely already departed. I remarked, indeed, we must hasten our pace. Yes, Shikamaru concurred, we must surely break through. Upon listening, everyone swiftly took action. He promptly employed his new technique, tooth crash, forcefully striking the wall. Unfortunately, within mere seconds, the wall restored itself. TCH, this is futile, he muttered in exasperation. Let me out. Naruto shouted helplessly, while CHG shook his head in resignation. Indeed, this was no ordinary earthen wall. Niji began to scrutinize the barrier, yet found himself at a loss. Moreover, if the individuals outside intended to trap us here for an extended period, it was possible that this construct could absorb our chakra. I pinched my chin in contemplation, but my thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Shut up, Xiaoxiang. The others, except for Niji, exclaimed in unison. I could only chuckle awkwardly, pretending I hadn't spoken at all. What? Niji glanced between the wall and his own hand, realizing the dire situation. Chakra was being continuously siphoned away. I suspect those fiends have not merely aimed to confine us within this barrier. I never anticipated they would actually drain our chakra. He gritted his teeth. TCH. Shikamaru couldn't help but click his tongue. A profound silence enveloped us all. Ahem, I suggest that such a construct cannot evenly distribute chakra coverage. That would be quite intricate to manage. Observing the group deep in thought, I decided to take the initiative and break the deadlock, for time was of the essence. So, Xiaoxiang implies that Naruto should blink thoughtfully. Are you suggesting there might be a weak point? Shikamaru gently tapped his left palm with a clenched right fist, smiling. Xiaoxiang, you still know how to speak cogently. I pouted, wanting to retort, but his comment implied I had not spoken rationally before. Never mind. I was too weary to dwell on it now. You once more executed tooth crash against the earthen wall. However, the effect was marginal. Let me search for any weaknesses, Niji declared, activating his Byakugan without hesitation. Indeed, he soon detected a flaw and pointed to a specific spot before him. It's here. All right. Let's breach it from this point. I clenched my fist. Without waiting for their response, I concentrated my chakra into my fist and struck the wall with tremendous force. A gust of wind following suit, tousling my hair. In the next moment, a significant breach appeared in the wall, shattering outward. Did I exert too much force? I pondered, feeling I had perhaps expended excessive chakra, not solely due to my desire to resolve this predicament swiftly. Observing the collapsing barrier, the five of us were momentarily dazed. That essay technique used by Granny Tsunade. It's truly formidable. Naruto was the first to recover, commenting sarcastically. Shikamaru followed suit, Women, indeed, are perilous. Please, kindly close your mouth. Thank you. Chapter 69. For the sake of a dear friend's sentiment. However, your chakra Niji glanced at me, then shifted his gaze to the figure of Jur-B that appeared before us all. I apologize. I may need a brief respite. I shook my slightly trembling right hand. I truly overexerted myself, I reflected, recognizing the disparity in our ideologies regarding the application of enhanced offensive techniques with Tsunade. Nevertheless, I was satisfied that the individuals about to engage in battle had not depleted too much chakra. Had you managed to escape from my barrier ninjutsu? Jirubu gazed at the unexpected scene, somewhat astonished. Was he the only one left behind? Indeed, the others had evidently departed first, Shikamaru observed, scanning the surroundings. They were certainly no longer in the vicinity, Niji confirmed after a careful assessment. Sigh. I could not help but heave a sigh. We had to set off once more. TSK. It was truly a challenge to catch up with them. Shikamaru's voice carried the weight of profound exasperation. Clap, clap, clap. Jirubu applauded. Well done, everyone. For a bunch of trash. Oh, provocation is futile. What did you say? Naruto retorted angrily. Who is trash? Kiba shouted. Very well, consider it unspoken. Just as they were about to charge forward, I seized their garments and pulled them back, releasing my hold. You two must refrain from acting impulsively, I advised. Why do you hold us back, Misa? Kiba, agitated by provocation, was on the verge of losing control. Engaging him directly here is perilous. Niji elucidated, breaking the barrier. We are more than capable of defeating him, Kiba declared as he surged forward alongside Naruto. Perhaps it would be more prudent for them to gauge the disparity in strength before retreating. You are not even worthy of an appetizer, Jirubu continued, preparing to form hand signs. Be cautious, that troublesome technique again, Shikamaru frowned. Multiplication technique, and this time, Choji made his entrance, the meat tank. Soon, a thick cloud of dust enveloped Jirubu, allowing us to make our escape. Not far away, amidst the small thicket. Time is of the essence. We must split into two groups. Shikamaru proposed the final plan. Why? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Ah, I see, Niji comprehended. No, are you two merely playing riddles? Fortunately, Shikamaru promptly explained the rationale behind this strategy. How does the leader intend to divide us? I glanced at Shikamaru, signaling him to formulate the next plan. Niji, you will serve as the vice captain. It's entrusted to you. Shikamaru nodded at Niji. Before we could deliberate further, Jirubu unleashed a terrain attack, causing the surrounding trees to topple, swiftly exposing us to his gaze. Found you. Niji, take Kiba, Choji, and Ino and hurry after Sasuke. Naruto, and I will find a way to deal with him. As Shikamaru spoke, he began forming hand signs. Alas, Jirubu shattered the ground beneath him and vanished. A ninja skilled in earth style should be able to burrow underground, I remarked involuntarily. Indeed, be wary of the ground. Shikamaru was saying when Jirubu hurled a massive earthen sphere in our direction. Goodness, we quickly leapt upwards to evade the rolling boulder. I was uncertain if I could withstand such an assault. Once more, Jirubu vanished, this time choosing to burst forth from the earth in an attempt to seize Shikamaru's leg. I decisively yanked Shikamaru back, narrowly avoiding disaster, then threw a kunai to force Jirubu to leap back. Humph, it seems the captain is a fool. And the team is rather useless as well, Jirubu mused. After all, you are merely the subordinates of a melancholic man playing with shadows. Before you endure further suffering under his command, let me liberate you first. This individual must be harboring some significant chill, as my reservoir of anger is nearly overflowing. However, considering he is affiliated with Uncle Snake, his actions appear rather commonplace. How infuriating! And to think this is not yet over. You scoundrel, let me handle this. Naruto was poised for action when Dingy quickly interjected. Allow me to take care of this fellow. I had never witnessed this little one in such a state of fury, but today certainly broadened my horizons. After all, how could he possibly tolerate such disparagement aimed at his most esteemed comrade, Shikamaru? There are limits to what one can endure. Dingy turned to Shikamaru. What are you saying? This is not an opponent you can defeat alone. Allow me to take care of it. Dingy merely reiterated this phrase, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve, for he was evidently prepared. Dingy you, Naruto observed, choosing not to say more. Dingy rummaged through his pocket and produced a pouch of pills, which I surmised to be food pills. Wait a moment, food pills? Oh, I realized that I had forgotten to bring that very item. How utterly embarrassing to go a day without it. When the moment arises, one becomes quite restless. Thankfully, Dingji had the foresight. Shikamaru, distribute these food pills to everyone. Dingji, could it be that you? Shikamaru, you were right in your assumptions. Indeed, I possess that secret weapon. Dingji beamed with a smile. Surely, in the face of friends, one must smile even amidst the gravest of challenges. But alas, Shikamaru, did you not claim to believe in your comrades? I couldn't help but chuckle slightly as I stealthily approached Dingji's side. However, I felt compelled to add a shield as well. Having said that, I turned my back to Jirobo and formed a hand seal, swiftly enveloping Dingji in a flowing blue chakra. I hope this proves beneficial to you. Though, applying a water-style shield onto another consumes considerable chakra, thus necessitating some refinement. Consequently, my chakra may only suffice for 2 individuals. Alas, I must see if I can absorb some external energy while we continue our journey. Dingji refrained from further words, for Jirobo was rapidly advancing towards us. You all shall perish here, Jirobo bellowed. Quickly, everyone. Dingji dashed to the forefront, retrieving 3 differently colored pills from behind him. Those being secret medicines. However, given their side effects, he would undoubtedly refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Dingji consumed the green pill, bracing himself against Jirobo's onslaught. Shikamaru, hurry and lead everyone away. Do not forget why we gathered together. If we lose Sasuke like this, I understand, but you must follow closely, Dingji. Everyone, let us proceed. Very well, onward we go. Thus, we continued on our path. The responsibility is now yours, Dingji. Chapter 70, as is widely known. The 4-man squad comprises 5. Following the original storyline, we finally seized the barrel containing Sasuke. However, when Doyu's momentum faltered mid-charge, I felt a shiver down my spine as an individual stealthily emerged, unbeknownst to me and the other 2. It was him. He appeared as if he were a demon descending from the heavens, gracefully alighting upon a wooden barrel, standing perfectly balanced. Then, he swiftly turned and kicked off, landing steadily on a nearby branch, his back turned to everyone. Why can't you speak? Mayu stammered, her voice trembling. Junmaru, the formidable man from the earlier plot, had arrived. Apologies, I miscalculated, Shikamaru remarked, stunned by the sudden appearance of this figure, struggling to find his voice for a moment before finally speaking. Well, isn't it rather normal for a group of 4 to have 5 members? I couldn't help but mutter quietly, lowering my voice further. Moreover, that guy's aura is astonishingly powerful. TCH, even if you didn't say that, I'm utterly helpless, Shikamaru replied with a slight twitch of his lips. You're too slow, Mayu. What about the other 3? So it was a quintet. Junmaru frowned slightly, observing the empty space around Mayu. Why is your body already? Mayu exclaimed, astonished. I am no longer acting through my physical form, but through my spirit, came the reply. Honestly, you wretched being, I am beginning to understand the sensation of escaping from this corporeal prison, existing as an entity of intelligence. Entity of intelligence? That sounds rather peculiar. And why are you touching the barrel? That is excessive. Additionally, I faintly sensed the aspirations of Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Naruto grimaced, gritting his teeth. This vessel is a crucial dream container, the true body that Lord Orochimaru desires, but you arrived too late. You bastard. Stop spouting such nonsense, and give Sasuke back to me. Naruto prepared to spring up, but I promptly restrained him. Naruto, calm down. That guy is incredibly strong. We cannot act impulsively. I whispered urgently. Indeed. Wait a moment, Shikamaru concurred. But that guy is leaving. Frustration surged as Junmaru completed his task and turned to depart, leaving Mayu and us staring blankly at each other, knowing that Sasuke would drift further away from us. Then let us charge together. I'll hold him off while you 2 continue forward. Shikamaru began to plot. Mayu, however, remained unhurried, being a person who preferred technical combat. In contrast to the previous opponents. I was going to give you a shield, I started, but Shikamaru swiftly interrupted. You should save that for the battle later. He waved his hand dismissively. Then I'll give you some talismans, I said, feeling a bit anxious despite knowing we have backup. Rummaging through my bag to retrieve some items for him. All right, you all hurry and set off. You lot are utterly useless, no matter how many of you come. Mayu scoffed. We charged forward together. Shikamaru faced Mayu's assault head-on while Naruto and I surged past. Meow? You're joking if you think you can defeat me. Mayu taunted. Operation successful. Farewell. Naruto's taunting skills were at their peak, and I could hardly bear to watch. I swiftly kicked forward and caught up with the 2 ahead. Hey, Wait for me, Sakura. We both raced forward at an impressive speed, while Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra began to leak due to his emotional turmoil. Naruto, I gripped the kunai tightly, whispering, are you alright? I'm fine, Sakura. Let's speed up, he replied, dashing ahead. Alright. I followed suit, relieved that he had not completely succumbed to his emotions. Eventually, after traversing the woods, we caught up with Kimimaro in an open area. Yo, Naruto greeted him, who had halted his advance. So, how should I deal with you two? Kimimaro's tone remained cold, but as he looked at Naruto, he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. What does Orochimaru want? Why is he fixated on Sasuke? Kimimaro soon explained to Naruto. Oh, everyone is so compliant with their questions and answers, he remarked after the explanation. Without delay, Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones, encircling Kimimaro. While I readied my kunai for an attack. How amusing, Kimimaro observed, effortlessly defeating the surrounding clones, creating a thick cloud of smoke. This presented a perfect opportunity for an assault. I decisively infused a small amount of chakra into my eyes and began to sprint towards the center, launching kunai as I ran. Futile efforts. Kimimaro's voice emerged from the smoke, followed by the sharp sounds of metal clashing. A figure gradually materialized, Kimimaro, standing still with his bone blade. And two more, he announced, closing his eyes. Behind him, the smoke thickened, and the ominous black smoke began to rise from a barrel, indicating that Sasuke was about to emerge. It's about time. I've been waiting a long while, he said, as a cracking sound erupted behind him. Orochimaru's ambition is about to take its first step. The barrel shattered completely, revealing Sasuke, while Naruto's three-tailed form was officially dispelled at that moment. Sasuke had obtained the power he sought. Ignoring Naruto's words, he laughed heartily and swiftly departed. Wait, Sasuke, Naruto called, preparing to pursue him, but Kimimaro swiftly appeared behind Naruto. Useless die? Damn, how is Kimimaro so fast? Naruto, get out of the way. I felt the need to shed some weight for agility. Unfortunately, I only had time to draw my kunai before Kimimaro was upon us, and I sensed a powerful attack directed at Naruto. Just then, a flying kick struck Kimimaro, sending him reeling. Lee, I exclaimed in astonishment. This kid was truly relentless, returning to help despite his injuries. Who are you? Kimimaro asked, regaining his composure. The awakened. Beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Thick eyebrows. What happened to your body? Naruto gasped at the sight. Let us not dwell on that, Naruto. Hurry and chase after Sasuke. However, you and Xiao Xiang need not worry, Naruto-kun. We will handle this person. You should leave quickly while Sasuke-kun hasn't gone too far. I urged, knowing that if we did not set off soon, that fellow Sasuke would slip away again. Indeed, this matter is entrusted to us. Xiaoli assumed a stance, poised for an attack. All right, be careful. He is truly formidable. Naruto succinctly explained Junmaru's abilities before setting off. Understood, I replied, diverting all my attention to Junmaru. Seeing Naruto about to depart, Junmaru swiftly swung at him again, but this time, Xiaoli effortlessly intercepted the attack. Please do not ignore me, he said. It should be us. I quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water towards Junmaru. At that moment, his bone blade was caught by Xiaoli, rendering him unable to free himself. Although there was little water around, it still posed some trouble for him. Consequently, he decisively abandoned the bone blade. As the water sphere crashed against a nearby tree trunk, seizing the opportunity while Junmaru evaded, Xiaoli unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing Junmaru to retreat. Likuan, is your body alright? I finally had the chance to inquire about his condition. No problem at all. I brought medicine, Xiaoli declared, flashing his signature smile, his white teeth gleaming brilliantly. But is that truly medicine? If I recall correctly, it should be alcohol. Konoha Great Whirlwind, he exclaimed, charging forward again. I concentrated my chakra into my fists, mindful of controlling my strength, as I needed to conserve my chakra. Noticing Junmaru preparing to leap, I preemptively jumped as well, ready to deliver a powerful punch as he soared in the air. Unfortunately, he swiftly withdrew another bone sword from his body and casually deflected my attack, neutralizing it effortlessly. This indicated that mere fists alone would not suffice to subdue him. Xiaoli followed suit with an attack, but Junmaru merely blocked it with his left hand, using the momentum to gracefully glide away and land smoothly. Such strength is utterly astonishing. Likuan, let me attempt to restrain him, and then you can strike. I murmured my plan to Xiaoli. All right, he replied, dashing forward once more. I summoned a shadow clone to assist him while my original self remained behind to form hand seals. As Xiaoli engaged in combat, I seized a prime opportunity to unleash my water rope technique, decisively ensnaring Junmaru's feet. Junmaru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shifted his focus to Xiaoli, who should now have a window to attack. However, Xiaoli's approach was too direct, allowing Junmaru to easily dodge, despite his legs being restrained. Xiaoli nearly landed a blow. What a pity. Following this, I directed the water to wrap around Junmaru's arms. Yet he merely chuckled lightly and sliced through the water with a casual swipe. Apologies, but it's almost time for me to take my medicine. Xiaoli suddenly produced a bottle from his pack with utmost seriousness. Oh no, it was a bottle of alcohol. I must drink properly. I apologize for the oversight. I had always dreaded taking medicine, as it often carried an odd taste. Liquid, but that is alcohol. Very well, I shall take a look at the scenery elsewhere. Chapter 71, Large-Scale Rescue Scene. What on earth is this fellow up to? Junmaru pondered, while I couldn't help but twitch at the corners of my mouth. Deciding to retract my water technique and observe the situation. Once Li had retreated to the side, I planned to shield him. Do not fixate on them. The two soon engaged in battle, leaving me momentarily on standby, ready to join the fray at any moment. I wondered how much longer Li could endure, especially since Junmaru had already activated part of his second state. Indeed, Junmaru had begun to unleash a portion of his second state, causing Li's movements to slow. No, I cannot allow him to continue striking. Li. I hurriedly caught Li, who was about to topple over, glancing at Junmaru. You. Humph. Junmaru scoffed lightly. Now it's your turn. Li, please refrain from moving recklessly. I shall handle this for now. I swiftly encased him in a protective shield and prepared to act. Hand it over to you? Before I could finish my sentence, Junmaru smirked and lunged at me, truly arrogant. The bone blade quickly collided with my kunai, and I summoned a water sphere once more. This time, the technique was successfully executed without hand seals, forcing Junmaru to distance himself from us. Primarily, that guy is ill-suited for close combat. Just look at those bones. They are perilous. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. After all, his erratically transforming bones could easily injure his opponents, and his long-range attacks remain exceptionally formidable, which vexes me. How challenging this battle is. Well, I suppose I merely need to stall for time, right? Take care of yourself, Xiaoxiang. Li did not attempt to overexert himself, which reassured me. Why are you willing to go this far for him, for that Orochimaru? I inquired of Junmaru, who still stood at a distance, seemingly reluctant to launch an immediate attack. While I understood his reasoning, I yearned to hear the words from his own lips, or rather, to grasp the emotions within his heart. He is the one who saved me, the one who raised me. I am willing to become his weapon, his vessel, even at the cost of my own life. After all, my time is already short. However, if I were a flower, wouldn't it be better to bloom beautifully? Do you understand nothing? Junmaru's eyes widened abruptly, and he charged towards me. Xiaoxiang, be careful, Li shouted. Please don't come any closer. I noticed Li's intent to rush over and quickly called out. The clash of kunai and bone produced a sharp, piercing sound once more. What do you know? Orochimaru-sama is my entire life. He cried out, his voice tinged with anguish. Yes, indeed, I do not understand. But if you choose to live, wouldn't that enable you to assist him more effectively? What illness could be cured that even Orochimaru-sama cannot heal? He scoffed coldly. Surely there are those who can. I smiled faintly. If it were Tsunade, she might just succeed. Tsunade-sama will surely be able to. Li retreated to the side, poised to offer support at any moment. You are impeding his important endeavors. I must eliminate you. As for my own matters, I cannot concern myself with them. He suddenly altered his attack direction, removing a bone from his body and launching it towards Xiaoli. Alas, what a stubborn fellow. Moreover, I wonder if Xiaoli's injuries can withstand such recklessness. In any case, caution is prudent. Seizing the opportunity while I was momentarily separated from Junmaru, I ensnared Xiaoli in a water sphere, enveloping him within. Thus, the menacing assault of the bone spikes was finally alleviated, and I released a sigh of relief. However, Junmaru swiftly shifted his target again, prompting me to refrain from lingering in one spot and instead retreat sideways with haste. Flowers may bloom anew, yet youth is never regained. I must confess, dear sir, I possess no authority to judge the significance of your existence. Yet, surely he would wish for your survival, would he not? Only by enduring can one pursue their desires, including the lives of others. After all, life is a singular journey. Even for the sake of continuing to utilize Junmaru, Uncle Snake must hope for his survival. Wouldn't you agree? Alas, such is not the case. With an unwavering resolve, he drew a bone knife from his left arm, continuing his assault against me. This fellow proves formidable in both close and range combat, leaving me utterly at a loss. I concentrated my chakra into my left hand and, wielding a shuriken in my right, attempted to fend off his attack while unleashing a powerful left punch. Junmaru, with a surprisingly supple movement, evaded my strike. Yet I still grazed him, testament to the extendable nature of chakra. He appeared momentarily startled, but soon regained his composure, creating a slight distance between us. How utterly vexing. Casting a glance at Xiao Li, I resolved to shift him aside. I deemed it unnecessary for him to engage further. Even if alcohol might amplify his strength, risking his well-being yet again was unwarranted. To exacerbate injuries would only complicate matters further. Do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with others? Sensing a chilling breeze brushing against my face, my pupils dilated and contracted in surprise. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket, grasping an object to hurl forward, then employed water release to propel myself backward. Amidst a cloud of dust, I discovered that Junmaru had transformed, his body sprouting dozens of bones, a manifestation of the dance of the larch, activated by both cursed seals and bloodline techniques. How exceedingly difficult. In this state, his offensive and defensive capabilities are remarkably high, and I seriously doubt my ability to withstand his next move. Oh heavens, when will reinforcements arrive? Weak, pitiful, helpless. After a brief pause, Junmaru finally set forth. I could scarcely discern his actions. Were it not for the chakra enhancing my vision, I fear I would have seen naught. Truly terrifying. The ground fractured beneath his movements, and I was convinced that his strike could pierce the heavens. Despair enveloped me. I grimaced as I watched him charge forward, lamenting my inability to devise a suitable means to evade his attack. Even with water release, it would be no easy feat to escape his range. Yet, inactivity is not my nature. Thus, I gathered my chakra, preparing to once more conjure a water sphere before me. Regrettably, this situation is indeed too sluggish. I watched helplessly as his figure approached me, poised to thrust the sharp bone protruding from his hand towards me. Now's the moment. I unleashed my water technique. Alas, he effortlessly dispelled the water sphere, yet it afforded me a chance to continue my retreat, though this strategy was hardly sustainable. As I pondered this, I felt a sudden lightness beneath my feet, a sensation of weightlessness that momentarily stunned me, allowing me to narrowly evade Junmaru's strike. In that instant, sand enveloped my entire body. It was then that I realized reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 72. Eternal Slumber of the Flower's Eye. I love Gaara. As the sand dispersed slightly, I finally glimpsed the outside world. Who is it? Junmaru furrowed his brow, regarding the newcomer with a calm, yet inquisitive demeanor. The Leaf Alliance. A ninja from the sand. Gaara of the sand, Lee remarked. Soon, the sand beneath me transported me to Gaara and Lee's side, both of whom were standing atop a mound of sand. With their presence, Lee's protective shield could now be retracted, for I felt assured with Gaara by my side. Gaara uttered nothing further, merely acknowledging with a nod before turning his gaze towards Junmaru. So it is you, Gaara. With that, Junmaru unleashed a barrage of 10 piercing strikes, only to be thwarted by Gaara's sand. I must admit, the scene was rather peculiar. How impatient, Gaara remarked, pausing to glance at us before continuing. You all seemed quite composed while engaging me. You certainly have the audacity to say that, I retorted, though I harbor no animosity towards you. I have suffered greatly because of you, despite being protected by the modified leg and arm guards crafted by Xiao Xiang's mother. Moreover, in combat, it always depends on the individual. That fellow is formidable, possessing his own bloodline limit, yet I can't shake the feeling that his vitality is waning. As his companion previously mentioned, I glanced at Junmaru, who had temporarily ceased his assault, and quietly elucidated the current circumstances. Is that so? Gaara replied tersely. But why have you reappeared? Lee maintained his vigilance. We owe a significant debt to the Leaf. You're referring to Naruto, aren't you? He regarded Lee seriously. I will handle him. Lee, you should rest for now. I observed Lee, who appeared stable but should not overexert himself, especially since he had yet to take his medicine. Return and report everything. Ah, no, please. Lee ran his fingers through his hair, but suddenly a sharp pain in his leg caused him to lose his balance. I quickly steadied him. See, rest for now. You'll need your strength later. At present, you're in no condition to fight. I will deal with him. Gaara cast a fleeting glance at Lee and declared, Please be careful. Lee replied reluctantly. Gaara swiftly summoned his sand once more. Just as your name implies, you wield sand. Do you not? They soon engaged in battle, and I could only silently lament my misfortune, as I found myself with no opportunity to intervene. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that without the curse seal activated, Kimamaro's chakra state appeared remarkably unstable, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. However, once the curse seal was unleashed, I could distinctly sense a significant augmentation of his power, revealing no apparent flaws. Yet what is the cost? His life-s blossom is dissipating, is it not? Regardless, you shall vanish today. Gaara gazed at Kimamaro with indifference, poised for an attack. Soon, a splendid battle from the original narrative unfolded before my eyes. As Kimamaro emerged from the ground wielding his bone spikes, I realized it was time to change our position. I swiftly grasped Lee and we ascended into the air, courtesy of Gaara's sand lifting us aloft. Sand waterfall funeral. Though he was a formidable opponent, this would mark the end. Observing the sand beneath us, Gaara remarked quietly, he will never rise again. Indeed, Lee concurred. However, one must not speak too confidently. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. I expressed my concerns. Why not? Lee began to inquire, but before he could finish, Kimamaro revealed himself in his final form. Wait, what is that? Lee exclaimed. Gaara once again commanded the sand to ensnare Kimamaro, yet it appeared futile as he charged forward with incredible speed, launching Gaara away. What madness is this? Is this the much-rumored absolute defense? I lamented, feeling deflated. I see. He wraps the sand around himself? Observing Gaara slowly rising, he prepared to mount another attack. Water release, water prison. At last, Kakashi-sensei's water technique proved somewhat useful. I hastily performed the necessary hand signs to envelop the frenzied foe in water. Although my chakra was limited, it should suffice. Your opponent is not merely him. Lee shouted as he charged in. Humph. In a swift motion, Kimamaro turned and dispelled the water prison, then executed a sweeping tail attack with his long appendage. I quickly pulled Lee back, and sand unexpectedly emerged to shield us from Kimamaro. Annoying sand, Kimamaro remarked with mild disdain, locking his gaze upon us. You first, Gaara. In the next moment, he slowly drew out his spine. Ah, whose ingenious design is this skill? Truly a genius. Does this truly not hurt? Dance of the Iron Vine. He ensnared Gaara and began to reinforce his left hand, wrapping it with the hardest of bones to form a sharp spike, hardened to an impenetrable degree, capable of piercing even your sand defense. Yet, before he could complete his thought, he coughed up blood. Is it already the final moment? The ultimate absolute defense, Shield of Shikaku. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara unleashed his most formidable defensive technique, a colossal tanuki. No, it was a tanuki boar. It appeared instantaneously between them, resembling a thick wall. Ultimately, Kimamaro unleashed his most powerful strike, yet still failed to penetrate Gaara's defense. Thus, they engaged in conversation, and I could only observe their exchange. The last of a clan, perhaps today, would meet its end here. Indeed, my body is ailing, and my time may be limited. Yet extinction shall not be my fate. Does he harbor such unwavering confidence in Orochimaru? Furthermore, I am not alone. I shall eternally reside in the heart of Lord Orochimaru. His eyes brimmed with fervent devotion to Orochimaru. Will he truly remember you? I smirked, pulling at the corners of my mouth. How could this be possible? How could he possibly recall the current Orochimaru? Is he perhaps ensnared by Orochimaru's brainwashing? Gaara, too, spoke softly, declaring it a hollow hope. Upon finishing his words, he again formed hand seals, dragging Kimamaro downwards into the earth. Chapter 73. The Eternal Sleep of Flowers. What an astonishing amount of chakra! Lee exclaimed. Truly an extraordinary individual. Kimamaro sank deeper, consumed by the sand. I shall bury you 200 meters beneath the surface, utilizing the pressure of the sand tightly enveloping your body to render your fingers immobile. At last, everything fell into tranquility. It succeeded. We have truly succeeded, Lee declared, filled with excitement. Not yet. It is not over. I closed my eyes, sensing the surroundings, when a surge of chakra violently erupted from below, prompting me to open my eyes in haste. Dance, the early fern dance. This was his final flourish. Long, slender bones erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots. Fortunately, at that moment, Gaara's sand lifted us into the air, shielding us from harm. Saved. Truly, you are remarkable. You can achieve such feats, Lee marveled. It is merely the sand I usually manipulate. The key lies in its application, Gaara elucidated, clearly fatigued from overexertion. Though he is a formidable opponent, this chapter has come to a close. He shall not emerge again, Gaara asserted. Indeed, Lee nodded in agreement. What a pest. I resolutely gathered moisture once more. Poised to strike. I have reached my limit. I must descend, Gaara finally admitted, unable to sustain himself any longer. It is not brainwashing. A voice abruptly pierced our ears. That esteemed one, Lord Orochimaru, understands me. What do you comprehend? Kimimaro bellowed, suddenly materializing before Gaara, launching a final, decisive strike at him. Though I was aware of the impending outcome, I instinctively summoned water release to shield us, grasping Gaara's garment and pulling him back. Thankfully, the sand did not envelop us. Otherwise, success would have eluded us. Yet, in the next moment, the life known as Kimimaro came to an abrupt halt, as if a statue had been frozen in time. The flower, at last, wilted in this moment. I found myself momentarily dazed. He is dead. This was the first time I witnessed a life extinguished before my eyes. My body trembled involuntarily. Should I mourn this loss? Or is it a cause for relief? I find myself at a loss for thoughts. Perhaps it is best not to think at all. Yet, I cannot help but recall the words he once spoke, the memory of that lonely child, akin to a drenched dog, and the initial encounter with Orochimaru in the woods. That innocent child, upon seeing his son that day, chose to follow, to devote everything he had. From our perspective, this may seem misguided, yet I stubbornly contemplate that had I been in his shoes, I might have acted similarly. Thus, perhaps all his actions are comprehensible to others. As for me, Gaara's sand can no longer bear the weight of my despair. I leapt into action, attempting to mimic his technique, stepping upon a small surface of water that I controlled, and moved before Kunmaru. Blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. Yet everyone present knew that he had already departed from this world. His eyes, however, remained open, seemingly filled with lingering resentment. I could not suppress a sigh as a thought flickered in my mind. Shoko. Upon noticing my movement, Lee inquired. He is gone, I replied. Yet, I still wish to grant him the peace of closing his eyes one last time. You too should rest, I said with a wry smile towards Gaara and Lee. Gaara paused, nodding almost imperceptibly. I raised my hand. How I was merely deceiving myself, after all. The important person he cherished never truly regarded him as a significant subordinate. Ultimately, he was resurrected, burdened with regret. How I longed to lay him to rest in a fitting place, but he belonged here, destined to remain in this place. This was his home, and we were powerless to change that. Good night, Kunmaru. Close your eyes now. Gaara first assisted in bringing him and Lee down to the ground, both utterly exhausted as they sat to rest. Still, I chose to offer Lee some soldier pills I had discovered from an unknown source, then proceeded to attend to another task. Selecting a nearby tree at random, I cut 2 branches. Despite Lee's persistent offers of help, I deemed it best for the injured to rest, allowing the others to step aside. With rope, I bound the branches together in the shape of a cross, and subsequently planted it in a nearby flowered area. I am deeply sorry, please rest in peace. Such is life, so fragile indeed. At times, I must admit, I find myself envious of Uncle Snake. Returning to their side, I sat cross-legged beside Lee, joining their conversation. That meddlesome fellow? Gaara glanced up at me briefly before lowering his gaze to continue speaking. He is not meddlesome, Lee immediately retorted. It was because I was ineffectual. Were you ever ineffectual? Lee, do not speak such nonsense. You are truly remarkable. I decisively interrupted his ramblings, and as he glanced awkwardly at Gaara, he continued, It's just that, mister. Gaara's strength is truly formidable, whereas you are merely a hair's breadth away. I gestured with my right hand. What are you talking about, Xiaoxiang? I added. While I am indeed grateful for your timely assistance, I would appreciate it if you refrained from speaking of my teacher in such a manner. Lee hastily waved his hands at me before turning to Gaara, saying, Well, that does seem somewhat inappropriate. I responded, You all would be akin to him. Gaara lifted his gaze slightly, looking into the distance. When the reputation of those we idolize is tarnished, we too feel wounded and enraged. The more significant the individual, the greater the pain inflicted. We fight for those who matter to us. He too, raising his head, is akin to Naruto Uzumaki. However, not all individuals that hold importance in our lives embody goodness. Is that so? Lee inquired. I would never consider a villain as someone important to me. Yet I countered. But, Lee, even you cannot immediately ascertain whether the person you wish to protect is indeed a villain. It remains a relative question. Take Mr. Kimimaro, for instance. The person he seeks to protect may be considered less than virtuous by our standards, yet to him, Orochimaru represents the very essence of his existence. Moreover, I could not help but add, one cannot triumph over solitude. Gaara continued, indeed, humanity is a social creature, and how can one easily forget the agony of solitude? However, I interjected, now is hardly the time to delve into such troublesome topics. Chapter 74, Matters upon our return to him. Let us not linger on these vexing discussions. Our priority is to escort the injured back. Thank you immensely for your assistance. I exchanged a smile with Gaara regarding Naruto, and then gently closed my eyes before quickly reopening them to regard the two of them. I thought, it would be prudent to check on the others as well. After all, we cannot interfere with matters on that front. They nodded in agreement, and after a brief respite, we proceeded in the direction of home. Along the way, we encountered Kakashi-sensei, and after explaining the situation, we gathered the wounded individuals among the other support teams and made our way back to the village. By the time all personnel were settled, it was already the following morning. As anticipated, Choji and his companions had sustained severe injuries, but received prompt treatment and should recover swiftly. At this moment, I sat beside Naruto's hospital bed, with some bread and snacks I had acquired upon my arrival resting nearby. The poor fellow lay there, wrapped in bandages like an unwrapped parcel, utterly silent. Suddenly, he stirred, moving his hand before opening his eyes. Naruto, you're awake, I exclaimed, quickly pulling up a chair to sit closer. Ah, Xiaoxiang, he replied, startled, his voice somewhat hoarse. How is everyone? Is everyone all right? As he slowly sat up, I rushed to support him and handed him a cup of water before resuming my seat. Indeed, everyone has endured injuries, yet they are on the verge of awakening. So please rest assured. That is reassuring. However, Sasuke has departed. He initially smiled, then lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow at the scratched forehead protector in his hand. I see. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. Truly, you have done remarkably well, and everyone has exerted their utmost effort. To be honest, the fact that everyone is able to return safely is the best outcome we could hope for. So Naruto, you need not bear such guilt. Humph. Though it is indeed troublesome, it is as you say. Shikamaru had appeared at the doorway at some point, and evidently, he had only caught the latter part of the conversation. With arms crossed, he added, and then approached, seating himself quite unceremoniously by Naruto's bedside. Shikamaru-kun, we called out. So what about Sasuke? Shikamaru inquired. Ah, he has left, Naruto replied softly. Shikamaru paused momentarily, but he soon had no time for contemplation as Tsunade and Sakura entered the room. Naruto, Sakura frowned. She had only just arrived not long ago. I heard you were gravely injured, yet you seem quite spirited, Tsunade remarked. I am sorry, Sakura. The air fell silent for a moment before Naruto spoke. Sakura was taken aback, then smiled and asked, why do you apologize? She slowly walked toward the window. It must be your usual stubbornness again, right? Honestly, you look like a mummy. I'm sorry, Naruto, wanted to apologize again, but Sakura interrupted him. Look, the weather is lovely today. Let's open the curtains. As she spoke, she drew back the curtains, and warm sunlight flooded the room, enveloping it in a refreshing glow. Sakura, I shall honor our promise, I declared. I have vowed this for a lifetime. The others remained silent. That is enough, Naruto. Sakura, Shikamaru wanted to say something, yet Naruto interrupted him. I always insist. I shall never betray my words, for that is my ninja way. Naruto. At last, Sakura revealed a hint of a smile. However, even if you intend to do so, please ensure your safety first. If you cannot protect yourself, you might lose the chance to meet again. I could not help but say, what a fool. Even the protagonist cannot act so recklessly. Ah, I understand, Shikamaru. Nonetheless, I will continue to strive. Naruto bashfully scratched his head. After exchanging a few words, they all departed, and I took my leave before heading home. Shikamaru, wait a moment. I had not anticipated that he would call out to me as I exited the infirmary. What is it? I turned to see him frowning, though he appeared somewhat despondent. Given that Choji and the others were not gravely harmed, he should be less worried now, right? I wanted to thank you for your water style. It at least helped alleviate their injuries. Choji is such a nuisance. I feel utterly useless. He lowered his head, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. He is not such a fragile person. Hey, our team leader, please lift your head immediately. You are truly amazing, you know? The mere fact that everyone is still alive is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This outcome is a testament to the efforts shared between you and them. I have merely done what I could and what was expected of me. It brings me genuine joy to assist you. Therefore, we shall continue to rely on your strengths for the next mission. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Until we meet again. Shikamaru fell into a brief silence before lifting his head. At last, a smile graces his face. Yes, indeed, one should smile. It is far more pleasing to behold. In any case, farewell. Just as I was about to depart, I suddenly remembered something and added, we must continue to strive for improvement. Precisely. Shikamaru nodded. And after bidding him farewell, I took my leave. Upon returning home, I was greeted with a flurry of questions. How did it go? Were Naruto and the others gravely injured? My mother swiftly opened the door, while my father approached with concern. They sustained serious injuries, but all things considered, they are relatively unscathed. I took a moment to explain the events that transpired. Phew, that is a relief. My mother exhaled deeply in relief. These little ones, or rather, this village, truly has it tough, my father lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Sigh, must the plot necessitate such formidable challenges? Regardless, we must endure. In any case, I will persist in my training. There is no time to waste, I remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, I too must apply myself, my father concurred. What is it that you must work on? I felt a surge of curiosity. Shikaku suggested I pursue a particular task, and I must admit, I am rather inclined to embark on it. If it is something you wish to do, then pursue it without hesitation, my father encouraged. What could it be? I suppose I shall find out soon enough. After all, it is beneficial for all of us to progress together, and we still have ample time ahead of us. My mother said with a smile. Interlude, a note from the author regarding later developments. This foreshadowing pertains to Jiraiya's later efforts in gathering intelligence on their family. Chapter 75. Extra, rest after the mission. At long last, I finally have the opportunity to rest in the village. How wonderful. In recent days, we encountered several tasks that were meant to be addressed, including a minor mission to assist the Sand Village. After successfully completing the assistance to the Sand Village, I proposed, hey, after finally completing this mission, why don't we all go to Ichiraku Ramen and enjoy a good meal? Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically, showing no signs of fatigue from the recent endeavor. He stretched and, with hands on his hips, squinted his eyes in delight, appearing in remarkably high spirits. I wholeheartedly agreed and raised my hand in affirmation. After all, it had been ages since I last visited Ichiraku Ramen, and I could not bear to miss such a splendid opportunity. Who knows when I shall have the chance to dine with Naruto and the others again. Wait, didn't Tiwi just finish a mission? You all seem rather eager. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first, Sakura said, waving her hand in resignation as she bid us farewell. Oh, what a pity. But Gaara, you mustn't refuse as well. Naruto's expression morphed into one of exaggerated disappointment, and as if a sudden thought struck him, he turned to Gaara, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Who could possibly say no to this? As I observed, Gaara, who had previously donned an expression of resolute determination, momentarily halted, silently signaling his acquiescence to join us. A trio embarking on a culinary adventure is indeed delightful. The three of us, the food trio, set forth. Ramen, my beloved ramen, here I come, exclaimed Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, as he dashed ahead, leaving us with merely his retreating figure. I shall secure our place, he declared, fully aware that patrons would soon arrive. Wait, I sighed, watching his rapid departure before turning to Gaara. My apologies, Mr. Gaara. It's quite all right. We should also make our way, he replied. Nodding, we ambled in silence until we reached the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, just as Naruto lifted the curtain and settled into the far left seat. You two are rather tardy. I've already placed my order. You should choose for yourselves, he remarked. Understood, I responded, preparing to sit down, but reconsidered, opting to allow the guests to select their seats first. Once Gaara chose a spot in the middle, I realized that there were only 3 seats available. I must admit, prior to its expansion, this establishment was rather small. Consequently, I found myself seated next to Gaara, an atmosphere laden with awkwardness enveloping us. Taking a deep breath, I settled in, placed my order, and began to wait in silence. Before long, Naruto's ramen began to arrive. Naturally, he had ordered more than one bowl. Soon, several bowls adorned the table beside him, and he eagerly commenced his meal. I pondered, feeling the need to shatter the silence. Especially since the silence breaker had already begun to feast. I reluctantly took on this responsibility, though perhaps it was unnecessary. Alas, that is a matter for another time. I appreciate your assistance regarding the last incident with Sasuke. Otherwise, they would have suffered far worse injuries. It was but a trifling effort, Gaara replied nonchalantly. Hey, Gaara, you're here too, Naruto exclaimed, his mouth still full of noodles, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Gaara nodded in acknowledgement. Let us save the conversation for after we eat. You might choke, Naruto, I interjected. During your battle with Sasuke, everyone else was also engaged in combat, and while the situation was quite dire, fortunately, Gaara and his team arrived to assist, resulting in minimal injuries. No worries, Koyuki. One day, I will surely bring him back, Naruto declared with unwavering confidence, diving back into his meal. Indeed, I concurred, certain of Naruto's resolve. Oh, by the way, I recalled, since our ramen had yet to arrive, I figured I might as well share something. Mr. Gaara, I remembered something you mentioned in the hospital. After much contemplation, I believe your self-assessment was misguided. He paused, remaining silent and patiently awaiting my next words. Even Naruto ceased his chewing. I believe that each person's name holds a unique significance for them. The name bestowed upon you by your mother undoubtedly holds profound significance, encapsulating her deep affection for you. Thus, I surmise that what she truly wished to convey was her eternal love for you, my dear Gaara. This is my interpretation. Therefore, I implore you to cherish yourself and those you hold dear, for therein may lie the essence of happiness. At that moment, even Naruto paused, and I couldn't help but notice a slight flush upon Gaara's face. Wasn't he supposed to be clad in his sand armor? Surely, this was but an illusion. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. Goodness, they couldn't have misinterpreted my words, could they? I assure you, I harbored no ulterior motives. My apologies. Have I spoken too much? You didn't hear anything just now, did you? I hurriedly stammered an explanation. Oh, how could we not hear? Naruto chuckled. Who would have thought our dear Sakura would be so candid? I was certain he had misconstrued part of my statement. Enough of your nonsense, I retorted, feeling my own cheeks warm with embarrassment. How mortifying. Hee. While I may not fully comprehend, I wholeheartedly agree with Sakura's perspective. Naruto grinned at us. Thank you, Gaara interjected, casting a glance at the two of us before finally speaking. Haha, we are friends, after all. Friends. What does it matter? Eating noodles is the true delight. If we delay, they will congeal. I hastily diverted the conversation. With that, the time for our noodle feast commenced. I wondered if my words might bring him some solace. Yet I considered it merely a small wish of mine. Upon returning home, feeling rather idle, I contemplated wandering about. Scene transition upon hearing those words. Gaara reflected. Yashimaru spoke similarly. I wonder what emotions he felt when he uttered those words, only to ultimately deceive me. And now, having encountered Naruto and Yuki, what choices will they make? I hope I shall not be disappointed again. This chapter serves as an epilogue to episode 402. Chapter 76. A reversal of spirit communication soon. Standing on the familiar rooftop terrace, I gazed at the illuminated scenery of Konoha. The night was ablaze with lights, and a gentle breeze caressed my face, occasionally sending a few strands of hair fluttering across my vision. It has been a long time since I quietly embraced the whisper of the wind. How long must I wait to savor such tranquil moments again? Hey, I heard from Kakashi that you might be here. It seems my luck is quite favorable. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. It was Jiraiya. He approached leisurely, joining me at the railing, leaning back to gaze at the sky behind us. Good evening, Jiraiya-sensei. What brings you here? I was wondering if you would like to train with me and Naruto. Before he could finish his invitation, I promptly declined. Please allow me to refuse. Wait, I hadn't even finished speaking before you declined. Jiraiya was genuinely taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from me. He scratched his head in frustration before speaking again. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you've lost your mind. How could you not seize such a splendid opportunity? Do you have any idea how many people long to reach my esteemed threshold but lack the chance? As he spoke, he even rubbed his temples in distress. That's not the case at all. I merely feel that it doesn't quite suit me. I couldn't help but retort. Please don't be angry with me. Are you then inclined to stay in the village and follow Tsunade? He seemed to ponder, nodding as he spoke. Indeed, it would be beneficial for young ladies like you to learn medical ninjutsu. You're overestimating me, I replied with a resigned gesture, deliberately emphasizing. I'm not like Sakura, who has an excellent memory and can retain so much medical knowledge. Alas, it's quite vexing. Oh, such a young lad, burdened with such worries. How tragic and amusing. Jiraiya chuckled, patting my shoulder. Then why don't you accompany me? Please spare me the sarcasm. Anyway, I will give Tsunade a try. Learning is essential, though I can't guarantee how proficient I'll become. Suddenly, I recalled a question. Jiraiya-sensei, do you remember the last time when I assisted Naruto in learning the summoning technique? I used that reverse summoning and ended up in a peculiar place. To be honest, I'm feeling a bit restless. Well, that's the truth. What the hell are you thinking? If you go this time and can't return, what will you do? You fool. He struck my head, catching me off guard, and my water release technique failed to activate as intended. I instinctively rubbed my head. Isn't it fortunate you're here? What can I do about it? He retorted grumpily. Of course, you can help create some mischief without too much danger. I thought to myself, though outwardly I merely smiled. Don't play dumb with me. In any case, these matters are perilous. You must not act recklessly, understand? However, I feel that, in some mysterious way, my heart is fervently urging me that this reverse summoning technique will certainly empower me. Are you intent on courting death? Jiraiya frowned in exasperation. Come on, just once. Please. Without hesitation, I decisively bit my finger and swiftly formed the seals, watching as his face turned to one of bewilderment while I vanished before his eyes. Sorry about this. After a cloud of smoke, I opened my eyes again, only to find myself plummeting rapidly downward, directly towards a seemingly towering waterfall, followed closely by a pool of water far below. Oh no, I couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively attempting to use my chakra, only to find that my water release was unresponsive. After several attempts, I began to realize that my chakra was probably temporarily unusable. This had never happened before. How very typical of me. As I gazed upon the approaching surface of the water, a wry smile crept onto my lips. Alas, it seemed I was destined to become a drenched chicken. I closed my eyes once more, yet the anticipated sound of splashing did not materialize. Instead, I sensed an inexplicable force lifting me, halting just a half-centimeter above the water's surface. Was it the wind? How absurd. Suddenly, I heard a somewhat familiar voice. But before I could fully discern it, I lost my balance and tumbled into the shallow pool. Surveying my soaked attire, I could only sigh in exasperation. The amused chuckle of that figure reminded me of his identity, laced with a hint of disdain. Surely, it was the white wolf from before. Now, he stood motionless on the water's surface like an exquisite statue, enveloped in silence. How inconsiderate of you to escort a monk so far, I thought. Rising from the water with resignation, I leapt to the grass nearby, changed my clothes, and re-emerged. You are remarkably relaxed, I noted. Observing the white wolf still in his place, his ears adorned with a splash of red confirming his identity. However, unlike last time, he possessed only one tail, a curious anomaly. He regarded me with an impassive expression, tinged with a hint of disdain. You ought to leave. This place is not meant for your kind. Before he could finish his sentence, I interjected, then I shouldn't have come at all. Alas, the moment I employed my summoning technique, here I was. There was no avoiding it. I felt compelled to adopt a more audacious demeanor. The white wolf narrowed his eyes, taking a graceful step closer. Enough of your chatter. That was merely a casual remark from an adult. You should depart soon. Given that you are merely an ordinary person, I shall grant you passage this once. But should you dare to linger, I would not hesitate to render your ninjutsu ineffective. So you are indeed sealed, I exclaimed, but quickly shifted focus to his previous statement. Wait, you mentioned someone had said something? You misunderstood my words. All you need to do is walk straight ahead to leave this place. Safe travels. No need for farewells, the white wolf replied, appearing disinterested in further conversation as he turned to depart. However, having come this far, I refused to leave without making an effort, though it may be presumptuous of me. Perhaps we are destined to meet again. Otherwise, how could I have returned here? Spare me your human flattery. Unless you wish to end up like those who came before you. The white wolf did not turn back, but continued walking forward, speaking as he went. What did you say? That only compels me to prevent your departure. I was uncertain of the truth in his words, but for safety's sake, I felt it prudent to follow him, even if it led to confrontation. Chapter 77. Not willing to depart so easily, Humph. Do you wish to know? Then let us see. The white wolf chuckled lightly, leaping into the air. Wait, he can fly? This defies all logic, I thought, bewildered. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though something was floating beneath his feet. Was it the breeze that had just caught my attention? Well, it certainly did not seem overly unscientific. He chuckled and remarked, if you can reach me, I shall grant you one condition. He then ascended to even greater heights, until all that remained visible was a diminutive white Was he mocking me for being unable to utilize my own chakra? If I cannot even accomplish this, perhaps it would be prudent for you to depart, he added. To my surprise, his voice resonated clearly in my ears. What an odd phenomenon. Was this also a manifestation of his technique? You must return my chakra to me, I exclaimed, cupping my hands around my mouth to amplify my voice. Not a chance. You have 9 minutes left. What an outrageous situation. Feeling somewhat helpless, I waved my hand dismissively, though I realized it was futile. It would be wiser to focus on strategizing my next move. Chakra. Even if I cannot use my own, there is an abundance of energy in the surroundings. Why not harness the power of the external world? I nearly overlooked this crucial detail. I promptly closed my eyes and began to attune myself to the surrounding energy. Perhaps it was the peculiar nature of this place, but I sensed an ample supply of energy, and upon absorbing it into my body, a comforting warmth enveloped me. I must admit, this place is truly wondrous, and I find myself wishing to return, perhaps with a bit more audacity. Although my own chakra was inaccessible, the pathway to absorb external energy remained unhindered, which instilled a semblance of confidence within me. I hastened my efforts to replenish my chakra reserves. It is rather embarrassing that I cannot use water release in water. Could it be his doing? My only option left is to attempt wind release, though I am quite apprehensive about my proficiency in it. I pondered, recalling the techniques of wind release. Despite previous training, the rate of my improvement was disappointingly slow. I even began to question my ability to master this technique. Wind release, you must succeed, I implored silently. Thus, as I executed the wind release, I felt as though I truly began to levitate. Have I succeeded? Yet, this seemed illogical. Indeed, I had celebrated too soon. Within moments, my wind release dissipated as if it had never existed. However, the memory of that sensation could be recaptured. I attempted several more times, but alas, there was little advancement. Your time is down to 2.5 minutes, the white wolf interjected, startling me. How could time have passed so swiftly? Was I truly on the brink of failure? I refused to concede in such a place. Once more, I resolved to try. I closed my eyes again, gathering strength beneath my feet, as that familiar yet foreign energy began to coalesce anew. Wind release must replicate that previous sensation, sustaining and rising, continuing to ascend. Regrettably, after this attempt, I found myself elevated a mere meter. That figure now appeared to be an insurmountable distance away. Since this cannot be sustained for long, let us employ a different method. I concentrated my chakra at the soles of my feet and leaped into the air with great force. The white wolf remained impassive, as there was still a considerable distance between us. However, I swiftly utilized wind release, granting myself a brief pause before leaping once more in his direction. This time, his eyes widened slightly, yet he showed no inclination to move, allowing me to land directly above him. Should I clarify that this was unintentional? Please, make way. I felt certain that my descent would inevitably collide with him, and I flailed my arms in a frantic gesture, calling out. I noticed the corners of his mouth twitch, and soon I felt an invisible buoyancy around me, as if I were soaring, before safely touching down alongside him. Ahem, my apologies, but was I not? Although slightly embarrassed, I felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, could this not be deemed a success in a roundabout way? Heh, congratulations on your failure. The white wolf replied with a calm tone laced with amusement. You exceeded the time limit by 5 seconds and did not even touch me. What? I was momentarily stunned. Had I truly gone over time? If I had made contact, it would have been a catastrophe. Well, you must take your leave now. The white wolf stated once more. But please, allow me another attempt. Do not make me repeat myself. A formidable force surged around the white wolf, one that I could sense even without relying on my chakra perception, sending a chill down my spine. I could not help but widen my eyes, my breath quickening. Nevertheless, I implored, please allow me one more try. Just as I spoke, a sharp gust of wind swept across my face, severing the loose strands of hair nearby, and warmth cascaded down my cheeks. This wind is truly astonishing, but I shall not retreat. I am determined to face you. I tilted my head back, rallying myself. Are you truly resolved to do this? His voice was tinged with anger, and I faintly perceived the rumble of thunder in the distance. Heh, I humbly request your guidance. I bit my lip and let out a soft laugh. For some reason, at this juncture, I felt oddly relaxed. After all, if I cannot win, I might as well flee, considering it a learning experience. Haha, if that is the case, then follow me. The white wolf suddenly retracted all his imposing presence, chuckling softly before quickly regaining his seriousness. What is going on? Am I being led astray? Heh. If you do not keep up, I would not mind escorting you out, the white wolf remarked without explaining further, quickening his pace ahead. Wait. I was puzzled by his intentions and had no choice but to hasten my steps to keep up with him. Before long, we emerged from the forest, arriving at a small pavilion where a white wolf, identical to the one before me, lay in the center. Though both were white, it was easy to distinguish their fur. The guiding wolf was moon white, while the one within was snow white, evoking thoughts of pure, unblemished snow. I found myself momentarily entranced. Shall we move? The white wolf urged as he noticed my hesitation. Yes, of course. I regained my composure and followed in his footsteps, stepping into the small pavilion. Yet, it was clear that this pavilion was no ordinary structure. Upon entering, I discovered the space within was astonishingly vast, leaving me to seriously question whether I had arrived in another realm. The ground beneath my feet was equally extraordinary, akin to walking upon the surface of water, each step creating ripples that danced around me. What left me utterly speechless, however, was the sight of the magnificent white wolf before me, its grandeur defying imagination and hinting at an otherworldly being. This place was truly remarkable. I mused that this venerable white wolf must surely be the elder of this realm. You are not mistaken in your thoughts, a rich and resonant voice echoed, imbued with a mature magnetism that exuded the dignity of a sage. But wait. I have yet to utter a single word. I stammered, astonished. Can you truly hear my innermost thoughts? I was rendered speechless by the revelation of such formidable prowess. Not quite as exaggerated as you might think, the elder chuckled lightly, offering an explanation. However, I did not anticipate that you would subject her to an unwarranted trial. Though it appears the outcome is favorable, is it not? Well, what do you mean? I felt an inexplicable sense of being toyed with, furrowing my brow at the individual named Chen Kong. He disregarded my confusion, instead addressing the elder directly. It is not so simple. Merely a minor assessment. For I could never allow just anyone to enter this place. It is my duty. This fellow barely meets the qualifications. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. I had indeed been played for a fool. This is outrageous. I cannot remain silent. I protested vehemently. It is a necessary trial, essential. Do you understand? The white wolf turned its head away dismissively. All mere excuses. I retorted, feeling indignant. See, this is why I say humans are troublesome, he remarked. You are the original source of trouble here. Please recognize the truth. I exclaimed, my frustration mounting. I resolved to seek an opportunity for redress in the future. Chen Kong, perhaps you ought to offer an apology to this young lady, the elder suggested with a smile. Yet, Chen Kong seemed poised to say more. Enough. You should now comprehend the elder's intent. If the two of you truly wish to quarrel, it would be best to step outside. This is a sanctuary of tranquility. A graceful gray wolf, who had appeared beside the elder, stated elegantly. She then paused, casting a long scroll toward Chen Kong. He hesitated for a moment before catching it with a gust of wind. I apologize. I shall take my leave at once, I said hurriedly, retreating, with Chen Kong following suit shortly after. We walked a little farther and found a spot by a small pond to sit down. Chen Kong glanced at me and finally spoke. I must apologize. The previous trial was indeed unnecessary, he admitted, narrowing his eyes and deliberately elongating his words, the green of his gaze sparkling like gems. However, I shall not concede to you, troublesome little imp. Who wants to hear such remarks? I exclaimed. And I am not a little imp, even if you refuse to acknowledge it. Of course, I have a name. It is Qin Nanmitsi. Please remember it. I truly wish to roll my eyes at him. How could such a person, no, a wolf, exist? I let out a dismissive snort and then recalled the matter at hand, extending the scroll towards me. I almost forgot this. Write your name here. I can hardly believe it. You actually want me to inscribe my name. I did not wish to say much and simply took the scroll, the content reminding me of its designation. Spirit contract? Could this be the spirit contract? Just write it quickly. It's rather time-consuming, he urged, clearly displaying a considerable impatience. I was utterly speechless, ignoring his words. I glanced at the previous content on the scroll and mimicked it to complete the task. By the way, you mentioned what happened to those who came here before. I suddenly recalled his earlier words. I'm terribly sorry. I have no recollection. Wow, you really are a master of deceit. Chen Kong said no more, and suddenly, a magical array appeared beneath my feet. Farewell, or rather, never to be seen again. How outrageous. I closed my eyes, and in the next instant, I found myself face to face with the person who was about to explode with anger. Danger, danger, danger. Chapter 78. Learning healing techniques. You are truly a mischief maker. He was taken aback, then quickly reacted, delivering a sharp rap to my head. Ouch, ouch. Overall, it was successful. Don't be angry, please. I rubbed my aching head, hastily explaining. You certainly have your ways. Do you realize you've been missing for several days? Just so you know, Naruto and the others have completed their missions and returned. I missed the mission? Oh no, what splendid events have I overlooked? Never mind. It's not a significant issue, though I do lament the loss of the mission reward. However, it seems that time in the realm of summoning differs from that in reality. I couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Honestly, if you hadn't returned soon, I would have had to report to Tsunade, do you understand? I truly apologize. I sheepishly scratched my head. Did they sustain any injuries? They are likely engaged in a task related to Sakura's resolve ignited just before Naruto's departure. Of course, they're fine. Never mind. It's good that you're back. Otherwise, I would have been pestered by that little rascal Naruto. Jiraiya sighed in resignation, accepting my second successful return. However, if you truly intend to undertake these matters, you must think carefully and proceed with caution, understood? I can't fathom what you all are recklessly doing. I wonder who you learned this from. I sent it from you all. I silently complained in my heart, then nodded in acknowledgement. So, you really won't be following us anymore? I promptly nodded. Well then, I understand. Will you not bid farewell to that fellow? Let us skip the farewells. It feels rather strange. If it must be said, please convey a message for me. As I bid farewell to Naruto, it struck me that this was not a final goodbye. After all, a mere 3 years will pass. Yet, I cannot deny a tinge of reluctance. For we have shared a significant part of our lives together, and the thought of separation feels somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, the following day, Jiraiya set off with Naruto, while the rest of the young ones embarked on their own paths of training. I felt a sense of joy in witnessing everyone discovering their pursuits, as it would soon lead to their growth. However, my elation was short-lived. Hey, I recall Jiraiya mentioning that you wished to train in medical ninjutsu under my guidance. But what is this preparation for? It was only when Tsunade and Sakura appeared before me, ready to head to the training ground, that I realized something amiss. When did Jiraiya inform Tsunade of my desire to learn medical techniques? Could it be that he intended to place me in a predicament due to yesterday's events? Nonetheless, how could I refuse this opportunity? Well, it seems I had already contemplated the idea of studying medical ninjutsu, not to mention preparing for future endeavors, although I was uncertain about how proficient I could become. I see that Jiraiya has already suggested this to you. However, I must confess that I may not be particularly adept at it, I admitted. Truthfully, my confidence in this area was rather limited. After all, one's capacity for knowledge is finite, and only those who have tried can truly understand. You haven't even attempted it yet. So how can you be so sure of yourself? Be sure to muster all your spirit, Tsunade remarked with a slight smile. I nodded in agreement, eager to commence training alongside them. So, Tsunade, what shall we learn today? As we strolled through the expansive grove, I had a hunch about the skills I might acquire. Yet it was prudent to ask nonetheless. That is an excellent question, Tsunade replied, leading us to a clearing. Let us begin right here. Is this truly the start? Surely, no preparations are required? Or had we been expected to be ready all along? Sakura looked bewildered, and I contemplated whether I should draw my kunai. In the next moment, Tsunade swiftly appeared before me, causing my eyes to widen instinctively. Before I could react, she clenched her fist and directed a powerful strike toward my abdomen. Without a moment's hesitation, I instinctively channeled chakra to my abdomen and arms, preparing to defend myself. The next instant, I felt an overwhelming force bearing down on me. Out of instinct, I closed my eyes, only to hear Tsunade's displeased grunt. Alas, even if I wished to open my eyes, I lacked the capability to do so. In the following moment, I felt a significant impact. However, the pain was not unbearable. After all, water-style techniques excel in this regard, though I seemed to have overlooked something crucial. It was only upon colliding with a tree that I realized the severity of the situation. While the ground was manageable, hitting a tree posed a greater challenge. I bit my lip in frustration, stretching my limbs. Fortunately, I had only sustained a slight discomfort on my back. Next time, I should thicken my water-style defenses. I must don the thickest armor. Are you alright, Xiaoxiang? I waved my hand at Sakura, who wore a worried expression, slowly rising to my feet to gaze at Tsunade alongside her. Tsunade continued her inquiry. Why is this happening? When you find yourself on the battlefield, do you still question the enemy's motives? Her countenance was grave. Sakura, momentarily at a loss for words, sighed, recognizing the truth in Tsunade's words. This meant that the medical ninjas we aspired to cultivate must master medical ninjutsu, and taijutsu simultaneously. A formidable challenge indeed. I felt that, given my current skills, managing to learn even a portion would be a monumental feat. However, I had previously resolved to give it a try, particularly eager to excel in the more forceful aspects. Moreover, I had often felt I lacked the knack for it, wasting a considerable amount of chakra. Thus, systematic learning seemed prudent. Come, attack me, Tsunade instructed us. Understood. I murmured softly, nodding briskly. I clenched my fists, focusing my chakra, and struck towards where she stood. Tsunade, without uttering a word, slowly lifted her right hand and effortlessly intercepted my blow with a single finger. It felt as though my fist had collided with a solid rock. Nevertheless, the force of my strike caused the ground beneath her to fracture, creating numerous fissures radiating outward. It appeared impressive, yet still insufficient. Tsunade commented, adjusting her force slightly, and I found myself involuntarily pushed backward. Fearing she would immediately pursue me, I instinctively withdrew a kunai from my pocket and hurled it at her, only for her to nonchalantly swat it aside without moving her feet. At that moment, Sakura seemed to have finally made up her mind. She tightly gripped her kunai and charged at Tsunade, who had paused momentarily. However, like me, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage and was sent flying far away. I hastily formed hand seals to control the water, hoping to catch Sakura as she fell. Do you believe you have the luxury to concern yourself with others at this moment? In the instant of my distraction, Tsunade reappeared before me, and before I could react, I was propelled backward by a powerful punch. After this round of attacks, both Sakura and I were left in a rather disheveled state, while Tsunade appeared untouched. Returning to her previous position, we had undeniably suffered a pure defeat. You are far from adequate. You must exert all your strength. How can you progress otherwise? If you cannot even protect yourself, how can you aspire to be a healer capable of safeguarding others while aiding your comrades? Rubbing my sore back and brushing off my clothes, I absorbed her words, feeling quite disheartened. Well then, shall we strive a bit harder? I thought as I observed Sakura charging forward once more. Seizing this opportunity, I adjusted my stance, once again concentrating chakra in my hands and feet. This time, however, I attempted to compress the chakra, focusing it more intensely, and removed my weights to propel myself anew. I aimed carefully, and as Sakura retreated, I swiftly maneuvered to Tsunade's rear, preparing to deliver a forceful punch. Regrettably, she did not glance back, but instead stamped her foot fiercely, causing fragments of the ground to fly towards me. I did not evade, maintaining my clenched fists in relentless assault. At the very least, I would not close my eyes this time, would I? Tsunade gently turned, raising her palm to intercept my strike. Feeling her counterforce, I immediately released my grip and crouched down, executing a swift, sweeping kick. In that moment, I knew that Sakura's shurikens must have been launched as well. At last, Tsunade took a step back. With a series of claps, she declared, "All right, that will be all for today. You have all performed admirably. Please come to my office at 9:30 tomorrow morning to begin your studies in medical ninjutsu." Tsunade, with a look of satisfaction, clapped her hands and nodded at us, who were now exhausted and standing amidst the recently shattered ground. Finally, she revealed her first smile of the day. Well then, see you both tomorrow. Chapter 79. The determination to progress. After the medical ninjutsu lesson, I arrived at Ino's flower shop to collect the bouquet my mother had ordered yesterday. Wow, I must say, the flowers in your shop are truly exceptional, I exclaimed, my eyes sparkling as I held the large, meticulously arranged bouquet that Ino handed me. The fragrance wafted towards me even without needing to draw close, and combined with its exquisite design, the already beautiful flowers exuded an enhanced charm. This, I suppose, is the artistry of nature. Hee, you certainly have a discerning eye. These will last quite a while as long as you water them properly, Ino said, striking a pose with her hands on her hips, a hint of pride in her smile. However, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor, though a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. By the way, how is your training in medical ninjutsu going? Why did she suddenly bring this up? I thought, observing Ino's expression, which bore a hint of melancholy. Despite having previously studied medical ninjutsu with us, it was a delicate skill that required meticulous attention. I remained committed solely because I understood the necessity of mastering it. Ino, however, had other skills from the Yamanaka clan to learn, naturally diverting her focus from medical studies. Still, I hoped she would find time to join us in our learning endeavors. Well, it should be going fairly well, I suppose. After all, it's a gradual process. We need to study medical ninjutsu as well as self-defense techniques. It's quite challenging, I sighed, tightening my grip on the bouquet before gradually relaxing it as I continued. But I can sense that Sakura is putting in a lot of effort, and she possesses remarkable talent. I believe she will make significant progress very soon. At this point, I couldn't help but smile gently at Ino. Oh, I see, Ino replied, seemingly lost in thought as she unconsciously gazed towards the entrance. Following her gaze, I spotted a familiar figure. It was Sakura. Ino quickly changed her tone. Hey, long time no see. I thought you were someone else. So it's just Ino. Sakura teased. Ahem, it's you, Sakura. What a coincidence. Would you like to walk home with me? I glanced between Ino and Sakura, eager to avoid any verbal sparring. Of course, that sounds great. Sakura nodded in agreement. It's getting late. Until next time, Ino. I waved goodbye to Ino and followed Sakura's footsteps, ready to head home. The journey was somewhat silent, and I occasionally glanced at the flowers in my hand. Did you order these yourself? Sakura inquired. No, my mother placed the order yesterday. She has long wanted to buy more to decorate our living room. Just the day before, she eagerly purchased a vase and couldn't wait to place the order. I explained with a smile. Indeed, their flowers are quite lovely. Sakura nodded in agreement. After this topic concluded, we fell into silence once more, but she was almost home. I needed to say something quickly. So, Sakura, do you have anything else you wish to ask? I decided to take the initiative. You've had this look from the very beginning, as if you wanted to say something. She paused, turning slightly to look at me. I just think you're really impressive, Shaokon. Me? Impressive? This left me momentarily bewildered. Well, when I first practiced with Lady Tsunade, I wanted to say that, or rather, I've thought this for a long time. You all are truly remarkable, Sakura replied with a faint smile, squinting her eyes as she gazed ahead. But you, Sakura, also work hard and are quite impressive. I merely had more practical experience than you before, which makes it seem like I'm doing well. Besides, we all strive to become stronger to catch up with them, right? At least, that's one of my reasons. More importantly, I've genuinely noticed your progress during our medical training sessions. I believe that in the near future, you will undoubtedly become as formidable as them, becoming an exceptional medical ninja. There is no doubt about it, so you should be more confident. I gently patted Sakura's shoulder, smiling warmly. Sakura turned to me, momentarily stunned, then suddenly embraced me, leaving me feeling a bit flustered. Thank you, Shaokon. Tomorrow, or rather in the future, let us continue to advance in our efforts to catch up with them. That's right, striving to keep up with them. Indeed, from the following day onward, I could more distinctly perceive Sakura's serious attitude, which was truly commendable. Miko. A familiar voice brought me back to reality. I lifted my gaze slightly to see Tsunade approaching with a stern expression and arms crossed. Ahem, my apologies. I quickly refocused on the fish before me, gathering chakra in my palm. I must say, the medical chakra indeed differs in color from the ordinary chakra. To elaborate, in my view, normal chakra manifests as blue, while abnormal types typically present in two colors, red, used by Jinchuriki, and green, which is the medical chakra I currently wield. However, I feel that this medical chakra involves a delicate manipulation of chakra, particularly positive chakra. I like to refer to this refined control as micromanipulation. What astonished me even more was the revelation that I could actually wield yang release chakra. During my studies on this subject, through chakra paper testing and my ability to perform simple jinjutsu, I had always believed that the elemental chakra I could utilize was limited to water release, wind release, and a smidgen of yin release. However, I never anticipated that I would indeed possess the ability of yang release, which is one of the prerequisites for learning medical ninjutsu. Without it, the subsequent tasks would be rather challenging, thus providing me with a sense of reassurance. Yet, it is evident that an ordinary individual like myself lacks an abundance of yang chakra. Therefore, the conventional approach would be to modify the utilization of yang chakra. It cannot be employed in a haphazard and crude manner, but rather requires a more meticulous operation to successfully implement medical techniques. This implies that we must invest considerable effort and possess a high degree of finesse to achieve success. Furthermore, I believe that mastering this technique would serve as an efficient method of conserving chakra, thus preserving one's strength, which offers numerous advantages. Focusing my mind, I reflected on how I had previously executed the medical procedure and aimed to apply it to the fish before me. I glanced at the nearly lifeless fish, unable to suppress a wry smile as I silently mourned for it, placing it aside. Instead of hastily initiating another attempt, I pondered Tsunade's process and then retrieved another fish to place on the table before me. Taking a deep breath, I gathered my yang chakra once more and endeavored to perform the medical technique again. This time, I sensed a different experience from the last. Upon the medical chakra's contact with the fish, it appeared as though its inherently lifeless body underwent a transformation under the wondrous effects of the medical technique. Perhaps this was the key to grasping the essence of medical ninjutsu. I internally scoffed and seized the opportunity to continue practicing. Chapter 80. Suggestions for Improvement. To be honest, I have long pondered a peculiar matter. The technological advancements in this world are quite strange. They possess extraordinarily advanced medical techniques and communication devices. Yet information often relies on physical means of transmission, lacking adequate and widely accessible transportation and communication tools. By the way, Xiaoxiang, I recall that we wagered something long ago, and you won that bet, didn't you? You haven't completely forgotten about it due to the passage of time, have you? I, for one, have an exceptional memory. Just as I was preparing to leave, Tsunade lightly tapped the table with her pen and looked up to inquire. Well, I must admit I have indeed forgotten about that matter, although I had long since made plans regarding it. I couldn't help but run my fingers through my hair and said, mainly because so much time has passed. I thought to myself that if I forgot, then so be it. I didn't expect you to remember. Besides, I hadn't come up with any good ideas back then, so I figured I would leave it for another opportunity. Your memory. So what about now? Do you have any good ideas? If not, I suppose I can reluctantly agree to let you tell me tomorrow. Tsunade ultimately offered a more reasonable suggestion. To this, I wished to speak candidly, but expressing it outright would be too transparent. After all, I wanted to propose the establishment of a new underground emergency shelter. No, this matter must be approached more delicately. Perhaps enlisting my father to discuss it would be more effective. I shall contemplate another idea instead. May I still make this request? I inquired hastily. Could I perhaps apply to discuss it tomorrow? Tsunade nodded in agreement, indicating that this would be permissible just this once. Thank you so much. I shall ponder over it thoroughly when I return home. Until we meet again, Tsunade-san. Yes, go ahead, she replied, continuing with her work as I gently closed the door behind me. As I walked alone on the path back home, I couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. Although it had only been a mere 2 months since Naruto had departed from the village, the absence of the usual vibrancy left me feeling somewhat unsettled. With a sigh, I opened the door to my home. You're back? A familiar voice greeted me. I was momentarily taken aback to see my father, unexpectedly home early, seated on the living room sofa. You're back so soon today? Where's Mom? I paused by the coat rack, hanging up my bag, and glanced around, noticing her absence. She mentioned she would buy some groceries and see if there was anything else we might need. She should be returning shortly. Come, sit down, my father beckoned. Going out. Who are you meeting? I asked curiously, quickly joining him on the sofa to rest for a moment. Just some old acquaintances, like Shikaku and the others. He replied, lifting his glass of water and downing half of it in one go. I see. I nodded lightly, understanding. So, how was your study today? Medical skills cannot be rushed. They require patience. Indeed, I will strive to master them. After all, there is a significant likelihood that I will need to utilize these skills in the future. It would be troublesome if I were to falter when the time comes. I sighed, suddenly reminded of the task at hand for tomorrow. By the way, Dad, I made a wager with Tsunade-san and emerged victorious. Thus, I have a matter I wish to entrust to her. What is it that you have in mind? I propose the establishment of an underground emergency shelter. While the original narrative included a refuge, the existing one seems ill-suited for the later developments in the storyline. Therefore, I thought it prudent to suggest some adjustments. My father momentarily faltered, at a loss for words. Well, I nearly mentioned that myself, considering the potential scenarios that may unfold. I firmly believe this matter should be prioritized for early preparation. Yet, I felt it was rather inappropriate for me to voice this, so I pivoted to another topic, engaging my father in discussion about it. What is it? Just then, the sound of the door opening caught our attention. My mother had returned. We hurried over to assist her with the bags, placing them in the kitchen. Once everything was settled, we resumed our seats on the sofa, continuing our conversation. In summary, I expressed my thoughts. Each time we embark on a mission, simple tasks are manageable, but when confronted with assignments that require combat, it is nearly inevitable that team members may sustain injuries. Particularly, in the event of severe injuries, such as excessive blood loss, immediate intervention is crucial. I felt that if we could prepare blood packs and other necessary equipment beforehand, we could significantly enhance our ability to manage such situations on site. However, there are some concerns regarding the shelf life of these supplies, my father interjected. I nodded in acknowledgement. Placing it within a scroll may indeed be a convenient solution, potentially ensuring the longevity of these resources, though the creation of such a scroll poses its own challenges. My mother stroked her chin and suggested this. This is indeed the case. The technology of scrolls requires further optimization by skilled individuals adept in the rare art of space ninjutsu to extend their usability. Moreover, it is not merely these two matters. We still have the psychological therapy room, the convenient mode of transportation in the form of bicycles yet to be realized. Not to mention steam-powered vehicles, and so forth. There are so many tasks I yearn to accomplish. Indeed, there is still a great deal to be done. As for your suggestion, feel free to relay it to Tsunade. My father patted my shoulder, and we shall handle the rest. Perhaps we can discuss it over dinner tonight. Yes, after all, these endeavors demand significant human and material resources, making them quite taxing and requiring careful consideration. The following afternoon, after Sakura and I had completed our training in medical ninjutsu and were preparing to head home from school, Tsunade initiated a conversation. Koharu, have you thought it through this time? I have indeed thought it over, I replied. Tsunade-sama, I hope our medical department can establish a comprehensive database of blood types for all ninjas, along with a materials supply repository. Tsunade's mouth fell slightly agape. Caught off guard. Sakura also paused in her task of tidying up and turned her gaze toward me. Clearing my throat, I began to elucidate my intentions. You see, every time we embark on a mission, it is inevitable that I coughed a few times to gather my thoughts. This way, even when I venture out, it would be reasonable for me to prepare several bags containing blood packs of each person's blood type, along with some emergency supplies, right? Tsunade listened quietly, occasionally crossing her arms or stroking her chin. After a brief moment of silence, she nodded. I find your suggestion quite feasible. I shall take note of it. However, I must admit, I am somewhat surprised that you presented it as a wager's reward. With a subtle smile, Tsunade cast a scrutinizing glance my way. Regarding this matter, I had initially intended to discuss other topics, but it felt inappropriate, so I decided to converse with my parents first. Thus, I laid out the reasoning I had contemplated earlier, for it was indeed the truth. Well, it seems to have turned out well. You may head back now. Goodbye, Tsunade-sama. I quickly bid farewell, preparing to make my exit. Farewell, sensei, Sakura added a beat later, then matched her pace with mine. On the way home, the familiar silence made me feel somewhat anxious, and I occasionally stole glances at Sakura, who was walking beside me at a leisurely pace. Sakura, I broke the silence with concern. I'm sorry for troubling you to accompany me home, even though it's somewhat out of your way. It's quite all right. I should still wait a while before returning anyway. I quickly interrupted her worries, reminding myself that I must not neglect my daily practice. Koharu, listening to the proposals you shared with Tsunade, I truly think they are remarkable and impressive. Yet, I feel as though I still lack confidence in my own abilities. Can I truly? How could Sakura doubt her own capabilities? I can effortlessly recall the remarkable future that awaits her, and at present, she should wholeheartedly believe in herself. Sakura, as you are aware, everyone possesses their own unique strengths. I find joy in drawing inspiration from the experiences of those who came before us, experimenting with their ideas to transform our reality. As for you, I am convinced that you have the potential to excel in the realms of medicine and illusion, carving out your own path to success. It is difficult for me to accept the notion of not having you, Sakura, and a hint of melancholy lingers in my tone. Moreover, let us not forget that even Sasuke has acknowledged your prowess in Jinjutsu, which stands as impressive even among our peers. Your meticulousness and dedication have been evident in our recent training sessions. Your progress is unmistakable. Tsunade frequently praises you, does she not? And we had promised to strive together to catch up with them. Indeed. However, I have never contemplated venturing into illusion techniques. Precisely because you have yet to try. You should indeed give it a shot. I could not help but clear my throat and continue. Let us envision a scenario where our esteemed Sakura, upon detecting an enemy, adeptly employs Genjutsu to ensnare them. By the time they manage to break free, you would have already struck them down. How does that sound? Quite impressive, I must say. Alas, if only I were more adept at shadow techniques, I would be tempted to give it a whirl myself. I understand. I will inquire with Lady Hong soon. Thank you, Xiaoxiang. Sakura clenched her fists, resolute. I eagerly anticipate what the future may hold for us. I responded with a smile. Scene, barbecue restaurant Nara Shikako. By the way, Yumming, you mentioned last time that you would share your grand plan with us. If you don't speak up soon, my interest might dwindle. Yamashiro II. Indeed, Shikaku. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten this matter. Akito Dingswa, seriously devouring food, listening intently, Qin Nanshu, originally Lin Yumming. The protagonist's father. Well, if I may share, my daughter provided me with an intriguing idea from her novel, An Underground Emergency Shelter. Shikaku. I recall that the village constructed one not too long ago. Are you suggesting? Shu. However, to be truly prepared for unforeseen circumstances, it may not suffice. Who can predict what lies ahead? It is always wise to take precautions. Aye. Yet, this is indeed a grand endeavor. Convincing the fifth Hokage should be straightforward. But the real challenge lies ahead with the others. Dingswa, could you elaborate? Perhaps we can offer our assistance. Shu. Detailed explanation of the plan, I understand. But it might actually prove useful. Shikaku. I see. Then let us discuss this with Asuma together. Chapter 81. 8 Gates. Despite my recent training, particularly in medical ninjutsu, I feel I have made significant strides in mastering chakra. However, my chakra reserves remain limited, making it challenging to expand them further. Yet, when it comes to skills capable of significantly enhancing one's strength, the 8 Gates cannot be overlooked. To speak candidly, this technique can indeed be classified as a forbidden art, and typically, such arts are fraught with complications. However, one might argue that the cost of initiating this particular technique is not excessively burdensome. Perhaps it is not an exaggeration. In any case, it is quite suitable for use in a duel-like battlefield. Given that the cost is manageable, does that imply I could invest a modicum of effort into this area? A bold notion sprang to mind. If conditions permit, could I maintain this state indefinitely? Compelled by my thoughts, I resolved to take action in 2 steps. First, to consult with a professional, and second, to delve into the library for further information. Soon, I located the 3rd class during their intermission. I hastily greeted them and inquired about this matter. Xiaoli looked at me in bewilderment, scratching his head as he exclaimed, "Huh, the 8 Gates of Duanjia? Why is Xiaoxiang suddenly asking about this? Could it be that you, Xiaoxiang, have developed an interest in this technique?" he asked. Astonished, I replied, "Well, I consider this technique to be one of the means to temporarily enhance one's abilities. As far as I recall, as long as one can train their body to withstand the burden of opening the 8 Gates, anyone should be able to do so. However, employing this technique at a critical moment could yield significant advantages. If combined with celestial arts, the possibilities are quite exhilarating." Ning Ci nodded slightly in agreement. However, this technique is quite challenging. Even with constant training, Xiaoli can only manage to open 3 gates. The conditions for activation and its side effects are not to be underestimated, he elucidated, comprehending my intent. Yes, I understand. I have no intention of diving in head first, as I truly doubt my body can endure it. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to learn about it first. Who knows what discoveries might await me? My eagerness was palpable. It would be beneficial to familiarize yourself with it. I recall that the 2nd floor of the library has some introductory texts. You should check there. Received? Thank you very much. I replied, then dispersed my shadow clone. My original self, having awaited this message, made a beeline for the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, on the other side, I muttered softly while perusing the shelves, 8 Gates of Duanjia. Here we go. I gently extracted a book that seemed to have been borrowed infrequently, likely due to its brevity, but it would suffice. Open the gate, release the cerebral limitations to achieve 100% physical capability. Overexerting bodily energy to enhance speed and power. Indeed, this was the case. I recalled that after Xiaoli opened a gate, his strength surged, allowing him to ensnare his opponent with the petal lotus technique, an excellent choice for a dramatic enhancement of one's abilities. This technique involves liberating the body from its constraints on chakra, allowing excess energy to be unleashed. In the intricate meridian system governing the flow of chakra within the body, there exist points of inhibition and control. The term opening the gates suggests that by utilizing chakra, one can unlock these barriers, thereby liberating the flow of energy for personal empowerment and an instantaneous enhancement of one's abilities. As I delved deeper, I discovered a delightful illustration of the meridians, which proved to be remarkably friendly for someone like me who has yet to embark on a systematic study of medicine. How wonderful! I couldn't help but express my appreciation. Eager to learn, I swiftly made my way to the training ground, seated myself cross-legged, and closed my eyes. I resolved to locate the gates and attempt to open them with my chakra. Should I encounter insurmountable difficulty, I would promptly cease, a strategy one dubbed timely loss mitigation. Ahem. Thus, I declare the commencement of my inaugural gate-opening endeavor. Drawing a deep breath, I settled by the riverside. Closing my eyes to attune myself to the flow of my chakra, I sensed it circulating throughout my body, guided by my thoughts, until it reached the acupoint where the gate was located. With determination, I surged forward. There was no room for hesitation. I concentrated my chakra and propelled it towards that point. An overwhelming tide of chakra surged within me, becoming increasingly difficult to manage. It began to roam freely within my body, driven by an urge to break free. My physical form felt as if it were a mere sheet of paper caught in a tempest, on the brink of shattering, yet simultaneously burdened by an immense weight, threatening to crush me. At some point, a metallic sweetness filled my throat, and my thoughts became disoriented. I resolutely closed my eyes. I could sense that the gate was tantalizingly close to being fully opened, just a fraction away. My chakra continued to swirl chaotically, and I endeavored to rein in this tumultuous energy. Yet, it seemed that the more I sought to restrain it, the more vigorous it became, rampaging through my body. Indeed, my form was still unable to endure such pressure. However, this chakra is mine, this body is mine. I refused to yield, nor could I allow myself to falter. This precious opportunity was worth one final push. I found myself unable to suppress a low roar as I continued to assault the gate. At last, I experienced a moment of unparalleled smoothness. Shortly thereafter, I was enveloped by a magnificent surge of power, a sensation I had never encountered before. A hint of astonishment graced my features as a smile crept upon my lips. However, after such exertion, my body was utterly fatigued. I staggered and barely managed to lean against a tree, coughing up blood that had emerged from the strain of opening the gate. I had succeeded. Gasping at the tremor in my hands, I noted the rasp in my voice. Yet, in this weakened state, how could I possibly confront my adversaries? The very act of chanting would surely be out of the question. Before I could finish my words, I could no longer withstand the strain and slowly closed my eyes, collapsing. Thus, I resolved to train for the sake of opening the door. I am uncertain how much time passed. The familiar scent of disinfectant and medicine enveloped me, along with the recognizable white ceiling, and, most notably, the irate visage of Tsunade and the anxious expression of Sakura. Xiaoxiang, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, nearly throwing herself onto the bed. You finally awakened. A sharp pain surged through me, prompting me to involuntarily tug at my lips in discomfort. Sakura hastily stood by my side as I gradually propped myself up. Sakura, please step outside. As she stabilized herself, Tsunade's abrupt command tightened my chest. Huh, all right. Sakura cast a puzzled glance in my direction before departing, leaving the room enveloped in silence between the two of us. I felt compelled to initiate conversation in this atmosphere. You opened the 8 gates, did you not? Yes, I replied, observing Tsunade's expression as her countenance darkened ominously. I promptly conceded. Upon hearing my admission, her brows knitted together in disapproval, and with a swift motion, she delivered a powerful punch. Instinctively, I employed water release to deflect her assault. Please, this is a hospital. We cannot afford any damage. I apologize. I stammered, startled, my words scarcely coherent. You are fully aware that your current physical condition cannot endure such a burden. How could you act so recklessly? If it weren't for someone who noticed and brought you to the hospital, how long would it take for you to recover? You tell me. But at least it was successful, I muttered under my breath. What did you say? Tsunade's voice escalated once more, preparing to strike again. No more chances. No more. Humph. If there are any regular training sessions with Guy's team, you must attend. No. Joining them is like stepping into the gates of hell. How can I, in my diminutive state, endure such intense training? That's settled then. All right. Chapter 82. Side Story. Eternal Lotus in the morning, per Tsunade's instructions. I was free to arrange my time without classes, so I went directly to the hospital to assist. However, as I ascended the stairs to the second floor, I overheard a discussion nearby. I heard that a patient arrived today who is exceedingly difficult to handle. One nurse began gossiping. Really? Why? Another nurse inquired, surprised. They say anyone who approaches him is met with some kind of obstruction, making it impossible to assess his injuries. Even the doctors, well, especially Shizun, had a tough time examining him. I've heard his condition is quite dire. This situation made even me consider switching jobs, and when I recently attempted to approach him, I found it utterly impossible. It was my first encounter with such a hazardous patient, the nurse lamented, shaking her head in frustration. And what else? I listened intently, intrigued by the conversation between the two nurses. Ah, you startled me. It's just you, Miko? I thought it was Lady Tsunade, one nurse exclaimed, visibly taken aback and calming herself with a hand on her chest. Rest assured, she is currently occupied in the office. It is likely that Mr. Silence has merely come over. Although Silence is not physically present here, she is probably engaged elsewhere on another floor. However, I recall her mentioning that she would assist Lady Tsunade during lunchtime and would not return in the afternoon. This complicates matters regarding that patient. The nurse quickly waved her hand. I see. That sounds quite taxing for you. However, I might be able to assist with the situation you described. Oh, is that possible? If it involves ninjutsu, I should be able to approach him, but would that be too much trouble for you? The nurse hesitated. It is of no concern. I believe it is not a bad thing to employ someone more suited to aid the patient. I am particularly curious about the individual they mentioned, the one who is so difficult to approach. Then I must entrust this to you, Miko. I will inform the person in charge afterwards. Very well, I shall first assess his condition. After clarifying the exact location of the patient's room, I arrived at the door and looked up. The patient's name was Ka, a lovely name indeed. I couldn't help but silently express my thoughts. I wondered what the person was truly like. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the large door, but there was no response. Thus, I decided to open it directly, only to encounter a formidable resistance. Quickly, I enhanced my vision with chakra, and it was then I noticed that, unbeknownst to me, fine strands of chakra had ensnared the door, resembling spider silk and nearly invisible to the naked eye. I was taken aback. Had she already sealed herself off? Was this the unfortunate news referred to by Silence? Contemplating for a moment, I concentrated my chakra in my right hand and deftly severed the nearly imperceptible strands enveloping the doorframe, allowing me to open it with ease. Fortunately, the room was well lit, with the lights on and the curtains drawn back, creating a bright ambience. Do not approach, a somewhat hoarse voice rang out, prompting me to turn towards its source. There, by the window, sat a boy who appeared to be of similar age to myself. He struggled to rise, but remained unsuccessful. His tousled, deep brown hair resembled that of a hedgehog, or perhaps more accurately, a bird's nest. His pale skin and slightly purplish lips indicated that he was in a rather poor state, while his violet eyes sparkled with the light from the room, conveying a sense of vitality. What is the matter with you? You do not appear well. Please allow us to assist you so that you may recover more swiftly. I continued to approach him, intending to guide him back to his bed. Do not jest. It is impossible. I cannot recover. Go away. Ka furrowed his brow. Sitting on the floor, and with a casual wave of his left hand, I felt chakra manifest before me. This time, it was distinctly different from that on the door. It was a tangible wind. This wind was not like a transparent barrier, but rather took on a visible form, swirling and rippling as though it were a mirror reflecting constant undulations, with spikes seemingly ready to launch an attack against any intruder. TSK. The fluidity of this maneuver is reminiscent of a bloodline limit, isn't it? However, who am I? I am a practitioner of wind release, albeit to a modest degree. Let us give it a try. Without hesitation, I swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, then extended my right hand to touch the wall, attuning myself to the fluctuations of chakra. Soon, I discovered that the wind release he was manipulating ceased to entangle, coming to a halt on its own, which left me quite perplexed. Has my proficiency in wind release advanced? You, my dear acquaintance, instinctively withdrew your hand and stepped back. So, do you wish to continue admiring the view outside? I can assist you with that. Without further contemplation, I took a small step closer. Recalling your previous actions and noting the slightly slippery ground beneath my feet, I could not help but suggest. You furrowed your brow slightly, stating that you could manage with water on your own. Given your physical condition, it may not be advisable for you to exert yourself too long. As I spoke, I exited momentarily to fetch a chair nearby, and then, once more, I formed hand seals, manipulating water to place you upon the chair. This should be more convenient, wouldn't it? Please feel free to express any needs you may have. You hesitated, opening your mouth, and, after a prolonged silence, finally uttered a single phrase. Thank you. That will suffice. You may leave now. I apologize, but I wish to learn more about you. It is my duty, after all, for you have come here seeking treatment. No, you exclaimed, your agitation quickly fading. In any case, I do not require assistance. Yet, does not your family's decision to bring you here imply a hope for your recovery? I questioned, perplexed. Family? I am of no value anymore. All right, please, just go. Before I could inquire further, I was enveloped by a sudden wave of warmth, as if a gust of heated air wrapped around me, and in an instant, I found myself outside the room, beginning to close the door. The wind within the room dissipated swiftly, and I caught a final glimpse of your increasingly weary expression before the door shut. I raised my hand, preparing to knock once more, but my motion instinctively halted. Mizuki, have you already seen him? It is not yet time for his medication. I will bring you the medicine shortly, and you can deliver it to him. At some point, Shizen appeared beside me, seemingly ready to check on that child. What is wrong with him? I could not refrain from asking. His condition is peculiar. He was merely weak and could manage to walk, but now he can no longer do so. Upon further examination, we discovered that even his vital organs are deteriorating, leaving Lady Tsunade at a loss for how to proceed. Overall, he may only have a few days left. And, what do you mean by it? This is troubling. Especially since he became rather peculiar when family was mentioned. Could it be some troublesome family dispute? This is truly challenging. Come, let us speak here, Shizen beckoned, leading us to an empty balcony to continue our discussion. His family has never visited him, she said, gazing sadly towards your room. In that case, what more can we do for him? Indeed, as he himself stated, he has been abandoned. Well, it is almost time to deliver the medicine. What we have is merely to alleviate his occasional suffering. But at the very least, it is effective. Then allow me to deliver it. Certainly, I entrust this to you. Perhaps peers might be somewhat better. Thus, I found myself once more at his doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped gently on the door and turned the handle. This time, it was not locked, which was a good sign. What brings you here again with the medicine? Just leave it at the door. Young Helu was obediently lying in bed, staring into space. Upon seeing me enter with the medication, he spoke. All right, I shall not disturb you. Should you require anything, do remember to ring the bell. I shall come to assist you. No need, he replied, pulling the covers over himself completely. I could only shake my head in resignation as I quietly exited the ward. Later that evening, adhering to my commitment to remain at the hospital to assist, I took on the task of patrolling at night. After all, it merely involved checking on the patients and making records. It was hardly a troublesome matter. Phew. I had thoroughly attended to my assigned area and could now settle back into my vigil. Following the dimly lit corridor, presumably dimmed to save electricity, I retraced my steps back to my post. As I passed young Helu's room, noticing a faint glimmer of light seeping through the gap in the door, I instinctively reached for the doorknob with my left hand, preparing to take another glance inside. Knock, knock, knock. I tapped a few times with my right hand, yet there was still no response. Thus, I opened the door directly. Before the word pardon could escape my lips, I felt a breeze near the window. However, when I glanced over, everything appeared as usual. I turned back to see young Helu, who was hurriedly concealing a multitude of expressions, composedly lying on the hospital bed, gazing at me. If only I could ignore the concealed canaille lurking beneath his pillow. They are here to kill me. He naturally took over the conversation, propping himself up against the headboard to glance at me before lowering his gaze to place the canaille on the table beside the bed. I maintained my silence, patiently awaiting his elaboration. I am merely a pawn, a branch family member, distinct from the main family. It seemed that the Hinata family was not the only one grappling with such issues. Regrettably, these familial conflicts were beyond our capacity as outsiders to resolve. Even if I were to disregard them, they would soon come to light. He continued speaking, his voice gradually diminishing. Before that, would you care to step outside once more? I cautiously suggested. What purpose would that serve? There is indeed a purpose. Your eyes are so beautiful, capable of beholding countless splendid sights. At the very least, you can embrace those beautiful things before it is too late, rather than merely waiting for them to make their move or silently endure this suffering. Do you not cherish the views outside the window? Is that so? Young Helu lifted his head. His eyes seemed to shimmer with light, appearing far more spirited than before. That is good. At least do not languish in painful slumber. Following that, with his silent consent, I would daily push young Helu outside the hospital for prolonged strolls. Observing his expressions, I couldn't shake the feeling that he had endured considerable hardship, never having taken the time to truly appreciate his surroundings. Young Helu, may I ask why you suddenly ceased that day? As my wind technique was interrupted before I could finish speaking, that fellow pouted in resignation and raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. How disappointing. Ahem, there's no need to be so sharp. What can I do? While I possess the ability to wield it, my talent is regrettably of a different nature. Alas, after all these years, I find myself unable to utilize the wind effectively. Of course, I have succeeded at times, albeit with considerable difficulty. To you, what does the wind represent? Young Helu fell silent for a brief moment, then began to speak while conjuring a small, rapidly spinning tornado in the palm of his hand, perhaps for easier observation. I stroked my chin, gazing at the vortex he held. Invisible and intangible, yet possessing immense destructive power, it could indeed be deemed an unseen and elusive harbinger of ruin. Indeed, the wind has been an intrinsic aspect of my existence, a companion in my endeavors, yet it can manifest in forms beyond mere destruction. Upon finishing his sentence, the miniature tornado in young Helu's hand suddenly dissipated. In the next moment, I felt enveloped by something intangible. Was it the wind? It was a gentle and serene breeze. It bore a resemblance to my own water technique, accompanied by a comforting warmth. Truly a remarkable ability, right? His voice returned, albeit somewhat softer than before. Perhaps it is some secret technique? How intriguing. Perhaps this fellow's strength is indeed extraordinary. Truly fascinating. Thank you for your willingness to share so much with me. I merely sought to illuminate the path a little. Whether or not you can successfully enhance your wind technique usage is beyond my knowledge. Yes. I remain grateful nonetheless. It's getting late. Shall we return? Young Helu paused for a moment, nodded, and offered no reply. Perhaps at this moment, he has already contemplated that he must ultimately depart. Shall we go for a stroll tomorrow? Back in the hospital room, I smiled and chatted with him by the window. Yes, of course. By the way, do you genuinely think my eyes are beautiful? He suddenly inquired. They are absolutely stunning. I did not hold back my praise. His snow-blue pupils are indeed rare and enchanting, though I find myself puzzled as to why he broached this subject now. Is that so? I understand. Oh, by the way, the book I ordered from the bookstore yesterday, was it not supposed to arrive today? Yes, indeed. I believe it has arrived, but unfortunately, I didn't pass by on my earlier outing. Otherwise, I would have fetched it for you by now, unless you need it urgently. That would be quite troublesome for you. Young Helu rarely displayed a smile, yet I was more than willing to embark on this task. Upon arriving at the bookstore and successfully retrieving the book, I dashed back towards the hospital. However, upon reaching the entrance, I spotted Jingyin lingering about. Mr. Jingyin, what brings you here? Though it was difficult to articulate, the child has already departed. What? My mind went blank for a moment before I gradually regained my composure. I lowered my gaze to the book in my hands, feeling a sense of speechlessness. I have yet to give him this book. But I have not. My words faltered, a lump forming in my throat, halting my speech. Xiao Xiang, you should return home today. I will ensure the book is delivered. I understand. Mr. Silence. The words that lingered on the tip of my tongue ultimately retreated, leaving me with just one utterance. By the way, that child mentioned that his eyes remain for you. Mr. Silence cautiously retrieved a scroll from his pocket and placed it in my hands. In the center of the scroll, there was but a single character inscribed. This is for you, Xiao Xiang. I see. Thank you. He truly is remarkable. You have yet to teach me the wind release technique. Chapter 83. Indeed, one should not venture into dangerous places. In truth, I have never placed much significance on the art of summoning. On one hand, I wish to rely solely on my own strength to address future rescue endeavors. On the other, my recollection of the original narrative indicated that summoning was not employed with great frequency, thus I preferred not to burden them unnecessarily. Therefore, when I received an unusual notification from Chung Kong, particularly regarding the request for a covert operation, I promptly set out. Well then, I entrust the task of herb gathering at the ridge to both of you. Upon arriving at a familiar locale, Fu Shu gave us a slight nod before beginning to elucidate our undertaking. Soon, a piece of paper appeared before us, which I instinctively took and then turned to embark on my journey. As I walked the path of herb gathering, I inquired, "Are the medicinal herbs over there?" What nonsense are you babbling? Chung Kong replied with a practiced eye roll, urging me to hurry. I merely wished to confirm, I retorted, feeling exasperated as I continued to follow him. Alas, communication with teammates leaves much to be desired. I must admit, after sealing his chakra with a technique, his speed had diminished significantly. He used to stride with such vigor, yet now I found I could keep pace with him. Humph. If I could master the wind release technique, I would certainly surpass him in speed. I must strive to improve. At long last, after an indeterminate duration, he halted behind a large boulder, prompting me to cautiously approach him. Is this the spot? I glanced ahead, but barely had the chance to scrutinize the surroundings before a gust of wind surged towards me, nearly knocking me off my feet. I swiftly leaped to his side. Seeing that expression, I knew he was up to something. Nevertheless, I decided to let it slide. After all, I am magnanimous. Indeed, he replied nonchalantly. Then let us split up to gather the herbs. I tore the list in half and casually handed him one portion. Fine, let us reconvene here shortly, he stated before vanishing in an instant. I surveyed my surroundings. This was my first visit to this place, and I could distinctly feel that the chakra seals here were considerably stronger. Even utilizing my familiar water release technique proved challenging, especially given the absence of a water source. With only a few scattered trees, medicinal herbs, and some stones, the erratic winds, varying in intensity, made it impossible to discern a pattern. As I perused the names of the medicinal herbs, I murmured to myself, let me see. Dijui, Sangdaiwa, here it is. The collection process should be swift. I have only one herb left to gather, the most troublesome of them all, melting snowflower. This flower requires my own blood to stain its white petals red before I can touch its blossoms and roots. Fortunately, I only need to collect 3 specimens. I pondered that using the blood bags I had previously prepared would be an extravagant waste of resources. So, I took out a kunai and made a small incision on my left hand, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the petals. After all, a little bloodletting is quite healthy, I assented. Before my very eyes, the white petals gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue. It was time to pluck them. Once I had completed this task, I hastily bandaged my wound, stowed away my tools, and set off towards the rendezvous point. However, upon arrival, I found no sign of my companion. Why is he taking so long? Surely my portion of the herbal task is more substantial, I thought, resignation settling in. I decided to seek him out instead. I sensed his chakra, albeit partially sealed, and realized that apart from myself, he was the only one in this vicinity capable of utilizing chakra. Soon, I felt his chakra drawing nearer. He was perched at the cliff's edge, and his expression suggested he was facing some difficulty. Indeed, the herbs grew precariously close to the edge, and traversing that distance would require chakra, an endeavor not easily accomplished for him at this moment. Is that you, Chung Kong? Why are you moving so slowly today? I couldn't help but tease, a smile gracing my lips. Do you need my assistance? No need to trouble yourself, Chung Kong replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he flicked his tail and approached the cliff edge to inspect the nearby grasses. Securing his claws, he extended his neck to grasp the blades of grass with his mouth. Had it not been for the resilience of the grass, it would have surely been damaged by his grip. All right, be careful. The wind here is rather tumultuous. I turned away, only to hear a sound of something tumbling down. I swiftly turned back, witnessing a white figure sliding perilously downward. No, he is going to fall. Chung Kong. I lunged to grasp the closest claw, but a gust of wind unexpectedly hurled me away a short distance. I quickly retrieved my kunai to stabilize myself. The wind was unpredictable, and I realized I would have to wait for a lull before I could approach the cliff's edge. Yet time was of the essence. I attempted to move forward, but I knew I was at a standstill. I cannot let him fall. I dismissed the idea of using wind release. My only option was water release. But there was no water here. Then it struck me. Blood is also a form of water. I glanced at the bandage on my hand, and without hesitation, tore it off, channeling my energy into water release. I felt my blood respond to my command, swiftly soaring towards Chung Kong's direction just as the winds began to subside. I dashed to the cliff edge, searching for his silhouette, intent on using water release to lift him back up. Yet, without knowing his precise location, success was elusive. I had to make it in time. I gritted my teeth and glanced down at the abyss below. I must admit, the ridge is the highest cliff in this area. Yet I remained utterly oblivious to what lies beneath. Thus, I concentrated, channeling some chakra beneath my feet, and then, with a sudden push, I launched myself downwards. At last, A glimmer of white appeared before my eyes. That fellow had closed his eyes, appearing almost unconscious. Perhaps the fierce winds had caused him to collide with something. Upon my return, I would certainly relish the opportunity to mock him, though when that might occur remains uncertain. The water release technique must succeed. I directed my palm towards him, and a stream of crimson liquid surged forth from my wound, enveloping both of us and inching us closer to the cliff's edge, hoping the friction might slightly reduce our descent speed. However, controlling such a substantial volume of blood left me feeling oxygen-deprived, and dizziness began to set in. Had I known this manipulation was possible, I would have utilized blood packs. Alas, there was no time for such considerations now. Truly, I cannot afford to succumb to slumber. At the very least, I must wait until our speed diminishes further. I struggled to keep my eyes open, yet my eyelids felt unbearably heavy. After a few seconds of resistance, I succumbed and closed my eyes once more. A brief interlude. The author has chosen not to elaborate on the tale of spirit summoning here, leaving readers to boldly imagine based on the ensuing plot. Chapter 84. Between Life and Death, where does the soul return? Wake up, a voice called out, though I could not discern its source. Isn't it still early? Just let me sleep a little longer, I murmured softly, squeezing my eyes shut and turning over, attempting to return to slumber. Wake up. Wow. Is there no allowance for a leisurely morning nap? I jolted upright, only to find myself enveloped in darkness, with barely a glimmer of light penetrating the void. Yet, I could indeed sense a distant illumination, rendering this place not overly bleak. Compelled, I made my way towards the light. The ground beneath my feet felt inexplicably soft, reminiscent of walking upon grass or sand. The further I ventured, the brighter the light became. Before long, I beheld the true panorama before me, a vast lake. Its waters crystal clear, though anything deeper remained obscured. The light emanated from countless flickering points, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Surrounding the lake was a thin band of sandy shore, seamlessly connected to the grassy terrain from which I had come. Gazing upon this scene, I was reminded of a sentiment from The Little Prince. Perhaps there exists a star here that could belong to me. I found myself inexplicably relaxed, even contemplating a moment of repose upon the lake's surface. How curious it was to feel so at ease despite my ignorance of this place. I decided to simply wait and see what unfolded. Thus, I seated myself cross-legged upon the water, intrigued by the fact that I had not plunged directly into its depths. The tranquility here was striking. Not a whisper of wind disturbed the lake's surface, while the lights merely twinkled and the waters remained serene. In an instant, the tranquility was shattered. A distant light in the high sky abruptly dimmed and began to cascade downwards towards the lake's surface. Momentarily stunned, my body reacted instinctively, propelling me toward the descending glow. However, my movements were a fraction too late, and I grasped at nothingness. In a split second, I found myself plunging into the lake. Thankfully, the water was not as frigid as I had feared, which brought me some solace. Taking a deep breath, I submerged, bubbles clouding my vision. I waved my hands frantically, attempting to disperse them, preparing to form seals and surge forward, yet it was evident that my chakra was inaccessible once more. Well, it seemed I would have to relish this rare opportunity to swim. As time passed, the bubbles began to clear, and the light had not fallen too swiftly. I hurriedly swam towards it, quickening my movements, as that dim yet stubbornly flickering light drew near. Yet, in the next moment, I halted, acutely aware that if I advanced any further, I might lose something I held dear. At that moment, the lake's water, which should not have been cold, felt as if it had plummeted several degrees, piercing my skin like icy needles, even causing my thoughts to ache and my back to tingle painfully. It was clear I could not catch that light. Regrettably, I was left to remain in my current state, watching helplessly as it drifted away. Just before it vanished, I beheld a luminous glow, soft yet dazzling. Coughing, I realized the air could no longer sustain my lingering presence, yet the pain coursing through my body rendered me immobile. While I was lost in thought, I sensed an energy approaching me. I turned slightly and glimpsed a shimmering figure. In that moment, though I could not discern its features, an understanding washed over me. A hand reached out, grasping my arm before I could react, and we swam towards the lake's surface, soon emerging above the water. Oh, I would save my words for when we reached the shore. Or rather, she, a woman clad in a pale golden gown, spoke first. Her gentle voice reminiscent of my former self as Chin Nenmizi. She stepped onto the soft sand, rising slowly and leaving a trail of footprints in her wake. A phrase inexplicably flashed through my mind. It's decided. I must journey to the sea when I have the time. Indeed, I replied. As we emerged from the lake, she radiated a soft glow, akin to the celestial lights above, but only by drawing close could I truly feel the warmth of her luminescence, which quickly dried our garments. Following her lead, I found myself seated on a small slope, settling beside her. Miss Chi Nemizi, I affirmed. Recognizing her the instant she grasped my hand in the water and spoke. Yes, she was the genuine Chi Nemizi, and I was but a mere substitute living in her stead. However, unlike the image I had conjured of Kinami Yako, although she bore the visage of the true self, her shoulder-length hair exuded a sense of sharpness, and her face was adorned with the marks of maturity and the passage of time. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s. We lingered in silence for a moment, as the brilliance in the air continued to flicker, some dimming and cascading into the lake below. A peculiar emptiness began to envelop my heart, gradually giving rise to a sorrowful emotion that made my eyes prickle. I hastily shielded my face with my hand, blinking vigorously to stave off the tears. That apology, had it not been for me, you would have continued to live peacefully with your family in that place, forging friendships and acquiring boundless knowledge. You could have chosen to become a ninja, embarking on missions alongside comrades, achieving excellence. Alternatively, you could have led a simple, joyous life as an ordinary person with your loved ones. Hence, I am truly sorry for having disrupted this silence. No, your assertion is not quite accurate, she replied with a smile, reaching out to gently tousle my hair. Oh, so this is what you originally looked like. What a lovely young girl you are. I quickly rose to gaze at the surface of the lake, only then realizing that I had somehow reverted to my former appearance. Turning back to meet her gaze, I saw her eyes shimmering with the same golden light as her being. Yet, I still wish to articulate more. My dear, since my arrival here, I have come to fully comprehend this truth. Life is but a singular journey. In this state of soul, I have taken on this form, and it is a predetermined fate. I have come to understand that even without your arrival, there may have been other reasons that would have led me here. You need not bear any guilt. My family too was destined for this outcome from that moment onward, and they have already transitioned to the other side of the Soul Lake, while I remain undecided. However, having seen you, my answer has become unequivocally clear. Let us not dwell on those matters any longer. You must be curious about where this place is. This, dear one, is the realm between life and death, a temporary abode for souls. Life, between life and death. I could not help but exclaim, having just been engulfed in darkness before arriving in this peculiar place. I never anticipated that it would be a sanctuary for souls. Indeed, every being that arrives here transforms into a state of soul, unable to discern one another's appearances. Although I am not certain why we are able to see each other as forms, it is indeed a curious phenomenon. Allow me to continue. Here, there is no need to ponder each other's identities or races. For the sole purpose of being here is to await the day we enter the lake and journey to the other side. I do not know what awaits there, as those who have crossed from this side have shown no desire to return. Perhaps one may not wait for another opportunity, she continued to elucidate, while I listened intently to her words. They also mentioned that entering the lake would be quite uncomfortable, which left me feeling somewhat apprehensive. However, today, I found myself devoid of hesitation. I maintained my silence, though it was not long before I could no longer contain my thoughts. Suddenly, I felt an unexpected lightness enveloping my body, a disconcerting illusion of buoyancy. No, I was truly floating. Moreover, my form gradually became translucent. I wished to speak, only to discover that my voice had forsaken me. Instinctively, I reached out to her, but it was painfully evident that I grasped at nothingness. What is this? Am I truly unable to touch her again? Do not be alarmed. It appears it's time for you to return. I too must take my leave. Farewell. Until we meet again. She smiled gently. The radiance surrounding her began to dim, and without hesitation, she leaped into the lake, creating a beautiful splash. I opened my mouth, managing to utter but a single phrase. Farewell, farewell. Instantly, darkness enveloped my vision once more. Chapter 85. Blood Exchange. This chapter is narrated from a third-person perspective. Bai Lang suddenly opened his eyes wide, greeted by familiar scenery, trees, and the vast sky. Prior to awakening, he had dreamt of soaring high above, only to plummet downward, waking just before impact. Am I unscathed? Slowly rising to his feet, he shook off the remnants of his slumber. Aside from the numerous bloodstains adorning his body, he appeared remarkably intact. Yet, how could he have fallen from such a height without injury? Whose blood was this? Confused, he surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted Qin Nanziko, lying beside a clear pool, her form marred by blood. Her complexion was ashen, lips pressed tightly together, eyes closed, utterly still. What is she doing here? This is a small toxic swamp. Bai Lang hurriedly grasped a portion of Qin Nanziko's collar, dragging her swiftly to solid ground. Regrettably, the swamp's water had already soaked the wounds on her hands. Qin Nanziko slightly furrowed her brow, yet showed no signs of awakening. Suddenly, Bai Lang's vision flickered, and another figure materialized near her. A shiver coursed through him, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing the events that had transpired. This utter fool must have manipulated her own blood, using it as a shield to cushion their fall. What a chaotic turn of events. Losing so much blood while simultaneously succumbing to the swamp's poison and still holding on is nothing short of miraculous. Although the toxicity of the swamp is potent, it typically spreads gradually, suggesting that time remains on their side. However, if I wish to carry her back, I must first break that seal, the seal upon her. If I were to unravel it carelessly, the seal's wielder would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet now, Bai Lang felt a sense of urgency that overshadowed these concerns. Sighing softly, he thought, I must settle the score with her. He then opened his mouth, releasing the glowing talisman he had held within, and tore it decisively in two. Soon, the golden light of the talisman extinguished abruptly. Cheng Kong, startled, widened his eyes and trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground as chakra surged chaotically from his dantian. After a minute, he regained his composure and promptly levitated Qin Nani with wind release, swiftly soaring back towards the box garden. At that moment, Cheng Kong couldn't help but lament how convenient it would be if he had the teleportation abilities of Cheng Yu. At the pavilion, weren't you supposed to be gathering medicinal herbs in the cliffs? Cheng Yu asked incredulously. How could she have been poisoned by the toxic waters and lost so much blood? And what about your ceiling? What on earth is happening? Cheng Yu observed Cheng Kong's disheveled state, so flustered that he forgot to attend to his own cleanliness, and slightly parted his lips, quickly piecing together the circumstances. TSK, let us discuss that later. I want to see Lord Shun and request an opportunity to access the sacred spring. Cheng Kong briefly paused before striding toward the pavilion, only to be halted by Cheng Yu. Cheng Kong was about to retort when Cheng Yu interjected. Lord Shun has stated that the sacred spring is not open to outsiders. What time is it now? Do you intend to neglect the matter as you did before? Cheng Kong bellowed. Cheng Kong, be mindful of your words. This is a theorem, the theorem of this place. Surely, you must know that. Cheng Yu retorted. Humph. Do you think it was someone else who brought her to this state? Fuzhu, appearing from nowhere, cast a cold glance at Cheng Kong. Cheng Kong's pupils contracted sharply, and his gaze dimmed. At least allow me to try once more. I implore you, he pleaded, gently placing Qin Nani on the ground, the toxic silver patterns from her wounds beginning to spiral around her wrist. If they truly encased her body, it would indeed be too late. Try again. Wasn't the previous outcome clear enough? Lord Shun has long declared that the things here are unsuitable for any outsiders. Cheng Yu observed Cheng Kong's face, so filled with despair, uncertain of what to say. Cheng Kong suddenly widened his eyes and utilized wind release to levitate Qin Nani, heading towards the sacred spring. Cheng Kong. Cheng Yu glanced at Fuzhu, who stood silently watching Cheng Kong, and asked, Lord Fuzhu, should I go after him? No need. Let him go. Fuzhu softly replied, turning toward the pavilion. Is this truly permissible, Lord Shun? She shook her head slightly, letting out a sigh before entering the pavilion. Meanwhile, after releasing the seal, Cheng Kong reached the golden-hued pool at an unprecedented speed. Indeed, this was the most effective healing spring within the secret realm, the sacred spring. Its water shimmered in a golden hue. According to Lord Shun, the water had seemingly existed since time immemorial until discovered and utilized by him and his kin, revealing its remarkable properties. Regrettably, every time they attempted to use this spring to heal outsiders, it only deepened their wounds. Thus, Lord Shun had decreed that no outsiders were to touch the spring. In truth, Cheng Kong was devoid of confidence, for he had already failed once before. Years ago, that ailing girl inadvertently stumbled into this place, akin to a certain individual named Qin Nenyitsi. Though he initially intended to expel her, his curiosity ultimately prevailed, compelling him to allow her entry. However, due to his negligence, the girl came into contact with what he believed to be the healing waters of the sacred spring. Although she quickly utilized her wind escape technique to distance herself from the spring, she nonetheless succumbed to a high fever, having been partially immersed in its waters. At that time, Chen Kong had thought that the claims regarding the sacred spring's inability to affect outsiders were mere fabrications. Fortunately, the talisman technique had not been employed externally, and since the girl had only lightly touched the spring, he was able to save her. Yet, Chen Kong remained despondent for a considerable period, burdened by the absence of the girl and the mishap involving the sacred spring. Hey, Qi Nan Yitzi, you must survive. We have acknowledged you, so you must live. He urged fervently, summoning the winds to guide the water towards Qi Nan Yitzi's wound. The sacred spring water seemed to find its purpose, surging forth to envelop her. This unexpected turn alarmed Chen Kong, who hastily attempted to separate her from the water with his wind technique, but the water remained unyielding. Nevertheless, the momentum towards Qi Nan Yitzi noticeably diminished, even appearing to halt. Chen Kong could only watch in trepidation as events unfolded. He found himself trembling slightly, unwilling to witness this individual meet their demise. As the golden water of the spring flowed into her wound, the silver threads that had previously encircled it vanished, replaced by unblemished skin. At last, the water settled, and Qi Nan Yitzi lay peacefully upon the surface, her pale countenance regaining a healthy hue. Gradually, Qi Nan Yitzi opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she inquired. "This place does not welcome you. You ought to reconsider," Chen Kong replied, having regained his composure after a moment of surprise. "My wound. It's healed?" she questioned, astonished. "Thank you, Chen Kong," she said, moving her body and realizing that her previous injuries had entirely vanished, leaving her feeling no loss of blood. "Is it truly healed?" she exclaimed, springing from the water and landing before Chen Kong. "Chen Kong, you are truly remarkable." "Humph, as long as it's well," he responded. Yet, in the next moment, Qi Nan Yitzi stumbled forward, and Chen Kong, taken aback, caught her, laying her gently on the ground. She exhibited no signs of further injury, yet her forehead felt feverishly hot as she closed her eyes once more. "She's feverish? How can this be?" Chen Kong despaired. Meanwhile, at the front of the pavilion, if she does not pull through, there may be no chance of awakening. Fu Shu had arrived nearby, observing Qi Nan Yitzi lying on the ground and the anxious Chen Kong with narrowed eyes. May Lord Shun bestow his blessings upon this child, she silently hoped. Chapter 86. The peculiar increase in wind escape proficiency. I opened my eyes, and before me lay a familiar white expanse. It appears to be a tail? No, wait. It's Chen Kong. I gradually propped myself up, utilizing chakra to explore my meridians. To my relief, there were no visible wounds or unusual reactions within. All was well. My gaze shifted to the slumbering figure beside me. I must admit, aside from the bloodstains, he appeared largely unscathed, which put my mind at ease. Moreover, the sight of those furry creatures sleeping was undeniably warm and charming. However, I found myself puzzled by his tail. Why, I wondered, was that peculiar second tail of his, which appeared and vanished at will, reduced to a mere stub? It seemed oddly appetizing, though. Before I could voice my thoughts, he abruptly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Mitzi, you're awake. Ah, how delightful." I turned around to showcase myself, then glanced once more at his tail. Yet, I pondered, could this tail be the result of an unsealed consequence? That was the crux of the matter. How could he perceive it at all? He casually swayed his tail, indicating all was well, but then perked up in surprise, his ears erect. "Oh dear, I, little Xiang, possess considerable abilities. It's perfectly normal for me to see such things," I assured him, trying to dismiss the astonishment. It seemed that under ordinary circumstances, the others were unable to perceive it. However, I truly could not explain this phenomenon. I decided not to dwell on it any further. Clearly, he wished to elaborate, but the excitement swiftly faded, replaced by his usual calm demeanor. Since all was well, it would be prudent to inform them. On our way, he succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, and I nodded in understanding. Yet, a question nagged at me. What would happen to me after the holy spring water mingled with my blood? Why did I feel nothing at all? I could not help but inquire. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps you should consult Lord Fuzhu or Lord Shunzi," he replied casually. Before long, we arrived at the pavilion, where we spotted Fuzhu standing at the entrance. "Excellent. Fuzhu has seen us approach," I thought, as she offered a slight nod and said, "However, Mitzi, it would be prudent for you to allow me to examine you for any lingering ailments." "Thank you. I appreciate it," I responded with a bow, stepping closer. Indeed, there appeared to be no issues. Yet, if you would not mind, may I take a look at your blood? Fuju narrowed her eyes, chakra enveloping her gaze as she scrutinized me thoroughly. After a moment, her tone took on a more serious note. Very well, no problem. I retrieved a kunai and gently drew it across my palm, swiftly releasing golden blood. How peculiar! I exclaimed in astonishment. Why is it golden? Before Fuju could elaborate, a familiar voice resonated, intertwined with an ancient and recognizable aura. It was Shuinji. The holy spring water has merged with your blood, rendering it toxic to all creatures outside our realm. Toxic? I gasped in surprise. This unexpected revelation left me astounded. It seemed that despite my injuries, I had gained something of great value. However, with this, you are officially considered a member here, so regard us as your friends. Is it merely because of the sacred spring water? Indeed, interacting with others, particularly with different wolves, poses certain challenges. Miyako, what do you mean by just because of the sacred spring water? Have you forgotten that you also saved Shinkong? Moreover, Shunji cast a meaningful glance at both of us. Oh, I see, thank you. Ahem, it seems my mind-reading ability has succeeded at this moment, or has it been perceptible all along? How awkward. I must be more prudent in my actions in the future. Nevertheless, let us see you attempt to use your chakra to perform the ninjutsu you are familiar with. Shunji's voice carried a hint of amusement. Oh, very well. Though slightly puzzled, I complied with his suggestion. I shall first try the water release technique. As I had previously signed a contract with the summoning scroll here, allowing me to utilize it normally, except in certain restricted areas I had visited recently. Thus, I quickly formed a hand sign, and a water sphere successfully manifested before me, unremarkable and ordinary. So, does that mean it is not my water release being referenced? However, I did not harbor much hope for my wind release, as prior failures left me quite speechless. Nonetheless, since it was Shunji who spoke, I decided to give it a try. Wind release, wind blade. I casually formed a hand sign, invoking the technique as described in the book that Jiraiya had given me. Moments later, chakra coursed through my veins and into my palm as I executed a hand sign resembling a blade, releasing the chakra. This fierce assault swiftly struck a nearby thicket, neatly severing it in two. Wind release. Have I managed to unleash a slightly larger wind technique? Gazing at the thicket, I was quite astonished, nearly losing my composure, and could not help but blink in surprise at Shunji. Shunji's voice resonated once more. Practice diligently, and do not become complacent. With that, his voice drifted into the distance. Ahem, congratulations. Shinkong's gaze was somewhat unfocused, yet he settled his eyes on me to offer his congratulations. This is truly wonderful. Shinyu happily wagged her tail, while Fushitsu nodded gently. Excellent. Thus, my wind release training can proceed normally. By the way, Shinkong, could you assist me with a matter? Speak freely. I briefly described the potential situation occurring in Sunagakure, hoping he would keep an eye on things there in the coming days. I hope to catch up. I understand. I will keep a lookout for you. Shinkong nodded, appearing somewhat hesitant to speak further. You should return to rest early. Very well, see you later. After bidding them farewell, I departed from the area. The small theater in light of recent events, I, Shinkong, have acquired several items and learned a few skills. Namely, special teleportation, once a year, short-distance teleportation, short-term mind reading, and a forbidden technique, whose name remains to be unlocked. Chapter 87. Side Story. The hot spring gathering as usual. After completing my medical training, I accompanied Sakura to Tsunade's office. Recently, there had been few matters in the village, and with rare leisure at hand, I thought it prudent to grant everyone a brief respite. She paused momentarily before lightly tapping her palm on the desk, suggesting a retreat to a hot spring hotel. A hot spring hotel retreat. I exclaimed, what a splendid idea. Otherwise, the ensuing tasks would only accumulate, leaving us no opportunity for relaxation. Therefore, it was imperative to seize this chance to unwind and enjoy each other's company. Thank you for the suggestion, Tsunade. I believe everyone will concur. I quickly expressed my agreement. Sakura's face was a picture of astonishment. Shouldn't you, Xiaoxiang, be modestly suggesting that we should focus on training instead? Oh, I believe that a little relaxation now and then is quite beneficial, and a day or two of rest together sounds delightful. While our gathering may not constitute a formidable assembly of Konoha's finest, a majority would indeed be present, making it a highly anticipated event. Exactly, Sakura. I have made my decision. Given the recent lack of missions, I believe the upcoming weekend, just 2 days away, would be perfect for everyone to take a breather. Of course, your teachers might have to bear a heavier burden. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Understood, master. We shall notify them immediately. I exchanged a glance with Sakura before we exited the office. The following afternoon, I stood at the entrance of a hot spring hotel perched atop a mountain, my excitement swiftly turning to bewilderment. Why had Tsunade arranged for us to visit such an obscure, mixed-gender hot spring hotel? Surely, it could not be that the mixed bathing was merely a cost-effective option for reserving the venue. In any case, I demanded my expectations back. Dear guest, are you part of the 10-person hot spring reservation made by the 5th Hokage? The receptionist greeted us with enthusiasm. Yes, that is correct, I replied, forcing a smile as I glanced at the mixed bathing sign. Noticing my expression, the attendant hastily added, Ahem, please don't let the mixed bathing deter you. Our hotel offers many splendid amenities, and we provide dedicated towels as well. I invite you to tour the premises. I can guide you. Is that so? Then I would appreciate your assistance. If possible, please allow me to join as well. Before we could set off, a faint voice called from behind. Turning slightly, I saw Hinata approaching. Good morning, Hinata. I greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Xiaoxiang. Shall we go together? She replied, somewhat shyly. Of course. With that, the three of us stepped inside together. True to the receptionist's words, although the exterior of the establishment appeared unremarkable upon entering, I discovered that the hotel was indeed quite charming. Whether in terms of the indoor environment or the culinary offerings, this establishment can be regarded as a commendably upscale hot spring hotel. In my view, it rivals the one frequented by Captain Yamato in the original narrative, which certainly puts my mind at ease. By the way, did Sakura not accompany Xiaoxiang? Hinata inquired as she sat in the waiting area. Alas, it seems our esteemed Sakura is so engrossed in her studies that she voluntarily chose to extend her practice session before joining us here. As I grumbled, I plucked a few grapes from the fruit platter provided by the hotel and popped them into my mouth before passing the plate to Hinata. Oh, is that so? Hinata nodded and took a few grapes for herself. However, she barely managed to eat a few before hesitating, seemingly wanting to express something. About Xiaoxiang. Hinata looked at me, her words caught in her throat, when suddenly two voices interrupted us, prompting us to turn in their direction and discover the remaining members of Team 8. Hinata, Xiaoxiang is not like Naruto. There's no need to be so shy. You were quite composed when you spoke to us before, so just express yourself boldly as you did then, I encouraged her. Kiba, somewhat exasperated, scratched his head and unceremoniously plopped down in the chair that Shino had just vacated. Shino shot him a silent glare before finding another spot near me to settle down. Indeed, despite their contrasting personalities, both understood that one should speak plainly when there is something to be said. Shino adjusted his glasses and offered Hinata some encouragement. Oh, I appreciate your help with Naruto-kun, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she finally voiced her thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I'm genuinely pleased that such a wonderful girl like you likes Naruto-kun, I replied, unable to contain my admiration. Moreover, when Naruto-kun returns, I believe that if you express your feelings more openly, he will surely understand. This made her face turn even redder, and she hurriedly replied, I got it, before dashing off toward the bathing area. Before long, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, who were away in another village, the rest of the group had gathered. The only exception was Shikamaru, who likely couldn't secure leave due to his busy schedule with the upcoming CHNIN exams. It remained uncertain whether he would join our evening activities. Everyone, please take your towels. Ahem, once the gentlemen have entered, I will notify you all. You may relax and enjoy your bathing, the attendant announced as the boys made their way into the men's bath. Once they had entered, the attendant departed, leaving the girls to slowly make their way into the women's bath to prepare for the hot spring experience. Thank goodness this establishment provides towels, otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Really, next time, even if it costs more, I must indulge in a luxurious hot spring. I silently lamented while preparing to enjoy the soak with everyone. I must say, this venue is impressively spacious, and the hot spring area is extraordinarily large. It's truly marvelous. Oh, but what a pity it's a mixed bath, I remarked with a hint of regret. The boys, upon hearing this, instinctively distanced themselves, turning their backs to us. After all, one must tread carefully, lest they find themselves inadvertently trapped against the nearby rock wall, as Sakura playfully gestured with her fist. Alternatively, one might find themselves in a predicament akin to a hornet's nest. Regardless, Everyone has successfully embarked on the delightful escapade of soaking in hot springs. Oh, what a rare moment of leisure this is. If only we could indulge in these warm waters in a cooler environment, it would be even more splendid. Upon entering the water, I placed my towel aside and mused that since we are here, we must make the most of our respite. Moreover, we can relish the enchanting snow scenery. Merely contemplating it fills one with anticipation. Sakura nodded in satisfaction. However, the bamboo grove seems to be an enticing option as well. I recall that the land of hot water boasts such springs. If the opportunity arises during our downtime, we should certainly explore it. Ino chimed in with her suggestion. I have visited once, and in comparison, the offerings here, particularly the cuisine, far surpass those of the typical mixed bathing experience, Dingy remarked, surprisingly taking the initiative to share his thoughts. Indeed, this is wonderful. I sincerely wish to partake in such an experience after every mission. If only we could indulge in this every 2 or 3 months, it would be sheer bliss. Tion, who has always adored hot springs, now feels as if ice is melting into the warm water, reveling in the joys of the spa. Indeed, relaxation is a form of training. We must invite Teacher Kai and the others to join us, Shaoli said, flashing his bright smile. However, if Teacher Kai and the others join, I believe it would be prudent to choose a different location, Ningji suggested, casting a glance at Shaoli, whose eyes seemed to brim with unspoken thoughts. With a sigh, he lowered his gaze, and the group fell into a tacit silence. After everyone had soaked, feasted, and quenched their thirst, it was time to retire to our rooms. We engaged in a few rounds of a gentle version of Truth or Dare and Pictionary before preparing for an early night. Regrettably, I found myself not quite ready for slumber. As the others drifted off, I quietly rose from bed, slightly opened the door, and slipped outside. Standing atop the mountain, the night sky was crystal clear, with the moon shining brightly amidst a scattering of stars. How delightful it would be to have a telescope to observe this celestial expanse. I settled on the hotel rooftop, relishing the nocturnal vista after a long absence. However, it was not long before I sensed someone approaching. Turning my head, I smiled upon recognizing Sakura as she joined me. You seem unable to sleep tonight as well? She inquired, plopping down beside me. Indeed, the night is simply too beautiful, and the moments we share together are fleeting yet precious. I confess, I find it difficult to sleep, I replied earnestly. It is true. We have all been working diligently lately, and having this rare moment of tranquility to admire the moonlight is indeed a blessing. Sakura nodded emphatically. I cast a few glances her way before gazing upward at the radiant moon. Its cool light drapes the earth, as if cloaking everything beneath a delicate silver veil. In this moment, inspired by her words, I unexpectedly posed a question. Is it so, Sakura, that you truly harbor such fondness for him? I directed my inquiry towards her, though I felt the awkwardness of my question and was uncertain of her response. I do not even know myself, Sakura replied, momentarily taken aback. But she soon adopted a more relaxed demeanor and continued, I cannot comprehend the origins or growth of this feeling within me. Yet I am quite certain that I wish to take my time to unravel it. Therefore, Xiaoxiang, my affection for him shall remain unwavering. Even if I cannot seek a response, I harbor no regrets. Moreover, Sakura lifted her head, revealing a faint smile, and said, Xiaoxiang, do you think Sasuke and Naruto, at this very moment, are gazing at this bright moon just like us? I wonder how much they have changed over this long period. Have they grown taller? Perhaps. Sakura's voice gradually diminished until she fell silent. Perhaps, I mused, for we know that the bright moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the distance. In any case, I understand your sentiment. Unfortunately, I cannot discern where Sasuke's heart lies. Whether it was Sakura's persuasion during the Chunin exams, Sasuke's gratitude as he chose to leave, or the relentless pursuit of Sasuke by Sakura and Naruto later on, I can only hope that their years of camaraderie culminate in a peaceful resolution. And what about you, Xiaoxiang? Me? I hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, our Xiaoxiang is quite the dense one. How could she casually confess her affections? Regrettably, before I could respond, Sakura unveiled the truth. Wow, Sakura, please don't state the facts so painfully, it stings. I managed a forced smile in response. At least, before the earth stabilizes here, I probably shall not entertain any thoughts. Scene, a few teachers in the Jonin waiting room. Sitting in the office, tasks descend from the heavens. Chapter 88, the second Chunin exam estimating the time. It seems the second Chunin exam will commence shortly, according to the plot. To be honest, It is rather unfortunate that I could not successfully complete the last exam due to certain circumstances. I suspect I might again miss the opportunity to become a chunin due to the unfolding narrative. Nonetheless, I am eager to test my current abilities. So, when exactly is the exam? I inquired eagerly, approaching the busy Shikamaru. This is a rare opportunity to potentially advance to chunin early on, provided we can eliminate the disruptive factors and persist with the exam. I hope so. Well, your information is quite timely. Although it is troublesome, it should be soon. But why not ask Kakashi directly? Shikamaru replied, not bothering to inquire what I sought. Oh, come on. Asking you is so much more convenient, right, examiner? I chuckled, feeling that there would be quite a spectacle this time around. Fine, I suppose. But I say, if you have time to criticize me, you might as well lend a hand. Shikamaru expressed mild surprise, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor, gesturing toward the 2 large stacks of documents before him, exasperatedly raising his hands. Haha, I was just joking. Rest assured, I've got it covered. By the way, where are Ino and Choji? Are they on a mission? Everyone seems incredibly busy lately. Indeed, that's correct. However, I must inquire, why is Sakura not accompanying you? Has the mission been completed? Oh, it's rare for me to finish a task and relish a moment of tranquility. I inadvertently wandered here, intending to lend you a hand. Truly, this is quite leisurely. Yet I find myself utterly exhausted. As Shikamaru sighed repeatedly while gathering the papers, I reassured him, it's all right. Once we finish our current tasks and approach our examination period, you shall find respite, correct? Just put in a little more effort. Do not lament your fatigue, esteemed examiner. I slightly slowed my pace, transitioning to a single-handed grip on the papers, gently patting Shikamaru's shoulder in comfort. Of course, this is contingent upon completing the first examination. Then I shall bid you farewell for now. Having assisted him with the materials, I made my way toward the medical office, preparing to offer my assistance there, as I was currently disinclined to engage in training. Sakura and Ino, it has been quite some time. Upon pushing the door open, I was greeted by the sight of Sakura and Ino. How delightful to encounter such rare company. I have come to share some splendid news with you, Ino exclaimed, springing up from her seat near the door and pulling me towards Sakura's side, lowering her voice slightly. You won't believe it, but I heard from Shikamaru that the Chunin exams are to be held again soon. Is that true? Sakura asked, astonished. Absolutely. This time, I shall not be outdone by you, broad forehead. With that, her expression shifted, casting a somewhat mocking glance at Sakura. Just ensure you do not embarrass yourself too much, Ino. Sakura retorted without hesitation. That familiar feeling is truly nostalgic. Yet, I currently feel as though I have forgotten something of great importance. Ahem, speaking of which, have we not yet received the examination registration forms? Should we not inquire? I interjected, disrupting the tension that had been building between them. Oh right. They exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, let us go find the Hokage. At last, in a frenzied state, the 3 of us arrived at the Hokage's office. Sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from within, I instinctively recoiled slightly before preparing to knock. What's wrong? Sakura began, but her words were cut short as we collided with a Chunin or Jonin hastily exiting the door, presumably on a mission to recruit exam participants. I was just looking for you. Kakashi greeted us first. Kakashi-sensei, Asuma-sensei, we called out, and they explained the details concerning the examination. Soon enough, Sakura and I diverged from Ino. To participate in the Chunin exams, we must form a team of 3. Yet our group consists of only 2. Ino's team is also lacking a 3rd member, and we are unaware of the situation with the other teams. How shall we navigate this? Previously, 4-member teams were an exception, yet this examination requires adherence to standard team formations, which poses a dilemma for us. Indeed, with Naruto and Sasuke absent, and Ino's team lacking Shikamaru, who is not taking the exam, Sakura's voice gradually diminished as she spoke, and I keenly sensed her unease. Sakura, as an intern, can I truly participate in this examination? I feel as though I might fall short. Observing her gradually succumbing to despair, I swiftly interjected, we all feel this way, especially you, Sakura. You are an exceptionally diligent individual, and everyone has witnessed the remarkable progress you have made in recent days. I firmly believe that you will excel in this upcoming examination. So please continue to have faith in your abilities. Thank you for believing in me, Shao Kahn. However, our issue with forming a team remains. What should we do? Sakura clenched her fists, releasing them only to offer me a faint smile. Yet, as she contemplated the forthcoming challenges, A trace of distress crossed her face. Consequently, I voiced a thought I had long contemplated. I will seek out Lady Tsunade to inquire if there are any teams still in need of members. As for you, you can join Ino and Shikamaru's team. I will manage on my end. If necessary, I can forego this examination. Do not worry. All right, enough of this chatter. I shall go inquire now. Farewell. But before she could finish, I swiftly exited, racing toward the Hokage's office. Come in. After a few knocks, I heard a voice from behind the wooden door, gently pushing it open and finding myself met with a somewhat surprised gaze from Tsunade. Shaokong, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be discussing the upcoming Chunin exam with Sakura? I have high hopes for both of you. Well, I actually feel a bit apprehensive now. I rushed here because I feared missing out on a team that might still be short a member. Tsunade, our group and Ino's team are both lacking a member. So I was thinking of pairing Sakura with them. I would then attempt to find another team to join, ensuring I can participate in the examination. Otherwise, it would require finding 2 individuals, which sounds rather cumbersome, burdening 2 teams and consuming time. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly. In terms of synergy, you would likely connect better with them than Sakura would, don't you think? She paused mid-sentence, falling into silence. I seized the moment to elaborate. I truly wish to avoid putting Sakura in a situation where she is paired with unfamiliar individuals. She is already lacking confidence regarding this examination, so it is better for her to team up with someone she knows. My hurried explanations began to feel increasingly like flimsy excuses. In my current applications, there are indeed teams with missing members or individuals who have registered alone and require a team to participate. Really? That is wonderful. I eagerly interjected, preparing to inquire further about the specifics. Tsunade casually raised her right hand, continuing, but have you considered Sakura's feelings regarding this arrangement? If you were in her position, how would you feel if she chose to withdraw or join another team solely to ensure your participation in this examination? Do you believe that would facilitate her success in the exam? Do not forget, you are part of the same team. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness, her voice rising significantly, causing me to involuntarily tremble with unease. At first, I truly did not give it much thought. It seems I was rather obstinate. My sole focus was on merely meeting the required number of participants. Since Ino's group was short 1 member, we decided to supplement that gap, and I thought the rest would be manageable. If worse came to worst, I could always participate in the next examination. However, I realized that I had inadvertently caused Sakura some embarrassment. I scratched my head in worry. What should I do now? Immediately, I resolved to seek out Sakura and clarify everything. I will provide you with 2 copies of the list of those who signed up individually, one for your perusal and another for Ino's group. As for the individuals, I will also inform them of your group's intentions to see if they wish to join you for the examination. Now, take these and hurry along. Yes. Right away. I swiftly grabbed the materials given by Tsunade and dashed out the door. Chapter 89. The first examination finally. After thoroughly explaining everything to Sakura, both our group and Ino's successfully resolved the issue of group numbers before the registration deadline. Joining our group temporarily was a somewhat shy girl named Ruxiang Shui. Tragically, her original group faced unforeseen circumstances just days before the registration, as members from U Village and Moku had sustained injuries during a prior mission. Consequently, I was the only one left from our group eligible to participate in the examination. As we walked toward the examination venue, Shui explained the situation. So that's how it is. What a pity, indeed. I almost let slip my thoughts. Sakura nodded in agreement, glancing around and pointing toward the examiners seated near the entrance of the examination hall, indicating that must be the place. However, we need to wait a bit, Shui replied, and I nodded in response, taking in the surroundings. The number of candidates for this examination was indeed considerable. I never imagined he would be the examiner. Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Do you know the examiner? Or are you quite familiar with him? Shui, having shed her shyness, eagerly inquired. Yes, it is indeed Nara Shikamaru. A familiar name surfaced in my mind. Nara Shikamaru, right? I momentarily failed to recall him since I was not well acquainted with you all before. After all, we were originally classmates in the same large class. Is that so? I felt a bit embarrassed, as I had been preoccupied with the familiar main cast members. Thus I had no recollection of Shui, despite her being a classmate from the same cohort. After all, he is already a Chunin, so he is qualified to serve as an examiner. I speculated that he would likely be overseeing the first round. I winked at her, and Shui looked at me in astonishment. You can't be serious, right? Sakura seemed incredulous, yet soon displayed an expression indicating that I was usually correct. Observing the crowd forming a queue, she continued, "We should be able to enter the examination hall now. Let us go." Shui and I nodded in agreement, and the three of us set off together, lining up to enter the examination venue. Soon, the three of us entered the examination hall and were greeted by the familiar faces of two examiners. We placed our application forms on the table. "All right, you three are here to take the exam, correct?" Steel Iron inquired. "Accepted," responded Shinua Chuyun. "Are we foregoing the trick of obstructing people from submitting their application forms this time?" Sakura chuckled. "The examination is at the discretion of the examiners," Steel Iron explained, picking up the drawing tool with 3 sticks. "Now, you three draw lots together. 3 different classrooms for 3 people?" I said while extracting a number tag. The number was 1. Glancing at the other 2, Sakura had 3, and Lushang Shui had 2. "Exactly. Please proceed to the corresponding classrooms as indicated by your numbers." Steel Iron replied to my question. "Thank you very much." We placed the lots back and headed towards our designated classrooms. Just before parting ways, I called out to them, retrieving 2 triangular brooches from my pocket and handing them to the 2 girls. "I almost forgot to give these to you, and of course, I have one too," I said, producing the last brooch from my pocket and pinning it to my clothing. "Let this serve as a temporary group memento." "Thank you." The 2 quickly entered their respective classrooms. Indeed, these brooches were hastily chosen by me from the store the previous night, but they were genuinely in my possession now. What I gifted them were merely my clones. Once the exam began, I would manifest them directly for easier communication, and perhaps even observe the movements of other groups to see if I could convey information through water, which might save a step. After all, our group had just formed, and I couldn't guarantee our synergy. "Oh, me Xiaoxiang." As soon as I entered, I heard the familiar voices of Dingji and Hinata. "Hello, Dingji-kun. Hinata, what a coincidence." I waved at them and naturally took a seat behind Hinata, thinking it best to sit and wait until everyone had arrived before the exam commenced. Soon, another familiar figure appeared. "Hey, Niji." "Niji Onaizen." "Niji-kun." I nodded slightly at him as he acknowledged me with a glance and settled beside Hinata. I then gestured for Dingji to occupy the vacant seat next to me. "This examination style is quite peculiar," someone remarked unexpectedly. Indeed. Aside from the answer sheets placed on the podium and the written prohibition against private disputes on the blackboard, there is not much of significance around. Oh, and that display screen that hasn't deactivated yet. Who knows? Finally, as the last examinee entered the examination room, I heard the door close and couldn't help but glance back. That mark on his shoulder, is he the Purple Serpent? Or Purple Luo? I had somewhat forgotten who he was, but I figured I would get to know him later. He seemed startled and instinctively attempted to pull open the door behind him. But alas, he was unsuccessful. The door shouldn't open, at least not during the exam. I could not resist reminding him. With a resigned scratch of his head and a wry smile, he casually found a seat. There lay some paper on the table. The individual who had previously been complaining had unexpectedly taken to the podium, and just as he was about to reach for it, a voice rang out to alert him. A throat-clearing sound, accompanied by a crackling electrical hum, filled the air as the dark screen finally illuminated. The examination was on the verge of officially commencing. Soon, the figure of the proctor, Shikamaru Nara, appeared on the screen. "I am Shikamaru Nara, the examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Please each take a test paper and find a seat." He issued his first command. As anticipated, the initial phase was a written test. One person, still grumbling, walked towards the podium, prompting everyone to form a line to collect their test papers and take their seats. "All right, is everyone settled? To spare you the long-windedness, I shall be brief." He began to outline the rules to the audience. However, his penchant for complaints was indeed characteristic of him, and I couldn't help but facepalm. Yet, I mused, his topics shouldn't be overly complex. "Why is that?" Hinata inquired, turning her head. "He likely won't devise intricate questions." CHG waved his hand dismissively in explanation. "After all, grappling with difficult problems can be quite bothersome," I added. "The first round is a written exam. Please take a look at the questions." As he spoke, everyone's gaze shifted to the papers, and a collective confusion settled as the countdown for the exam commenced the very moment he finished his announcement. "Ah, how ruthless," I muttered. "In any case, just to be safe, everyone should aim for a perfect score of 100. I quietly grumbled, contemplating when would be the right time to reach out to the 2 of them. But how can we know which questions they chose? CHG lamented, cradling his head in despair. "Don't panic. Let's observe everyone's reactions first, I reassured him. Time ticked by slowly. The atmosphere felt stifling. After a moment of silence, Niji finally spoke. So, that means there's no way to exchange information? Hinata said, her brow furrowed in concern. No, I replied, stroking my chin. As long as there is a member in the group capable of sharing information, there's no need to guess what others are thinking. In that case, Hinata said uncertainly. Perhaps Shino could. Well, it's worth a try, though I'm unsure if it will work in this enclosed space. As for CHG, Ino should be able to manage it if she employs her methods. Upon hearing this, CHG's demeanor relaxed slightly, and soon I observed him beginning to tackle the questions. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, I, on the other hand, found myself aimlessly surveying the surroundings, admiring how different teams communicated uniquely among themselves. It was quite intriguing. I must admit, regrettably, our group lacked such dynamics. Shortly thereafter, I noticed Niji standing by the door, unexpectedly speaking up again. It's all right, however. It seems our group is in a similar predicament. I previously inquired about the situation with the girl from the Water Clan. Her strength lies in illusion techniques, which may not align with this exam. Nevertheless, but if I must say, I do have a method to contact them. Moreover, it is not limited to us. After all, the previous use of clones was not in vain. Thus, the latter part of my statement is not mere nonsense. Consequently, I sensed Niji's perplexed gaze, and hastily continued with a smile. All right, I confess I might have a way to assist you, but I trust you will place your faith in Lee and Tenten. Won't you? Niji narrowed his eyes slightly, gradually returning to his seat, acknowledging, you are correct. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and continued. How curious that you did not use honorifics. Oh, really? Ahaha, just a minor slip. I chuckled awkwardly, my smile faltering as I feigned nonchalance. Chapter 90. Until charging towards Sunagakure as I observed everyone becoming engrossed in their tasks with the examination nearing its conclusion, I promptly prepared to take action. However, resorting to clones seemed somewhat ostentatious. I decided to test out the water release technique, as water, regardless of the closed classroom, should not be confined. Yet, this meant I had no need to create a clone from the outset. Truly unnecessary. Nevertheless, the decision on whether to employ it would depend on subsequent circumstances. I answered 50. I got 40. I answered the one worth 40. As the time approached its end, the surrounding clamor intensified. I couldn't help but plug my ears with the paper I had on hand. Never mind. I shall simply resort to using clones. Observing Hinata, who remained still, and Niji, who seemed poised to take action, I decisively approached them. Allow me to assist you. Hinata exclaimed in surprise, while Niji turned to glance at me in silence. Perhaps granting tacit approval? Just to be safe, I notified them both, 40. With approximately 10 minutes remaining, I estimated that the clones should have conveyed their messages and dispelled themselves according to plan. Notifying together? Are you a philanthropist? Moreover, how could you possibly manage that? The individual using sand could not suppress his mockery. I smiled silently, and upon the dissolution of the clones and their return to my essence, I received confirmation of success. I nodded towards the two in front of me. Thank you, Kyuka. My apologies for the trouble. TCH. The individual ceased speaking, merely turning back with a continued smile. Excellent. I was ready and waiting for the examination to conclude. Ultimately, just before the end, Shikamaru presented the second classic 3-minute question. Oh dear. I had completely forgotten there was another question. Alas, clone, could you possibly go once more? Never mind. There was nothing left to say. I could only gamble at the end. As the countdown concluded, the proctor entered the examination room. Now, we will collect the answer sheets. You all must remain in the classroom until the scoring is completed. Those who pass will be called to the playground. I exhaled deeply, relieved that the first examination had finally concluded, although I remained uncertain about the final results. Ultimately, seeing Sakura and Mizuki standing outside the classroom, I smiled. Phew, that last question after the clones were dispelled truly had me on edge. I walked towards them. Despite the somewhat arduous journey, our diligent and courageous spirits triumphed, and Shuei, filled with joy, gently patted my shoulder. However, the brooch you bestowed upon us bore the inscription, "Do not worry, it is truly here." In haste, I retrieved 2 more from my pocket and solemnly placed them in their hands. Here, please take care of it. Wow, thank you, Shuei exclaimed, spinning around in excitement as she pinned the brooch to her chest. How is it possible that all 3 of you are here? The bewildered shinobi from Sunagakure exclaimed. The one chosen as bait should have been unqualified. His companion added. 3 identical answers ensure qualification. Niji, who had mysteriously appeared beside us, interjected. We, of course, did not select anyone. Indeed, we all submitted blank papers. I nearly forgot to express my gratitude to Xiao Xiang. Xiao Li and Tian Tian also emerged from the throng, with Xiao Li explaining to that individual and then thanking me. I waved my hand dismissively. It's merely a trivial matter. How can this be? The individual clearly refused to accept the outcome. Come on, sacrificing a teammate is simply impossible. Tian Tian retorted. If your group is willing to abandon one of its own, then this examination is destined for failure. I could not resist firing back. You. The individual seemed poised to argue further, but alas, the examiner had already begun to speak. Examiner Temari firmly planted her fan beside her, capturing the attention of the crowd, with Shikamaru standing beside her. This is what one might call a power couple. I am Temari from Sunagakure, the examiner for the second phase of the exam. Due to an excessive number of qualifiers from the first phase, we are now in the process of elimination. What? Elimination? The previous Sunagakure shinobi continued to inquire. Firstly, the second exam is also a team battle. Any team that does not have all 3 members present will be immediately disqualified. However, Temari did not allow them the opportunity to speak. The second exam will take place in Sunagakure, with the assembly point at the watchtower of the Desert of Doom. Although a passage between Konoha and Sunagakure has been established, no matter how swiftly you run, it will still take a ninja 3 days to traverse the distance. After Temari finished speaking, the Sunagakure ninja released a carrier bird. I have sent a message to Sunagakure via that carrier hawk, and in order of arrival, the last 30 individuals will be disqualified on the spot. Furthermore, as with the first exam, private fights are prohibited along the way. If you wish to battle, the third exam will afford you ample opportunity. Excellent. How refreshing. That was the cue we were waiting for. Let us go, Sakura, Shuei. I remarked as I set off, trusting my sense of direction would suffice. Well, let's just leave the village first. Huh. They hesitated for a moment, but quickly fell in line behind me. To be honest, I was somewhat at a loss regarding the route. Strolling along the country path, as they matched my pace, I sorrowfully voiced my concerns. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll find it. I had the chance to visit Sunagakure before. We'll charge ahead, Shuei declared enthusiastically, clearly eager to be first. Taking it slow is perfectly fine. After all, there are no rewards for being first, Sakura explained. Indeed, as we spoke, we quickened our pace. We have arrived at the venue for the second examination. Finally, after traversing the transformation of the dark soil beneath our feet into yellow sands, and witnessing the lush trees around us morph into the sweltering air, I gazed upon the imposing structure ahead, and I knew we had reached our destination. Everyone was panting heavily, taking a moment to rest, except for a few notable individuals from the training elite of Team Kai, leaving only me, who was occasionally compelled to participate in the rigorous training sessions. At this moment, I pondered whether I should express my gratitude to Tsunade for her well-meaning intentions. Xion, it appears your training with us has been quite effective, Kai remarked as he stood at the entrance, giving me a thumbs up. Oh, yes, I suppose so. I responded with a nervous chuckle. Indeed, it seemed that, compared to last time, the key members were not obstructed this time, Hinata observed. Kai nodded, moving toward our large group with a sigh of relief. Everyone performed exceptionally well. Witnessing your relentless efforts, enduring 3 days and nights of tireless travel, has genuinely moved me. He even shed tears of emotion. Well, I must admit, Kai is a type of teacher I find challenging to manage. Reflecting on it now, if he continued in this vein during my Chunin exam, the others might have grown weary. Soon, someone voiced their dissent, and only then did he realize. Leading us into the building. Chapter 91. Do not venture out at night in the spirit of not disturbing the natural progression of events. I decided against joining the main group for dinner. The chaotic scene inside was something I felt ill-equipped to handle. Besides, I had brought along ample provisions, so I could simply eat a bit when hunger struck. Given the unique environment of our destination, I had prepared diligently the day before the first examination, packing essential supplies such as water, food, potions, and wind sand goggles, all of which I crammed into a scroll and tucked into my pocket. After all, one must not engage in battle unprepared. Due to the sandy terrain, most rooms in the buildings here featured only small round windows. After a prolonged gaze out of one, I decided to venture outside. I found myself seated at the pinnacle of the structure, gazing into the distance. The view was indeed boundless, surrounded by a desert that seemed like an endless sea of sand, as if there were no way out. This starkly contrasted with the environment of Konoha, and I found it difficult to imagine how the inhabitants of this place managed to survive. Yet, they had evidently long since resolved this issue, which is truly admirable. Observing the scene before me evoked memories of my homeland, where expansive deserts also sprawled. However, having always resided in the southern regions, I regrettably never had the opportunity to behold a true sea of sand. Moreover, I would likely have been disheartened by the sweltering heat. Nevertheless, I never anticipated the chance to visit this desert. It is something to be cherished. The sand, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a silvery ocean, its patterns shifting occasionally with the caress of the wind. Surrounding me was an overwhelming tranquility, devoid of any extraneous noise, enveloping everything in an endless serenity. In an unfamiliar environment, enveloped by strange sensations, I find an unexpected comfort that is indeed a rare delight amidst the rigors of examination. Gazing upon this desolate expanse and the luminous moon, I cannot help but murmur my awe. This land is truly magnificent. Alas, the solitude it brings falls solely upon me. Sometimes, or perhaps occasionally, I yearn to return. Perhaps this is the very essence of one's homeland. On a night caressed by a gentle breeze, I feel as if I have been transported back to a summer of my childhood. Yet, I am fortunate that here, I do not feel excessively alone. Indeed, this is a form of luck. Suddenly, a resounding crash jolts me back to the present, interrupting my reverie. I quickly rise, preparing to rush towards the source of the sound, but instinctively pause. That noise, it must have come from the cafeteria, right? For some reason, I find myself reluctant to go. Nevertheless, it would be odd not to attend. Resolving this internal conflict, I hasten towards the cafeteria, only to discover that everyone, disheartened by the cancellation of dinner, is preparing to leave. What on earth just happened? I spot a familiar face and swiftly inquire. Oh, it's nothing. Let us head back, Sakura replies with a resigned wave, taking Shuei's hand as they prepare to depart. Oh, I'll wait a bit longer before I leave. You two go ahead. I casually bid farewell and continue towards the cafeteria. Come join us. I hear Fu's voice call out. Regrettably, it appears that no one is in the mood. I offer her a wry smile. But my plan was to make 100 friends here. Fu laments, plopping down on the ground. Before she can settle, a piercing scream from outside reaches my ears. Is that Dingxi? Right? He must be starving from missing dinner. What was that sound? I and another classmate from Sunagakure rushed to the window, peering outside. Could it be that someone ventured out? It is likely. Perhaps they encountered something. My anxiety grows, and I contemplate whether to leap from the window. What is going on? Poker Sugoroku? Fu suddenly stands, uttering words I cannot comprehend. During this season, enormous scorpions emerge at night, the serious Sunagakure classmate explains. Enormous scorpions? Without further thought, I focus my chakra in my eyes, clearly sensing the positions of that creature and several others nearby. Without hesitation, I leap from the window. Hey you, wait up. I hear someone shout as I feel a presence fluttering beside me. I say, do you find this amusing as well? Shall we go play together? Without a moment's pause, Fu grabs my hand, leading us towards the gigantic scorpion. Well, this is fortuitous, as that is precisely my intent. Within moments, we arrive directly above the enormous creature. Fu releases my hand and dives down, shouting her battle cry, the whirlwind of Takigakure. As she arrived, my vision widened considerably. In a flurry, I hastily descended to the ground and began forming hand seals. Water release, raging torrent. I manipulated the water to ensnare the scorpion, which had just been rendered immobile, and maneuvered toward its pincers. However, being in the desert, the moisture was scarce, proving insufficient. Thus, I lacked the strength to pry open those formidable claws. Merely restraining it from thrashing about was my utmost limit. Perhaps I should always keep a large water container at hand, should circumstances allow. Indeed, I deem it necessary for tomorrow. It is worth mentioning that Fu's prowess truly astonished me, as the spectacle before my eyes was profoundly striking. With just a single maneuver, she subdued this colossal creature. Such is the skill of one adept at wielding power. Alas, I shall ponder the ensuing matters later. It is rather troublesome. I then observed Fu, confidently perched upon the scorpion's back, exclaiming with delight. Truly, one cannot generalize about individuals. This child possesses an extraordinary spirit. Hey, you there, stop playing. Quickly finish it off while Xiao Xiang has it subdued. Sakura shouted. Is it really over? We could have played for the entire night. Fu clearly yearned for more fun. That would be exceedingly dangerous. Sighing in resignation, Fu raised her kunai high, thrusting it toward the enormous beast beneath her. Following a piercing scream, the troublesome creature finally fell silent, prompting me to release the water release technique. Sakura, are you all right? I rushed toward the group that had finally descended. Ah, there's blood. Lee exclaimed with concern. Do not move. It's fine. A classmate from Sunagakure, who had previously stood beside me by the window, stepped forward to assist Sakura with her injuries, displaying commendable skill. Soon, Supervisor Kai and the Proctor Temari, along with Kazakage Gara, arrived at the scene to ascertain the situation, ultimately concluding with Kai generously providing Choji a large bag of snacks. Naturally, upon our return, I distributed the provisions I had stored within my scroll, ensuring that our companions would not continue to suffer from hunger. Humph, who could deny my benevolence? Chapter 92, The Expected Opponent Group. Now, I shall elucidate the second phase of the Chunin exam. On the following morning, after a restful night and a hearty meal, we gathered at the designated meeting point, listening to the Proctor Temari as she began to explain the exam rules. The second phase would unfold as a battle for scrolls in the Desert of Illusions. With that, she raised the heaven and earth scrolls high above her head. Why does everyone seem to favor this examination format? It feels so familiar, doesn't it? As per the stipulated time, we prepared ourselves, and all teams stood ready at their starting points. Our destination lay precisely at the center of the high circular arena we currently occupied, though from this vantage point, it appeared merely as a distant speck. Goodness, it truly seems far. Is 3 days truly sufficient? Although our journey to Sunagakure took 3 days, at least no one sought to engage us in combat. I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the blinding sunlight, gazing into the distance, and could not help but voice my thoughts. Indeed, the duration of this examination has been curtailed, which can only signify that the circumstances here will be exceedingly perilous. In any case, everyone must remain vigilant and alert. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly. What shall we do then? Mizu questioned, pacing back and forth with evident distress. Do not fret. After all, the worst-case scenario merely entails failing to accomplish this task. It is essential to relax a bit first. I turned to offer reassurance. Xiaoxiang, do not be so pessimistic so early. Your words genuinely unsettle me. The 3 of us will undoubtedly succeed. Our foremost objective is to secure the scroll and then head straight to the center. Otherwise, time will truly be insufficient, Sakura assessed. Indeed, it seems we will face arduous battles ahead. Mizu nodded in agreement. However, over the past 2.5 years, we have all undoubtedly experienced considerable growth. There is no need for excessive worry. Sakura nodded, signaling for everyone to have confidence. Yes, you are absolutely right. Let us charge forward, Mizu exclaimed, throwing a few punches into the air to invigorate her spirit. Oh, there is one more matter, I said, retrieving 3 pairs of windproof goggles from the scroll in my pocket, handing them to Sakura and Mizu. The desert region is prone to winds that can form sandstorms, so it is prudent to wear these. All right, Xiaoxiang, your preparations are quite thorough. Sakura and Mizu praised me, unable to contain their admiration. Shortly thereafter, as we observed the signal flares bursting in the sky, the 3 of us leapt downwards, embarking on our journey. By the way, which group is our target? I inquired. Well, after observing everyone's abilities yesterday, it seems quite challenging, but we are not without our strengths either, Sakura replied. In any case, let us run ahead. We are bound to encounter someone. Mizu contributed her thoughts. As long as we do not cross paths with Niji's group, or Fu's group, or that individual adorned with a dragon tattoo on his arm, I believe we should be able to handle any confrontation. I stated my thoughts with rare confidence, though if we were to face them, it would indeed be quite difficult. At this moment, I must mention that luck is also a component of strength. Moreover, I think we should consider heading towards the oasis. Although our group possesses ample precious water resources, the same cannot be said for others. Thus, we might as well take a chance there. Haha, then the task of locating the oasis shall be entrusted to me, Mizu declared, pointing to herself. I can discern the area with the highest concentration of moisture simply by scent, even during rainfall. Then we shall rely on you, Mizu, Sakura replied with a smile, and I nodded in agreement. Under Mizu's guidance, we did not wander for long before encountering a pair of members. Fortuitously, we quickly dealt with them, as they possessed the corresponding scroll. However, driven by a genuine desire to see the oasis, and given that its direction aligned with our ultimate destination, our group ultimately decided to proceed towards the oasis. As we approached the oasis, we spotted another trio from across the way. Oh, how fortunate for us! It seems the oasis must be just ahead. Truly impressive work, Mizu. Hey, who are you? Sakura appeared to recognize them, prompting me to scrutinize closely, and I realized it was the girl who had assisted with healing last night. What a coincidence. Very well, if I must say so. This situation is indeed quite anticipated. Hand over the scroll, and in exchange, I shall provide you with water from the oasis ahead. Should you desire it, I can also heal your wounds. Yuna of Sunagakure wore a subtle smile, her eyes narrowed, exuding an air of assured victory. However, it is unfortunate that our water supply is plentiful. My apologies. Wow, there truly is an oasis ahead. Water, you are magnificent. I couldn't help but admire the water spirit, giving a thumbs up in appreciation. Humph, that is indeed the case. The confident and exuberant water spirit responded cheerfully. I remarked that Yuna's smile seemed to be faltering at this moment. Very well, let me reiterate. Relinquish your scrolls. I am sorry, but our water resources are still quite ample, so you might want to reserve such a bargaining tactic for later. Before she could finish, Sakura interrupted her. Furthermore, we already have someone formidable here to tend to our wounds. I gestured toward Sakura with a smile. Oh, Xiaoxiang and Sakura appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, gazing seriously at the three opponents before us. Moreover, the oasis does not belong solely to you. Anyone is free to utilize it. Water couldn't help but retort. Yuna's expression shifted subtly, yet she maintained her smile, seemingly awaiting our next move. Since they are not inclined to act first, it would not be unreasonable for us to briefly confer before making a move. They seem to want us to initiate, which we are not opposed to. If we do engage, Sakura should confront that girl, as she appears to be a close-range attacker and can also heal, being a medic. Water can handle the long-haired boy. However, I sense that Water can afford to be patient and merely exchange blows from a distance, as he seems to be a support type for the other two. It would be prudent to test his capabilities with long-range illusions. As for myself, I shall take on the remaining opponent. What do you all think? I propose the plan. Lowering my voice. I think it's feasible. I might even get the chance to practice my illusion techniques. Sakura agreed. I concur. Water's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will count to 1, and I shall strike first. Ah, by the way, allow me to guess. Your scrolls must be the heavenly scrolls, am I correct? Judging by your expressions, have I guessed right? That would be splendid. 3, 2, 1. I turned my body towards the other three, raising my voice and casting my gaze upon the three opponents, who remained silent yet appeared ready for significant action, offering them a slight smile. Upon seeing their expressions change, I swiftly drew a kunai from my bag and charged forward as I counted to 1. Sandere stopped the sand. The slender, long-haired adversary, Shizuku, immediately formed hand seals, conjuring several constructs resembling stone lions made of sand, which rushed toward me. They appeared tangible, yet upon contact, they dissipated, leaving only a force that pushed me back. I absorbed that force, allowing the kunai to fly from my grasp as I leapt back to my original position. Xiaoxiang, Sakura and Mizu approached, and I waved my hand, controlling the water to display the words "no problem" on the back of my hand. I then patted my clothes and retrieved a fresh kunai. To my surprise, it appeared that the individuals over there could also wield techniques related to sand. I had initially assumed they were merely proficient in advanced bloodline limits beyond the 5 elemental natures. How peculiar. Coach, I too wish to learn. Chapter 93. The anticipated opponent group 2. Hehe, you entered my attack range without any defense, Jiji Xiong remarked with a hint of derision. Humph. I heard you are a duo of healing ninjas. I had some expectations, but alas, it seems you lack the calm judgment of a medical ninja, Yuno said, tugging at the corner of her mouth with a hint of disdain, suggesting I had misjudged you. To be fair, her assessment was not without merit. I could not help but nod in agreement internally, for when it comes to healing, one must indeed look to the expertise of the great Sakura. So, have our negotiations fallen apart? Koji glanced at Yuno, who nodded in affirmation. Everyone, let us take action, I murmured softly, and thus the three of us assumed our stances, as did our opponents. I straightforwardly retrieved another kunai and leaped before Koji. Though it is said that a gentleman should not engage in combat with a lady, he appeared to be hesitating, lacking motivation. Nevertheless, he quickly gathered sand in his hands. Sand iron fist. After all, our negotiations had indeed collapsed. The hammer-wielding arm swung down ferociously. To be safe, I leaped aside, and the hammer struck the sandy ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Oh, it seems quite powerful. I couldn't help but scoff internally. Ah, you missed. He looked at me in astonishment, straightening up. At that moment, I thrust my kunai towards him, only to meet a solid barrier, the sand shield. Instantly, I realized that if I continued with the kunai, it would surely break. So I retreated a few steps to regain my stance. I hadn't anticipated that the sand would be so sturdy. They had yet to make a serious move, and we were in no rush, so I drew another kunai. I remember you, like can utilize water techniques, but regrettably, the surroundings are filled with sand, which will significantly diminish your abilities. You need only comply with the negotiations and hand over the scroll, and we could all celebrate together. The fellow spoke while lifting his hammer once more, leaping into the air. As I took a small step back to evade him, he again missed his target. Yet I had no intention of launching an attack for the time being. Oh, really? I appreciate your concern, I casually replied after stabilizing myself. From then on, I planned to evade his attacks without confronting him directly, conserving energy until they decided to get serious. After all, we would need to make our escape later. You truly are a master of evasion, Koji said, shaking his head in resignation after several failed attempts. All right, enough of this play. From a distance, Mizu and Jiji Xiong had only exchanged a few tentative moves, and after uttering this statement, the other two approached him, prompting Mizu to retreat as well. It appears they are about to get serious. I observed the assistant explaining to Sakura and Mizu, and he should have included others as well. Come forth, Polar Sand Array. Heat Sand Mirage. Swiftly, the figures of Ayano and Koji vanished. Huh, they disappeared in an instant. Mizu exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? Under normal circumstances, individuals do not simply vanish. Their chakra would betray their presence. Seizing the opportunity before they could escape too far, I closed my eyes, channeling my chakra into my sight to sense their location. I promptly retrieved several bottles of dye from my pocket, uncapped them, and manipulated the water within to coat them with dyed liquid, making them easier to locate. What? Shishio widened his eyes slightly. I could sense the other two hastily leaping aside. However, it is unfortunate that a mere touch of dye suffices for visibility, albeit only usable once, rendering future attempts more challenging. Sakura and I swiftly launched a kick or a punch to send the cloaked duo hurtling away. Yet, it was evident that the adversary was not to be underestimated, as the jellyfish emblazoned on their chests revealed that this encounter was far from over, quite bothersome indeed. I glanced at Mizu. She winked at Sakura and me, indicating that they were also prepared. I surmised that the long-haired fellow would attempt further interference. To maximize the disruption, I required more water. Although I had mentioned yesterday that I should bring more water, my reluctance to carry it led to this predicament. However, this place is adjacent to an oasis, so I would reserve the wind release for later use. Blind Desert Array, Dense Mighty Sand. This technique should serve to further obstruct them. Illusion Technique, Mirage. Mizu declared simultaneously, and Sakura activated her own illusion. It was time for me to act. Under the interference of Mizu and Sakura's illusions, Shishio's technique indeed failed to take effect, while Sakura and I unleashed our respective moves against our opponents. Water Release, Water Tornado. The moment the momentum surged, the name slipped from my lips. A tornado, towering twice the height of a person, surged towards Koji. He narrowly defended with a sand shield. But alas, the shield began to shatter under the relentless force of water. I clenched my fist, and, as the tornado began to dissipate, I darted in front of Koji, controlling my strength to deliver a punch. I watched as the corner of his mouth twitched before he was sent flying. Sakura and Mizu also achieved victory, quite commendable. However, seeing them rise once more, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Indeed, this is troublesome. Since it's all water, perhaps I should attempt to manipulate their water? I pondered, eyeing the mass of water on their chests. To be honest, I had not extensively practiced this technique, having failed during my encounter with the demon serpent. Alas, fortunately, we had anticipated this. You cannot break this. At that moment, the opposing child displayed a triumphant smile. What? That thing is still active? Sakura and Mizu were evidently taken aback, surprised that the jellyfish's duration was considerably prolonged, as it continued to heal them. No worries, let me give it a try. With a swift motion of my fingertips, I conjured a water sphere, expertly controlling its force. Before anyone could react, I struck a pose as if firing a gun, and the water sphere soared toward Reino's chest. A resounding explosion followed, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment as I witnessed the peculiar jellyfish made of water burst open, sending a chain reaction of splashes into the jellyfish of two others who failed to evade in time. They too erupted, leaving them utterly bewildered. Shall we embark on this once more? I smiled at the still doubtful Sakura and Mizu, then charged toward one of the individuals, soon hearing the sounds of their engagement. Uh-huh. It's your turn now. Lastly, I watched Mizu excitedly bounce up and dash toward Shishio. I couldn't help but turn my head away. Let me not bear witness to such impropriety. By the oasis, I retracted my earlier statement. Your water techniques are truly astonishing. Koji, somewhat embarrassed, turned slightly away from me as I continued to tend to his injuries. It's not entirely untrue. After all, the oasis is here. And you both are quite formidable as well. I flashed him a smile. However, are you truly doctors? Perhaps I should retract that question. Koji hesitated, swallowing his words, and I merely smiled in silence. I also withdrew my previous comment as Reino inclined her head slightly toward Sakura. What we have here is a case of fighting leads to friendship, right? Mizu grinned at Shishio, who subtly recoiled. In any case, after the 6 of us were properly organized, we prepared to march toward our destination. I contemplated that for the journey ahead. It would be best if I employed my water techniques to transport us, as I sensed potential troubles along the way that could deplete our energy. Before we set off, I proposed this thought. Why? Mizu asked, perplexed. Wouldn't that consume a considerable amount of your chakra? Sakura inquired, puzzled. No worries. I have potions for replenishment. For the upcoming exam, you should conserve your strength. As for me, the oasis's water has been immensely helpful. I just stored a significant amount in a scroll, which will save me considerable energy. Seeing them nod in agreement, I encased the 3 of us in water, lifting us into the air. Once I adjusted our direction, I left a slight gap in the opposite direction and formed another seal. Wind release, airblade. Fortunately, this minor ninjutsu was within my capabilities. It required no excessive force. By utilizing the wind's thrust, we could accelerate our journey. This way, we would likely avoid encountering troublesome individuals for the time being. Chapter 94. The Sandstorm Before Long. An unusual commotion reached our ears from the distance. Hey, you two, look over there. Mizu exclaimed, staring into the horizon. What is happening? Sakura turned her gaze toward the direction Mizu was observing, her mouth agape in astonishment. She tugged at my clothing, anxiously exclaiming, Look, Shoku. I found it challenging to manage the water sphere while merely glancing over, yet I was taken aback. Is that a sandstorm? For a moment, I was at a loss for what to do. Perhaps we should descend? Sakura suggested. All right. Soon, I gently placed the 3 of us back on the ground. Given the current circumstances, could we still reach our destination safely? The water seemed somewhat perplexed. This competition will likely be significantly affected, Sakura added. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I quickly remarked, for the moment, the question of whether we can reach the end must be set aside. Clearly, this situation appears to be a result of human interference. Otherwise, such a sudden disruption could not have arisen in an otherwise well-structured examination. If such phenomena were indeed to occur, we should never have been allowed to continue the competition, for it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Indeed, Sakura nodded slightly. But the speed of this sandstorm is truly astonishing. In no time, it seemed that the massive cloud had expanded even further. It bore down upon us with an ominous intensity, as if it intended to engulf the entire sky and earth. The color of the heavens above us appeared to darken rapidly. There was no time to hesitate. We needed to don our goggles and make haste to escape. Water charged ahead against the oncoming sandstorm, with Sakura and me closely following. However, it soon became evident that our visibility was rapidly diminishing due to the swirling sands. We can't afford to run chaotically anymore. We must remain still to avoid being swept away into that chaos, which could lead to even more troublesome predicaments. With that, I stabilized my stance, lowering my center of gravity to secure myself to the ground, while the other 2 halted their movements as well. But could we truly just wait idly? This predicament was exceedingly vexing. The sand relentlessly battered us, making breathing increasingly difficult. I covered my mouth and nose with my sleeve. Feeling my balance waver, I needed to devise a solution. Perhaps I could attempt a wind release technique. However, I regrettably lacked proficiency in it, and it had been a considerable time since I last executed it effectively. I wasn't certain if it would succeed. Holding my breath, I formed the necessary hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. I concentrated my chakra forward, shaping it into blades that cut through the air in a cross pattern. The sound of slicing wind filled my ears. And surprisingly, a brief opening appeared ahead of us. It seemed that my wind release had indeed improved since the last incident, and I silently sighed in relief. Did Xiaoxiang succeed? Water slightly loosened her grip on her clothing, but the sandstorm quickly encroached once more. No, the duration was far too brief. I knew I could not match her skill in wind release. I wondered if I could summon her. Hesitating slightly, I initiated the wind release once more, followed by a summoning technique. A white figure materialized before us, rapidly enlarging and enveloping us with its expansive tail. "Could you explain the current situation?" asked the figure, furrowing its brow and curling its body close to the ground, surrounded by a faint chakra aura. "Well, to make a long story short, a massive sandstorm has suddenly appeared, and we are utterly unable to manage the situation. I just attempted a wind release and felt it was effective, which is why I had to request your assistance." I expressed my demands to Chen Kong in one breath. "Wow, who is he?" Shui's eyes sparkled as she began to scrutinize Chen Kong from head to toe. "Chen Kong," he replied succinctly. "I apologize for the trouble." This was the second time Xiao Ying had encountered Chen Kong. She had previously seen him once in the land of grass and nodded slightly in his direction. I spoke plainly, acknowledging that I could not endure in my current state for much longer. Chen Kong glanced at the other two individuals before turning back to me. "In any case, I will do my utmost to bring you to a relatively safe location as quickly as possible. If you have anything to convey, simply keep it in your thoughts and make it brief," he added. I exclaimed, taken aback. When did he acquire Mr. Shun's skill? It would be best to keep it short. I can only hold on for a minute. "Very well, my wind-based technique should suffice for myself alone. Please wait for them to set up the tent before I check around for anyone else in need of assistance." I noticed him nod slightly. Then he shifted his tail just enough for me to frantically rummage through my pockets until I retrieved a scroll. I released a two-person wind-resistant tent into their hands. And without waiting for a response, I dashed off. Water style, protection barrier. Wind style, wind blade. I employed my signature techniques while practicing wind style. My intention was twofold: to determine if anyone else required assistance, and to engage in chakra training, as the exams would inevitably pause, alleviating any urgency to conserve chakra. Moreover, there was an important aspect. I was quite eager to see the unfolding drama. Before long, I noticed figures ahead. "It's quicksand," one person exclaimed. "Yui." Upon hearing this, I promptly stamped my foot and rushed in that direction. Water style, surround. I expertly controlled a small-scale water style technique without hand seals, swiftly grasping Yui and his companion who had also fallen into the quicksand. However, the combined weight of the three individuals proved challenging for me to manage. Just as I braced myself to persist, I suddenly heard a buzzing sound from above. I looked up in surprise. "Fu!" I exclaimed, astonished by her arrival. Did I unintentionally steal her spotlight? Does that mean I can continue to enjoy the spectacle? Enthusiastic mode, activate. She shot out something resembling spider silk from her hands, ensnaring the three individuals. Together, we exerted our strength, and at last, they were freed from danger. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I felt the surrounding sand settling, prompting me to release my water style. At that moment, I noticed Gaara had arrived. He descended from his sand and regarded Fu and me. "Kazekage." I felt it was inappropriate to remain silent, so I initiated conversation, but quickly realized I had mistakenly called him by the wrong title and promptly corrected myself. "Yes." He approached slowly, nodding at me before turning to Fu, who remained silent. "I am Gaara of Sunagakure." "I am Fu from Takigakure," she introduced herself. Then suddenly turned to me and continued, "So your name is Yas." This child shifts topics with remarkable speed. "I am Qin Nami Z from the Hidden Leaf Village. But you may call me Z or Xiao Xiang," I hastily stated. "Why did you save them? Aren't they your adversaries?" Gaara inquired. "It was the village chief, Fei Mo, who taught me," Fu explained. The name Fei Mo resonated with me, and I slightly widened my eyes, faintly recalling that the main characters had embarked on a mission to their village not too long ago, though my memories were hazy. "He said that one day I would make 100 friends." Fu continued. "If only that were possible," I murmured, feeling somewhat guilty and averting my gaze. Though I quickly lifted my head again, I glanced around at the walls crafted from sand that effectively shielded us from the howling winds outside. Truly, this technique was remarkable. "I believe you can achieve that goal." I turned back, making an effort to smile, wishing to conceal my disappointment, hoping they would remain oblivious to my feelings. "Is that so? No wonder you resemble someone we know," Gaara remarked, glancing at a fellow villager before continuing to look at Fu. "Huh, if he were yours." "Oh? Who is he? I must befriend him," Fu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "His name is Uzumaki Naruto, a truly exceptional individual," I explained with a smile, but unfortunately, he is currently training outside and could not participate in this exam. Gaara nodded gently, then began his explanation, and I felt it was time to take my leave. However, in that moment, an indescribable sensation washed over me. My sixth sense occasionally warns me of impending trouble, so I closed my eyes and listened intently. It was music, yet there was no one in sight. The source must be from a higher vantage point. I couldn't help but steal another glance at the Sand siblings trio, gritting my teeth. I resolved to follow them. That individual had been patient thus far, likely intending to focus on these individuals first. Capturing them would be effortless thereafter. As I noticed them preparing to depart, I decided to accompany them as well. Gaara's voice resonated once more. Is there something else, Kazekage-sama? I closed my eyes briefly, turning my body towards him. Shouldn't you be with your teammates? Well, about that. Ahem, I shall return to them shortly, I replied, scrambling for a plausible excuse. But he interjected. You wish to follow them, don't you? What is wrong with them? Gaara queried. How shall I put it? My sixth sense informs me they will encounter trouble. I hesitated to boast, yet sometimes, a girl's intuition proves quite accurate. I resolved to fabricate an excuse. Casually placing one hand behind my back, contemplating whether to send a shadow clone to create a diversion, specifically, to guide the Sand siblings on a different path. They are targeting me, Gaara stated nonsensically. Thus, it is no wonder that my sixth sense warned me. They are likely to become the bait that necessitates your approach. You must exercise caution. Hence, I made my departure. I was poised to leap away when I felt something grasping my foot. Before I could comprehend the situation, I found myself standing on the sandy platform created by Gaara. This certainly expedited matters. Indeed, it was quite swift, but you are steering me towards the examination's conclusion. Please, it is perilous for you to venture there alone. Gaara, wait. Do you truly intend to go by yourself? I called out to him, but he did not look back, merely hastening towards the trio. Observing the sand that held me captive, I contemplated my options and resorted to summoning technique once more. So, while matters conclude there, what else transpires here? The creature, Kankuro, perplexed, patted his tail and inquired whether he should assist in my liberation. No, I apologize. But must I trouble you to accompany that user? If you encounter the trio, please escort them away from that location, specifically from the user of this sand. Very well. With that, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 95. A Great Trouble. This fellow exhibits remarkable efficiency. Yet, I recall he previously lacked the ability to traverse short distances amidst the rain. It appears he has secretly grown stronger. Is he attempting to draw me in? Humph. I accept the challenge. Ahem, enough of that. My immediate concern is to extricate myself from this sand. Water release. I enveloped the part ensnared by sand with my water release technique, manipulating the water to widen the gap between my foot and the sand, ultimately freeing myself. The direction I must go is over there. I deftly maneuvered a water platform beneath me and accelerated forward. Upon reaching my destination high in the air, I beheld Gaara, restrained by a chain, along with the trio preparing to depart, accompanied by a wolf that appeared undecided yet inclined to follow them. Kankuro, please scan the vicinity for anyone who may assist. I urgently called out. Very well. As I watched Kankuro depart, I turned my attention to the chain that was gradually burrowing into my body, then slowly withdrew it. I furrowed my brow and extracted the newly acquired short blade I had kept at my side, seldom used due to my inexperience. I positioned it before my chest, infusing it with the power of wind release and water release, significantly widening the blade. The sharpness of the wind and the pressure of the water should surely sever that chain. With a clang, the chain before me indeed shattered, though my short blade also fractured, splintering into several pieces. Gaara stumbled backward from the recoil, but quickly regained his balance. Feeling the sting of pain radiating from my palm and the numbness enveloping my body, I could not help but shake my hand. That expenditure of chakra was considerable. Ahem. In the next moment, I tasted blood in my mouth, and my vision blurred momentarily. It seems the backlash from that technique was quite formidable. You need not wait for Gaara to continue. I gestured dismissively. What? The man's music abruptly halted, and he exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. How did you return? Gaara, still racked with pain, furrowed his brow as he glanced at me, retreating slightly to his side. Who knows? I can't simply abandon this considerable trouble and walk away without a backward glance. I gazed at the figure seated atop the platform, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and biting his lip. Speaking of which, since his method of attack was through music, it should suffice to sever the source of that sound. I pondered whether wind release could effectively disrupt the air surrounding him. Regrettably, I wished I had studied wind techniques more thoroughly before the exam. Alas, there was no comprehensive guide available here, and I could only rely on the teacher's summaries to learn fragments of wind release. Fortunately, the adversary had no intention of moving, making him an ideal target. With a click of my tongue, the man accelerated his movements on the strings, and the characters on his body transformed into chains, lunging toward Gaara. Indeed, there was no escaping this. Those chains possessed an automatic tracking system. Moreover, his speed was astounding, leaving me uncertain whether I could complete the task of obstruction before he cast his spell. Thus, I once again gathered my chakra. However, lacking a sufficiently solid weapon, I resolved to attempt the endeavor with my bare hands. Although I felt it was likely a futile effort, the situation had escalated to such a degree that I could not afford to hesitate. Wait, Gaara began to protest, but I acted swifter. Humph, I shall not let you succeed. Shadow Mage. The man spoke again, and in the next moment, my shadow rose, intent on ensnaring me. Instinctively, I dodged to the side, delivering a downward strike upon the chains. The familiar sensation of chakra absorption and the prickling sting surged through me. My vision blurred, and I tasted blood in my mouth. Gritting my teeth, I intensified the flow of chakra, finally feeling the chains begin to relent. Almost there. Yet, simultaneously, the shadow finally ensnared me. No. As I felt my body constricting, I struggled to break free, but was met with an even greater force of oppression. I furrowed my brow, watching the man prepare to strike again, casting a desperate glance toward Gaara, who seemed drained of chakra and unable to act. This was relentless. Struggling to open my eyes, I suddenly felt a surprising lightness in my body. Could it be? Seizing the fleeting strength I had left, I swiftly rolled to the side, retreating several steps until I could clearly see Fu had arrived, though she too had succumbed to the adversary's attack. I told you, that guy's skills counter both of you. Don't fall one by one. I coughed, slowly rising to my feet, golden blood dripping onto the sandy ground, as if invisible. Are you all right? Gaara weakly inquired, and I sensed that his chakra had been significantly depleted. Is there another one? I chuckled. He quickened his strumming once more, and another chain emerged, hurtling toward Fu. Fu! I shouted urgently, but there was no evading that chain. How vexing. When shall we receive assistance? Silently, I extracted a pill from my bag and swallowed it. The previous encounter had been quite overwhelming, and that individual was now casting his gaze in my direction. I needed to remain vigilant. Mitzi, you should leave, Gaara said, glancing at the fallen Fu before turning to me. No, there must be a way to resolve this. Allow me one more attempt. I focused on harnessing my chakra, then leaped towards the adversary. Fearing the distance might be insufficient, I jumped directly down to the platform below, observing his movements as he plucked the strings. I hastened the execution of my wind technique, for my proficiency with this skill was still lacking. I shut my eyes, envisioning the sensation of enveloping someone entirely, akin to how he had wielded it before, and then I sprang upward. You shall not obstruct me any further. I extended my hands toward the foe, and as the invisible wind encased him, I noticed the sound of the strings diminished significantly. There was a glimmer of hope. I quickly glanced at the two chains. The flow of chakra within them had indeed slowed somewhat. However, before I could revel in my triumph, I was astonished to see my own shadow beginning to move. Was this uncontainable? Unable to reach out and dispel it, I allowed it to coil around me. Yet, as long as I maintained my actions, I believed I would be safe. Mitzi! I heard Gaara's urgent shout and instinctively looked down at myself, only to find a kunai embedded in my body, golden blood slowly oozing from the wound. I couldn't help but gasp, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth, my grip almost faltering. This level of pain was unbearable. I clenched my eyes tightly, gritting my teeth, determined to shift my focus, though my thoughts began to waver. I had narrowly escaped death. Dear reinforcements, when shall you arrive? I feared I might not endure much longer. Chapter 96. The conclusion of the exam as my consciousness began to blur. A familiar rush of wind enveloped me. When I next opened my eyes, I beheld a familiar face. Hey, you're finally awake. It was Kankuro, though he seemed hesitant to complete his sentence. What about everyone else? I sat up abruptly, wincing as the wounds on my body protested, and a pained smile graced my lips upon noticing the fresh bandages. They're all fine and have already left, Kankuro explained swiftly, his demeanor suggesting he preferred not to elaborate further. Oh, that essay relief, I began, but before I could finish, I heard a familiar voice. Of course, I haven't departed yet, said Fu, who approached with excitement, followed closely by Gara, who wore a look of surprise that quickly shifted to calm. Humph. I haven't yet had the chance to befriend you. Thank you for your assistance, she remarked, extending her hand toward me. Was she offering to help me up? I truly appreciate it. Gara offered me a subtle nod. I am truly honored. It's no trouble at all. I am simply relieved that you are all well. I rose slowly, grimacing slightly from the lingering pain. Thanks to them. Oh, right, it was Niji. Well, perhaps that's a bit excessive. Fu thoughtfully stroked her chin in recollection. I see. I nodded in agreement, but my gaze inevitably fell upon Fu, her wings still unfurled behind her, capturing my attention. If you don't mind, might I inquire about the secret to your friendship with the gentleman within you? Fu appeared taken aback, her mouth agape. I apologize if it's inconvenient. But before I could finish my sentence, she became animated, grasping my hand. You wish to hear my story? Really? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. My friend Naruto is also a Jinchuriki. However, he and I turned our attention to Gara. Noticing his nod, I continued. This esteemed Kazekage often grapples with the influence of the beast within him, and I wish to seek your counsel. Certainly, no problem at all. Fu immediately opened up, sharing her insights with both of us. I took note, planning to relay the information to Naruto upon his return. How remarkable. But we should hasten to the finish line. Shuntiwi? I seem to recall that the exam is nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, it struck me. We are still in the midst of the exam. Oh no. Will we make it in time? I timidly raised my hand to inquire. Can I still submit my scroll? At that moment, Gara calmly reassured, you will make it. Hurry along. Hearing his words eased my worries. That's a relief. Just before departing, I remembered something and quickly turned to Fu, who was preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Fu. What is it, Miko? Fu gazed at me with her pure, innocent eyes, causing my throat to tighten. I swiftly closed my eyes, shook my head, and then opened them again. Fu, please be cautious of the organization known as Akatsuki. Their attire is easily recognizable, adorned with red clouds. Please, exercise caution around them. Why is that? Before she could press further, I prepared to depart, fearing that my next words might reveal too much. Why is it that I might be able to save Yutaka, yet I cannot save Fu? It is truly lamentable. Ultimately, I remain too weak. On the path to the finish line, as I decided to signal for CHK to return, I felt a gust of wind swirl beneath my feet. Humph. I'll see you off. Oh, thank you immensely. With the assistance of CHK's wind technique, I swiftly arrived at the final gathering point, spotting two familiar figures in the distance. He set me down gently. You'd best think of how to explain yourself. With that, he vanished in an instant. Explanation is merely a form of concealment. I gazed at the dissipating white smoke left in his wake, sighing heavily. Sakura. I heard Sakura calling out. Sakura. Do you have water? I was just about to explain something. You truly startled me. It is such a relief to hear that you are unharmed despite the terrifying descriptions I heard. Sakura, in a rare moment of affection, rushed over to embrace me. But I instinctively recoiled, as my wound still throbbed. It was quite alarming to see you vanish amidst the sandstorm. We were genuinely worried about you, Water remarked. Hands on her hips, a hint of frustration in her voice. I apologize. I am perfectly fine now, having returned safely, so let us promptly submit the scroll. Upon submitting the scroll, we gathered together and began to deliberate on the cancellation of the third exam. What will happen to the Chunin exams? Lee asked, visibly anxious. I had a foreboding feeling about this, and it has indeed come to pass, Tian explained with a wry smile. How infuriating. Has all our hard work been in vain? Inuyasha grumbled, biting his lip in frustration. I believe this arrangement is reasonable. The evaluation will likely be based on our performance in the first two exams, I contended. Regardless of whether we passed or failed, the real achievement is that we are here together. Given my current state, it would be quite challenging to engage in combat again. That is not entirely incorrect, and it is indeed a sentiment expressed by Xiao Xiang, Hinata interjected. Moreover, to speak candidly, we have not left empty-handed. At least we have gained some confidence. Sakura smiled at me and Water, and we instinctively nodded in agreement. Overall, I find this exam to have been quite fascinating. I mused, nodding contentedly. Once Gara had provided a thorough summary of the exam, everyone received satisfactory responses. At this juncture, it was clear that the exam had reached a definitive conclusion, and we would soon learn the final results upon our return to the village. Upon returning to the village, in the Hokage's office, I have meticulously reviewed your reports from the second exam, and I will swiftly announce the results. Tsunade began to declare the list of those who would advance to Chunin status. I listened with only half an ear, my thoughts elsewhere. After all, those who were meant to be promoted would undoubtedly be promoted. I wonder how things are faring with Fu. Have they reached an irretrievable state? Never mind. It is futile to dwell on that. Xiaoxiang. I felt someone gently nudging me, drawing me back from my reverie. Ah, yes, please proceed, I replied, startled. Gazing up at Tsunade, who wore a slight frown, causing me to shiver. Mizuki, please hold on a moment. Huh. Once again, she has not called me Xiaoxiang. This is frightening. All right. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. I noticed the ambiguous glances exchanged among everyone, and though I sensed myriad interpretations, it was abundantly clear that none of them wished to come to my aid. Tsunade-sensei, do you require anything further from me? I mustered the courage to speak once the last person exited and closed the door behind them. Did you catch my assessment of you? She raised her voice slightly, and I quickly shook my head vigorously. Her brow furrowed as she clenched and then relaxed her fists. So what does that mean? I boldly inquired. You have qualified to become a Chunin. She paused dramatically. You gave me quite a fright. I had thought that among us, only I and my fellow students, the perennial genin, were unqualified. Thus, there was nothing to fear. I discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. However, I quickly followed her lead with a question. Nonetheless, during this examination, the Wind Shadow noted your performance as quite remarkable. Though this alone does not suffice for you to leap directly into the ranks of Nin like Niji. Therefore, I believe there remains room for your advancement. Tsunade transitioned from severity to a smile and declared, henceforth, I appoint you as a special Nin. The air hung in silence for a full 3 seconds. What? But I lack the requisite strength for such a title. With great power comes great responsibility, and with my current meager skills, how could I dare? There was little else to say. Tsunade decisively interrupted my explanation, urging me to leave expeditiously. Yet, I yearned to express more. What, do you have objections? Tsunade's tone grew stern once more. No, I shall depart at once. I fervently shook my head. Please, how could there be none? Rest assured, externally, your rank will remain that of a Chunin, so there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, this is a recognition of your abilities. Now be gone. With a mix of emotions swirling within, I exited the office. Special Nin? What should I do now? Chapter 97. Side story. The Wandering Medic. What was the result of the examination? Upon returning home, my mother peered curiously from the sofa. Yes, I successfully advanced. I responded rather dully. Isn't that wonderful? Come, shall we dine out to celebrate? My father also chimed in, his enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, it is good news. But there's more. Tsunade has appointed me as a special Nin. What? The two of them were taken aback. I felt somewhat at a loss. Placing my belongings down and sinking into the sofa, seeking a moment to unwind, for I was utterly unprepared for this. Feeling unprepared? Then strive harder. Until the day you feel confident enough to rightfully earn that title, my father said with a quick wink, followed by a gentle chuckle. Is that truly feasible? Your father speaks wisely. Whether in medical arts, ninjutsu, or any other pursuits, exert yourself diligently, for the sweat you shed will not betray you. I understood and nodded solemnly. However, where should I begin? In terms of ninjutsu, it seems I can only progress gradually, while practical experience in medical arts is paramount. Although interning at a hospital is a commendable choice, I pondered if there might be additional methods to enhance my skills. Perhaps I should consider traveling to refine my medical expertise, I suggested. Traveling to enhance your medical skills? That sounds akin to being a wandering medic, my father mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Wandering medic? Oh, indeed. It bears some resemblance. I believe I could give it a try, and then adopt a pseudonym to commence my journey officially. Precisely. By the way, I recall that wandering medics can also be referred to as itinerant healers. How about we call you Zwafong? My mother could not help but pat her thigh. Feeling quite satisfied, I tidied up my belongings and prepared to report to Tsunade. The challenge of naming was manageable. As long as it wasn't too peculiar, I was content. Before long, the proposal from the wandering physician appeared rather promising. You see, peculiar thoughts occasionally sprout in your mind. Nevertheless, it is indeed a splendid idea, as the enhancement of both medical and ninja skills requires continuous practical training. If I could balance hospital duties with external medical affairs, I would wholeheartedly endorse your approach. Moreover, Miko, it is imperative to remember that once the decision to save lives is made, one must see it through to the end, Tsunade solemnly declared. Understood. Therefore, in order to save them, I must persist in my efforts. Thus, in my spare time, I embarked on a journey as a wandering physician. And from time to time, Sakura would join my explorative endeavors. However, it was only during these moments that I could distinctly perceive the significance of innate talent in the realm of healing. While I grappled with how to better and more efficiently master the control of medical chakra, Sakura had already become adept at utilizing her Jinjutsu techniques to alleviate patients' unnecessary suffering with just a hint of my suggestion. Indeed, after more than a year and the experiences gained from the Chunin exams, her growth within her area of strength was visibly remarkable, bringing me immense joy for her progress. Yet, I firmly believe that time will reveal all truths. My efforts will not be in vain. Thus, when I finally became proficient in the application of blood circulation and medical techniques, I could clearly sense a significant advancement in my medical skills compared to before, allowing for the smooth continuation of subsequent matters. Teachers Wafong, which direction do we plan to head today? I heard a familiar voice nearby as I was preparing to venture out for some much-needed practice during this rare holiday. Hello, Sakura. I'm thinking of wandering a bit farther this time. I wish to visit the land of grass. After all, the relationship between their village and ours is relatively amicable, so at least we won't need to go through a series of cumbersome procedures for a casual visit. Indeed, may I accompany you on this trip? Of course. After notifying my parents, Kakashi, and Tsunade, we packed our belongings and set off towards our destination. The land of grass was a country that lingered vaguely in the recesses of my past life memories, and this journey would serve as a refreshing escape for the two of us. Ah, we have finally arrived, I exclaimed, observing the novel surroundings with a satisfied nod. Let us first find a place to stay. The terrain of the land of grass bore some resemblance to that of the land of fire, given its name, which included the character for grass. Lush vegetation flourished everywhere, but due to its proximity to the land of rain in the southwest, the consistent rainfall had fostered a unique geographical environment, characterized by numerous sprawling swamps. I had heard that various small villages were scattered throughout this area, and I envisioned visiting alongside Sakura to explore and perhaps gather some local herbs for research. However, I can't shake the feeling that if we venture forward at night, we might easily get lost. As I sat beside the window of a modern hotel room, I gazed out at the scenery, unable to suppress my critiques of the marshlands that I certainly did not wish to approach. Fortunately, this area has experienced significant improvements in living conditions due to prolonged economic development, resulting in a lifestyle that aligns more closely with contemporary living. However, the parts nearer to the marshes are less favorable, and our destination tomorrow lies in those regions. Therefore, it is indeed crucial to find a suitable place to stay early on. Sakura blinked in response. Indeed. Let us rest well today in preparation for our visit to the marsh village tomorrow. After bidding Sakura good night, I quietly slipped out of the room once she fell asleep, eager to explore the marshlands. With bulrushes, gentian, and other herbs in mind, I thought it prudent to collect samples for further study, as my supply of scrolls was ample. Unable to contain my curiosity, I donned medical gloves and began to dig enthusiastically. Cough, cough. Why must you drag me into this petty thievery under the cover of night, instead of focusing on your training? A reluctant voice questioned, belonging to the ever-skeptical Tsuku, who frowned and coughed lightly, wishing to make a hasty retreat. Nevertheless, he tossed his storage scroll at my feet, prompting me to begin filling it with herbs. Ah, do not speak so. It is not as if this place is marked as private property with signs forbidding entry. Thus, we are free to come and go as we please. Moreover, this area is prone to causing one to lose their way, so I shall be relying on you later. Mr. Tsuku, thank you in advance. Sensing Tsuku's silent, disapproving glare, I feigned ignorance and continued my diligent work. Fine. I have no desire to witness your toil. Does that mean you, the esteemed Tsuku, are willing to lend me a hand? I inquired, brimming with excitement. Heh, I shall take a stroll around and return shortly. Tsuku decisively declined. Oh, what a pity. Watching Tsuku's retreating figure, I shook my head in resignation. Chapter 98. Side Story. The Wandering Physician's Wafong 2. This chapter is from a third-person perspective. Tsuku, alone, or rather, like a solitary wolf, wandered aimlessly around the marshlands, the surroundings tranquil and embodying the essence of nighttime. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Something seemed to stir not far to his left. After a moment's contemplation, he slowed his pace, instinctively tiptoeing toward the source of the sound. Before him appeared a medium-sized dog, indistinguishable in color, lying by the marsh, roughly comparable to his own size. Just as Tsuku prepared to leave, the creature's ears perked up abruptly, prompting him to hasten back to Mitsu's side. "Let us return, Tsuku." Mitsu had already risen. Indeed, Tsuku nodded in agreement. The next day, I pondered, according to the map. It should be this way, though it was clearly pointing in the opposite direction. Xiaoxiang. Cough, cough, a minor oversight, please forgive me. Mitsu and Sakura arrived at a slightly remote village adjacent to the marsh, and as they had anticipated, the village was scattered around the various marshes, creating a unique landscape. As two individuals approached the entrance of a clinic, Dr. Tarano urged, "Please do not be too anxious. We shall continue our search." "Understood. If we have no results by noon, I will finish my tasks here and go." "Indeed, Ayao is such a good dog. He must be fine. However, we are truly at a loss." "Who says we are at a loss? It merely rained." "Dr. Tarano, even if there are no leads, everyone here will continue to assist you. Please focus on your work for now." "Thank you, everyone." Before the two could reach the door, they heard a flurry of chatter emanating from within. "Is someone in need of assistance?" "Let us take a look," suggested Sakura, pausing in her tracks, with Yako following suit. "All right," Yako replied, and as several hurried figures emerged from inside, the two entered the clinic together. "Ah, are you here for a consultation or to pick up medication?" Upon stepping into the room, they were met with a gentle inquiry, as warm as a soft breeze. The male doctor, clad in a white short-sleeved coat, with light brown hair and matching eyes, an unusual combination, exuded an air of efficiency. They estimated he was roughly the same age as Yako and Sakura, and they surmised he must be the Dr. Tarano they had heard about. "Are you ninjas from Konoha?" The doctor quickly assessed the newcomers, his gaze settling on Sakura's forehead protector, a smile creeping onto his lips, his voice tinged with excitement. "Indeed, I apologize, but we heard about your predicament at the entrance and hope to assist you," Yako explained. "I am immensely grateful for your willingness to help. I have a patient I cannot leave, and I must implore you to assist me. To summarize the situation, my dog Ayao went missing from home 2 nights ago. I initially thought he would return on his own, but he has yet to do so. The villagers have also searched for him, but yesterday's heavy rain washed away all traces, leaving us helpless." "Understood. Please provide us with some of Ayao's belongings to aid in our search," Sakura replied. "Certainly. Here is his favorite toy ball, and this photograph was taken 2 weeks ago." Dr. Tarano, having gathered several items he had prepared in advance, handed them over to Sakura and Yako, expressing his heartfelt thanks before they departed. Not far from the clinic, Yako remarked, the doctor's demeanor and expressions, as well as the fresh food and water bowls on the floor, suggest this is indeed a serious matter. "We must take action." "I concur. But I observed the doctor closely and noticed a slight stiffness in his left arm's movements. Initially, I thought it was merely a habit," Yako stated. "However, just to be safe." Sakura began, but Yako seemed to grasp her implication. "Are you suggesting that a doctor with blocked meridians is indeed unusual? Should we investigate further?" Yako inquired urgently. I ventured inside to inquire about additional items belonging to Aya, while Xiaoxiang, you shall remain outside to scout. After a swift division of tasks, the two returned to the small clinic they had just departed. Nearby, Mizi concentrated her chakra in her eyes, peering through the glass to catch a glimpse of Teruya Maki. Remarkably, though his left hand appeared entirely unscathed, why did the chakra refrain from flowing towards his left arm? Could it be some form of secret technique? Yet, what purpose could such a technique serve? While Mizi could not perceive the details as clearly as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan or the Sharingan of Karura, she could still grasp a vague understanding. However, the sight was startling. Although she could only vaguely sense Teruya Maki's chakra condition, the current situation was unprecedented. Upon Sakura's return, Mizi eagerly relayed her discovery. In any case, we should first locate Aya, as his anxious state indicates that Aya holds significant importance to him. As for his own condition, as fellow doctors, we ought not to speculate too much. We can only proceed step by step. Mizi concluded, and Sakura nodded in agreement, preparing for their next course of action. Should we directly enlist the help of CHK? Finding someone is indeed their forte, suggested Sakura. Yes, summoning technique, Mizi replied without hesitation, calling upon external assistance. Searching for a lost pet? CHK was taken aback, pondering that it had been ages since these two had taken on such a straightforward task. Indeed, it pertains to Dr. Teruya Maki's household. He discovered Aya's absence yesterday and sought assistance from the surrounding community. However, a torrential downpour had washed away his scent, and he was preparing to seek help from ninjas in the town district this afternoon. As fate would have it, we have just arrived. Mizi briefly explained the previous events to CHK and informed him of Teruya Maki's unique circumstances. I see, but as you mentioned, the recent rainfall complicates the search. CHK began, only to pause mid-sentence. Mizi promptly inquired, even you cannot locate him? No, quite the opposite. I have an idea. In any case, follow me. CHK sighed, almost rolling his eyes, suddenly inspired to move, yet his words lingered behind. You best tread lightly. The subject may hear your footsteps and flee once more. Exchanging a quick glance, Mizi and Sakura deftly followed suit. Within mere minutes, CHK felt a jolt of realization. Confirming the scent of the tokens in their hands multiple times, unable to suppress a thought. This is the place we visited yesterday? Surely, it cannot be this fortuitous. Soon. CHK slowed his pace, gesturing for the two to halt while he approached the investigation. He advanced towards the site with utmost silence, to the very spot he had previously refrained from exploring. Upon nearing, he discovered a cave of moderate size, perfectly aligned with the swamp, its entrance concealed by tall reeds, making it easily overlooked without careful observation. No wonder they had failed to find him. In a moment of introspection, Chung Kong lowered his posture and continued to approach the past. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he spoke. Hello, are you a Yao? Were you sent by him to find me? A Yao's voice, once vibrant and crisp, now bore the inevitable rasp of age. His tone was deep, just audible enough for Chung Kong to hear. Surprisingly, his appearance was youthful, his white fur shone brightly, indicative of meticulous care. This was indeed peculiar. It was likely the doing of that doctor. From the descriptions provided by the two, he seemed to have acted with good intentions. However, the cost of such actions was uncertain. Chung Kong pondered silently. What are your thoughts on the matter? Chung Kong replied with a question of his own. I wish to return, yet I also do not. I hope he does not feel compelled to do that for me. A Yao responded after a brief silence. Did he transform you into this state? You were meant to age naturally, Chung Kong stated, revealing the truth. Moreover, he silently added, this realization had likely occurred in the recent days. Upon hearing this, a Yao's once clear eyes seemed to cloud over with the passage of time. His drooping tail resembled a branch that had broken in the late autumn, unable to rise again. If possible, I truly wish for you to hear our story. I will keep it brief, so you may understand my choice to leave him. Very well, please proceed, Chung Kong replied, glancing quickly at Mizi and Xiaoying, who were approaching slowly without urgency. I met him 14 years ago. He saved me when I fell into a ditch, and from that moment on, I vowed to protect him for a lifetime, a Yao explained. Chung Kong nodded thoughtfully, considering that, under these circumstances, a Yao's aging was likely due to natural causes. Yet, this would probably be a significant blow to the doctor. It seemed he had recently become aware of a Yao's deteriorating condition and had chosen to employ some secret technique to transfer his energy to a Yao, allowing him to maintain his current state. However, the potential side effects of such a technique remained uncertain. Chapter 99, Side Story, The Wandering Physician's Chamber 3, Third-Person Perspective. Indeed, events unfolded almost exactly as Chung Kong had envisioned. So, a Yao, do you wish to lift the spell he cast upon you? Chung Kong patiently inquired, seeking to ascertain whether the spell would have any repercussions on Shiamaki. However, based on Xiao Xiang's remarks, it seemed to be a forbidden technique, likely harmful to the human body. Chung Kong mused. I do wish to. I can feel that after he cast the spell, my left arm has been somewhat unresponsive for days. I fear it is due to the spell that this is so. That is why I want to leave him, a Yao expressed with concern. Do you know what the spell was meant to accomplish? Perhaps we could assist you. Chung Kong queried. Unfortunately, I do not know, a Yao lamented. Although Io was uncertain, one thing he understood, perhaps predestined by fate, was that this spell had to be lifted by Maki Taranok personally. He continued speaking, however, I must return home. I comprehend this. And I wish to bring you back with me. After all, it is my duty. After a brief pause, he observed Io's expression and added, You wish to see him again, do you not? Io hesitated, caught in conflicting emotions. Naturally, he longed to return, to live alongside him as he once did. Yet, he knew that the day would come when he must fulfill his mission and part ways with Maki Taranok. At that moment, both would surely feel sorrow. I understand. Maki Taranok stated resolutely. Therefore, I hope you can articulate your ultimate choice. We shall return, Io declared, rising to his feet and gently addressing Maki Taranok. I wish to return what he has given me. Shall we set off then? Maki Taranok inquired. Just then, a medium-sized dog, presumably iOS, approached them. Yoko, noticing this, quickly asked, "Is that him?" Maki Taranok glanced at Io and nodded. "Indeed, but I will return to Maki's house with him and await your arrival." "Very well," Yoko replied. Sensing that the two had discussed some plans and exchanged knowing glances with Sakura before they all set off. Thus, the four split into two groups, one to seek Maki Taranok and the other to head directly to his residence. Before long, Maki Taranok and Io, a wolf and a dog, navigated their way through the crowd to arrive at Maki's doorstep. "He has prepared something for you," Maki Taranok remarked, noticing the dog food and water bowls carefully covered with waterproof material at the entrance. "You should eat a bit to regain your strength." Unfortunately, Io shook his head and chose to drink from the water bowl instead. Maki Taranok frowned at Io's frail condition, lamenting inwardly, unless Maki Taranok quickly casts the complete spell, Io may not survive for long. Just as Maki Taranok was about to say something further, a hurried voice interrupted his thoughts. Following Io's gaze, he spotted three individuals rushing towards them. "Io, are you all right? Are you hungry or thirsty? I have prepared these for you, but you hardly touched them," Maki Taranok said, swiftly kneeling beside Io to assess his condition. Io struggled slightly, but ultimately responded to Maki Taranok's concern, gently licking his hand in gratitude. "I am sincerely thankful for your assistance. I will return to the clinic shortly to retrieve the reward I prepared for you." "Please hold on," Maki Taranok interjected decisively. "Now that our mission is fulfilled, it is my turn. Dr. Maki, after locating Io, entrusted us with a new task, to return the energy belonging to you that resides within him. We shall see it through." Tsuya Makihiro was evidently taken aback. On one hand, it was his first encounter with a wolf articulating human speech, and on the other, he was astonished that the individuals before him were already aware of his plans. He furrowed his brow, only to reluctantly smooth it out again. "I understand now, indeed. It was the implication of Ao's departure, yet I hold firm to my convictions." Tsuya clenched his fists and raised them slightly, only to let them fall back to their original position. "However, Dr. Tsuya, you must be acutely aware that concerning Ao's current disposition, he would undoubtedly prefer for you to continue living happily rather than employing your secret arts to prolong his existence. Although he may not fully comprehend the sacrifices you have made for him, he still chose to leave you and confront his fate alone. You should grasp the significance of this." After speaking, Sakura let out a soft sigh. "To be candid, I have experienced something akin to this." Miko reminisced about the Chin family and Yong Helu, unable to suppress a sigh in her heart. She paused briefly before continuing. "Yet, it has been said that one must always move forward. Life does not halt for our hesitations. Mr. Tsuya, with your capabilities, you can undoubtedly save more lives. And I believe Ao would be pleased as well. However, I remain uncertain. If I am unable to rescue those I wish to save in the future, I will likely come to understand a more profound pain, just as he has," Miko added in her mind. At that moment, Ao also chimed in, calling out a few times in harmony with Miko. "Indeed, while I deeply desire to assist Ao in completing his mission, the ultimate decision rests unequivocally with the two of you, as has been established." Saiku then provided a summary. Thus, Tsuya turned his gaze toward Ao, who gently nudged Tsuya's hand with his head before slowly lying down before him. "I understand now. I will respect your choice." Tsuya felt his vision blur slightly, yet he still hoped to fulfill Ao's wishes. He took a moment to compose himself and turned to the two individuals and the wolf with a smile. "I truly appreciate your assistance regarding Ao. I have placed your reward on the desk in the clinic." "Very well." After exchanging glances, Miko and Sakura departed alongside Saiku. Upon returning to the village, they parted ways with Sakura. While walking partway, Miko could not help but call out to Saiku. "What is it, Miko? Why the long face?" Saiku inquired, puzzled. Miko found herself momentarily speechless. The carefully crafted words and emotions she had prepared were abruptly shattered, leaving her at a loss for words. "Fear not, Miko. I am not like that fellow. I will certainly not perish before you. You must not forget me, Saiku." Miko, reluctant to continue on that topic, awkwardly changed the subject. She felt an unsettling notion that she might forget something significant in the future. Yet, this was also something beyond her control. Who would remember you? I'm off. Farewell. Moreover, you ought not to expend your full strength so readily in the future, much like Tsuya. Saiku vanished amidst a cloud of white smoke, leaving Miko in silence. Chapter 100, Naruto, has returned. How swiftly 2.5 years have elapsed. In this brief span, each individual has indeed reaped numerous rewards, with most progressing from Genin to Chunin or even Jounin, save for 2 perennial Genin. As for myself, I remain perplexed by the distinction of special Jounin. Alas, what defines my specialness? Setting aside this troublesome contemplation, on this radiant noon, Sakura and I set forth towards the village gate to retrieve the morning's passage records. I could not fathom why an inexplicable excitement coursed through me today. Could it be? After all, the time seems to be just right. Yet I must temper my enthusiasm to avoid potential disappointment. Xiaoxiang, Sakura. A voice called out. It was Konohamaru and the others. Ah, Konohamaru, Imo Huang, and Udon. What a delightful surprise. I exclaimed. Where are you two headed? Konohamaru inquired. We are assisting Lady Tsunade with the morning passage records at the village gate, Sakura elucidated. To which I nodded in agreement. Shall we not go together? Certainly. Thus, our duo transformed into a lively quintet. As we journeyed, Konohamaru, leading the way, remarked, By the way, there has been no news of Brother Naruto lately. I suspect we shall hear from him soon, I replied with a smile. Hearing you say that gives me a sense of reassurance, especially as the time draws near, Sakura chimed in, her expression brightening. Before long, we arrived at the village gate. Izumo Kotetsu, we greeted, to which they responded with palpable excitement. They have arrived. Let us venture into the town. Grinned Kotetsu. We might encounter something intriguing, added Izumo. Could it be that Naruto and Jiraiya-sensei have truly returned? I could not suppress my astonishment. They remained silent, merely gesturing with enthusiasm towards a certain direction. With gratitude, we rushed towards the town. Over there, I exclaimed, pointing at a figure perched atop a utility pole. Indeed, we quickened our pace, hastening to the scene. It's real, Konohamaru declared, brimming with excitement. Naruto, is that you? Sakura shouted, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. When did you come back, Naruto? Just arrived, he replied, leaping down from his lofty perch. It's been ages, Sakura, Xiaoxiang. Indeed, it's been a long time, and also Jiraiya-sensei. I smiled at Naruto and waved at Jiraiya. You've grown taller than I, Sakura remarked, gesturing to indicate height. Well, he is a boy. As long as he gets proper nutrition, his growth spurt should be substantial. I could not help but mimic her gesture, sighing, I too wish to grow taller. At least to 165 centimeters. Oh my, you have indeed grown. Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Does this mean I've developed a hint of femininity? This was a rather perilous question posed by Sakura. Not at all. You remain unchanged, I interjected, nearly choking on my drink as I quickly turned away to feign interest in the surroundings. As expected of you, Naruto. Humph, Sakura remarked, turning away in exasperation. And I could only shake my head in resignation. Naruto's brother, Konohamaru, exclaimed, Behold, the seductive technique. How captivating and alluring it is, wouldn't you agree? Who would dare to engage in such antics upon first meeting? Haha, Konohamaru, I am no longer a mere child. Naruto's tone bore an inexplicable maturity, yet his innate nature remained unchanged. Ah, how difficult it is to alter one's essence. You ought to refrain from employing such ninjutsu. Hearing this, Konohamaru appeared somewhat dejected. Your technique is simply not refined enough. Observe closely, for I have developed a new seductive technique. Hee, just as I thought. Here I come. Before Naruto could finish his declaration, Sakura struck him with a punch, sending him flying. You fool. I managed to catch him with water just before he hit the ground. We mustn't frighten the children. Ah, very well. Witnessing the frightened expressions of the 3, no, 4, was amusing. TSK, let it be. Therefore, Konohamaru, remember to never wield that technique carelessly. I couldn't help but add, and the 3 nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, it is rather effective to have Naruto as a role model. Oh, and please do not gaze at Sakura with such an expression. In truth, I too possess such abilities. Jiraiya-sensei, I narrowed my eyes and addressed him. Thus I kindly ask you to refrain from pursuing this technique further. Jiraiya silently took 2 steps back. Now let us share this good news with Tsunade-sensei. Observing the other 2 who had ceased their playful antics, I nodded in satisfaction. In the Hokage office. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? I trust you both have made some progress in your training? Tsunade's voice was laced with joy, for the long-awaited duo had finally returned. Do you think we would return without any growth? Jiraiya remarked. The results are indeed remarkable. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Then, let me witness your achievements. Tsunade was eager. Witness. Naruto seemed taken aback. No, let a certain man be your opponent. For this purpose, I had refrained from assigning him any tasks for several days, allowing him to prepare. Your opponent is entering now. It was Kakashi. Once again, we are to engage in the beloved bell-stealing contest. By the way, that Maki, just as I was about to join the main group, Jiraiya awkwardly called out to me. What is it, Jiraiya-sensei? Do you need something? I questioned, puzzled. No, it's nothing, go ahead. He waved his hand, ultimately holding back his words. I shook my head in confusion and quickly followed in Naruto's footsteps. In the training ground, the surroundings felt as familiar as ever. Those events seemed to have transpired only yesterday, and yet we had grown. Here we go. Naruto, as always, charged forward with determination. His movements were fluid and seamless, yet he was swiftly reprimanded by Kakashi. That's enough. You've certainly grown taller, Kakashi remarked, glancing at the shadow clones behind him with satisfaction. Moreover, your mastery of shadow clone techniques and timing has significantly improved. You have indeed matured, Naruto, Kakashi smiled, yet your impatience remains unchanged. Humph. I have yet to declare the start. With a chuckle, he declared his readiness before dispersing his clone. Alas, what a pity. I couldn't help but rub my forehead in exasperation. Cursed be his trickery, Naruto lamented. Naruto, you truly are rather slow, Sakura remarked, exasperated. Well, in any case, we must locate him, I stated as I channeled chakra into my eyes to observe our surroundings. It was evident that he was slacking off, evading far too carelessly. Such negligence could lead to him being struck by Sakura's attack. He is probably over there, I indicated towards the ground a short distance away. Sakura clenched her fist and swiftly struck the ground with a powerful punch. Consequently, the earth trembled and cracked, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Kakashi-sensei, she exclaimed. Found you, Sakura said with a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. Now it's my turn, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, observing our next moves. We quickly dispersed, and they soon engaged in battle, showcasing their talents. Had it really grown dark so swiftly? Time passes remarkably fast. This feels quite invigorating. I couldn't help but exclaim, despite not having obtained the bells yet. Don't worry, it will be very soon. Naruto chuckled. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke appeared before me, and I tensed up. Is that CHK? I interrupted Sakura mid-sentence. CHK, you mean to say? I widened my eyes in astonishment. There's no time for explanations. Those fellows you mentioned are coming. CHK glanced at the two beside him and flicked his tail, appearing quite agitated. All right, Naruto, Sakura, please hold on a moment. I hurriedly pulled him aside, quickly creating a shadow clone to remain here for the bell retrieval activity. While my main body prepared to depart, I'm setting off at once. Please inform Tsunade of the situation. I sliced my finger, summoning CHU with a summoning technique. Understood, CHK nodded before running towards the bewildered trio of Naruto and the others. Soon, CHU appeared before me. Could you please transport me to Sunagakure? The situation there is urgent, I whispered anxiously. Leave it to me, he replied, and with that, he cast his technique. A flash of light enveloped me, and without hesitation, I retrieved a mask from my bag and leaped into the summoning circle. Chapter 101. The rescue operation. In the next instant, I found myself high in the sky. As I regained my bearings, I noticed another person before me, Gaara. At that moment, a clay bomb was hurtling towards him. Water release, I declared. The thin yet resilient water could envelop all things. I just needed to neutralize that small projectile. Observing the explosive bird that had appeared at the only gap in Gaara's defenses, I reached a conclusion in my mind. Excellent. The anticipated explosion had yet to sound. At this moment, Deidara's clay was damp, giving me the impression it might dissolve. What should have been a powerful explosion had turned into a mere dud. Just in time. The art of rain manipulation was executed with remarkable precision, transporting me directly into their midst. Suddenly, my figure materialized beside Gaara, and I beheld the shock etched across his face. Chin, Gaara articulated my name slowly, each syllable punctuated with disbelief, but I swiftly interrupted him. Goodness, even with my mask on, he could recognize me? Shoo, this matter is best left for later. And it would be wise not to allow your sand to mingle with that fellow's clay. It could prove exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, I believe your sand should first encourage them to vacate the village. As the rain manipulation dissipated, a pool of water surged beneath me, enabling me to levitate gracefully in midair. Gaara's gaze shifted from my feet to Deidara. Hey, Did you just ruin my art? Deidara exclaimed indignantly, pointing a finger at me. I chose not to respond directly. Instead, I invoked Wind Release. Wind Release, Wind Dragon Tornado. Instantly, an immense tornado, beyond my control, surged toward the two adversaries, compelling them to retreat on their flying creatures. Seizing the moment, Gaara directed his sand to assault them, successfully driving them out of the village's aerial domain. I must admit, I am not yet adept at controlling winds of considerable strength, though occasionally, such challenges can yield unexpected advantages, albeit with difficulty in managing the chakra consumption. The recent exertion felt taxing, yet I sensed my chakra reserves were still ample. I do apologize, I remarked with a habitual businesslike smile as the tornado subsided. Casting a glance at Deidara and the unexpected appearance of Sasori nearby. Why were they both here? Shouldn't Sasori have remained at the entrance, ready to respond? Or was the figure at the entrance merely a clone? I continued, given your attire, TSK, this is quite perplexing. Your target wouldn't happen to be the One-Tail, would it? I squinted my eyes, then opened them wide, scrutinizing their expressions. Even Sasori, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, momentarily displayed astonishment, yet they showed no intention to act immediately. I had no choice but to elaborate. After all, you are no longer. To be precise, Itachi and Jago have already made contact with the Nine Tails. Have they not? Sasori spoke, raising the scorpion tail of his puppet slightly, his tone icy. So, I have a modest suggestion, I interjected, raising my left hand and extending my index finger. Allow me to accompany you to your destination. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your important matters. Gaara's expression shifted once more, and I hastily shook my head in dissent. Humph, that is out of the question, Sasori declared, restraining the eager Deidara. As he maneuvered his puppet to leap towards me, its tail swiping in my direction. Watch out. I instinctively raised my arm in defense, yet it was grazed slightly. I was taken aback that Sasori's construct could pierce through my water release. I would need to neutralize the poison before re-engaging. You are finished. Upon witnessing the success of his attack, Scorpion broke into a malevolent grin. Soon, dark blood began to flow from my wound, and Scorpion, reveling in my downfall, suddenly found his expression frozen. Poison? Alas, it seems this toxin holds little power over me. How unfortunate for you. Nonchalantly, I waved the hand that bore the wound, and then, employing water manipulation, calmly extracted the poison from the gash until the blood transformed into a golden hue, ultimately depositing the toxin into a test tube. Of course, even if I had not extracted the poison, given my current constitution, it would likely have melded with my blood. What might one call that? Poison upon poison. What? Scorpion stood in stunned silence, while Deidara slightly parted his lips, casting incredulous glances between Scorpion and me. I apologize, but you cannot harm either of us, I said, raising my hands in a gesture of surrender. Therefore, I kindly request that you allow us to accompany you to your intended destination. I truly cannot trust what you might do to him, the Jinchuriki. After all, should the situation spiral out of control, I would find myself in quite the predicament. After a lengthy silence, Scorpion ultimately chose to lead Deidara forward without uttering another word. Why? Deidara protested, clearly eager for a confrontation. Silence. If a fight were to ensue, it would waste time. You will come with us. Scorpion's voice held a hint of irritation as he turned away and set off. Fortunately, they ultimately decided to take us along to that place, and the plan proceeded rather smoothly. Gaara and I trailed slightly behind them, maintaining a safe distance as we observed the two ahead of us. Occasionally, they would glance back, scrutinizing whether we kept pace or posed a direct threat. However, after prolonged observation, they chose to temporarily trust our words. This provided me with an opportunity to explain our intended actions to the companion by my side. How did you end up here? Gaara finally spoke. Well, the reason for my presence here is quite lengthy to explain. In short, I am here to assist you. That much is certain. Should I reveal that I knew you would be in peril here, and thus came to aid you? That would be utterly impractical. It's better left unsaid. As for that poison, I reassured him, I am concerned that those individuals may have placed clones at the entrance of your village, potentially causing harm. Therefore, I have entrusted the toxin to a clone and have asked them to notify the others of our situation before we departed. Once they arrive, I will ensure that professionals, particularly Sakura, who excels in this area, will assist. For now, our priority is to go to that location together. CHK? The wolf from the last examination had been keeping watch nearby, though I had not paid him much mind. It seems he informed you. Indeed. By the way, what will happen to them when we reach that place? He continued to inquire. Them? I believe they will separate you from Mr. Shikaku in some peculiar manner. Don't you think? After all, they merely seek the power of the tailed beasts, I explained. I see, Gaara nodded to himself. Therefore, when the time comes and they commence their incantations, you and Shikaku should be able to communicate. At that moment, you can attempt to relinquish a portion of your power to remain there. If that proves futile, I will devise a way to assist you. And together we shall deal with those two, just in case they cause further trouble later. When the battle begins, I shall confront the one who wields poison, while I ask you to handle the other. As for these water-style scrolls, feel free to use them if necessary, but exercise caution. After all, your sand has accumulated moisture and may become excessively heavy. I conveyed my thoughts to him in full, and under such assumptions, we could await the arrival of Naruto and his support team. Subsequently, we would deal with these two, thereby entrusting a portion of the tailed beast's power to them. This way, it is highly likely that Pain would not concern himself with these two individuals or merely one fortunate soul, and would continue his pursuit of the tailed beasts. Naturally, all of this hinges on the successful consensus between Gaara and Shikaku, enabling them to separate a portion of their power. Nevertheless, I believe it will be quite challenging, yet worth the endeavor. Gaara widened his eyes slightly, then his gaze shifted elsewhere. By the way, what would happen if I had no Shikaku? He suddenly inquired. I did not respond, merely observing the two ahead as we matched their stride. What purpose would it serve to go there? It would be better to find a place to eliminate the two of them right now. We are already far from the village, he said, his expression darkening. Mr. Gaara, one thing I understand clearly is that even if we were to eliminate them at this moment, there will undoubtedly be more formidable adversaries in the future who will come to take you away. The Akatsuki are not the type to easily relent, so it would be wiser to see how it unfolds. Moreover, who decreed that all power must be relinquished to them? By explaining the situation to Mr. Shikaku, I believe a resolution can be found. I grasped his intent, yet this approach does not resolve the root issue. Even if we proceed, it may not yield a solution. But it is certainly worth a try, even if Mr. Shikaku is not entirely considered a friend yet. Understood, then let it be so. Soon, we arrived at our destination. The grand battle was about to commence. Chapter 102, finally a success. And I assure you, even if you and Mr. Shikaku were to fail, I will undoubtedly come to retrieve you. Gaara paused momentarily, then joined me, stopping behind the two who had gradually come to a halt without our noticing. Is this the place? I inquired. I recalled my memories earnestly. Indeed, it was this location. Yes. Scorpion promptly prepared to unseal the stone, but to prevent us from witnessing. He instructed us to keep our distance. Thus, once he opened it, our entry was remarkably smooth. As in the original tale, this is quite a large cavern. Not far from us stood the towering and imposing stone statue, the outer path golem. Gaara cast a glance at the stone statue before him, and I could sense a tremor pass through him. Could it be that he or the Shikaku had sensed something? What should we do? Gaara inquired, briefly glancing at me. To which I responded with a subtle nod. We merely need to perform the technique. You all must be honest with me. Deidara leaped in front of Gaara, slightly to my diagonal, casting an irked look in my direction, especially at the one who had ruined my opportunity to showcase my art. Get out. He vehemently pointed toward the entrance. Oh, I muttered nonchalantly, turning my attention back to the outer path statue. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary object. Who could have guessed that it was a crucial item capable of awakening the Ten Tails? I then channeled my chakra into my eyes for a closer inspection, but upon gazing intently, I found no extraordinary response and had to abandon my efforts. However, just as I was about to shift my gaze away, my body jolted suddenly. Was someone watching? It made sense, after all. Such a significant matter surely warranted observation. But perhaps this presence only manifested while absorbing tailed beast chakra? Thankfully, I had brought a mask just in case, as being targeted prematurely would have been troublesome. I refrained from making any erratic movements, simply following that inexplicable chill with my gaze, which belonged to a pair of eyes, likely Nagato's or Tobi's, utilizing their peculiar projection technology to monitor the situation. After observing the statue, I aimlessly left my position and approached the entrance. Soon enough, I noticed several apparitions. Of course, how could the task of absorbing tailed beast chakra require only 2 individuals? I had been foolish. Did this mean the current plan to rescue Gaara was doomed? Scorpion eyed me skeptically, and with no other option, I silently stepped outside. Yet standing at the door posed no challenge for me. As long as I channeled chakra, I should be able to glimpse the circumstances within. Before long, an inexplicable blue transparent chakra surged forth from the statue's mouth toward Gaara. He dodged slightly, and I then realized that the sand had not instinctively activated its protective mode. How strange. Gaara then quietly closed his eyes, surrendering himself to be enveloped. Soon, red-tailed beast chakra emanated from his mouth, drifting toward the statue. Gradually, the crimson sphere before the statue grew larger and larger. I must admit, it was quite a sight. Alas, all I could do now was wait. Any rash actions would only complicate matters further. The surrounding environment was profoundly silent, almost to the point where I could hear my own heartbeat. I couldn't help but swallow hard, clenching my fists tightly, my gaze fixed intently on Gaara, ready to act at the slightest movement. Finally, Gaara's previously stable chakra seemed to shift. His typically tranquil chakra suddenly surged with agitation, and my heart raced to my throat. Please, let everything be all right. I cautiously stepped slightly closer to the entrance for a better view. In the next moment, his eyes and mouth snapped shut, and without hesitation, I released the chakra burden from my body, swiftly directing my chakra-extended kunai toward Deidara with precision. What? Deidara evidently had yet to comprehend the situation, instinctively forming hand seals to adopt a defensive stance, yet my kunai had already swiftly and precisely targeted his heart. Simultaneously, I cast a furtive glance around, and indeed, the phantoms had vanished, a fortunate turn of events. Humph. Beside me, Scorpion let out a disdainful snort, having activated his mechanized hand at an unknown moment. He forcefully yanked Deidara backwards. My other kunai then flew towards Scorpion, landing precisely where Deidara had just stood. Immediately, I leaped backwards. In the very next instant after I vacated that position, a long, spiked tail smashed violently into the ground beneath me. I had anticipated this. Scorpion ceased his words, his gaze upon me growing colder. He raised his hand once more, and another shadow of his tail surged forth. I readied my kunai to block, only to feel a sudden force pulling me backward, while Scorpion's tail collided with the ground again, creating a small crater. It was then that I noticed Gaara's sand was assisting me. It quickly withdrew as I landed, and I nodded in gratitude. You, indeed, came here to thwart our plans, didn't you? Deidara, still shaken, brushed off the dust from his clothing, crossing his arms defiantly. Thwart your plans? I am not your ally. Why should I not disrupt your endeavors? Besides, our goals have already been accomplished, so your complaints are meaningless. I rolled my eyes inwardly, surveying Gaara, who had regained his footing, his chakra remarkably stable, as well as the several phantoms that had mysteriously vanished. I exhaled deeply. Are you all right? I inquired softly. Yes. Gaara trembled slightly before regaining his composure, nodding faintly. He and Shikaku are prepared to act at any moment. It seemed that the two had reached a temporary truce, perhaps due to the significant reduction of that individual's power, prompting a reluctance to engage with the other. Good. That brings me some relief. You, Deidara, standing several meters away, was visibly agitated by our response, shoving his hands into his pockets, only to be halted by Scorpion. Our objectives. Scorpion glared fiercely at me, then scrutinized the outer path statue. Indeed, it appeared that another eye had opened. He scrutinized us once more, his gaze tinged with uncertainty. Am I not correct? I remarked with a light chuckle. After a brief silence, before he could speak again, a surge of sand erupted from beneath Scorpion and Deidara, propelling them backwards as I surged forward. They quickly reacted, leaping up to flee outward. Let us engage outside, Gaara murmured, casting a glance at the statue, specifically towards that eye, which he had evidently sensed. He then propelled himself forward. Very well, let us proceed according to our previous plan. Very well. Given the timeline of development, perhaps the support team will arrive in time to lend a hand, for this indeed is their trial. Chapter 103. How to Combat Scorpion. Hello. Welcome to the 233 live broadcast channel, where we are set to witness the legendary puppet master, Scorpion of the Red Sand, in action. As I gazed upon the scorpion-shaped puppet before me, I couldn't help but internally critique it. Without further ado, Scorpion unleashed a barrage of high-density poisonous needles and stingers from its mouth. I decided to test its attack by erecting a wall of water. To my satisfaction, the water indeed slowed the projectiles, which subsequently fell to the ground like raindrops. Humph! Scorpion let out a cold snort, extending its assembled arm as a venom-coated blade surged towards me. However, I deftly deflected it with my shuriken, producing a series of metallic clinks. Now it's my turn, I exclaimed, launching myself high into the air and delivering a powerful punch towards Scorpion. Though cautious, it seemed eager to gauge my strength and did not evade the attack, instead opting to swing its tail while activating the mechanism in its left arm, sending a flurry of poisonous needles and tail stingers hurtling towards me. Even with increased quantity to amplify the toxicity, it would prove futile against me. I disregarded the needles and charged forward, knowing that the worst outcome would be merely shedding a bit of blood, and besides, I was enveloped in chakra. Thus, I collided my fist with the tail, redirecting it elsewhere, yet my momentum remained unyielding as I struck the puppet's body, resulting in a resounding crack as it shattered. Excellent. The effect was quite satisfying. Apart from a few superficial wounds, I was perfectly fine. What? Scorpion appeared taken aback, evidently surprised that I had braved the onslaught of needles and advanced toward him. He stepped back, regaining his composure, and spoke with a hint of anger. Alas, it seems your scorpion shell is rather damaged, I remarked with a smile, observing the scattered fragments of the puppet around me. Humph. He retreated several paces, obscured by a black cloak that rendered his true visage momentarily unclear. Finally, as the mist dissipated after a few seconds, a handsome face emerged, adorned in a long Akatsuki robe, standing steadily at a distance. What new strategy shall you employ next? I smiled, wiping a minor wound. They were merely shallow cuts, a testament to the efficacy of my water-style armor in mitigating damage, a skill honed through long-term practice. He remained silent, his brows furrowing slightly as he observed my nearly non-existent injuries, perhaps astonished by the sight. Yet, his expression swiftly returned to its previous state, indicating that he had quickly grasped the underlying principle, a normal reaction indeed. It appears you still doubt the ineffectiveness of your poison against me, I quipped. However, I chose not to strike swiftly at that moment, instead opting to wait patiently and contemplate my next move. Yet, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he swiftly drew a scroll from beneath his robe, unfurling it with a swift motion. Behold the entity emerging from the scroll. It must be the third Kazekage, a ranged combatant. It poses considerable challenges for anyone wishing to approach it directly. I swiftly conducted an analysis. Yet my time for contemplation was fleeting. After all, what method is there to approach such a being? Alas, if one cannot close the distance to the operator from the outset, the opportunities that arise later would be even more scarce. Thus, without further deliberation, I teleported directly in front of the scorpion and unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, catching the scorpion somewhat off guard by my rapid approach. However, contrary to my expectations of contact, I encountered an unyielding surface. I promptly leapt back a step, only to discern a small wall before me, composed of iron sand, a manifestation of the third Kazekage's bloodline limit. In retrospect, it is indeed quite convenient. Moreover, its reaction speed astonished me. Perhaps this reflects the disparity born from a lack of practical experience. As I pondered this, the iron sand swiftly morphed, protruding outward in a manner reminiscent of a rectangular prism transforming into a triangular pyramid. Retreat. That object accurately aimed for my position, and with a deft push-off, I propelled myself away, narrowly escaping its trajectory. The ground where I had stood was left with a substantial crater, a testament to its formidable power. Its movements were fluid and ceaseless, as it continued to solidify more iron sand blocks from a distance. Without a second thought, I leaped further away. Yet, the iron sand possessed an uncanny ability to evade, as I watched one approach me ominously. Contemplating my options, I resolved to test the effectiveness of my water release technique. Water release, water wall. Unlike before, this time the water wall was denser, providing me with the assurance needed to withstand the oncoming assault. The impact of the iron sand against the ground created a cloud of dust, momentarily obscuring my view. However, as I observed the spot where I should have halted, with the ground slightly indented from my forced stop, a realization struck me. This power felt inexplicably familiar, reminiscent of my school days before my journey, when I would play with magnets and experience the repulsion between like poles. Suddenly, everything took on a scientific semblance once more. As I watched the scorpion manipulate the iron sand into a cohesive shape, hurtling towards me, I hastily began forming hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. The slicing winds surged toward the iron sand. However, I lacked the capacity to shatter it and had to seek an alternative route. It must be noted that since my return from the secret realm, My proficiency with wind release had significantly improved. Previously, I had merely experimented with it, but now, its effectiveness was evident. All that was required was to divide the iron sand in twain, utilizing the repulsive force between the water and the iron sand to propel them apart. Fortunately, just as the iron sand was about to reach me, it was successfully split into two, subsequently being flung away. Simultaneously, I felt a powerful force pushing me further into the distance. Scorpion, somewhat at a loss for words, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Perhaps he hadn't anticipated achieving an unscathed outcome with such a maneuver. After a moment's reflection, he waved his hand once more, gathering the iron sand anew. Who could fathom what method he would employ this time? It was imperative that I did not allow him to seize the initiative. However, direct contact with the main body seemed highly improbable. In any case, I needed to devise a strategy to achieve genuine results. The primary objective was to bring down the puppet of the wind shadow. Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. With clarity of thought, I swiftly teleported behind a larger boulder, utilizing my utmost speed to create shadow clones while transforming my true self into a kunai. I then dashed forward, reappearing before Scorpion and Wind Shadow. As expected, Scorpion quickly erected a narrow yet sufficiently sturdy wall before him, pulling the Wind Shadow puppet back a step to evade my position. Next, I witnessed the Wind Shadow puppet soaring into the sky, as Scorpion articulated. Magnet release, iron sand wings. Wow, such speed. My eyes widened in astonishment at his rapid deployment. I beheld the puppet sprout wings crafted from iron sand, which then began to unleash a torrent of iron sand feathers directed towards me in a remote assault. Without hesitation, I intensified the force with which I hurled my kunai, sending it straight towards the Wind Shadow puppet. Scorpion merely tilted his body slightly, causing the kunai to ascend higher into the air. In the next moment, iron spikes lunged at me, colliding with the ground and producing a cacophony of relentless impacts. It was over. Scorpion dismissed the iron sand shield, speaking in a detached manner. Oh, is that so? Noticing that he had finally eased his vigilance, I immediately reverted to my original form, raising my fist to deliver a powerful blow to the Wind Shadow puppet beneath me, sending it crashing to the ground and creating a sizable crater. Observing the somewhat shattered puppet beneath my feet, I nodded in satisfaction. This should render it unusable, wouldn't it? It was only then that I lifted my gaze to the astonished Scorpion and continued, "You truly underestimate people." Chapter 104, finally settled. It is indeed astonishing. Given that, his expression gradually morphed into a more sinister guise as he suddenly tore off the cloak draped over him, fully revealing his completely puppetized body. I took a few steps back to steady myself, retrieving a kunai to hold across my chest. Allow me to showcase my true artistry. With that, a crisp sound heralded the activation of a mechanism. A switch on Scorpion's right chest opened, and one puppet after another burst forth, hovering in midair and forming a dense, ominous cloud that obscured the sky. While you possess many creations, your artistry appears rather solitary, does it not? I gazed at the swarm of flying puppets, somewhat astonished into silence, and forced myself to broach a topic. It must be said, finding a topic of conversation is indeed challenging. I could not grasp the timing employed by protagonists in films and anime to initiate dialogue. To be more precise, it is unappreciated. Solitary? You have a point. After all, everyone who has witnessed my art has been sent to the depths of hell. Soon, you shall join them. After listening, Scorpion nodded and then soared into the air, deftly manipulating over 100 puppets that charged forward with menacing intent, clearly indicating that he had no desire to engage in further conversation. Witnessing this scene, I felt a headache coming on and instinctively tightened my grip on the kunai in my hand, withdrawing some of my own chakra, fearful that I might exhaust it before my confrontation with the real body, which would indeed be troublesome. In the next moment, a puppet wielding a longsword and another resembling a tuning fork barreled towards me. I quickly transferred the kunai to my left hand and hurled it at the foremost puppet before retreating. Subsequently, I deftly drew a newly purchased short blade from my right side, and once I steadied myself, I leaped into action, plunging the blade towards the puppet, disarming it of its weapon. With a swift and powerful horizontal slash, I sent it flying, causing it to crash into the subsequent puppets, resulting in a cascade of them tumbling to the ground. However, one must acknowledge that since the puppets were controlled by chakra threads, even in this scenario, entanglement could occur. Yet the master was skilled enough to sever and reconnect them effortlessly, avoiding operational difficulties. Furthermore, as puppets are not subject to injury in the conventional sense. They would only cease their movements if utterly destroyed. For a master like Scorpion, it was merely a matter of fine-tuning to continue utilizing them, which proved exceedingly convenient. Thus, mere seconds later, the puppets surged forward once more, as if nothing had transpired, revealing the inefficiency of relying solely on chakra. It might be more effective to employ certain techniques, and if I could sever the chakra threads Scorpion used to control them, that would be even better. Perhaps a sharp wind technique would yield results. Lost in thought, I failed to notice the puppets encircling me in greater numbers, compelling me to hasten my movements with the short blade and intermittently draw talismans from my pocket to hurl at them. Though it pained me to expend such resources, it was a necessity. Nonetheless, the sheer number of puppets was staggering, and I feared I would soon bear numerous wounds from their relentless assaults. I restrained the impulse to use chakra, continuing to defend myself while retreating. I faintly heard Scorpion's cold laughter in the distance, and sensing an overwhelming pressure closing in on me, I hesitated to utilize my chakra. In the next instant, my vision darkened, and as I looked up, I found myself enveloped by sand, a figure gradually taking shape before me. A figure made of sand, my brother Gaara. "Thank you so much," I expressed my gratitude. He appeared as if he wished to say something, but hesitated. "Rest assured, I still have chakra to spare, and I have soldier pills for replenishment. I merely intend to conserve my strength for the final engagement. Would you kindly assist me in reaching the vicinity of Scorpion's chakra threads?" "You mean to?" "I understand." After saying this, he dispelled his clone, and I felt the sand beneath my feet begin to rise rapidly, propelling me in a designated direction. I maintained a poised stance, ready to form seals. The moment he lowered his shield, I would unleash my technique. In a fleeting moment, I sensed the diminishing sands around me. Hastily, I formed seals and unleashed a powerful wind release towards the ruptured sand enveloping the area. With a sharp sound of the air being cleaved, the chakra threads were severed, causing the puppets suspended in midair to plummet as if time had ceased, creating a veritable rain of puppets. What? Scorpion clearly did not anticipate this outcome. After all, even I was taken aback by the success of my attack, which evidently delayed his attempt to reconnect the puppets. Water release, binding technique. However, I was determined not to grant him any further opportunities. Swiftly, I formed seals, ensnaring him in water before he could fully react. Approaching him, I seized a short blade with both hands and thrust it directly into his right chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. In a seamless motion, I retrieved some less frequently used shurikens from my pouch and plunged them into the arms crafted from his puppets. To preclude any chance of escape, I formed seals once more, encasing his heart in water, lest he attempt to slip away. I then knelt partially to secure the short blade more firmly, bringing myself merely a few centimeters from Scorpion. Finally, having completed my actions, I casually consumed a soldier pill to restore my vitality. How could you know? Scorpion's intent to flee was thwarted by my series of fluid maneuvers. His pupils dilated suddenly, followed by a cold scoff, seemingly resigning himself to the situation. Noticing his demeanor, I sensed something was amiss. He was likely preparing to retaliate. Yet before I could react, a sharp pain pierced my abdomen. Frowning slightly, I glanced down to discover that it was a weapon dropped by one of his puppets, now embedded in me, with a faint chakra thread unmistakably emanating from Scorpion. Soon, my golden blood began to flow. "Mizuki," I heard Gaara's voice drawing nearer, prompting Scorpion to speak again. "Release me." As he spoke, I felt the blade press deeper, the golden fluid swiftly staining my attire, trickling down to the ground. Scorpion's astonishment at the color of my blood was palpable. He slightly parted his lips, yet remained silent. My sincerest apologies, but I believe you've miscalculated," I replied, a hint of amusement flickering within me. "I would very much enjoy conversing with you a while longer. To put it succinctly, your confidence blinds you, revealing your vulnerabilities." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This injury was tolerable. For as long as I could destroy the object in my grasp, all would be well. I couldn't help but acknowledge the advantage of understanding one's adversary, allowing one to seize their weaknesses at critical moments. The pain caused me to furrow my brow. Taking a moment to catch my breath, I continued, "Especially your core." Yet I found myself hesitating, unsure whether to strike directly. The persistent ache compelled me to silently draw in a sharp breath, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. While the injury itself was not particularly grave, excessive blood loss threatened my consciousness. Fearing that prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen errors, I tightened my grip, sensing the fragile layer around my heart beginning to fracture. TSK. Scorpion emitted a barely audible click and then, miraculously, relinquished the chakra from his blade. You have won, he continued. How utterly dull. Let us engage. Are you referring to yourself? I retorted, exerting my left hand to press the blade deeper into Scorpion, before finally releasing my grip to tend to my wound, while simultaneously extracting the knife. Scorpion, observing this, furrowed his brow but remained silent. Though I could not fathom your artistry. After all, the concept of eternity has always been a challenging discourse. I sincerely hope that, in that realm, your family and friends can believe in you. Of course, this is merely my wishful thinking. You need not concern yourself with it. Moreover, I must confess that I too yearn for eternity, or perhaps immortality, despite its impossibility. In the end, I was aware that my voice was dwindling, yet I hoped it still reached Scorpion's ears. I could not comprehend why I felt compelled to reveal my true thoughts. Perhaps, in this moment, we could be considered as individuals sharing common ground. Eternity and immortality. Those are the alluring pursuits that often ensnare humanity in the throes of greed. How utterly ridiculous, he scoffed, casting his gaze away. After a lengthy pause, he continued, well, never mind. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to divulge information pertaining to Orochimaru and Sasuke. There. You might pursue what you deem eternal. Now, let us proceed, he concluded. Orochimaru, you say? No, I am not ready for that. Apologies. I closed my eyes, extending my right hand as chakra transformed into a blue blade, aimed directly at his core. Thank you. Chapter 105. Preparations for the return. There was no fear as I had imagined, no pain or struggle, just a fleeting moment. After a long while, my body continued to tremble slightly. Something blurred my vision. It was tears, which I carelessly wiped away. Temari, I heard Gaara's voice. Ah, are you all right, Mr. Gaara? And Deidara? I finally regained my composure, ceasing my shivering, and removed my mask to reveal a smile directed at Gaara. Yes, he escaped, Gaara succinctly explained. It's all right. It's not a significant issue, I replied, forcing a smile. I've managed to handle things on my end, or at least I am close to doing so. After all, I had yet to grant him peace. Hey, are you all okay? At last, the group that should have arrived by now finally revealed themselves. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. I waved to them, indicating that my wounds were indeed minor, and even those had been resolved. I had discreetly used a small water technique to cleanse the stains from my clothing. How convenient. Wow, that's fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, glancing between me and Gaara. At that moment, Kakashi nodded in my direction, and he, along with the others, directed their gaze toward the same location, the direction where Scorpion lay. I paused briefly before turning to see Granny Chio watching Scorpion, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed, in silence. She walked over slowly, remaining silent, which prompted a hush among the others. I struggled to part my lips, but felt a knot in my chest that rendered me speechless. How could I possibly remain silent at such a moment? After a prolonged pause, I managed to utter a few words. It's my child. You did nothing wrong. Granny Chio bent down to pick up a nearby scroll containing puppets, dusted it off, unfolded it briefly, then folded it back and tucked it into her pocket. Oh, age has indeed taken its toll. Her back could no longer straighten. It was time for her to rest. I was unsure if her words were directed at herself or at us. I'll stay back to handle this. You all can see if there's anything else you need to take, and then head back, I suggested. I decided to remain. Gaara raised his hand. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Granny Chio stowed the scorpion into a scroll that she retrieved from an unknown pocket, and the group set off. I apologize, Mr. Gaara, but I could manage this alone, I explained once they had walked a short distance, checking the area for anything else that needed to be taken. After all, I merely wished to linger here a little longer. At least, I needed some time to collect my thoughts. Is this your first time? He suddenly asked, catching me off guard. I gazed into his pale blue eyes, sensing an unspoken depth that eluded my understanding. Yes, I regret the incident with Kimimaro last time. It seems I have embarrassed you again, I replied with a wry smile. Though reluctant to admit it, this was indeed my first encounter with such matters. Although I had shut my eyes at the time, I could not help but vividly replay Scorpion's expression in my mind, one of pain, reluctance, or perhaps complete acceptance. No, one becomes accustomed to such events. As a ninja, it is nearly unavoidable. Moreover, under these circumstances, your actions were indeed the most prudent choice. You were correct, I acknowledged. It is a reasonable justification, As long as we remain in this situation, it holds merit. I find myself reminiscing about the days gone by. Enough of that. By the way, Maki, why did you choose to assist me? Is it because, as you mentioned, I am a Jinchuriki? Gaara finally shifted the conversation to another topic. Oh, about that? I finally found a reason to momentarily set aside my earlier thoughts. I replied earnestly, you are mistaken. You are Naruto's friend, and thus, a friend of a friend is also a friend, isn't it? What is wrong with helping a friend? Furthermore, I am genuinely pleased to see you standing here, unharmed. I silently added in my heart, at least in a state that has not been resurrected once. Friends, is it? I see. Thank you. It appears we owe you a significant favor to Konoha, Gaara said, his expression softening as he squinted slightly, looking much less fatigued after our recent confrontation with Akatsuki. Do you have any other plans, Maki? Gaara inquired, observing that I was still not preparing to depart. Please wait a moment. I need to summon something, I said, quickly using the summoning technique to call forth a creature. As AI Luo was about to continue speaking, he swallowed his words instead. Can you please remember this place? Chinkong. I fear I may return here again. I quickly inquired of Chinkong. No problem. While I was organizing the items Lord Fushu gifted me, I discovered this. Chinkong nodded at AI Luo, then summoned a scroll with a gesture. It appears to be a once-a-year teleportation scroll that has no side effects. Such a convenient item exists. Are there any specific requirements? I asked eagerly. All you need to do is place your token next to the desired location or individual. I will place one now. With that, he used wind release to take a strand of his hair, placing the white tuft in a nearby corner sheltered from the wind, signifying the teleportation point was established. All right, I shall take my leave first. He handed the scroll to me, and I nodded in acknowledgement as I watched him dispel the summoning and vanish. Let us gather at your village, I suggested, glancing at the somewhat dazed AI Luo. He did not respond verbally, but nodded and set off, prompting me to hurry after him. Apologies for the silence. I couldn't help but break the quiet. Mr. AI Luo, I know you must have many questions, but I am truly sorry. Even I do not know where to begin or if I should speak at all. Would you kindly wait a moment? I wished to convey the truth, yet I did not want to deceive him. Could the genuine truth truly be spoken? When the time comes to speak, you shall decide, AI Luo said after a long silence. I trust you. Thank you for your trust, I replied, letting out a sigh of relief. If pressed, I would certainly reveal everything, yet I felt it was inappropriate to discuss such matters here. At the very least, we could wait until we returned to their village. The thought of the impending events made my head ache. With Asuma's issues, Jiraiya's matters, the Nine-Tails plunder plan, and other pressing concerns, the weight of it all was nearly suffocating. I truly wished to rest. However, the notion of rest would have to wait. After all, I needed to prepare for my upcoming meeting with Uncle Snake, Erjuzi, and Do. If luck were to turn against me, and I encountered Uncle Snake while seeking Sasuke, this would not merely be a matter of engaging in a skirmish. Upon returning to Sunagakure, I learned that my classmate Kanjiro was completely out of danger. Indeed, Sakura's medical skills are remarkable. She truly excels in this area. I shall take my time with my own recovery. Yet I still hold confidence in my ability to control my blood. Surely, it will prove invaluable in the near future. Speaking of which, I believe Sunagakure will soon adjust. And these matters belong to them. It would be impolite for us to intervene. Before long, our team from Konoha was ready to embark on our journey home. After much contemplation, I ultimately resolved to leave a doppelganger behind to convey the matters that required clarification to Gaara, while my true self would accompany the main group back home. Chapter 106. Preparations upon returning to. As for my doppelganger, while awaiting the resolution of affairs here, I opted to patiently wait on the rooftop. After all, this was not something I could easily share with others. I had already promised to remain here, and departing prematurely would not be ideal. Moreover, this moment was indeed opportune for reflection on the explanations that would soon be necessary. Taking a deep breath, I exhaled slowly, fervently reassuring myself that our forthcoming conversation would unfold smoothly. Thank you for your patience, I said. I could not ascertain how much time had elapsed when that familiar voice resonated. Instinctively, I turned with a smile to greet the newcomer. It's quite all right, Mr. Gaara. I have just organized some thoughts, I replied. After all, I promised you that I would clarify the previous matters once you had completed your tasks. He responded with a nonchalant, Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. I will address each one sincerely, I assured him. There was nothing to conceal, though I would make appropriate adjustments here and there to ensure my reasoning sounded plausible. Why did you decide to have Shink monitor Akatsuki's movements in our village? Gaara inquired after a brief silence. This is because, several years ago, Naruto experienced an assault by Akatsuki. I trust you comprehend the implications of that. I noticed Gaara nodding. So I continued. After that incident, we heard little from them until the recent Ch-Nin exams when individuals appeared, intent on seizing your tailed beasts. Yet, those actions were not characteristic of Akatsuki. Thus, an instinctive sense of foreboding has persistently urged me that Akatsuki might manifest unexpectedly one day. I am uncertain about the circumstances of other villages, but among those I know, Naruto has not returned for the time being. Consequently, your risk of being targeted by Akatsuki has significantly escalated, prompting me to seek Shink's assistance in monitoring the situation here. I am grateful that you did not refuse him. Your support in this regard is immensely appreciated. Gaara remained silent, merely blinking as he listened intently. Moreover, these are merely my conjectures. I cannot ascertain their occurrence. Which is why I refrained from informing others in advance. I added after a moment's reflection. I see, I understand now. Gaara finally spoke after I finished. He paused, his lips slightly parted, only managing to articulate half of his thoughts. Ahem, as I mentioned before, you are a cherished friend of Naruto. As a friend of Naruto, it is only natural to assist a friend of a friend, wouldn't you agree? I added, feeling a twinge of uncertainty after speaking those words. Gaara remained noncommittal, simply nodding gently. However, if possible, I sincerely hope that we can be more than just mutual friends of Naruto. I wish for us to be friends in our own right. Sensing the atmosphere growing awkward, I hastily sought to continue the conversation, as lingering in silence would be rather uncomfortable. At that moment, I lifted my gaze and found myself entranced by his rare, azure eyes, akin to the resplendent sea beneath the sunlight. My words slipped out unconsciously, and only after I had spoken did I realize the inappropriateness of my statement. Goodness, that individual is destined to become a formidable figure in the cinematic realm. My remark had rendered him momentarily speechless, and I felt a pang of regret for my audacity. Clearing my throat, I hastily sought words of justification when he finally spoke. Are we mutual friends? I had thought such a phrase could only emanate from Naruto. Gaara's expression darkened briefly, but he quickly lifted his head, the sunlight casting a beautiful glow upon his face. Hearing those words again evoked a distinctly different sentiment. I am truly delighted to become your friend, Miko, or shall I say, Xiaoxiang? In the face of his sincere gaze, how could I possibly refuse? Indeed, it is my honor, Gaara-kun. I maintained a smile as I regarded him, yet suddenly, another thought crossed my mind. Speaking of which, their village possesses a scarcity of talented individuals. Should another significant event arise, he would bear the burden alone. Gaara-kun, if I may, there is one more thing I wish to express as a friend. Please, go ahead. I hope that if you encounter troublesome matters in the future, sufficient manpower will be at your disposal. Otherwise, you and your village will endure considerable strain. Thank you for your suggestion, Gaara replied, his gaze shifting thoughtfully as he nodded. All right. I almost forgot amidst the sudden turn of events. Gaara-kun, our technical department has been developing a device for transmitting information via radio waves. I happen to have a sketch they created. You might find it useful for reference. Just before my departure, another means of communication sprang to mind, the landline. Tsunade had mentioned bringing it over when she had the time, and now it seemed the perfect opportunity. This device had only recently commenced development, approximately half a year ago. And while the project is still a work in progress, my mother had provided me with a sketch under Tsunade's approval. Regrettably, I did not fully comprehend it and had carelessly stowed it away in a scroll pocket. As for the origin of this endeavor, let us rewind time to a day a year ago. I had long pondered why this world possesses sophisticated radio communication devices, yet lacks mobile phones and other high-tech gadgets. Sitting at home, toying with the radio equipment, I could no longer contain my exasperation. Why? They have televisions, even surveillance cameras. Is the radio truly so effective? Indeed, it is quite useful. Ultimately, it appears that this technology is universally applicable. However, why not provide us ordinary folk with a more convenient means of communication? True, though the radio suffices for us, the principles behind its operation are certainly worthy of contemplation. However, I shall see if I can converse with others in the technical department to contemplate how to develop the intercom system, my mother concluded. Very well, let us return to the present. Thus, the matter stands. I believe these elements shall eventually prove their worth. I made my final addition. All right, I shall accept this. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. You are most welcome. Until we meet again, my dear Iroh. On the way back. By the way, Kakashi-sensei. I hastily caught up to Kakashi, who was being carried by Kai, as he wore a perplexed expression and turned his head. I truly have not figured out how to convey this to the two of them regarding Sasuke. Cough? What? Despite Kakashi's rapid pace, his condition was less than ideal, having exhausted himself with the enhanced Sharingan. Nonetheless, he suddenly coughed, overshadowing my subsequent words, which compelled Kai to halt in confusion. Now, Kakashi's weariness transformed into sheer astonishment, causing the others behind us to come to a standstill as well. What is it? Naruto inquired hastily. It would be inappropriate not to disclose it now. I sighed softly, preparing to continue, but Kakashi quickly took the lead in the conversation. Cough, cough, it's nothing. He weakly coughed, gesturing for me to come closer, then instructed them to proceed ahead. The remaining individuals, filled with curiosity, set off first. This, Xiaoxiang, what exactly did you mean earlier? Once the others had ventured far, Kai could no longer contain his astonishment and spoke up. Kakashi lowered his voice, even after having seen that the group had vanished from our sight. Xiaoxiang, please recount what is known, and then report to Lord Hokage. They must not learn of this prematurely. I sensed the gravity of the situation as Kakashi and Kai exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. I understand. He, referring to Scorpion, has a mole within Orochimaru's ranks. Originally, he was to rendezvous with Orochimaru, but given the current circumstances, he can no longer proceed. Thus, he entrusted this information to me. After I spoke, I glanced at Kakashi's expression, which displayed a hint of distress as he furrowed his brow. TCH, in such circumstances, and without knowing the veracity of the news, we shall deliberate upon our return. Indeed, in a small interlude, the tardy Obito and Zetsu arrived. Zetsu thought to himself, TCH, they have cleaned up quite well. It seems Deidara is still around, though I wonder where he has gone. Obito exclaimed, interrupting Zetsu's musings. Hey, where has Scorpion Senpai's bracelet gone? Could it have been taken by them as well? Are they thieves? Are they supervillains? How am I to join the organization now, Mr. Zetsu? Please, you must help me, Fei. Zetsu replied, enough, let us move on. Chapter 107. Seeking allies upon returning to the village and addressing the necessary matters. I stood in the Hokage's office awaiting Kakashi to mention Scorpion. It was then that I recounted the information Scorpion had brought regarding Sasuke. The expressions of everyone present were filled with astonishment, prompting me to add further details. As for the news, I am certain it is accurate. I nodded gently as I spoke. Upon hearing this, the other three, for individuals fell into a sudden silence. Ahem. I meant to say that upon seeing others in such a state, I hastily defended myself. All right, I understand. So Naruto, what are your thoughts? Tsunade raised her head. Her hands crossed atop the table, gazing at Naruto, who stood tall. Although your team indeed has sufficient members, how will you all adapt to functioning as a quartet? Let us find new members immediately. Naruto exclaimed as he leaped down. I'll be off then. Without a moment's hesitation, I decided to follow him. As he dashed away, I thoughtlessly pursued him. Well, if we are seeking new members, it must undoubtedly be Sai. I hurried to catch up, determined not to miss any opportunity for excitement. Hey, Naruto, wait for me. At last, I caught up with that hasty fellow. Hey, Ino, who do you think we should recruit? Naruto pondered, his arms crossed, clearly troubled by the decision. This matter required careful consideration. If we selected someone haphazardly, they might become a liability. Stop worrying, I encouraged, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Rest assured, the right candidate will reveal themselves. Just look around. I'm certain the ideal choice is close by. It would be wonderful if it were that easy. Even if someone possesses strength, a troublesome personality would undermine team spirit, he continued, oblivious to Shino's presence beside us. I quickly interjected, Shino, it's been a while. It has indeed, Ino and Naruto, he greeted, acknowledging us as we rushed past. If he hadn't spoken, Naruto might have completely overlooked him. Shino? That name sounds familiar, Naruto mused, scratching his chin as he searched his memory. Even after a long absence, one would hope to remember the faces of comrades. For the one who speaks first, it can be rather disheartening if they are not recognized. Naruto. I noted the visible change in Shino's expression as it darkened at an alarming rate. I quickly whispered, it's Shino from the Aburame clan. It's you, Shino. Naruto awkwardly laughed, his hand that had intended to clap Shino on the shoulder retracting halfway. Have you finally remembered? Shino replied, clearly unimpressed. You concealed your face so thoroughly. How could anyone know? Shino remained silent, casting a glance at me and then at Naruto, his meaning unmistakable. Fortunately, at that moment, Kiba swooped in, shattering the awkward silence. Kiba, and Akamaru, hello? I greeted warmly. Oh, Ino, you arrived quite early, Shino. Kiba responded instinctively, with Akamaru barking in agreement. It was then that Naruto finally recognized them. Well, given the unfolding events, I think I'll take my leave. Naruto, please send my regards to Hinata. I'll go help you find others. With that, I swiftly made my exit. Right. Next I'll meet up with Shikamaru, I murmured, searching for my way. Though I couldn't quite recall the route. Where is Shikamaru's home again? As I surveyed the long, winding street, I couldn't help but cover my face in exasperation. Hey, Ino, what are you doing here? A familiar voice called from beside me. It was Choji. Unexpectedly, Dingji, while wandering aimlessly, has indeed come across a kind soul who can assist in navigating the way. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I had initially intended to seek a suitable candidate to join our group, specifically someone for Sasuke, whom I anticipated Naruto would approach first. However, as fate would have it, I found myself lost amidst my wandering. Reluctantly, I managed a wry smile. It's quite all right. I just happened to be searching for Shikamaru as well. Let us journey together, and I am more than happy to lend my assistance, Dingji replied with a smile, waving the bento in his hand to convey his intention. Yet, this situation posed a certain complication. If your team had a task to complete, it could indeed hinder your progress. No worries. Recently, Shikamaru has been preparing for something, he added with a chuckle. Besides, our squad's assignments are relatively light, Dingji explained. And soon I spotted the two figures ahead. Hey, Naruto, I'm here to help you. Yet, I couldn't shake my skepticism. Surely, with everyone's recent advancements, the number of tasks would increase, wouldn't it? Shikamaru, I exclaimed, waving at the familiar figure before me. Ah, Ino, Dingji, Shikamaru responded, lifting his gaze from a pile of documents, setting down his pen, and stretching his limbs. Here you go, Shikamaru. This is the bento that Auntie asked me to bring for you, Dingji said, offering the bento as he explained. Wow, Dingji, when did you arrive? Naruto asked, his excitement palpable, as it had been ages since he had seen either of them. However, it seemed that only Shino was truly burdened by the situation. What a pity. Dingji, are you sure you can agree so readily? Don't you have tasks with Asuma and Ino? Shikamaru inquired, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Yet, it was impossible to ignore Naruto and Ino's presence. Dingji scratched his head in exasperation. Indeed, there are tasks to be completed, I sighed, resting my forehead in my hand. Realizing I should not have troubled you. Not a problem. I'll have a word with Asuma-sensei, Dingji assured, seemingly unfazed. Thanks, Dingji, Naruto exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I must say, Shikamaru chimed in, offering his thoughts. While they conversed, I glanced around, anticipating the arrival of Sai. Ah, there he is. Unbeknownst to me, my gaze settled on the figure atop the roof to my right, a youth with raven hair and pale skin. He was picking up his brush to commence drawing on a scroll. Everyone, be cautious. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my right fist and leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch at the approaching ink beast, H. Unfortunately, the force of my blow met its own, and the stone lion reverted to its original form, ink scattering everywhere. Behind you, Shikamaru. Naruto alerted. Swiftly, Dingji apprehended the subsequent creature and crushed it into ink. I shook the ink off my hands and, shedding my burdens, propelled myself forward, feeling the ground beneath crack slightly. You know, I remarked, this is rather entertaining, I assented. New teammate. I leaped gracefully, pausing not far behind Sai, bending slightly to smile as our gazes met. His pupils contracted sharply, yet he quickly regained composure, donning a semblance of a smile. His brush continued to dance, conjuring forth two ink beasts. I gathered chakra, forming several small water orbs at my fingertips, aimed directly at the ink creatures. After all, they were composed of ink. I couldn't help but wonder if my chakra could meld with it for control. Sai's eyes widened again, displaying surprise. But it was evident that the initiative still lay with him as he narrowed his eyes once more. Hey, ink is a form of water, isn't it? I continued, then dispelled the water technique, reclenching my fist and delivering a punch, though not with full force. My intention was merely to invite him down. He retreated in response, moving towards Naruto and his companions, while Shikamaru below had begun forming seals, Naruto charging in, and Choji remaining on standby. Perfect. However, Sai lightly propelled himself upwards, enveloped in ink. Thinking of escaping. Water technique, bind. I swiftly formed seals, sending a water rope hurtling towards Sai, but alas, he was incredibly swift. And both Shikamaru-s and my efforts proved futile. What a pity. Until we meet again, Naruto-kun. He squinted, pausing after forming seals to add, Mizuki. Wait, Naruto shouted, intent on pursuing, but Sai slipped away with remarkable speed. Ah, what a shame, Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun. I jumped to their side, shaking my head. You were so close, Shikamaru remarked, releasing the seals. Who on earth is he? Yet, returning to the matter at hand, what's with your sudden display of strength? Thankfully, Ino is still. No need to speak if you don't want to, Shikamaru-kun. I dismissed the subject, continuing to introduce Ino, who was advancing into the medical division. Indeed, one cannot conceal the intent to harm another's gaze. No need for that. Shikamaru quickly waved his hand, while Choji's expression turned rather uncomfortable. Ino, hey, do we have another mission? Not wishing to dwell on their banter, I glanced elsewhere and spotted Ino rushing towards us, prompting me to shift the conversation. Hey, little Ino, were you discussing me just now? Never mind, let us get to the point. Choji, you're here. Asuma-sensei wants you to hurry. He's getting impatient. Ino had come to escort Choji away. Ino, I'm sorry. A strange person attacked us just now. Huh, a strange person? Ino raised her hand, looking around. Unfortunately, she only saw Naruto. Isn't that Naruto? Yes, indeed. Naruto-kun has returned, I smiled, explaining, but the strange person does not refer to him. It pertains to someone else. That fellow has already departed. Shikamaru added. Naruto, long time no see. Very well, Ino is already caught up in endless matters. I sighed, realizing I had no further business here. I shall take my leave now. Shikamaru-kun, Choji-kun, please convey my regards to Naruto-kun. Certainly, I will seek out Ino afterward, encouraging her to further integrate into our medical team. Sai, you truly are a nuisance. Chapter 108. Sai, before long, we received news of Tsunade's team reorganization, prompting Sakura and me to arrive early at the rendezvous point, eager to meet our new team leader and members for the first time. Where's Naruto-kun? Has he perhaps mistaken the meeting location? I glanced around but could not spot him. He should be arriving shortly, right? Ah, Ino, look over there. Sakura pointed and waved as Naruto approached. Hey, Sakura, Ino, this is the meeting point, right? Indeed, I nodded rapidly. Yet, no one else has arrived. Naruto looked around, not seeing many familiar faces. Seriously, did Tsunade Baba really send new companions? It's all right. We merely arrived early, Sakura smiled nonchalantly. We still have some time before the gathering. Well, as long as he isn't as fond of being late as Kakashi-sensei, Naruto grumbled in dissatisfaction. I wholeheartedly agree, I nodded earnestly. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and my mouth moved before my brain could catch up. Naruto, is becoming Hokage your dream? The question startled both of them. Of course, Naruto quickly responded, nodding vigorously with clenched fists. A dream you wish to realize, no matter what, right? Absolutely. I understand your feelings now. We will always support you. His words brought me solace. I wanted to do something more for him. Yes, that's right, Sakura hurriedly replied. No sooner had she spoken than Sai, and our substitute teacher, Yamato, emerged from the building behind us. Hello, Sai greeted us with a squint and a cheerful smile. I knew it was you. I sighed softly, muttering my thoughts. You are that infuriating guy from the rooftop. Naruto glared at him, and I sensed a potential brawl brewing since they had not settled their previous encounter. From now on, I will be taking over as the class leader in place of Kakashi-senpai, Yamato began, only to be interrupted by the tense atmosphere between the two. Do you two know him? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Just now, when I was with Ino, Shikamaru, and the others, he attacked us, I confirmed with a serious nod. The next moment, Sakura's gaze sharpened, and Naruto brandished a kunai, assuming a defensive stance. Should I have refrained from igniting this conflict? Stop it, Naruto. Yamato interjected as the situation escalated. By the way, who are you, old man? Naruto, slow on the uptake, finally turned to Yamato. Could it be? Sakura furrowed her brow slightly. Are you the substitute teacher? I blurted out. Well, that can be said. During Kakashi-senpai's hospitalization, I will serve as your class's acting leader. My name is Yamato. Although I am uncertain how Kakashi encountered Deidara after the battle with Gaara, it is evident that Kakashi employed Kimui, which took a toll on his already limited chakra due to the potent side effects of the Sharingan. Consequently, he was promptly sent to the hospital. This raises the question, Did Deidara manage to escape? I am filled with perplexity, for that fellow is indeed a master of retreat. Captain Yamato? Sakura repeated, to which I nodded in acknowledgement. Given that you are comrades in the same team, it would be quite troublesome if you do not get along well. Comrades. The two were taken aback. This is unbelievable, Naruto continued. I apologize for earlier. Sai retracted his hand that had reached for his short blade, uttering his apologies. Yet his tone and demeanor lacked sincerity. Since we are to become comrades, I wish to gauge your strength, he said, his gaze lingering on me for a few seconds before shifting back to Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto sheathed his kunai and remarked, there is no need to intentionally attack us. For that reason, I no longer doubt your weaknesses. I am certain you are indeed quite feeble. Sai's smile deepened. What did you say? Naruto was ready to charge, but Sakura quickly intervened. I couldn't help but frown. From now on, he will be our comrade. Let us not start off with a brawl. Sakura earnestly persuaded Naruto. Well, if we must count, they haven't fought yet, I suggested, unable to resist commenting on Sai's expression. Hey, why are you including me, Kyuka? Sakura turned her gaze to Sai and continued. You give off a rather uncomfortable vibe. Is that so? Sai retorted. Saying such things will surely make others dislike you. I rather enjoy it. I find your demeanor quite pleasant, ugly girl. His repeated use of ugly girl was nearly enough to provoke violence. At this point, Sakura could no longer contain her fury, and I quickly intervened to prevent an escalation. In summary, the five of us were about to embark on a mission together. However, Yamato looked rather exasperated as he surveyed the four individuals before him, who were awkwardly divided into two groups. What is this? There is no time for you all to get accustomed to one another. All right, let us introduce ourselves, he began. Che, Uzumaki Naruto, came a disdainful reply. I am Haruno Sakura, she echoed with a similar tone. I am Chin Nami, or Kyuka, I added. My name is Sai, he said, still smiling. Well then, this meeting will conclude here. I shall now elucidate the details of our mission, Yamato explained succinctly. From this moment forth, we shall regroup at the main gate in 1 hour, so prepare your ninja tools and be ready to depart. Excellent. Everything is set for our departure. On the way, we traversed in silence, though Naruto could not help but scrutinize Sai with fervent intensity. What is the matter? Sai's voice dripped with annoyance, but quickly shifted back to a smile. Please do not stare at me like that. Otherwise, I might have to retaliate. Watch your tone. It's infuriating. Naruto's fists were clenched tightly. I harbor no ill intentions, Sai replied. Spare me that. I merely yearn for the position of this team member. Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Position? Are you suggesting that you wish to eliminate Sasuke-kun? After all, this position has yet to be filled by anyone else, I interjected unexpectedly. Or perhaps it's to facilitate your departure? Sai's body stiffened suddenly, and even Yamato was taken aback. Naruto, intending to speak, found his words caught in his throat. Staring blankly at me, Sai remained silent, but when he opened his eyes again, his expression had regained its composure, though turbulent emotions lurked beneath the surface, and his hand was already drifting toward his short sword. Of course, I hope I am not correct in my assumption. I inhaled deeply, narrowing my eyes slightly. Hey. Yamato quickly interjected. Please refrain from arguing so quickly in front of our captain, Miko. Mutual trust and teamwork are paramount for the group. Surely Kakashi-senpai has conveyed this to you. Yes, I promptly nodded obediently, smiling at him. I am aware, Mr. Yamato. As members of the esteemed Kakashi-senpai's team. What has transpired here? Yamato gazed at us with a pained expression, clearly at a loss for words. I apologize, Mr. Yamato. It's just that Saikuin's words have ruffled my nerves a tad, I explained. Although my feelings for Sasuke do not run as deep as theirs, their anger is directed at him, while I merely find myself as an extraneous element. Nevertheless, I cannot deny my irritation towards Sai's current demeanor. This discontent arises not solely from Danzo, but from something else entirely, though I cannot quite articulate it at the moment. Indeed, that guy is infuriating. Naruto finally reacted, adding, moreover, he is not even a member of Team Kakashi. He was merely brought in to fill the gap in Sasuke's absence. I refuse to accept that. You are right. It's a relief to think that way, I conceded. After all, that guy betrayed Konoha and turned to Orochimaru's embrace. I have no desire for you to associate me with such filth. This situation is turning dire. I could not help but furrow my brow. We had agreed not to fight, but to engage in amicable dialogue. Yet, with such words, those two are bound to erupt. Although time is still on our side, we cannot squander it with bickering. Therefore, I shall take the initiative to provoke a quick resolution to this unpleasant conversation. Water release, water whip. I unleashed a torrent of water in Sai's direction, interrupting whatever he intended to say next. He swiftly leaped aside, evading my attack, regained his footing, and drew his short blade. Noticing his intent to speak again, I retracted my water technique and donned a smile, then coldly remarked, I believe I must offer you a piece of advice. When it comes to unknown individuals and matters, it is prudent to refrain from making unwarranted comments or assumptions. Angering others in such a manner would not bode well for you. Sai regarded me, then glanced at the furious Naruto and the seething Sakura, and chose not to speak further. At this juncture, Yamato could no longer contain himself. He swiftly formed hand seals for Pillar's prison technique. Suddenly, a row of tall wooden cages emerged behind him. If you continue to create such a racket, I shall indeed confine you within these cages, he declared. Although time was of the essence as we made our way to the heavenly bridge, there was still a moment to spare. As your captain, I present you with two options. You may either spend an entire day in the cages to foster camaraderie, or enjoy a night at a hot spring inn. Which shall it be? Yamato continued. Oh no, Yamato appears to be genuinely angered. My apologies. I never anticipated that even I, a mere slacker, would have a day of discontent and desire to brawl. However, this is not advisable. Moderation is the key to resolution, after all. Chapter 109. A time for rest. You may not know me well, but while I am fond of treating others with kindness, I do not shy away from a regime of fearsome authority. Ah, the classic eerie expression emerges. Well, judging by your faces, it seems you have chosen the hot spring inn, Naruto exclaimed, casting a quick glance at us. Right, Sakura, you know? Of course. Sakura and I chimed in eagerly. Humph. It is best this way. Let us go, Yamato said, relieved that the group had finally settled down, and he led us to our resting place. At the hot spring inn, before dining, everyone was free to enjoy the baths. Yamato looked at us, finally quiet, and nodded in satisfaction. Yay. It has been ages since I last indulged in a hot spring. Naruto joyously dashed toward the bathhouse, leaving Yamato sighing and Sai expressionless. Shall we go, Ino? Sakura grabbed my hand and rushed inside. Yet, I had no such desire. However, seeing Sakura's excitement made it difficult to refuse her kind gesture. After soaking for a while and calming my current emotions, I excused myself to return to my room for some rest. Should I not wander a bit? Although I intended to return and rest, I was still torn about exploring the inn. However, considering the possibility of getting lost later, I decided it would be wiser to head straight back to the room I shared with Sakura. I must say, this inn is quite delightful. I surveyed the tidy, minimalist, and seemingly very comfortable decor of the room, nodding in approval. Outside the window, a picturesque view surrounded by distant mountains unfolded, while below, people bustled about, some hurried, others leisurely, whether alone or in groups. It is hard to believe that this task has allowed for such leisure. At least until now, it has been remarkably so. Even my growing anxiety as we near our destination has somewhat eased. What are you looking at, Ino? Sakura returned to the room and sat with me, waiting for dinner. I was admiring the scenery outside. It's quite lively, don't you think? I pointed to the view. Indeed, Sakura replied, following my gaze and nodding. Oh, if only we had no mission right now. We should occasionally allow ourselves to relax and unwind. I couldn't help but exclaim. Little Xiang, do not forget. We are soon to embark on a rather challenging task, and we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. Suddenly, Sakura burst into laughter, and oh, how that laughter felt so familiar. Ah, yes. I shall assure you that I will treat this matter with utmost seriousness. An inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over me. Oh, it was the expression I displayed when Tsunade caught me attempting to slack off. Humph, truly a testament to the bond between master and disciple. Dinner is ready, Sakura. Little Xiang. Naruto knocked at the door. All right, coming right away. Upon entering the dining room, the sight that greeted me was an array of sumptuous dishes so abundant that they nearly dazzled my eyes. What a feast, Mr. Yamato. How impressive. Sakura's eyes began to sparkle. It was her first encounter with such a lavish spread. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. Naruto was equally stirred by the sight. Everything looks delicious. He made his way to sit beside Yamato, with Sakura following suit. Noticing Sajui, who had already taken his place to Yamato's left, I found myself momentarily speechless at the only vacant seat beside him. Sajui cast a fleeting glance my way, displaying a feigned smile before concentrating on the dishes before him, poised to devour them. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall embrace the philosophy of going with the flow. I say, Captain Yamato, Naruto continued. What is it, Naruto? Is it true that all of this is edible? By the way, it seems that Kakashi seldom treats us to such extravagant meals. Do not be shy. Wealthy lady. Not just a wealthy man. Please continue to be our mentor. Thank you. Kakashi meow meow meow. All right, I shall dig in. Let the feast commence. 1. The feast has begun. 2. These dishes all appear splendid. I shall do my utmost as well. Before long, we were nearly done with our meal. Thank you for the hospitality. I noticed Yamato observing Sajui with intention, yet I could not discern anything amiss, so I continued to indulge heartily. Now then, I had originally intended to hold a meeting regarding our mission after dinner. However, my choice to stay here today stems from a desire for everyone to coexist harmoniously in the future. Therefore, let us refrain from discussing any somber matters for the time being, Yamato continued. Captain Yamato truly understands the situation. Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Let us postpone the meeting until tomorrow. Yes, indeed. Upon returning to my room, I found myself unable to sleep through the night. Alas, it seemed there was no remedy for my insomnia. After counting to 1,566 sheep, I resolved to abandon my struggle and rise. Very well, I shall forego sleep. I carefully got out of bed, for Sakura was still in a deep slumber. I tidied my clothes, arranged my bed linens, and then, moving cautiously, I gently opened the window and slipped out. The night was serenely quiet, the gentle breeze undisturbed and soft. Surely, tomorrow will bring delightful weather, I mused. Speaking of my water release and wind release, I glanced at my palms and decided to first test the effectiveness of the water release, spiraling sphere. It had indeed been a considerable time since I had last employed such a technique. On one hand, my proficiency remained unrefined. Executing the technique with both hands rendered me incapable of simultaneous offense. Moreover, I often find it somewhat taxing on my chakra, particularly when compared to the ease of employing techniques that allow for the direct projection of small water spheres or manipulate water shapes to ensnare others. In the case of water release, the nearby river provides an excellent opportunity for more effective utilization. I glanced at the flowing water before me, but with the surrounding structures. I decided to practice my blood circulation as usual and then proceed directly to training wind release. Thus, I leapt towards a thicket with fewer people around. Wind release, in gaming terms, essentially enhances sharpness. In the original narrative, it is described as chakra capable of tearing and shredding various objects, akin to the edge of a blade. It can also be applied to special ninja tools or techniques, delivering formidable offensive power at close to mid-range. The might of wind release is evident from its users, suggesting that mastering it could significantly augment one's offensive capabilities. Having made up my mind, I resolved to seek guidance from Asuma upon my return. For the time being, I would review the wind release texts previously entrusted to me by Jiraiya and Kakashi. As for practical experience, I could easily draw upon the sensation I had when shattering chains during the last CHNIN exam. Chapter 110. Not wanting to watch the film Emperor Act the following morning, I sat atop the roof, observing the sun ascend gradually, a new day dawning. In a moment of ennui, I decided to take a brief respite, closing my eyes and reclining. Time slipped away until I heard a faint sound, which instinctively jolted me awake. I turned my gaze towards the source of the noise and found Sai. Without hesitation, I leaped down. Good morning, Sai. I greeted with a gentle smile, positioning myself to his left. Sai looked up, and upon recognizing me, his previously expressionless face transformed into a smile, albeit one that appeared rather forced and peculiar. Good morning, Miko. If you prefer, you may call me SH, he replied, adding, you certainly rise early. Likewise, I responded, tilting my head slightly. Sai then opened his sketchbook, immediately beginning to draw. I settled down on a nearby patch of ground, admiring his artistic endeavor. Although he often employs ink painting as his primary mode of attack, most of the illustrations in his sketchbook are rendered with crayons or oil pastels. The true content of his artwork, perhaps only he knows. This peculiar color palette could only belong to abstract art, I mused, aware that my understanding of art was limited, making me hesitant to pass judgment. Thus, we continued in our respective pursuits. He immersed in his drawing while I intermittently watched him and practiced wind release to slice through leaves. Alas, I struggled to find any suitable topic for conversation. Why did you choose to participate in this mission? Sai's paintbrush continued to make soft sounds, yet he unexpectedly broke the silence between us. Why do you say that? It's merely a team mission, There's no question of participation, I replied, perplexed. What do you know about my mission concerning Sasuke? He inquired. Huh. I was rather taken aback by how bluntly this fellow broached the topic, nearly causing me to choke as I prepared to speak the truth. Pray, do not launch into a tirade of honesty based on my words. I am, after all, quite uninformed. My only impression is that the overwhelming sentiment you exhibited towards Sasuke from the outset rendered you somewhat suspect in my eyes. Furthermore, your abrupt inclusion as a unique member of our team only serves to amplify the distrust surrounding you. However, your remarks have allowed me to further ascertain your identity. I suspect you are affiliated with Mr. Danzo, am I correct? Fear not. You need not display that expression nor reach for your weapon. Relax, take a deep breath. I shan't divulge this matter to them, as it is entirely unnecessary. After all, we are teammates now, for better or worse. Observing Sai's readiness for confrontation, I hastily continued my explanation. In any case, let us return to the question you posed earlier. To be candid, my reasons for undertaking missions with them are indeed convoluted, and I lack the inclination to elaborate. Nevertheless, my desire to assist in bringing Sasuke back is sufficient. Perhaps, in due course, I may require your assistance, just as you might find yourself needing mine. After some contemplation, I decided to subtly hint at the reason for my presence here. Although Sai maintained a serious demeanor, after a prolonged silence, he eventually retracted his hostility, casting a glance in my direction, and we both lapsed back into silence. The atmosphere remained unbroken until Sakura's appearance. To be precise, it was not until the mention of a title that Sai revealed his inability to conjure any thoughts or feelings. However, I believe that a person's art or written words can indeed convey their current emotional state, and one day you may suddenly come to understand something, at which point you might even be able to name it. Noticing the expressions of mild surprise and stoicism on their faces, I casually placed my hands behind my back and turned away, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. It was then that I spotted an unhappy Naruto. Good morning, Naruto. I greeted him. Oh, good morning, Hyuga, Sakura. TCH, and you too, he replied. We're about to set off. Captain Yamato sent me to gather you all. Very well. I shall return to gather my things while you continue your conversation. With that, I swiftly departed from the scene, catching sight of Yamato hiding behind a tree. Good morning. Mr. Yamato, I whispered, waving at him. He did not respond directly, but merely nodded. I then returned to my room to pack my belongings in preparation for our departure. Before long, we all left the inn together. How is it? Has everyone bonded? Yamato asked abruptly on the way, to which we all silently smiled, though our hearts were filled with trepidation. Even Naruto, typically outspoken, expressed his resolve under Yamato's imposing presence. In accordance with the original plan, we finally beheld the three large characters of Tian, Di, Xiao not far ahead. Prepare yourselves, we shall set off soon. After a thorough round of preparations, our group made its way toward the bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, as planned, Sai was the first to employ his artwork to send a small mouse across as a preliminary probe to assess the situation. The area surrounding the bridge showed no signs of ambush. Sai retracted the scroll and explained, well, this can eliminate the possibility of it being a trap set by Akatsuki. Yamato sighed in relief. Good. Then let us proceed according to the planned course of action. Understood. As Yamato transformed into a scorpion using wood release, the plan was about to commence, while the three of us remained concealed in the grass beside the bridge, vigilant for any movements above. Here they come, Naruto whispered, and I followed his gaze. At the far end of the bridge, a hooded figure appeared. That must be the informant. The figure slowly approached, and my heart began to race with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. To be honest, I had completely forgotten who this person was, yet I sensed that something explosive was about to unfold. Finally, as the figure turned, I nearly let out a curse. What the hell? Why is it D? No, wait. Why is it D again? No, this guy is clearly a fake informant. I mentally berated myself, feeling incredulous without the presence of Snake Uncle. Although I struggled to recall the plot at that moment, an unsettling premonition washed over me, as if my heart had leapt into my throat, rendering me nearly speechless. I forced myself to calm down, closed my eyes, and attempted to sense the surrounding chakra, but to no avail. Resigned, I withdrew my hand from my pocket, retrieving a shuriken. Is something wrong, Kay? Sakura asked, puzzled by my actions. I have a feeling we are about to encounter serious trouble. Everyone, be cautious. I fixed my gaze intently on the two individuals on the bridge until Yamato drew his shuriken, and the sudden appearance of Orochimaru beside D sent my mind spiraling into a state of panic. However, they did not seem inclined to make a move just yet, so I took a deep breath, striving to regain my composure. What should we do? Naruto inquired, frowning. We can only remain on standby until we receive orders from the captain, Sai replied calmly. Moreover, even if we intervene now, we might only complicate matters. I finally managed to stabilize my state and nodded solemnly. Thus, it was not until the two seasoned actors successfully executed their scene that we finally received the signal to advance. Let us go? In an instant, the three of us appeared at the center of the bridge, halting before Yamato. Ah, it's you again, D remarked, casting a cryptic glance at Naruto and me. Familiar faces indeed, Orochimaru added. I suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, does Snake Uncle know Sai? I have no recollection of this. Could it be due to Danzo? This was getting intriguing. No, there was no time for such thoughts. It seems the Nine-Tails brat is here too. Let us have some fun with you. Orochimaru was clearly thrilled, which was disadvantageous for us and sent shivers down my spine. Let me see, who among you and Sasuke has truly grown stronger? Chapter 111. Ready to depart Naruto. I quickly glanced at him, noticing signs of him losing control. Calm down. Sorry, Kay, he replied. Casting a fleeting glance at me and forcing a smile, I understand your anxiousness, but acting this way only plays into his hands. I furrowed my brow slightly, yet I understood that the subsequent events would unfold regardless. Alas, let it be. I noticed that the surface of his skin was emanating a greater amount of tailed beast chakra. What mischief was this, orchestrated by QB? We could only watch helplessly as he charged forward uncontrollably. This was no longer our stage. Sakura and I exchanged glances, then turned our attention to the still motionless Kabuto, deciding to check on Yamato's injuries first. Before I could finish my thought, Naruto, not far away, launched a chakra projectile at Kabuto, only for the latter to deflect it, sending it hurtling towards Sakura. Instinctively, I reached out and pulled her aside, resulting in both of us being swept away by the shockwave. Soon, I felt myself collide with a solid surface, realizing it was Yamato's jutsu. I moved my limbs slightly and found myself mostly unharmed, save for a trickle of blood from my mouth, a mere consequence of the residual force from Naruto's attack. To conceal the blood's hue, I quickly wiped it away and gently helped the seemingly unconscious Sakura to her feet, guiding her towards our teammates, where I carefully laid her down and began to tend to our wounds. Yamato-sensei, what should we do now? I inquired, feeling that I could not intervene in the chaos unfolding over there, having resolved to temporarily disregard it. However, the situation with Kabuto was another matter, not to mention Sai. By the way, where had that fellow disappeared to? It seemed he had vanished amid the turmoil, and I felt compelled to pursue him. With that thought, I swiftly created a shadow clone and sent it in the direction of his presence, while my main body remained on standby. Clone perspective. Hey you. I finally caught up with Sai, who was about to depart towards Orochimaru. I called out to him. So you're indeed heading to Orochimaru. And you have other tasks as well? Sai remained silent, his gaze fixed upon me, his hand poised on the hilt of his blade, ready to strike at any moment. Never mind, I can't stop you. I'm merely here to confirm matters. I had initially contemplated creating a clone to keep an eye on Sai, but considering the two cunning foxes across from us, I felt it unnecessary, opting instead to mark him discreetly for later tracking. Thus, I gently retrieved a small vial containing a minuscule sample of my own blood from my pocket, opened it, and carelessly flicked a drop onto him before swiftly jumping back. Until we meet again, Sai. With that, I left him with a perplexed expression, shattered the vial, and dispelled the clone. Main body perspective. Under Sakura's and my care, Naruto quickly regained much of his strength. Where has Sai gone? Sakura suddenly recalled that our team consisted of another member. He went with Orochimaru and Kabuto, Yamato explained. And I nodded in understanding. Together? Sakura's face contorted with anger. What is the meaning of this? Regrettably, I had no clue as to his motivations. However, we would only discover the truth upon our arrival. Moreover, we might also encounter Sasuke there. I stroked my chin thoughtfully, nodding slightly. In summary, the three of you follow me. Yamato led us down into the deep pit, first surveying our surroundings. Indeed, Naruto seemed completely oblivious to his prior actions, and we discovered something inadvertently left behind by Sai. I thought we should pursue those three individuals first. I had just performed a minor alteration on Sai, so perhaps we should chase after them directly. Recognizing the urgency of the situation as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, I took the initiative to suggest this course of action. Very well, Yamato nodded at me, prompting me to swiftly employ my summoning technique, calling forth the creature of the skies. Ah, a magnificent white wolf. Naruto's attention was evidently captivated, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at me. It appeared that Kyubi had already established a connection with its own summoning creature. Actually, it is CHK, thank you, the wolf replied with a flick of its tail, looking at me, awaiting my command. Could you kindly guide us to the location bearing my blood? CHK closed its eyes momentarily, then opened them after a brief pause, declaring, let us proceed. With that, it dashed forward, and we hastily collected the sketchbook that Sai had inadvertently dropped before following suit. However, we had not ventured far when Sakura's wound, inflicted by the Kyubi-empowered Naruto during the previous battle, flared with pain once again. After all, the Kyubi's chakra is toxic to ordinary beings. Therefore, under Yamato's direction, Sakura remained behind to recuperate. As I was about to depart, I caught a glimpse of Sakura's despondent expression, leading me to decide to stay a moment longer to see if I could assist her. Yamato, I would like to attempt to alleviate Sakura's condition. You all proceed first, and we shall catch up with you shortly. Finally, I halted, addressing the other two. Very well, go ahead, Yamato replied, pausing briefly before continuing onward. Keika, why are you returning? Sakura looked at me in surprise. You need not worry about me, my injury is not that severe. The priority should be to catch up with them. Not at all, I have stayed behind specifically to help you address your issue. I observed her brow furrowed in discomfort as she tended to her injury, quickly crouching to examine her wound. I channeled chakra into my eyes, allowing me to discern that the Kyubi's chakra within her was still evident, showing no signs of dissipating under the effects of medical ninjutsu. The deeper portions had fully breached the blood, and without medical intervention, it likely would have continued to bleed. Speaking of bleeding, could I, much like during my practice with blood circulation, envelop the wound with water, manipulating Sakura's tainted blood alongside the chakra to remove it? This might serve as a practical exercise for the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Sakura, I will attempt to extract the Kyubi's chakra from your wound. In the meantime, you might want to take a look at that small sketchbook I lost earlier. I have a feeling it could serve as a catalyst for improving your relationship with him. Though it belongs to him, glancing at it should pose no significant issue. Perhaps. All right, I understand, thank you. Sakura nodded, beginning to flip through the sketchbook with one hand. As I enveloped my hands with the technique of water release, I pressed them gently against the wound on Sakura's shoulder. Closing my eyes, I sensed my water release interacting with an unusually potent chakra. I delved a little deeper, encasing not only this chakra but also the blood adjacent to it, ensuring they remained contained within my water release. Gradually, I withdrew my hands, transferring those elements into the technique, extracting them from Sakura's body. With a sigh of relief, I nearly stumbled to the ground, but Sakura caught me just in time, allowing me to slow my pace and sit down. Leave the rest to me, Kyuka. You should take a moment to rest. And you too should take a look at this, she said, handing the booklet to the two who had just returned. Seizing the opportunity to rest, Kyuka explained the previous circumstances to me. Indeed, had the scent of the blood dissipated? It seemed we could only rely on Yamato now. As they exchanged thoughts on the artwork depicting Sai, I suddenly revealed the truth. This dark-haired figure bears a striking resemblance to Sai. Could this other person be his brother or someone familiar? I pointed to the painting behind, noting that both individuals had successfully navigated the previous challenges. In the end, I trust everyone can imagine what comes next. Before I could finish, Sakura skipped ahead, flipping directly to the center of the booklet. Naturally, this was merely my bold conjecture, and I refrained from elaborating further. Yet, thus far, the painting depicted only Sai. Upon her statement, a profound silence enveloped the three of us. Perhaps I should not have spoken, I pondered. Since Kyuka mentioned it, Naruto finally interjected. Well, the truth is likely as such, Sakura continued. But why is Yamato still prepared to ask? Naruto and Sakura answered in unison. Kyuka's predictions are remarkably accurate. I couldn't help but twitch my lips, quietly adding, after all, didn't he previously claim to be one of Danzo's subordinates? My overall impression of him aligns with that demeanor. This revelation rendered everyone speechless, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Fortunately, at that moment, Yamato's clone brought forth vital news from the other side, successfully redirecting everyone's attention. It seems my clone, Yamato said, covering his left ear, has located their hideout. It is time for us to depart. Chapter 112. Leading out Sai at last, we arrived at our destination. Although the surface appeared devoid of any structures capable of accommodating a person, The underground was quite the opposite. Before entering, "You must consume this," I remarked, gazing at the seed in Yamato's hand, momentarily stunned. Memories of adults claiming that watermelon seeds would sprout in one's stomach surged forth. "It should be fine, right?" "Absolutely. Do not worry. Even if we become separated, I will be able to ascertain our whereabouts immediately," he reassured me. His words evoked a sense of dread within me that I dared not articulate. Regardless, it seemed we could not escape that place. "What is this?" I inquired, closely examining the object I held in my hand, suppressing my curiosity. "It is a specialized tool for ninjas," he replied. "Oh, specialized ninja tools?" I had always assumed they were merely his wooden creations, which are quite distinct in appearance from the typical ninja tools we encounter. Perhaps I could even devise a unique tool of my own. However, if that is the case, it should function effectively when carried on my person. Yet, to mitigate the risk of losing it, I decided to safeguard it by swallowing it whole. Now then, we are prepared to set forth. With a command from Yamato, we readied ourselves once more. As for the numbers on the other side, they should be few, yet we must not let our guard down. We infiltrated in the following order: myself, Sakura, Yui, and Naruto. "What is our method of infiltration?" Sakura inquired. "According to the plan, we will approach from below using earth release," Yamato replied, swiftly forming hand seals. Immediately, the ground before us cracked open, revealing a circular entrance. "Descend at my signal." With that, we embarked, and Yamato leaped down, followed by a sharp whistle that signaled our turn. We descended in sequence. However, we soon discovered that the walls of Orochimaru's lair were composed of solid rock, presenting a challenge to our intended stealthy entry. Nonetheless, with gaps in the walls, I was confident that Yamato's release would prevail. He promptly identified a breakthrough, transforming a small crack into a doorway wide enough for us to pass through. I mused that using water release might achieve a similar effect. Perhaps I shall experiment with that next time. We must also restrict our chakra usage, lest we attract Orochimaru's attention, Yamato cautioned, in case any unforeseen complications arose. The four of us surveyed our surroundings and finally succeeded in entering the facility. "Let us first search for Sai," I suggested. Thanks to Yamato's abilities, we navigated smoothly to our destination. However, considering that there were only 3 of Orochimaru's elite operatives within the base, things could become considerably more challenging if their numbers were greater. The dimly lit basement, with its flickering lights, echoed with an eerie silence that seemed to resonate with the pulse of our hearts. The possibility of encountering formidable foes created an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror game, which inevitably heightened my nerves. Yet, succumbing to anxiety would serve no purpose. I had to continue persuading myself to remain composed. Fortunately, we managed to unlock Sai's door just before returning to the room with Kabuto. Upon seeing Sai, whose face was a mask of tension, yet gradually transformed into a calm smile, I felt a semblance of relief wash over me. Truly, the elite Umbu, directly under the Hokage, had not been deceived by that corpse. Speaking of which, did we not inadvertently skip a step? Did we not rush here in pursuit of him? What is the situation? Please, elaborate for me, Yamato stated, pocketing the wooden key, his gaze fixed intently on Sai. However, now was not the time for such discussions. We ought to secure the door instead. As they conversed, I picked up the undamaged lock that had fallen to the ground, pulling the door back with a slight tug while controlling a small amount of water to prepare for relocking it. "What are you doing, Kuka?" Sakura asked, perplexed. Once, this individual was indeed confined, and perhaps restoration is the better course of action, if that gatekeeper were to return. Before I could finish my thought, Sakura swiftly covered my mouth, prompting me to crouch down and carefully manipulate a minuscule amount of water to resecure the lock. This way, even if the gatekeeper were to approach, we would at least be forewarned. At that moment, Sakura returned the sketchbook left behind by Sai to its rightful owner. "Is this yours?" "Thank you. This is an order from Danzo. I sent it." I couldn't help but inquire further, but at this juncture, Naruto intervened. All right. Let us maintain our air of mystery and keep a low profile. Danzo intends to collaborate with Orochimaru, and Sakura, with a hint of resignation, obscured her face slightly, regaining her composure as she observed Sai. "You're being prepared for something, aren't you? And you have been designated as the liaison between Danzo and Orochimaru. However, I can't shake the feeling that Sakura's analysis lacks coherence. If we hadn't sought out Sasuke, Sai's involvement would bear little significance. Most of his contemplations, as I can surmise, would involve several tasks, including monitoring Naruto and eliminating Sasuke. As for contacting Orochimaru, it seems there hasn't been anything pressing lately. But I suppose they could undertake those matters concurrently. No, that's not it, Sai vehemently denied, his smile radiating sincerity. How could we not trust him? Your smile is easily discernible as a fade. Your words are transparent lies. Naruto, ablaze with indignation, appeared to be in a volatile state, yet, thankfully, he was notably more rational than before. In response to their inquiries, Sai remained resolutely silent. After all, his current mission was far from this. Thus, he resorted to fabricating reasons, leaving everyone in a state of partial disbelief. However, one must wonder, is Kabuto not moving a tad too slowly? Has he perhaps already detected our presence? Logically, he would wait for Sai to conclude his affairs before returning. Ahem, securing the door was merely a precautionary measure. Once Sai finished recounting his situation, I awkwardly reopened the door and locked it anew. The group, including the bound Sai, returned to the surface and then retraced our steps to find Sasuke. Yet, on our way back, I glanced at Sai, who sat expressionless on the ground, and requested Yamato to leave behind a shadow clone. Why? Yamato inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have further questions for him. Perhaps there were indeed matters he wished to discuss with Sai? Regardless, I must remain. And I recall that he had an assassination list in his possession. Might as well take a look for my own convenience. Very well. Thus, my original self accompanied them while my clone stayed behind with Yamato to guard Sai. Yamato observed my departing clone before quietly moving toward an adjacent open area. Consequently, I settled beside Sai, who was bound and seated on the ground, casually flipping through the list. Chapter 113, The Descendant of the Flying Thunder God. Your task is to eliminate Sasuke, correct? I should. No, I certainly am not mistaken. I apologize for having intrusively perused a brief segment of my thoughts regarding my indiscretion in examining his materials, only to find him rather forthrightly expressing himself. Is it not significant for you to grasp this matter? Indeed, even someone like myself can discern that your feelings for Sasuke diverge from those of others. Before I could finish my sentence, Sai interrupted, fixing his gaze upon my eyes as if striving to penetrate my true intentions. No, this is indeed of utmost importance. As I have previously stated, I genuinely wish to assist in bringing Sasuke back. Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, my sentiments align with theirs in not desiring his removal at your hands. Upon hearing this, Sai slightly furrowed his brow, remaining silent. My personal feelings towards him do not impede my collaboration with them in these endeavors, nor do they diminish my hope for Sasuke's return. I was the one who witnessed Sasuke depart that day. I understood he would inevitably leave the village, forsaking the place that had caused him pain. Yet, I firmly believe that one day he shall return in some form, for I have unwavering faith in Naruto's capacity to achieve this, convinced that their bond will endure. I am acutely aware that Naruto and Sakura have always reserved a place for that individual in their hearts. Is Naruto truly that remarkable? Sai murmured, his voice dwindling. Pausing as if lost in contemplation, then continued, questioning why I would share such sentiments with someone who could potentially harm his comrades. This seems utterly futile. After Sai spoke, he averted his gaze from me, looking instead towards Yamato in the distance, lapsing into silence. Indeed, why is that? I do not know. I simply cannot recall the expression I bore while watching Sasuke depart that day. At times, I genuinely believe that escaping this situation, leading to such a resolution, may not be a negative outcome for Sasuke. Perhaps it is because I am utterly convinced that your mission to eliminate Sasuke will ultimately fail? Oh, please do not display that expression. Allow me to analyze the situation for you, especially with that formidable presence nearby, for Sasuke is of significant importance to him now. Even if you are thoroughly prepared, he will undoubtedly employ the most effective means to thwart you, coupled with his capable assistant, Kabuto, and the undoubtedly strengthened Sasuke. Thus, I surmise your chances of success are rather slim. How astute, Sai responded softly, prompting me to smile slightly as I continued. Of course, a more crucial reason is my belief that you will become genuine friends with Naruto and the others. Does my assertion strike you as peculiar? Given your expression akin to having ingested something unpalatable? However, I must forewarn you, my knack for misfortune is quite potent. I assume you have heard of it. Hence, I trust that after this, you will not merely align with us due to Danzo's orders, but instead, you will sincerely come to appreciate this team. I paused momentarily before proceeding. What does that even mean? I do not comprehend, Sai replied, perplexed. To be honest, I found it somewhat incomprehensible myself at first. Yet, The nature of humanity is indeed strange. Over time, it seems one comes to understand everything, to evolve and reconcile with oneself. Moreover, after hearing his words, you would certainly find Naruto to be an intriguing individual, and you two would undoubtedly forge a friendship. At that point, you would come to comprehend his feelings for Sasuke, and you would perform actions that would astonish even yourself. By then, he would no longer be constrained by Danzo, would he? Alas, these are merely your fantasies. Humph. I had thought you were truly different from those two, but now it seems you share their naivety. Sai's gaze shifted from confusion to a familiar indifference as he spoke. Is that so? Humph. I shall take your words as a compliment, Sai. I pushed myself off the ground and prepared to head towards Yamato. However, before I could take a few steps, several kunai were hurled towards the ground at my feet. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized Sai's clothing and leapt aside, leaving only the kunai's shadow behind. Has Kabuto arrived late? At this moment, Naruto and the others should be nearing their meeting with the others, right? Indeed, my decision to remain was rather prudent. After all, I recalled that Kabuto would undoubtedly come to rescue this individual. Yet, he has yet to make an appearance, and even the main force has already set out without a trace of him. To be cautious, I resolved to stay put for any unforeseen circumstances, and look, I have indeed awaited him. I never expected that in doing so, I would still be a step behind. Once again, I encountered Yuki, along with a clone of Lord Orochimaru's experiment. It appears that your companions have already gone to seek Sasuke. Achieving this level is indeed commendable. Kabuto leaped down, adjusted his attire, and maintained an elegant smile as he stood not far from us. At that moment, Yamato's clone also reacted, moving closer to my side. Kabuto did not immediately obstruct our actions. Instead, he cast a mocking glance at the bound Sai and remarked, Sai, judging by your appearance, you must have been captured by them, haven't you? I stole a glance at Sai, who remained resolutely silent, unwilling to utter a single word. Honestly, it seems that we must resolve matters here, for if the tasks over there remain unfinished, Lord Orochimaru will surely be displeased. Kabuto shook his head in resignation and then formed a blade of chakra in his hand. I glanced at Yamato, who immediately began to weave hand signs. In the next instant, the ground near Kabuto erupted with wooden stakes, surging towards his direction like a forest after a rainstorm. Kabuto, however, nimbly leaped up, landing precisely on one of the stakes, propelled forward by the thrust. I contemplated my next move, but chose to remain in place, preparing to cast a technique. As Kabuto drew nearer, I formed hand signs, manipulating water to surface on the ground nearby, creating a sizable pool. Observing this, Kabuto halted at the edge, slightly furrowing his brow. Yamato seized the opportunity to act again, causing Kabuto to retreat a few steps. TSK, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Regrettably, the three of us find ourselves ensnared in a predicament, as he proves difficult to approach, and we seem unable to effectively seize the situation. I am, however, uncertain how much longer the energy of Yahiko's clone can endure. Alas, your actions truly are quite bothersome. My patience, as you must know, is rather limited. Suddenly, Kabuto's demeanor shifted, clearly indicating a departure from his previous self. No longer evasive, he charged forth, treading upon the wooden planks, yet his target was evidently not me. He aimed to first eliminate Yahiko's clone. I hastily relinquished my control over the water on the ground, preparing to employ alternative tactics against him. To my surprise, he retracted his chakra blade, and from the sleeves of his garments emerged long serpentine forms, lunging towards both myself and Yahiko's clone, which was swiftly ensnared and dissipated into white smoke. I relieved myself of a portion of my burden, hastening my retreat several steps. Compelled to withdraw my hand that had been poised to seize Sai, and instead resorted to drawing a kunai from my pouch. Although I was confident that I would not succumb to the snake's venom, exposing that fact here would be troublesome. It seemed I had no choice but to gamble on the notion that even in Naruto's absence, Sai would still offer his assistance. Very well. It appeared that Kabuto cast a glance at me before shifting his focus towards Sai. Perhaps two individuals were indeed a more prudent choice. I inquired, you will prove trustworthy. Will you not, Sai? Upon uttering these words, Kabuto once again manifested his chakra blade, crouching slightly to unbind Sai from his restraints. Sai remained silent, observing as Kabuto prepared for his next move. As for you, remain compliant and succumb. With that, Kabuto readied himself to charge towards me once more. However, to my fortune, Sai swiftly thwarted his advance. Hey, you! Kabuto was evidently taken aback, yet was unable to struggle against Sai's sudden assault. Rope? You have some, do you not? At this juncture, Sai finally spoke. Yes. I inwardly exhaled in relief, swiftly rummaging through my pouch to procure rope. Binding Kabuto before rendering him unconscious and administering a potent sedative into his mouth. Finally, discarding him in a suitable location before setting off with Sai to rendezvous with the others. Fortunately, my gamble paid off, should Sai truly wish to confront Sasuke. Keeping Kabuto alive would have posed a significant hindrance. Gazing at the unconscious figure before me, I pondered briefly before adeptly extracting a vial containing a coagulant, gently pricking Kabuto's finger to collect a small sample of his blood. Gathering such evidence could prove beneficial in the future. In summary, I extend my sincere gratitude to you. Why? You may ask. It is only right to express thanks to those who aid me, is it not? At the very least, prior to encountering Sasuke, you have been trustworthy, and moreover, have you not performed admirably? Ahem, and more crucially, the task of locating them may very well rely upon your guidance. Had I ventured alone, we would surely have lost our way. With that thought, I awkwardly cleared my throat a few times. Chapter 114, Long Time No See. Longing to bid farewell thanks to Zhuo Yi's assistance, we finally succeeded in returning to Uncle Snake's underground castle. Gazing at the intricate maze of paths within, a sense of headache washed over me. Where should we go to find them? Or should we wait for them to seek us out? However, at this stage, our priority was undoubtedly to locate Sasuke, so we decided to methodically search room by room. When that fellow took out paper and pen, I realized he intended to sketch in order to find someone, but that would undoubtedly expose our presence. Thus, I earnestly advised him against it, and he reluctantly put the materials away. After all, if we did happen to find someone, I could hardly believe he wouldn't reveal his murderous intent and draw Uncle Snake's attention. Yet, this tranquil moment was soon shattered. Are you looking for Sasuke? A somewhat cold voice suddenly emerged beside us, and the door, which had been firmly shut, swung open with a gust of wind, startling Zhuo Yi and me into a hasty leap forward to evade the splintering entrance. We swiftly drew a shuriken and a short blade from our bags, poised to confront the familiar figure slowly emerging, a cascade of long hair flowing like serpents in motion. It was Orochimaru. Wait, why was it Uncle Snake? I had hoped for the sheer luck of encountering the second pillar, yet this formidable being appeared so directly instead. How could we possibly contend with him? Run. Without time for further contemplation, I quickly performed a series of hand seals, casually unleashing a water technique while gesturing for Zhuo Yi to dash forward. Bracing ourselves for a frantic escape. Where do you intend to flee to? I'm used. Is it because you wish to rendezvous with them and then search for Sasuke, only to find yourselves lost? Hee. Zhuo Yi, witnessing my readiness to turn and flee, hesitated for a moment. I immediately sensed something amiss. The familiar discomfort in the air suggested that Orochimaru was perhaps eyeing his prey. Yet, we could not simply leave him unchecked. I glanced at the shuriken in my hand and decided to halt abruptly, turning to launch it towards Zhuo Yi's right hand, successfully grazing his skin. At that moment, he jolted and spun around, sprinting towards me. Why run, Yeetsi Zhuo Yi? The voice still emanated from behind, but as I prepared to escape forward, I keenly sensed someone materializing ahead. The figure before me, clad in the flowing robes of Orochimaru, stood unmoving, his hair and attire undisturbed by any breeze. He gradually raised his head, his sharp gaze piercing through me, and a familiar wave of dread struck my nerves. I instinctively frowned, my body tensing in agony. The hand that clutched the shuriken freezing midair. How to evade this? Subtle shadow snake hand. In an instant, Orochimaru lifted his right hand, and from his sleeve emerged a long, robust serpent, swiftly coiling around my body. I could not suppress a muffled groan of pain, my brow furrowing tighter as I felt the serpent constricting ever more tightly. It seemed that in these years, your progress has been negligible. Orochimaru approached me leisurely, and I ceased my overthinking, utilizing the pang of pain to extricate myself from the grip of fear. Trembling, I made an effort to raise my left hand and attempted to form a hand seal with one hand. Fortunately, I succeeded. In the next moment, a surge of water expanded around my body, creating a gap between me and the serpent. At last, propelled by this force, I managed to slip away and swiftly manipulated the water to form a barrier, momentarily obstructing the figure across from me as I retreated several steps. It was then that I had the opportunity to assess Sai's condition. He appeared to be relatively unharmed. However, as the smoke cleared, I realized that the initial apparition was merely a clone of Orochimaru, as his figure re-emerged not far from us. I was uncertain whether this one was indeed the real Orochimaru. Quickly, Sai urged, retracting his paper and pen, nodding at me. I hastily followed his lead, veering towards a side passage, preparing to make several turns to evade Orochimaru. The serpent's infinite array, I heard Orochimaru proclaim from a distance, prompting me to shed all burdens and, grasping Sai's clothing, I sprinted ahead without a thought of losing my way. After what felt like an eternity of running, I finally found a quiet spot to halt. Huff, huff, let us take a moment to rest. At least for now, conserving chakra might lessen Orochimaru's pursuit, I exhaled, catching my breath. However, should we seek them out, or would it be more prudent to wait for them to find us? I leaned against the wall, preparing for a brief respite. This sudden suggestion rendered Sai silent once more. He remained quiet for a while before finally speaking. Waiting here increases the odds of encountering that individual, he remarked. Indeed, I conceded. We must now place our hopes on the other three. Precisely, a third voice interjected. In an instant, a chill ran down my spine, and I nearly exclaimed in alarm, though I stifled the word that threatened to escape my lips. I quickly regained my composure, turning to face Orochimaru, who had appeared here unbeknownst to us, my heart heavy with unease, wishing to sing in my mind, "Oh, how I long to escape, yet find no way out." Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru stood not far from us. His eyes narrowed in a smile as he applauded softly before continuing, "Regarding your recent endeavors, particularly the battle we just had, as well as the matter concerning the elusive Kabuto, correct? TSK, I must retract my previous statements. You are truly commendable, and quite entertaining, I must admit. Since the onset, I have grown increasingly fond of you." He flicked his tongue across his lips, a familiar sensation causing me to shudder involuntarily. I forced a smile, striving to disregard his last remarks, and resolutely drew a kunai, positioning it defensively across my chest. But it is unfortunate that, like the others, you seek Sasuke. Otherwise, I would be quite intrigued to see what Sasuke would do. So allow me to escort you a bit further. After all, the grand performance is about to commence. Let me present to you a performance that rightfully belongs to them. Orochimaru, with a single hand forming seals, swiftly approached his lips as a formidable gust of wind coalesced before him. Is that wind release? The great breakthrough of wind release. Before him, a colossal, almost tangible whirlwind gathered instantaneously. I barely managed to cast my technique, enveloping both myself and Sai in a protective sphere of water, just as the fierce wind surged forth, colliding violently against the surface of my watery barrier like a blade. The ripples that had just formed on my water sphere moments ago were now met with an overwhelming force that threatened to shatter it, bearing down upon me from within. Soon, I felt the fierce, invisible wind pierce through the watery shield, tearing my clothes and leaving me adorned with marks of the encounter. The pressure of the wind release nearly stole my breath away, prompting me to instinctively shut my eyes and hold my breath, striving to distance myself from the discomfort. Fortunately, having utilized water release, the ferocious wind was somewhat subdued. Otherwise, I feared we would have sustained severe injuries. Riding the power of the wind, we were both hurled several somersaults, crashing against the rear wall, and the poor water barrier ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault, bursting apart and flooding the ground. Coughing, I politely inquired, "Sai, are you all right?" As I turned to glance at him, compared to my condition, he appeared somewhat better off. I then assessed my own state, casually moving my arms and bending my knees. Good, I could still move. I am fine, I replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. However, truly, that sudden attack nearly made me cough up a mouthful of blood. Is this what they call delivering someone? Deliver you something? I was at a loss for words, tempted to simply lie down and surrender to the chaos, but the commotion beside me made it impossible to rest. Reluctantly, I sat up, my frustration mounting as I surveyed the surroundings, only to be left speechless. Is that not the legendary world-renowned painting? Yet, given its dilapidated state, shouldn't we have heard some noise? It seemed that in our fervor while battling Uncle Snake, we had become completely oblivious. Chapter 115, The End of Action. However, it is only natural. We have squandered so much time here that they should have already located the others. Still, gazing at the scene before me, I could not suppress a lump in my throat as I stood, momentarily rendered speechless. Sasuke hooked his left arm around Naruto's shoulder, his right hand poised at the ready behind his back. His gaze flickered towards us, following the recent attack, and I felt an uneasy chill sweep over me, causing me to shudder. Thus, I hastily dispelled my shadow clone and, clutching Sai, hopped over to join Yamato and Sakura. In any case, I could not leave Sai behind. I sensed that doing so would only complicate matters further. "Are you all alright?" Yamato hesitantly asked, glancing at Sai, who had appeared here. "Well, it can be considered not too serious. I mean, it should be," I replied, noticing the skeptical looks from Sakura and Yamato. I quickly amended my statement. "In any case, what exactly is the situation now? Setting aside the matter of Sai for the moment, you should first tend to your injuries. Sakura and I will be ready to act at any time." Yamato, still uneasy, glanced at Sai, and upon seeing that he truly had no intention of engaging, turned back to observe the movements of the two individuals. "Very well," I agreed without hesitation. After all, the sudden appearance of Orochimaru had indeed caught me off guard, depleting my physical and chakra reserves significantly, and the mental strain of being forced into such heightened alertness left me feeling rather fatigued. Nevertheless, I quickly assessed the wounds on both myself and Sai, administering a hasty treatment, at the very least. This would ensure that we would not be a considerable hindrance should a confrontation arise. Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine, and cold sweat broke out across my body. Instinctively, I clenched my fists, turning to the side with my arms crossed in a defensive posture. When the next attack came, I felt my body lift off the ground, spinning wildly before being flung to another location. It was only upon hearing someone call my name that I opened my eyes to comprehend my current predicament. It was indeed Orochimaru who had attacked. Observing him standing at a distance among the others, wearing an expression of indifference with a faint smile directed at me, I couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. I wondered why he had suddenly set his sights on me again. Was he bored with the unfolding drama on the other side? It seems that both men and women are quite capricious. He chuckled softly. "You must be quite curious as to why I summoned you here. To me, you are merely an outsider in this matter." Orochimaru approached, casting a glance my way before shifting his gaze toward the ongoing conflict, his eyes narrowing to slits. My expression briefly shifted while he averted his gaze, but noting his lack of intent to engage, I followed his line of sight to the other 5 individuals. How fortuitous. They were indeed embroiled in a heated battle. I turned back, awaiting his next words. "Not going to refute me?" Orochimaru observed my composure, his expression growing more solemn. He lowered his voice slightly. "After all, even I can sense that their feelings for Sasuke are uniquely profound." Not really, sir," I replied, though my tone lacked conviction. "You are already quite aware of the reasons, so what could I possibly argue?" "Then, would you indulge me in a conversation?" he continued. "Moreover, I have yet to inquire about the curse mark issue from the Ch-9 exams and the blood that recently stained Sai's clothing. Wouldn't you agree, Miko?" As he spoke, the smile on his face grew increasingly vibrant, nearly causing me to choke on my own breath. Despite the urgency of Sai's escape, I knew there were far better options available, such as using any potion or other means to mark him, rather than resorting to my own blood. Moreover, why did he suddenly bring up events from years past? I was on the verge of forgetting until he reminded me. What a bother. "I apologize, but I'm afraid I do not comprehend your words," I responded quietly, though my tone clearly betrayed my lack of confidence. This was not good. Engaging with Orochimaru was undoubtedly a precarious situation, and things were about to become quite troublesome. I instinctively redirected my chakra, ever prepared to launch myself into the distance. "Mitsi, what is your desire?" Suddenly, Orochimaru interjected, his penetrating gaze seemingly attempting to pierce through my innermost thoughts. His question nearly incapacitated me. How did this esteemed figure manage to intertwine such inquiries so seamlessly? I possessed no such inclinations. I subtly averted my gaze, on the verge of fabricating a response, pondering whether this topic had been introduced too abruptly. To my surprise, Orochimaru had once again ensnared me with his shadow snake hand, drawing me toward him, rendering the situation even more awkward. With this turn of events, I ceased to dwell on my predicament, contemplating whether I should resort to water release to extricate myself, as I had previously. However, unlike that earlier instance, he had become notably more cautious, binding my hands directly, thus hindering my ability to perform hand seals. I had no choice but to temporarily desist from struggling, considering instead to remain still and absorb some ambient energy before attempting to force my way free with chakra. Mitsi, do not deceive yourself. Desire is an intrinsic force that propels humanity. I am driven by it, as is Sasuke, and so are you. Thus, to claim the absence of desire is not merely an amusing jest. I could sense it, or rather, my intuition suggested that in certain respects, we were alike. Even if such desires existed within me, I could assuredly declare that I, unlike you and Sasuke, bore no intention of revealing them indiscriminately. A fleeting memory of Scorpion's words surfaced in my mind. With him, you should endeavor to pursue your so-called eternity. Indeed, he could provide that. I was acutely aware that there were certain abilities I yearned to acquire from Orochimaru, such as his unique skills of regeneration post-injury or the ability of reincarnation. Yet, I understood that I lacked the qualifications for such pursuits. Furthermore, I was not Orochimaru. I dared not contemplate the costs associated with these abilities, for perhaps those costs were beyond the means of an ordinary individual like myself. Drawing a deep breath, I finally spoke again. Regardless, even if I divulged my truths, it would not alter the fact that my aspirations bear a resemblance to yours. However, I possess my own convictions. Moreover, for you at present, Sasuke is of paramount importance. Is he not? You need not invest excessive effort in me. After all, squandering precious time on someone who would yield minimal returns is hardly prudent. Indeed, you are correct. Yet, Mitsi, while you are right, you are also mistaken. What a pity, Mitsi. Next time, do not harbor the expectation of easily escaping my sight. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, casting a glance into the distance before relinquishing the hand that had summoned the snakes. I felt the pressure on my body dissipate and hastily released my burden, returning to the other side of the group. Fortunately, had it not been for the current allure of the second pillar, I shudder to think whether I might have truly been ensnared. In any case, adhering to the original plan, we ultimately bid farewell to Sasuke and returned to the village. Chapter 116. Upright and unyielding. By the way, I had been meaning to say, Naruto-kun, haven't you finally returned? My parents mentioned that they haven't seen little Naruto in quite some time, so they would like to invite you over for dinner. Had it not been for these unfortunate circumstances, I would have extended the invitation much earlier. Observing Naruto, who finally found some leisure time after returning to the village, I finally seized the opportunity to utter these words. Alas, a series of events had previously thwarted my attempts to find an appropriate moment. Today, I must seize this chance with both hands. Oh dear, with my uncle and aunt treating me so kindly, I truly feel a bit embarrassed. In the past, I often troubled Naruto, batting my eyelashes and ruffling my hair before speaking. Oh, it's nothing to feel shy about, Naruto-kun. The opportunity is rare. So do come and sit with us. We haven't had a proper conversation in ages, and I want to share some new happenings in our village with you. I must admit, during your time of training, our village has acquired quite a few delightful novelties. I swiftly interrupted his words, and with my persuasion, he ultimately agreed. After bidding farewell to my team members, I returned home with Naruto. I created a shadow clone to head home ahead of us, while my original self strolled back with Naruto. Along the way, we began to converse about our respective experiences over the past few years and the advancements in our abilities. By the way, I have always wanted to ask, what is that peculiar object? It looks quite intriguing. Along the way, I noticed Naruto casting several inquisitive glances at the bicycles passing by us. Finally, I hit the nail on the head. I could hardly contain my excitement to boast about this mode of transportation that has gradually begun to gain popularity in people's lives. Although ninjas do not typically require it, it certainly captivates the attention of ordinary folk. After all, it is undeniably very convenient. Are you referring to that? This is precisely what I wanted to introduce to you. It's called a bicycle, a self-propelled vehicle. I glanced at the bicycles that were slowly fading into the distance and turned to Naruto to explain. A bicycle? It appears it cannot move on its own. Isn't it still reliant on human power? Just as I was preparing to passionately promote this newly trending marvel, a somewhat familiar voice emerged from beside Naruto. Instinctively, I turned to look, only to discover the familiar figure of Jiraiya. How does this guy manage to appear so suddenly? I thought he had already shared information with Tsunade and was off chasing after matters related to the Akatsuki, away from the village. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? My tone was filled with astonishment. Perverted sage? Your sudden appearance is quite startling. Naruto nearly jumped, unable to suppress his retort. I remarked, you two are being rather excessive. Aren't you? Never mind, Miko, please continue to introduce that bicycle. I find it quite fascinating. Let us set that aside for now. By the way, since you're already here, is there anything else you need to attend to? Since you've come in all, it wouldn't be a problem to add one more person to the gathering, right? Should be, Perhaps, nothing pressing. What is up? Jiraiya stroked his chin, indicating that he was relatively free at the moment. May I invite you over to my home later? Of course, Naruto-kun will also be one of the guests. My voice was undeniably laced with excitement. After all, he is a legendary figure whom my parents have yet to meet in person. The mere thought of having him visit our home fills me with joy, and I can only imagine my eyes sparkling with anticipation. I hope this won't trouble you at all. I assume you only plan to invite Naruto, right? Oh, how could it be a bother? To witness the truly invincible and charismatic Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, the best-selling novelist, and Naruto's master and eternal protector, my parents would be overjoyed. I couldn't help but shower him with compliments. Though I appreciate your flattering remarks, Mickey, I must admit that my nickname has become rather lengthy. However, since we've reached this point in our conversation, I shall not decline your invitation. Let us continue discussing the matter of bicycles. Jiraiya, with a hint of resignation, instinctively ran his fingers through his unruly hair. Clearing his throat, he began to introduce the concept of bicycles, concluding with, "Oh, by the way, we bought one at home too. You are welcome to try it out if you wish." Yay! Upon returning home, I was filled with joy as I prepared a hearty meal for my parents and our two esteemed guests. After everyone was well fed and satisfied, we settled by the window to admire the scenery outside, and once again, we resumed our discussion. We hadn't finished talking about bicycles yet, so let us continue. Jiraiya suggested. Indeed, after a brief respite, Naruto-kun can give the bicycle a try. I pointed towards the bike resting at the entrance. Observing Naruto's eager expression, I began to share the developments of some aspects of our village over the years. As you can see, bicycles have integrated into the daily lives of the common people, providing considerable convenience, I explained. However, I felt that this topic would be better suited for my mother to elaborate on. So I turned my gaze toward her and invited her to share. Are you asking me to discuss the technical department's matters? Clearing her throat, my mother began. Bicycles are indeed quite convenient, but as a means of long-distance travel, they are somewhat inadequate. Therefore, we are currently planning improvements in this area, exploring the possibility of a steam-powered vehicle to create a new mode of transport, either tricycle or four-wheeled, that could facilitate long-distance journeys while ensuring speed and capacity. The proposal is already taking shape, and the recent budget has been approved. Once we gather all the necessary materials, we will be able to start working on the prototype. Wow, that sounds highly feasible. Aunt Hyen, your technical department's innovations are truly impressive. It feels like we will soon see the real thing in action, Naruto exclaimed without reservation, and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Regarding medical advancements, our medical department has established a comprehensive blood type database for all ninjas, along with related documentation, so that during missions, each team's medical personnel can respond promptly to emergencies. Continuing, I shared some new knowledge related to the medical department. Moreover, the underground emergency shelter is nearing completion. I reflected for a moment, nearly forgetting to introduce this significant development. Chapter 117. Integrity unwavering. What is that? Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Upon seeing his expression, Jiraiya discerned that he was already well aware of this matter and, maintaining a composed demeanor, politely inquired. Did construction commence approximately 2.5 years ago? Indeed, it roughly began when we started learning medical techniques. I nodded in affirmation. Without Lady Tsunade's unwavering support, we would have struggled to express our agreement, my father interjected. Those old-timers are like that. As long as it's completed, that's what matters. Jiraiya paused before subtly nodding. Precisely. My father gently inclined his head in agreement. In any case, observing their animated conversation provided me with some solace amidst the anxiety I felt regarding the impending rescue missions. When it came time to part ways, I chose to create a shadow clone to accompany Naruto and Jiraiya, considering it a pleasant stroll. Arriving at Naruto's home, I stood at his doorstep and bid farewell alongside Jiraiya. I was tempted to dismiss the clone and take my leave. However, seeing Jiraiya swaying slightly from intoxication, nearly on the verge of slumber, I felt a surge of goodwill and resolved to see him safely home. Mr. Jiraiya, allow me to escort you back, I said, supporting him to prevent him from losing his balance. I'm not drunk. Come on, let's have a few more drinks, he protested with a tipsy demeanor. Please, Mr. Jiraiya, I am still a minor. It would be best if you refrained from such talk and returned home to rest, I replied as we approached the entrance of the hotel. Before I could guide him inside, he abruptly leaped onto the rooftop, leaving me momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, I decided to follow him. As the saying goes, Since I've come this far, I might as well sit with you a while longer. I still have a few matters I wish to discuss with you today, he said, confidently moving to the edge of the building and beckoning me over. The area was not overly dark, as a street lamp cast a warm glow not far below us. He settled down, taking a seat. This is hardly the behavior one would expect from a drunken man. Might I trouble you to rest honestly now, and I shall take my leave? I remarked, exasperated. I've already told you, I'm not drunk. If you wish to leave, go ahead. I will just rest here a while longer, he replied dismissively. All right, I concede. I cannot argue with you. I shall stay a bit longer and listen to what you have to say. Please, continue. I sighed, surrendering to his insistence. Seeing the exaggerated expression of heartfelt despair on his face, I couldn't help but relent. Thus, I settled beside him, immediately detecting the strong scent of alcohol. Now that I'm back, I just want to chat a bit more with you, Jiraiya mumbled. Yes, certainly, I continued to respond, albeit somewhat resigned. Now, let us return to the main topic. The wager you had with Tsunade has yielded an unexpected outcome, which truly took me by surprise. Jiraiya, while countering, opened up the conversation, and after a yawn, his expression gradually shifted to a more composed demeanor, shedding the remnants of inebriation. You're not intoxicated, yet your mind remains so clear. It seems you were already aware of this, he remarked. Nevertheless, I simply believe that when facing decisions made by Tsunade, one should exercise greater caution, hence I consulted my parents to devise a more suitable plan. I was taken aback when he suddenly broached the topic. Yet I casually offered an explanation. It's no trouble. A breath of fresh air can certainly help clear the mind. It's commendable that you all are considering the village's well-being, Jiraiya said with a slight smile. However, to be frank, achieving merely this is insufficient. In order to save more lives, we must persist in our efforts. Yet, his abrupt mention of us left me with an uneasy feeling, as if he intended to discuss something I would rather avoid. I sighed inwardly, resolving to endure. This is the least one can do. After a brief pause, I lowered my gaze before raising it again to the ink-black sky, blinking as I adjusted my mindset, and then turned my attention back to Jiraiya. 10 years ago, when you first encountered Naruto, what compelled you to assist him? He fell into a moment of silence, casting his gaze towards the vibrant lights below. Why do you suddenly wish to inquire about this? Based on your tone, where would you like me to begin? I was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's shift in demeanor, his once drunken appearance now replaced by sharp intensity, which heightened my sense of tension and unfamiliarity. TCH. He looked so intoxicated moments ago, yet now it seems he is truly performing. I couldn't help but furrow my brow, expressing my displeasure. However, it has indeed been 10 years. The days of the Ninja Academy and the Chunin exams feel as if they transpired only yesterday. Those little stories seem like memories so vivid that I could almost reach out and touch them. Yet, I no longer knew how many times the wooden posts in the training grounds had been stealthily replaced due to our relentless practice. Nor was I aware if Irika-sensei and his new batch of students were prepared for graduation. Ever since Sasuke departed from this place, the once boisterous Konoha 12 have each shouldered distinct responsibilities, progressing along their own paths. Still, I firmly believe they will reunite one day. After all, 10 years is a significant span of time. I couldn't help but sigh again, striving to ease my troubled spirit. Indeed, so Maiko. My next question may be difficult to answer. If you wish to decline, please do so without hesitation or distress. This is merely a personal inquiry, Jiraiya stated, maintaining the same furrowed brow from earlier, speaking with earnestness. I was momentarily taken aback. The sensation he imparted immediately prompted me to recall my conversations with the third Hokage and Tsunade. Could it be? Yet, deep down, I was acutely aware that this peculiar individual would inevitably face the day when the esteemed figures of Konoha would question my motives. Each of their inquiries arrived so unexpectedly. Despite having been interrogated several times before, I still found it quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, this was a task that must be fulfilled, a trial before the invisible barrier between us dissipated. I yearned to heed their words. Even if it might lead to an irreversible transformation, I wished to accept whatever fate awaited me. Chapter 118. Standing firm and unwavering please. Go ahead. After a prolonged silence, I gazed intently into Jiraiya's eyes and nodded earnestly. He paused for a brief moment before speaking. Qin Shu, known among acquaintances as Yu Ming, was initially the front desk manager of a restaurant. Through self-study, he passed the examination and became a junior member of the administrative department. He has offered invaluable insights on various matters and, following the recommendations of Asuma and Kakashi, has recently ascended to a mid-level position, garnering some recognition. Tsunade has shown considerable support for him, and he has recently begun studying chakra-related knowledge. Qin Nanli, referred to as Hien by friends, is a weaponsmith who previously owned a small weapon shop. For reasons unknown, he closed his shop and transitioned to a part-time role as a developer of innovative weapons at the daily household. Ultimately, through the introductions of Nara Shikaku and Sarutobi Asuma, he has become a member of the technical department, steadily moving towards a core position. In summary, both individuals have achieved notable success within their respective fields. To specify, examples such as the underground shelter, bicycles, and upgraded communication devices serve as commendable illustrations. Jiraiya's extensive exposition struck a chord within me, akin to a barrage of artillery targeting my vulnerabilities. Indeed, he had already conducted thorough investigations into these matters, and his words jolted me back to a more disheartening reality. Time cannot be reversed, and certain truths are difficult to conceal, especially when confronted by such astute individuals. How could I, so closely aligned with the protagonist, escape suspicion? How could I possibly avoid scrutiny? Truth be told, there are moments when I question my own motives and actions. Yet, I choose to trust that my intentions are genuinely rooted in wishing him well. As I listened to Jiraiya, my hands unconsciously clenched into fists, my nails digging into my flesh, while my expression remained inscrutable. And then there is you, Qin Nanmi, or as you are affectionately called, Xiao Xiang, the initiator of the medical department's blood-type database management system, the proposer of the mental health counseling room, the true visionary behind the underground emergency shelter, and the practitioner of the ongoing 8 Gates of Duanjia. I am curious about the surprises you may yet bring us in the future. The third Hokage once spoke of you. Ever since you met Naruto a decade ago, you and your parents have been nurturing his growth in your own ways. Particularly, your steadfast friendship with him, along with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, as you all became Kakashi's disciples and weathered many storms together to reach this day. To be frank, I have pondered for quite some time, yet I still fail to comprehend the true purpose behind your actions. Moreover, regarding Itachi, specifically Uchiha Itachi, how much do you truly know? Honestly, I sense that you harbor many secrets. I long to uncover them. Jiraiya paused slightly at this juncture, lingering on the latter half of his statement. He furrowed his brow, maintaining unwavering eye contact with me. He was wielding the metaphorical blade of inquiry and exploration, seeking to unearth the truth. He awaited my responses and heartfelt confessions with bated breath. Goodness, he truly had exhausted all inquiries concerning me in one fell swoop. And how did the matter of Itachi intertwine with my own affairs, even if it is indeed a fact? Haha, I now realize that silence can indeed prompt laughter. Haha, what a surprise, you are hardly inebriated at all. After being scrutinized for a considerable time, I released my tightly clenched hands, shaking them slightly, and turned my gaze away with a wry smile, not directly addressing his questions. After all, I had yet to formulate a suitable response or decide how to face him and the unvarnished truth. I could not fathom why he chose to unveil all of this before me at this moment. This situation starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere of the third Hokage's era. Yet, why was this encounter devoid of the previous tension? Surely, I reasoned with myself, it must be due to my growing familiarity with him. Or perhaps his excessive candor compelled me to reciprocate with a similar level of earnestness. What manner of fundamental quality is this? Mitsu, do you not intend to refute my assertions? I have conducted a thorough investigation into you and your family, and you are well aware that such matters are typically unacceptable to the average individual. Although I initially clarified that you could opt not to respond, Jiraiya persisted with his probing, and I sensed that if I failed to clarify certain matters, he might resort to measures I dared not contemplate. I did not wish for my relationship with them to become irreparably strained. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, I reluctantly turned my head away and closed my eyes. After 3 seconds of silence, having reaffirmed my resolve, I reopened my eyes and spoke. I have long known that you are here for Naruto's sake. I am aware that he is the host of the 9 Tails, that he possesses dangerous abilities, and I fully understand your concerns about whether we harbor any intentions of exploiting him. However, I am equally aware that our actions towards Naruto over the years have been entirely honorable. I responded with fervor. You are a man of discernment, which is why I have chosen to articulate these thoughts to you clearly. Noticing my earlier exuberance, I tempered my tone. Jiraiya slightly parted his lips, ultimately opting for silence. encouraging me to continue. Since you have delved so deeply into this matter, I shall dispense with any pretense. You are undoubtedly aware that Naruto has endured considerable hardships. You know he possesses a carefree demeanor reminiscent of your own. Due to past events that had once caused him great distress, he has now embraced his gentle self. It is unfathomable to me how I would confront such troublesome matters. I have heard that the fourth Hokage was also a golden-haired, blue-eyed individual, which often leads me to contemplate, what if Naruto were indeed the child of the fourth? Would he not then be spared from the anguish of past experiences? This contemplation often leaves me wishing I could offer him some assistance. I find that the more I explain my thoughts to Jiraiya, the more chaotic my feelings become, overwhelmed by an ineffable sense of powerlessness. This is not only a sense of inadequacy regarding myself, but also concerning the truth of Naruto's experiences, and even a feeling of helplessness towards Jiraiya's doubts about me. The other party remains persistently silent. Naruto is truly a remarkable child, and I cherish the bond we share. Even if my family does not receive your acknowledgement, I believe it would bear no consequence for us. As I have stated, we remain steadfast, and I am merely his friend. Our capacity to help is limited to this. I am neither Iruka-sensei nor Kakashi-sensei. I am not you or Tsunade. You must understand that you and they will forever be the most significant anchors in his life. Thus, I cannot provide him with what you can offer. Yet as his friend, that should suffice for me. In summary, Jiraiya-sensei, even if you choose to continue your investigation into us, we shall not speak further. We possess only this limited information to offer you for your research. Of course, I must apologize. I mean, as long as you do not cross my boundaries. When I uttered that final statement, it felt as if I were expending all my strength, yet I had to voice it. Simultaneously, an inexplicable discomfort welled up inside me, causing my eyes to water with the threat of tears. Fortunately, I managed to suppress it, exhaling deeply in an attempt to release my unease. I hope he can understand. Even just a little. I apologize, Miko. Naruto has spoken to me extensively about your family over the years. Although I have yet to grasp your intentions in approaching Naruto, his expressions and words convey much. Since he has chosen to trust you, I shall endeavor to do the same. I truly apologize. Please forget about today's events and take care to rest early, as you have tasks to attend to tomorrow. He paused slightly before continuing, of course. In a subsequent scene, after Jiraiya was rescued, he returned to express gratitude to Miko and her family, particularly to Miko herself. Jiraiya taught her sage techniques, which led to some humorous banter as she adjusted the proportions to achieve a perfect sage technique, ultimately leading to successful improvements. The following day, in the Hokage's office, as I observed Naruto and Sakura beside me, everything seemed quite normal. Then I noticed the presence of Team 8. How rare indeed. Today, I summoned you not for trivial matters, but with the hope that your two teams could collaborate to assist the medical department in gathering a greater variety of herbs. In particular, I would like to draw your attention to the scroll of tasks laid out before me, as there is a notable shortage of certain medicinal materials in the underground emergency shelter. The collection of these herbs can be rather intricate. One must observe the chakra color to discern if they are ready for harvest. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as the details are inscribed on this scroll. You may refer to it later or consult Sakura and Ino for confirmation. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the medical department's inventory of herbs was replenished. So let us aim to return with an ample supply after this mission. I nodded in agreement internally. As for Sai, it is evident that he cannot join us in this endeavor until he has reported the previous situation to Danzo. In any case, if necessary, you may split into two teams. If possible, I hope you can complete the gathering swiftly and ensure the herbs are preserved properly. Understood. Upon receiving the task, our group of 6 set off promptly. Before long, we arrived at one of the designated herb gathering sites. Given the circumstances, we should divide into 2 teams, Sakura suggested. I believe that is a sound idea. I will require the assistance of the other 2 to proceed to the next location. I concurred. However, I recommended against forming teams based solely on gender. It would be more efficient to include someone capable of quickly identifying the herbs in each group. I nodded in agreement. Hinata, who rarely spoke up, glanced back and forth between Naruto and me several times, hesitating before she could utter a word. Before she could finish her thought, another rare contributor chimed in. I, Kiba, and Ino will head to the next destination. Is that acceptable? Shino adjusted his glasses slightly. Kiba and I had no objections. So the matter of team division was settled. After bidding farewell to the others, the 3 of us set off. The direction we chose for herb collection was not far from the village's border. As we ventured further, I couldn't help but commend Shino for his insightful suggestion. After all, it was indeed rare for Hinata to take the initiative. Shino, in his habitual manner, readjusted his glasses and remarked, "Precisely, we should extend our assistance more often." I nodded emphatically. "Huh, so that was the reason behind your decision-making. I wondered why you seemed so resolute," Kiba interjected. "Anyway, I have no objections. But have we arrived at our destination yet? We've been walking for some time, and I haven't caught a whiff of that peculiar fragrance. Right, Akamaru?" Kiba posed his question, to which Akamaru barked in agreement. "Wait, you haven't sensed it either?" "Yet, according to the season, the fragrant lily should be in its pollination phase," I pondered aloud. The fragrant lily is a creamy white herb resembling the herbaceous plant Ophiopogon, and during its pollination, it emits a barely perceptible yet far-reaching aroma, typically sought after by specific individuals. It tends to grow in small clusters, so once one plant is discovered, at least 5 similar specimens usually appear nearby. However, there exists a peculiarity in this matter. It has been observed that merely plucking flowers incurs no adverse reactions. Yet, there is a discernible difference in the medicinal efficacy when one harvests the entire plant. Once a single specimen is touched directly by skin on its stem, it releases a distinctive aroma, amalgamating the scents of all similar plants into a flavorless state, consequently diminishing its medicinal properties. To restore its efficacy, unconventional methods must be employed. Thus, it is customary for individuals to wear gloves during the harvest. Alas, it appears that someone has inadvertently touched one of the fragrant lilies. Logically, one would question why an individual knowledgeable about the proper harvesting techniques would make such a blunder. Or perhaps they are merely a novice. Just as I pondered this, Yoshino gestured for us to halt. There were others present. "Who goes there?" the voice from the distance inquired. We fell silent for a moment, and finally, you shouted, "Who are you?" "This is the border of Konoha." "Woof woof," Akamaru barked in response. "That should have been our line," I muttered. The voice hesitated. "Coral, is that Akamaru's bark I hear?" It seemed the individuals on the other side were not troublesome, and I felt no inclination to linger, so I leaped over, only to be greeted by familiar faces. "Water? Shuka, so it's you," I exclaimed, startled to see the rare and delightful Shuka, accompanied by 2 others who I presumed were you from Yuzukagure and Mumu. Speaking of Shuka, I recalled an important matter I wished to discuss with her at a later time. However, for now, gathering herbs took precedence. "Excuse me, but could you pause for a moment?" "I shall forego the pleasantries," I said. "Shuka, are you searching for Mizu no Ran?" I quickly interjected, noticing the other 2 preparing to pluck flowers with their bare hands. "Huh, yes, could it be?" Shuka looked perplexedly at the flower in her hand. "Mouth agape." I couldn't help but facepalm. "Oh no, you have indeed mistaken it." "Why is that?" the 3 of them asked in unison, confusion evident on their faces. "To explain, while the 2 plants bear striking resemblance, your method of harvesting will compromise their medicinal properties." Yoshino approached to elucidate further. Truly, a diligent student of herbal characteristics. "Well, let us assist you in your search. These 2 species often grow closely together and can easily be mistaken for one another without careful examination. It is indeed a challenge." I casually picked another specimen and handed it to Shuka, as you, Mumu, and you gathered around. "Here, this is the one." "What is the difference?" "I can't see any," you stated bluntly, expressing his bewilderment. "In essence, you can observe the leaves. The serrated ones belong to Mizu no Ran." To be more specific, I glanced at Yoshino, who nodded and elaborated to them in detail. "Oh, I see." The other 4 nodded earnestly, indicating they truly comprehended this time. "By the way, what commission have you taken on, Mumu?" Yo inquired while continuing his search for herbs. "Oh, our task leader mentioned the necessity of collecting 10 complete stalks of rice lilies, and it seems we are merely lacking this one item." Mumu crouched down to continue gathering rice lilies while affectionately petting her dog before rising again. Unexpectedly, we encountered this issue, a consequence of our insufficient observation. The other individual, Yuji Village, who had remained silent until now, shook her head in frustration. "It's not a significant problem. We can simply gather them again," I reassured. Fortunately, this area is abundant with fragrant lilies and rice lilies. As we ventured a bit further, we discovered a considerable number more. Though the peculiar scent still affected our senses, rendering both Ya and Chimaru unable to detect it, the distant plants remained unaffected by the prior bloom, allowing us to discern the correct specimens with the naked eye. We donned gloves and collected several more, placing them into elongated plastic bags for our return. After all, fragrant lilies are invaluable herbs, particularly when dried and ground into powder, which can then be mixed in suitable amounts into the bloodstream to slow the coagulation of blood. The challenge lies in the difficulty of cultivating these herbs artificially, necessitating expeditions into the wild for resource replenishment each time they are scarce. I sincerely hope we can expedite the domestication process. I wonder if Inoue's family might be able to assist. I mused inwardly. Chapter 120. Gathering Herbs 2. Has Sakura not joined you? After a while, after finishing her gathering, Mizuki turned to the two beside me with a puzzled expression. Oh. She and the other two are on the other side completing their herb collection. We are just about to finish and join them, I explained. How much more do you need to accomplish? We can lend a hand. Mizuki's enthusiasm surged instantly. Indeed, had it not been for our earlier mishap, your task would likely have been resolved more swiftly, Mumu added. It's quite all right, I hastily responded. However, we wouldn't mind a few more reliable helpers, you interjected. Thus, we formed a 6-member herb gathering team. After a time of collecting, I suggested, let us take a brief respite. Thankfully, I brought sufficient water. I retrieved a scroll from my bag, unsealing it, and several bottles of mineral water sprang forth. I distributed them to the others, returning the surplus to the scroll. Thank you. By the way, Shino, how are you so well acquainted with these herbs? Yuji Village inquired, her pure white short-legged dog, Coral, at her side. Ha ha ha. If you must know, prior to our mission, I thoroughly reviewed the herbal data. I believe this is an essential skill for a ninja, I replied, noting how Shino's gaze sharpened perceptibly. Oh, what a commendable approach. Though that last remark was somewhat pointed, leaving me momentarily speechless, I reflected. Ahem, that is also true. Mumu awkwardly coughed, while Mizuki and Yuji Village discreetly averted their eyes, with only Ya expressing mild dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Shino-kun, your explanations of these herbs are quite detailed and comprehensible. Perhaps you possess a talent for teaching. I couldn't help but tease, as this eventually became a reality. Indeed, I still vividly remember your explanation from just now. With a swift slap to his thigh, he nearly stood up, excitedly exclaiming, Oh, come now, there's no need to exaggerate. Moreover, based on facts, many individuals harbor a fear of insects, rendering it nearly impossible for them to approach. In a hurry, Yoshino began to explain, however, not everyone is afraid. People often dread the unknown. Thus, perhaps educating them could alleviate their fears. I couldn't help but interject. Yoshino slightly parted her lips, poised to continue her argument, but was swiftly interrupted by Ya. No, if he can truly be a teacher, does that mean I could become Hokage? A profound silence enveloped the group. Hey, come on, don't all fall silent at once. Ya lamented. Silence persisted. Even Ya, caught in the ambience, fell quiet. After a brief pause, I spoke up. Yoshino, don't mind Ya. To be frank, our group shares a unified perspective. We all aspire to become members of the guard, right? You and Momo? Water, taking the initiative, smiled at Yoshino, disregarding Ya's impending explosion, and exchanged silent glances with her teammates. What? This is the first I've heard of it. Both Yoshino and you were taken aback. Witnessing the other two nod in agreement, Water exuberantly leaped onto a slightly elevated branch. Our third group is dedicated to becoming the village's protectors, Water proclaimed loudly. Isn't that just incredibly cool? Yu was the first to recover from his astonishment, giving a thumbs up, while Akamaru chimed in excitedly. Indeed. I also smiled at the three and nodded at Yoshino. And what about you, Shock? What do you wish to pursue? Water continued to inquire. Oh dear, why has the question returned to me? I hesitated. To be honest, I don't yet possess such a definite goal like you all. Thus, I wish to focus on the present for now. That's perfectly fine. After all, we are all striving for a better tomorrow, Water exclaimed, jumping down from the branch, retrieving the collection scroll, and handing it to me while raising his water bottle high. To our best tomorrow. Cheers. With their assistance, we swiftly completed the collection task, discussing as we worked, and time flew by. After reuniting with the other three, we bid farewell before heading to submit our mission. You too. Please assist in delivering this batch of herbs downstairs, Tsunade instructed Sakura and me. Can I join too, Granny Tsunade? I haven't had the chance to see this place since I returned. I wonder if I can? Naruto raised his hand to voice his opinion. That's true previously. I merely discussed this facility with Naruto in theory. He hasn't had a chance to visit in person yet. This is indeed a good opportunity. All right, you three can go. Tsunade nodded. Understood. After parting ways with several others, We arrived outside the hospital entrance. Hey, while it is indeed necessary to come here, I can't seem to find the entrance to this underground building. Naruto squinted, searching around for clues. That's because we haven't gone inside yet. The entrance is located in the center of the administrative hall. Let's head in. Sakura, unable to bear Naruto's aimless searching, grabbed his sleeve and led him through the hospital doors. However, why is it located in the center of the hall? It seems rather peculiar. Do not worry. This is not merely an entrance or exit. It is simply a convenient access point for certain individuals. In any case, I will provide further details once we are inside. As I explained, he nodded in understanding. Upon reaching the center of the hall, we found it devoid of idle onlookers. I retrieved a scroll from my pocket and placed it upon the ground, forming a hand seal. In the next moment, a metallic rectangular prism, approximately 2 meters tall and capable of accommodating 6 adults, ascended with a resounding click. The iron gate at the entrance of the old-fashioned elevator creaked and slid aside, revealing an empty interior illuminated solely by a solitary light overhead. Please, go ahead, I urged, picking up the scroll from the ground, folding it neatly, and returning it to my pocket while gesturing for the other two to proceed. All right. After closing the door, I pressed the button marked with the number 2. The elevator descended at a moderate pace, yet it took roughly 5 minutes before it gradually slowed to a halt. Upon hearing a chime, the iron gate of the antiquated elevator creaked open. Beyond the door, dim lighting blossomed, rendering the surrounding environment difficult to discern. Sakura stepped forward first, adeptly groping along the wall until she activated the switch, instantly brightening the room and revealing its interior, which was adorned with numerous shelves brimming with jars and cabinets of equal height, stocked with various medicinal materials. Must we sit for so long? Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, just to be cautious, our construction and design departments ultimately reached a consensus to build the shelter deeper underground. So the first level is situated at least 40 to 50 meters below the surface, I explained to him, who seemed to grasp the reasoning only partially as he pondered and pinched his chin. We have arrived at the second basement. Let us proceed. First, we shall store these medicinal materials, and then I will show you around, Sakura said with a smile. Sounds good. Let us go? Naruto, brimming with curiosity, nodded vigorously in agreement. How should we handle these medicinal materials for storage? Naruto inquired. Good question. The medicinal materials we have need to be divided according to several storage methods. The ones you are holding can simply be placed into the corresponding sealed jars as indicated by the images. I pointed to several jars on the shelf beside me. Understood. With labels and images affixed to the jars, even for Naruto, who was a novice in this matter, it was an effortless task. Now, please hand over your other medicinal materials to me. I will dehydrate them and store them appropriately. I accepted the materials they offered and utilized water release to extract the moisture, categorizing them into the freezer. However, it must be noted that, despite being a freezer, it was not plugged in. Typically, we rely on special sealing techniques with ice-based scrolls to maintain the low temperature. I must say, it is indeed very energy efficient. In summary, this second level is primarily designated for the storage of medicinal materials, food, and water. After considerable effort, we finally organized the medicinal materials, and at this moment, Sakura began to speak. I see. I noticed the buttons earlier. There are a total of 5 levels, correct? The layout is quite straightforward. The final level is accessible solely by stairs. The first floor serves as the designated refuge for District 1, while the second and third floors correspond to Districts 2 and 3 respectively. In truth, the first 2 levels are sufficiently spacious to accommodate the entire village, catering to essential living needs and medical equipment requirements. The 4th level is designed for transient populations, thus incorporating various facilities. Allow me to elaborate. A visit to the basement will elucidate this further. Upon reaching the basement, one observes small cubicles that segregate the living quarters. We casually open one for demonstration. The furnishings were rather rudimentary, yet they provided adequate living standards. Moreover, due to the subterranean environment's temperature, warm in winter and cool in summer, there was no necessity for extensive thermal insulation or cooling systems. Instead, careful consideration was given to ventilation and waste management. Sakura continued her explanation, while Naruto nodded in agreement. The minimal resource expenditure on additional living spaces is quite intentional. Primarily, the costs are prohibitive, and secondly, the structure was originally intended as a temporary shelter. Given that the notable conflicts in the original narrative were resolved swiftly, There was little need for excessive detail in construction. I never anticipated witnessing such significant progress in just a few years, Naruto remarked in awe. Indeed, I concurred. Ultimately, these innovations stem from the technological department's efforts. If you inquire about the rationale, I can only attribute it to the unique skills of the Hokage. However, upon reflection, I find this outcome entirely reasonable. The technological advancements here are rather unconventional, and I can readily accept this achievement. After touring the underground refuge with Naruto, I bid farewell to them and proceeded to the counseling room, followed by a brief training session before returning home to practice external blood circulation. Chapter 121. Learning wind release. Upon returning to the village and completing my necessary tasks, I finally had a moment to breathe. Strolling through the familiar streets, I felt a surge of vitality, despite the recent skirmish. It seemed that a period of respite was upon me. I had long intended to seek an opportunity to hone my wind release technique once the storyline involving the Uchiha was resolved. At last, the moment had arrived. But whom should I consult? While I could approach Jiraiya, who presumably possesses knowledge of wind release, he has been elusive since that day, and I have no idea of his current whereabouts. Moreover, I feel hesitant to seek his assistance again, based on narrative analysis. He is likely pursuing leads on the Akatsuki, and I do not wish to intrude. As for Kakashi, I am even more reluctant to disrupt his training with Naruto or his efforts to refine Yamato's capabilities. Thus, I must embark on the path of self-study once more. Alas, long time no see, Ino. A familiar voice pulled me back to reality. It was Ino. Ah, Ino. And Shoji, greetings to you both. By the way, where are Asuma-sensei and Shikamaru? I thought you were all on a mission together? I inquired, noting only the two of them present. Oh, Asuma-sensei and Shikamaru went to submit their mission report. They should return shortly. Where are you? Why are you alone? Where are Sakura and Naruto? Ino scanned the surroundings, seemingly eager to find them. Hee, I finally have a day off, so I decided to take a stroll by myself. I see. Then let us enjoy some time together. We have just completed our mission. She didn't wait for my reply and was already reaching out to grab my arm. Hey, who said our mission was over? Isn't it possible that we might have more work to do, Ino? Following the sound, I noticed Asuma and a frowning Shikamaru approaching, waving a piece of paper as they walked. Oh no. Ino's hand froze midair, and CHG nearly dropped the chips he was about to eat, managing to catch them after a few flips in the air. You all seem quite busy. I couldn't help but comment. Indeed, if it weren't for one of your team members just returning from that place, I suppose everyone would be quite occupied. It's really annoying, Shikamaru lamented, shaking his head. Although I wasn't part of that mission. If you don't mind, I could assist you, I proposed. After all, they're a capable wind release teacher right here. Besides, helping them complete their task would not waste their time while I sought Asuma's assistance. Haha, as long as you're willing, I doubt they would refuse, right? Asuma smiled and glanced at them, to which they nodded eagerly. All right then, let us set off. Having successfully aided them with their task, we exchanged a few pleasantries before I finally broached the main topic. Is there something you wish to inquire about, Xiaoxiang? You seem quite captivated by this shuriken. Asuma remarked, shaking the shuriken in his hand. Well, I remember your weapon is specially crafted. Yes, this allows it to be imbued with my chakra for long-range attacks. I see. I nodded, contemplating whether I should also procure a similar weapon as a regular tool. However, he chuckled and continued, from your expression, it seems you have further inquiries? Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Asuma-sensei. What is it? Could you possibly guide me in learning wind release? I finally found the opportunity to voice my request. Learning wind release? Asuma and the others looked somewhat surprised. But didn't Kakashi mention you were proficient in water release? Well, the wind release is something I've only recently begun to learn, I hastily fabricated. While my wind release technique had seen slight improvement after the recent incident, I still felt something was lacking in the techniques I had learned. Perhaps I needed someone to provide guidance, and Asuma seemed to be a suitable candidate, especially since my previous mentor was no longer around. Well, it's commendable to be willing to explore new things. Can you show me your wind release? Sure, please wait a moment. I stepped back slightly, formed the necessary hand seals, and unleashed a blade of wind that sliced through the tree before me, leaving a clean cut on the stump. Your wind release technique is quite impressive. The wind, in its essence, indeed requires a certain sharpness. Is this something you have discovered on your own? Asuma could not help but inquire. No, it was a friend who imparted this knowledge to me. However, he also mentioned that the wind can be gentle. With that, I attempted to weave the wind around me, forming a transparent barrier. Unfortunately, my lack of proficiency allowed it to last only a few fleeting seconds. As I retracted the wind, a shadow of disappointment loomed over me. Alas, this was the extent of my understanding from him. Is that so? Asuma paused for a moment before continuing. I find it rather impressive. He must be quite pleased to see you achieve such proficiency. I have a formidable friend named Dilu as well. Now that I think about it, it has been quite some time since I last saw him. Oh, it's been so long. Do you intend to pay him a visit? I could not help but ask. Otherwise, things will remain stagnant, and something will inevitably be lost. Yet, what right do I have to voice such concerns? Perhaps another opportunity will arise. For now, let us focus on my wind release. Of course. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered that Naruto will likely seek him out for guidance as well. I added, if Naruto-kun comes to learn from you, it may indeed be a hassle for you. Is that so? It turns out Naruto is also a user of wind release. That's no issue at all. By the way, how have your parents been lately? They're doing well. Thank you for your concern. But you should consider reducing your smoking. I could not help but silently sigh at the sight of the smoke curling from his lips. Indeed, even Shuka thinks so. Asuma-sensei, you must take care. Ino quickly chimed in, with Choji nodding fervently in agreement. Well, you won't be able to sway me. Shikamaru shrugged nonchalantly. But this is one of my few indulgences. In any case, I've taken note. It's getting late. You should all head back. After bidding farewell to my companions, I glanced at Shikamaru, who had remained by my side and had unexpectedly invited me to join him on the rooftop, leaving me somewhat perplexed. On the rooftop, I said, you never visit without a reason. Who are you plotting against this time? Hearing Shikamaru's words, I nearly spat out the water I had just sipped. Ahem, come now? Do you truly doubt me? I genuinely wished to learn wind release from Asuma-sensei. I helplessly set down the water bottle I had purchased along the way and looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru stares me. Finally, unable to withstand his skeptical gaze any longer, I recounted the incident during training when Asuma had suddenly mentioned his friend. And don't you think? Upon hearing Asuma-sensei's words, it distinctly resembles a common trope found in novels. That friend of his sounds quite perilous. I earnestly explained the rationale behind my thoughts. The books in the bookstore serve as evidence. Moreover, it's not just Dilu who poses a danger. TSK, Shikamaru sighed as he pinched his chin, then returned his hand to the armrest, saying, well, you have a point. You've even made me question things. I suppose it will be quite bothersome, but I shall inquire with Asuma and observe the situation there. Indeed, better safe than sorry. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, there is no need to panic. For the time being, I shall take my leave. Farewell. I fear he may summon me to investigate further, so I hastily retreat homeward. Chapter 122. Encounter with Itachi. For some unknown reason, a significant thought suddenly crossed my mind. The ancestral stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. If my memory serves me right, it has always resided beneath the village of Konoha, specifically beneath the shrine, inscribed with a wealth of vital information. Regrettably, it has been altered under the hands of the Akatsuki. Yet can this object truly exhibit no flaws? To be candid, I am quite eager to take a look. However, it feels rather peculiar to go alone. Disguising myself may seem even more conspicuous. Yet, perhaps I might uncover some details there. Having made up my mind, I resolved to proceed directly to the site. Naturally, to avoid drawing undue attention, I brought along some flowers, which I tucked into a bag before setting off. The place felt desolate. After all, this is the ancestral land of the Uchiha, once solely inhabited by its clan members. Given the tragic events that transpired, it is rare for anyone from the village to visit, resulting in a scene of solitude, with but a single figure traversing the deserted, closed-off streets. Fortunately, the shrine was easy to locate. After all, it is a shrine, and a once-renowned one at that, the Nana Shrine. Upon seeing the familiar Grand Torii gate before me, I felt assured that I had not ventured astray. Standing before the torii, I could not resist extending my hand to pick up a black feather that had fallen at its base and tucked it into my pocket. Then I surveyed my surroundings anew. Neglected and unattended, a thin layer of dust covered the torii. Thus, I employed a water jutsu to gently sweep away the dust. Alas, the once vibrant vermilion pillars were now marred by cracks, revealing glimpses of the wooden interior. 9 years had passed, and this place remained unchanged. I gazed at it, momentarily lost in thought. Nostalgia? Engaging in such activities in this location feels entirely inappropriate. Nevertheless, I must prioritize the task at hand. stepping over the overgrown stone steps. I entered the main hall, long abandoned and uncared for. I used my water jutsu to tidy up a bit, then retrieved a vase from my bag and placed it on a nearby table, taking another moment to admire the central deity's statue, which momentarily captivated my attention. "Why have you come here?" A voice suddenly resonated, catching me off guard, as I had not sensed anyone approaching. Instinctively, I turned toward the source of the sound and was taken aback. It was Itachi. How could he be here? Could that black feather earlier belong to his summoned beast? I instinctively reached into my pocket, contemplating whether to find an opportune moment to discard it. "My apologies for intruding," I began. "I was merely pondering that Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan seems to have made new advancements, though I am unaware of the reasons behind it. I feared I might find answers here." I did not gaze directly at him, but instead looked through him, focusing on the scenery outside as I explained. I felt no need to fabricate lies in our conversation, as my true purpose was to locate the stone tablet, and I casually posed my query. As for uncovering the issues surrounding the stone tablet, that is a matter to contemplate further. You possess an innate talent for conjecture, much like them. Who exactly has discovered this and spun such tales to Itachi? It seems rather peculiar. Am I truly such a person? If that is the case, allow me to make another guess. Is there some significant record concealed within this main hall, one that elucidates the methods of utilizing your clan's abilities? I boldly unveiled the truth. He fell silent for a moment. His typically expressionless face momentarily sparkled with insight. Swiftly, he approached the 7th tatami mat from the right and opened the floorboards, gesturing for me to come over. Although I felt taken aback, I slowly made my way there, soon discovering a hidden basement beneath. "Is this all right?" I inquired. My curiosity piqued as I looked up. "You likely won't comprehend that," Itachi replied as he leapt inside. "Oh right, I am not one of them. It would be futile for me to look at it." After a moment's reflection, I followed him down. "Is this it?" I asked, gazing at the stone tablet once more. Why is he being so candid? I am truly unaccustomed to this. It's rather flattering. I couldn't help but approach closer to observe. Indeed, to my eyes, even when infused with chakra, this object appeared to be merely an ordinary stone tablet. Although it was initially a valuable artifact left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, it regrettably transformed into another version under Kagaya's influence. But how could Kagaya modify it? Does she possess a related bloodline power? If so, might there be traces of alterations left behind? Sadly, the people here have continuously upheld this artifact without questioning it, likely overlooking numerous concerns. I am quite curious. Can we truly trust what is recorded here? Thus, I inquired once more. "Why do you ask this, having been passed down for so long?" Itachi began to respond, but abruptly changed the subject, adopting a more serious tone. "I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss. My intuition tells me that such a long-cherished and unquestioned object is likely to harbor issues." My words left Itachi momentarily speechless. I do not intend to belittle this stone tablet. I merely believe that if someone has tampered with it, it is likely that no one has taken notice. Indeed, neither my kin nor I have ever contemplated this question. Itachi moved closer to the stone tablet to examine it. From my vantage point, I noticed he was utilizing his Manjiki Sharingan, which likely allowed him to discern more intricate details. Yet, why does he not harbor any doubts? "You know, I've been earnestly searching through these statements, trying to engage in conversation," I said. Itachi, however, seemed to be aware of something, as he did not turn back and remarked, "I visited the mental health facility you mentioned. I feel that my condition has indeed improved during this time." "Really? That is wonderful," I exclaimed, filled with excitement and genuine happiness. This is excellent news, and judging by his previous demeanor, he certainly did not appear particularly fatigued, suggesting that our clinic is functioning effectively. However, it seems he will soon be off to meet Sasuke, right? Even though I find the situation tolerable now, what choices would he have made back then? I sincerely hope he chooses to survive. I shall not intrude further, but I encourage you to persist in visiting that place. I believe it will yield positive outcomes for you. After all, as long as the gates of Konoha remain open to him, he can always return. You must have known the reasons behind my actions from the very beginning. His unexpected utterance momentarily rendered me motionless, as I had been preparing to depart from this place. But soon I regained my composure. It is impossible. He cannot possibly be aware of this matter. It must merely be his own conjecture, a probing question to test me. After all, in my current identity, I should not possess knowledge of this affair. At most, I can speculate. If he truly wished to ascertain whether I knew the truth, a simple genjutsu would suffice, wouldn't it? Why waste precious time here? Fortunately, he did not turn around. Otherwise, I fear I would struggle to provide a clear explanation. As for me, no, to speak candidly, I am indeed unclear about your motives. Yet one thing I am certain of, you are not a villain. This is something I have longed to express. Thus, I wish to attempt belief in you. Why? I have harmed Sasuke, and I have killed him. He turned to face me, the Akatsuki cloak obscuring his mouth, but his eyes remained visible, gazing at me with utmost seriousness. You see, whether in the present or the past, you have never truly harmed me. I interrupted his words, feeling it unnecessary for him to revisit those memories. Oh, people often say that the Uchiha's ocular powers are formidable, yet you have not employed such means to inquire about my so-called truth. I still recall the joyful Sasuke, who once was truly happy. I believe this happiness was undoubtedly nurtured by you and your family. Therefore, even if you did commit those acts, I cannot help but harbor the belief that there are profound reasons behind them. This situation has undoubtedly engendered complex emotions within you, compounded by the side effects of your ocular techniques, rendering your body susceptible to weakness, much like Kakashi-sensei. Hence, I wish to suggest that you take a moment to sit there. Though it may seem unreasonable, sometimes it might be beneficial to release some burdens from your heart. Of course, I am well aware that my words carry little persuasive weight, yet perhaps they may hold some value. At the very least, it could alleviate the constant strain on your heart. To my surprise, I found myself speaking at length and quickly added a final remark. Oh, I apologize for my lengthy discourse. I did not mean to intrude. As for whether the stone tablet poses any issues, I shall no longer pursue that matter and bid you farewell. After all, such a masterpiece is unlikely to be easily discovered. Let the truth remain concealed for the time being. Without awaiting his response, I smiled politely and turned to depart. I shall continue to visit the clinic, and I will also make an effort to examine the stone tablet. As I returned to the main hall in preparation for my departure, I heard the man's reply from below. Then I shall rely on you. Some time later, as I returned home to rest, I suddenly recalled something and quickly summoned SHK. What is it? I apologize for troubling you again, Shinkong. I find myself contemplating the art of reverse communication. Hesitatingly, I scratched my head and spoke. Do you have a new plan? Shinkong inquired. Not exactly. I was merely considering that, should the need arise to rescue someone or urgently relocate individuals, reverse communication or that teleportation scroll could prove to be quite beneficial. I understand, he replied, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief. I can likely help you find a medium-distance location from our area tomorrow afternoon to serve as a communication point. You may utilize it whenever you require. Thank you in advance. No trouble at all. Little Theater. Upon hearing about the reverse communication, Shinkong thought, surely, he doesn't intend to use it for himself again. It can't be anything serious, can it? After hearing the explanation, fortunately, it is nothing grave. As long as her life remains unscathed, it is merely a trivial matter. Chapter 123. The implementation of long-term door opening ideas clearly. Through Naruto's persistent efforts over the past few days, he was nearing the completion of his wind release training, which also signified that our new mission was on the horizon. With the Akatsuki's appearance imminent, following the original storyline, we arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, where we encountered Mr. Delu and his disciple, Kong, and began assisting in the investigation of the suspicious individuals who had stolen treasures from the Fire Temple. Mr. Delu, you are a friend of Asuma-sensei? I could not help but feign surprise, widening my eyes and blinking a few times. Indeed, Mr. Delu replied, softening his expression and revealing a faint smile. It has been quite some time since I heard that name. I wonder how he is faring now? Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Thanks to him, Naruto has made significant progress. I smiled at Mr. Delu. Ah, yes indeed. Naruto nodded earnestly, having regained his composure. That is good to hear. But the pressing matter at hand, Mr. Delu glanced at the monks approaching and furrowed his brow, is that we should return to the Fire Temple. In any case, we successfully completed our task here, and we're about to bid farewell to them along with Kong. Ah, but this truly feels like a permanent farewell, which troubles me greatly. A sense of anxiety filled my chest as I reminded myself that I cannot assist everyone, yet ultimately, I merely exhaled. I then clenched my fists, seemingly attempting to resolve myself, though it was not a decision I could make. At the very least, I should express my thoughts. Mr. Delu, do you have enough personnel? Especially medical staff? Considering those two who are on the verge of arriving to pursue the tailed beast information, I find myself overwhelmed. I must ask, in the absence of any information, Who among the ordinary could contend with that indomitable duo? Cough, cough. Yamato interrupted, somewhat distressed as he took over the conversation. Apologies, Mr. Dilu. Miko is merely worried. Not at all, Mr. Dilu reassured us. You all have your own matters to attend to. I am immensely grateful for your previous assistance. It would be troublesome to keep you here considering the potential difficulties we might encounter later. Thus, let us part ways here. Moreover, the empty space was entrusted to you. Lu cast a final glance at Kong, pondering something unknown. Sigh, is this really the best we can do? Indeed, it seems we have no other choice. Upon returning to the village to report the matter, I took a moment to contemplate my impending tasks. Having been preoccupied with completing missions over the past few days, I had little time to practice my blood circulation. Thus, I decided to leave a clone behind and return home with my main body. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped on the door, and it was not long before the sound of it opening reached my ears. Who is it? Ah, Xiaoxiang, you're back. How did the mission go? By the way, I've been working on a new pair of walkie-talkies these past few days, and I wanted you to see them. My mother peeked her head out from behind the door, her face lighting up in surprise as she opened it wide, allowing me to step inside. Well, it wasn't particularly difficult, I replied while closing the door behind me. I suspect another mission will come up soon. Really? There's nothing we can do about that. Speaking of which, what is the story with those walkie-talkies? I asked, curiosity piqued. Oh, just look at them. I've already tried them out with Xiao Tian, and they work quite well. My mother produced two small, dark devices that could be clipped onto the ears from some hidden place. How do these differ from regular walkie-talkies? I held one in my hand, examining it, but I couldn't discern any significant differences from the previous versions. If there is an improvement, it would be that the communication range has doubled. Unfortunately, the initial product suffers from unstable signals and frequent disconnections. Thus, further optimization is necessary. Oh, it is only in moments like these that one truly appreciates the existence of mobile phones, my mother lamented. I believe that the development of mobile phones may yield fruitful results in a few years. I am quite optimistic about it. Of course, there are other modes of transportation to consider. Relying solely on one's legs, bicycles, or horse-drawn carriages for long journeys would be far too time-consuming for the average person. Haha, let us just hold on to our anticipation for now. You appear to be heading back to training, so I won't keep you any longer. I'll continue my research on this gadget. All right, call me when it's time to cook, I replied, then retreated to my room. I sat cross-legged on my bed, manipulating a sufficient volume of water to levitate in the air, and resumed my practice of blood circulation. However, I must admit that despite significant progress in my training over time, I remain uncertain whether I can avoid chakra depletion in real situations. Perhaps it is time to try the 8 gates technique once more. I paused my training, contemplating this endeavor. After all, I have diligently trained alongside Kai and his team. Surely, I am qualified to attempt the technique without risking injury, right? There should still be ample time before our departure, making thorough preparation of utmost importance. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and focused on my chakra and the points necessary for the 8 gates, ready to make another attempt. The familiar sensation of stimulation evoked memories of the previous occasion. However, unlike last time, I did not experience an overwhelming discomfort. I swiftly succeeded in opening the door. Yet as time elapsed, I genuinely felt a heightened fatigue, more intense than usual when utilizing chakra. I can endure, I whispered to myself, continuing the surge of chakra without pause. I lost track of time until a knock on the door finally interrupted my training. After dinner, I reflected on that feeling once more. Indeed, the fatigue experienced during the door opening had diminished significantly, yet sustaining that state would still require persistent refinement. In any case, I would strive for the plans ahead. On the 3rd day, my mother eagerly presented an improved version to my father and me. This device, aside from the technical department, might benefit from further experimentation with additional participants. Regarding distant missions, Shikamaru and his team seemed suitable candidates for testing. I pondered aloud. Considering that their group had formed a team to seek out Akatsuki, hadn't they? Regardless, our team would certainly not be dispatched so soon. As for Shikamaru and his companions, that could work. I noted their recent presence in the village, making it convenient for them to participate. My mother nodded with satisfaction, and I took the walkie-talkie and dashed off to find them. Don't forget to buy some fruit, my father added. At the Nara household, hey, what brings you here unexpectedly? Shikamaru remarked. It was fortunate he hadn't left yet. Seeing him at the door relieved me. However, upon recognizing me, he quickly adopted an air of resignation. Well, to be honest, I have a favor to ask. I began. I heard that you're going on a mission, so I thought to hand this over to you. With that, I retrieved the walkie-talkie from my bag, ready to pass it to Shikamaru. Wow, you're quite well informed. But what is this? Shikamaru inquired, eyeing the small, dark device with confusion. Is this the new model walkie-talkie from the technical department? Are you really going on a mission? Could it be that Akatsuki is involved? How do you use this? Shikamaru adeptly shifted the topic away from their operation, gesturing toward the walkie-talkie. Yes, indeed. It's for testing long-distance communication, I explained. Since our group currently has no plans for an out-of-village mission, I thought of you and came directly to find you. Please, consider it a favor for my mother's experiment. As I spoke, I also handed him the fruit I had brought along. Make sure to use this device to contact me if needed. All right. Shikamaru, somewhat reluctant, ran his hand through his hair, clearly hesitant to accept the gadget, but ultimately extended his hands to receive it. See you. I waved at him, stepping away but unable to resist turning back for one last reminder. You must remember to contact me. Otherwise, the results of this experiment, all right, stop rambling. See you next time. He finally waved me off with impatience. Take care. Please do remember to contact me. Chapter 124. Epilogue. In order to cultivate a stronger sense of collaboration between our team, the new teacher, and the recently joined members, we successfully completed numerous tasks under Tsunade's guidance, including matters concerning the Six Tails incident. Once Naruto managed to resolve the situation with that group of individuals, we finally faced the farewell of the master and his apprentice. Well, returning to the village for rest seems rather improbable, I mused internally. Suddenly, I recalled that since Gaara's separation from the tailed beasts had been deemed successful, it might be wise to seize the moment and strive to preserve these two as well. Otherwise, considering Nagato's approach, once Jiraiya was no longer a hindrance, he would undoubtedly resort to using his powers recklessly to deal with this Jinchuriki. Furthermore, given the previous failure with Fu, it was imperative to shadow them with a shadow clone until Nagato appeared, and then promptly escort them away. Following that, I would utilize the transportation array to swiftly reach the Outer Path's golem, thereby preventing Nagato from inciting any further turmoil. I continued to analyze the situation in my mind, and quickly found a moment to create a clone and conceal it. Naturally directing my gaze towards Yugao and his companion, observing their next course of action. Let us return to the village, Naruto suggested, glancing at the others. Agreed. Everyone concurred, and we set off. However, before we departed, I took a moment to pull Naruto aside and briefly share my thoughts. Are you saying Yugao and the others are in danger? Shouldn't we stay? He asked. No, it's too crowded. If Akatsuki dispatches a heavyweight to capture Mr. Yugao, it would jeopardize everyone. I firmly rejected Naruto's proposition. After all, if we relied on pain now, our team would likely suffer significant losses, which would be entirely unwise. I understand. Xiaoxiang, please ensure your safety. Naruto hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. I will handle it, I assured him confidently. In the Golden Flower Fields, where the master and apprentice first met, was also the place of their final separation in the original narrative. How much longer must we remain here? Chin and Miko. Yugao sighed, glancing in my direction. Ing was taken aback and directed her gaze towards Yugao, who was looking at me. My apologies, I said, realizing I could no longer remain stationary, and stepped forward with confidence. Hey, Miko, aren't you going back with Naruto and the others? Ing inquired, puzzled. Ahem, there is something I must attend to. As you know, my sixth sense is telling me. What is it telling you? Yugao interjected, attempting to interrupt me, as Naruto had likely already shared my uncanny ability with him. Mr. Yugao, you intend to temporarily leave Miss Ing to seek out others, correct? I contemplated my words for a moment and ultimately decided to express it this way. Indeed, I must visit the Umbu of Kirigakure. Only with their consent can I train alongside her, Yugao replied with a sigh, looking at Ing with a sense of resignation. Indeed, I nodded gently. So, is this related to them? Yugao continued to inquire. Well, not exactly. However, you are aware that Naruto previously mentioned an organization known as Akatsuki. I cannot shake the feeling that they have arrived. They would never pass up such a splendid opportunity. I find myself at a loss to articulate why, so I must speak plainly. Although I am not privy to the events transpiring between Pain and Conan, it appears that the Hidden Rain village must also hasten the collection of tailed beasts due to personnel losses. In any case, they have undoubtedly dispatched someone to initiate the recovery of the Six Tails here. So, Yutaka was momentarily speechless. Does that mean they will capture our master? Hikari's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Yutaka, instinctively clutching the edge of his garment. Thus, I believe it is imperative to escort Miss Hikari to a secure location before you listen to my plan. Will you be willing to trust me once more? Yutaka regarded Hikari intently before turning his gaze to me. Since you have aided us once, I shall place my faith in you as well. After swiftly finalizing the assistance plan, I promptly utilized the pre-prepared one-way reverse summoning technique to transport Hikari to a forest nearby, not too distant from their location, and then articulated my strategy. Mr. Yutaka, you should continue to seek out the Mist Umbu. I will follow closely behind you. Should any suspicious individuals appear, I will take action at the first opportunity. Understood, I shall depart now. After bidding farewell to Yutaka, I endeavored to conceal my presence, donning a mask as I cautiously stepped into the woods. To further guard against potential exposure, I employed transformation jutsu to assume the guise of a white-masked individual, following Yutaka from a distance. Regrettably, considering my own chakra reserves, utilizing reverse summoning again would be feasible, but if a confrontation were to arise later, I would not have enough chakra to sustain it. Alas, although I am reluctant to use the summoning scroll, desperate times call for desperate measures. I silently lamented. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. Not long after, a voice suddenly pierced the air, sending chills down my spine. Yutaka and I turned toward the source of the sound, revealing 6 shadowy figures before us. I nearly leapt out to pull Yutaka away, but that would be unwise. I had not yet completed my preparations. Fortunately, Pain and his associates were wholly focused on Yutaka, allowing me to discreetly retrieve the scroll and gently unfold it. Once I felt the technique succeed after performing the hand seals with one hand, I mentally prepared myself. The scroll would activate in 3 seconds. Everything was set for the moment I would whisk Yutaka away. Seizing the opportune moment, I leaped from the underbrush, grasping Yutaka's clothing amid the astonished gazes of the 6 figures. In the next instant, a cloud of white smoke enveloped us. When we regained our senses, the scenery around us had transformed. Thankfully, I had positioned the scroll's summoning location near here during my last use. Otherwise, reaching this place would have proven challenging. Oh, did it succeed on the first attempt? I could not help but mentally scoff. This high-tech device was a first for me, but it functioned remarkably well, allowing me to confidently offer it to someone who might need it, Itachi. Though I longed to keep this to myself, I hoped that the omniscient presence of the skies might impart upon me the method of crafting this elusive creation. To my astonishment, that group actually materialized. Yu Gao appeared genuinely taken aback by the realization of my words. Indeed, it was fortunate that we had prepared in advance. However, we must swiftly proceed to elucidate the next phase of our plan, an immensely consequential step. I inhaled deeply and spoke. But where are we? This is likely one of Akatsuki's lairs. My friend was brought here last time. Did he not mention that to reconstruct the world, your power is essential? And this step necessitates our presence here? Behold, it lies behind that seal, as I gestured towards the enormous stone nearby. We should go now. They may still have a contingency plan. Indeed, let us investigate once more before we enter. I pondered and concurred with his assessment, and together we surveyed the area, relieved to find it tranquil, an opportune moment for significant undertakings. Yet, gazing silently at the ceiling entrance, I turned to Yu Gao, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I must admit, I am unfamiliar with this. I will first attempt to see if I can blast it open with bubbles. Yu Gao produced a straw and blew several bubbles, directing them towards the entrance before casting a spell to detonate them. A powerful explosion ensued, and as the smoke cleared, the massive stone and the seal remained unscathed. Perhaps you could attempt to corrode it? I earnestly suggested, though I had already devised a plan to tunnel through if all else failed. Yu Gao regarded me silently, and with a resigned sigh, sensing his waning faith in my capabilities alongside a surge of intense chakra, he transformed partially into a beast-like state. He approached the seal and touched it with one of his tails. Clearly, the seal began to corrode and gradually dissipate. In response, I clenched my fist and smashed the massive stone. Now what comes next? I extended my right hand, inviting Yu Gao, who had reverted to his original form, to enter. As he stepped into the opening, I leaped ahead of him, quickly reappearing by his side. Soon, I beheld those eyes, the very eyes beside the outer path's demonic figure. Yu Gao followed my gaze towards the slowly materializing phantom of those eyes. Ah, sir, as she foretold, you are indeed still here, I remarked with a hint of amusement. The apparition remained silent. Well, We did assist in expediting the arrival of others here. A mere thank you would not be too much to ask, would it? I sighed, then adopted a somewhat sardonic tone. You? Yu Gao's brow furrowed instantly, his body leaning slightly forward. Mr. Yu Gao, for the sake of Ying Xiao, I said in a tone that balanced seriousness with jest. However, before I could finish my thought, a force propelled me towards the nearby stone wall. Fortunately, my water release technique mitigated the impact, leaving me unscathed. Are you threatening me? In that instant, Yu Gao stood before me, pressing a chakra-infused straw firmly against my neck, lowering his voice as he gritted his teeth in a frown. A familiar pressure enveloped me. Perhaps. So, what is your decision, Mr. Yu Gao? I responded with a soft yet radiant laugh. Yu Gao fell silent, retracting his chakra and straw, ultimately releasing me. I readjusted myself, brushing off the dust from my attire, and gazed once more at the ethereal figure, inquiring, "What will you do?" Of course, our objective remains unwavering. You may choose to decline, and we would simply take the six tails away, slightly disrupting the timeline of your grand plan. Very well, we shall collaborate, the apparition replied, momentarily swaying before revealing its complete form. Now, Mr. Yu Gao, please stand in the center. I turned back and gave a slight nod to Yu Gao, who hesitated for a moment but complied. Before long, I observed, much like the previous instance, several members of the Akatsuki organization manifesting as apparitions upon the outer path's golem. Each ninja standing on the golem's fingers had a prominent Chinese character beneath their feet, radiating a luminous glow. Why are there others this time? Daidar's apparition pointed at me with evident displeasure. I helplessly spread my hands and retreated to the stone wall. Indeed, the number of participants had decreased significantly. Yet, even with fewer individuals, their subsequent tasks could still proceed effortlessly. Moreover, it was time for Tuching to make his official entrance. I counted the remaining Akatsuki members, mentally calculating, ultimately focusing my observation on Yu Gao and the slowly opening eye of the outer path's golem. At last, the statue opened its eye, prompting me to take action. However, before I could move, the other apparitions vanished in an instant, and Yu Gao gently opened his eyes simultaneously. The lofty apparition ceased its words, merely watching us before swiftly disappearing. I let out a sudden sigh of relief, gesturing towards the cave's entrance to indicate that we should speak outside. Thus, we emerged into the open air, exchanging silent glances. "Allow me to escort you to Miss Ying," I said, eager to avoid awkward small talk. I swiftly bit my finger, activating the reverse summoning technique to lead Yu Gao away from this place. "Master, are you all right?" Before the smoke had dissipated, I heard Ying's voice as she leaped into Yu Gao's embrace. He held her for a brief moment, then pulled back slightly to inspect her, ensuring she was unharmed, and continued, "I am fine, thanks to Qin and Yitzi." So that means. Ying appeared eager to express something. I took a deep breath and reassured Yu Gao and Ying, "Rest assured, as long as you do not provoke them, they should not trouble you again. You are free to go wherever you wish now." They were finally liberated. "Really?" Ying clasped her fists by her mouth, her anxious demeanor relaxing at last. "That is wonderful, master." Yu Gao turned his gaze towards Ying, who excitedly thanked me with a smile. "You're welcome. As for you two, what are your plans moving forward? Have you decided where to go? However, I believe returning to Mist Hidden may not be suitable right now. It would be best to visit pleasant places and enjoy beautiful scenery to lift your spirits." I expressed my thoughts, and perhaps our paths shall cross again in the future. If it were possible, let us refrain from meeting again, lest we be haunted by the potential misfortunes that might ensue. Let us simply embrace life, gazing upon them. I am reminded of the radiant Fu, akin to a little sun. Alas! Well, Yu Gao hesitated, and before he could speak further, Ying seized the conversation. "I recall someone mentioning that the Land of Iron is a splendid place. I yearn to visit it. No, rather, I wish to explore it alongside my master." That sounds agreeable." Yu Gao looked at Ying with fondness, gently nodding. "But for now, do take some time to explore elsewhere. I have a matter to discuss with Miko." "Very well." With that, Ying cheerfully scampered off a short distance away. "You are entirely unlike that fellow Uzumaki Naruto," Yu Gao remarked, glancing at Ying in the distance. Seemingly out of the blue. "Indeed, there are no two leaves that are identical in this world, let alone people. In any case, I am honored that you have chosen to trust me, or perhaps been compelled to do so. Nonetheless, I am sincerely grateful. If possible, I advise you and Miss Ying to exercise caution in placing your trust in others. Above all, I wish for your well-being." I quickly blinked and observed Ying. joyfully admiring the flowers, smiling at Yu Gao. After all, I speak nothing but the truth. Farewell, then, Yu Gao finally uttered, making his way towards Ying. Yes, goodbye, Mr. Yu Gao. Watching their retreating figures, I suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. I hope that the plans to visit the Hidden Rain village proceed as smoothly. I sighed, filled with hope. Upon returning to the village, I concocted a reason to continue my solo mission, thereby arriving at the secret underground chamber of the Uchiha. Placing the summoning scroll beside the stone tablet. Having completed these tasks, I couldn't help but sigh once more. Chapter 125. Simplifying hand seals. Recently, I have taken some concrete steps towards the idea of opening doors, which led me to contemplate another aspect that could be improved, the simplification of hand seals. In truth, I have always found the practical application of techniques rather cumbersome. Some ninjutsu require intricate hand seals, and it would be far more advantageous if they could be simplified. I murmured to myself, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Speaking of the Chunin exam, I recall that the girl from the water country employed a genjutsu and water release. Her technique seemed to involve a remarkably brief sequence. With that thought, I hurriedly flipped through my notes on water release. Indeed, while I may not fully grasp the genjutsu, the water release technique she utilized should logically consist of 5 steps to complete. Could this be what is meant by simplifying hand seals? No, I must seek an opportunity to inquire with her. Outside the technical department, I beheld a familiar figure and quickly approached. Water, I called out, thinking to myself, indeed, this young lady is here. I recall her mentor mentioning that she had been transferred here after the last Chunin exam. Also part of the older generation of chess friends, Mizuki Shijiro. Xiaoxiang, it has been a while. You two have come to this place. Could it be that your hidden identity is that of a big shot in the technical department? Mizuki couldn't resist teasing, for indeed, the technical department is not a public space one can freely enter at will. Excessive flattery, excessive flattery. If I were truly that remarkable, I would certainly remain here to accomplish great deeds. But what about you? Are you here to seek out Teacher Mizuki? Indeed, that's correct. Although since the Chunin exams, he has been reassigned to the technical department, he still occasionally accompanies us on more intricate tasks. I happened to pass by today to report on our group's recent developments. If you have some time later, would you care to wander around with me? Certainly. I shall inquire with Sakura. And let us rendezvous at the school gate at 3 o'clock. I glanced at the time and quickly agreed, as it had been a while since we leisurely strolled together, presenting a splendid opportunity for a brief respite. After momentarily bidding her farewell, I returned to the medical service station, where I found Sakura organizing herbs. Together, we completed our task and ambled toward the school. It had indeed been ages since we last visited this place. I recall Naruto often sitting alone on that swing. Sakura gazed at the vacant swing not far from the school gate and could not help but sigh. Indeed, how could one resist the desire to accompany such a small figure? How could one refrain from offering assistance? However, Sakura seemed to recall something and smiled at me. Ever since you met him, he appears to have changed quite a bit. Although back then I focused more on Sasuke. It seems that memories of a certain someone suddenly resurfaced. And then there is Hinata. When will there be more progress between them? It has me quite anxious. After all, the past is behind us, and we have all become exceptionally cohesive teammates now. I quickly countered, asserting that while the past is the past, our current bonds have deepened significantly. However, it is indeed true that if Naruto and Hinata could recently participate in tasks like the last herb gathering mission to further their relationship, it would be splendid. Perhaps we should ask Tsunade if that is feasible. I continued to jest. Yes, but on another note, Sakura, I sometimes feel a twinge of fear. I fear that Naruto, bound by that promise, might revert to his former self. Will similar events unfold in the future? That fellow is precisely that type of person. Once he makes a promise, he will do whatever it takes to fulfill it. Yet, the more I spoke, the dimmer Sakura's expression became. But just as you said, Sakura, that is something Naruto will inevitably pursue. So even if you choose to persuade him to abandon his quest to bring back Sasuke, he will do everything within his power to accomplish it. What we can do for them is to continue growing stronger, thereby enabling us to protect one another. Moreover, I eagerly anticipate the days when we complete missions together. I added, don't think I'm unaware, Xiaoxiang. The teacher mentioned that you've been contemplating taking on solo missions recently, haven't you? We've only just begun to reunite, and now everyone has become busy, each with their own responsibilities. Sakura was about to fume, yet her hand, which had started to rise, quickly retreated. Do not fret, Sakura. Everything will be fine. Once we all finish our tasks over the next few years, I believe we can finally take a refreshing break. I hastily changed the subject. Wait, what do you mean by over the next few years? What does that imply? Sakura immediately countered with a tone imbued with confusion and astonishment. Ahem. Please allow me to analyze this matter thoroughly. You see, ever since Naruto-kun was poised to return, the Akatsuki's activities have markedly increased. I almost divulged too much while shifting topics, so I hastily sought to rectify my words. The situation concerning Tsunegakure alone is enough for me to ponder an array of chaotic thoughts, and I remain uncertain as to when they might attempt to seize Naruto-kun once more. Thus, I expressed my belief that these coming years are unlikely to be peaceful. With a resigned sigh, Sakura continued, Indeed, it appears we must exert ourselves even more vigorously to enhance our strength and hasten our progress. Absolutely. We all need to strive harder, I concurred. By the way, Sakura, how has your progress with Jinjutsu been? During our last bell-grabbing exercise and in our recent missions, I Haven-T witnessed you successfully employing it. Thanks to the assistance of Lady Heroine, I feel my skills have become more fluid when integrated with practical combat. However, she has recently taken a leave of absence to rest at home, so I've been reviewing the books she previously gifted me, and for anything I find challenging, I simply consult Kakashi-sensei. In that case, shall we purchase some flowers and make our way to Lady Horine's residence? I suggested. Upon hearing my voice, I turned to see Mizu approaching with a large bag while engaged in conversation. Perfect. We can also bring Ino along, provided the flower shop isn't too busy, Sakura said with a cheerful smile, and I nodded in agreement. However, before that, we have an important task assigned by the village of you. As Mizu spoke, he retrieved a basket of fruit from behind him. Oh, then let us first pay a visit to Irika-sensei. Mizu exclaimed excitedly. Yes, indeed, the others promptly agreed. After visiting Irika, we reconvened with Ino at the flower shop, assisted her with her family's business, and together we set off with 2 baskets of flowers to visit Yuhi Kurenai. Upon our departure, we commenced deliberating our next course of action. Chapter 126. Simplified hand seals. Next, let us head to the shopping mall. Mizu proposed. I will return to the shop to assist as initially planned. You all enjoy yourselves, and let us arrange another outing next time. Ino bid farewell to the remaining 3 of us and departed, prompting us to set off once more. Today has certainly been fruitful, Mizu remarked with satisfaction as he gazed at the hefty bag in his possession. Indeed, Sakura and I nodded in agreement. Now, let's address the matter at hand. As they say, one does not visit without cause. Keisaka, please proceed with your discourse. Mizu abruptly shifted the topic, catching me off guard. Has Mizu been possessed by Shikamaru? I was taken aback, as his tone sounded increasingly familiar. Why yes, indeed, Sakura replied, unable to suppress a slight smirk of confusion, yet ultimately, they both turned their gaze toward me. Ahem, I am aware of what you seek. In truth, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Under the pressure of their attentive stares, I finally spoke. You truly do? I merely aimed to emulate Shikamaru's style, yet it seems I've inadvertently succeeded. Mizu exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Without further ado, I shall get straight to the point. Mizu, I would like to inquire about the simplification of hand seals. I inadvertently neglected to address the previous complaint directly. Simplified hand seals? I recall that very few can achieve that. Sakura couldn't help but widen her mouth in astonishment at the water. Hehe. You've certainly asked the right person. Although I, like the other 2, can only simplify 1 or 2 techniques, they prove quite useful in practical application. Water, filled with excitement, continued to suggest, how about we go find Yuzi Village and Mumu now? Sakura and I exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Water. A short while later, at the training ground, Yuzi Village elongated the final syllable as he inquired. So, you followed Water here? I busily handed the offerings that Sakura and I had brought to the 2 and nodded fervently. I understood. To be honest, I genuinely wished I could assist you more. However, I must clarify that our understanding of this matter is rather limited. It was indeed thanks to Mumu that we were able to engage in further practice. After all, that fellow, Yuzi Village, smirked as he accepted the gifts, signifying his comprehension while sharing what they knew. After all, Mumu's idol is none other than the second Hokage. Water seized the opportunity to elaborate. He used to tell us daily how formidable the second Hokage was, and he aspires to learn the simplification of those legendary seals. Oh my, who would have thought Mumu also had a phase of youthful exuberance? I mused, reflecting that during school, my impressions of my classmates were rather vague. I could only vaguely recall that he shared a cheerful disposition akin to his two comrades. Ahem, those were times long past. Let us now directly discuss the matter of simplified hand seals. As of now, we have only successfully simplified 3 jutsu: the Dragon Fire technique, the Mirage technique, and the Water Barrier technique. Of course, the latter was also inspired by the methods of the second Hokage, though our execution was not particularly refined. You two should have noticed some of this during the CHNIN exams, right? Mumu continued, somewhat awkwardly. Sakura and I exchanged another glance before nodding. Although a jutsu that should ideally be executed in 5 steps has been condensed into 3, it can prove advantageous in critical moments. Despite their years of effort yielding only 2 accomplishments, they are undeniably impressive. Do not belittle yourselves. You are indeed formidable. After all, it has been quite some time since anyone dedicated themselves to researching this subject, yet you've silently achieved the remarkable feat of mastering 3. Who knows? There may even be a 4th and 5th in your future. Should you make further progress, I shall relay it to my master, Sakura remarked with a smile. Indeed. While the road ahead is arduous, perseverance is key. We shall continue our diligent efforts. Now, let Yuzi Village and Water demonstrate for you both for the remainder of our time. As we were about to begin watching the demonstration, a familiar voice resonated in our ears, prompting me to instinctively glance in that direction. It was Niji-kun and Hinata. What a rare encounter indeed. Sakura interjected with her characteristic sarcasm. It's all my fault for troubling Niji, brother, Hinata hurriedly sought to explain, while Niji opted to shift the topic. These two have a demonstration to present, I believe. Please, go ahead, he said, directing his gaze towards Kuni and Mizu, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Yes, I'll continue. However, these two seem somewhat unfamiliar. I don't recall seeing them during the last Chunin exam, Niji remarked while observing alongside us. Inquiring about the names of the presenters. They are Kuni and Mizu, who unfortunately couldn't participate last time for various reasons. They are classmates with us, so it's quite understandable that you don't recognize them, I noted, glancing at Hinata, who gave a slight nod in agreement. It seemed Niji suddenly realized something and raised his hands to form a seal, exclaiming, Mizu, could you perform the ninjutsu once more? Amiko, please execute the standard procedure of the ninjutsu simultaneously. Noticing Niji's serious demeanor, I quickly turned to Hinata and asked, Hinata dear, could you kindly check on my chakra status as well? She nodded earnestly and, like Niji, activated her Byakugan. Thus, Mizu and I exchanged glances, forming seals once again to invoke our techniques. Water style, Mirage, I declared. Remarkable, Niji finally spoke after a moment of silence. Though merely simplified by a step, the flow of chakra is astonishingly different. This sensation is difficult to articulate, Hinata added, nervously fiddling with her garment. Are you suggesting that there has indeed been a change in the flow of chakra? It's a pity we cannot ascertain the specific pathways involved. But just contemplating it feels quite intriguing, Sakura interjected. At that moment, I found myself wishing fervently for a pair of extraordinary eyes or a unique ability to conduct a thorough analysis. Just imagine how convenient it would be for a medical ninja with Byakugan, I mused. However, I recognized my limitations and resolved to explore this direction when time permitted. Indeed, we owe much to Muki. Without his keen perception and conjecture, we would have no idea how many attempts it would take to achieve success, Mizu praised generously. This talent is truly rare, Sakura exclaimed, her mouth agape, feeling it rivaled the prowess of SHK's toxic abilities. Hey now, please refrain from such sudden outbursts in this context. I sighed in exasperation. Well, it's not quite that exaggerated. It's merely good fortune, Muki replied, feeling rather bashful as he waved his hands dismissively. I must also thank the two of you for assisting me in testing my hypotheses. Otherwise, I doubt I would have had the motivation to pursue this alone. Even luck is a part of one's skill, compounded by considerable effort, Niji remarked coolly. Indeed, however, Kuni hesitated, casting a glance at Niji before resolutely continuing. If I could receive Niji's support, I believe the next technique's success may illuminate a clearer path forward. Niji hesitated momentarily, casting a glance towards Hinata. Following his gaze, I beheld Hinata's face adorned with an expression of eager anticipation. While I could not guarantee anything, I would endeavor to assist you if time permitted, Niji sighed softly. To my astonishment, Niji actually acquiesced. This fellow has undergone a remarkable transformation. However, being a jonin, It is likely that he would spend most of his time in the waiting room, awaiting assignments. I could only hope that he would indeed find some spare moments. Thus, I expressed my gratitude in advance. The village of Yuji conveyed their sincere thanks. Chapter 127. Leisure time. After parting ways with Mizuki and the trio, I found myself inexplicably drawn to join the Hyuga group. Observing the two individuals to my right, I gradually sensed an atmosphere of awkwardness. After much internal conflict, I found myself unable to voice my thoughts, and unexpectedly, it was Hinata who broke the silence. Xiaoxiang, are you busy? If not, we are planning to visit Tenten's shop. Would you like to join us? Hinata's voice dwindled as she spoke. Ningji glanced at his sister before directing his gaze towards me. Sure, I was just thinking of replenishing my resources as well. I responded, somewhat taken aback, but quickly acquiescing. Since my mother joined the technical department, I had developed a habit of purchasing protective gear from Tenten. Though I tended to be frugal in my usage, I rarely visited. This occasion presented an opportune moment. Are you here to collect your items? Oh, and Xiaoxiang is with you. What are you planning to procure this time? Tenten greeted us warmly as we arrived at the shop, prompting me to begin browsing the merchandise. Thank you for your assistance. Ningji nodded as he accepted the items Tenten handed over, then turned halfway to Hinata. I will return these items, so you and Tenten, along with Miko, can chat for a while longer. All right, thank you, Brother Ningji, Hinata replied, glancing at me and Tenten before gently nodding and joining the ranks of those admiring the protective gear. What do you think? Aren't they splendid? Tenten exclaimed. Some of these items are modifications from the technical department. For instance, this one was redesigned by Aunt Hyan. It's not only user-friendly, but sells remarkably well. Moreover, it pairs conveniently with storage scrolls. Indeed, it's unfortunate that we cannot utilize the spatial scrolls as expertly as you, Tenten. Mastery of such items requires innate talent. Yet they are sufficient for everyday use. I nodded in agreement, sharing my perspective. Additionally, I had heard Sakura mention that with Tenten's spatial techniques, the medical department could store more medical herbs and instruments, achieving prolonged preservation effects. Hinata added with a gentle smile. Oh dear, your praise makes me a bit bashful. My accomplishments are largely due to the improvements made by the technical department, which have significantly expanded the content of my weapon scrolls, Tenten replied, pausing before continuing. Lady Tsunade has always been my aspiration, and Aunt Hyan serves as my role model. I genuinely aspire to emulate Lord Tsunade and Aunt Hyan, becoming an exemplary shadow who shares responsibilities and obligations. I yearn to resolutely relinquish my forging skills and ultimately evolve into a formidable researcher, continuously enhancing my professional expertise to assist more individuals. However, I am acutely aware that I remain far from their stature. My past efforts can certainly attest that, like everyone else, I am on the path towards my aspirations. Each person's journey is uniquely distinct, so there is no need for concern. Hinata nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Thank you all. A smile graced her lips as excitement washed over her, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she turned to Hinata. By the way, Hinata, I heard from Sakura that ever since she and Naruto participated in the herb-gathering mission together, your bond has grown even stronger. Yes, Hinata replied, her shyness rendering her almost as flustered as a steam engine. As I mentioned during our stay at the hot springs, I am truly grateful for the encouragement from SHK and everyone else that has allowed Naruto and me to reach this stage. Without their support, I probably would not have mustered the courage to approach him so closely. Whether it was sending flowers or gifts, or during our herb gathering, I was finally able to openly express my feelings for him. There is no need to say that, Hinata. I merely did what I wished to do, and it brings me immense joy to assist you. I added, however, Naruto has been quite preoccupied lately, familiarizing himself with his new jutsu, so he is extremely busy. The flowers Hinata referred to were the gifts he received upon his return, right? I had merely thought to ask Ino, and I was surprised to discover the significant meaning behind the sunflower's symbolism, prompting me to share that with Naruto. Observing Hinata's delighted demeanor, I felt a sense of relief that my choices thus far had been sound. Nevertheless, the small interactions between the two of them are numerous, requiring little intervention from me. I simply hope to ensure that Naruto can perceive and understand Hinata's feelings. In this way, I have somewhat fulfilled my desire to bring them together, I mused silently. Blushing, she continued, indeed, Naruto has been quite busy. He mentioned that once he finishes handling his current matters, he will clarify things with me. Therefore, I hope to continue supporting his endeavors while also striving to become stronger myself. Isn't that a splendid idea? Although, we can only hope he finds some time soon. I replied with a smile, feeling gratified that these two have progressed to this point. Yet, I hesitated to ponder the meaning of recently, as spoken by Naruto. I silently prayed it would be before my departure to the Rain Village, so I might find an opportunity to congratulate them. What a wonderful notion, I thought. If only someone could comprehend my sentiments. Tin leaned on the table, resting her chin in her hands, seemingly referring to Niji with that last remark. Tin and I exchanged glances, our eyes conveying unspoken thoughts. All right, you two, continue selecting your items, I urged. Yes, they replied in unison. Having selected the items I required, I glanced towards the door and noticed a fleeting shadow. I turned to the two individuals beside me and remarked, "It seems someone just passed by the entrance. I shall go investigate." "Very well," they replied, and I made my way toward the door. As I stepped outside, a familiar voice resonated, seemingly belonging to Niji. The sound was just audible enough to reach my ears, emanating from above. Ah, that shadow must have been him. I quickly turned, raising my gaze to meet Niji's eyes, who stood with arms crossed atop the roof of Tintin's shop. Did he not say he was leaving first? Had he perhaps made a quick return? This can only be described as speaking the truth, I replied, creating a shadow clone to leap onto the rooftop. Lowering my voice as I spoke to Niji, maintaining a small distance between us. "Regrettably, you remain as distant as ever," Niji remarked abruptly, leaving me momentarily speechless. It was not my intention. I merely had yet to acclimatize, still burdened by unfinished matters, and felt undeserving. Indeed. I shall strive to improve next time," I countered. But upon seeing his forthrightness, I fell into silence before shifting the conversation. "Regarding you and Tintin, she is a splendid girl." However, he promptly interrupted, stating, "I must take my leave. You should return home with Hinata." With that, he vanished before me in an instant, leaving me to sigh in resignation and disperse my shadow clone. After parting with Hinata, I instinctively began walking towards the hospital. Was my mother on duty in the counseling room today? Though she seemed preoccupied with redesigning the initial automotive blueprints lately, I wondered if she would have time to visit. Regardless, it was on my way, so I might as well take a look. Soon, I arrived at the counseling room's entrance, but it was almost closing time. I observed the open door and the staff list posted nearby, pondering. Oh no, I do not appear to be acquainted with today's staff. Should I enter? Yet, given the tranquility within, it seemed prudent to investigate. TSK, I wonder who left the door ajar. Such a habit is ill-advised, I muttered to myself. Without further hesitation, I stepped inside. Just as I crossed the threshold, the door behind me gently closed with a soft thud, revealing a familiar figure and voice before my eyes. The individual wore black attire reminiscent of Akatsuki, with a cloak casually draped over a nearby table. "Chin Nanzi, it's been a while," Itachi spoke softly. "Mr. Itachi, no wonder it was so quiet. The counselor is asleep on the other side of the table." His presence heightened my alertness. Could it be that the stone tablet had yielded results? No, surely such matters could not be resolved so swiftly. He must have come merely to discuss the situation in the counseling room. I assumed the esteemed individual across from me would not initiate conversation, so I shall tentatively inquire. "Recently, I have decided that I shall not be returning." Before I could even voice my thoughts, Itachi spoke with a tone so resolute that it caught me off guard. What does he mean by recently? Could it be that he is already preparing to embark on his final battle with Sasuke? "I understand, Mr. Itachi. We will always support your decisions. You must know that the door to the consultation room remains open for anyone in need, like yourself." I took a deep breath and nodded, conveying my sentiments. While I fervently wished for his return, ultimately, the choice lay with him. Itachi gazed at me in silence, and after a moment, he donned his cloak and transformed into a flurry of crows, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a single glossy black crow perched upon my shoulder. I glanced at this avian companion and sighed. "I hope your summoner chooses to return," I whispered to it, attempting to stir its empathy through words. Alas, the crow seemed oblivious to my entreaties. Before I could finish, it had leapt onto a nearby table by the window and then bounded away into the void. I followed its direction for a few seconds, then silently shook my head and departed. Little Theater Itachi, that child, I believe I should try to trust her. This may be my final opportunity. Perhaps there truly exists an alternative choice between us. Chapter 128. Urgent situations upon returning to my daily routine. During the time I had not received any news from Shikamaru, I often found solace in training near Naruto's practice grounds. occasionally engaging in light conversation with Sakura and Sai. Naruto's progress has been remarkable. We must all strive harder, I thought as I observed Naruto training in the distance, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is truly diligent. Sakura remarked with a gentle smile. However, his boundless energy is nothing short of astonishing, Sai added. Truly, there is no need for excessive concern regarding him. He has always been this way, which is precisely why he has achieved his current level of skill, I responded. Suddenly, a faint and intermittent voice from Asuma broke into our conversation, causing me to tense at the unfamiliar address from Shikamaru. What is happening? Sakura and Sai exchanged concerned glances. We are late. There has been no new information from over there. I understand. I will be there immediately. Please do your utmost to staunch his bleeding. There should be temporary blood bags and emergency supplies at Ino's. I interrupted him, summoning a shadow clone to prepare to seek Kakashi for clarification. Turning to Sakura, I said, Mr. Asuma is likely gravely injured. I must leave at once. With that, I bit my finger and performed the summoning technique. What? Before Sakura could fully comprehend the situation, she quickly replied, I will go with you. The next moment, a figure appeared before me in a flash. Do you have something urgent? He observed my serious demeanor, clearly taken aback. Can you lead us? I removed the walkie-talkie and handed it to him. Another one? He sniffed and nodded slightly. Then, amidst a swirl of white smoke, he grew several times larger. Come up. I nodded and jumped aboard, with Sakura following closely behind as we hurried toward our destination. Meanwhile, I approached a somewhat bewildered Sai. What is going on? After a brief pause, he finally spoke. It seems that Asuma and his team have been ambushed by the Akatsuki. I furrowed my brow and replied gravely, we must inform them. Yes, he reminded me. With that, I made my way with Sai towards Kakashi. Hey, what's the matter, SHK? Your expression is rather exaggerated, Kakashi remarked, still clutching his unfinished book, Ika Paradise. An inexplicable wave of dread surged within me, rendering me speechless. Ugh, why can't I catch up? Report from Shikamaru's team, Asuma's squad, who were investigating the recent disturbances in the Land of Fire, has suffered serious injuries. Shikamaru, SHK, and Sakura have gone to provide support. I felt Sai's gaze upon me as he took over the explanation. What? Kakashi sprang from his chair, eyes wide, nearly dropping his book. Yes. I just received a message from Shikamaru. I finally managed to say. I understand. You may go. I will report back to them later. All right. I nodded and subsequently dispelled my shadow clone. On the other side, we soon beheld a scene of chaos not far ahead, igniting a sense of urgency within us. What is that? Sakura exclaimed. Without responding, I leaped down from the air, accelerating toward the place where Asuma had collapsed. I half squatted beside him, extending my right hand, palm down, onto his chest, feeling my chakra surge from the wound and merge with his blood. I did not look up, but simply stated, I'll leave the medical part to you, Sakura. Yet, she too halted beside me, trembling slightly, mirroring my own unease. There was no time for hesitation. Don't mind me. Asuma attempted to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, causing the blood from his grievous wound to flow more freely, staining his clothing a deeper red. You should conserve your strength and refrain from speaking. I continued. Now, everything is in your hands, Sakura. I ceased further conversation and focused intently on manipulating my chakra, rapidly infusing it into Asuma's bloodstream, circulating from the atrium and back again. However, it was evident that his blood volume had significantly diminished due to the recent battle. Hastily, I drew out a scroll, producing several blood bags of the corresponding type, and pierced them with a kunai to facilitate control. Fortunately, I had previously taken the opportunity to familiarize myself with everyone's blood types, ensuring I was well prepared for this moment. I then shifted from one-handed to two-handed manipulation to sustain the blood circulation. In order to avoid distractions, I chose to close my eyes and began to operate with utmost seriousness. I would not cease my efforts until his wounds were fully healed. This procedure had become a repetitive ritual for me, one I had likely mastered by now. Sakura, understanding my intent, instructed the three individuals who had been hovering nearby to step back, while she squatted down, preparing to perform the necessary technique. I maintained my position, wary of even the slightest negligence. As time passed, I felt my hands begin to tremble, not from the initial fear, but from the fatigue that accompanied prolonged exertion. It was indeed troublesome. Although I was manipulating water, it was still another's essence, requiring adjustments to correspond with another's body. Despite having practiced in secrecy countless times, the reality was markedly different. The depletion of chakra took me by surprise. I could distinctly sense the diminishing energy within me, as if my chakra was being transferred through my blood into his body. Fortunately, my chakra had significantly improved through continuous practice, and the boost from opening the gates instilled me with greater confidence. Otherwise, I would have doubted my ability to endure. At this moment, all I could do was wait. The good news was that I could feel Asuma's heart, previously weak and erratic, now beating with renewed vigor. This could not merely be an illusion. Yet, it felt as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps only mere minutes. My thoughts began to drift. I could not allow the blood flow to be interrupted. That would spell disaster. I bit my lip until the taste of iron surged forth, then cautiously opened my eyes to assess the current situation. Relief washed over me as I realized that the emergency measures had succeeded. Sakura finally ceased her actions, and I could sense a tremor in her voice. I dared not release my control over the blood just yet, my nerves still taut with tension. After assessing the flow of blood, I cautiously withdrew my hands, allowing a sigh of relief to escape me. Sakura hurriedly retrieved a scroll from her bag and unfurled it to reveal a stretcher, collaborating with the others to lift the unconscious Asuma onto it. In a moment of urgency, I pulled out a homemade herbal pill meant to refresh and invigorate the mind, swallowing it to stave off the impending fatigue. At the very least, we needed to transport him to the hospital before I could rest. Thankfully, despite my chakra being critically low, this mission could be deemed a success. With all the injured gathered, we finally made our way back. Watching Asuma being wheeled into the operating room, the tension I had held so tightly began to ease. Fortunately, the injuries sustained by the others were not severe, and they had already been taken to other rooms for recovery. Outside the operating room, Shikamaru clenched his fists and abruptly stood, striding towards the seats occupied by Sakura and me. I am truly grateful to all of you. Without your support, I fear that Asuma would have succumbed to tears, though he averted his gaze, obscuring his expression from view. Oh, Sakura, Ino, I cannot thank you enough. Ino, in tears, rushed towards Sakura and me, and Shikamaru also expressed his gratitude. I sighed in relief. We were fortunate to have made it here in time, and I dared not dwell on the thought of what could have happened. Asuma-sensei is surely fine now, so let us cast aside our worries. He would want to see you smiling, so please, no more tears. Although I spoke these words, the atmosphere was so overwhelming that even I, with my low threshold for tears, felt on the verge of weeping. Indeed, Ino was right. We should now patiently await our Master-S emergence. Sakura gently patted Ino's shoulder, and together we settled onto a nearby bench, awaiting the outcome. At last, when Tsunade emerged from the operating room, exhaling a long sigh of relief, the tension in our hearts dissipated. Moments later, Asuma was wheeled out. Now, we merely needed to wait for him to awaken. If you have nowhere else to go, please find another place to sit for a while. Tsunade waved dismissively, ushering away those on the brink of tears, and they obediently relocated. Chapter 129. Emergency Situation 2. Wait a moment. Yui, come here, Tsunade suddenly called out, stopping me as I was about to rise. Me, I exclaimed, taken aback that she hadn't summoned Ino as well. A shiver ran down my spine, and my voice faltered. Oh, okay, all right. I waved to the others and approached Tsunade, who had already turned toward a nearby window. With a sense of trepidation, I walked over slowly. Report on the previous situation, she instructed, her gaze fixed on the distance, not on me. Oh yes, of course. Suddenly enlightened, I realized I had yet to provide my report and quickly recounted the events in brief. Now I understand. She finally turned to me, nodding while scrutinizing me from head to toe, making me feel somewhat uneasy. Then, with unexpected swiftness, she delivered a light punch to my head. Before I could register what had happened, darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed. Indeed, I simply fell. When I awoke once more, I found myself beneath a familiar ceiling, the antiseptic scent of a hospital ward filling my senses. Turning my head, I gazed out the window to discover the morning sun streaming in, illuminating the room. Shortly thereafter, I heard the sound of a door opening, and Tsunade stepped in, having come to my side upon realizing I was awake. I was at a loss for words. Is there something you need to explain to me? For instance, your chakra. Her expression was stern, far more serious than usual. And no, you see, I used up most of my chakra to manipulate the blood, so I'm just a bit drained. I just need to rest, I stammered, nearly springing from the bed. Suppressing that impulse, I slowly sat up, forcing a smile as I explained while assessing my chakra levels. Although there are certain deficits, everything appears to be in order. I shall take a moment to recalibrate once she departs. Is there little left? Humph. It seems to me that you are merely overexerting yourself. As for the previous practice regarding the cycle, or perhaps the team formation issues from the last Chunin exam, I shall refrain from elaborating further. As it seems you are unoccupied at present, I trust that even if I were to explain, you would not comprehend it. I merely came to inform you that they have already set off. She furrowed her brow and sighed in exasperation. However, when she mentioned the practice, she noticeably hesitated for a moment. Surely she hasn't uncovered anything, has she? No, no. If she finds out about my predicament, I shall deny it vehemently. Yet, judging by her demeanor, it appears she has tacitly accepted it. Ah, that is a relief. Oh, they have already departed? So soon? I was about to remark on their swift departure, but upon seeing Tsunade's expression, I hastily altered my question. Where are they headed? To find the one who harmed Asuma-sensei and the others? Indeed, Tsunade nodded in agreement. For the time being, you are to remain in the village. You can rest assured that they are capable of handling that situation. Should you find yourself with nothing to do, it would not be amiss to assist in bringing back some medicinal herbs. Very well, but to be honest, I am quite eager to witness the unfolding events. Enough of that, it is as it is. If the person outside wishes to enter, let her do so promptly. I have matters to discuss with her, and then she may rest a while longer. With that, she exited the room, and the next to enter was Ino. She walked in carrying a large fruit basket, placing it on my bedside table. Wow, thank you, Ino. I believe I shall be discharged soon, and I appreciate you going to such lengths. By the way, how is Asuma-sensei faring? I inquired with a smile. Xiaoxiang, you are finally awake. Ino placed her hand over her heart, exhaling in relief, and replied with a smile. Asuma-sensei has also regained consciousness. He seems to be recovering well, though he will need some time for rest and recuperation. As for you, I heard from Shizun that you fainted soon after we left yesterday. Ah, I find myself back in this familiar place once more. Oh, that? I am perfectly fine now. I merely require a bit more rest, so there is no need for concern, I reassured her, noticing her anxious demeanor, and waved my hands dismissively. That's a relief. I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. With that, I momentarily bid her goodbye. Just as she was about to leave, she paused, turned, and bestowed upon me a radiant smile, continuing, Oh, right, Xiaoxiang. I almost forgot to tell you. I have informed Lady Tsunade of my decision to continue studying the fundamentals, simpler medical techniques. Next time, I shall surely surpass her. Moreover, I have also joined the psychological counseling department, hoping to merge medical techniques with my family's secret arts in the future. That sounds like a splendid idea. I eagerly anticipate your remarkable performance. However, do not overexert yourself. I smiled at her. Yes, I will. Goodbye, Xiaoxiang. This time, I shall persevere until the very end. I trust you. We shall stand together. As I watched her depart, the ward once again fell into silence. Tsunade slowly re-entered the room. After Sh-Ka, I will impart the 100 healings technique to you and Sakura. What? Teaching Sakura the 100 healings technique should suffice. I recalled Jiraiya's admonition from not long ago. A pang of pain striking my heart, causing me to furrow my brow. Why not Sh-Ka? Have you not already become my disciple alongside Sakura 2 years ago? Rest assured, this time you cannot decline my good intentions. But can I truly learn? I am not Sakura, after all. My dear, you are my cherished disciples. Once Sakura and the others return, I shall commence formal instruction. Your prior accumulation of chakra has laid the foundation. In short, prepare yourselves to receive the teachings. You should rest a bit longer before leaving today. I will take my leave now. I understand. Thank you. Please take care. Alas, it has come to this. I must accept her kindness and take the opportunity to rest a little longer before departing the hospital. I resumed my connection with chakra, feeling the external energies, gradually restoring my chakra through meditative breaths. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, I heard a knock at the door. Come in. I glanced at the figure at the entrance. Taken aback. What? A shadow clone of Kakashi-sensei? What brings you here? Oh, merely checking to see if my dear student is resting well. It appears you are on the mend. He ruffled his hair, squinting slightly in response. Yes, I just need a bit more rest before I can be discharged. I hope to receive news of their successful return soon. Indeed. He smiled, yet I sensed he had more to convey. Kakashi-sensei, if you have something to say, please do. Otherwise, the longer we wait, I might just remember something I want to ask you, I jested. I shouldn't have anything. But you, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I want to hold you back. When assisting the Sand Village, you encountered Deidara, and you employed a new ocular technique, correct? However, that seems to take a toll on your body. I indeed recalled the question I intended to ask, or perhaps I wanted to remind him. SHK. Your accuracy in deductions remains impressive. Kakashi's gaze shifted from me to the window. Everything comes at a cost. Perhaps, no, I sincerely hope you will use that ability sparingly. Please take care of your health. I bit my lip, hesitating before expressing my concern. I understand. How amusing that I have made my student worry about me, Kakashi remarked, turning his attention back to me, smiling once more. I appreciate your concerns. You all have truly grown. Well, teacher, I am quite pleased. Oh, and one more thing, Kakashi-sensei. If you have time, you are welcome to visit, though you may choose to disregard my invitation. I nearly blurted out the matter of the counseling room, suddenly recalling that this was not something I could state directly, considering his outwardly cheerful demeanor. Kakashi fell into a brief silence before continuing, I see. In any case, Xiaoxiang, please take ample rest at the hospital and await the good news that Naruto and the others will bring back. After seeing Kakashi off, I settled back onto my bed, closing my eyes to rest. By the time my chakra had nearly replenished, evening had arrived, prompting me to swiftly complete my discharge procedures and step outside. I sent a shadow clone home while my main body made its way to the familiar rooftop. Lying on the well-known bench felt like a long-lost reunion. Next, I was headed there. Indeed, the day of Jiraiya's departure to the Hidden Rain village was drawing near, and I felt a persistent anxiety, restless at the thought of it, especially since I had yet to devise a particularly effective strategy. If it came to it, I would take the considerable risk and go. I murmured softly. Chapter 130. The Agreement on Temporary Solo Missions in Anticipation of Several Forthcoming Significant Events. I found myself contemplating the necessity of undertaking solo missions, one aimed at enhancing my own abilities in medical techniques, sage arts, and beyond. The other to facilitate constant observation and readiness for departure. Moreover, as a so-called special J-nin, I was already expected to lead lower-ranked ninjas on missions. Yet my lack of experience had led me to consistently decline the idea of leading a team. I thought to seize this opportunity for temporary solo action, using the quest for my own formidable techniques as justification, thus laying a solid foundation for tracking Jiraiya later on. Furthermore, I had previously considered that each of the special J-nin possessed their own specialties. I felt it imperative to discover my own strengths sooner rather than later to prepare for any potential complications that might arise. So, you still wish to act independently for the time being? Tsunade inquired after hearing my plea. I nodded. I will accept any task you assign that aligns with my current abilities, as I believe this is my duty as a special J-nin. However, I am acutely aware of my limitations in leading a team, thus I wish to use this opportunity for personal growth, particularly regarding the issue of maintaining my gaits. Observing Tsunade's increasingly darkening expression, I hastily continued my explanation. Ahem, Tsunade-san. During this period, with the assistance of Gai-sensei, I have discovered that my ability to maintain the open gate state has been steadily increasing. Following my recent practice, I can now sustain it for extended periods. As I spoke, I demonstrated my chakra manipulation to stimulate my acupoints for Tsunade's observation. There is indeed a degree of feasibility. Understood. You may write a report for me afterward, and I will inform those suitable individuals for reference, Tsunade nodded. Furthermore, I wish to delve deeper into discovering my own powerful techniques. In summary, those are my requests. I hope you might grant them. Despite my fervent expression, I felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding her acceptance of my proposal. After all, tasks are typically conducted in teams for optimal efficiency. Though individual assignments do exist depending on the circumstances, I was uncertain if such an arrangement would be feasible at this moment. She silently tapped her pen against the table, letting out a soft sigh. With Sweat-e joining your class, you perfectly form a trio. Your suggestion is indeed feasible. Very well, in the coming days, I will assign you individual tasks. Yes, I responded with a slight clenching of my fist, excitement bubbling within me. I will notify you subsequently. For now, remain ready as usual. Just remember to inform the three of them. Understood, I will go at once. Thank you, I said, bowing slightly before exiting the office. At last, once I had thoroughly explained the situation to them, I intended to contemplate my new techniques. It was truly unfortunate. We had finally reformed our quartet, poised to undertake numerous tasks. Naruto wore a despondent expression, expressing his regret. It's all right, I will return soon. I waved to them as I made my way to the training ground. However, before I could even warm up, Tsunade's summons arrived. I hope you can make another trip to Lulan, she said, her hands crossed beneath her chin, her demeanor serious. Didn't we just complete that mission? Must we go again? Besides, isn't that area part of the Sunagakure territory? I queried, perplexed. It seemed unnecessary to revisit a place we had just been. Was there something amiss? No, logically speaking, once a mission is accomplished, everyone should have no recollection of having been there. I, however, remember clearly that after arriving, Captain Yamato and Naruto swiftly reappeared to complete the task. Thus, it should be considered fully resolved. What purpose does a return serve? Or perhaps they still feel the need for further investigation as a precaution. Weren't you the ones who said the mission was completed rather haphazardly? I deliberated with the Kazekage. To be on the safe side, we decided to send a few more individuals to check for any omissions. After all, the matter of the dragon vein is not trivial, and the technology department has contemplated the uniqueness of the dragon vein. If possible, you might bring back some samples. Are you suggesting this could serve as a new power source for developing transportation? I inquired eagerly. Indeed, if the energy this phenomenon possesses can be harnessed, it could prove invaluable, provided it is indeed usable. Therefore, I have ultimately decided to send you to meet with the personnel dispatched from Sunagakure at the aforementioned ruins. I understand. I will prepare and depart at once. I nodded and swiftly made my way toward the door. Wait, Tsunade interrupted, handing me a scroll, which I quickly received. What is this? Tsunade furrowed her brow in distress. This is a new development from the technology department, which has undergone significant improvement recently. They require testing for the feasibility of long-distance or cross-national communication. I have already briefed them in advance. If it proves useful, we will provide them with 2 sample models. However, this device is rather bulky. I hope they can expedite modifications. A model? Could it be? My excitement surged. Is it a cell phone, Tsunade-sensei? Your observations regarding the mobile device are indeed quite accurate. Its name aptly reflects its characteristics. Additionally, I recall a landline phone, specifically the type we have both utilized, which requires us to bring a few new samples along on our next visit. However, do not forget to test the long-distance calling system and prepare several new numbers for them, all of which are compiled within this scroll. As for the technical personnel, I have already instructed them to depart ahead of time, allowing you to coordinate with them upon your arrival in Shine, or alternatively, they may assist in resolving any technical issues. In any case, do ensure you set off promptly once you are ready. In such haste, where might you be headed? Miko. Upon closing the door to Tsunade's office, I heard a familiar voice, prompting me to turn and gaze in surprise. Oh, Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? He casually crossed his arms, leaning against the office doorframe, a smile gracing his face. It is indeed rare for him to take the time to visit this place. I could not help but scrutinize him for a moment and inquired, a clone? Since when have you become so perceptive? To make a long story short, I heard from Tsunade that you were assigned a mission and thought I might as well accompany you, Jiraiya replied, scratching his head. Wait a moment. What do you mean by might as well? This has left me more bewildered, I exclaimed. Clearing his throat, he continued, to put it succinctly, I will be joining you and the person in charge over there for this mission. Oh, I see. It seems that there may be unique circumstances at play, such as seals, necessitating someone of your expertise to assist. You should have mentioned it sooner. I responded with a nod, having deduced his involvement. Well, you are essentially correct in your understanding. Now, let us be on our way, he said, pausing slightly before nodding in agreement. However, your current state of readiness is rather amusing. Though Tsunade previously described your situation to me, witnessing it firsthand has piqued my interest. What? He has been here all along, I thought, unable to suppress a slight grimace. I believe this should be relatively straightforward for you, although I am uncertain of its significance for someone of your caliber. For me, my chakra has seen considerable enhancement, and my physical capabilities have also improved. In summary, it proves quite effective. I am merely unsure of the maximum duration I can maintain this. Excellent. You can take advantage of this mission to document your endurance in the report, he noted. And surprisingly, the conversation felt far less awkward than I had anticipated. It was as if the last discussion had occurred eons ago. Regardless, since he chose not to dwell on that topic, I also dismissed it from my mind. Having concluded his remarks, he took the lead, and I followed closely behind. Observing Jiraiya's retreating figure, an unsettling thought struck me. Wait a moment. Didn't I express a desire to operate independently and explore my new skills? Why are we embarking on a mission as a team? I pondered. Very well, I shall set that concern aside for now. It is best to complete this task first before addressing such matters. Chapter 131. The promised temporary solo mission 2. Upon arriving at a familiar location, I spotted a figure standing not far away. It was Kankuro. It turned out he was the one sent from that side. Thus, I quickened my pace and ascended to the elevated area beyond the seal. It has been a while, Kankuro. Jiraiya-sensei, this is Kankuro from Sunagakure, I greeted, introducing him to Jiraiya. Hello again, Yami. But is this truly the legendary Jiraiya-sama? Kankuro remarked, nodding towards me and casting a look of disbelief at Jiraiya, who was gazing down from my left. Indeed. Without further ado, let us depart. Once we reach the bottom, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the situation here. Our team managed to muddle through that day's mission, and we are quite unaware of the subsequent developments. The three of us soared downward on the level surface I manipulated, observing the intricate seal and the kunai of the fourth Hokage embedded at its center. I closed my eyes to sense the surroundings. Everything was stable, devoid of anomalies. It seemed there were no further discoveries to be made here. Of course, aside from the faint, low humming and the peculiar notion that the energy density around us felt slightly elevated, there appeared to be no significant issues. Is this the power of the dragon vein? It is such a pity it remains sealed. If it could be harnessed, Jiraiya-sama, do you perceive any abnormalities? Kankuro inquired, glancing at Jiraiya, who was crouched down to examine the area. The seal of the fourth Hokage is entirely intact. There should be no risk of it being compromised or exhibiting any anomalies, Jiraiya replied, gradually rising with a gentle smile, then speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this exchange, I increasingly felt like an extraneous presence. How disheartening. Unable to suppress my attention, I crouched down to observe the kunai embedded in the ground. That day, I had not had the opportunity to appreciate this extraordinary seal up close, and now that there were no pressing concerns, I resolved to examine it a bit more closely. On another note, I harbored a lingering doubt as to why this dragon vein had been sealed for so long. Logically, this area was part of the ancient kingdom of Lulon, presumably located within Sunagecure's domain. It astonished me that the personnel responsible for completing the sealing mission were entirely from Konoha. Moreover, since the individual who sought to exploit this energy was no longer a threat, it would be highly advantageous for Sunagakure to utilize it properly. I believed it would be unwise to waste such an opportunity, yet I feared that someone might attempt to disrupt it again, which would indeed be troublesome. Additionally, I pondered whether there might be more than one dragon vein. If such were the case, it would certainly be possible to discover others. Locations like this could reasonably be envisioned as sanctuaries akin to sage-dwelling places, serving both to harness energy and to suppress power, preventing misuse by undeserving individuals, such as that infamous centipede user. Yet, for reasons unknown, the kunai intended for sealing captivated me. I fought to resist the impulse to touch that chakra-infused blade. But in the end, I subconsciously brushed against its surface. The sharp edge of the blade effortlessly pierced through my chakra barrier, inflicting a wound upon my hand, causing golden blood to drip onto the ground. Startled, I quickly regained my composure and pressed the other hand against the injury to staunch the flow of blood. Before rising slowly to my feet, it appeared that there was no significant issue. Kanjuro sighed in relief. Since all seemed well, I brushed off the dust clinging to my clothing and took a few steps away from the sealing site. However, before I could finish my sentence, I felt the air around my feet grow viscous. Instinctively, I glanced back at the seal, which remained intact, not exhibiting any signs of loosening. Yet, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, as if I were sinking into an invisible quagmire. Wait a moment, the power of the dragon vein is unexpectedly leaking. I gasped internally, attempting to withdraw my leg to move aside, but found myself utterly immobilized. Mizuko. Kanjuro instinctively grasped my clothing, but despite sensing his partial strength, I remained unable to move. Soon, I felt a powerful energy surging into my body. In that moment, I recalled a concept I had once studied, osmotic pressure. Clearly, I was the side with the lower concentration of solution. I dared not presume I could withstand such force. And I even sensed that the energy was flowing through me towards Kanjuro, threatening to overwhelm both of us. What a close call. What should I do now? Precisely what had led to this predicament. Could it be the few drops of blood that had just fallen? Goodness, I never anticipated this turn of events. Oh, it seems there are unforeseen variables. Jiraiya, prepared to intervene, quickly recognized the issue and retracted his motion. What should we do? I felt the energy wash over me, from a gentle trickle to filling every corner of my being, approaching a critical threshold. This sensation reminded me of the discomfort I experienced while attempting to master the 8 gates technique, yet I could not endure it any longer. And Kanjuro clearly could not either. I noticed his painted face growing increasingly flushed, so I attempted to harness that energy, but the unbridled force proved uncontrollable, and I had to abandon the effort. You all hold on a bit longer. I will think of a solution. Jiraiya scrutinized us intently, then fixed his gaze upon the seal. Without hesitation, he leaped high into the air, creating a shadow clone, which he swiftly directed to kick the ground between the seal and us, mere inches from the seal itself. With that attack, the ground began to crack at the point of impact, causing Kanjuro and me to tilt precariously. Suddenly, I felt the immobilizing energy diminish, allowing me to push off the earth and grasp Kanjuro's clothing as I leapt towards solid ground above. When we landed, Jiraiya successfully joined us. "We are saved," Kanjuro exclaimed, momentarily losing his balance before steadying himself. "The power of the dragon vein is indeed formidable." "Indeed," I replied with a solemn nod. "I have completely abandoned the notion of harnessing the power of the dragon veins, for this entity can become exceedingly perilous if misused. Well, as long as all is well. In light of this, we have little reason to linger here any longer. Let us make a brief visit to the sand-hidden village before returning to report." Observing the soil continuing to cascade downwards, Jiraiya lifted his head to make a final declaration. "Very well. On our way back, I must ask Mizi, what exactly is that thing you brought along? I recall you previously introduced us to something called a landline. What is this time?" Noticing Kanjuro's hesitant demeanor, I inferred his meaning and took the initiative to speak. "That item, I can reveal its name to you. It is called..." Before I could finish, the individual beside me seamlessly interjected, "It is called a mobile phone." Jiraiya gestured animatedly with his hands, intrigued. "Huh, a mobile phone? Last time it was a landline, and now it's a mobile phone. Is it something that can be held at all times?" Kanjuro's face was a portrait of astonishment. "Indeed, a mobile phone, as the name suggests, is a communication device that can be held in hand. Most importantly, it offers more practical functions than a radio." Since the topic had been broached, I proceeded to provide a brief introduction to mobile phones. "So convenient?" "Absolutely. In any case, we shall wait until we reach your location to receive a detailed introduction from the person in charge." Upon returning to the sand-hidden village and arriving at the office of the Wind Shadow, I found several familiar faces, some teachers from the technical department, along with my acquaintance, teacher Mizuki Shijiro. In summary, after solemnly handing over the relevant materials to them, we set off back to our village. After returning, I said, "Mr. Jiraiya, could you kindly review my report to see if there is anything I need to add?" I had perused my completed mission report multiple times and, after some contemplation, hesitated before submitting it to Jiraiya, hoping he would check for any omissions. "All right, let me take a look. Dragon veins, mobile phone, opening status. No issues here. Just submit it to Tsunade. It would be more convenient for you to speak directly with her regarding recommendations." Jiraiya nodded in agreement after reviewing the report. "Okay, understood." With that, we knocked and entered Tsunade's office. After patiently waiting for her to conclude her review of the report, she finally inquired, "So, who do you believe would be suitable candidates?" "I have the 4 members of Teacher Kai's team, along with teachers Kakashi and Asuma, as my recommendations for now. Of course, if you and Mr. Jiraiya are interested, you may consider them as well." As for other candidates, I quickly listed the names I had long contemplated, but hesitated when it came to the remaining Konoha strong ones. After all, their current physical conditions may not be adequate unless they undergo additional training later on. "Very well. I will ensure that the others receive some training to enhance their capabilities, so that should not pose a problem. Ideally, we should ensure that your group of Chunin can maintain the opening mode for extended periods. If feasible, we can promote it further." "Agreed. Let us proceed in this manner. We have other matters to discuss, so you may head back now. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxiang." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, signaling me to take my leave with a nod. I complied swiftly, exiting the office. In the small theater, as everyone departed from the Kazakage's office, only the Sabako family and Yatsuki remained. "Gaara, Yatsuki, please stay a moment." Chinen Yatsuki. "Ah, certainly, Gaara-kun. Do you have any questions? I will do my utmost to provide you with answers." "Gaara, it is not precisely a question." Hesitating, his gaze drifting to the mobile phone and landline on the desk, Chinen Yatsuki Pondering the implications of his words, she refrained from speaking. Temari, sighing softly. Yatsuki, you should have your own mobile phone by now, shouldn't you? Chin nan Yatsuki, there may be one forthcoming. The one I just had will need to be returned to the tech department for further modifications. Suddenly understanding his intention, however, my phone is already set up. If I do acquire a mobile, I will certainly inform you. And of course, you may reach out to them or my number directly if you need anything. Temari, thank you for your efforts. Gaara and Kankuro, nodding in agreement. Chapter 132. Success is inevitable. One cannot help but remark how tranquility often precedes a storm. After returning to the village to report on my mission, I found myself enduring a rather prolonged period of peace. During this time, I proactively initiated plans for independent tasks and offered assistance in the Hokage's office, allowing me to keep a watchful eye on Jiraiya's movements. Patience bore fruit, as I finally discerned signs of his impending departure to that troublesome location. Consequently, to be on the safe side, I instinctively utilized shadow clones for my recent assignments. Thanks to my persistent practice of the open door technique, my chakra reserves remained abundantly sustained, enabling my clones to operate effectively for extended durations. This was nothing short of perfect, for my sixth sense hinted at a flurry of activities looming ahead. What delighted me even more was that through several days of extensive shadow clone testing, I discovered they could absorb a small amount of external energy. This revelation meant I could maintain their existence for longer periods, bolstering my resolve for the tasks ahead. Was he truly set to depart today? At the entrance of Konoha, I gazed at his departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. I needed to keep pace. I must not lose track of him. Just as he was about to leave, I sensed a familiar presence behind me. Turning around, I was surprised to find Shikamaru. What was this fellow up to? How did he appear so suddenly? Could he have mastered the body flicker technique? Honestly, at such a moment, where could he possibly be headed? Surely, it could not be a solitary mission outside the village. While it seemed he had been engaged in shadow cloning lately, something about this felt amiss. What are you thinking, Shikamaru? He inquired, his brow furrowed. I remained silent, observing him quietly until he finished speaking. Never mind, at this moment. I have no desire to comprehend the rationale behind your intention to fulfill the task through your own corporeal form. Shikamaru habitually closed his eyes and ran his fingers through his hair, then opened them to gaze into my eyes as he continued speaking. Upon hearing this, I remained silent. How troublesome. You haven't kept anyone informed, have you? He inquired with a furrowed brow, his tone grave. I still did not respond, continuing to quietly meet his gaze, which prompted him to swiftly avert his eyes. Should I remark that you truly live up to your reputation? Shikamaru sighed, expressing his profound exasperation. Apologies, but I must proceed with this. At long last, I found my voice. Well, I understand now. Go ahead and attend to your affairs. I cannot possibly conceal everything from them on my own for long. So you must return promptly, as those fellows will undoubtedly worry about you. Shikamaru sighed again as he continued. Regarding this matter, it is difficult for me to ascertain. If I were to estimate, it might take quite a while before I return. Suddenly, I felt a pang of guilt. Just think, it may indeed be many days before I can come back. However, rest assured, my shadow clone can endure for an extended period. If you notice that one day my clone is no longer present, you should prepare. Enough, I said. Chin nan Yitsi, you truly have a knack for this. It increasingly irks me, so be off with you. Shikamaru furrowed his brow fiercely, waving his hand dismissively, interrupting my train of thought, forcing me to alter my words. Thank you, Shikamaru. I truly appreciate your help. TCH, you know we do not require such words. He turned away, waving his hand as he departed. It was only once his figure had vanished from my sight that I prepared to continue following Jiraiya's lead. Moving forward. Thus, I quietly trailed behind him, though his pace was remarkably swift, and I nearly feared losing him. Finally, at the exit of a grove, he abruptly halted and turned around. How long do you intend to follow me, Yitsi? I quickly steadied myself, concealing behind a small cluster of trees. When did he notice me? Although being discovered was merely a matter of time. I thought my concealment technique had improved. I chuckled awkwardly as I emerged from the nearby thicket, scratching my head in resignation. This is not a place for you to follow. His tone was more serious than usual. Honestly, I had never seen him display such an expression, causing me to involuntarily shudder. No, I must not yield in spirit. I thought, the place you are headed is not one you can simply arrive at or depart from at will, even if it is you. Am I not correct, Jiraiya? Therefore, I am merely accompanying you along the way. I promise not to disturb any of your endeavors. Since you are aware, why do you not hasten back? If you are unwilling to return on your own, I can compel you to do so right now. Jiraiya interrupted my assurances, raising his voice somewhat, assuming a stance as if he were ready to act. Apologies, but even with your insistence, this time, regardless of the peril, I must accompany you. I bit my lip and declared resolutely, I cannot allow him to depart unaccompanied. I had long since made my determination, had I not? If I were to depart now, there would be no opportunity left. What on earth are you rambling about? He wished to say more, but upon seeing my resolute expression, he exhaled deeply. Alas, you surely haven't caught a glimpse of Tsunade's lottery numbers, have you? He shifted to a somewhat gentler tone to continue. I did not meet his gaze but instead turned my head slightly, casting my eyes toward the lake not far off. The lake's surface, as tranquil as a mirror, remained undisturbed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the individual before me to shatter its stillness. If memory serves me correctly, beyond this point lies the village hidden in the rain. Does it not? In that case, there would be no turning back. So be it, if you wish to come, then come. However, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understand what this entails and depart at once. Do you comprehend? Jiraiya paused momentarily, seemingly intent on waiting for me to return on my own. Yet, such a notion was utterly impossible. After a brief interval of silence, seeing that I remained motionless, he leapt heavily into the water, and I, too, employed a water technique, enveloping myself in the lake's embrace. Thus, we traversed in silence until we reached the land portion of the village hidden in the rain. As we neared the shore, I grasped his arm, and he turned back, puzzled. Please wait a moment, I internally conveyed. Then, I casually gestured in sign language, preparing to cast a technique that would cloak him in a thin layer of water for precaution. No, they are from the rain village. We cannot ascertain whether they would detect this. Jiraiya hastily shook his head and gestured, compelling me to abandon the idea. Reluctantly, I withdrew all of my water chakra. As a precaution, Jiraiya produced a raincoat from an unknown source and draped it over me. Very well, let us proceed. With that, we entered the village hidden in the rain, seamlessly aided by Jiraiya's frog concealment technique. However, upon arrival, he led me to a dwelling, instructing me to wait for his return. You are not yet equipped to handle them. Remain here and train diligently. His unwavering determination in this decision was unmistakable. But I attempted to articulate more, yet he shook his head, leaving me no choice but to fall silent. An idea struck me, and I retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from my bag, swiftly inscribing the words please, please, please be cautious, then thrusting the note into his hands, simultaneously reinforcing the layer of water around him with my technique. I could not concern myself with the potential disruption of this world's balance. Any inquiries directed at me could only come at the condition that he returned alive. Ensure you open this before encountering the person you mentioned, I implore you. I bowed deeply to him. He looked at me with a hint of surprise, crumpling the note in his grasp before stowing it conveniently in his pocket and hastily departing. I lowered my gaze and returned to the room, subsequently biting my finger to perform a summoning technique. After a puff of white smoke, a creature appeared before me. Have you truly resolved to learn that? That endeavor proved to be laborious, with an 80% chance of failure. I truly cannot fathom what you are envisioning in your desire to employ that technique to save lives. Chun Kong, with a dismissive pout, seemed to entirely lack faith in the potential success of this method. My intentions were merely precautionary, as I firmly believed he would return triumphant. You have a penchant for meticulously planning for the worst-case scenario, though I harbor no disdain for this tendency. He chuckled softly, yet I sensed an air of reluctance in his smile. Subsequently, he crossed his legs and summoned a scroll. The technique was inscribed within it. Whether one could successfully learn and execute it depended solely on oneself, as I could offer no further assistance. In any case, I entrust this to you as a token of encouragement for your success. Now, I must take my leave to assess the situation elsewhere. Best of luck to you. I widened my eyes in surprise as I accepted the other item he proffered. Upon opening it, I felt a twinge of emotion. Thank you. Spare your gratitude and hurry to study, he remarked, before promptly departing, leaving me alone to commence my study of the scroll. I set aside a strand of hair previously given to me by Jiraiya and a portion of the mixed earth that Chun Kong had just provided, then swiftly unrolled the scroll to begin my learning. The forbidden technique detailed within spoke of non-equivalent exchange, a concept Chun Kong claimed to have discovered from a scroll of uncertain origin. He had once contemplated learning this technique, yet the costs associated with its application had extinguished that desire. It was only recently, upon recalling the notion of spells involving exchanges between oneself and others, that he had briefly recounted this technique's origins and applications. The practitioner must use their own blood to inscribe a talisman, then take a portion of the recipient's body and blend it with pure earth using sage arts. Should this step succeed, the earth would transform into a white substance, which could then be placed at the center of the talisman to finally execute the spell inscribed upon it. Subsequently, when the recipient is in a weakened state, the mixed earth serves as a medium for exchanging the severity of their injuries, transferring them to the practitioner's body. However, the ultimate success rate of this method is a mere 20%. Only 20%? That is rather high, indeed. Yet, I could not afford to dwell on such matters. I resolutely closed my eyes, focusing on maintaining a state conducive to absorbing external energy, ensuring a balance between my chakra and the energies surrounding me. In this state, I felt enveloped by a thin yet robust layer of chakra, while external energy continuously surged into my being. Chapter 133. It will certainly succeed, however. I was aware that this state could not be sustained for long. Therefore, I promptly seated myself cross-legged for the convenience of the technique, placing the white hair and gray earth in my hands, and controlled my chakra to gently elevate them into the air, gradually infusing them with more chakra. To my astonishment, these two elements began to miraculously merge, ultimately transforming into a white, clay-like substance. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle before me, I could not help but exclaim in wonder. This step, has it truly succeeded? In a moment of urgency, I swiftly retrieved the kunai from my bag, letting it slice through my hand, and using the blood, I inscribed the intricate formation upon the ground. Gently, I placed the mixture at the center of the array and finally unleashed the spell. The forbidden technique does not abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. I silently recited its name, pondering the consequences should this incantation succeed. I would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Yet, I had long prepared myself mentally for this moment, back when my journey commenced. Before long, an invisible weight akin to 1,000 pounds pressed down upon me, causing my body to plunge heavily as if it were on the verge of collapse, my vision nearly fading into oblivion. This sudden, intangible pressure instilled in me a sense of impending failure should I release my grip. Thus, I clenched my teeth, resolutely maintaining my grasp. In the next instant, my eyes widened in shock as I expelled a copious amount of blood, pain radiating from my left hand as though it were on the brink of breaking, accompanied by a sensation of being pierced throughout my body. However, the external energy, intermingled with healing forces, continued to be absorbed and regulated within, allowing my body to recover rapidly, achieving a delicate equilibrium. In that moment, I felt an immense gratitude for this peculiar ability that granted me such an opportunity. Though I lamented that had I learned the arcane arts sooner, my plight would have been considerably less arduous. Regret lingers in the words we speak. Yet, one must acknowledge the absurdity of the injuries he sustained. I could keenly sense that this fragile balance within me would soon be forcibly shattered. Indeed, my presence would only serve to complicate matters further. I was fortunate to have refrained from causing disruption, resulting in this outcome. Soon, I could no longer endure the searing pain, and I released my grip, collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, the spell continued to operate, and I gasped sharply from the agony. It worked, thank goodness, I murmured softly. In the next moment, I became acutely aware of an increasing number of wounds upon my body, blood seeping forth and staining the floor beneath me. Now, the specific torment surged within me, a burning sensation escalating in my throat, while my left arm throbbed violently, as if some strange force were determined to rend it asunder, filling my being with overwhelming discomfort that dulled my senses into a state of numbness. It felt as though all my strength had been siphoned away. Even the slightest movement of my fingers became an arduous endeavor. Simultaneously, my vision and cognitive faculties began to blur into obscurity. Thus, I gritted my teeth, summoning the last vestiges of my strength, forcibly utilizing chakra to envelop my wounds, staunching their flow of blood. After that, I could do nothing more. I sensed I was on the brink of losing consciousness, but perhaps that was for the best, as it would spare me from enduring this pain. As for what lay ahead, he would have to fend for himself. Oh, it seems inevitable that it would come to this. Would I regret my choices? That is unlikely. I cannot possibly entertain such thoughts, nor should I. After all, It is my own desire to remain, to witness more of this world, to save those whom I earnestly wish to rescue. Hence, when confronted with a day such as today, how could I ever choose to regret my actions? Nevertheless, having reached this juncture, it seems I can finally bring everything to a close. Perhaps it is time for me to return to that place, where, with a stroke of good fortune, I might encounter those from my past. Or perhaps I might even find my way back to my original world. Alas, I am weary. I wish not to ponder further. It is best that I surrender to slumber. Good night, this wretched world. Mizi, I implore you to awaken. I know not how much time has passed when a voice abruptly rouses me from my drowsiness. Where am I? Am I alive or dead? Yet this voice is so loud, and it feels so familiar. Who is calling my name? Unable to maintain my restful slumber, I force my eyes open, only to meet the familiar, cerulean gaze of the one standing before me, causing my heart to tremble. Yonghee Lu, I gasped, my mouth agape, emitting a hoarse sound that felt so foreign to me, overwhelmed by a warmth that blurred my vision. Once my sight cleared, I beheld him as he once was, unchanged in any way. If I were to see someone one last time before my demise, I could not wish for anyone better than him. Mizi, please do not wear that expression. As much as I long to see you again and converse with you, this is decidedly not a place for you to linger. You must not step into eternity just yet, Yonghee Lu said, a frown creasing his brow as he retreated a few paces into the empty space behind him. Yet his tone remained resolute as he clenched his fists and continued, so please, leave. But when I opened my mouth, I could only utter two words. I was acutely aware of the weight of the sentiments I wished to express, but could not articulate at this moment, rendering me speechless. I am grateful for all you have done for me. I am also glad we could meet in this state. Yet, at this moment, I hope more fervently that you can return to where you are needed, for it is certainly not here. Please, continue to soar. This is my final request. He made an effort to smile, raising his hands, and I immediately felt a gentle breeze enveloping me, a wind he conjured. Sensing his heartfelt intention, I remained silent for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Thank you, Xiao Xiang. We shall not meet again, he said, waving goodbye with a slight smile. In the next moment, his entire being began to sink, plummeting downward. I watched as his figure fell into the abyss, gradually vanishing from sight, while I merely stood there, mouth slightly ajar, unable to move further. Farewell. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, spurred by a peculiar sensation, I closed my eyes once more. Chapter 134. The events of the past one. This chapter is from a third-person perspective. Some time prior, Jiraiya was saved. The sky felt as though it anticipated a momentous event that day. Upon awakening, he remained in a state of restless agitation, his throat parched. Ultimately, he came to an abrupt halt before the tree stump he frequently visited, having reached his 29th stop. What on earth is happening? A sense of unease lingered within him, rendering him ill at ease. No, he must take action. Unable to endure the persistent, wavering disquiet within, he surveyed his surroundings and, steeling his resolve, used his spiritual connection to reach Mizi. Mizi, to his astonishment, the sight that greeted him was jarring. He was overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood that filled the room, causing him to tremble in fear at the state of another. He nearly cried out in horror. Regaining his composure, he neglected to call out Mizi's name and hastily employed a wind technique to seal the room from the outside world, preventing the foul odor from attracting unwanted attention. He quickly assessed Mizi's condition lying on the floor. Her body was marred by wounds, her pallid face and faint breath nearly convincing him that she was beyond rescue. However, the subtle rise and fall of her chest ignited a flicker of hope within him. He must seek a doctor. Yet, he sensed his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably once more. After striving to maintain his calm, he contemplated the circumstances that had led her to this perilous state without having summoned medical assistance. It appeared his only option was to search the hotel for help, a desperate gamble. Resolute, he rushed to the door, clawing at it with his front paw to pry it open. To his surprise, just as he managed to open the door, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. What is this? Someone here possesses a scent that feels familiar. There was no time to ponder further. He had to pursue it. Determining the direction, he raced upstairs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tanomaki was busy packing his belongings in his room, having already booked his next travel destination. The land of birds was not far off. This place was not suitable for prolonged stays. It would be wise to depart soon. Tanomaki, who initially planned to rest here for just one night, frowned slightly. tightening his coat and rubbing his hands together to keep warm. The incessant rain had cast a gloomy atmosphere that elicited an indescribable feeling. Though he lacked investigative skills, he had always felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, at least since before entering this hotel. He swiftly gathered his meager belongings and medical supplies, twisting the doorknob to leave. However, the door was suddenly flung open with alarming speed, startling him into withdrawing his hand to grasp his bag. Yet, upon seeing the visitor, he froze. "It's you. I remember you, Chinkong." Toronto Maki's initial irritation evaporated in an instant, leaving him to stammer incoherently. The sight of the familiar white wolf momentarily left him dazed, but he quickly perceived from the wolf's gaze that something was amiss. "Please, I implore you, save Mitzi," CHK exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "What? Where is she?" Tsubaki Mori was momentarily taken aback, yet he wasted no time in preparing to follow CHK's lead. "Just take me to her." CHK nodded and hurriedly guided Tsubaki towards the room. Upon entering, Tsubaki was met with the sight of Chinen Mitzi lying on the ground, her complexion devoid of color. Tsubaki swiftly approached, while CHK unleashed a wind technique, only to seal it again once they drew closer. "This has already undergone emergency treatment," Tsubaki noted, relying on his years of experience in saving lives. Though Mitzi appeared relatively unscathed at first glance, a meticulous examination of her chakra and meridian state would reveal the underlying anomalies. It seemed she had employed forbidden techniques, given her physical constitution. She had managed to endure to a somewhat stable condition. However, without timely treatment, she could face lingering repercussions. "This place is truly not trustworthy for healing," Tsubaki elaborated. "Why does this person engage in such actions for whom?" He pondered. "The very individual who advised me against such foolishness is now in a predicament akin to mine. This time, however, no one shall deter me." As these thoughts coursed through Tsubaki's mind, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he prepared to initiate his technique. At that moment, CHK sensed the shift in Tsubaki's demeanor. "Wait, are you planning to employ that technique you didn't complete previously? If so, you will be heading down an irreversible path. You need not sacrifice yourself for her. I will seek others to assist her," CHK urged. "It's all right, CHK. You know well. Aya has spoken to you about this. This is my desire. Moreover, regarding Miss Chinan's current state, she has chosen to endure rather than seek help. I believe I understand part of the reason, so I am even more determined to heal her. But you still intend to go elsewhere, right?" CHK attempted to persuade him, though this situation was unlike the last. "However, I, CHK, cannot wait any longer. Forgive me. Allow me to fulfill my long-held wish. This is perhaps all I can do for her now," Tsubaki silently concluded. CHK found himself at a loss for words, feeling that nothing he said could sway Tsubaki's resolve. While he secretly hoped Tsubaki could save Mitzi, he believed the price was too steep for both Tsubaki and Mitzi to bear. Let her contend with this matter, CHK thought. "Tsubaki, my treatment may take some time. Please, share with me the story of your bond," he suggested as he gently laid Mitzi on the bed. Tsubaki formed hand seals, and soon a large swirl of purple chakra enveloped his hands. He then placed his hands atop Mitzi's chest. As the technique unfolded, the purple chakra surged forth, enveloping her completely. "All right," Tsubaki began as he activated his technique, while CHK gathered his thoughts to speak. "I first met Mitzi 3 years ago." He began to recount the past. "Initially, our acquaintance was rather tenuous. She seldom called upon me, justifying it by claiming the need to practice and enhance her own abilities, wishing to prevent anyone from getting hurt for any reason. Consequently, I often found myself reflecting on my own circumstances, which became a source of headache. Despite her numerous attempts, she consistently faced failure. After a brief pause, she resumed speaking. In the place where I now delight in honing my ninjutsu, there was a pivotal moment, chapter 135, wherein the past events unfolded from a third-person perspective." "Which occasion?" Terayama Makoto inquired. "The time she saved me. It was then that we began to trust one another more deeply." "I see." Terayama Makoto nodded slightly, her hands remaining engaged in their task. "Subsequently, I accompanied her during the NIN exams, aiding her in her endeavors to save others. Unbeknownst to her, much time had elapsed, yet she appeared unchanged." "What do you mean?" I began to articulate my thoughts on her unwavering commitment to saving others, yet hesitated to voice the entirety of my sentiment, including her own life. Much like myself, Terayama Makoto remarked without hesitation. I fell into a moment of silence, silently agreeing with her. Ah, what a good-hearted child she is. However, such selflessness will certainly evoke concern from others. You have endured so much, haven't you, Moku? Yet, I understood her resolve. Perhaps she would continue to act in such a manner. It truly placed a burden on those close to her. Thus, I was determined to aid her recovery, hoping that in the future, both would cherish one another more deeply, and that she might come to understand herself. Trust me, Moku. There will be someone who can teach her the value of self-appreciation. Moreover, unlike Ayao, you have the potential to accompany her for a longer time. How enviable. Terayama Makoto gazed at Moku, perceiving a hint of sorrow reflected in her eyes. The forbidden technique, transference of life. Terayama Makoto uttered at last. As the violet chakra enveloping his hands gradually flickered like flames, nearing extinguishment. At last, I have completed this technique. Ayao, I can finally come to see you. He glanced at the once pale Mia, now regaining her color, and within, Terayama Makoto silently rejoiced. He then closed his eyes, feeling his body grow lighter, as though he might ascend at any moment. To Moku, it appeared that Terayama Makoto's form was becoming increasingly transparent, on the verge of vanishing forever. Thus, Moku shut his eyes, ceasing to speak, awaiting the final moment. When he opened them again, all that remained of Terayama Makoto was his clothing. Contemplating, Moku utilized wind release to produce a scroll, placing it upon the ground, and continued to perform the technique, enveloping Terayama's garments within. Following a puff of white smoke, the attire was sealed within the scroll, which Moku then tucked into his pocket, patiently observing the clock as he awaited Mia's awakening. Yet before Mia could stir, a rapid sound of the door being flung open shattered the barrier, causing Moku to become alarmed. In an instant, a flash of white dashed into the room. Jiraiya? Moku's eyes widened, his anxious heart finally at ease. The scent of blood. It was indeed her, Kuka, that foolish girl. Jiraiya hastened to the bedside of Miko, observing her condition. At that moment, her complexion was rosy, and there was nothing particularly amiss. She was merely lost in slumber. This state of affairs brought him considerable relief. Indeed, it was that scoundrel's doing, but rest assured, she is no longer in peril. Shinkan glanced at Miko briefly before his attention shifted to Jiraiya's empty left sleeve. No matter. Everything is fine now. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face as he regarded Shinkan. Ah, she ought to awaken soon. That doctor is the one who saved Miko, and I have faith in his medical expertise. Shinkan peered into his pocket and sighed, seizing this opportunity. Can you share more about your relationship with this child? After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya continued his inquiry. Very well. Xiaoxiang has always been like this. She unhesitatingly sacrifices everything to save others, myself included. It was the same during the last Chunin exam. I detest this aspect of her, the selfishness. I see, I understand. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me, Jiraiya? No, I should return for now. I will likely be ready to prepare the reverse summoning technique for your relocation in about half an hour. This will be the swiftest means for you to depart from here, so please activate the technique when the time comes. Before Jiraiya could elaborate, Shinkong abruptly interrupted. In truth, Shinkong had much more to say to Miko, yet he preferred to keep his distance for a while. He merely needed to inform Jiraiya about the relocation plan to ensure both parties were adequately prepared. I understand. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya, may I entrust her to you? There was a brief pause in their conversation before Shinkong raised his gaze, earnestly regarding Jiraiya. You may. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but responded without hesitation. Understood. I will leave everything to you from here on. With that, Shinkong dispelled the summoning technique. Jiraiya sighed in resignation as he gazed at the room after Shinkong's departure. To facilitate subsequent actions, he nonchalantly eliminated any lingering traces of bloodshed, leaving only faint signs of habitation. Suddenly, he recalled Miko's words from their last meal together. She had stated that she was a tether for Naruto. You claim to be his anchor, yet are you not also his anchor? More importantly, who is your anchor? Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. He then recalled Tsunade's words, and his previously wavering resolve solidified. In light of this, a brief interlude. Before returning, during the battle with pain, Jiraiya had lost his left arm. The thought of many people? Could it be that none of them were him? What other secrets does that child harbor? Moreover, my current state is untenable. I must return. He then voluntarily chose to be struck down into the sea. Upon his return and witnessing the situation, Jiraiya reflected. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by that child. Ah, Xiaoxiang, you are undeniably significant to Naruto. Does he not comprehend this? Tsunade. You previously mentioned that there exists a profound sense of distance between that child and others, making it difficult for you to assess. I believe it is not surprising that, on a certain day, she might devote all her efforts to save another person. I can sense that the child possesses such a spirit. Unexpectedly, you were indeed correct, Tsunade. However, why does this child fail to comprehend? I find myself unable to discern the thoughts that reside within her heart. Yet, I no longer wish to harbor doubts about her. This is a testament to her actions. Therefore, Tsunade and Kyumo, you wish for me to persuade her. And I must embrace my responsibilities as her mentor. I shall no longer neglect her. Short Scene 2. Before the treatment, Shiraishi's inner thoughts. Chin Nami. You have broken your promise first this time, so allow me to be a little reckless. I hope that the you who emerges healed will be a different version of yourself. Chapter 136. The Bonds of Brotherhood in Konoha, in accordance with Tsunade's wishes. I have returned to my team, continuing missions alongside several other groups. However, upon encountering the mysterious masked man, I found myself momentarily stunned. The next moment, he indeed appeared before us. It was Uchiha Obito. It was Obito, I silently thought. This was not good. I needed to make a swift exit and rush to save the people. Utilizing a brief illusion technique, I summoned a water clone adorned with a white mask, discreetly concealing my presence while gathering a portion of medicinal scrolls from my backpack. I distanced myself from the group, while another clone swiftly attacked Obito, aiming to divert some of his attention. Once I had moved to a more remote location, I quickly employed the summoning technique. Where do you plan to go after parting from them? Kyumo inquired, gazing in the direction I had just departed. To the location of the most intense fighting. To save the people. I recalled that the two brothers had chosen a rather secluded spot for their battle, so I was uncertain whether I could locate them. Nevertheless, I felt confident that heading towards the source of the commotion was prudent, given that the fight had not yet officially commenced. That's rather abstract, Kyumo remarked, his face displaying a look of disbelief. Yet, he held his breath, pressing his ear to the ground. Before long, he lifted his head, his eyes widening slightly as he continued. 3 o'clock direction. Let us first assess the situation. All right. Regardless of the specifics, we shall heed Kyumo's advice and investigate further. Utilizing Kyumo's tracking abilities, I hastened towards the direction of the fierce combat he had heard. As I approached, I beheld ominous black flames gradually igniting in the distance, leaving me uncertain whether to feel alarmed or relieved. Indeed, it was remarkably easy to find them. It was truly the Uchiha brothers. Are you certain this is the right place? Kyumo hesitated to ask. I am quite certain. I implore you, Kyumo. Despite his reservations, Kyumo promptly set off. I chose not to linger on my doubts and followed his lead in search of the others. Thanks to Kyumo's keen sense of smell, we successfully arrived at our destination. Once we circumvented those unquenchable flames, he swiftly detected a familiar metallic scent. As we drew closer, the current situation became apparent. His mouth gaped open in silent astonishment, uttering but a single word. Well, at least we arrived in time. Before us lay two motionless figures, Sasuke and Itachi, whom I had not seen in ages. Knowing that someone would soon come for the latter, I hastily checked Itachi's breath. There was still life. Thankfully, our arrival was timely. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder how much I could actually accomplish in this moment. Without hesitation, I began to employ medical techniques in preparation for healing, only to discover upon inspection that Itachi's chakra and vitality were severely depleted. Furthermore, as I attempted to reach out to him, my chakra was swiftly repelled. A rather rare occurrence. It appeared he was resisting my chakra, I mused. Perhaps I should contemplate alternative methods, I replied. Under these circumstances, Itachi likely harbored no desire to survive, but I continued to think. I cannot surrender so easily. Tsunade had once stated that once one resolves to save a life, one must exert every effort. I closed my eyes, attuning myself to the energies of the world around me, endeavoring to gently guide these forces into Itachi's body. If I had not felt the energy gradually moving towards his dantian after a minute, I might have abandoned this notion altogether. Fortunately, though the results were astonishingly slow to manifest, they were indeed effective. Only when I sensed his breath stabilizing somewhat did I cautiously gather medical chakra in my hands to revitalize him, ceasing my efforts once he no longer appeared so frail. I must admit, had it not been for my accumulated experience in medical techniques over the past few years, I would seriously doubt my ability to save him. At least for now, the outcome seemed promising. Though his breath remained weak, he would likely not encounter any critical issues in the short term. Given the limited time, I had done all I could. What next? I sensed that someone was likely approaching, as Mukong reminded me. Very well, I shall hasten my actions. I glanced into his eyes before shifting my focus to the unconscious Sasuke. Knowing that both Sasuke and Itachi possessed the Sharingan and recognizing the potential for an upgrade in ocular techniques through the successful transplantation of eyes, could I conclude that an exchange of their eyes might enhance their abilities? Time was of the essence, and I could not afford to hesitate any longer. It was better to attempt than to refrain. Not wishing to encounter the impending arrival of an adversary unprepared, I muttered softly before proceeding with the transplantation. Fortunately, the medical technology in this place was remarkably advanced, allowing even a novice in such procedures to successfully complete the operation. Casting one final glance at the two prostrate figures, I sighed silently, then meticulously concealed all traces of my presence with wind release before preparing to depart. As for what would transpire thereafter, I resolved to let fate take its course. At that moment, Itachi finally reopened his eyes. However, his condition remained far from satisfactory and required further recuperation. Time was of the essence, and I dared not act recklessly. Thank you, Mr. Itachi, I uttered softly. There is no need for gratitude. My efforts can only extend so far. You require additional treatment, but alas, the time I have to offer you is regrettably insufficient. If you wish to continue living, you must seek a more competent physician for your recovery. Once you regain your strength, I shall leave something for you at the stone tablet. I sincerely hope you choose to persevere. I spoke gently to Itachi. Very well, he replied, forcing a weak smile as he strained to elevate himself, unsteadily managing to stand. He cast a final glance at Sasuke, and in an instant, transformed into a crow, vanishing from sight. In his place, a lifeless body, clad in identical Akatsuki attire and of similar visage, was deliberately left behind at a short distance through the use of a scroll. I took one last look at the scene with Shinkai, carefully employing wind release to obscure any trace of my presence before hastily departing. Interlude. Subsequent events. Itachi, in shock, realizing this child truly came to save him. After some contemplation, he decided to retrieve the false items laid upon the ground, subsequently creating the illusion of his own demise amidst the turbulent waters nearby, akin to Shursui. Zetsu. For the sake of the narrative, it was necessary for him to arrive at the main battlefield a bit later. Chapter 137. The sands that will ultimately scatter Konoha at the Shadow Clone's location. Recently, we had not been assigned any significant tasks, and finding ourselves in a state of idleness prompted me to seek something to occupy my time. Wasn't Tsunade just mentioning that there was time to gather medicinal herbs? This moment seems fortuitous. Reverse summoning. I inflicted a small cut on my right hand with a kunai and formed a series of hand seals. With a sudden bang, I found myself amidst the familiar verdant scenery. It seems Shinkai reverted the teleportation coordinates after the Six Tails incident. Why did you arrive just in time? A voice interrupted, belonging to Shinkai. Please, spare me the urgency to leave, I replied, exhaling a resigned sigh. After all, I am somewhat considered a member of this place now. I took a step closer and continued, but what about you? What brings you to linger here? It's rather uncharacteristic. What do you mean by uncharacteristic? He asked, dismissing my query. Forget that. How is Asuma doing? He inquired, pausing briefly to ask about the situation. Asuma? Yes, he is recovering well, thanks to your assistance. And as for Itachi, you have truly borne a heavy burden, Shinkai. Enough of that. Lord Shunji has summoned us for a matter of importance. We must not delay, he said, abruptly shifting the topic. Oh right, let us hasten, I replied, somewhat surprised by the timely occurrence of events here. We can attend to the herb gathering after we conclude our business. Soon, we arrived at the pavilion where Shunji awaited us. Ah, you have arrived. His voice resonated through the space. Shunji, curled upon the ground, lifted his head slightly, casting a glance at us with his eyes reminiscent of a tranquil emerald pool, before slowly closing them once more. What is the matter that you require us for? I inquired. A few days ago, Shinkai discovered that a certain seal in this area appeared to have been breached. I have temporarily instructed him to refrain from taking any action. Yesterday, when I requested Qingyu to inspect the area once more, it seemed that the damage had worsened. Thus, I sincerely hope that you all can investigate the location, and if possible, make the necessary repairs. Qingyu will inform you of the site, so off you go. I exchanged glances with Qingkong, and we both nodded towards Shunseizi before setting off. Oh, by the way, if the damage has indeed escalated, what means do we have for its restoration? It was only as I hurried to the anticipated site, map in hand, that I realized I had forgotten to inquire about this matter. Some individuals are simply unreliable. Chen Kong remarked, rolling his eyes with practiced ease. Fear not. I have already inquired. We can proceed directly. And I trust that a remedy will present itself when the time comes. As the saying goes, a solution lies within 7 steps. Ignoring his sarcasm, I squinted slightly and caught sight of the translucent blue barrier not far ahead. It was apparent that there were noticeable cracks upon its surface, and upon closer inspection, I could even see gaping openings. This was unexpected, as I had presumed that such barriers would not manifest in a tangible form, yet upon approaching, I could vaguely sense its presence through touch. I turned my head towards Chen Kong, noticing his grave expression and the agitation of his large tail. What do you think? Is it reparable? I inquired. Regrettably, no, he sighed. It seems that the damage is not limited to this area. Are you suggesting that if we consider this barrier as a rectangular prism, all 4 corners are in a similar state? I pondered aloud. Why was it only Qingyu who noticed this particular spot before? Or more accurately, are these areas gradually deteriorating? I was uncertain of the implications of this revelation and could only observe Chen Kong for his thoughts. We should return and inform Lord Xuanji of the situation. I trust he will have a solution, Chen Kong finally voiced after a prolonged silence. Agreed. Thus, we hastily made our way back, only to encounter Mr. Fuju, who was standing by the small pond beside the pavilion. Mr. Fuju, Lord Fuju, Chen Kong and I greeted her, and she snapped out of her daze, smiling as she asked, "So, can the barrier be repaired?" I shook my head, and Chen Kong explained the circumstances to her. "Ah, I see. I will report this to him now. You two can stay here for the time being. Of course, Chen Kong, if you wish to explore further, that is permissible." Understood. True to form, once Fuju entered the pavilion, Chen Kong set off again to investigate other areas. I intended to follow, but someone needed to remain behind, so I opted to stay for a moment. Before long, Fuju reappeared before me. "Mr. Fuju, do we need to make further repairs?" I quickly asked. "It's all right. There's no need to concern yourselves further. Lord Xuanji has said so," Fuju affirmed with a serious nod, and I decided to let the matter rest. "By the way, Mitzi." Fuju recalled something to discuss and turned her gaze toward me. "What is it, Mr. Fuju? Are you familiar with celestial arts?" I was taken aback. The leap in topic was quite substantial. However, should I not express my ignorance regarding certain matters? After all, I am merely acquainted with the superficial aspects. Thus, I quickly shook my head. If I must speak, I have merely heard of places such as Miamu Mountain, Longdi Cave, and the so-called 3 celestial realms. Oh, I indeed forgot the name of one, Wetbone Forest. Indeed, these are the 3 realms well known to the public, the oldest in terms of legacy. Yet, the azure eyes of Lord Shun flickered with a glimmer. The art of celestial techniques is something that our predecessors have painstakingly explored over time. Lord Shun is also adept in this craft. However, he has only imparted this technique to Chen Kong. Previously, I could not grasp the profound significance behind this, but now, I believe I have come to understand a bit more. Unexpectedly, she spoke halfway and fixed her gaze upon me, as if I had already surmised what she was about to convey. However, did she just mention people? Surely, I must have misheard. How peculiar. He wishes to teach you this technique. I was somewhat taken aback. Me? Therefore, I hope to make this knowledge public. That would be beneficial, as it could indeed enhance everyone's combat prowess, and I would be more than willing. I hope, Michigan Z, that you can grasp it well. I do not know what exactly Lord Shun has heard. The future remains uncertain, yet our Jinglong clan will undoubtedly persevere, even in the absence of celestial techniques. So why not let me inform you directly? I found myself perplexed. No, there is no need. Lord Shun must have his reasons for acting this way. We cannot always rely on him. We must forge ahead, for tomorrow, for the possible tomorrow. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze shifting as if she were about to say more, yet perhaps she decided against it. Possible. I suddenly sensed something ominous. What is being established here? Or has the butterfly already taken flight? In any case, you should go to Lord Shun. He is awaiting you. Fu Shu smiled softly before silently retreating to stand quietly by the small pond. Very well, then I shall seek out Mr. Shun. Upon arriving at the small pavilion, it remained unchanged, just as it had always been. Despite enduring the trials of wind and rain, it still stood there, seemingly an illusion of existence itself. Why do I harbor such thoughts? A strange feeling washed over me, causing an involuntary shiver. "Come in," Mr. Shun's voice resonated. I cautiously stepped into the pavilion, entering its tranquil space. Am I truly to learn celestial techniques? It is somewhat hard to believe. What are you daydreaming about now? Shun suddenly interjected, startling me into a response. Nothing at all. By the way, Mr. Fushu mentioned you would teach me celestial techniques? I quickly shook my head to shift the topic back to the main point. Chapter 138. The sand that will eventually scatter too. Indeed. The so-called celestial techniques. Lord Shun began to introduce me to the art of celestial techniques. In essence, the crux of the art of sage techniques lies in the process of absorbing natural energy into one's body, followed by the meticulous control of this energy to achieve a harmonious blend with one's chakra in a balanced ratio of 1:1. This delicate equilibrium is essential for the manifestation of sage chakra. An excess of natural energy may lead to physical discomfort, while a deficiency renders the condensation of sage chakra impossible. However, when it comes to natural energy, Mr. Shunji, is it not akin to my sitting cross-legged, closing my eyes, and allowing myself to completely relax, thereby attuning to the energies of the external world and gently guiding them into my being? As these energies merge with my chakra, I felt a subtle yet almost imperceptible shift in my chakra, which had long remained stagnant. After a brief moment, I reopened my eyes, and indeed, I sensed Shunji emitting a soft, nearly undetectable sigh. Yet, what you have achieved thus far can only be deemed an introduction to these external energies. Along with a rudimentary fusion, it is imperative to merge these energies with both your physical form and spirit, which is a wondrous sensation. Allow me to guide you through this experience. With that, he lightly placed his tail above my head, and in an instant, I felt a gentle yet profoundly potent force coursing through the fluffy appendage into my body, only to vanish abruptly. Although fleeting, this encounter evoked an indescribable sensation, balance, absolute balance. Yet, I pondered, how could I maintain this equilibrium if I were to move? Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired. This is difficult to articulate. However, considering the state of your blood, I suspect controlling it should not prove overly challenging. Mitzi, remember the sensation you just experienced and attempt it once more. Certainly, I nodded, rising to my feet and closing my eyes, endeavoring to recall that extraordinary feeling. As I reminisced, I manipulated a water sphere that continuously morphed in shape. Initially, it was undeniably challenging to control, yet with practice, I gradually achieved a semblance of equilibrium among the three energies, marking a commendable beginning. Excellent. Now, let us strive to maintain the sage mode in a state of stillness. Thank you. I smiled at him, then paused the water sphere to concentrate on the development of sage mode. This was a sensation unlike any I had previously encountered. As the three energies within me gravitated toward a dynamic equilibrium, I suddenly felt my senses heighten remarkably. The amalgamated chakra seemed to spontaneously form a thin, yet resilient, invisible membrane enveloping my entire being. This phenomenon was distinct from the usual water-style protective technique. It was far more nuanced. After all, while water can be observed directly with the naked eye, chakra requires specialized methods for detection. Regrettably, I found it challenging to sustain this state for an extended period. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous in combat. I wondered if I could compensate for this limitation through later practice. The subsequent aspects you shall explore on your own. I will have Sikong assist you in assessing your progress later. Indeed. However, Shunji did not permit me to depart as he usually would. Just before I bid farewell, he spoke again. By the way, Mitzi, are you familiar with sand? He spoke again, yet his voice bore a deeper melancholy than before. Sand. Are you referring to the common sand found in nature? I felt somewhat bewildered and responded, not fully grasping his words. Indeed, this sand has lingered in this place for an indeterminate duration. It has broken the seal and should have been scattered by the wind long ago. He abruptly shifted the topic and continued. By the way, what are your thoughts on that child, Chinkong? Chinkong. I was still earnestly and troubledly pondering the implications of his previous statement when he presented me with yet another inquiry. Very well, I must respond. He is a responsible individual, willing to contribute and endure hardships. Although he may appear somewhat aloof in his interactions, overall, he is quite commendable. Aloof? Ahem, in any case. He is a good person, not a mere wolf. I was too lazy to elaborate further and stated directly that his mischievousness should be on par with mine. A good wolf, indeed. Your assessment has reassured me, except for the last remark. Shunji nodded earnestly, yet remarked, youthful exuberance can be quite beneficial. It brings vitality and energy. I concurred. Indeed, Shunji gently nodded in agreement. Now, you should practice. It is time for tranquility to reign. Shunji deliberately emphasized the word tranquility, leaving me perplexed, yet vaguely uneasy. Very well, I shall not disturb you. I hurriedly exited, seeking a suitable spot to sit cross-legged, resolved to cast aside my previous restlessness and continue my study of the celestial arts. Practicing these arts felt akin to balancing flour and water in a dough. Neither can be excessive or deficient. Ultimately, I could only practice more diligently. Once I successfully entered the immortal mode, I could not resist using water escape to conjure a small water mirror to inspect my current state, for upon entering this mode, a so-called mask would appear. Black? How astonishing. I must delve into research when time permits, though I suspect little documentation exists. I marveled at the black circles at the corners of my mouth and the lines nearing my ears, silently resolving to explore further. I must admit, every time I earnestly practice, time flies by. When I surveyed my dim surroundings once more, I realized it was growing late. I yawned, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over me. Thus, I yielded to my nature and lay down to sleep, even allowing for a brief relaxation amid my training. I then found myself in a dream. I dreamt of a group of people fleeing the battlefield, accompanied by their loved ones, exhausting their meager supplies as they sought refuge in a forest. Famished and parched, the first among them, their leader, upon discovering a shimmering golden lake, rushed forth without hesitation and drank from its waters. Unable to suppress their own thirst, the others followed suit. However, the life-saving water they believed they had found was, in fact, a deadly poison. Before them, illusions manifested, and they began to dance with exuberance, as if they had encountered an extraordinary joy. Ultimately, they collapsed slowly, surrendering their strength amidst their awakening. The last one to fall, consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret, inscribed the word existence upon a nearby stone with the only knife he possessed. The wind scattered it all, traversing from the past to the present. Why? This story could have thrived. As I suddenly yearned to open my eyes, I realized that tears had already blurred my vision. Composing myself, I wiped away the tears and sat up. Gazing at Shunji not far from me, I became aware that I was indeed still in the pavilion. But aside from the two of us, there was also the still slumbering Chungkong. Why did Shunji remain silent? Chapter 139. The sands that will ultimately scatter, were they the ones? Had Mr. Qingyu and Mr. Fu Shu truly vanished? I could not restrain my tears. Though I had not experienced their suffering, I felt as if I were intimately familiar with their pain. Would you still wish to hear the ensuing tale? Shunji did not gaze at me again, nor sought my response. He merely turned away and continued, I am an embodiment of their yearning and that peculiar lake, a manifestation of their thoughts and spirits. Indeed, they were all human. It is no wonder that I sometimes glimpse the phantoms of humanity. I have recreated them in the form of wolves, conjured from the illusions birthed by this lake, allowing them to exist here in human guise. He paused, however. My power and this lake are destined to dissipate, like sand scattered by the wind. Perhaps this fulfills their wishes. It is time to depart for that place. Chungkong, the little wolf I chanced upon, whom I taught the arts of sorcery, believing that others were also wolves, so he could grow up without fear. He is a good child, and I hope he continues to journey forward with you. Therefore, forget us, as if we had never existed. Shunji cast a gentle glance at Chungkong before turning to me. But, enough. Once you slumber, all will be forgotten, carried away by the wind. Shunji's voice seemed to drift further away, yet I did not wish to forget. Hey, how long do you intend to sleep? You are becoming quite impatient. A voice interrupted. Rubbing my eyes, I felt their lingering moisture. Had I been crying? Oh, I'll get up right away. Please don't say that, Chungkong. I interrupted what he was about to say with a resigned sigh. All right, we've lingered here long enough. Let us set off quickly. Did you not say you would help gather herbs to bring back? You hardly seem in a hurry, Chungkong said, flicking his tail with impatience. I refrained from answering immediately, trying instead to recall the hazy dream from my slumber. Immortal arts. I feel as if I suddenly grasped how to wield them in my dream. What nonsense are you spouting? Had you not already inquired of me and others to gain that knowledge? Chungkong pouted. Oh, it appears I may have misremembered. However, I must say, this place evokes a profound sense of nostalgia within me. As I emerged from my elation over mastering the successful application of celestial arts, I instinctively cast my gaze about the surroundings, trees, flowers, and that small pond, each element striking a familiar chord within me. Indeed, it seemed so. Yet I am quite certain that this is our first visit here, is it not? Chen Kong also gazed upon this land, lost in thought. How curious, indeed. Nevertheless, having gathered all the herbs, I shall practice my celestial techniques a bit more before returning home. After taking one last look at this place, I departed, seeking an open area under Chen Kong's supervision to continue my training. Once I completed my exercises, I hurried towards the hospital, and after organizing all the materials, I prepared to head home. Have you finished today's tasks? A familiar voice rang in my ears. I turned to see my mother, who was just about to close the door to the counseling room. I nodded in response. By the way, how is everything at your counseling center? I remember Tsunade mentioning that Ino has accomplished quite a bit there. Indeed, little Ino is quite remarkable. With her assistance, several clients who we initially had no strategies for have shown significant improvement, she replied. As we walked home, my mother wore a radiant smile. Yet a flicker of concern crossed her face as she continued. However, we can only slowly help them alleviate their suffering alongside her. There are rare cases that cause Ino to frown, but she always insists that she is fine. Perhaps it is because the clients themselves endure such pain that Ino can empathize so deeply. She truly bears a heavy burden. In any case, I sincerely hope she finds fulfillment here. Indeed, I affirmed, and my mother nodded repeatedly. I, too, have faith in that child. Following a period of silence, we returned home, where my father happened to be enjoying a rare moment of leisure. After dinner, we engaged in our usual light-hearted banter. However, my father soon cast his eyes downward, abruptly shifting the topic. It seems, as Shikamaru suggested, your shadow clone should not hold out much longer after rescuing Asuma, should it? Although my understanding of chakra is not as refined as yours, I can still sense these things from daily exposure. What? At this revelation, my mind momentarily froze. What is happening? I hadn't said anything yet. Ah, yes, little Shikamaru had quietly informed us earlier, my mother added after a brief silence. At last, the realization dawned upon me. Oh no, how could that rascal Shikamaru spill the beans so early? It must be because of the Asuma situation. Well, at least it brings them some comfort. Indeed, even with the aid of external energies, my shadow clone has reached its absolute limit. I apologize, I said. This means our next meeting will be in several months. That's all right. The fact that you are still alive is what matters to us, my mother began. But my father swiftly interrupted her. Xiaoxiang, you must leave quickly. Otherwise, I fear we might inadvertently reveal things through our memories, which could jeopardize your plans. I bit my lip and embraced them before severing my connection. Short scene some time ago, Nara Shikamaru, who was hesitant to reveal the truth, said, Uncle Yumio, Aunt Hyan. There is something I wish to clarify with you. Qin Nan, with a teasing tone, replied, Oh? What might that be? It is rare to see you so hesitant. Little Shikamaru. Qin Nanshu added, Indeed, Shikamaru, you need not worry about Aunt Hyan and me. Speak your mind freely. Shikamaru, understood. Uncle Yumio and Hyan. Xiaoxiang should currently be on her way to Amigakure alongside Jiraiya. Qin Nan and Shu exchanged glances, startled. So that is the case. It seems this journey will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Shikamaru, I apologize for not stopping her then. I should have intervened. Shu reassured him. There is no need for apologies, Shikamaru. Your choice to let her go signifies your faith in her return, and we share that belief. Rest assured in her trustworthiness. She is not one to undertake reckless endeavors. Qin Nan, precisely. We too have our own matters to attend to here. Shikamaru, indeed. Short scene 2 in this chapter, the timeline of Shun's whereabouts is quite unique. Thus the duration of Miko's learning of Senjutsu has been condensed for viewing convenience. Short scene 3 regarding the truth of summoning. It was merely a figment of the people's imagination at the time, combined with the last individual who awakened at the final moment inscribing a stone tablet, believing himself to be the guardian of this place. His memories of the past were vague. He only knew that he and the inhabitants would eventually vanish. One day, he encountered the intruder, Sorokong, whom he adopted and transformed into a human form, while the other wolves could perceive the illusion of him as a person. Others were cursed into wolf forms due to having ingested the hallucinogenic waters of a toxic lake, gradually perishing and ultimately morphing into wolves, though they still perceived themselves as human. Ultimately, with a gust of wind, all but Sorokong disappeared along with the lake's waters. Chapter 140, Heart to Heart in Amigakure. At an unknown inn, a month ago, I lost track of time, gradually awakening from a deep slumber. It had been so long since I had experienced such a restful sleep. I must say it was a wondrous sensation. I even dreamt that I was lying on my bed at home. The dream felt incredibly real. The sheets beneath my hand were soft. Wait. Suddenly, I fully awakened, eyes wide open, surveying my surroundings, realizing I was lying on a bed when I should have been on the floor. Could it be? Xiaoxiang, you are awake. Following the voice, I quickly turned my gaze towards the bedside. It was indeed him. Alive. He had returned. Truly returned. In a flurry of excitement, I propped myself up on my elbows, hastily wiping away the tears that had inexplicably appeared, and took a thorough look at him. Though his clothes were severely tattered, with his left sleeve hanging empty and his hair somewhat disheveled, it was clear that his wounds had been well tended to, suggesting he should be all right. Moreover, the previously disheveled surroundings have been entirely transformed. Both the aroma and the layout now exude a sense of naturalness. How delightful! With this, Naruto and Tsunade will not be as sorrowful. If only his hand can be healed, one can only hope that Tsunade-sensei will find a remedy upon our return. Alas, contemplating this causes my eyes to involuntarily moisten. I strive to suppress such emotions. This is hardly the moment for such sentiments. Nevertheless, it is truly wonderful. At last, the burden I have long carried feels somewhat alleviated. I suppose this technique has proven its worth? Yet, from where should I begin to explain the events that transpired? Never mind, I shall address those matters later. As for Jiraiya, I pondered how to shatter the silence that lay between us when, without warning, he initiated a swift movement towards me and began forming hand seals. Wait, is this reverse summoning? Before I could fully grasp the situation, we had already arrived at another location. We hastily sought out the nearest inn to take refuge. All right, I'll step out for a moment. You should rest here, Jiraiya stated without further ado, leaping out of the window, leaving me bewildered and momentarily out of the loop. Okay. I nodded in confusion. Seizing the opportunity of Jiraiya's absence, I began to gather my thoughts and contemplate our current predicament, wrestling with what needed to be accomplished next. If I am not mistaken, the jutsu he just performed was the reverse summoning technique. He had prepared the necessary conditions for us, and it was simply a matter of waiting for Jiraiya to act upon my awakening to transport us to this safer location for recuperation. However, judging by Jiraiya's earlier expression, it seems they are deliberately avoiding me, I murmured quietly while sitting on the edge of the bed. Never mind, that is inconsequential. I should focus on our forthcoming endeavors. After all, we cannot return to the village directly. We must first attend to matters elsewhere. To distract myself from the impending conversation with that fellow upon his return, I continued to vent my frustrations. Truth be told, I am somewhat at a loss. I cannot fathom what we will discuss later. What a nuisance. Before long, Jiraiya reappeared at the window, noticeably laden with several bags. He unceremoniously dumped the items onto a nearby surface, then withdrew a scroll from his waist pouch and placed it upon the table. Upon breaking the seal, an array of ceramic bottles filled with sake appeared, and the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafted through the air from his person. What is going on here? Before I could voice my query, Jiraiya seated himself and raised one of the bottles to his lips. Wait, hold on, Jiraiya-sensei. What are you doing? Drinking now is not beneficial for your health. Come on, Ka, make an exception this time and share a drink with me. Jiraiya lifted another bottle, pouring a modest amount into a cup and extending it in my direction. As you and I have yet to conclude our conversation, if you were to drink, I might find it difficult to refuse. I hastily approached, intending to retrieve the bottle you had placed on the table. Is that so? When you chose to pay a hefty price to employ forbidden techniques in order to assist me, did you not also harbor concerns for your own well-being? At that moment, my actions froze, and I could only part my lips in silence, unable to articulate a response. I was oblivious, and I had no desire to uncover the answer, merely evading a question of little consequence. Indeed, I did not know, and the truth was that you were entirely unaware. After Jiraiya spoke, he turned away and downed the remaining contents of the bottle in one go, plunging us into a profound silence. Time passed, and eventually, he seemed to regain his composure and turned back. Yet, why did he display such an expression of immense pain? Why did they all wear such expressions? It was the same with Sorokong the last time, and now Jiraiya as well. I found myself perplexed. However, dear Keika, there will always be those who care. Jiraiya offered a bitter smile as he set down the bottle he still held. I am sorry. His silence and the refusal of Sorokong to meet my gaze ignited an inexplicable sense of guilt within me. A feeling so uncomfortable that it compelled me to utter those words, but that was all I could manage. In that moment, I felt as though I had entirely lost the desire to express myself. I was at a loss for words. I must confess that I am indeed capable of understanding, from their perspective, how they might resent my actions. Yet, before undertaking these deeds, I had not given much thought to their possible reactions. What, then, did such reactions signify? I was acutely aware that they need not respond with overwhelming gratitude toward me. My sole wish was to find a sufficiently reasonable justification to save them, leaving no room for further contemplation of broader matters. Even if it invited suspicion, cost me dearly, or led to a lack of understanding, it mattered not. Ultimately, the one who chose to undertake these actions was I, myself, who had long since set a goal. Thus, I sought no so-called response. I was merely intent on fulfilling my purpose and avoiding the regrets of previous years, nothing more. It was not entangled with any so-called emotions. I understood that. Should I falter, I would be prone to flee or evade. However, at times like this, during such critical moments of rescue, I could not possibly refuse. I would exert every effort to succeed, for perhaps that was what I deemed my fervent wish. I must admit that I do not fully comprehend the depths of this emotion I possess, but perhaps the myriad of reasons overwhelms me, leading to my reluctance to ponder deeply. Thus, I have never truly grappled with the genuine purpose and consequences of my actions. But why must they display such expressions? The sensation lodged in my throat is truly uncomfortable. I yearn to release all the words I have kept hidden in my heart, to express them in a single breath, to articulate everything cleanly and clearly, be it my own feelings, my innermost thoughts, or the secrets of this world. Why not simply voice them all? That way, I would not be so tormented until the very last moment. Alas, what could I possibly convey to them? And how should they regard me with a renewed perspective? Would I be saddened by this, or would I face it with a different emotion? How peculiar this feeling is. Perhaps it is best to remain silent. After all, I ought to have said nothing from the start. In a small stage play, as the spiritual medium, I set the location for the summoning near the land of rivers. So for convenience, I arranged the ritual in a secluded and nearby, close to the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 141, Heart to Heart, to Xiaoxiang Yu. Jiraiya finally spoke again, his expression a mixture of hesitance and intent. I continued to maintain my silence. What would he say? I fervently prepared myself mentally, recalling our previous conversations. After all, I had laid everything bare last time. I hope he can understand. I hope he will continue to regard me with his usual demeanor. Would that suffice? Yes, that would be enough. I feel utterly fatigued. Xiaoxiang, have you ever considered that if you were to truly disappear for my sake, your parents would certainly be heartbroken? At the very least, for the sake of your parents and that foolish Naruto, you ought to value yourself more. His final words trembled slightly, colored by emotional turmoil. Oh, indeed, you are as she described. I have only recently grasped the weight of Tsunade's words. The sense of distance you, this young one, consistently exude is evidence enough. He sighed deeply and continued. Distance? It is true that I habitually address others with honorifics, keeping a certain distance. Only in this manner do I feel more at ease. After all, I cannot presume to consider myself close to them. I am merely a person from another world. Yet, this behavior is too conspicuous, which is perhaps why they easily perceive it, or perhaps they sensed it from the very beginning. Regardless, I do not wish to spend much time explaining this today. In any case, Xiaoxiang, I hope that in the future, you will cherish yourself. After a long pause, Jiraiya closed his eyes, then opened them once more. He sighed heavily, resuming a serious demeanor as he awaited my response. Why? For a moment, I was taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Why did his words differ from what I had imagined? He should not be any different from Chen Kong, right? It is evident that being just as he usually is would suffice. This way, I would know how to respond, allowing me to swiftly conclude this perplexing discussion. Xiaoxiang, in the future, please refrain from making decisions that might affect your own well-being for our sake or anyone else's, all right? Do not treat every act of saving others as a mission you must accomplish. Seeing that I remained speechless, Jiraiya did not wait for my reply before continuing. No, I am not disregarding myself, nor am I acting solely to save others. Ultimately, it seems I merely wish to uphold the fragile facade of virtue that I desire to maintain until the very end. It is true, I have merely exerted a little extra effort to sustain it, so there is no need for you to overthink it. I implore you. Thus, I gritted my teeth and resolutely declared, Mr. Jiraiya, my actions are merely the result of my sixth sense, a manifestation of my own wishes. I simply detest that past version of myself, one who could only watch but was powerless to save others, so weak that even my own existence was difficult to protect. I merely wished to avoid witnessing another person's disappearance. After all, life is truly a singular journey. Therefore, I must admit, I do envy Snake Uncle in this regard. Nonetheless, for their sake, I cannot help but desire to sacrifice everything, for I believe such efforts are worthwhile. In any case, you need not concern yourself with this, as my actions are trivial and not worthy of note. This is merely my own hypocrisy, so please do not take it to heart. I took a deep breath and exhaled longingly, preparing to articulate my thoughts and striving to display a smile. Indeed, those sentiments were inherently hypocritical, and you will ultimately perceive my true intentions. Well, with that said, everything can come to an end and return to tranquility. I care. Xiaoxiang. All that you do and your very existence matter to us. We all care. What you are doing deserves recognition from everyone. It is certainly not mere hypocrisy, you fool. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise as he interrupted my speech with a furrowed brow. You may not realize it, but I am acutely aware. I once told you that Naruto's feelings for you have never been deceitful. You should be well aware of this too. I can feel his genuine sincerity towards you. And I know full well that what you have done for me, for Gaara, for Kong, and countless others is not a lie. It is the fruit of your labor. And I, who once doubted you, have only now come to understand your heart. Truly, I should have made you aware of this long ago. Xiaoxiang, you should cherish yourself just as you cherish others. He poured out everything he had intended to say. I believe I understand. In the past, I believed that an invisible barrier existed between us, a transparent wall that firmly separated me from them. One that I could never breach. I thought that aiding them was my destined mission in this world. Thus, whatever effort I exerted, no matter how much heart and soul I devoted, was not only justified but imperative. Even if it meant exhausting all my resources, I deemed it inconsequential. However, it dawned on me that some of them genuinely cared. After all, they were not merely characters in a tale, but vibrant beings standing before me. How could I disregard the emotions they entrusted to me? Therefore, I resolved to respond. Henceforth, approaching them even a tad closer should pose no issue, right? No, you did not intend it that way. As I have mentioned, I completely understand your and their disposition towards me. It is entirely natural. I hastily shook my head, indicating that it was of no concern. After all, I, a peculiar individual who suddenly appeared beside Naruto, was indeed deserving of suspicion. So it was only reasonable for you to harbor doubts even now. It was only upon sensing the weighty and fervent emotions from Jiraiya that I clearly recognized the chasm that once lay between us had long melted away. In its stead emerged a new sentiment that, at this moment, I finally perceived. Thus, I felt compelled to apologize to Konohamaru, realizing I might have hurt him again. Is that so? If so, can I, despite your lingering doubts about me, afford to be a bit more selfish now? Jiraiya closed his eyes in contemplation and, upon reopening them, said, Please, go on. I struggled to grasp his meaning and nodded patiently, urging him to continue. I wish to encourage you to confront your feelings for yourself and for us, to attempt to trust others, and to cherish your own life. Moreover, I hope you understand that you can protect others, and you too can be protected. Thus, I am saying that in the future, you might lean on us adults a bit more, but I am not yet at the point where I require protection from you children. Is it permissible for me to be like this? Although I still cannot ascertain whether my actions are indeed correct, since perhaps correctness is to be judged by others, at the very least, next time, and the time after that. I will endeavor to undertake those actions while ensuring I can safeguard myself. I shall give it a try. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. I smiled at him and then gazed toward the horizon, where a faint rosy glow was already appearing. That response was quite commendable. By the way, is it too distant for you to refer to others in such a formal manner? Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. Why is that? You every day? Addressing them as so-and-sequin or so-and-so sounds as if there's an insurmountable distance between you. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. You could try to draw nearer to them, after all. You are friends. I'll take note of that, I replied earnestly, nodding. At this point, a surge of intense emotion filled my heart, and I could no longer contain it, allowing it to erupt forth. Mr. Jiraiya, you have truly returned. How wonderful. Naruto and Tsunade will no longer be sorrowful. Please, you must take care of yourself and continue to live well. My voice trembled with emotion, and the nasal tone grew heavier as I wiped away my tears, unable to resist the blur in my vision. Thanks to your blessings, I am in good spirits. Everything that follows will proceed smoothly, So do not worry, SHK. At this moment, our presence here serves as the most compelling evidence of our resilience. Though I am eager to discuss the matters ahead, it seems prudent to allow you to weep freely before we proceed. Chapter 142. The plan within the borders of the Land of Rivers. In a secluded inn, Jiraiya and I had successfully regained our normal state after a few days of recuperation. I seized the opportunity to converse earnestly with SHK, managing to temporarily persuade him with my fanciful tales. Now, it was the perfect time to deliberate on our next course of action. It is likely that the Akatsuki will soon set out to seek the other tailed beasts, especially now that Jiraiya, the obstacle to their endeavors, has been removed. Thus, we must devise a reasonable plan for our next steps. Given the developments, Jiraiya's sudden return will likely complicate our future tasks. In any case, returning to the village at this moment seems ill-advised. We must find a way to gather more information and collect real-time intelligence from the village. Perhaps investigating the stone statue would be a prudent idea. Before we even began our discussion, I was fervently contemplating our action plan. Upon Jiraiya's return from gathering information about Konoha, I resumed our conversation regarding future arrangements. Jiraiya, if you return to the village, will it hinder your subsequent actions if the Akatsuki or villagers become aware of your survival? Indeed, he acknowledged. If either party discovers that I am alive, it would likely lead to unnecessary complications sooner than anticipated. Therefore, our priority is to continue gathering intelligence and expedite our search for the individual orchestrating events behind the Akatsuki. So you intend to pursue the formidable Obito? I wondered aloud. However, judging by Jiraiya's tone, it seemed he might be referring to Nagato instead. Yet, if we delay too long on this matter, what will happen to the village? I pondered whether we could return in time. Reflecting on the original story, there were considerable gaps between certain events. Perhaps there is indeed some leeway. Nevertheless, I suspected that this individual would not be easily found. I was certain he was hidden within the Rain Village, and it would not be too late to pursue him once we were adequately prepared. It's just that managing the exploration time might delay our return to the village, Jiraiya explained. Indeed. Oh, by the way, Mr. Jiraiya, I recalled something that we might be able to accomplish now. The last time I had SHK keep an eye on the stone statue's location. It might now prove beneficial. I naturally prepared to present this suggestion. Oh, what is it? Jiraiya inquired. During our last rescue mission in the Sandy Abyss, we ventured to a location housing a rather substantial stone statue. The members of Akatsuki, particularly Shao, appeared to have utilized this artifact to absorb a portion of a tailed beast's power. I surmise that this statue may hold significant importance. Perhaps a visit there could lead us to the individuals we seek. Regarding the Outer Path's golem, I believe we should assess the situation first. Although the original narrative scarcely addressed this entity in its early stages, should there exist any means to either destroy or mitigate its influence, it would likely have ramifications in subsequent developments. While these considerations are predicated on the possibility of success, the current circumstances indeed warrant exploration. The sole uncertainty lies in the fact that this entity seemingly can be summoned by Nagato to various locations. If memory serves, the original work depicts numerous underground bases utilized by Akatsuki, thus presenting a challenge in approaching them at this juncture. For now, perhaps we must place our hopes in the hands of Lady Luck. Furthermore, revealing to Obito and the others that Jiraiya is still alive could significantly affect future events. And the more I ponder this, the more complicated it seems. So, a statue capable of absorbing tailed beast power? It is indeed worth investigating. Moreover, since traveling alone is quite slow, I require a guide, which is when he turned his gaze towards me. No way. I had envisioned merely asking for a ride, and then secretly returning to assist. Me? I pointed at myself, inquiring weakly, and he emphatically nodded in affirmation. With a resigned sigh, I acknowledged his decision but still expressed my concerns. Not to worry. If necessary, we can disguise ourselves as others to infiltrate. As long as we refrain from engaging in overly flamboyant or unique combat styles, we should be fine. After all, our purpose this time is merely reconnaissance, and we can discuss further actions when the opportunity arises. Agreed. Overall, the path ahead appears fraught with uncertainty. There is one more matter, Jiraiya suddenly recalled, as if an important thought had resurfaced. Oh, what is it? I inquired, following his lead. By the way, how has your wind release training progressed? What a nonsensical question. What relevance does it have to our previous discussion? Well enough, I suppose, I replied playfully. I specifically asked Asuma-sensei for guidance, and I am confident in my abilities. I gave Jiraiya a thumbs up, assuring him that all was well. Ah, that's good to hear. However, my wind release is quite proficient as well. Why not inquire about my techniques? Well, I thought you were rather busy, so I didn't want to intrude. I explained hastily, noting his furrowed brow. Moreover, given the circumstances last time, I lacked the courage to approach you. Apologies, that was indeed my fault, I added. No, you need not dwell on it further. Your concerns are valid. We have not erred in any regard. As I have stated, I fully comprehend your intent. I nodded solemnly. Understood. Nonetheless, I find myself with some free time now, so I shall resume teaching you as before. There is no need for excessive gratitude, for that is simply my nature. Jiraiya paused momentarily, but soon returned to his usual demeanor. Ah, I truly appreciate your kindness. I instinctively interrupted him, expressing my gratitude, as I aspired to be someone capable of accepting their goodwill. In any case, Xiaoxiang, you must seize this opportune moment to study diligently. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and prepared to follow my lead as we set off. He then reconsidered and added, Ah, never mind. Even if this time does not work out, I will come to find you later. Understood, understood. Let us first cultivate our skills here before heading to that destination. What do you think? Very well. It is settled then. Theater of the Mind. The timeline in the manga and animation regarding Jiraiya's infiltration of the Rain Village, Naruto's encounter with Akatsuki, the battle with Itachi and Sasuke, and Asuma's demise have some discrepancies. Consequently, the author has written this segment with varying pacing, resulting in significant jumps. Chapter 143. Resuming training the following day, after much deliberation, we decided to continue our rest within the borders of the Land of Rivers, avoiding further encounters with Akatsuki members. To facilitate our training, we chose a forest with sparse human presence. I estimated that our time before returning was still ample, so I suggested, now is the time to contemplate methods to strengthen ourselves. Xiaoxiang, perhaps you would like to learn sage techniques alongside me? I could introduce you to some of the esteemed adults. They would undoubtedly aid you. Jiraiya proposed, but I recall that Naruto has been studying for quite some time, and mastering such techniques is no simple task. I would prefer to devise easier, more attainable ideas. Although I spoke thusly, I found myself devoid of any particularly brilliant notions. While the allure of sage arts was undeniable, time was likely insufficient at present. Indeed, however, I believe you may learn more swiftly than he did, given your circumstances. Jiraiya mused. Well, I appreciate your faith in me. Perhaps you could share some fundamentals first? If the timing is right, I shall explore them further and seek your guidance when I have the opportunity. Agreed. After he elucidated the general principles of sage arts, I allowed my thoughts to wander. Inevitably, I recalled my initial experience healing a fish, and a sudden idea materialized in my mind. Let us momentarily advance the timeline for further clarification. Alas, my new skill seems to lack any semblance of finesse. One day during my free time following the latest Chunin exams, feeling rather listless, I extended my right hand and condensed a water sphere within my palm. I manipulated it to rotate a few times before allowing it to dissipate. New ideas, fresh concepts. If only Naruto were here, he would surely come up with something swiftly. I chastised myself, recognizing the importance of fostering my own creativity rather than relying solely on their ingenuity. It was frustrating. I had intended for Kakashi to cultivate his creative thinking to enhance his own skills, yet here I was, slackening in my own pursuits. I could not help but internally scoff, my gaze inadvertently drifting to my left hand, where my attention was drawn to a wound, scarcely noticed until now, which was nearly healed. Ah, blood. Is it not also a form of water? Regulating the water within my body should be most convenient through this medium. The reverie ended. Although I could not employ this technique while rescuing the fish earlier, now presents an opportune moment to test this method. I indeed had another notion. Thus, I broke the silence. Oh, do share. Jiraiya, deep in thought, perked up and instinctively stroked his chin. We must first locate a living creature for me to demonstrate. I replied after a moment's contemplation. Soon after, by the riverside adjacent to the waterfall, I declared, perfect, tonight's dinner shall be grilled fish. Allow me to showcase my extraordinary culinary skills. Jiraiya had swiftly gathered the materials for a fire and arranged them with care, handing me the task of catching the fish. Understood, I affirmed, while channeling my chakra into the water, lifting a small stream into the air. With the water release technique, I ensnared a fish, allowing the excess water to flow freely away, and soon enough, I had a commendable catch. Now, Please commence your performance. Jiraiya nodded at me as I placed the fish on the grill. I had selected 3 fish from the large transparent tank retrieved from the storage scroll before us. Without hesitation, I formed hand seals, directing chakra into the tank. Soon, one of the fish began to thrash helplessly, struggling to move its immobilized body. Within mere seconds, blood seeped from the gaps between its scales, spreading like ink soaking into rice paper, as if enveloping the entire tank. Upon witnessing this, I hastily halted my hand seals, and the fish, appearing soulless, slowly sank to the bottom, motionless. The other 2 fish, startled, darted about in a frenzy, attempting to escape the tank. This power is rather overwhelming. I instinctively glanced at Jiraiya to gauge his reaction, only to find his brows furrowed even deeper than before. It seems that this technique cannot be used carelessly. I helplessly tugged at the corners of my mouth and initiated a discussion on the matter. Subsequently, I used the water release technique to retrieve the fish, made a few adjustments, and placed it on the grill, releasing the other 2 back into the water. There was no longer any need to continue the experiment. Alas, what a pity, yet it can certainly be regarded as a powerful ninjutsu, albeit with its limitations. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. Perhaps you could ponder further and explore alternative approaches. Very well, allow me to eat while I contemplate, I replied, taking a bite of the fish and chewing thoughtfully, letting my mind drift. Thus, I recalled yet another matter. Of course, I could also attempt to simplify the hand seals. Fortunately, the abundant water here would support my prolonged practice, though the wind release would depend on the circumstances. I hastily quickened my pace at the dining table, then proceeded to share with Jiraiya the brief discussions I had previously engaged in regarding the simplification of hand seals with the Mizuki team. What? Is this truly the case? Among the contemporary youth, there are indeed those who have managed to simplify the hand seals. Such rare talent, even if they choose to remain low-key upon their return. I must certainly inform Tsunade about this. Perhaps, following their insights, we may discover an effective method for simplification. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could not help but gape, subsequently taking a hearty bite of fish. Indeed, building upon their foundation, I have engaged in extensive practice and found that within the realm of water release, I seem to possess a singular ninjutsu that I can wield with considerable proficiency. I contemplated whether I could reduce the casting steps of this technique through diligent practice or by employing certain tactics. So, which water release technique is it? Perhaps I can assist you, as I am quite adept at water release myself. It is the water shark bomb. In truth, I could hardly recall when I had acquired this technique, for ninjutsu is inherently subjective. Some individuals excel in one area while struggling in another. Only through continuous exploration and trial and error can one attain favorable results, akin to Itachi, who can eliminate the hand seal steps altogether. While I can still release some lesser water release techniques without hand seals, the more advanced ones necessitate a significant investment of time for casting. Let me think. The sequence of hand seals is. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands: tiger, rat, dragon, rabbit, rooster, snake, goat, or perhaps tiger, rat, dragon, rooster, dragon, goat. In terms of casting time, it is indeed relatively short among powerful ninjutsu. He concluded, thus, if one wishes to further economize time based on the original method, it proves to be exceedingly difficult, as no one has continued to explore shorter hand seal sequences after all this time. I nodded in response. Moreover, I had experimented extensively with both methods of this ninjutsu, only to discover that I could only employ the first method with greater proficiency, even though it requires an additional step in the casting sequence. In my frustration, I sighed and added, it is disheartening to realize that my most familiar ninjutsu must be executed using the longest hand seal method. I can barely fathom the genius of the individual who first devised this useful technique with such a comparatively short sequence. Fear not, for we shall collaborate in our research. As the great sage has proclaimed, I shall undoubtedly assist you. Begin with the technique you are most proficient in. Do not rush the process. Indeed, however, I have pondered a question regarding when it might be possible to economize. After all, the 2 methods for the water shark bomb merely alter the sequence of several hand seals beginning from the 4th character. I have made some attempts, but I wonder, if I change the order of the hand seals, will I be entirely unable to perform the ninjutsu? Jiraiya inquired. Yes. Each attempt has left me with the tantalizing sensation that success is just within reach. I nodded vigorously, recalling that enticing feeling of imminent success. Yet the inevitability of failure has forced me to reluctantly set aside my progress. The essence of forming hand seals lies in employing specific gestures to more precisely guide and manipulate chakra. Each hand seal corresponds to distinct modes of chakra flow, and each ninjutsu is associated with particular hand gestures and sequences. Jiraiya elucidated this point. In summary, the concept is deceptively simple in theory, yet challenging in practice. He shook his head repeatedly after stating this. Indeed, I could only resolve to continue my practice diligently. With a shrug of my shoulders, I promptly immersed myself in training once again, while Jiraiya continued his pursuit of intelligence regarding the Akatsuki members and related organizations. Chapter 144. Training 2 time passed without my notice. Observing your current technique, it appears you have become considerably more adept. However, one must strike a balance between work and rest. For now, let us sit down and reflect upon the sensations experienced during your previous practice. Introspection is equally crucial. After circling back, Jiraiya noted the duration of my training and spoke. All right, I nodded, halting my hand seals. I realized that during my executions, I could only mobilize chakra through increasingly distant meridians to create the final ninjutsu. I wondered if the meridians were the crux of the matter. Could you elaborate? Jiraiya inquired, stroking his chin. I hypothesized that if I were to directly seal off a portion of my meridians, preventing chakra from flowing through them, would my body automatically adjust to utilize the remaining meridians for technique execution? I proposed. Earlier, I had discussed with Nagato the critical moments in battles with pain, where I found it exceedingly difficult to perform complex techniques alone. Xiaoxiang, you should grasp my intent, right? Moreover, let us not forget that blocking meridians could likely lead to failed jutsu or even more dire consequences. Furthermore, currently, only the Hyuga clan and the long-extinct Uzumaki clan are capable of such feats. As I contemplated this, I felt a surge of excitement. But Jiraiya's timely admonition brought me back to a state of calm. Yet, how can one ascertain its feasibility without attempting it? You certainly won't be so easily disheartened. Very well, since you possess the ability to utilize the 8 gates for extended periods, combined with Tsunade's expertise, I believe you should attempt to endure the chaotic flow of chakra in that state. However, I surmise that maintaining balance within your physical condition will prove challenging. So once you decide to try, I will be there to assist you. I nodded in agreement. Moreover, even if this path proves unfruitful, we may explore the possibility of altering the hand seal gestures to see if we can link the techniques together. While this notion is quite esoteric, given your diligence, I shall assist you in this endeavor. I appreciate your assistance. Now that we have a tentative direction, let us prepare to put it into practice. Not a problem. But how do you intend to address the sealing of the meridians? Ah, don't say that. There is indeed a method, albeit it requires considerable skill. I could not suppress a cough as I explained. Wait, you don't intend to temporarily sever your meridian flow using medical techniques, do you? Jiraiya's furrowed brow indicated his concern. Indeed, that is correct. However, at present, I find myself with but this solitary viable approach. I shall endeavor to employ shadow clones. Rest assured, I intend to replicate the prior incident of rescuing someone by allocating a bit more energy to the clones, ensuring that even if they endure significant assaults, they shall not be easily dispelled. Very well, I reluctantly acquiesced. In any case, you must exercise caution. I will retain a clone here. Jiraiya could only sigh, opting to support my decision. He created a clone to remain in place, while his original form, shouting something about gathering materials and intelligence, set off once more. I, too, ceased to squander time. After producing the clones, I instructed them to concentrate their chakra in their palms without delay. Soon, a verdant chakra enveloped her hand. I hastened towards the clone, preparing to initiate my attempts. By the way, Mr. Jiraiya, how much do you know about the other members of Akatsuki? I believe it would be prudent to understand some of the circumstances before we reach that location, enabling us to better confront unexpected situations. Though I posed the question, I was internally conflicted about whether I could subtly divulge some pertinent information during our discussion. Since we are discussing other members, Xiaokong, please begin by sharing what you already know about the individuals involved. Please hold on, let me ponder for a moment. Initially, I had not anticipated his counter-question. Pausing briefly in my task, I contemplated before allowing the clone to continue with its work on sealing its own chakra pathways. A few years ago, when we accompanied Naruto to find Tsunade, we encountered Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. I recall that one wore a forehead protector, indicating he was a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. As of now, both of them should still be alive. though it seems we have not heard news of them for quite some time. I seriously suspect they are secretly involved in the pursuit of tailed beasts. Jiraiya nodded, prompting me to continue. Next are Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara, whom we encountered while rescuing Gaara. They are a former rogue ninja from the Sand Village and a rogue from the Stone Village, respectively, though we need not worry excessively about the latter, as Sasuke will undoubtedly handle the situation. Then there are Kakuzu and Haiden, who have already been completely dealt with by Naruto and his companions, and as for their origins, I am not entirely certain. However, on a side note, it is still possible to meet Haiden if one insists. Upon reflection, it appears I have encountered nearly all the members of Akatsuki. Such serendipity is truly remarkable. Lastly, I recall that the individuals from the Rain Village refer to her as Lady Angel. I have heard she wields paper as a weapon, and at this juncture, I hesitated. Glancing at Jiraiya, who also appeared somewhat somber, his voice involuntarily softening. Nagato and Konan. They are the current leaders of the Rain Village and are either the founders or the masterminds behind Akatsuki, though I am not entirely certain of this at present. However, they are also former disciples of mine. We are unlikely to encounter them in the near future, so I shall refrain from providing too detailed an introduction, Jiraiya said, his expression complex. Ultimately, I believe I have finally grasped my master's intentions at that time. Yet the connection and transformation of Orochimaru, along with Nagato, took him a moment to continue his explanation. I find myself entirely unacquainted with the matter at hand. By the way, Xiaoxiang, I seem to have yet to regale you with the tales of their childhood. Would you care to indulge in these stories to alleviate the monotony during your practice? He continued to speak, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, even revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, Nagato and his companions harbor sentiments towards Konoha that starkly contrast with those of Orochimaru. They possess a compelling justification for their resolute actions against all the denizens of Konoha, a justification that is undeniably sufficient. I remained silent, disregarding his words, striving to concentrate on the control of my chakra, persisting in my attempts to cast the technique. Alas, after such a prolonged effort, my progress remained meager. My mastery over chakra fluctuated with the varying points of focus. To elaborate, the flow of chakra proved challenging to regulate, ultimately culminating in failure. How vexing. It appears I still cannot succeed. However, time remains on my side. I shall persist. Witnessing yet another failed attempt at casting the technique, I began to entertain thoughts of surrender. Yet, the presence of someone steadfastly supporting me spurred me to make another attempt. Let me ponder this further. There always seems to be an unsettling sensation when I execute the Chun hand seal. Perhaps this is the key. I continued to contemplate. No need, Jiraiya-sensei. But considering the losses the Akatsuki have incurred due to our Konoha, it seems rather excessive, does it not? In my view, they might soon be adding new members or promoting their reserve members to full status. I continued the previous topic. Xiaoxiang, can I interpret your words as a form of omen for them? Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then appeared to hesitate, scratching his head. Certainly not. I am merely making a reasonable inference, not indulging in baseless speculation. I retorted, somewhat irked. Moreover, it would be unreasonable for them to recruit an adequate number of suitable members all at once. Thus, the addition of 1 or 2 members is indeed necessary. Ahem. That is true. Therefore, in recent days, I have been investigating the movements of Nagato and his group. However, according to reports from those in the Rain Village, Konan and the others are likely to make new moves, though it remains unclear whether these pertain to the tailed beasts or something else. In any case, it certainly does not bode well. Thus, we must seize the time for our training. So, Xiaoxiang, how did your recent attempt fare? I shook my head in resignation. During my practice, I noticed that only the Chun in my hand seals allowed the chakra to traverse the furthest path. Even if I temporarily closed off this path to channel the chakra, failure was the only outcome. Chun, you say? I see. Let me give it a try. I believe I can indicate the approximate location of the chakra pathways. Very well. I nodded at him, and he swiftly commenced his demonstration. After he adeptly executed the technique, he found himself stuck at the hand seal and pointed out the position to me. I nodded eagerly and resumed my prior actions. Indeed, he encountered the same predicament, suggesting that it may be time to reconsider the hand seals. I must experiment further to ascertain the most fluid and rapid method for channeling chakra. I silently analyzed the situation in my mind. Wait, Xiaoxiang, do not move just yet. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Jiraiya suddenly interrupted my incantation. compelling me to halt and maintain my posture in stillness. Let me consider this gesture, he mused, as he immersed himself in a fervent flurry of hand seals. Each time he reached the point of the dragon seal, he modified his movements based on my previous gesture, leaving me astounded. Could this truly succeed? I couldn't help but internally scoff. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, perhaps 300 or more, he successfully unleashed a water bullet without any external assistance. Marvelous, indeed. The brilliance of this achievement was striking. How unfair, given that I had failed over 3,000 times without a single success. As the saying goes, one's own failures are daunting, but the triumphs of others evoke a deeper pang of sorrow. Look, Xiao Xiang, he has truly succeeded. Ah, ha ha, what a genius I am. He exclaimed. You may heal yourself and then disperse your clones. Let us attempt the sequence of Yin, Chou, Unknown, Chun, and Wei, to see if we can stabilize this release. If we succeed, we will have effectively eliminated a step in the hand seals. Xiao Xiang and I shall be hailed as great contributors. Understood, I replied, forcing a smile as I joined the practice session. Scene change, a gentle reminder. While the practice session took a considerable duration, portions of the narrative have been condensed for viewer convenience. Chapter 145, The Plan 2 months later. Within an izakaya near the village of Amigay-Cure in the Land of Rivers. Tanaka, I have heard that a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man from Amigay-Cure is preparing to pour himself a drink, one man remarked. Shoo, Saiken, keep your voice down. His companion, a man adorned with a forehead protector, urgently whispered, causing him to spill his drink in surprise. It seems that our esteemed lord is preparing for another significant endeavor. The angelic lord has also been exceedingly elusive of late. Saiken, regaining his composure, refilled his companion's cup and lowered his voice further. That's splendid, although reluctant. My intuition suggests that if I visit there soon, I may no longer feel as if I am being watched. Tanaka, wearing the forehead protector from Takigakure, exhaled a sigh of relief and downed the drink that had just been poured for him. Not far from them, Jiraiya and I exchanged a fleeting glance before redirecting our attention to our own table. All right, I believe it is time for us to depart, Jiraiya finally whispered, speaking in a tone only I could discern. I nodded slightly. A short while later, back at our lodging, we packed our belongings and began strategizing our next steps. Xiao Xiang, you should summon SHK directly, Jiraiya suggested. Understood, I replied, biting my fingertip to perform the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped us, and soon we beheld SHK's silhouette. Are you planning to set off for that location? SHK inquired. Indeed, it is merely because I lent the scroll to someone in need of assistance. Therefore, the reality is that I must trouble you to guide us to the location that Xiao Xiang mentioned. I wonder if that is feasible. Although I have not disclosed the matter of the scroll to Jiraiya, he nonetheless refrained from questioning me further and instead directly inquired about Chenkong. Oh, the thought of not being able to utilize that teleportation scroll to return to that place is somewhat regrettable. However, it is imperative that such an item is reserved for those in greater need. I hope Itachi can make good use of it. Well, the journey should pose no issue. A preliminary estimate suggests that, considering your pace, it will take approximately 7.5 days, Chenkong explained. 7.5 days? Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, pondering as he stroked his chin. At this pace, it may indeed be rather slow. I sense that resolving matters here and then returning to the village will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time, which could hinder our ability to return promptly to offer assistance. Of course, I might attempt to use the teleportation technique, but the distance it can cover and the number of times it can be utilized remain uncertain. After all, even if your bodies can endure the side effects of space ninjutsu, repeated usage still carries risks. Another concern is that the distance of a single teleportation is indeed quite limited. Chenkong expressed some uncertainty, yet proposed this solution. Then let us first determine how far we can teleport, and we shall devise our plans from there, Jiraiya decided. Very well. In any case, you must exercise caution. Miyako, promise me to cherish both yourself and others, all right? Chenkong spoke these words with a grave expression, prompting a moment of silence from me. This is also what I hope for, Xiao Xiang. I understand, and I shall always uphold my promise to you. Sensing the palpable desire emanating from the two before me, I nodded in swift agreement. With Chenkong's assistance, we were teleported to a location relatively close to our destination, allowing us to reach the site of the statue within half a day's time, thus making our return timely. Subsequently, we found a secure spot to set up camp. shedding the fatigue brought on by the impending busyness and teleportation, and prepared to rest. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes and settled into his bedding, urging me to rest early as we would set off at dawn. All right, you rest first. Do not mind me. I will take a stroll nearby and return shortly. I wasn't feeling particularly drowsy, so I decided to practice a bit before resting. Hence, my main body chose to rest in place, while my shadow clone leaped up to the summit of a nearby hill. Gazing at the serene night sky from that height, I was occasionally greeted by the calls of unknown birds in the distance, which felt rather peculiar. I found a spot to sit and began to organize the information gathered by my clone. The news from my clone was finally fully received, and there were even unexpected gains in Senjutsu. Thankfully, the recent events have been progressing according to plan. I cannot shake the feeling that something of great significance has slipped my mind. Nevertheless, let us return to the matter at hand. If the destination we are to reach tomorrow is not the site of the now enshrined stone statue, then it would be utterly futile to remain here, entangled in endless contemplation. Should we ultimately find nothing of worth, I can only hope for a smooth journey ahead. With a resigned sigh, I practiced a few common ninjutsu techniques. To facilitate my disguise, I resolved to employ the wind release technique frequently. This way, the opponent would likely struggle to discern my identity based solely on my ninjutsu. After an extended period of practice, I finally dispelled my shadow clone. The following morning, I was ready to set off after tidying up and having breakfast. Jiraiya appeared remarkably invigorated, which piqued my curiosity about what fresh dreams he may have experienced the previous night. Nodding in agreement, I conducted a thorough check for any oversights, and upon my strong suggestion, or rather, insistence, we both donned disguises. I adeptly reverted to my original appearance and retrieved 2 masks from my bag, handing one to Jiraiya before finalizing our preparations and embarking on our journey. At last, we arrived back at this familiar place. Yes, this is indeed the spot. I gazed up at the well-known site and the sealed entrance, unable to suppress my frustration as I pinched my chin. However, it appeared that the entrance had been sealed once more. Before I could voice my thoughts, I observed Jiraiya frowning slightly as he approached the entrance and skillfully unsealed it, leaving me with a prompt to hurry and follow him as he leaped into the opening. Well, that was rather an easy hurdle to overcome. Jiraiya raised his gaze, and I followed suit, looking upwards. At that moment, not far ahead of us, a towering stone statue came into view. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that its once closed eyes had now opened 7 of them, an unsettling sight indeed. I breathed a sigh of relief while simultaneously feeling a wave of tension wash over me. Indeed, only the 8 tails and 9 tails remained. I shifted my gaze to Jiraiya's face, which was etched with shock and astonishment, leaving him speechless. "Sir, can you discern anything?" I whispered instinctively, as the surrounding silence prompted me to lower my voice, closing my eyes to sense the environment around us. How peculiar. The eerie stillness made me suspect that a troublesome presence might soon emerge. Jiraiya shook his head, remaining focused on his observations. Chapter 146. A meeting with Obito. Well, what are you all gazing at? Care to share it with me, Akatsuki? Suddenly, I felt a gentle tap on my right shoulder, causing a chill to run down my spine. Instinctively, I half-turned and delivered a swift elbow strike. However, the outcome was clear. My attack merely stirred the air, passing through the figure without any impact. The individual effortlessly leapt aside, glanced at their casually brushed sleeve, and continued speaking. "Oh dear, you startled me just now." At this moment, I finally had the chance to scrutinize the newcomer, and I was taken aback by what I saw. The figure before me was clad in the quintessential black robe adorned with crimson cloud patterns, the only visible feature of his face being the swirling orange mask that veiled his right eye. Complementing this ensemble were familiar black gloves and a belt, unmistakably resembling someone I knew all too well. Could it truly be Obito? A sudden wave of astonishment surged through me, nearly compelling me to utter his name aloud. Thankfully, I managed to stifle my exclamation at the last moment with a few awkward coughs, swallowing my words back down. Yet, before my body could react, my mind was flooded with thoughts of Naruto. "It's all right, I still have you," Naruto had said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, I was enveloped by a gust of wind, my hair and clothing swirling chaotically, an overwhelming sensation of power coursing through me, while simultaneously, I felt my chakra depleting at an alarming rate. This cannot be. Jiraiya observed me with keen vigilance, yet his focus remained on the other figure. "No, it's nothing. I blurted out without a second thought, instinctively directing my hands toward Obito's direction, unleashing a fierce gust of wind upon him. The man vanished in an instant, and the wind collided with the ground, erupting it into a tumult of debris. Though he had, to some extent, been manipulated by those with ulterior motives, I chided myself internally. Who was I to judge? After releasing the wind technique, I gradually calmed myself. Yet I couldn't help but cast a cold glare at the person before me. In that moment, observing his indifference to any assault, who else could it be but Obito? I instinctively glanced around, ensuring that Black Zetsu was nowhere in sight. It seemed he would not reveal himself just yet. At that moment, Jiraiya approached my left side, his brow furrowing further as he scrutinized the unchanged sleeves of the man across from us. "Are you all right?" he inquired. The peculiarity of Obito's abilities weighed heavily upon him, and sensing Obito's lack of any aggressive intent, Jiraiya locked his gaze firmly on him, whispering to me, "The new Akatsuki member? I'm fine. It's as if he can render attacks ineffective." This was indeed troublesome, a genuine concern. To articulate it accurately, the powers wielded by the Akatsuki members were absurdly formidable, and I had no desire to engage him in combat at this moment. Truth be told, it would be wiser to bide my time, observe the situation, and then hastily return to the village to offer assistance. I wondered whether Nagato and the others had already set out. Let us not dwell on him for now. What are your thoughts on this situation? Before we could delve deeper into our discussion, Obito's figure abruptly vanished. Without hesitation, Jiraiya grasped my clothing and pulled me several steps back. In that instant, Obito reappeared where we had just stood, the ground beneath him fracturing under his presence, revealing a portion of his body. His mastery of Earth Release was nothing short of extraordinary. Earth Release is truly powerful, I lamented inwardly, feeling a mix of envy and frustration as I edged closer to Jiraiya. Given my current inability to employ other potent techniques freely, this stage of Obito posed a significant threat. What shall we do now? It seems that his abilities extend beyond merely nullifying parts of the body. I venture a reasonable hypothesis. Perhaps he can conceal his entire being in a single location. As I uttered this thought, I could not help but lower my voice to a whisper, continuing, "It is akin to space-time ninjutsu. To be frank, I cannot precisely categorize the skill bestowed by the Sharingan. Nonetheless, for someone like me, a mere foot soldier, it poses quite a conundrum." "Did you say space-time ninjutsu?" Jiraiya could no longer contain his astonishment, instinctively widening his mouth while his gaze remained fixed on Obito, who, in an instant, vanished from sight. Promptly, Jiraiya acted, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, causing the earth before him to crack and splinter in all directions. In the next moment, Obito reappeared on the ground near a stone statue, deftly evading the attack. Moreover, when he was momentarily close, I thought I had misperceived his eyes due to the brevity of our proximity. However, recalling Kakashi, with his Sharingan and the eyes of this individual, I formed another reasonable conjecture. "Please, do not display such an expression of heightened shock. I am merely speculating. In any case, you understand my meaning now, do you not?" I wove my words with some distress, pondering how best to articulate my thoughts. Surely, the recent close encounter could serve as justification. In the midst of Jiraiya's astonishment, he completely overlooked my need to refrain from elaborating further. I did not linger on the matter, but instead leapt towards Obito, forming seals with my hands. Soon, a gust of wind began to coalesce before me, expanding rapidly as I directed it towards Obito, who had previously stood composed but was now feigning fear, flailing his hands as if preparing to leap backward. Wind release, tornado. The tumultuous winds, laden with sand and debris from the shattered earth, surged toward Obito, imbued with tremendous force and momentum. Yet, as the tornado threatened to envelop him entirely, the obscuring dust and wind rendered his subsequent movements inscrutable to me. Nevertheless, I was certain he had already transitioned to another space. Such a convenient ability, albeit with a considerable cost for its usage. To my astonishment, my attack proved utterly ineffectual against the stone statue, which was remarkably resilient. It was no wonder that others had opted not to attempt a heist here. It was utterly futile. While I pondered from which direction Obito might next emerge, I instinctively turned and launched a punch forward. Simultaneously, Obito stepped forth, and our attacks collided, sending a powerful force reverberating through my arm, leaving me with a tingling sensation throughout my body. After this exchange, neither of us sought to press our advantage, quickly retreating instead. In the next moment, I found myself beside Jiraiya, who had also vanished. Why him? Yet, There were indeed no more suitable candidates among the remaining individuals. If it were him, however, it would warrant a serious attempt, and Jiraiya had never anticipated this situation. Wait a moment, does Jiraiya truly trust my words? This seems far too easy to accept. However, I comprehend what he intends to convey. Returning to the village? Such a formidable task can only be entrusted to the conceptual genius, the illustrious Kakashi. Am I not correct? Yet, did they not depart in teams? The other individual is unprepared for battle, and I harbor grave doubts regarding our likelihood of success. Moreover, this matter is not the crux of the situation. We must hasten to return and are uncertain of the circumstances awaiting us. Ultimately, expending excessive energy here will undoubtedly affect our subsequent endeavors. Very well. Let us attempt once more. I shall remember this moment and seek another opportunity, for this experience has yielded some gain. Thus, Jiraiya reached a conclusion. Indeed, I nodded earnestly, observing as Jiraiya charged once more towards Obito, contemplating what further actions I ought to undertake. Speaking of which, perhaps I should attempt water manipulation. However, I am uncertain of its efficacy against Obito in his current state. Even though his body is primarily composed of white Zetsu cells, it may be worth a slight trial. As I pondered, I carelessly summoned water, incising my palm slightly, but the moment I beheld the golden-hued blood, I found myself momentarily stunned. What is this situation? I furrowed my brow, striving to refocus, yet a sharp pain in my head compelled me to instinctively close my eyes. Alas, I cannot afford to dwell on this matter now, lest it hinder my actions. In that fleeting moment of distraction, I sensed a force gathering ahead. I hastily raised my hand to block, only to be propelled backward by the force, ultimately colliding against the wall behind me, shielded by my water manipulation. Ouch! I winced in pain, feeling that earlier figure swiftly approach. Without a second thought, I reached into my waist pouch and hurled a smoke bomb, then rolled to the side. At that moment, I noticed Jiraiya's figure reappear beside me. He grasped my left sleeve and propelled us towards the entrance from which we had just emerged. Chapter 147. Returning to assist the village. Are you alright, Xiaoxiang? After running an unknown distance, Jiraiya finally came to a halt, gazing at me with concern. What transpired just now? I quickly waved my hand, casting a cursory glance at my palm, where the wound had already scabbed over, leaving only a faint golden scar. It's nothing, truly. I merely zoned out for a moment. I apologize. I sustained only a minor injury. A brief rest will suffice. I smiled as I explained, casually gesturing to indicate my well-being. After all, I am protected by water manipulation. That's a relief. Seeing that I was indeed unharmed, Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Shall we return to the village now? Or should we revert to our original forms before heading back? I inquired before we prepared to depart. I believe we should wait until we return to the village to restore our appearances. Otherwise, we cannot predict what issues might arise afterward. However, I will verify if anyone is tracking us before we set off. Understood. After confirming the situation, we made our way toward the village. Upon arrival, the sight of the devastation before me rendered me momentarily speechless. In the next moment, my breath quickened suddenly, and the sound of my heartbeat seemed to resonate more clearly. While my mind became taut with tension, the structures around me lay in disarray, collapsing and tilting, as the earth fractured beneath, leaving scarcely a spot unscathed. The surroundings were indeed in a state of utter ruin. On the streets, or rather, what used to be streets, not a soul could be found. An air of desolation permeating the atmosphere. I felt compelled to ascertain whether there were any individuals who had failed to evacuate in time. For an entire duration, Jiraiya and I shared not a word, and without waiting for what he might say next, I clenched my fists, biting my lip in determination, and propelled myself in a certain direction. I extended my chakra web, only to be astonished by the absence of any nearby presence returning to me. Could it be that most had successfully evaded this calamity? Though my taut nerves seemed to ease at that moment, I remained vigilant, meticulously scrutinizing my surroundings. Yet, to my dismay, even after traversing a considerable distance, I felt no signs of life. Instinctively, I veered my path and halted at a familiar building. Indeed, this place too was a scene of devastation, devoid of any signs of human presence. I resolved to verify the situation at the shelter later, reassuring myself, while postponing the revelation of my return to them for the time being. I pondered whether this course of action was truly right and whether everyone was genuinely unharmed. After some contemplation, I decided to create a shadow clone, sending it towards the shelter for assistance, while I dashed toward the source of the loudest commotion, presuming it to be their grand stage. Navigating over the scorched earth and shattered walls, I soon beheld a familiar sight. At the center of the sunken ground stood 3 figures. Naruto was pinned to the ground by a man in a black cloak, while the cloaked figure, Pain, raised his right hand, gripping a black rod, poised to deliver a vicious stab to Hinata, who lay bleeding beneath him. My pupils instinctively constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, I shed my burdens and, with the swiftness of the wind, appeared beside Hinata. I quickly crouched down, extending my arms to lift her, rising swiftly to retreat toward Naruto amidst their astonished expressions. Pain furrowed his brow slightly, casting his rod in my direction, swiftly retrieving another to wield in his right hand, raising his left hand as he clearly articulated his incantation. Shinra-tensei, I nearly exclaimed in shock. His posture sent a shiver down my spine, compelling me to envelop both myself and Hinata in a thick sphere of water, crafting an opportunity to cushion the impending assault. Be careful, I heard Naruto's voice call out. Without a moment to glance at him, I felt myself being drawn toward Pain by an overwhelming force. The rod hurtling through the air collided with my water barrier, only to be deflected. However, simultaneously, the water barrier shattered, leaving me unable to maintain my defensive state. I had no time to be astonished by the efficacy of this attack, as I urgently sought to channel my chakra, striving to regain control over my body. However, it was evident that my reflexes were insufficient, for that overwhelming gravitational force left both of us suspended in midair, propelling us rapidly towards him. In the blink of an eye, Hinata and I found ourselves before Pain, and I could only watch helplessly as he plunged the black rod in his hand into my abdomen. A soft whimper escaped my lips, and my gaze gradually descended to my midsection, where golden blood began to seep forth. Pain's expression shifted slightly, yet he swiftly uttered his incantation, Shinra-tensei. As Pain contorted my brow, I was once again flung backwards. My water release technique was rendered ineffective. With all my strength, I reached out to grasp Hinata firmly, and we crashed into the earthen wall behind us, collapsing onto the ground. The violent impact forced a mouthful of blood from my lips, and I winced in agony, relinquishing my hold. For now, he would refrain from employing those 2 techniques. This was the opportune moment to retreat. Thankfully, my rigorous training had fortified my physique, and I murmured softly to myself. I wiped the corner of my mouth with my hand and bit my lip to regain consciousness amid the pain. Observing Pain's indifferent demeanor as he did not immediately approach, I breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, it was then that I recalled the events unfolding with Naruto, the protagonist of that situation. I struggled to prop myself up, my arms trembling incessantly, glancing once more at Hinata, who remained unconscious without a hint of awakening. I extended my right hand to staunch the bleeding from my abdomen. However, before I could devise my next course of action, I sensed a tremendous, uncontrollable surge of chaotic chakra emanating from Naruto's direction, an overwhelming force that made me feel as though I might be lifted off the ground. Naruto, I furrowed my brow, articulating each syllable with difficulty, my gaze helplessly fixed upon the colossal manifestation of the 9 tails. I attempted to rise, but the pain nearly caused me to collapse again, only to be steadied by a sudden force. Kushina, don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. This injury is nothing I can't handle, provided that creature is absent. Upon recognizing Jiraiya, I hastily clarified our predicament. All right, I understand. That situation over there can no longer be resolved by us, he said, his eyes filled with concern as they drifted towards the 2 combatants engaged in battle. No, given the circumstances, we must place our faith in Naruto. However, before that, we need to ensure Hinata receives medical attention, I stammered, my chest heaving violently, feeling as though I had nearly exhausted my strength to utter another word. Although I yearned to inquire why he had suddenly appeared here, I recognized that it was his decision. With Jiraiya's assistance, the 3 of us successfully distanced ourselves from the epicenter of the conflict. Kushina, can you truly manage your current condition? And concerning your blood, let us address that later. Jiraiya still appeared somewhat apprehensive, but he could only carry 1 person at a time. Observing the color of my blood, he seemed poised to say more. Alas, time was of the essence, and we would discuss it later. I will attempt to handle it first. You should take her and ensure she receives proper care. Very well. I will return for you shortly. With that, he set off ahead. Leaning against the base of a dilapidated wall, I slowly sank to the ground and began to gather my medical chakra. Following my previous methods, I attempted to place my left hand over the wound while gently extracting the short stick with my right hand. This delicate operation was undoubtedly a test of my lackluster medical skills. However, having accumulated relevant experience from my earlier encounter with Scorpion, and with the surrounding environment relatively secure, free from the consequences of the battle between those two, I found I had ample time to resolve this predicament with ease. At last, the almost entirely golden-hued black stick was extracted, a moment of triumph indeed. To promptly replenish my depleted chakra, I casually retrieved a pill from my bag and proceeded to slightly gather external energy to adjust my condition. I needed to ensure I wouldn't easily succumb during the impending tasks. Chapter 148. Nagato. Gazing at the stick in my hand, now largely covered in gold, I decided to clean the blood before conducting a further examination. After the cleansing, I scrutinized this object earnestly. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary stick. Thus, I casually weighed it in my hand. It was surprisingly light, and when infused with chakra, it exuded an indescribable sensation. Truly remarkable. I resolved to keep it and present it to my mother for further study. Though it had other purposes to fulfill first, I would seek out Jiraiya, and together we would use this item to locate Nagato's true form. With determination, I set forth, navigating swiftly to the underground refuge, taking a brief glance at my surroundings. Though everyone seemed somewhat startled, the number of injured individuals was thankfully minimal, alleviating my concerns significantly. Sir, I spotted Jiraiya's familiar silhouette, previously disguised with white hair, and quickly called out to him. Ah, you've arrived, little rascal. It appears your skills have greatly improved, he remarked, glancing at the small hole in his waist, stained with golden fabric, yet failing to notice the wound itself. I waved to him, signaling to retreat to a secluded corner, where he continued, What's the matter? Is there something else? Now is not the time for such musings. We should be able to locate him directly with this item, I said, shaking the black stick in my hand. I understand, but the danger of searching directly is high. You should remain here. Your shadow clone can support us for a while longer. My intention is to assess the situation with you. And I can enlist CHJR's assistance as well, I interjected decisively. Very well, I can hardly argue with you little rascals. In such perilous circumstances, I shall make an exception, he conceded. Don't just agree so easily. Your words can hardly be trusted. I retorted. Cough. Summoning technique. I promptly invoked the summoning technique, shifting my focus with precision. In a puff of white smoke, CHJR's figure materialized. What is it? He inquired. He stood regally, casting glances at me and then at Jiraiya, before his gaze suddenly turned icy, as if the temperature around us had dropped several degrees. A wave of inexplicable tension washed over me. What was the meaning of this stick, and why did it reek of your blood? Who was responsible? Chung Kong evidently struggled to suppress his voice, nearly losing control. Let us discuss this matter later. Our immediate priority is to locate the owner of this ominous object. I hastily waved my hand, flustered, and placed the stick on the ground before Chung Kong. He managed to rein in his anger, and the stick gradually levitated, hovering before his nose. Frowning slightly, he sniffed at it a few times before suddenly turning and running ahead in silence, with Jiraiya swiftly following suit. Surely, he wouldn't be sulking over this? I felt an urge to cover my face, instructing my clone to summon Chung Kong and bring him, or them, over once Naruto's battle was concluded. However, watching the two retreating figures, I realized that if I delayed further, I would lose sight of them. So, I exerted myself and set off after them. With Chung Kong's assistance, we soon arrived at a clearing. There were no hiding spots around, was there? Concealed behind a tree, I couldn't help but comment as the grand tree from my memories finally materialized before us. Although I was already aware that the precise location of the two was within the tree that stood before us, I feigned ignorance and inquired, It can't be mistaken, can it? Chung Kong replied affirmatively. It is that tree, correct? Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully while Chung Kong wagged his tail in confirmation. Is it an illusionary technique? I'm used. I see. Thank you, Chung Kong. Well then, I shall take my leave. Call me if needed. No, rather, do not seek me out. Chung Kong remarked before vanishing in a flash, moving remarkably swiftly despite earlier seeming ready for a confrontation with me. I could only pout in response. Shall we proceed? Before I could finish my sentence, Jiraiya stepped forward and positioned himself in front of me, causing my voice to dwindle to a whisper. Where to? Jiraiya-sensei, you truly are alive? A voice, cool yet tinged with surprise, resonated. I cautiously peeked out to investigate the newcomer. She soared through the air, her paper wings fluttering slowly behind her, clad in a red and black akatsuki cloak that contrasted vividly with her attire. Her light lavender hair was styled into a bun, and her pale orange eyes, filled with a hint of indifference, widened slightly as they fixed on Jiraiya. It was Conan. After addressing him, her gaze shifted from Jiraiya to me, continuing, "The companion from that time? The so-called variable? Indeed, we should have resolved you back then. Oh. It seems this level of transformation technique is still ineffective against you," Conan noted, but Jiraiya interrupted her, dispelling the technique and reverting to his original form before continuing. "Ah, I still wish to remark on how much you've grown. However, there is no remedy for the past. And might this serve as a surprise for you?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly, gently pushing me backward with his right hand, which he had naturally draped behind his back. The atmosphere has grown somewhat tense. Are we on the verge of conflict? I wonder how Naruto is faring. Perhaps I should have troubled Tsunade a bit more. Let them in. Just as the air thickened with tension, a faint voice emerged from within the trees. Conan remained silent for a few moments before reluctantly raising her hand slightly. In an instant, the robust tree trunks parted, revealing another figure not far off, Nagato. Since we could access this side directly, it seemed that the other side had likely reached a resolution. Before their arrival, perhaps I could leverage my dubious skills to relay crucial information to Jiraiya. I was unsure if he would grasp my intent, but it was worth a try. As I stepped into the hollow of the tree, I was met with the sight of a gaunt figure, a man with sunken eyes and crimson hair, seemingly reduced to little more than a shell. I let out a soft exhale. "Ah, red-haired one. Is he of the Uzumaki clan?" In those eyes I feigned a headache. Pressing my left fist against my forehead to obscure my vision, my body trembling slightly. Not belonging, humph. This performance would surely earn me an Oscar. "Are you?" Conan's voice pierced the silence. Perhaps she had discerned some truth from Nagato's expression. "Are you all right, Conan?" Jiraiya instinctively turned his head. I hastily lowered my hand and waved it dismissively. "No, I'm fine. Just furrowed my brow and briefly closed my eyes to gather my thoughts," I said, fixing my gaze on Nagato, who was encased within the vessel. His hair, his eyes tsk. I should have realized upon seeing that man with the short stick. I feel as though I've encountered this in a book before. Something about the Rinnegan, though the details escape me. I pondered whether that book had indeed documented the Rinnegan. Surely, any mention of the Sage of Six Paths would reference it. After expressing these thoughts, I quickly glanced at Jiraiya, noticing his serious demeanor as he regarded Nagato's appearance with a furrowed brow. An extended silence fell upon us. Chapter 149. Conclusion. Meanwhile, on the clone's side, after wandering around the refuge, I finally spotted two familiar figures, and my previously anxious heart was able to relax. I feigned nonchalance as I approached them, equipped with the standard medical supplies. "Do you require any further assistance? Please feel free to let us know. We're fine. We've had a good rest and can assist you shortly," my father smiled. "Thank you so much." I suppressed the urge to tremble, forcing a smile as I turned away, navigating through the area to return the items to their designated places. Leaning against a large box that was temporarily unoccupied, I exhaled deeply, remaining silent for a moment before turning to offer my help once more. After an indeterminate time, sensing the environment gradually calming, I thought it was time to seek out Naruto and bring him to join us. Fortunately, the energy possessed by the shadow clone was still ample. I created another clone, one of which swiftly dashed outside, casually locating a spot to retrieve the long-prepared blood collection vial and potion bottle. After confirming their contents, I returned the potion bottle and opened the collection vial. Through the summoning technique, a veil of smoke enveloped the space, revealing a bemused CHK, who quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Didn't you say this time it would be a clone?" I nodded in affirmation, explaining that my task was to locate Naruto and bring him to the previous location of my original self as swiftly as possible. "Very well. But you must recount to me the events that transpired before this," CHK replied, flicking his tail and glancing at the tattered remains of my attire before turning to set off. I was aware of my responsibilities, yet I found myself pondering the matters concerning my blood, sensing that I had overlooked something significant. Indeed, it seemed I had forgotten something crucial, but delving into the recesses of my memory yielded nothing. Upon receiving CHK's acknowledgement, I retrieved a mask from my bag, donned it, and embarked on my quest. After a lengthy search, I finally spotted Naruto not far away, crouched beside Pain, his body trembling slightly. My mouth opened, and I clenched my fists, rendered momentarily speechless. Had he already sensed their intentions? And what of me? What could I perceive? And even if I could, what could I possibly do about it? What's wrong? CHK interjected unexpectedly. Nothing, I replied, taking a deep breath and removing the mask as I approached. Who? Wait, is that you, SHK? No, it can't be. How could SHK be here? Naruto abruptly turned, standing up, the black short rod still embedded in his hand, pain etched across his face. Naruto, I'm sorry we're finally back. His eyes widened with hostility, his breath coming in rapid gasps, audible even to me from a distance. I stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed, my hands awkwardly at my sides. Biting my lip, I contemplated how to prove my authenticity. This was a dilemma I had not anticipated. After a moment, his fierce demeanor seemed to dissipate as if it had vanished into thin air. He lowered his head slightly, withdrew the short rod, and knelt it upon the ground, disregarding the blood that may have still been flowing from his wound. He quickly lifted his head and approached me. In the next moment, I felt a warm presence enveloping me, momentarily catching me off guard. Do you trust me? Before I could finish my sentence, Naruto interrupted me. That is wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. His voice quivered, hinting at the tears he would likely shed upon reuniting with Jiraiya. I am truly sorry, rest assured. I have returned. We are all back. My instinctive desire to embrace Naruto faltered, and upon hearing Sage K's disdainful click of his tongue, I raised my hand and gently pushed him away from me. Ahem, we should now seek out that individual's whereabouts. Naruto, it is time for you to set off. This is merely my clone, and I have nearly reached the limits of my duplication. Henceforth, you shall accompany Sorikong on your journey. I shall await you here with Master Jiraiya. I reached into my bag and retrieved a vial of medicine, which I handed to Naruto. He nodded eagerly, accepting the vial, promptly ingesting a pill and stowing the others away in his pocket. Grasping the short stick lying on the ground, he suddenly froze mid-motion. Wait a moment. Did I hear you correctly? I wonder if Tsunade's lottery ticket still has an unclaimed prize? If you wish to weep, let us postpone that until after this matter concludes. I did not dwell on his expression but turned to Sorikong, saying, Sorikong, I shall rely on you from here on. Back at my original self, upon receiving the information from my clone, I quickly tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, instinctively lowering my voice. Naruto is coming. What? Alone? Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice involuntarily rising in surprise. Didn't he just finish a fight? I provided him with some supplies. It should assist him somewhat. Well then, we should prepare ourselves before he arrives. Jiraiya nodded, turning his gaze towards his two students. Konan had evidently begun to act, a multitude of papers coalescing around her, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a colossal entity. May I inquire, what purpose does this serve? Collecting tailed beasts and harming others. Will such actions truly benefit you? Is this what you deem justice? An ancient saying posits that a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. I felt it imperative to converse with them before Naruto's arrival. After all, if it comes to conflict, we are capable of triumph. I noticed Konan's actions had ceased. She glanced at Nagato, seemingly awaiting his decision. This is something you need not comprehend. Indeed, you are incapable of understanding. Especially someone like you who has never experienced the loss of loved ones. How could I forget? It seems you are acquainted with those who were injured just now. Was he referring to those harmed by their actions? Indeed, I do not understand, nor could I ever. However, to injure innocence for the sake of a goal that may never materialize, and to engage in such futile endeavors for your own interests, I truly cannot fathom it. Regardless of your intentions, or those of Akatsuki, while I cannot share in your feelings, your actions undeniably evoke a sense of unease. Ultimately, this sentiment is one I cannot articulate, yet it lingers within, unsettling and oppressive. If only Naruto, who has not yet lost too many companions, were here, how would he respond? Regardless, he has profoundly experienced that pain, that much is certain. Chapter 150. Aspirations. So what will you do next? Will you join forces with your teacher to eliminate me? To slay us? To perpetuate hatred and allow it to flourish anew? Nagato's gaze was devoid of emotion, almost numbly merciless. As someone who has not experienced their suffering, nor endured the anguish of losing a significant person or thing, I find myself unqualified to pass judgment. However, at the very least, you must continue to live. You possess reasons to persist, yet these reasons ought to be articulated by him directly. Naruto should be arriving soon. Nagato glanced at me, then at Jiraiya, who had intended to speak but was silenced by my words, remaining quiet and deep in contemplation. He then closed his eyes, letting out a barely audible sigh before opening them to gaze into the distance. How naive, he murmured. Thus, our classmate Naruto finally reached the battlefield. As I had anticipated, he stared blankly at Jiraiya for a considerable time before resolutely shifting his gaze toward Nagato, successfully delivering his speech. After all, this is not the moment for my reflections. Following this incident, complications will undoubtedly arise. We are on the verge of the dramatic declaration of war. This implies that issues with Tobi, Madara, and Kagaya are imminent, each more troubling than the last. It is truly heart-wrenching. If only I could conceive a brilliant method to avert the outbreak of war, I must continue to ponder. In any case, with Nagato's assistance, the souls of the deceased have been awakened once more. Strangely, for reasons unknown, Nagato did not expend excessive energy, although it was evident that his remaining strength was dwindling. I find it hard to envision how they will confront Tobi's assault thereafter. Before departing the village, the two of them conversed with Jiraiya for a final moment. Observing the distant dialogue, I gently leaned against a tree trunk, taking a moment to gather my thoughts. Soon, the majority of people will be able to return to a stable existence, despite the surrounding structures remaining unreconstructed and our temporary encampment in the underground. Preparations for restoration are at least underway. I have rapidly conceived the next two actions. One involves discreetly utilizing shadow clones that can exist for extended periods to subtly track Nagato and Konan, assessing their subsequent situation. This plan is urgent, and for safety, I will only employ shadow clones. The other entails awaiting the 5 Kage summit. At that juncture, Tobi will formally prepare for war, making the situation increasingly urgent. Of course, this is merely my speculation, and I cannot predict how events will unfold, leaving me somewhat anxious. Unfortunately, such agitation yields no fruitful outcome. Lowering my head and closing my eyes in a moment of tranquil silence, I reopened them, observing my side bag in contemplation. There is one more matter I might inquire about regarding their intentions. Excuse me, could you please hold on a moment? Shortly thereafter, I caught up with the two who were about to depart, and upon hearing my voice, they slowly turned around. Is there something else? Konan inquired. No, it is nothing of great significance. I simply hope, Mr. Nagato, that you would accept my friend S.I.'s. I did not wish to dwell on my phrasing, so I directly stated my request. I find myself uncertain about whether things will change should this endeavor come to fruition. It remains beyond my knowledge. Nevertheless, it is imperative that I attempt it, for it is the only course of action available to me at this moment. Nagato remained silent for a considerable time, and I merely observed him in quietude, patiently awaiting his eventual words. Why? I had mentioned that I sensed your gaze would bring you misfortune. Observing the subtle shifts in his expression, I offered a wry smile and retrieved a scroll from my bag, summoning a small vial that I held delicately in my hand. The vial contained the eye of Ykru, a treasure he was adamant about preserving, one that he desperately wished to retain in hopes of benefiting others. Oh, judging by your expression, Jiraiya-sensei has likely informed you of my peculiar abilities? Even if you perceive me as a hypocritical individual or a naive fool, I remain indifferent. Ultimately, this is merely an attempt on my part, and I directed my gaze back to the vial as I continued. Moreover, this was something he always aspired to accomplish. Of course, the choice entirely rests upon your own desires. Thank you. I lifted my gaze to hear Konan's words, watching her extend her hands toward me. I opened my mouth slightly before closing it again, gently squeezing the object in my hand before solemnly entrusting it to Konan. I am equally grateful to you all. I finally spoke, and Konan merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. As we prepared to depart, she paused momentarily, and 3 neatly folded sheets of golden paper appeared in her hand, fluttering down before me. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted them. Stars, how beautiful, I remarked. Lastly, as I gazed at their retreating figures disappearing into the distance, I found myself at a loss for words, even feeling a slight urge to sigh. Regardless, I resolved to follow them to ascertain the situation. However, I deemed it unwise to chase after them too eagerly. I would set off early tomorrow morning. What am I thinking? Jiraiya's voice suddenly interrupted my reverie. I had become so lost in thought that I failed to notice anyone approaching. Not at all. I blinked rapidly and shook my head. Jiraiya chose not to pursue the conversation further. Sensing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, I swiftly concocted an excuse to make my exit. Shinobi, Lecherous sage, a familiar voice called out, halting my movements and prompting me to turn alongside Jiraiya. Indeed, it was Naruto. Hey Naruto, I said, watching him as he spoke softly. Would you accompany me for a walk? I wish to visit Granny Tsunade. Sure, I replied, glancing at Jiraiya and nodding at him. We journeyed in silence. I walked alongside Naruto, unable to resist glancing at the two beside me, yet neither seemed inclined to speak. Sorry, after a long pause. Jiraiya was the first to break the silence. The lecherous sage and Xiaoxiang need not utter such words to me. I should inherently be the most aware of this matter. After taking a deep breath, Naruto spoke again, his expression somewhat dimmed. I felt an urge to reach out and pat his shoulder, yet faced with his demeanor, I found myself at a loss for words. Had I truly accumulated so many emotions only for them to dissolve into silence? Even if Lady Tsunade did not permit the lecherous sage to depart, you would inevitably venture to the Rain Village, would you not? Oh, you have always been this way. Once a decision is made, not even 100 oxen could sway you back. How foolish of me to question Lady Tsunade about this matter. Xiaoxiang felt the same. Despite sensing the expression from Shikamaru at that time, I was still unable to retain you. After Naruto finished speaking, his voice lowered, tinged with a hint of frustration as he kicked a stone at his feet. He then lifted his gaze, those azure eyes locking onto mine and Jiraiya's. I knew well that there was not a trace of anger within them, only an overwhelming tide of indescribable pain, reluctance, clarity, and helplessness, a complex tapestry of emotions. This melancholy flowed into my eyes, causing my heart to tremble. But why? Oh why, did you not confide in me? I could have perceived it. Could have joined Xiaoxiang and you both. Naruto's brow furrowed, and he clutched his chest tightly, as if grasping his very heart, hoping to soothe the sorrow within. This way, he thought, he would not receive such news about you. Gradually, a mist began to cloud Naruto's eyes, stirring a wave of emotion within me, prompting me to bite my lip to suppress my feelings. Jiraiya did not respond immediately. He fell silent for a moment, the wind tousling his graying hair. He quickly abandoned his earlier apologetic demeanor, his typically jovial face now appearing unusually serene, even solemn, reminiscent of our previous conversations. Naruto, this matter is entirely unrelated to whether or not you are informed. It is not an issue that can be altered by Tsunade's agreement or disagreement. You must understand that as the Hokage of Konoha, she bears dual identities, and therefore, she must weigh her decisions carefully. As for me, I am bound for that place to investigate the Akatsuki. It is a task I must fulfill, much like the investigation into Orochimaru years ago. If you accompany me, you know well the implications of such a decision, my dear apprentice. Your task is to diligently improve yourself, so you may confront the imminent challenges ahead. Moreover, thanks to certain individuals, have we not returned safely? So, my foolish apprentice, do not grieve over what has not come to pass. At this point, Jiraiya's voice regained some of its usual nonchalance, and I even sensed a hint of mirth. Indeed, Naruto raised his head, his gaze resolute. Therefore, I have made my decision. I shall become even stronger, strong enough to protect everyone, strong enough to defeat those Akatsuki scoundrels, strong enough to bring Sasuke back, to become the Hokage recognized by all. We all believe in you. Jiraiya responded with a nod. Then may I invite you all for ice pops? In a small theater, within the underground hospital, Tsunade's ward, Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. You have worked hard. Thank you, Xiaoxiang, for saving Jiraiya. After sending Naruto away, Tsunade's tension dissolved upon seeing the two before her. Upon hearing this, Mizi nearly succumbed to her rising emotions, quickly blinking to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. Well, you should rest early. I still have some matters to clarify with Jiraiya. All right. Mizi understood that the two needed to discuss subsequent issues and promptly took her leave. Once Mizi departed, Jiraiya quietly recounted the earlier events. Tsunade, that child indeed did as you predicted. Yes, entrusting this matter to you was the right decision, Jiraiya. Regardless, I will handle it well. After all, they are my disciples. What do you plan to do next? Tsunade finally inquired. I have already devised a plan for what follows. You need not worry. I am now aware of many things, and the moment to reveal the final answer is at hand, Jiraiya explained with a nod. I understand. Please be cautious, and do not disappoint the hopes of me, Naruto, and Xiaoxiang. Of course, that will never happen. Small Theater 2 Walking Ensemble, from left to right Naruto, Mizi. Jiraiya Mizi gifted one of her paper stars, given by Conan, to Naruto. Chapter 151, The Unseen Future in the Deep of Night. I stealthily slipped out of the shelter, seeking a moment of tranquility. After a long day tending to the injured and assisting in the debris clearance for reconstruction, I felt utterly drained. Fortunately, thanks to Nagato's jutsu, everyone regained a semblance of life, alleviating the medical team's arduous duties, and the number of those able to join the rebuilding efforts now appeared considerably more promising. However, Tsunade remained bedridden due to her excessive exertion. With the impending 5 Kage summit approaching, it seemed that Danzo would have to take the stage. Unless Jiraiya was willing to step in, we were left with no alternative. But that was evidently an impossibility. I inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, attempting to dispel the remnants of my troubled thoughts. If you're weary, you should rest. A dull thud of smoke erupted, and CHG emerged from the haze. Now, this fellow could appear at will, truly impressive. I return your words. You've been quite the bother today. Not at all. But I still need to clarify some things. He became flustered, his words tumbling out so rapidly that I could barely comprehend. Everything is fine now, truly. You know my medical skills are still quite competent, I hastily reassured him. That is not the point. How could you have sustained such grievous injuries again? You look ready to explode. CHG exclaimed, clearly agitated. Indeed. There is no cause for concern. I assure you that I will fulfill my promises. However, regarding my blood and my memories, I am persistently haunted by the sensation that I have forgotten something of great significance. Each time I attempt to recollect, I am beset by an unbearable headache. I solemnly vow to avoid such occurrences in the future. Yet, whenever I reflect on past circumstances or catch sight of my own blood, I instinctively ponder why the color of my blood has changed and what has led me to acquire such arcane abilities. Nonetheless, I cannot shake the feeling that something is obstructing my understanding of the truth, or perhaps that particular fragment of memory is wholly absent, leading me to overthink. To be honest, I struggle to recall much, as my mind feels like an empty void. The only remnants I hold are 2 matters. 1. That your blood bears a resemblance to the waters of the lake we visited to gather herbs, for that lake is toxic to both man and beast, having been poisoned to save me. And 2. That you once mentioned learning celestial arts on a certain day in a specific location, the details of which remain elusive to me. You must inquire within yourself. Shinkong elucidated the situation as he understood it. Is that so? It is indeed peculiar that I remain unaware of the origins of this matter. Nevertheless, at least I have gleaned some insight into the blood issue. Other concerns, for now, seem less pressing. Not that they are unimportant, but at this moment, I find myself at a loss, necessitating a temporary pause. By the way, Miko, it was Tsuyamaki who rescued you that day in the rain-hidden village. Shinkong concluded, falling into silence. What? I was so astonished that I nearly leapt to my feet, stammering. How? How could it be him? Why him? Why did he still choose that path? Or perhaps, Miko, we should find a moment to return him. Shinkong continued. Very well, Io has been waiting for him for quite some time. Tsuyamaki. It seems his wish has been fulfilled. My apologies, Shinkong is also present, I chuckled. Ah, Drs. Wafong, why do you appear so disheartened? The sanctuary you support has indeed played a significant role, and your words to Nagato Konan and the others today were commendable. It is rare to witness you speak so extensively. However, this does not serve as an excuse to neglect rest so late. You all should return and take proper care of yourselves. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, Jiraiya. I wondered if he had overheard our previous discourse, but it seemed inconsequential. Oh, now that I know who saved me, you flatter me excessively. I was preparing to continue the conversation when I sensed a slight discord. Wait, did he just call me Zwafong? Truly, as an information gatherer, he was already well informed. Please, do not jest. You are aware that my medical skills are rather modest. Humph, you are the apprentice of both me and that fellow. How could you possibly lack excellence? Jiraiya huffed, his tone laden with displeasure. Indeed, your words have made me feel somewhat self-conscious, I replied with a shy smile. You should take a leaf out of Naruto's book in such matters. You ought to be more confident. Very well, I shall strive to do my utmost. I nodded in agreement. Now, what are your intentions regarding the one who saved you? Will you set out to escort him at this very moment? The matters concerning the village have temporarily lost their urgency, allowing you to contemplate your own affairs, Jiraiya proposed. Having deftly shifted the topic, he must have employed forbidden techniques to save me. I am determined to send him back to his homeland at once, I mused. I cannot afford to delay any longer. I must ensure his swift return home. I resolved to create a clone and dispatch him immediately. Without hesitation, I formed the necessary seals and summoned my doppelganger to embark on this journey alongside me. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. However, I was taken aback to realize that he too had not retired for the night. I momentarily turned away to continue speaking, while Jiraiya settled not far from my position. Rest assured, I am perfectly capable of assisting throughout the day tomorrow, should the need arise. Besides, you have exerted yourself considerably and ought to take some rest. Your presence here suggests you are not merely seeking solace from insomnia, are you? By the way, have you clarified your earlier matters with your parents? Jiraiya unexpectedly changed the subject, leaving me momentarily speechless. I turned stiffly to face him, my eyes pleading, "Help me. I must commend you. I will find time to accompany you tomorrow morning. As for the others, you can manage them on your own," Jiraiya remarked, running a hand through his tousled hair in exasperation. "Thank you very much. There is one more thing," he added, slapping his thigh before rising to perform a hand gesture, invoking the summoning technique. What are you doing?" I inquired, somewhat astonished by his actions. Yet I refrained from voicing my thoughts, waiting for him to speak. "This is Gamakichi. Could you kindly lead us to the Sage of the Toads?" Upon hearing the mention of the sage, I instantly became alert. What new revelations might await us? Chapter 152, The Invisible Future 2. Not a problem, Gamakichi responded. And without granting me a moment to hesitate, Jiraiya grasped my clothing, and in an instant, I found myself in a place that was both familiar and foreign. Here, only Jiraiya and I remained. Before us lay a modest lake, with water cascading from the heights of the mountains, forming a gentle waterfall. It seems I have unwittingly opened the map of Mount Myaboku, I thought, dismissing it with a shrug. After all, a map is still a map, and I might as well expand my horizons. Thus, I endeavored to suppress my curiosity, closing my eyes to attune myself to the surrounding energies, which indeed pulsed with a familiar essence. Upon reopening my eyes, I could not resist the urge to survey my surroundings. "This is Mount Myaboku." Jiraiya was preparing to offer a brief explanation. I know. This is where Naruto studies sage techniques, isn't it? What an incredible place." I interjected eagerly. "It feels reminiscent of, I cannot quite recall. My head is beginning to ache again." "Indeed, you are quite correct. Now, we are to meet the great sage Toad," Jiraiya continued, seemingly oblivious to my momentary discomfort. By the time he turned back to me, I had regained my composure. "He is a remarkably powerful sage." "Is that so? Then I feel truly honored," I replied. "However, I am uncertain whether this will consume his time." "Not to worry. I had inquired with Lord Shinzaku beforehand. This meeting is indeed a product of my earlier inquiries and his subsequent agreement, presenting a rare opportunity. You may rest assured. Let us proceed." Once we encountered our guide, more accurately, the esteemed Lady Toad, we embarked on our journey. Under her guidance, accompanied by Jiraiya's explanations regarding the great sage Toad, we ventured deep into the sanctum of Myaboku Mountain, where the venerable sage resided. Gazing at the temple upon the steps, I could not suppress a gulp. If he were to glimpse Jiraiya's future, I would feel somewhat at ease. But what if he were to foresee my own future? Would that not spell trouble? Suddenly, a flicker of trepidation washed over me, yet there was no turning back. I shook my head vigorously. Observing my demeanor, Jiraiya inquired, "What is the matter? You seem rather anxious." "It's nothing. Do not panic. You have faced death without fear," he jested. I chose to disregard his humor and ascended step by step until we finally reached the entrance. Young Jiraiya, your fate has indeed been altered." I heard a voice from within, a voice that was aged yet resonated with strength. It was the great sage Toad, and I felt this truth resonate within me. Jiraiya stepped inside, bowing slightly towards the depths, and I followed suit, bowing respectfully while greeting the great sage Toad, before lifting my gaze to the venerable figure seated at a grand throne. There he was, the enormous orange toad, eyes closed, adorned with a striking blue oil pendant around his neck. Indeed, witnessing the transformation of Jiraiya's fate has led me to believe in the malleability of destiny. Thus, even if I cannot foresee your future, it seems that the possibility remains. He squinted at us, particularly focusing on me, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Both Jiraiya and I exclaimed in astonishment. On one hand, I was surprised by his apparent understanding of our purpose. On the other, the authenticity of this prophecy left me utterly astounded. Unable to glimpse the future? Perhaps it is due to my status as a traveler from another realm. Yet, this only deepens my curiosity about what lies ahead. "Now, you may return," he concluded, We both forcibly retracted our expressions of astonishment, bidding him farewell as we exited the temple. As we descended the steps, the words of the great sage Toad startled me. Even he could not foresee your future? It seems the prophecies must have shifted long before. Jiraiya cast a deep glance my way, causing a shiver to run down my spine. Do not doubt me, great sage. I am innocent, I assure you. Please trust me. Indeed, I had been eagerly anticipating insights into my future, and it is both unfortunate and peculiar that such revelations eluded me. However, after all, fate and the future are indeed elusive, aren't they? One can never be certain. It is often the case that what seems fortunate may lead to unforeseen complications. I have always felt that the opportunity to meet everyone, to become acquainted with you alongside Naruto that day, is an extraordinary blessing beyond my wildest dreams. Since the future remains obscured, let us forge it together. I forced myself to regain my composure and smiled as I explained. After all, honesty is paramount. Indeed, the whims of fate and the future are peculiar. I am genuinely delighted to witness your growth. As Jiraiya spoke, he affectionately ruffled my hair. Throw the dice and let me pass. The president isn't tall. I furrowed my brow in mild distress and quickly dodged. Ha ha, I'm immune to that. He chuckled mischievously. I gazed at him with a sense of resignation when suddenly a thought crossed my mind. I almost forgot. Jiraiya-san, about the last note before I could finish. He interrupted with, no? After all, do I really need to rely on a child's insights given my own brilliance? What insights? I retorted, that was the truth. Yet, it is true. He wouldn't need that if he truly understood the implications. I couldn't help but pinch my chin, realizing it was time to return. Thus, I swiftly initiated a reverse summoning to make my escape. All right then, Jiraiya-san, but unexpectedly, he halted me by firmly gripping my left shoulder, interrupting my incantation. One more thing. Xiao Xiang, will you be following Nagato and the others? Little theater in the land of grass, at the home of the Terai family. Miko returned with a scroll containing Terai Maki-esque clothing. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Miko let out a long sigh. This is your long-held aspiration. Miko solemnly placed the scroll beside the burial site of a Yao and, together with the wind, assembled a small mound of earth. After a moment's contemplation, Miko retrieved some seeds from her bag, buried them alongside the mound, and watered them. Let us go home, Tsukumo. The truth about the note. Before Jiraiya engaged in battle with pain, his curiosity about Miko led him to sneak a glance at the note. Initially, he struggled to comprehend the multitude of names she had inscribed, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, as familiar faces continued to appear, the meaning became clear. Unfortunately, time was not on his side, and he ultimately found himself in a predicament reminiscent of the original narrative, where he willingly fell into the water, pondering his escape. Chapter 153. The Pursuit of Two Parties. So, you are preparing to embark on another grand endeavor, are you? My mother inquired seriously, glancing between Jiraiya and me. I hastily assured her that I was entirely capable this time. Even if challenges arose, I could swiftly retreat. After all, the degree of danger remains uncertain. That is acceptable. But if it turns out like last time, we will genuinely be upset. After all, ever since your doppelganger departed, we have received unfortunate news. Fortunately, both you and he are safe. Thanks to Jiraiya's heartfelt explanation, they have finally accepted the truth. After all, both parties have returned unscathed and provided their own accounts, leaving no reason for disbelief. Of course not. I hastily chuckled to assure them. By the way, where is Dad? What is he busy with now? Ever since the matter was resolved, I have scarcely seen him. Part of the reason is that I have been occupied assisting others, thus not returning home often. But judging by Mom's expression, it seems genuine. Well, he has recently been searching for Kakazu, claiming he needs to exert more effort to enhance his abilities. Sigh. Perhaps this battle has profoundly impacted him. Let him be. As for me, Mom trailed off, and sensing the moment, I quickly interjected. Mom is also working hard. I glanced at the time and decided to help out, saying, I'll be off now. Bye? Okay, bye. Now, do not inquire about the preceding matters. Allow me to elucidate the final conversation from last night. Let us rewind to the late hours of yesterday. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, I was momentarily stunned. Enough. You need not explain further. I have grasped your forthcoming plans entirely. Your expression at that moment made it clear. You intend to pursue those two, correct? All right. You even omitted Nagato. Okay. You win. You are right. I concede. Indeed, I cannot shake off my concern for what may transpire next. I have a nagging feeling it will be troublesome, reminiscent of the person beside the statue. They are quite suspicious. Yet, I find myself more dubious for uttering such words. So, you intend to go alone? Have you lost your mind? Jiraiya frowned, speechless. No, I haven't. I merely plan to use shadow clones to observe. I am quite self-aware. I certainly cannot handle the situation there, so it's merely a visit. Just a visit, really? Jiraiya continued to frown, questioning me. Yes, indeed. His probing made me lose some of my confidence. All right, I admit I am uncertain about my actions. Perhaps I will end up taking action, who knows? Then, I shall accompany you. What? Realizing the absurdity of his statement, I gasped. No, but your hand. I quickly countered. No matter, it will not impair my strength. Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow morning, you shall clarify matters with your parents, and then we shall set off. Now, immediately, go rest, otherwise. You shall not pursue anyone tomorrow. He left no room for refusal, and I could only comply, returning home to rest. However, on my way back, I encountered a familiar face before I had gone far. I promptly greeted him. Hello, Asuma-sensei. Observing him fully restored to normalcy, I nodded in approval inwardly. Oh, it's little Xiong. Just at that moment, I have something to share with you, Asuma said with a smile. Please, go ahead. Well, regarding the token of gratitude for saving me earlier, I had already entrusted Yumming to deliver it to you. Unfortunately, due to the incident involving you and Jiraiya, there was a delay, but thankfully both of you returned safely. Do remember to check it, and please do not refuse me, Xiaoxiang. After finishing his words, he hurriedly took his leave, and I presumed he had other matters to attend to. I understand, Teacher Asuma, thank you very much. Now, returning to the present. I couldn't help but be astonished to see that even Kakashi had been drawn into the ranks. This unexpected turn of events caught me completely off guard. Did you speak with him? I whispered while glancing at Kakashi. What did you say? Jiraiya, whom I had detained, wore an expression of confusion. I saved a life. I truly just wanted to take a look. Just a glance. Thus, watching the two ahead of me, I couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. The crux of the matter was that they were using their true forms to take a mere glance. I felt a twinge of fear at the potential aftermath. Would it lead to a passionate clash between the two, resulting in a chaotic 50-50? My head throbbed. Eventually, burdened with immense resignation, I accompanied Jiraiya and Kakashi to the Hidden Rain village. Feeling the incessant drizzle, I lowered my head and patted my hair, controlling my chakra to envelop my body in a thin layer of transparent water. I then took a deep breath, holding it for what felt like an eternity before slowly exhaling, awaiting their next plan of action. Before long, they confirmed the direction and accelerated once more, compelling me to follow their pace. Indeed, it wasn't long before we heard an explosion emanating from a distance as we left the cluster of buildings behind. The two in front instinctively halted, exchanging glances. Kakashi turned to nod at me, prompting me to quickly catch up. Beneath my feet lay only water of uncertain depth, and I concentrated my chakra to stabilize myself as I walked alongside them. Yet, before I could take more than a few steps, I felt the surface of the water beneath me tremble, nearly causing me to lose my balance. Raising my gaze slightly, I saw a portion of Conan's body scattering once more, while the figure before her became indistinct, soon engulfed by an uncountable number of explosive tags. I couldn't help but wonder when Obito had activated his invincible Izanagi to evade what seemed like an inevitable attack. Conversely, one could argue that he could only use that technique once for the time being. Surely, he wouldn't want to waste his eyes in such a place, would he? In the next moment, a more violent explosion erupted, resonating like thunder. Jiraiya and Kakashi decisively halted as well, standing on the surface of the water not far from Conan. Observing the dissipating smoke in the distance, I too gradually came to a stop, standing beside Kakashi, gazing out. However, it seemed we had indeed arrived too late. This must be her swan song, I thought. I wondered how Nagato was faring. He had likely been dealt with by Obito, a notion that left me feeling quite uneasy. Can we truly stand idly by and witness her demise? I cannot accept such a fate, yet I am acutely aware that I must take action. Water release, water tornado. As Xiao Nan's figure materialized, an inexplicable tightness gripped my heart, and my breath quickened. Without further hesitation, I swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, then crouched down, pressing my hand against the water's surface. A modest tornado surged towards Xiao Nan, expanding in size under the influence of the surrounding water. compelling her to pivot and soar away. Xiaoxiang. Kakashi, before he could glance in my direction, noticed a shadow that had nearly materialized behind Xiao Nin, hastily sidestepping, distancing itself from her. Xiao Nin cast a fleeting glance at me, then refocused her gaze on Obito. Madara, you are still alive? Xiao Nin paused momentarily, observing Obito as he sheathed his weapon, slowly furrowing her brow. There is nothing more to discuss, is there? However, you all have certainly become quite the hindrance this time. The masked Obito nonchalantly regarded Xiao Nin before shifting his gaze towards us. Madara. Excellent. My two companions beside me finally exhibited expressions of gravity. I feigned ignorance and stepped back, attempting to blend in behind them. Xiaoxiang. What lies ahead may prove exceedingly perilous. Kakashi, feigning relaxation, instinctively ran his fingers through his hair, turning slightly to smile at me. I understand. I will return immediately. You must exercise utmost caution. Please, do not fail to return. I implored earnestly, biting my lip with resolve. Ultimately, I retrieved two meticulously folded stars from my bag and placed them in their hands. Remember to return them to me. Indeed. Kakashi nodded vigorously, solemnly accepting the paper pieces, while Jiraiya, without uttering a word, cast a silent glance my way before turning to depart. Without further delay, I dispelled my shadow clone. From here on, the matter rests in their capable hands. A brief interlude regarding Asuma's return gift to Miko. He possesses a weapon capable of long-term chakra attachment, a short blade. Miko began utilizing it since her departure with Nagato and Xiao Nan, and has been practicing diligently since acquiring it, which I shall not elaborate on further. Chapter 154. Pursuit from two directions. During this period, the village was short-staffed, prompting me to join various efforts to assist. Of course, this was contingent upon my having expended considerable effort to clarify my previous disappearance and subsequent return to my classmates. Otherwise, I feared they would pursue my explanation for 3 days and nights, particularly the skeptical Tsunade. Yet, given her current condition, it would be wise for her to rest. Hey, I must say, though it is quite bothersome and I have already heard your explanation, I still have questions for you. During a break, Shikamaru appeared beside me, lowering his voice and gesturing frantically. Such a rare sight. I could not help but tease. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Would you like me to take a look? At last, sensing that he was on the verge of rolling his eyes, I hastily composed myself and made my way to the vacant space beside me, waving at him. He sighed in exasperation, but ultimately approached. Feel free to ask, I urged, lowering my voice despite the absence of anyone around. Shikamaru remained silent, not responding immediately. What is it? Have you already comprehended everything, Shikamaru? It seems I need not elaborate any further. No, he scratched his head, contemplating how to frame his questions. Never mind, I won't overthink it. At least you all returned safely. He paused, noticing my puzzled expression, and continued. The reason you left the village on that solo mission was a facade, wasn't it? You intended to team up with Jiraiya to assist him with his endeavor, which is quite troublesome, isn't it? Cough. Indeed, I admitted. Honestly, I'm baffled at how I managed to evade scrutiny when Tsunade inquired about my actions and when that news reached me. Thank goodness you all returned unscathed. Otherwise, how could I account for it? Just thinking about it now is quite a hassle. I shall never easily acquiesce to your requests again, you rascal. Oh, this matter is indeed a nuisance. Come now, Shikamaru, let us not dwell on the past. However, if I must explain my motives. My intuition told me that Jiraiya would be in peril alone, so I felt compelled to lend my assistance, plain and simple. I hastily clarified. Indeed, it was perilous. A slight misstep could lead to an irrevocable situation. I certainly do not wish to witness such occurrences again. Intuition, you say? Was it the same with Asuma's situation? He mused. Well, I suppose I shall accept that as the truth. Regardless of my belief, the outcome remains unchanged. Yet, the matter Jiraiya had to resolve cost him dearly, to the extent that we received grim tidings of his demise and the lessons he imparted to us. Even I thought you, and he would not return. Humph. I am quite formidable, you know? To put it plainly, both Jiraiya and I have indeed returned, safe and sound, I interjected, dispelling any doubts. Very well. I shan't press further. The important thing is that you both returned. After all, I can hardly fathom how despondent Naruto would become if you two hadn't made it back. Shikamaru's brow furrowed momentarily before he relaxed after a pause, leaving me in contemplative silence. Indeed, it is precisely for that reason I strive to ensure everything goes smoothly, lest I be left with regret. Thankfully, after the Akatsuki duo departed, Jiraiya managed to clarify matters for Naruto, though much of it was likely fabricated. Otherwise, Naruto would still be interrogating why he found himself in such a predicament with Jiraiya. Rest assured, Shikamaru, trust me, next time I shall make more prudent choices. I hope so. I do not wish to encounter further complications, he replied with a hint of exasperation. Understood, understood, I quickly acquiesced. Suddenly, the memory of being compelled to intensify our training and learning to maintain a long-term open-door policy resurfaced in my mind. Could this truly have been your idea, Shikamaru? He grimaced, clearly exasperated. Ahem, this is all in the pursuit of our strength. Shikamaru, please do not hold it against me. I hastily defended myself, my gaze wandering idly until it unexpectedly fell upon a high vantage point. There, I spotted the familiar trio perched atop the village's high walls, and a patrolman was preparing to usher them away. I instinctively glanced at their forehead protectors and rubbed my chin, voicing my observation. Look over there. They must be visitors from the village hidden in the clouds. Indeed, their forehead protectors confirm it, Shikamaru replied, barely able to suppress an eye roll as he quickly diverted his gaze from the group of Ino and the others, studying the trio with renewed focus and nodding slightly. Oh dear, it seems the situation is about to become troublesome, I remarked. That is to be expected, Shikamaru sighed, shaking his head in frustration. However, before we tackle those concerns, we ought to focus on our own tasks. We have no time to ponder over such matters now. Of course, I nodded vigorously, choosing to set aside any thoughts of future arrangements. We would certainly need to attend, and I felt no anxiety in that regard. My only concern was the lack of news from Jiraiya and Kakashi. It had been several days without a hint of information, which was quite worrisome. Had I known the complications that would arise, I might have refrained from stirring up trouble there. By the way, Shikamaru suddenly spoke again. Is there something else on your mind? I inquired. Well, without the honorific Kuin, it does feel somewhat unusual, he mused. However, after repeating it a few times, it becomes rather pleasing to the ear. Oh, I exclaimed, unable to contain my surprise. But isn't that a good thing? Shikamaru, intertwining his fingers behind his head in preparation to depart, seemed to recall something and halted mid-step, redirecting his gaze towards me. Once these recent matters conclude, would you accompany me for a game of chess? Wait, what did you just say? You expect me to wait for an eternity for that? I stammered, hesitant to make any promises. Reflecting on my potential future endeavors, I faltered. Well, observing my indecision, Shikamaru fell silent, lowered his hands, sighed, and turned to leave. As anticipated, it was not long before the responsibility of attending the urgently convened assembly fell to Danzo. Given Tsunade's current condition made her participation impossible, I could easily envision the expression on his face, even as a mere stand-in. It would surely bring him a measure of joy, albeit fleeting, for life is always full of surprises. Ah, Sai, are you also searching for Naruto and Sakura? I called out, finally free from my previous obligations and spotting a familiar face. I leapt beside him to match his pace. Oh, it's Ino, Sai responded, initially startled, but a smile quickly spread across his features. Yet, I could still sense the trace of worry etched on his face. It must be due to Danzo's influence. What's with the long face? Have you received another new assignment? Sai hesitated before replying. It's a mission from Lord Danzo. Is that so? You have truly worked hard. I am somewhat astonished that he spoke the truth so candidly. However, there is no harm in being forthright. Glancing at the familiar figures in the distance, I quickened my pace. Oh, look, they are over there. Upon their meeting, a discussion regarding Danzo commenced. As for this individual, I have always found it challenging to articulate an appropriate sentiment towards him. One might say he delights in creating chaos, yet his efforts are hardly thorough. He possesses an emotional attachment to this place, but overall, he is not engaged in actions befitting his role. Henceforth, I have resolved to refrain from further commentary on him. His fate is of no concern to me, especially considering the myriad troubles that lie ahead. Standing beside Sai, who was thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand, I pondered why we had not yet departed, momentarily forgetting the unfolding narrative. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn, instinctively turning to see the pointed blade aimed at Sakura, prompting me to furrow my brow. Surely we are still within the confines of Konoha? Such actions seem rather reckless. I discreetly turned, concealing my right hand behind my back to retrieve a smoke bomb. Though this is not an ideal setting for disturbances, it is prudent to separate the parties involved. Speaking of Sasuke, perhaps we should discuss his circumstances? It appears he is your friend. What What are the names of those from the hidden cloud? Ah yes, the one who is the girlfriend of Choji and the one with the lollipop. I recall there is also a blonde lady, although she is not nearby. Thus, our objective for separation encompasses only 5 individuals. Without hesitation, Naruto drew Sai's blade and slashed at Karui, their swords clashing with a sharp sound. Chapter 155. The pursuit of 2 parties. If we delay any longer, it will become troublesome. Seizing the opportunity while they momentarily recoiled, I could not help but click my tongue, unleashing my strength to hurl the smoke bomb into their midst. With a resounding explosion, the individuals who were about to engage in combat were forcibly separated. Naruto and the others leaped aside, while the 2 from the hidden cloud jumped further onto the water's surface. I addressed them, saying, "My friends, this is hardly a suitable place for a brawl. After all, we are still within the borders of Konoha, are we not? And if you seek clarity on others' matters, perhaps it would be wise to remain calm." As the smoke dissipated, Naruto and his companions stood in astonishment, yet remained poised for an attack. I turned to the 2 of them and remarked, "How can you possibly remain calm? That fellow, your Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha, has assaulted our village. Our master's fate remains unknown, and you ruffians." Omoi clenched his fist in frustration. "So this is about capturing the 8 tails. I have nothing further to say. What? It cannot be. Why would you undertake such actions?" Sakura could scarcely believe it. "How are we to know the intentions of those Akatsuki members?" Omoi expressed his dissatisfaction. "You mentioned Akatsuki. If they are involved, it seems your teacher is the Jinchuriki, correct? But when did Sasuke join Akatsuki?" Unable to restrain my tongue, I divulged the truth, my voice growing increasingly faint. "How do you know this?" Initially, the irascible Kaji was on the verge of leaping to his feet, seemingly poised to confront me and demand clarity on this matter. Omoi appeared to have his hand instinctively moving toward his sword. The reason for this knowledge was that before I could elucidate the situation, Naruto, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, "You mean Sasuke has joined the Akatsuki? And he's pursuing your teacher? Humph, do you think we came here for no reason? It is precisely because you have turned a blind eye to rogue ninjas that the Raikage has dispatched us to seek permission to eliminate the Uchiha." Omoi explained, furrowing his brow. "We seek vengeance. We aim to personally eradicate Uchiha Sasuke." Kaji interjected, sharing his thoughts on the matter. A heavy silence enveloped the 4 of us. "Thus, regarding what you know about Sasuke, you must divulge all pertinent information regarding his ninjutsu style and abilities. This is a given." Kaji raised his sword once more. "We demand to know everything you have gathered about the Akatsuki, as well as intelligence concerning Sasuke as companions and his missions." "I can only assume you are conducting an interrogation?" I remarked. "Considering how long we have been apart, who knows what that guy has been up to? Of course, I mean, aside from me, no one would know. Perhaps the Akatsuki might have some insight, but revealing such information could lead to significant issues, wouldn't it?" Regret began to seep in as I realized how easily my previous comments could lead to inquiries. However, should they wish to ask these questions, I had a suggestion: simply inquire with Danzo. Of course, whether he chooses to respond is entirely his prerogative. "This is impossible. Sasuke could not have joined the Akatsuki, right?" Ino turned to me, but upon seeing my slightly furrowed brow, her expression was one of disbelief. "Hey, Ino, do you truly believe?" "I don't know." At that moment, I sensed Sai casting a silent glance in my direction. He must have known something. "Are you certain about this?" Naruto decided to reconfirm. "Indeed. We have verified the Uchiha clan's crest, and it matches the descriptions on the roster," Omoi stated, revealing the truth. "How can this be?" Sakura must be utterly devastated. I felt her wavering, and I quickly moved to support her. "What do those expressions mean? We are the ones suffering here. Lord Killer Bee and Lord Yamato will never return. Hurry up and tell us about Sasuke." "Wait a moment," Sai interjected at this juncture. "When the promise to eliminate Sasuke is fulfilled, the information that Konoha possesses regarding him should have already been conveyed to you, correct?" "Yes, to be blunt. It is rather dubious that you seek accurate intelligence from us, who have not seen that individual in years," he continued. "Your inquiry is quite suspect." I appreciated Sai's rationale. It only added weight to my argument. "TSK, you are in no position to make such assertions," I replied. "Yet indeed, our leader is awaiting this intelligence. We merely wish to gain additional useful information from you, those who possess it." Kaji emphasized the words "you" and "those with intent," as if to underscore a point. "How can we simply sit here and wait?" Omoi added finally. "Indeed, it is as you say. However, Had you been forthright about your expectations from the outset, we would not have withheld information from you. Given their current state, it seems unlikely they can think rationally. Yet I find myself compelled to speak more than necessary at times. Furthermore, with your remarkable skills, surely your teacher would not be easily apprehended, would they? Although there is no definitive news as of now, it is quite possible that only a clone has been captured. Such impatience will only hinder our endeavors, would it not? You, Karui exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, those unrelated to our plight cannot fathom our feelings. Omoi's hands delved deeper into his pockets, perhaps attempting to temper his rising frustration. I can empathize with your suffering. I too am a Jinchuriki. As Shikamaru once hinted, Akatsuki's target is indeed us Jinchuriki, and this concern is not without merit. They will undoubtedly seek to capture us alive. Thus, your master may still be alive. Naruto finally interjected. Naruto is correct. According to the intelligence, that individual is certainly still alive, though we remain unaware of their current whereabouts, I added. Really? Is that true? The two of them's hope reignited, their voices trembling slightly. Rather than dwelling on Sasuke's situation, rescuing your master is of utmost importance, Naruto clarified. Is it really true? Omoi's demeanor shifted back to its usual tone, inundated with anxious inquiries. Therefore, I maintain that he is surely safe. Karui's spirits lifted slightly. Moreover, I shall assist you in rescuing your master, and I will share any information regarding Akatsuki to the best of my ability, Naruto continued. How could Naruto agree so readily? He shouldn't take on more than he can handle, I thought, taken aback by his sudden commitment. Could it be that he recalled Jiraiya's previous situation? What a poignant sentiment indeed. It's all right. Naruto smiled at Sakura and me, reassuring us of his well-being. Chapter 156. The Pursuit of Two Parties. Thus, Naruto silently followed the two, leaving Sakura, Sai, and myself behind. Could we truly entrust them to Naruto? Worry etched across Sakura's face, almost spilling from her eyes. If they make another move, I will intervene immediately. I certainly will. Before we could utter another word, a sound of someone collapsing reached my ears. Honestly, I can't bear it any longer. I felt a gust of wind gather beside me. Without a moment's hesitation, I clicked my tongue almost inaudibly and frowned as I vanished in an instant. The next moment, I found myself before Karui, firmly grasping her right arm, which was poised to strike. However, I must ask you to cease your actions, I stated coldly, observing her astonishment. Concurrently, my uncontrollable, invisible wind transformed into a blade of air aimed directly at the individual before me. Hey, what are you doing? He clearly stated it himself. Before Kaji could finish his words, Omoi, sensing something amiss, unsheathed his sword without hesitation and swung it towards the direction of the wind release, producing a metallic clang. He then aimed the tip of his sword at me. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, I swiftly released my grip from Kaji and immediately infused my chakra into my hand, seizing Omoi's long sword. Xiaoxiang. Naruto struggled to rise, but I shook my head at him and extended my left hand, prompting him to regain his stance beside me. You must have understood what he meant, right? If you believe you still have time to squander on such matters, I am more than willing to oblige. However, I would recommend that you and your companions conclude your so-called information gathering promptly and seek clues at the meeting place. It might prove more efficient. Of course, these were merely my personal suggestions. I maintained a smile as I turned to the other two, though my tone remained somewhat detached. So much so that I felt a bit alienated by my own demeanor. They appeared to be taken aback by my presence, remaining silent for a considerable duration. Eventually, I released my grip on the sword. Omoi glared at me, silently retracting his sword back to its sheath. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before hastily departing. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief internally. These two troublesome individuals had finally left. Was this what one might call a forced smile? Just then Sai, who had approached unnoticed, unexpectedly broke the silence. Sakura should take a rest for now. Discussions about Sasuke always weigh heavily on her, and there is no need to force her here. Perhaps that is the case. Let us be on our way as well, everyone. Xiaoxiang hesitated, unsure if she should speak. I understood Naruto's sentiments well. I simply did not wish to witness the events that would unfold thereafter. I slightly tilted my head to examine my palm, only to discover a long gash from where I had been cut, golden blood oozing from it. That fellow's sword was indeed sharp. I then lowered my hand and looked up, smiling at the remaining two, my gaze ultimately resting on Naruto. Let us hurry and inform the teacher about the situation here and convey your request, shall we, Naruto? Yes, indeed. Naruto's expression finally softened considerably as he nodded and took the lead. At last, after explaining the circumstances, Naruto was ready to set off for the Land of Iron. After all, no one could easily dissuade him. Although Sakura had her own desire to accompany us, she felt it was inappropriate to go, so the three of us proceeded ahead. Xiaoxiang. Just before we departed, Sai hesitated, calling out to me. What is it, Sai? Sai opened his mouth slightly, but did not utter a sound. Are you wondering why I am going too? I do not wish to leave only Naruto and Yamato-sensei to face the dangers alone. All right. I know you are inquiring about something else. It must be about Sasuke. Right. I understand that my feelings for Sasuke are not as intense as theirs. However, as I previously mentioned, the memories we created together are undeniably genuine. Of course, the moments spent with you are equally precious. You once claimed to be devoid of emotions, yet the very act of inquiring reveals that you, in fact, possess them. Oh, I shall save further elaboration for another time. Naruto is rather impatient, after all. Casting a glance at the two who had taken the lead, I turned to Sai, waved farewell, and prepared to depart. All right. Sai paused momentarily before offering a faint smile. Indeed, I had always wanted to express that your genuine smile is truly captivating. In any case, until we meet again. I couldn't resist stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder before leaping to catch up with the two ahead. Before long, we commenced our journey towards the venue of the 5 Kage Summit, as planned. However, due to Kakashi accompanying Jiraiya to bring Obito, our small team now consisted of 1 teacher and 2 students. I harbored concerns about the 2 formidable figures who had clashed with Obito on numerous occasions potentially appearing at the meeting. I was eager to see if there was any way I could assist. Nevertheless, the general situation remained unchanged. Truth be told, I was genuinely curious about how the summit would unfold. It was entirely unpredictable, and I had a nagging feeling that it would become more complicated. As for the Land of Iron, it lingered in my memory as a nation that had long maintained neutrality, a realm blanketed in snow and ice. Having grown accustomed to the pleasant climate of Konoha, I was taken aback by the sudden drop in temperature upon my arrival here, being a native from the south. I could hardly fathom the breathtaking winter landscape before me, where everything was draped in a thick layer of white, accompanied by a strange chill that made me feel as though lingering too long would cause me to blend into the stark whiteness. What a peculiar place. If not for the looming troubles, I would genuinely wish to reside here for a while to immerse myself in the ambience of ice and snow. However, I could not afford to indulge in such fanciful thoughts at this moment. At last, with the assistance of Yamato, we successfully tracked down the Raikage and his team by following the trio from the Land of Lightning. Now, Naruto could proceed with his task. Samui, you've been followed? Someone remarked, having not trailed for long. So they discovered us, huh? It was time for us, hiding behind a large rock, to reveal ourselves. Get out, you Konoha lackeys. Despite the irritation the term evoked, I could not help but frown and silently leap out alongside them. I have something to discuss with you. Naruto addressed the Raikage, articulating his request. Dramatic interlude. Obito was unable to arrange the Hawk team as initially planned, thus entrusting this significant task solely to Zetsu. Chapter 157, An Unexpected Return. To think you could follow Samui. You're quite capable, the earlier speaker continued. Who are you? Omoi exclaimed, astonished at our presence, while Karui was ready to unleash a torrent of expletives. You 2 bastards. Naruto, how dare you track us? What a joke. I am certain that if she were to learn my name, she would undoubtedly call it out. Is this a message from the Naruto? By the way, it seems that the individuals on our side are not well acquainted. If only Kakashi-sensei were present, he would likely inquire about this matter. The Raikage naturally cast his gaze towards Yamato. No, today it is Naruto who seeks you. It is a request from Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. Yamato still bore a troubled expression, yet he could not refrain from responding, glancing at Naruto as he spoke. I too could not resist stealing a glance at Naruto, who was staring intently at the Raikage, as if attempting to penetrate him with his gaze. At least in terms of presence, he must not yield to the opponent. Uzumaki Naruto? The Raikage regarded Naruto, who stood between us, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Well, I hope you might lend an ear to his thoughts. Is it not rather rude of you to proceed without any prior communication, expressing discontent while en route to a meeting? We are well aware that our actions are indeed quite discourteous, though Yamato seemed intent on offering further explanation. The Raikage, however, was a forthright man, directly urging Naruto to continue, which compelled me to silently commend him. Very well, Let the young lad speak. Now, as they were about to begin their discourse, I, at a loss for what to do, resolved to divert my thoughts to Tobi's subsequent plans. Regarding the collaboration between Tobi and Orochimaru. Although I admittedly had somewhat forgotten the details, it was likely to transpire after this meeting, was it not? After all, that esteemed Madara had designed his own remains in such a way that they would not be readily discovered by Orochimaru. This was indeed an endeavor only someone who had mastered sage techniques could undertake. However, should that be the case, their strength would significantly augment. For the reanimation jutsu is an exceedingly troublesome, yet useful forbidden technique. Yet, if Orochimaru could locate their stronghold, why could we not engage in a similar pursuit? If we could uncover the major troubles lurking behind this predicament, we might devise a means to resolve it. Naturally, this would hinge on the successful progression of events. However, just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance in the space above, as if something were about to manifest. In the next instant, an unidentified object plummeted from the sky, and I instinctively stepped back a pace, only to catch a glimpse of a tuft of white hair. Wait, is that white hair? My reflexes surpassed my thoughts, and I swiftly executed my most proficient wind release technique, the very one I had first seen employed in the skies. This wind release proved remarkably convenient, allowing me to gently envelop the falling object and place it softly on the ground. Thank you, SH-10. Upon safely setting the large mass upon the earth, I realized it was composed of two individuals, none other than Jiraiya and Kakashi. It was evident that Kakashi had fully exerted his ocular techniques, now reduced to a half squat, gasping for breath. The other, however, cast a hurried glance in my direction. Momentarily taken aback, yet quickly turned his attention back to the sky, for another figure had abruptly materialized above. The newcomer appeared somewhat disheveled, with several tears in their clothing, and it was clear they had endured considerable trials prior to this moment. Ah, how lively it is here. I almost believed a meeting was already underway, Lord Raikage. With a tone imbued with a hint of amusement, Obito gazed at the Raikage as he uttered the final four words, causing me to involuntarily shudder. He slightly lowered his gaze towards the throng of individuals on the ground. However, the way he carried himself gave me the impression that he was poised to depart soon, especially since the discussions had yet to commence and the toll of the past few days must have been considerable. Yet, it seemed that Sasuke's squad had arrived as per the original plan. In this current predicament, could this be deemed a miscalculation on Obito's part? Kakashi-sensei, the lecherous sage, Lord Jiraiya, and our esteemed senior, Naruto and Yamato were evidently momentarily fixated on them, as were all others present, who were casting curious glances at the three uninvited guests. Explanations could wait. That fellow had not even allowed Jiraiya to finish his sentence before Obito's form once again faded into nothingness. He was about to vanish again. Humph. We shall meet again soon, Lord Raikage. And you all, having already delayed me for far too long, I shall bestow upon you a small gift as a token of my appreciation for wasting my time. Farewell. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and disappeared entirely, leaving behind a sudden eruption of shadows that, upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be an array of shurikens. Get down, someone shouted, prompting those who were a tad slower to hastily dodge to the side. Water style, water wall, I exclaimed, instinctively hurling a large volume of water before me. Then swiftly turning to grasp the clothing of the nearest individual who had yet to act, propelling us both to a safer distance. Moments later, a cacophonous explosion reverberated through the air. Fortunately, my water wall was sturdy enough. Even when frozen, it withstood the blast without being penetrated. Goodness gracious! They had claimed that losses over these past few days had been significant. Yet, how could he wield such weaponry without a hint of remorse? As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, I finally discerned that everyone had retreated to a safe distance. The individual I had just pulled away was none other than Kakashi, while Naruto stood nearby with Jiraiya, gazing at the spot we had just vacated. As for Yamato, he seemed to have come alone. Ahem, my sincerest apologies. What can I say? My hand has become rather sore, sho? Kakashi's weak voice suddenly broke through the air, startling me into releasing my grip. He leaned heavily against a nearby tree trunk, clearly having overexerted himself. I hurriedly supported him, allowing him to rest against the roots. I'm terribly sorry, Kakashi-sensei. By the way, considering your condition, have you overexerted your ocular techniques? Are there any other symptoms I might assist you with? It's nothing, sho. I simply need to rest for a moment. He squinted tiredly, shaking his head before responding, his tone laden with exhaustion. Understood. We must allow you to recuperate here for the time being. This area is unfamiliar to us, so it would be prudent to proceed to the meeting location together later, ensuring you have ample opportunity to rest. After contemplating briefly, I retrieved a scroll from my bag and summoned a thick cloak from within, draping it over him. Please do not inquire about its origin. I merely felt it prudent to bring, though regrettably, I only packed one. At that moment, several others from our group approached, expressing their concern for Kakashi's condition. Hey, Leaf Ninja, you must know what is going on with that guy, right? Finally, the reinforcements arrived. Yet it was perplexing that they hadn't introduced themselves properly, merely referring to themselves as Leaf Shinobi. Akatsuki, that individual belongs to Akatsuki. And it is highly likely he is Naruto. He began to explain hastily, but Jiraiya gestured for him to hold his tongue. Who is it? Reikage inquired. Jiraiya hesitated, indicating uncertainty about revealing the identity, which suggested they were either unsure or reluctant to utter Obito's name in that setting. Damn it. Does it seem like we don't know who that person is? I believe he is Uchiha Sasuke. Karui could hardly contain her impatience as she voiced her thoughts. Enough, Omoi muttered quietly, gesturing for Karui to refrain from stirring the pot in such a tense situation. Well, that guy did mention he would see us soon, right? Perhaps your Reikage will uncover the truth before we do. After all, we've only had a brief encounter with him. Jiraiya shrugged indifferently, indicating his lack of concern. Take your injured comrades. If we don't hurry with the negotiations, it will be too late. With that, Reikage leaped away. But Lord Reikage. SHI hesitated, glancing between Reikage and Jiraiya. To our surprise, Darui approached, offering assistance, but we politely declined, as we still had the capacity to escort Kakashi ourselves. Thus, we finally made our way to the meeting location. Chapter 158. Declaration of war. After the medical personnel from the Land of Iron had settled Kakashi, we finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his injuries were not severe. Primarily, he suffered from fatigue due to overexertion of his eyes, and with ample rest, he would recover significantly. This afforded us the opportunity to clarify the previous situation, as the current setting was less than ideal for such discussions. After all, one must be cautious of eavesdroppers. Before we left the room, Kakashi called out to me. Xiaoxiang, could you stay for a moment? Ah, sure. Once the others had exited, he weakly continued. We saw those two one last time. The one named Nagato, his eyes, that shade of purple, they were quite beautiful. So that means... Thank you for sharing that with me. I felt my eyes welling up, but I suppressed the emotion. Not now, at least. Go now, Xiaoxiang. Attend to your duties, he urged, standing at the hospital entrance, gazing at the two origami stars in my hand. I recalled the discomfort etched on Kakashi's face during his arrival. His disbelief and exhaustion stirred a sense of regret within me. Perhaps they should not have embarked on that journey. Apologies for interrupting your conversation, a male voice interjected, redirecting my attention to him. It was one of Mr. Mifyun's subordinates from the Land of Iron. What could have brought him here? Thanks to your efforts, the members of Konoha can now enjoy a well-deserved respite. Jiraiya expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yet I inquired about the purpose of your visit. No need to concern yourself. It is but a trifling task. I have come to beseech your presence at the forthcoming conference, a decision collectively made by several Hokage. I implore you to attend immediately. Certainly. But prior to the arrival of that suspicious individual you mentioned, I would appreciate it if you could. Haha. Is that so? Very well. I too am intrigued by this conference, or rather, by the discussions that will ensue following that individual's participation. Naturally, I would not wish to intrude upon their dialogue. However, I wish to invite another colleague to accompany me. Might that be permissible? Jiraiya paused momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded the individual. I observed Jiraiya's expression, utterly perplexed by the schemes brewing in his mind. Of course, please do. The official nodded slightly and set off toward the venue of the conference. Then let us proceed, Miko. Jiraiya casually interlaced his fingers behind his head, adopting a rather nonchalant demeanor. Wait a moment, that's not right. The key point here is, did that individual just call my name? Is there a question? I asked. Are there others here named Chin and Miko? Seeing that I had not followed, Jiraiya sighed in resignation and turned to face me from a short distance away. I was still somewhat astonished, remaining rooted in place. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to entrust Naruto and Kakashi to you, Yamato. Jiraiya nodded earnestly at Yamato. Ah, yes, Lord Jiraiya. Yamato finally grasped the situation, pulling along Naruto, who was equally dazed. unsure of where to head next. There is no time for idle reflection. The other Hokage, or even Akatsuki, may be waiting impatiently, correct? Understood. Well then, off we go. What great tempests have I not weathered? This is merely another trial to endure. Yet, to mitigate any potential awkwardness, I casually retrieved a half-mask from my pocket, capable of concealing the upper half of my face. As I made my way to the conference room, I could not help but observe the architecture of the venue. The pyramid-shaped edifice draped in a thick blanket of snow, encircled by several layers of stout, rectangular walls, all clad in a pristine white. I must admit, the design was rather tantalizing. It appeared quite delectable. Suddenly, I heard a cacophony of destructive sounds emanating from the tower's summit. Could it be? Time is of the essence. Let us ascend directly. Jiraiya grasped my sleeve, and in the blink of an eye, I found myself standing atop the tower. However, how shall we gain entry? Before I could articulate my thoughts, the window before us was shattered with a forceful kick. This individual is remarkably proactive. I could only silently hope that the people of the Land of Iron would not demand reparations from us. We leaped through the broken window and casually found a place to stand. Before I could assess the current situation, a voice rang out. I never anticipated that even you would be summoned. It seems the esteemed Hokage are not as devoid of humanity as the legends suggest. Or perhaps this conference is simply as mundane as it appears. The sound, though faint, resonated clearly in the ears of both Jiraiya and me. We turned our gazes toward the source, and indeed, it was Obito who effortlessly evaded the Raikage's assault while simultaneously ensnaring Sasuke within a dimensional rift. Sasuke? I whispered, the words barely audible even to myself. Jiraiya seemed poised to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the irate Raikage. Your deceitful schemes are utterly incomprehensible. Hand over Sasuke at once, he demanded, clearly unwilling to engage further in discourse. Very well, then. Attend to my explanation, and we shall see how you respond, Obito declared, prompting a reluctant cessation of hostilities as everyone agreed to hear him out. Was he finally about to unveil his grand design? Leaping to a vantage point, Obito began his oration, addressing the assembly. Questions arose from the crowd, and he deftly addressed each one. The atmosphere was, surprisingly, quite harmonious. It felt peculiar, truly peculiar. I resolved to savor the moment. Now, allow me to present my Moon Eye plan, Obito concluded. The audience listened patiently to his ambitious vision, only to voice their vehement objections. After all, such an absurd notion would ultimately serve no purpose, akin to crafting a world solely for oneself. That Tsuchikage's critique was indeed astute. Huh, and what contributions have you five Kage made? Obito retorted, his heart pierced by the very rules of the ninja world. He certainly had grounds to vent his frustrations. Yet, the notion of imposing his despair upon others was inherently unsustainable. Obito took a seat, delivering his final ultimatum: surrender the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails, and assist me with my plan. Otherwise, war shall ensue. War? Gaara murmured. The 8 tails. What is going on? The Raikage appeared visibly taken aback. Clearly, both your village's 8 tails and our Naruto are quite well, Jiraiya interjected, unable to endure the conversation any longer, as he leapt down to join the gathering. I followed suit. Should I say, it seems you truly are Raikage's brother, Obito mused, his tone oddly amused. While I could not discern whether he felt vexed or indifferent, I recognized that the Raikage was at a loss for words. Naruto will never be handed over to you, Gaara asserted, casting a glance at Jiraiya and me. I nodded gently in agreement, and the Mizukage shared this sentiment. Surely, the Raikage harbored similar thoughts, Jiraiya added. Of course not. How could I ever relinquish my brother? Alas, though I lacked the strength, Obito remained unfazed, having merely come to gauge the prospects of negotiation. Even if it failed, it was of little consequence. War was merely a matter of course for him. He continued to apply pressure, stating, however, I possess the power of all the tailed beasts I have gathered thus far. You stand no chance of victory. We shall not abandon hope, Gaara declared resolutely. Indeed, hope is the most beautiful of all things. People are always inclined to strive for the betterment of the world. Well then, I hereby declare war in the 4th Great Ninja War. In other words, we shall meet on the battlefield next time, everyone. After declaring this, Obito vanished in an instant. Chapter 159. Pursuing Obito, the venue fell silent, and after a few moments, someone broke the stillness with a low voice. What shall we do now? How much more can you tell us about Uchiha Madara? I glanced at the half-spoken Raikage, who was directing his serious gaze towards Jiraiya beside me, his brow furrowed. I have already stated that our understanding of him does not substantially exceed what you know. As for whether he is indeed Uchiha Madara, many doubts remain. However, judging solely by the combat techniques he employs, he is undeniably a formidable opponent. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before elucidating the situation to others. How troublesome. Reikage couldn't help but click his tongue. You don't know much more than we do? What a joke. This is a significant matter. Who knows if your Leaf Village is concealing something, just like that, Toby? That Tsuchikage openly mocked. Of course, if you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. The facts remain unchanged regardless of our beliefs. Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly, nearly rolling his eyes. Moreover, Jiraiya's gaze swept over several of the Kage before continuing. As for the current Akatsuki, it remains uncertain how many troublesome allies they possess like him. Perhaps those individuals have more tricks up their sleeves. Thus, we must be thoroughly prepared. The Mizukage frowned, ultimately summarizing, clearly, this matter cannot be resolved by one village alone. The Tsuchikage seemed eager to retort, but his mouth opened and closed obediently. Once the prominent figures had finalized a temporary strategy, they prepared to return to their respective homes. Upon exiting the conference room, I glanced back at the dilapidated structure before directing my gaze towards Jiraiya. What shall we do next, Mr. Jiraiya? I couldn't help but ask, but judging by his expression, I sensed he was contemplating fleeing again. The responsibility of handling matters here falls to you, SHKO. I intend to seek out Madara's hideout myself. Humph, as expected. Hey, no, I cannot allow you to go alone. Before he could finish, I immediately voiced my firm opposition. After all, I could delegate the task of informing others to a shadow clone, leaving my original self here to assist. I refuse to let you take such risks alone. Whether it is Kakashi-sensei or you. If I hadn't mentioned those things, you wouldn't perceive them as you do now. I hardly know what to say. Jiraiya's furrowed brow tightened further as I bit my lip gently and lowered my head. I'm sorry, but I wish to accompany you. Have you forgotten the consequences of doing so last time? Do you want to worry them again? Though it is merely reconnaissance, it is still perilous. Well, Jiraiya has indeed devised a rather convincing rationale. Sigh. How will it unfold this time? However, there are certain matters that require the collaboration of more individuals to achieve optimal results. Wouldn't you agree, sir? Furthermore, we are no longer children. I am certain that I can assist you this time. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but refrained from voicing any words, instead turning to proceed forward. After a moment's contemplation, I chose to follow him, relieved that he did not hinder my progress. Please, wait a moment. I heard a familiar voice call out after we had not ventured far. I promptly halted and turned to face the source of the sound. To my surprise, it was the trio from the Sand Village. Had they been present just moments ago? Greetings, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, I said, acknowledging each by name with a slight nod. Do you have business with us? Jiraiya similarly paused, tempering his irritation as he regarded our visitors. We wish to contribute to the discussion regarding the Akatsuki's hideouts that you were just deliberating, Gaara stated plainly, articulating the purpose of their visit. Ah, so they had indeed heard our conversation. I supposed it was not a significant issue. However, it was regrettable that if they were to accompany us, they were not the most suitable candidates. After all, if we ventured to the Sand Village, it would mean the loss of a formidable ally. Should unforeseen circumstances arise and we encounter troublesome situations, it would indeed become a source of great concern. You should not involve yourselves, Jiraiya asserted candidly, and I could not help but nod in agreement. Yet Kankuro appeared eager to contest this point, prompting Gaara to gently shake his head before redirecting his gaze towards us. Indeed, hence I can only allow my shadow clone to accompany you. Now that the decision has been made, let us not waste any more time. We shall depart immediately. Without further ado, Jiraiya retrieved a tattered piece of cloak from his pocket. Could it possibly belong to Obito? It is no wonder he mentioned attempting to locate him. However, it seems that recently, Obito has been preoccupied with matters concerning Naruto. Would seeking them out inadvertently alert our enemies? Jiraiya proceeded to summon the summoned beast Pakin, borrowed from Kakashi, in preparation to track down the whereabouts of its master. Thus, I and Jiraiya each left a shadow clone behind while our true selves set off in the order of Jiraiya, myself, and Gaara's team. The clones followed Jiraiya and the Sand Trio to inform Naruto of the meeting's developments. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital, I, Naruto, Jiraiya, Yamato, and Gaara stood surrounding Kakashi's hospital bed, while Sai and the remaining two stood a respectful distance by the door. Thankfully, This room had been specifically selected as a single occupancy, or else it would have felt exceedingly cramped at this moment. Was this meeting truly so chaotic? Indeed. After we had all explained our accounts, Danzo was the first to express his astonishment. To be frank, I felt that Jiraiya must have played a significant role in this tumultuous situation. Yet, regarding the position of Hokage, the ailing Kakashi seemed hesitant to speak, desperately signaling Jiraiya with his eyes. I have already conveyed to them that I am certainly not suitable. Jiraiya deftly and nonchalantly deflected the responsibility. I understand. In summary, once I return to the village, I will inquire about everyone's circumstances. Kakashi, aware of his inability to sway this individual, let out a resigned sigh. Time is of the essence. I suggest you send someone back to explain the situation promptly, Shikamaru kindly advised. Indeed, time is invaluable now, and clarifying matters sooner would allow that troublesome group to prepare for consensus. After all, if we delay our actions, we might find ourselves in an even more precarious situation. Yamato concurred, adding that Sasuke had not anticipated this. This predicament is undeniably awkward, but given the exceptional circumstances, as long as they refrain from any outrageous behavior, their team should generally be left unscathed. However, they have unfortunately been assigned the task of capturing tailed beasts, which perfectly aligns them against our interests. As adversaries of our united ninja forces, I shall show no mercy. While my thoughts wandered, I heard Gaara's remarks, which regrettably were difficult for a certain individual to bear. Sasuke, you are unwilling to see the light, actively pursuing darkness, Gaara continued. Naruto, you once told me you aspire to become Hokage. I am now the Kazekage. It dawned on me that Gaara's words were rather piercing. Yet, I believe in Sasuke, and even more so in Naruto. In the near future, Naruto will undoubtedly grow to be a figure whom the people trust, just as Sasuke will make his ultimate choice. Before Gaara could elaborate further, I couldn't help but interject. Gaara looked surprised, opened his mouth, yet ultimately remained silent, letting out a soft sigh. Thank you, Shikamaru. I understand your intentions, Gaara. I know when to act appropriately. Naruto managed to muster a smile, for everyone and for himself. He must have made up his mind. After the incident concluded, Jiraiya slipped away under the pretext of gathering intelligence. Once we were at a distance, we dispelled our shadow clones. In a little interlude upon returning to the village, Tsunade, where are those two? Where did Jiraiya and Shikamaru go? Shadow clone Kakashi, presumably in the know indeed. Where could they have gone? Yamato, I recall Lord Jiraiya mentioning he had some investigation to conduct. Tsunade, an investigation? What kind of task could there be at this time? We must find someone to bring them back. They are likely concealing important information. Kakashi, I remember your summoning beast is capable of locating individuals, right? Shadow clone Kakashi, making his escape cough. Lady Tsunade, I have matters to attend to, so I shall dispel my clone and take my leave. Tsunade, Kakashi, wait a moment. Those two fools. Chapter 160, The Pursuit of Obito 2. Meanwhile, on another front, we successfully observed Obito as he traversed from the herb garden to the three-flavor bookstore. Ahem, to return to the point. We followed his trail as he rescued the second pillar, only to abandon him before Danzo. Once this troublesome matter was resolved, he continued to experience the classic Naruto-Sasuke confrontation before picking up the pieces. I pondered the extent to which Sasuke, now wielding the eternal kaleidoscope, could achieve. Observing his condition closely, it was evident that he had expended a considerable amount of chakra. However, his eyes seemed largely unscathed. Should he choose to continue battling, he would likely emerge victorious once more. Not engaging in combat, I inquired softly, glancing at the group that had just concluded their fervent skirmish. Along with the sudden appearance of Obito. No, Gaara interjected, shaking his head. Let us not forget, our objective is their stronghold. We cannot afford to alert them prematurely. Jiraiya added. Very well, let us continue to follow him from a distance, I concluded. Parker twitched his nose, seemingly intent on memorizing Obito's new scent. Once Obito had organized Sasuke's itinerary, he set off towards the lair. Thankfully, Setsu did not appear at that moment. Otherwise, I harbored serious doubts about our ability to evade his surveillance. I sensed that Obito was preparing to return. Isn't that fortuitous? Let us proceed. Jiraiya remarked with a hint of a smile. On the path to the stronghold, Obito indeed remained exceedingly cautious, typically employing techniques to vanish from sight. At this juncture, we relied on Parker for remote tracking. Fortunately, the distance was not so great that we risked losing him. However, our speed was likely considerably inferior to Obito's. as we could not afford to draw attention, nor could we arrive too early lest we encounter an awkward situation between the two individuals. For me, as long as our trajectory pointed towards the desert, it was a promising sign, indicating we had not strayed from our path. Why did you not clarify this plan during the meeting? Gaara quickened his pace to walk beside me, speaking leisurely. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to inquire, as our tracking had involved little conversation. Expecting every village to dispatch suitable personnel immediately is unrealistic. For Jiraiya, rather than wasting time in such a place, it is wiser to set out ahead, I reflected, casting a glance at Jiraiya ahead. That fellow prefers to gather intelligence alone. Having too many people around would likely hinder him. Indeed. Yet, considering the safety of all nations, we must prepare for collaboration, regardless of personal inclinations, Gaara replied. Yes, precisely. I nodded slightly. Thus, I am honored to have you partake in our exploratory mission. I shall relay any subsequent news to the other leaders. That is truly kind of you, Gaara-kun. It is but a small effort, he paused, casting a serious glance at the Jiraiya ahead, before earnestly stating, Chin Nan Yitsi, you must ensure your safe return. Yes, we will certainly return safely, I affirmed. I certainly did not wish to see Naruto distressed. After our exchange, we fell into silence once more, prompting me to quicken my pace and create a bit of distance between us. Hey. Not long after, Jiraiya lowered his voice, slightly slowing his pace to lean closer to me. What is the situation between you two? Unable to suppress a glance at his expression, I merely twitched my lips in response. Just moments ago, he wore a sullen countenance, yet now he presents himself in an inquisitive demeanor. What is the situation? May I ask? You mean my relationship with Gaara? He is not only Naruto's friend, but also mine. Is that not quite normal? Did you not suggest that we could draw closer? Is there an issue, sir? You mustn't be unreasonable. Indeed, I find myself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, how much farther must we travel? Can we truly locate him? This search feels increasingly futile. I decisively shifted the conversation to a more pressing topic. Regarding that, Jiraiya glanced at Parker, who was ahead, intermittently pausing to ascertain the direction, and could not help but pinch his chin. At least there remain some scant clues. Whether we can find him indeed tests our fortune. Fortune, you say? That sounds rather unreliable, yet we have little alternative at this juncture. However, why is it that Kabuto can locate Obito? I began to ponder this matter earnestly as we walked. Consider this. Kabuto likely conducted extensive investigations into Madara while in league with Orochimaru, and at this stage, he must surely be aware of Obito's true identity. If only there were a means to track down Kabuto. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. Had I not collected that fellow's blood long ago? I hastily rummaged through my pocket, retrieving a scroll, and upon unfurling it, a test tube sprang forth before me. It was settled. Should Parker fail to find anyone with that item, I would resort to this instead, though I would need to fabricate a plausible reason for its use. What is this? Jiraiya inquired. This is blood I collected from Kabuto a long time ago, I explained, handing the test tube to Jiraiya. As for why it is him, I recall that Orochimaru had previously investigated the Akatsuki, although his current whereabouts are unknown. Nonetheless, I believe Kabuto, as his subordinate, may have gleaned some insights. Furthermore, it stands to reason they would not assist us, leaving only one possibility. He may seek out Madara with evidence of the Edo Tensei. I paused briefly before lowering my voice. To collaborate with Obito, we both fell into a contemplative silence. He did not contest my assertion. It seems Jiraiya and Kakashi have indeed confirmed Obito's identity. What is it? Gaara sensed the tension in the air and quickened his pace to catch up with us. Nothing of consequence. It is merely that our journey may lead us into quite troublesome circumstances. I offered a vague explanation, as I still harbored a strong desire to avoid encountering Kabuto. Otherwise, I truly could not predict how uncontrollable the situation might become. Alas, we could only proceed step by step. Then let us prepare for the worst, Gaara remarked, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Indeed, I replied. We continued to follow Parker on our journey, but it was not long before Parker halted. I can no longer sense his presence. It feels as though he has vanished into thin air. Is this his ability? Just moments ago, I could still detect him, Parker ultimately declared. As we surveyed our surroundings, we found ourselves in the sandy terrain. Regrettably, Obito was still a cautious individual, and a mere reflection on the plot revealed that this was not our intended destination for this mission. Thus, we could only resort to the vial of blood. Please, try this. Jiraiya gently removed the cap from the test tube, and presented it to Parker's nose. Parker closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, soon opening them to gaze in a particular direction. "Let's move," he commanded. To be honest, a jolt of anxiety surged through me, compelling me to inquire about whether Kabuto's scent was fresh. However, I quickly reconsidered. Even if Kabuto was indeed present, he could not evade us. And confronting the trouble head-on seemed far more gratifying. Ultimately, I swallowed my words. At last, the towering white skeleton emerged in the hollow before us, prompting Parker to slow his pace and come to a halt. "Is this the place?" Jiraiya inquired. "Yes." The scent lingered here for a while before it ventured off in another direction. "The previous individual's presence has been consistently nearby and is quite fresh," Parker elucidated. "So, Kabuto has already departed? It appears we are indeed a step behind him, but perhaps this is for the best?" "That seems to be the case. Thank you." Jiraiya nodded at Parker, who then dispelled the summoning state, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. As I gazed at the skeletal remains below, I could not help but take a deep breath before leaping down alongside them. What lay ahead was uncertain, yet I could only hope for a favorable outcome. Chapter 161. Ineffectual interrogation. "You are quite a handful. This predicament is proving rather challenging for me." Before I could thoroughly scan my surroundings, a voice abruptly pierced the silence. I quickly lifted my gaze, locking eyes with Obito, who had just materialized. I could only wonder what expression lay hidden beneath his mask as he regarded us. Likewise, Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya contemplated, poised to reveal his true name. "Ah, it seems today is a day for many visitors," he chuckled. "Do you require my assistance?" From the other side of the immense skeleton, another voice interrupted Jiraiya's forthcoming words, tightening the tension in my chest. "Kabuto? He truly has not departed." "No need." Obito replied coldly. "All right then. It seems I shall enjoy the spectacle." Kabuto partially revealed himself, yet remained stationary, seemingly intent on witnessing the unfolding drama. "By the way, you all have already caught on, haven't you?" It makes sense. Upon reflection, one would recall that he exhibited such a crestfallen expression back then. Obito, undeterred by the exposure of his identity, paused for a brief moment before casually shrugging his shoulders. "Are you truly Obito?" I could not suppress the tremor in my voice as I spoke. "And my teacher?" "Yes, he is aware of my identity." "Kakashi's student, I must confess. This situation is rather intriguing to me. Given the circumstances, Mr. Obito, are your actions motivated by Miss Rin? Yet, what significance do these endeavors hold? Even if we were to entertain the notion of success, what would be the cost? While I understand his underlying intentions, I cannot restrain my inquiries regarding their appropriateness." "Significance and cost? No, spare me such trivialities. To be candid, I have never truly contemplated these matters. But do these so-called significances hold any importance for me? I merely desire a place that accommodates everyone." "No, what am I saying? What use is it to discuss these matters with you? Can it bring them back? Regardless, I am well aware that this world is beyond salvation now, and will remain so in the future." Obito's expression grew somber, his voice instinctively lowering. He had long known the truth, yet he simply wished to dream while remaining awake. "Should we continue this conversation or resolve the situation directly?" A foreign voice suddenly interjected, and the previously silent Zetsu split into two, one of whom cast a vigilant glance in my direction, poised for action. After all, this individual likely felt confident that Black Zetsu could handle me, while White Zetsu focused on Gaara. As for Jiraiya, it seemed his opponent would only be Obito. However, could Zetsu have been aware of our pursuit of Obito? Or perhaps he had merely assisted in locating Madara's remains. His return is indeed timely. Obito silently surveyed us all with a casual nod before vanishing into thin air, and Zetsu swiftly melded into the earth. What a remarkable feat of disappearance. It is indeed impressive, considering tracking their movements poses a significant challenge. What on earth is happening? Although I longed to inquire, Gaara, who had remained silent from the outset, evidently had many questions but ultimately relinquished the thought of pressing further. "We shall find an opportunity to clarify this later, Wind Shadow," Jiraiya naturally interjected. "But in this current situation, what shall we do?" I swiftly drew the short blade gifted by Asuma, positioning it across my chest, directing my question toward Jiraiya, who wore a furrowed brow. "Wind Shadow, if you do not mind, I shall simply refer to you as Gaara," Jiraiya said, ruffling his hair in frustration, turning to Gaara, who slightly shook his head before he continued. "Could you please attempt to sense the location of that individual named Zetsu using your sand? I am uncertain how his earth techniques function, as we have not engaged him in combat enough to gauge his true capabilities. It must be entrusted to you for the time being. As for Obito, I shall handle him. Exercise caution, Shikamaru. He is not an adversary you can easily contend with. Understood. I nodded swiftly, standing back to back with Jiraiya, alert to our surroundings. As for my sensory perception, I had already attempted it prior to Zetsu's emergence. Regrettably, Zetsu's abilities are exceedingly peculiar, leaving me devoid of any alternative strategies. All I can do is wait for him to make a move. If Gaara can discern his whereabouts, it would greatly facilitate matters. Very well, let us first address you. Before I could ponder further, I felt a gust of wind rushing from nearby my ear. Yet, before I could raise my hand to grasp my knife and turn around, I was blinded by a familiar, twisting force. The next moment, feeling weightless, I found myself plummeting to an unfamiliar location. Once I regained my composure, I took a moment to survey my surroundings and ascertain my current whereabouts. Wait, this is not the peculiar domain of Toby, is it? No, something is amiss. How did I end up here? Why has this individual made me their primary target? Why the look of surprise? Toby's voice carried a hint of amusement as he shrugged and continued, regardless, one by one, you will remain here, so there is no need for you to worry about them. With that, he vanished once more. Such audacity. Let me show you how I can escape. After a moment's contemplation, I swiftly bit my finger and began forming seals. As a plume of white smoke erupted from the ground, my companion, CHK, appeared beside me. What is this place? Before he could finish his exclamation, he seized my sleeve and flung me aside a considerable distance. In the next instant, I watched a slender branch slice through the air before me, missing by mere centimeters. Be careful, CHK cautioned, observing Toby's sudden disappearance. Even if you say that, I am quite helpless, you know. I cast a quick glance at the branch. It must be would release, right? How splendid. Now he no longer needs to conceal his identity, yet this also implies he can act without restraint. Speaking of which, this place is rather peculiar, CHK continued. Oh, why? I had just attempted a close-range teleportation, but it yielded no response. CHK, growing impatient, flicked his tail, stating that he could sense the chakra depleting but felt no other reaction. Indeed, this is strange, leaving me without any strategies. I might as well utilize the power of release. Perhaps it will offer a breakthrough. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and expelled a golden talisman, preparing to tear it apart. However, it seems I ought to take this more seriously, or this might become a new gossip venue. Before I could continue discussing CHK's thoughts, several branches shot forth from the same direction. CHK waved his tail, conjuring a strong wind to deflect the branches. Yet one or two still landed perilously close to us. I couldn't help but frown. This indicated that CHK was not able to timely perceive Toby's location. By the way, it is quite remarkable that you can use wood release. Such a rarity. I could only say that those who understand, understand. Although the situation was urgent, I chose not to respond to his inquiry and instead couldn't resist a bit of sarcasm. Simultaneously, I attempted to close my eyes, and after a long absence, I dispersed my chakra into a web-like state, spreading it throughout the surroundings to better sense Toby's position and evade his attacks. After all, CHK relies on the wind here, so perhaps my perception will suffice. The combined strength of both of us should prove more effective, right? Indeed, your words are rather amusing, even to myself. At long last, I sensed the fluctuations of chakra. I hastily seized a kunai to defend against that direction. And at that moment, Obito's figure reappeared. I find myself quite curious about your subsequent remarks. Just how much information did Kakashi impart to you? After he and I separated, he gazed intently at me and continued speaking, the invisible pressure eliciting an involuntary shiver from my body. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mukon was not idle. Before he could react, Obito raised his hand and hurled something in that direction. I scarcely had time to discern what it was before witnessing Mukon retreat swiftly. Chapter 162. Ineffectual inquiry. To this matter bears no relation to teacher Kakashi. It is merely my own conjecture. Since he happened to appear, I quickly formed a single-handed seal, summoning a water vortex before me. Yet, Obito immediately activated Kimui once more, causing his body to vanish and pass through the vortex. The convenience of this technique is astonishing. How could I possibly land a successful attack under such circumstances? In my recollection, it seems the only effective strike against him was during Conan's attack. Of course, Kakashi's methods had long been dismissed in my mind as ineffective against Obito. As I mentally criticized the situation, an explosion resonated from Mukon's side. and his figure emerged in the wake of that sound. Fortunately, nothing had transpired, though simultaneously, Obito once again vanished from sight. Mukong and I exchanged glances, both recognizing that this incessant presence was a troublesome predicament. How vexing. I pondered helplessly why I was chosen first. After all, facing Obito, I truly felt devoid of motivation. I could neither strike nor grasp him, leaving me at a loss as to how to proceed. After attempting a few more maneuvers with Mukong, I contemplated in my heart that if all else failed, I should exchange a glance with him. Mukong expelled a ball of light from his mouth, and I swiftly formed seals alongside him. Water release, water dragon bullet. I took a deep breath, focusing my energy to conjure a water dragon behind me. Accompanying Mukong's summoned whirlwind infused with wind and earth towards Obito. However, it was evident that his invulnerability had returned. Following a plume of smoke, nothing remained on the ground. Why do you waste your efforts? As the wind calmed and the smoke dissipated, Obito's figure reappeared before us. Indeed, the only feasible method to touch him seems to lie in attacking simultaneously as he forcefully strikes me. Otherwise, if he detects my presence, I would have no chance for an effective counterattack. So, Mukong, I must apologize. I must ask you to return for now. Fear not, I shall not overextend myself. Before Mukong could respond, I dispelled the summoning, relieved that it succeeded. Had there been others present, I might have found it cumbersome. What? Have you decided to give up now? Obito taunted. No, the decisive moment has not yet arrived. I swiftly drew my kunai, shedding the burden I had long carried to evade his would-release attack, and instantly moved toward the place where Obito had appeared. He displayed a certain level of skill, indeed living up to his reputation as a disciple. He nodded slightly, stroking his chin in approval, before shifting the conversation, remarking on my adeptness at evasion. Thank you for the compliment. In the next moment, I found myself behind him, quickly forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon tornado. I summoned a water dragon once more, simultaneously casting several smoke bombs, albeit slightly delayed. However, he reacted swiftly, skillfully maneuvering through the water vortex. My kunai was deflected by a wooden shield, and a loud explosion accompanied by a plume of white smoke erupted nearby. Wind style, dispersion. I expelled a gust of wind, allowing the white smoke to envelop a larger area, ensuring it would linger for a while. Interesting, but ultimately futile, his voice echoed through the haze. Indeed, it seemed rather ineffective. Seizing this opportunity, I transformed my shadow clone into a kunai, preparing to launch it at the right moment. An inspiration from Naruto. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the surroundings began to reveal their true form. He was bound to appear soon. All right, the game of cat and mouse is about to conclude. His voice reemerged, and I attentively discerned the direction, tossing my kunai just as I sensed a slight fluctuation in chakra. So close. What a pity. He had materialized alarmingly close. I hastily retreated, yet his assault was relentless. A wooden staff struck my left arm and grazed my right cheek. Now's the moment. With his attention still fixated on my main body, I unleashed another water-style technique, while simultaneously the kunai transformed into a clone that unleashed a water blade forward. This is merely a futile struggle. He effortlessly evaded the water technique, reappearing before me once more. But in the next instant, what? He stared incredulously at the water blade that had pierced through his left chest, stammering, "Was that kunai?" Without a second thought, he paused briefly before vanishing once again, reappearing a short distance away. Despite his feeble appearance, a closer inspection of his wounds revealed he was hardly harmed. After all, he was in a rather peculiar state. Fortunately, he made no immediate move, allowing me to ponder my next course of action, though it was indeed quite taxing. I casually wiped the blood from my face with my right hand and utilized a healing technique to treat my left arm's injury. Thankfully, it wasn't too severe and required only minor attention. However, medical techniques were inherently chakra-intensive, and after a hasty application, I shifted my focus back to him. I paid little mind to whether he had commenced his performance, feeling for my belongings in my pocket. In my haste, I hadn't brought many talismans, as I rarely employed them in practical combat. Thus, I was left with only a few convenient kunai, shuriken, and some miscellaneous items. It seemed I would have difficulty landing another effective blow. I should prepare a kunai instead. In my heart, I silently scoffed, then quickly glanced at the short blade standing nearby, turning my gaze to the now alert Obito not far away. I once again retrieved a kunai from my pocket with my right hand. However, before I could proceed with my next action, a cloud of white smoke billowed before me. What is happening? I couldn't help but exclaim, tightening my grip on the kunai, my senses instinctively heightened. This was unusual. Anything capable of entering Obito's realm must be formidable. I could not discern whether it was friend or foe. Moreover, shouldn't entry into this space be exclusively facilitated by Obito's abilities? The only alternative would be summoning. Yet he had no summoning beasts at all. Burdened with immense confusion, I finally discerned the figure as the smoke dissipated. The person appeared somewhat gaunt, draped in a black cloak, wearing a familiar straw hat that obscured their face from view, standing with their back to me. They slightly lifted the brim of their hat to glance at the equally perplexed Obito in the distance, causing Obito's movements to abruptly freeze, becoming unnaturally still. Surely this familiar sensation cannot be? Indeed. The figure spoke in a tone just loud enough for me to hear, turning to face me. As they turned and removed the hat, I was finally able to see their visage clearly. Chapter 163. Itachi and Obito. This chapter is from a third-person perspective. Itachi, Mr. Itachi. Observing the somewhat familiar figure before me, Shinami's voice quivered slightly, her volume unconsciously diminishing. It truly was him? She had always believed that the healing from their last encounter, which had only been partially completed, would ultimately fail. Thankfully, he was still here. Thankfully, he was still alive. Shinami silently reassured herself. Itachi gently nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Who is he?" Although Itachi was already aware that the person before him was the same individual he had encountered on that fateful night long ago, he still sought to confirm the identity. "He is Mr. Obito," Shinami replied, falling into silence, unsure of how to continue. After all, she recalled that in the original narrative, the two had met long before this moment. Since she had uttered that name, Itachi should be able to comprehend. Very well. He responded succinctly to Shinami and turned his attention back to the man before them. Shinami gave it little thought, casting a few more glances at the still and immobile Obito, before adeptly employing her healing techniques to tend to her own wounds, reclaiming her short blade. Although there was currently little to be done and countless questions lingered in her mind, both parties were evidently not inclined to speak freely. And there was no need to rush understanding the situation. "Mr. Itachi, what truly transpired then?" After much deliberation, Nami finally posed the question. "Thanks to your healing, I regained consciousness before Sasuke. I had intended to follow your plan, but to avoid any potential scrutiny from Obito and the others regarding the fake corpse, I chose to depart, creating the illusion of having perished in the turbulent waters." He then proceeded to investigate the identity of this individual and the previous records of the steel, and fortunately, he finally made some progress. Itachi glanced at the figure before him, Obito, and explained, "Is that so? That is indeed splendid." Upon hearing this, Miko finally let out a sigh of relief. So, did Obito not realize that the second pillar had already attained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Or did he notice, but deemed it inconsequential to his plans, and thus chose to disregard it? How fortunate indeed, Miko mused inwardly. However, I never expected that my ocular techniques would differ greatly from before. Could it be? At that time, I observed your eyes and decided to perform an eye transplant for you and Sasuke, and it truly worked? Miko feigned surprise, fully aware of the implications. This is certainly a positive development. In any case, I am immensely grateful to you, Miko. Meanwhile, on the other side, a voice echoed, "Who is it? Genjutsu? When did this happen?" "No, you should have been dead long ago." Itachi. Obito's thoughts momentarily faltered, struggling to align with his original cadence, and after several attempts, he finally managed to address the matter at hand. It was only then that he grasped the current reality, but alas, it was too late. Obito found himself bound to a high crucifix, rendered immobile. Could this fellow's genjutsu have improved? But how is that possible? Obito pondered in disbelief. Indeed, Itachi floated silently not far away, observing the masked man who continuously identified himself as Madara and did not deny the truth. He continued, "At that time, I too believed my demise was certain, yet was it her? Why her? What gave her the right to summon you here? Does she believe you possess the ability to persuade me?" Obito recalled the events preceding Itachi's appearance. That plume of white smoke was undoubtedly conjured by Miko Chin-nan. Despite the previous battle revealing no peculiarities about her, the sudden emergence of Itachi compelled Obito to reassess Miko Chin-nan's true identity. She should merely be Kakashi's student. An ordinary medical ninja. Why then could there have been discrepancies in the prior intelligence? Obito thought to himself. As a former teammate of Kakashi and a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, how could he be unaware of the identities of Kakashi's students? A moment's reflection made it clear. One was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, another a fallen clansman, and two others were completely unremarkable medical ninjas. Yet now, reality revealed that among these youngsters, besides Sasuke, there was also one who knew, or rather was familiar with, Uchiha Itachi, someone who, like him, had betrayed Konoha. Impossible. It must be absolutely impossible. Could it be? Were those faint traces left by her? Obito recalled the circumstances of that time, and gradually began to clarify his thoughts. After all, he had only hastily ascertained the situation and had not paid much attention to the surrounding environment, to the extent that he had failed to notice that Sasuke had already attained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. No, ordinarily, how could he have carelessly overlooked such crucial information? Wait, could it be that he? Obito inexplicably felt a chill creeping down his back. No, I have come here solely to recount the truth as I know it. Itachi gazed at the silent Obito for a long moment before closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he finally spoke. The truth? For whom shall it be revealed? Obito feigned ignorance, unwilling to cast his gaze upon that man, sensing that an unexpected answer was on the verge of emerging from his heart. Yet, if the truth were indeed as he envisioned, even the presence of Itachi, possessing the same ocular prowess, would not leave him in such a state of confusion. You, Obito. Uchiha Obito. Well, go ahead, speak. I am eager to hear what you have to say. Obito ultimately closed his eyes, sighed, and uttered, that stone tablet. The secrets of the Uchiha clan must have long been rewritten by someone. Itachi gently exhaled, explaining, do you comprehend the weight of what you just said? Obito was instantly taken aback, instinctively widening his eyes at Itachi and raising his voice. However, he soon regained his composure and countered Itachi's assertion, scrutinizing his subsequent expressions. It was at that moment Obito discerned that Itachi's eyes were indeed different from before. Could it be that he truly possesses the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Did that little brat unwittingly grant them both the gift of the eternal Mangekyou? Obito silently mused. Though this revelation could indeed clarify how Itachi could perceive the so-called truth inscribed on the tablet. Yet, according to Madara, it was through the Rinnegan that he gleaned a deeper truth. But, if Itachi's words hold weight, does that not cast doubt upon the authenticity of this truth? Is it truly him? Of course, I am well aware. Thus, Itachi maintained a solemn demeanor, stating, I am merely presenting to you what I have witnessed, the reality after my examination. And then, observing Itachi's unwavering expression, Obito suddenly felt deflated. The rebuttals he had prepared to counter Itachi had vanished entirely. He was reluctant to continue listening, yet he forced himself to endure. The content of that so-called tablet pertains to the Sage of the Six Paths guidance regarding the reincarnation of Indra. However, I am certain that the latter portions of the records bear signs of tampering, though I do not fully understand what this so-called infinite Tsukuyomi truly signifies. Unbeknownst to Obito's thoughts, Itachi continued, acutely aware of the gravity of his words. This implies that the so-called beautiful dream was ultimately but an illusion? If this technique cannot bring forth new hope to this sorrowful world for ourselves and others, what can it truly offer? The observer sees clearly. The child speaks the truth. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could the first instinct be to doubt the authenticity of the tablet? Even if it were manipulated, one would be unable to discern the truth without reaching the requisite level of understanding. Itachi pondered inwardly, shaking his head slightly. Therefore, what I seek is merely for Obito to experience a moment of heartache. He seems to sense that something within him is on the brink of shattering forever. Perhaps that something is the conviction he has steadfastly upheld all along. Indeed, it has turned out just as I initially suspected. It is merely a construct made of paper. How lamentable. Obito could not help but add in his heart. What does this truly amount to? All his previous efforts. The sacrifices made in the hope of witnessing that foolish girl and another simpleton, along with the fourth Hokage, coexist in a more blissful and beautiful new world. Would they merely become fodder for others' ridicule? After a prolonged silence, Itachi broached the topic once more. As for the usurper, it must undoubtedly be that fellow. No, I must confront this matter personally, along with that Uchiha Madara. You comprehend my intent, do you not, Uchiha Itachi? If, upon regaining your senses, you still choose to prioritize attacking that child, I will. Itachi interrupted Obito's words. What? Up until now? Do you still believe I cannot discern the gravity of the situation? Itachi scrutinized Obito for a considerable time before dispelling the illusion. Chapter 164. Pursuit 1. Is this truly how it concludes? I quietly remarked to Itachi, observing Obito, who had clenched his fists in evident frustration. Indeed. Itachi nodded in response. I shall escort you both outside first. Obito approached us, and a swirling vortex manifested before his mask, engulfing Itachi and me. In the next moment, I found myself in the external world. Lo and behold, we have returned once again. As we suddenly appeared before the trio of individuals outside, they were left bewildered. Before they could voice their confusion, Obito adeptly flashed to Zetsu's side, and, before any reaction could be made, absorbed him into his peculiar space. Consequently, an uncanny silence enveloped the scene for 3 seconds. It was then that I had the opportunity to survey my surroundings. TSK, it seems Kabuto has already fled, but why? He could have directly utilized the white Zetsu provided by Obito to perform the Edo Tensei, could he not? Or perhaps, observing the several large craters on the ground nearby, I began to comprehend the reason. It seems Kabuto's technique was successfully thwarted by the two from earlier. Reluctant to engage further, he opted for a retreat. Ahem, so what shall we do next? I reluctantly directed my gaze toward Obito, who was now the center of attention. Thankfully, Jiraiya and Gaara did not choose to confront Obito immediately upon his arrival. For I could scarcely fathom the excuses I would have to concoct to justify my interference in their potential conflict. It was certainly not out of a desire to assist Obito. Madara can be resurrected through Edo Tensei. Obito shot a quick glance at me, then surveyed Gaara, Itachi, and finally settled his gaze on Jiraiya. For it was the latter two who truly understood the gravity of this revelation. Obito's words were shocking. Jiraiya visibly recoiled, his lips twitching uncontrollably. In light of this, your meaning is abundantly clear. We must locate Kabuto. However, please allow me a moment. Jiraiya, regaining his composure, spoke with a hint of resignation. Observing the others nodding in tacit agreement, Jiraiya swiftly pulled me aside. What on earth is happening? How is it that even Itachi has appeared here? The sound of D's voice has always been rather subdued, and the final remark was particularly unclear to me. Even if you were to pose the question in such a manner, I would find it arduous to encapsulate the preceding events in just a few sentences. In summary, the current reality is that the two of them should, perhaps, seemingly, no longer be considered enemies. Our next course of action is to discover the true identity of Uchiha Madara, not D, and to elucidate the complete truth. Is this truly the most absurd joke I have encountered this year? Wasn't he the one we had been battling fiercely before? While such sentiments are expressed, let us tentatively place our trust in them and observe the situation, shall we, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya cast a glance at the seemingly non-threatening Obito and the perplexing appearance of Itachi, and let out a sigh. Although he remained somewhat perplexed, it was evident that the two suspicious figures had no intention of engaging in combat. Given Obito's demeanor and his act of sealing the absolute into his own space, Jiraiya likely had some inkling of what was transpiring. For now, at least, he would refrain from doubting the presence of this individual in Akatsuki. Very well, let us proceed, Jiraiya instructed the group. To be honest, I was somewhat astonished that we had managed to persuade Obito in such a manner. Yet, I quickly reconciled myself to the notion that this could indeed be deemed a success. After all, the main event lay ahead. I pondered whether D could directly perform the Edo Tensei on Madara for an extended duration. If that were the case, I had grave reservations about the efficacy of our pursuit. Nevertheless, we must first venture forth to ascertain the truth. After some contemplation, I deftly retrieved the vial containing D's blood sample from my bag and summoned K, using the summoning technique. KK clearly wished to engage me in a quarrel, but the serious expressions of those around us quelled the words on the tip of his tongue, leaving only the question, looking for someone? Indeed, I recalled that we had previously forced him to return, feeling a twinge of guilt as I nodded. However, given the urgency of the situation at that time, I hoped he would not harbor any resentment. Dear KK, KK leaned closer to the open vial, sniffed it, and, having determined the direction, grew in size. Setting off with the group. After a long absence, we found ourselves aboard the now magnified K9 vehicle, finally afforded the opportunity to rest and exchange information. I discreetly surveyed the trio that had formed spontaneously. Itachi and Obito stood or sat at a distance from us in silence, while the remaining two joined me as another group. Before long, Jiraiya shattered the silence. Itachi, what is your purpose in coming here? His inquiry was astute, successfully addressing the question on everyone's mind, as I discerned a slight tremor in Obito's body. At this moment, Gaara also directed his gaze towards the additional individual. It's just a favor, Itachi replied succinctly, turning to remove his hat and placing it aside before meeting my gaze. I noted that his eyes had returned to their original black, deep and profound. He then shifted his attention back to Jiraiya, awaiting his response. Jiraiya followed his gaze towards me, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is happening? I was somewhat taken aback by the glance Itachi cast my way, murmuring to myself. After all, I knew I hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy. At most, I merely suggested he seeks psychological therapy. Well, perhaps I should also consider the previous treatment. But could these actions truly be deemed helpful? Nevertheless, I shall take a moment to revel in the fact that this esteemed individual is willing to continue his existence. Ultimately, this is a positive development for Sasuke and the Uchiha clan. Why did he choose to collaborate with you, Tobi? Gaara, who had been silent for quite some time, inquired. He brought the body of Uchiha Madara. I had no reason to refuse. Tobi succinctly explained his prior plans with Orochimaru. His jutsu required the use of human bodies. And as of now, he likely had not acquired sufficient materials, otherwise, he would not have approached me. Tobi silently removed his mask, revealing the somewhat grotesque visage on the right side of his face, marred by rocks. After enjoying the astonished expressions of everyone present, he swiftly donned the mask again, the entire process taking less than a second. He then gradually removed his right glove, exposing skin of an unusual white hue, distinct from the normal flesh tone. What is this? Gaara continued. This is not black zetsu. This is white zetsu, the truly intriguing substance. You would never guess from whose hands it originated. My right half is composed entirely of this, Tobi casually explained, leaving the others in a state of shock. Is this what Orochimaru requires? With this, he could create even greater combat power. I quietly supplemented their plans. I truly admire Orochimaru for knowing this. At times, I feel he is even more deranged than Uncle Snake. Guess as you will, Tobi said, clenching his fist before crossing his arms, preparing to turn away. If that is the case, then if Orochimaru can already summon Madara, what significance does our journey hold? I mused, contemplating the prospect of facing Madara, who had been reanimated through the impure world reincarnation. The thought was daunting. Humph, with just these few individuals, you nearly swayed me and my stronghold, didn't you? What? Are you still afraid of him? If you truly wish to persuade me, you must present Madara, Tobi teased. And regarding the current intelligence on Orochimaru, how much do you know? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, deciding it was time to inquire about critical information. Shall I speak candidly? I can only say, Orochimaru is vastly different from who he once was. As for the specifics of that difference, who can say? Besides, didn't you just engage him? Why do you still need to ask me? Tobi's voice carried a hint of amusement. He clearly did not wish to divulge complete intelligence, shrugging nonchalantly. Sage techniques? Has he mastered sage techniques? I interjected decisively before the others could voice their anger. Kid, should I commend you for accurately guessing despite not being present? Tobi paused momentarily before unable to suppress a clap of approval for me. Chapter 165, Pursuit 2. That must be the sage art of the Dragon Cave, Jiraiya added, ignoring Tobi's previous mockery. It's my first time witnessing it. No wonder he is completely different compared to before. Gaara slightly narrowed his eyes. So, I suggest you take this chance to escape while you still can. After all, war is a distant eventuality, and you have ample time to prepare. However, I shall soon seek clarification on certain matters. As for whether I will engage in battle with you after I uncover the truth, well, that remains uncertain. Until now, the atmosphere seemed to have grown subtly tense. No, having come this far, I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away so easily. You can rest assured, Obito. We have indeed made arrangements regarding Kabuto, Jiraiya responded resolutely. Then I shall await the outcome with bated breath. However, one must wonder if Kabuto has fled too swiftly. Our group has been in pursuit for quite some time without catching even a glimpse of him. Thus, as we continued on our path, conversation was sparse. Yet I seized the rare opportunity to share the intelligence I possessed with Itachi, Obito, Jiraiya, and Gaara. Mr. Itachi, I shall send a shadow clone to assist you and Obito in your next endeavors. Kakashi's apprentice, do not imply that I am merely here to aid you, Obito interrupted. That goes without saying. I understand your perspective, I replied with a hint of frustration. Indeed, he was not part of our team dedicated to confronting Kabuto. He was merely seeking an explanation from him. If necessary, I will attempt to release him from his Edo Tensei, Itachi added, momentarily pausing as he glanced at Obito. who clearly had no desire to assist. Regrettably, Obito merely turned away, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, now, taking advantage of this moment, why don't you share the previous circumstances with us? SH10. Jiraiya inquired, glancing at the duo not far off. After a brief pause to collect my thoughts, I recounted the events that had transpired in Obito's peculiar space, divulging all pertinent information to the two who remained blissfully unaware. I see, Gaara nodded. I am relieved to hear you are safe. Indeed, had it not been for the unexpected stroke of fortune brought forth by the sudden appearance of the esteemed Itachi, I cannot fathom how I would have managed to escape from there. However, upon reflection, I believe I was preparing to draw my weapon just before Itachi's arrival. Thus, I once more thrust my hand into my pocket, skillfully rummaging through its contents. A black feather, unmistakably belonging to a crow, emerged before my eyes. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it adorned with peculiar runes and stained with my golden blood. Could this be? Well, the remainder of this mystery belongs to the esteemed one. But when did this feather find its way into my pocket? I have no recollection of it, and I have not thoroughly cleaned out my pocket in quite some time. Perhaps it was given to me during one of my encounters with Itachi? The two individuals before me merely blinked in silence upon seeing the feather, seemingly understanding something without further inquiry. Speaking of which, Jiraiya, how formidable is that Uchiha Madara? I pondered for a moment before posing this question, as the person beside me was from another village and was evidently not well acquainted with that legendary figure. He was a monumental character, comparable to Senju Hashirama, who is Tsunade's grandfather. Together, they established the very first ninja village in the history of the ninja world, which is our own Konoha. Jiraiya contemplated carefully, considering how to articulate his thoughts so that we might grasp the enormity of Madara's significance. Oh, I see. However, wait a moment, Tsunade's grandfather? That would mean he is the first Hokage. My goodness, I truly cannot fathom the extent of Madara's strength. Thus, the three of us fell into a harmonious silence. Yet, according to what that individual had said, Madara had saved him. After a brief interval, Gaara, who had previously subdued his astonishment, spoke up again but then fell silent once more. Indeed, how could someone who should have long since passed on save someone from over a decade ago? I can only commend Hashirama. Your cellular abilities are simply outrageous. They harbor numerous secrets, and that so-called white Zetsu is likely the key. Nevertheless, we have no time to dwell on such matters. Since Uchiha Madara has been resurrected through Edo Tensei, it implies that he is indeed deceased. Even if we cannot confront him directly, it matters not, for our primary objective is simply to have Kabuto summon Madara. However, we are not Obito. Should we encounter Kabuto, he will most likely present us with familiar faces, right? For instance, what if we face the formidable first, second, and fourth Hokage all at once? Like last time with Orochimaru. Jiraiya, with a wry smile, couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. Well, if they do appear, I suppose it would be manageable, as we at least know them and feel they wouldn't go all out against us. But if Akatsuki members were to join the fray, it would be disastrous. At that point, we would find ourselves directly engaged in Kabuto's plan for summoning. Both are formidable adversaries indeed. Thus, we must not hinder him until he successfully summons Madara, after which we can attempt to halt the Edo Tensei. Observing Jiraiya's expression, Gaara finally spoke up, casting a glance at Obito before lapsing into silence. But to what extent must we go to meet the criteria for Kabuto to summon Madara? Without Obito's proactive cooperation, I fear our plan will encounter significant hurdles. However, I still feel that I am overlooking some critical information, though I cannot recall it at the moment. I shall have to address it later. As the scenery gradually shifted toward the forest, our guide, Suki, informed everyone to prepare to revert to their normal size and continue our journey. We are likely close to catching up with him, Suki remarked. I shall take my leave for now. The weasel nodded toward us and then vanished, disappearing amidst the trees. As for Obito, he uttered not a single word before he too disappeared from sight. Well then, our expedition team is officially formed. Chapter 166. Legendary figures. You are indeed quite obstinate. Finally, Shinkong paused midair, and from afar, we heard the voice of Kabuto. I exchanged a glance with Shinkong, who then concluded his summoning and departed. There was no choice. The enemy was already upon us, and how could we not seize the opportunity? Jiraiya fixed his gaze intently on the figure before him. Alas, it seems there is no other option. While you have successfully thwarted me several times at this distance, Kabuto's lips curled into a smile as he once again initiated the impure world reincarnation. The question remains, whom will he summon this time? The most direct speculation likely involves several members of Akatsuki along with a few past Hokage. The Akatsuki members are manageable. One is weak to lightning, and another has lost his puppets. As long as we are aware of their weaknesses, dealing with them should be relatively straightforward. However, the issue lies with the other figures, whom I truly believe are beyond my reach. I can only hope that Kabuto will summon fewer of them, saving some for Uncle Orochimaru's New Year celebrations, perhaps? Jiraiya hastened his pace, but alas, a coffin slowly opened before Kabuto. As the lid fell, we could all see the occupant within. Yet, it was evident that Kabuto's actions were far from complete. Without hesitation, I crouched down and swiftly removed the weighted bag strapped to my leg. I propelled myself toward Kabuto with remarkable speed, delivering a kick to one of the coffins that had sprouted like bamboo shoots, returning it to dust. Just as I prepared to shift my focus, I heard Kabuto's shout, "Stop her!" Immediately, I felt a force anchoring me in place. My body stiffened, and with great effort, I managed to turn my head slightly, only to meet the gaze of the man before me. "Is that Hashirama?" Fortunately, I heard two additional voices ringing in my ears. Presumably, the other two had also arrived, hoping to intercept the impending coffins. Once again, it is the impure world reincarnation. Who might it be this time? Hashirama glanced at his hand that was gripping my shoulder and sighed. After scrutinizing me for a moment, he smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you are the new child of the village. And there's young Jiraiya." And my gaze instinctively fell upon the forehead protector resting quietly on my left shoulder. "Lord Hashirama," Jiraiya stammered, then responded, "the one who summoned you is the former Konoha ninja, Yakushi Kabuto, and this child is my unofficial disciple, Chin-nami. The other is Gaara, the fifth Kazekage." "I see." Hashirama slowly closed his eyes, and I sensed his chakra being summoned in its entirety. When he reopened his eyes, he gently released the grip he had on my body, turning to me with an apologetic smile. "Thanks to the last encounter, I can now control this myself. I almost caused you great chaos." "What? I was the one controlling you." Do must be quite perplexed as to why his jutsu, which should have successfully upgraded, has instead resulted in this predicament. He hastily formed hand seals, only to find Hashirama silently turning his head to observe him without uttering a word. His eyes widened, and he quickly retreated. I surmised that Do's failure stems from the first Hokage's overwhelming power, which was undoubtedly sufficient for him to extricate himself from the constraints of the jutsu. Alas, if the first Hokage had known how to dispel the Edo Tensei technique, he could have been reborn like Madara. In light of this, Do ceased his contemplation and commanded the three serpents behind him to surge forward, forming a barrier. It appears he is preparing to summon someone else. Yet I believe there is no need to impede him this time. I am quite certain of his next move, though my heart began to race in tandem with his incantation. Edo Tensei. A coffin was once again pried open, and as anticipated, the figure that emerged was none other than Uchiha Madara. What is this state? Has Obito's plan not proceeded as intended? After a brief silence, Madara spoke his first words. "Ah, Madara." Hashirama's attention swiftly shifted to him, but before we could react, Hashirama continued loudly, "I never expected it would be you this time. Kabuto, you little rascal. You are indeed impressive. Are you a student of Orochimaru? To be capable of this level of Edo Tensei, it seems I must have Tobirama seal this technique." "Hashirama." "It's been a while," Madara remarked, lifting his gaze to the familiar figure in the distance, a smile gracing his lips, though it was evidently a hollow facade devoid of warmth. He slightly moved his limbs and, mirroring Hashirama, cast a glance at Do before striding towards him, his intentions inscrutable. I redirected my gaze to Do, who, judging by his reaction, must have begun to comprehend the source of the problem. Why did he call upon these formidable individuals right from the outset? Do looked at the motionless pair with a grim expression, and he quickly formed hand seals, presumably preparing to dispel the Edo Tensei technique. In other words, he is gearing up to flee again. I diligently observed the sequence of his hand seals, committing them to memory. Soon, a translucent white glow enveloped both Madara and the first Hokage, as indistinct white fragments danced within. "Madara, it seems this child has temporarily conceded. Thus, it is time for us to depart," Hashirama remarked, casting a glance at those around them, reflecting on how swiftly they had come and gone. "I am not like you," Madara retorted tersely, swiftly forming his own hand seals. "Huh, Don't say that. Hashirama's smile froze as he witnessed Madara completing his hand seals. Do you intend to remain here? Before Hashirama could finish, Madara's form entirely ceased to emit light, returning to a state of normalcy. Watching Uchiha Madara, who had completely escaped from Orochimaru's control, everyone fell silent. Hashirama was the first to react, but it was evident that formulating a plan at this moment was too late. His body began to disintegrate like shattered paper, and all he could manage to say was be careful before swiftly returning to that place. I was overwhelmed with a cold sweat, suddenly realizing that Madara had the ability to break free from the Edo Tensei's control all along. I had foolishly believed that it was Kagaya's assistance that enabled this feat. This dire situation left me anxious. If Obito did not decide to reveal himself soon, we would undoubtedly be doomed. What? I couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru, who was preparing to flee. He had come to a complete halt, looking utterly astonished. His hands frozen in place after forming seals. After all, Madara's current state was truly daunting. Anyone would find it overwhelming. Madara cast a light glance over everyone, pausing momentarily before leaping into the air, his hand moving towards his mouth. This familiar sensation, it must be an enormous fire release. In an instant, Madara's figure vanished, replaced by a colossal fireball descending from the heavens, crashing down toward the ground. Chapter 167, Legendary Figures. I was momentarily stunned, feeling as if someone had tugged at my sleeve, and before I knew it, I had been propelled backwards several dozen meters. Simultaneously, the fiery orb descended with unrestrained fervor, striking the forest before hurtling towards the ground. An invisible heat wave surged forth, causing nearby trees to bend and threatening to ignite them. Gaara swiftly raised a thick wall of sand before us, preventing the heat wave from engulfing us. Was this the disparity in strength? What manner of superhuman was this? I was left utterly speechless, a strong impulse to resist evaporating within me. However, as the sand wall dispersed, the lingering heat compelled me to ponder how to extinguish the fire. Even if I attempted to flee, I could not escape the impending blaze. I shuddered to think of what would happen if he unleashed would release. This place would be utterly transformed. It seemed my shadow clone could only endure so much. You will be in great danger, Gaara said, glancing at the suspended Madara, who had momentarily ceased his assault. He quickly turned to Jiraiya and then paused to address me. Keika, please promise me you will survive. He continued to gaze at me, seemingly awaiting my response. We will, I replied earnestly. Despite my reluctance to commit to such a lofty promise, we will contact you as soon as we are safe. Good. Gaara cast one last glance in my direction before closing his eyes, forced to release his clone. Thus, it was left to just Jiraiya and me. Yet, in such circumstances, I felt utterly powerless. Keika, you must leave. Jiraiya stood before me, unwavering, delivering a final ultimatum. I parted my lips, yet found myself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at this stage, Madara was merely wielding the Sharingan. Had he already encountered Obito and acquired the Rinnegan, the situation would have been even more dire. No, I cannot flee. I refuse to evade the flickering hope of existence any longer, and I no longer wish to be that cowardly version of myself, incapable of safeguarding those I hold dear. I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei. I had declared that Naruto and I are no longer children. With my sage techniques and the Baiken no Jutsu, I might just muster the courage to confront this challenge. I took a deep breath, silently reassuring myself not to fear, and swiftly formed the hand seals to activate the Baiken no Jutsu. With a firm fist, I prepared to invoke my sage abilities, as this might bolster my confidence even slightly. Perhaps such a wholehearted effort could withstand one of Madara's assaults, could it not? Moreover, I cannot stand idly by while they venture into peril alone. I did not glance at Madara, instead closing my eyes to concentrate on recalling the method to trigger my sage techniques. To run away? Perhaps that was the only option left for them. Madara, visibly uninterested, seemed to have grown weary of us, who could not unleash any techniques. He smirked slightly, placing his hand to his mouth, ready to unleash another jutsu. He unleashed a torrent of flames, akin to a tsunami, surging relentlessly toward us. In that moment, my sage technique finally activated, a surge of energy enveloping my being. Without hesitation, I summoned the familiar water release. Water release, water barrier. I quickly formed the seals and expelled a waterfall of water in the direction of the oncoming flames, attempting to counter Madara's assault and extinguish the fire nearby. Fortunately, Madara did not seem intent on engaging seriously. I sensed the flames receding due to the water, leaving only wisps of smoke. Regrettably, I estimated that I had expended nearly 2/5, if not 3/5, of my chakra on this single technique. That was indeed a daunting statistic. Considering I could not conjure greater water releases like the second Hokage, this place was desperately lacking in water, forcing me to drain more chakra as a substitute. But thankfully, the outcome did not disappoint. However, before I could dwell further on my thoughts, the clash of fire and water coalesced into a thick mist that enveloped the entire space. Should I take this opportunity to slip away? I sensed Jiraiya still standing beside me and quietly inquired. Given that we had come this far, it was imperative to summon Obito. After a brief moment, Jiraiya responded, drawing nearer to me. Indeed, if Obito was unwilling to reveal himself, our efforts would be rendered futile. Yet, the question remained. What reasoning could persuade Obito to appear? I was at a loss, struggling to maintain my composure. Soon, a powerful gust of wind swept through, cleaving the seemingly omnipotent fog in two. Following this was the rapid descent of a grinning figure from the sky, Obito, wielding the technique ninjutsu, the earthly repository. I lifted my gaze just in time to witness this scene, only to be enveloped by an unseen force, plunging me into darkness. Then came the jarring sound of a violent collision, and it wasn't until the surrounding blackness receded that I realized Jiraiya had employed his jutsu to thwart Obito's assault from above. Obito took a few steps back, casually shaking his hands. What is this? It seems you can still dance with me. Then, let us engage in a more exhilarating contest. A satisfied smirk creased his lips, clearly eager to continue the battle. Pray tell, what degree of excitement are you seeking? I truly wish to avoid this conflict. Furthermore, how could it possibly be just the two of us facing such a formidable opponent? My mind raced, desperately seeking a way to recruit Kakashi into our struggle. Ahem, Kakashi. If you do not reveal yourself now, the matters concerning you and Zetsu will remain unresolved, will they not? I shouted towards the heavens with all the volume I could muster. Kakashi, so you were here all along? Obito's attention swiftly shifted to this revelation, momentarily halting his actions. Yet, would you truly ally with them? This is hardly auspicious news. There was still no sign of Kakashi, who remained concealed in the shadows. And this was far from beneficial. Maintaining the status quo would only hasten our descent into a precarious situation. Think, what words could sway him? Well, even if it's to leverage our encounter with the evidently empowered Zetsu, it hardly seems fair for you to watch us finish this alone, does it? Perhaps we are not genuine adversaries after all. Very well, your intermission has come to an end. Obito could no longer contain his impatience and charged towards us, his excitement practically spilling over. The pressing question loomed. How would we counter his next move? Without hesitation, even as cold sweat broke out across my body, I swallowed hard, clenched my right fist, my nails digging into my flesh. No longer hesitating, I exchanged glances with Jiraiya, and we both sprinted backward. Indeed, Chi-Nan-Yitzi, you were correct. Even if I were to confront the troublesome Zetsu, it would surely prove vexatious to spend time tracking him down. Creating new troubles for myself was not aligned with my expectations for the future. In the next instant, Kakashi's figure abruptly appeared beside us, whisking Obito into a peculiar dimension, before re-emerging before us once more. In that moment, I felt the taut string of tension within me snap, and my legs buckled, causing me to fall to the ground. I quickly steadied myself and rose once again. Thankfully, Kakashi chose to temporarily trust us, and it was fortunate that Obito lacked perceptive abilities. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to manage this situation. So, are you satisfied with this outcome? As Obito's form flickered, he hung upside down from a nearby tree branch, his arms spread wide before he clasped his hands together once more. Jiraiya said nothing, his brow slightly furrowed, and it was evident from his movements that he remained on high alert. Well, even if you maintain that stance, I shall refrain from making any further moves. Obito remarked with a shake of his head, gracefully leaping into our view with a somersault, scratching his head in resignation. Let us pursue Kabuto. Jiraiya glanced at me, choosing to disregard Obito. All right. I pondered for a moment, then withdrew the vial of blood again, summoning my steed as we set off once more. However, I caught a final glimpse of Obito, who was stroking his chin, and decided to leave a shadow clone behind. Having accomplished this, I hastened to match the pace of the two ahead. Chapter 168. The conclusion of the farce 1. This chapter is from a third-person perspective. Now, it is time to seek an explanation from Zetsu. Uchiha Obito stood silently for a moment before softly muttering to himself. Preparing to remove his mask, and enter his peculiar space, only to find Chin Nani's shadow clone still standing before him. He instinctively paused, and after a brief hesitation, he continued, "You," but he found himself at a loss for words. Although Obito had many unresolved questions regarding this young spirit, he felt it unnecessary to clarify matters at this juncture. The events unfolding elsewhere were far more pressing. Moreover, he reasoned that as long as this individual remained where he chose, it would not disrupt his forthcoming plans. Mr. Itachi once shared some information with me. Perhaps it could be of use to you now, Nani suggested, attempting to shift the conversation in hopes of capturing Obito's attention. Yet, observing that Obito's demeanor remained unchanged, she relinquished the notion of further discussion. In her estimation, whether she had the opportunity to reach that place would have little bearing on the overall trajectory of subsequent events. Thus her decision to retain a shadow clone was merely a precautionary measure. As for you and that fellow Itachi, I have no desire to inquire further into those matters. Obito paused, discreetly appraising Nani before issuing his final ultimatum. Meanwhile, on another front, a kunai swiftly sliced through the air, striking the ground before Kabuto, forcing him to halt momentarily and leap aside. "They? No, it's you. Itachi, so it was you all along. I searched for you for so long, only to discover that you are indeed alive. But it matters not. Once you perish at my hands, you will serve an even greater purpose." Kabuto harbored no belief that those who had just been ensnared by Madara could possibly catch up to him so effortlessly. Frustrated, he raised his head, his gaze locking onto the now-revealed Uchiha Itachi, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "Ha ha ha, and now is the perfect time." Itachi remained silent, his demeanor cold as he regarded the man before him. He certainly did not anticipate that the familiar figure who had silently lingered behind Orochimaru for years had transformed into a form even more bizarre than that of Orochimaru himself. Even without the ability to sense chakra, he could still keenly detect the faint, yet menacing aura emanating from this individual. The sage mode of the Dragon Cave, presumably linked to serpents, raised the question of just how formidable this person had become. Itachi recalled the intelligence he had previously gleaned from Chin Nan and his companions, silently preparing for the worst. At that moment, Kabuto felt a chill as Itachi's gaze fell upon him, causing him to involuntarily shudder and recall the first time he had learned about this man from Orochimaru. If he could secure Uchiha Itachi, it would pose no issue. However, that dream was unattainable, for Itachi was stronger than he. The expression that Orochimaru had worn at that time, a rare and profound regret, had lingered in Kabuto's memory. He understood clearly that this man before him could not be dealt with as easily as those who had come before. Yet, Kabuto found himself perplexed. Despite having honed his skills over many years to attain a more potent sage mode, why did his instincts still warn him to fear the man before him? Nevertheless, it was precisely this cautiousness that had allowed him to reach this point, for a careful approach ensures longevity. Furthermore, he understood that he was no longer the same individual who had failed to subdue Orochimaru. He possessed every confidence in his ability to contend with the man before him. It seemed there was little need for further dialogue between them. With that thought, Kabuto swiftly formed seals, preparing to strike while Itachi was still unprepared. In the next moment, a multitude of serpents erupted from before him, hurtling toward Itachi. Without so much as blinking, Itachi raised his hand to his mouth, puffing out a fireball. The two forces collided, fiercely battling each other until they ultimately dissipated into a cloud of ash. Kabuto scoffed disdainfully and continued to weave his jutsu, shedding his robe to reveal his upper body. A long serpent-like appendage protruded from his abdomen, adorned with dragon horns atop its head. Itachi's surprise was evident, yet his expression remained unchanged. White dragon technique, Kabuto intoned, disregarding Itachi's reaction as he swiftly formed seals and released a white dragon enveloped in crimson chakra. The dragon's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and the air around them vibrated in response. Itachi's body reacted decisively, propelling him backwards several paces. However, the white dragon showed no intention of pursuing. Instead, it coiled in place, ensnaring a black orb within its grasp. In the next instant, the orb erupted, unleashing a blinding light and a deafening sound. Seizing this opportunity, Kabuto deftly evaded the jutsu's constraints using techniques he had learned from Suigetsu and the serpent's inherent qualities. It was proving quite challenging to evade. Standing at a distance, Itachi pondered deeply, swiftly summoning a fraction of his vibrant orange Susanoo to shield himself from the immense onslaught ahead. However, The auditory assault proved insurmountable by mere physical defenses. Thus, he clasped his hands tightly over his ears and continued to retreat, guided solely by instinct. Could this be the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Kabuto was utterly astonished that Itachi, long presumed dead by Tobi and his allies, appeared before him in a state of robust health, possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. No wonder Kabuto felt an alarm ringing within him the moment he laid eyes on Itachi, yet he remained convinced that this revelation would not alter the ultimate outcome. He chuckled to himself, declaring that the victor of this battle would undoubtedly be him, and it must be him. Earlier, on the other side, Team Hawk had gathered. Sasuke learned of Karin's desire to retain him as he prepared to depart, yet she found herself at a loss for suitable reasons to keep him there. However, Sasuke, already sensing the inevitability of his departure, would not be easily dissuaded. He recalled the potency of Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu and understood that if he actively sought out Kabuto, he would surely encounter the person he longed to see. Thus, his course of action became singular. Finding Kabuto would lead him to that individual. He was certain that Kabuto would resurrect Itachi. Casting a glance around at his fellow Team Hawk members, he instructed, "Remain on standby. I will notify you when the time comes." Understood. Chapter 169. The conclusion of the farce. This chapter is from a third-person perspective, deep within the forest. Kabuto casually flicked his wrist, observing Itachi, who maintained half of his Susanoo. "Itachi, if this is all you intend to accomplish, you cannot hope to kill me," Kabuto mused. Perplexed. Did Itachi plan to resolve this through a war of attrition? No, that did not align with his nature. What was he hesitating about? Kabuto pondered. It appeared that to compel him to release the reanimation jutsu, he would likely require that particular illusion. After numerous strategic probes, Itachi arrived at this conclusion. While it sounded straightforward, executing it would prove challenging, as Kabuto had consistently guarded against his adeptness in Jinjutsu. Unless there was someone to provide a diversion, the time required would be extensive, and protracting the battle would not be advantageous for him. However, engrossed in their conflict, the two combatants eventually sensed the arrival of another presence on the battlefield, prompting them to momentarily halt their actions and turn towards the newcomer. Consequently, their expressions froze for half a second. Sasuke? Upon uttering his name, both contemplated the purpose of Sasuke's appearance. "So you are still alive? Then I need not hesitate any longer." Sasuke cast a quick glance at Kabuto before turning to Itachi, swiftly solidifying his resolve. Meanwhile, on the other side, one of the duo pursuing Kabuto, Chin Nani, questioned her own vision, bewildered by what she saw. She paused for a moment, standing on a higher branch, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, two familiar Susanoo forms, one red and one blue, appeared within her sight, startling her considerably. Indeed, the bond between them was not easily severed. She murmured to herself. "It appears to be the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan," Jiraiya remarked, following the direction of her gaze, slightly taken aback and nodding in acknowledgement. "This is my first time witnessing it as well. So, shall we proceed immediately?" It seems that with their power, referring to Sasuke and Itachi, they should have sufficient capacity to handle Kabuto. Indeed, for now, we should maintain a normal pace. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on. Meanwhile, Madara, entering Obito's peculiar space, remained calm. He was acutely aware that Obito was not the kind of person to act foolishly without reason. After all, Obito was a pawn he had meticulously crafted and nurtured over considerable time and effort. Although Madara had always harbored doubts about Obito's loyalty, he had successfully revived himself according to part of his original plan. Hence, in this matter of being brought here, he was prepared to trust Obito for the time being. As for why events had unfolded this way, he resolved to wait and see. Thus, Madara began to analyze the possible reasons while swiftly observing his surroundings. To his astonishment, he soon spotted Zetsu not far away, yet this discovery deepened his internal confusion. Zetsu, before he could voice any further inquiries, Zetsu had already vanished underground, reappearing before him. "Lord Madara," Zetsu inclined his head slightly, explaining the occurrences that had transpired earlier and the possible reasons for being brought here by Obito. "Could it be that Obito has genuinely been swayed by them?" Zetsu added, with a hint of embellishment. "Let us wait," Madara replied tersely, falling silent thereafter, his expression revealing no hint of his emotions. Zetsu, seeing this, retreated to the side, remaining quiet as they awaited Obito's arrival. They did not have to wait long. A familiar air vortex materialized before them, and the next moment, two figures emerged. One was Obito, and the other was Chin Nanyitsi. Obito, what does this mean? Why have you brought this individual here? Zetsu suppressed the urge to strike and inquired, watching as Obito slowly removed his mask. Yitzi could not help but glance at Obito. Noticing that his left eye had been replaced with the Rinnegan, Obito silently rolled his eyes at Zetsu in his mind before speaking. Madara, the entire Uchiha clan has been deceived by this fellow Zetsu. Your plan, the Eye of the Moon plan, cannot succeed. He ultimately decided to reveal the truth he had uncovered. Why do you say that? Madara was not in a hurry, gesturing with his eyes for Zetsu not to interrupt Obito's words. After casting a discreet glance at Yitzi, he continued to inquire the contents of that stone tablet. Uchiha Itachi, has seen through the so-called truth with his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. That is incorrect. Without hesitation, he refuted, recalling that Lord Ban had utilized the Rinnegan to fully comprehend the content above. How could he, possessing the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, possibly be aware of such matters? Moreover, it was inconceivable that the information above could be flawed. You are well aware that Itachi would not lie in such circumstances. Despite being momentarily unsettled by this assertion, Obito remained resolute, harboring numerous doubts about Zetsu. Furthermore, this peculiar entity was a strange variable. Without her, how could Itachi have emerged? Or how could the topic of the stone tablet have been suddenly introduced? Zetsu's situation certainly warranted deception. After casting a glance at the nearby Miko, Obito began to deliberate in silence. Itachi, do you truly trust him so? Obito, this is hardly like you. Zetsu, though astonished, retorted without hesitation. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Observing that the argument might lead to no conclusion, Miko, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zetsu, eager to discern whether this individual would betray any signs of weakness. What? How much top-secret information has that troublesome non-Uchiha divulged to Zetsu? How could she dare utter that name? Internally astonished, Zetsu's expression shifted momentarily before reverting to its previous demeanor in the next instant. What seems to be the matter? Mr. Zetsu? I merely mentioned it casually, yet your reaction is quite pronounced. Do you truly know him? By the way, it seems you should be quite familiar with the contents of the stone tablet. Moreover, I believe you are more acquainted with another name. Miko paused deliberately before continuing. You need not display that expression. I shall not disclose anything. However, you are not an Uchiha, are you? Even if Lord Ban had previously informed you, he likely would not have explained it in great detail, particularly regarding this crucial name. Miko strained her mind, finally formulating a more apt choice of words and tone to articulate these vital pieces of information in one breath. In her view, under normal circumstances, Ban, much like Zetsu, would ensure to retain some contingency, never revealing all essential information to anyone outside himself, even if that individual was his own creation. Moreover, that information was originally modified by Zetsu, who would undoubtedly have a clearer understanding than Ban. However, upon hearing this, Zetsu's expression abruptly twisted into a snarl, alerting Miko instantly. Sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Ban appeared momentarily dazed, having certainly noticed the shift in Zetsu's demeanor. He was acutely aware that he had not fully disclosed the specific content to Zetsu, which rendered his expression towards Zetsu particularly complex. Indeed, Zetsu was undeniably his creation, yet he exhibited such an expression. This was truly difficult to articulate, Ban mused. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion in his mind, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Somewhat ephemeral and absurd. How is it that you know that esteemed individual? Meanwhile, Obito wore an expression of shock. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the outside world, he still frowned at the details concerning Zetsu that he had discerned. Chapter 170. The Farcical Conclusion 3. This chapter is narrated from a third-person perspective. Pray. That figure is none other than the revered sage of the Six Paths, the founding patriarch of the shinobi sect. This individual stands as a monumental figure, separated from the younger generation by an insurmountable historical chasm. What, then, is the true nature of this immortal, indestructible entity? Could he truly stand idly by as the Uchiha clan and the entire shinobi world reached this point? Or is it possible that all of this was meticulously orchestrated by him from the very beginning? This revelation surpasses even the explosive realization that Obito had when he first recognized that the illustrious Madara Uchiha was, indeed, the infamous Uchiha Madara, by several magnitudes. Indeed, this is a truth far more insane than the last, Obito silently mused. Yet it also implies that everything Itachi spoke of regarding the potential to transform this wretched ninja world was, from the outset, utterly unattainable. Ultimately, it is a falsehood. At this juncture, I can no longer be bothered to veil the truth. After a prolonged silence, Zetsu suddenly sneered and proclaimed, "In this moment, how could everyone present fail to comprehend the underlying implications of his words? However, even if you are now aware of my intentions, what difference does it make? I intend to resurrect my mother using the infinite Tsukuyami. How could any of you hope to thwart me?" Zetsu unabashedly articulated his thoughts, merely casting a cold gaze upon the others. This fellow is not easily dealt with. The only individuals capable of sealing him would be the descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths, in other words, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. As for the rest, they are likely to return empty-handed. Of course, should the former reincarnation of Indra, Madara Uchiha, take action, perhaps the situation could indeed take a turn for the better. Miko frantically analyzed in her mind, nodding to herself, contemplating that Madara might be able to seal Zetsu halfway. Unfortunately, the current reincarnation is no longer Madara himself. Thus, it must rely on our Naruto and Sasuke. However, the immediate task is to inform the original body of the situation. Miko continued internally, preparing to observe the unfolding drama before concluding her shadow clone. In her estimation, the developments here should successfully relay to the original body. Yet, the individuals present had not anticipated that two of them would act with swiftness that eclipsed all others. Miko sensed a powerful surge of chakra and hastily released her burdens, sprinting away with fervor. At this moment, she had no desire to vanish so abruptly, as doing so would rob her of witnessing the ensuing events. Concurrently, Obito also made his move, activating a technique that successfully transported himself away. When Miko regained her senses after running an indeterminate distance, she beheld the scene below, Madara, or more accurately described, as Madara, who had activated the complete body Susanoo. At this moment, he was enveloped in a thick layer of blue chakra, revealing a visage that Miko found oddly familiar. It was the Tengu. This celestial being soared high above, its wings unfurled, casting an imposing shadow that obscured the sun. At this moment, the colossal giant, with hands firmly grasping two enormous swords, executed a slight swing. Just a fleeting glance from me, Z convinced her that a single strike from this weapon could cleave an entire mountain asunder. In the center, Ban's true form stood, gazing at the still-grounded Jew. Without testing, how could one ascertain the truth? Ban raised his dual swords, pointing directly at Ju's position, simultaneously activating the power of the Yasukigami, launching multiple Magatama for a ranged assault, intending to unleash a saturation attack upon Ju. Indeed, Ju's figure had already melded into the ground, vanishing before Ban's attack could land. A tremendous rumble ensued. The earth beneath Ju had been shattered beyond recognition, forming a profound pit, yet nothing remained apart from the ravaged terrain. If not for the battle against Ju, this strike should have been sufficient to deliver a spectacular obliterating blow, Mizi silently critiqued within her mind, retreating several meters. Wary of Ban or Ju suddenly shifting their focus, which would hinder her ability to observe the unfolding situation. Where has that fellow scurried off to? The fleeing mouse. If you relish escape so fervently, allow me to ensure you leave no trace behind. Ban, vigilant, scanned his surroundings, yet detected no signs of movement. Ju's forte lay in burrowing underground. Thus, Ban once more raised his swords high, this time dispersing his Magatama, and in the next moment, the blue Magatama shone with a brilliant azure radiance. In an instant, Mizi exclaimed, "Water release." Without hesitation, propelling herself several hundred meters away with the water technique. Below her, the ground rapidly fractured, the sounds of its splintering echoing ominously. She glanced back at the ground in Ban, realizing that the area where she could safely land had completely shattered, debris cascading into the abyss below. She couldn't help but mutter internally, "Thank goodness for my quick reflexes. And fortunate that he is not currently my foe." Had Ban targeted her, she felt certain she would have been compelled to dispel her clone long ago. Ban remained suspended in the air for an extended time, scrutinizing the shattered terrain beneath him, yet gleaned no results. However, remaining idle was not a solution. It would only squander his precious time. Thus, he resolved to maintain his Susanoo, descending from the sky, landing amidst the vast ruins, attuning himself to the chakra's movements. Unfortunately, before anyone could discern clearly, a dark mass had stealthily appeared within the Susanoo. Mizi nearly doubted her vision, but she was convinced that this entity was indeed Ju, as he possessed such peculiar abilities. By the time Ban noticed Ju, it was already too late. Ju had stealthily climbed onto Ban's back, adeptly initiating the spiritual possession of yin-yang release, absorbing Ban's chakra. You know, Ban, you once revealed your weaknesses in your youth. Have you forgotten? Ju's grin grew increasingly audacious as he lay upon Ban's back, sending a shiver down Ban's spine. Indeed, it is utterly exhilarating to reveal all of this to you. However, with the Rinnegan and the collection of all-tailed beasts, one can unlock the infinite Tsukuyami and resurrect my mother. Your significance is negligible, Abito. At this juncture, Zetsu's expression bordered on madness. You wretched being. Abito attempted to turn away, yet he felt as if his movements were hindered. My body. This fellow had truly astonished Abito, who maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while internally reeling. He resolved to activate Izanagi immediately to extricate himself from this predicament. You cannot remain any longer. Zetsu cast a glance at Abito and then noticed the distant figure of Kagaya, whose perpetually enigmatic smile was both unsettling and unnerving. He shifted his tone and continued, No? If you escape from here, you may still serve a purpose. Abito promptly grasped the implication. Zetsu was blatantly indicating that he intended to continue exploiting him. Uchiha Abito. Who did Zetsu think Abito was? A mere child of 3. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths himself were to appear today, it would make no difference. Abito suddenly erupted into laughter, raising his right hand and gesturing towards his chest, proclaiming loudly, Zetsu, who do you think you are? My path. The path of the Uchiha has always been one that we must tread ourselves. In the next moment, the colossal sword of Susanu's right hand pointed unwaveringly at Abito, aiming directly at the chest of the towering Tengu. What? Zetsu was astonished that Abito could forcefully maintain his autonomy for even a second after casting his technique, and hastily sought to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Zetsu, my fate and that of the Uchiha can no longer fall under your control, Abito declared. And the gigantic sword shrank to its normal size, piercing through both his and Zetsu's bodies, leaving Zetsu with a visage of shock. Well, at this juncture, his demise would not alter the grand scheme. As long as he departed from here to gather the tailed beasts, after all, the Rinnegan was with Toby, he could ultimately seize control, achieving his grand design. Mother, I shall resurrect you. Zetsu glanced at Abito, who plummeted from the sky, and redirected all his focus to another presence still present. The enigmatic Kagaya. Previous intelligence indicated that she held no particular significance, yet now it appeared she harbored secrets. The matter of the Otsutsuki was anything but ordinary. If possible, he should retain her. You Kagaya, what else do you know? Zetsu inquired, contemplating how to ensnare this little one. In a brief interlude, Uchiha Abito, a figure marked by the most intricate and tragic history within the realm of shinobi, alongside Toby, suddenly realized he had again lost everything he had yearned for. The first loss was that of Rin, the second, the betrayal by Hashirama, and the third, the far more ancient scheme orchestrated by Zetsu over numerous years. He could not comprehend why, despite his unwavering intention to seek everlasting peace for this land, he had once again made the wrong choice. He fancied himself a savior of humanity, yet from the very beginning, he had unwittingly ensnared himself in a meticulously crafted web of 100 defenses. Justice must be served, and he shall pay the price he rightfully deserves. Chapter 171. The end of the farce. Upon being questioned by that formidable presence, I was momentarily rendered speechless. I had been contemplating how Master Ban's actions perfectly aligned with his temperament, and I wrestled with the possibility of his reappearance during the later stages of Edo Tensei. However, this interruption from the entity shattered my train of thought. What did this brother wish for me to articulate? Was I expected to divulge all my knowledge? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Are you unable to speak? Or must I take action myself? He inquired. Fear not. I shall assist you with my ephemeral art. He descended back to the ground, melting into it like chocolate. Realizing the peril, I initiated the water release to flee, but with my scant chakra. Maintaining a shadow clone was hardly feasible. Yet, the approach was undoubtedly menacing. Retreat was imperative. If all else failed, I would simply dispel the clone. But I still sought further information from Abito. I calculated my options rapidly in my mind. As my focus wavered, a subtle sound caught my keen ear, emanating from directly beneath me. I hastily attempted to sidestep, but I could only glimpse an onslaught of branches erupting from the earth, aggressively reaching for me as if to ensnare me entirely. Even with my aerial position, evading this assault seemed futile. I muttered to myself that I must disperse my clone. Yet before I could raise my hand to form the necessary seals, an unfamiliar presence loomed behind me. In the next instant, darkness enveloped me, and I found myself back in the realm of reality. Obito? Thank you immensely. Once steady, I recognized the familiar figure before me and voiced my gratitude. What transpired just now? Obito queried before I could elaborate. So, you are not able to traverse your own peculiar space at will? I instinctively retorted, entering a mode of playful sarcasm. One would presume he could position himself appropriately and witness the events in their entirety rather than interrogating me. This is not your concern. Now, what precisely occurred? Obito pressed once more. Are you truly interested? Rest assured, I shall divulge the details. But first, you must answer 2 questions, I replied. At that moment, Obito had removed his white mask, revealing a visage marked by shadows of despair. His Sharingan began to rotate slowly, causing me to momentarily believe he would ensnare me in a Jinjutsu. Alas, he refrained from any action, merely observing me in silence for an extended period. Speak, he finally commanded, as the weight of the prolonged silence evaporated, leaving me feeling exposed under his gaze. He closed his eyes and then reopened them, the right eye returning to its normal state. If I encounter members of Akatsuki in the future, how shall I convince them that we are no longer adversaries? I hastily inquired. Upon reflection, it seems that the only person I can notify about this matter is the elusive Guijiao. Let this be my gesture of sincerity. I certainly do not wish to pose a question that would render the atmosphere awkward once again. After all, he is the only one left. You need only to inform him. Quickly, ask the second question. It appears that Obito is disinclined to elaborate and succinctly relate his message. You shall not permit Ju to escape your domain, correct, Mr. Obito? This inquiry slipped from my lips effortlessly, devoid of hesitation. Indeed, as long as Obito does not free that entity, we may eventually find a way to deal with Ju. Ha ha ha. Chin-nami. Must you truly pose such a question before me? After a couple of scoffs, Obito's eyes gleamed with a hint of disdain as he retorted without a change in demeanor. Yes, indeed. Therefore, might I inquire about your response at this moment? I disregarded his mockery, maintaining a serious gaze fixed upon his eyes as I reiterated my question, earnestly seeking his reply. At this, he seemed momentarily stunned, his mouth slightly agape, yet ultimately, no words emerged. After a pause, he declared, no, until he is thoroughly dealt with, until he vanishes from this world forever, it is utterly impossible. Obito finally averted his gaze, pausing briefly before glancing back at me, seemingly concerned that I might doubt him, and immediately added, I assure you. A personal guarantee from Obito? Well, I suppose I shall brace for the worst-case scenario. Very well. I shall place my trust in you. I offered a faint smile, then shared a portion of the events that had transpired earlier with Obito. Once again, he gazed into the distance, lost in thought, the subject of his contemplation unknown. Trust me? Why? After hearing my explanation, he fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable time, then furrowed his brow and asked me an unrelated question. What a surprise! Now he is questioning me. To be candid, I do not know. But Mr. Obito, you must recognize one thing. To me, the reality of this world is far from beautiful. It may even evoke disappointment. I inhaled deeply and spoke earnestly. His expression remained largely unchanged, yet upon hearing this, his brow furrowed even deeper, prompting me to continue my explanation. However, that very thing, the sweet lie woven by Ju for everyone, must be even more despairing for you and others. This is not what Madara desired, nor what you wish for. Absolutely not. Hence, he would resort to such actions, and perhaps you would too. Therefore this time, I implore you to allow me to trust you, Mr. Obito. I remember Madara once stating that Obito genuinely harbored goodwill for others. Yet, the Uchiha clan's power is precisely intertwined with the capabilities of the Sharingan, ensnaring generations of heirs in a vortex of tenderness and despair, compelling them to struggle and grow within such a quagmire, ultimately evolving into true members of the Uchiha clan. I recall that even the Obito of the Tsuki no Mi line failed to reunite with Rin, whom he so yearned to see. He was already aware that no matter which ninja world it was, it could never bring her back to existence. In every ninja realm, the unfortunate occurrence of those who do not wish to kill being forced to take lives would inevitably transpire. The truth is indeed cruel, I murmured softly in resignation. Yet, I remained optimistic that this time, with an earlier understanding of the truth, he might experience something different. Indeed, you are unlike them. Upon hearing this, the deep furrow in his brow relaxed, and he broke into a smile, fixing his gaze upon me in silence. This intense scrutiny sent a shiver down my spine, compelling me to avert my eyes from a gaze that I found difficult to comprehend. What does it mean to be different from them? Uncle Snake had made a similar remark, but after all, every individual is inherently unique. Indeed, after so many years of anticipation, it ultimately amounts to nothing more than a fleeting dream, all in vain, a mere garment tailored for another. He sighed deeply and continued. In the ensuing silence, he turned away, preparing to depart. And what are your plans moving forward? I inquired politely about his future intentions just before Obito vanished from my sight. Meanwhile, Obito, reflecting on my words, mused. The young ones under Kakashi's command are truly naive, one more so than the other. Apart from her, whether it be the child of prophecy, the unfortunate descendant of the Uchiha, or the young girl skilled in medical ninjutsu, they all seem oblivious. But Kakashi, you must have an inkling of what they are capable of, right? Perhaps I do not. I can only observe. Chapter 172. The end of the farce. Where is Kakashi? You wish to see him. How could I ever divulge that information? I had anticipated he would ignore my question and leave. Yet he unexpectedly startled me with his response, almost provoking a reflex to draw my blade. However, judging by his demeanor, he likely would not act foolishly. Alas, even I lack the power to deter him. No, it's better I seek him out myself. I will provide him with my contact information. You may leave. Obito, out of nowhere, produced a white mask and donned it, turning away without a backward glance. I could not obstruct him, so I merely watched his retreating figure. Once he disappeared from sight, I quietly dispelled my shadow clone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Mr. Jiraiya, there is news from Obito. Upon receiving the information from my shadow clone, I could not help but feel a surge of excitement. There is news, and it is exceedingly good. What? Speak quickly. Jiraiya abruptly halted his progress, and I followed suit. Let us rest for a moment. Your mental state and chakra levels do not appear healthy. Very well. I made no excuses, and together we found a suitable spot to recuperate before I began to recount all that had transpired. I never anticipated that the reality would unfold in such a manner. With this, the Akatsuki will likely cease their fixation on the tailed beasts. However, I am uncertain how to address the matter of Madara. Jiraiya spoke with a furrowed brow. Pray tell, have you ever encountered that fellow Jew? I instinctively probed further, contemplating the rationale I would employ to elucidate the intricacies surrounding him. To be candid, despite my extensive investigations into the Akatsuki, it was only recently that I had the chance to cross paths with him, resulting in but a few fleeting exchanges. Jiraiya stroked his chin in thoughtful reminiscence. My comrades and I first encountered him in the presence of Mr. Obito, thus our intelligence on the matter is undeniably scant. Fortunately, he is presently ensnared within Obito's enigmatic domain, granting us a modicum of time and a glimmer of hope. Indeed, at this juncture, we can only aspire that Obito will resonate with our intentions during this peculiar period and judiciously choose not to unleash such a perilous entity. Otherwise, regardless of our efforts, we may find ourselves unable to realize our desired outcomes. Jiraiya remained silent for a considerable time, nodding in acknowledgement of the situation's gravity. However, a crucial detail has emerged. He has acknowledged his connection to the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, I surmise that directly neutralizing him will not be a straightforward endeavor. I harbor serious doubts that conventional methods will suffice, and I may need to resort to unorthodox tactics, such as continuing my analysis while revealing fragments of information I previously possessed. After all, in the original narrative, the technique used to seal Kaguya and her progeny necessitated the combined powers of Ashura and Indra. Yet the current heirs to these abilities are far from capable of wielding such formidable strength. Furthermore, how did these two figures encounter the Sage of Six Paths to inherit their powers in the original tale? Oh, I recall vividly that the two descendants only beheld the esteemed figure when they hovered on the brink of death. The challenge lies in the fact that while it is easy to articulate, executing such a plan is fraught with difficulty. I cannot simply inform them that a singular, fatal blow to Naruto and Sasuke will grant them an audience with the Sage of Six Paths. If I were to voice such a notion, only a fool would believe it. That would undoubtedly stir chaos. I pondered whether there truly existed no alternative solutions. After much contemplation, I discerned that the situation could be categorized into three distinct scenarios. The first entails continuing the search for a means to encounter the Sage of Six Paths. The second, regrettably, involves placing both individuals in a near-death predicament akin to the original narrative to facilitate their meeting with him. As for a more feasible method to resolve the issue, we can only proceed step by step. The third option would be to seek out the Sage of the Toads. However, I relegated this approach to the end of my list, as I cannot select it without a suitable justification beforehand. For instance, Jiraiya inquired, utilizing a special method to seal his true form. If we adhere to your previous assertion, this indeed represents the optimal solution for eliminating the seemingly indestructible Jew in a definitive manner. Thankfully, he remains trapped in Obito's peculiar space, and his escape is likely improbable. During this interval, we must diligently seek solutions. Yet, with our focus on the current task, Jiraiya sighed and turned his gaze towards the distant forest, the location of another pair of combatants. We should converge with them and jointly confront Orochimaru. Understood, I nodded in agreement. But wait, you just mentioned Ju's association with whom? Jiraiya appeared to have an epiphany, seizing my arm and urgently inquiring, Huh? Who are you referring to? I, too, was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall which piece of news was sufficiently sensational. The Sage of the Six Paths. Why do you suddenly mention him, Koyuki? Did Itachi inform you? Or was it brought up during the recent discussion with Obito? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression conveying his confusion. Alas, I had indeed forgotten about this matter. The title of the Sage of the Six Paths seemed to have faded from common discourse since our new generation emerged. However, the two possibilities he suggested were quite plausible, so I decided to adopt his phrasing. Oh, you mean that gentleman? I encountered him during my studies, and Itachi also shared some information with me, which is why I mentioned it earlier. I hastily provided a brief explanation, deliberately omitting the moment when I almost revealed the esteemed one's true name. After all, aside from Ketsu, no one else was privy to what had transpired. Furthermore, Jiraiya would likely not inquire with Itachi whether I had spoken of this matter. In that case, let us proceed by believing in the existence of the Sage of the Six Paths as the foundational motivation to seek a method to seal Ketsu. Indeed. I nodded vigorously, anxious that he might delve into this topic once more. Considering the remaining tasks at hand, it seemed we would not be required to exert ourselves significantly. Rather, it would be prudent to take this opportunity to relay our information to the allied shinobi forces, thus instilling them with some confidence. Now, I shall summarize our situation and inform the allied forces, which will also bolster their morale. Ah, perfect. Let us utilize some new technology. Jiraiya suddenly recalled something. Lightly tapping his head, his tone shifted to a peculiar note as he added, Oh dear, I nearly forgot. ISNT the Kazekage waiting for your call. It would be best if you were the one to initiate it. Do mind your expression. I sighed in exasperation, turning away to retrieve the long-dormant mobile phone from my bag. Before I could dial the number, two lights on the phone flickered, indicating an incoming signal. Chapter 173. Conclusion of the farce. The call connected. I quickly answered. Koyuki, how are things on your end with Jiraiya? A familiar voice emerged. Though the quality was not pristine, it was unmistakably Gaara's voice. Goodness, has he been trying to find a moment to call since the battle concluded? Yes, we are all well. I exchanged a quick glance with Jiraiya, and together we relayed our current situation to Gaara. What are your next steps? Another unfamiliar voice interjected, likely belonging to someone who had seized the phone to pose a question. We need to locate Orochimaru and compel him to cease his Edo Tensei. Jiraiya stated decisively. All right. Thank you for your efforts. Please remain cautious. Gaara concluded, before hanging up, observing Jiraiya's eager expression, as if he were on the verge of a humorous retort. I took the initiative to speak. Just friends. TSK, just friends? Do you really believe that? Jiraiya quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. All right. I want to say another word. Let us rest a while before embarking on our journey. Under my watchful gaze, Jiraiya ultimately conceded, gesturing repeatedly for me to relax, which allowed me to finally recline and close my eyes. At least by now, the tension that had gripped my heart could finally ease a bit. After a brief respite, we quickened our pace once more. As we drew nearer to our destination, I sensed the chakra fluctuations in that vicinity had stabilized, indicating that matters here might soon reach a conclusion. Approaching the cave entrance, we gradually neared a quartet, two standing and two lying down. The standing figures were the Uchiha brothers, while the reclining ones were Orochimaru's two disciples, Kabuto and Anko. How remarkable this scene was. I found myself at a loss for words. Once Kabuto awakens, he should be able to dispel the Edo Tensei Jutsu, Itachi directly addressed the matter. Ah, I see. I nodded in understanding. I had faith in the prowess of the Uchiha brothers. After all, it was their collaboration that had brought about this conquest in the original tale. Perhaps they could also resolve the issue with Orochimaru? Thank you for your efforts, Jiraiya remarked, then shared a bit of intelligence regarding Obito and Zetsu with them. Although they expressed shock, they swiftly accepted the need to locate the Sage of Six Paths, which was quite reassuring. I found myself nodding along, though my gaze often drifted towards Anko. I hesitated, pondering whether to wait for her to awaken naturally or to rouse her directly. Another option was to awaken her after they revived Orochimaru, though I was reluctant to choose any of these. Yet, regarding Teacher Anko, just as they were wrapping up their explanations, I seized the opportunity to interject. Sasuke had been silently staring at Anko, then suddenly shifted his gaze to me, opening his mouth as if about to say something, which only heightened my embarrassment. I knew you were anxious, but please, do not rush. Allow me a moment to contemplate how to broach the subject. She should be fine. We might as well wait for her to awaken on her own. If there is nothing else, let us part ways here. Jiraiya abruptly interrupted my thoughts, addressing the two before us. I nodded, too preoccupied to think further. The seal you mentioned may be known to that individual. Sasuke suddenly spoke. Ah, indeed, we must coax him out, mustn't we? Do you have a means to resurrect him? Jiraiya, grasping the implication of Sasuke's words, countered with a question. If it pertains to Orochimaru, I am utterly unsurprised. I couldn't help but mutter quietly. After all, Orochimaru is someone who always prepares an escape route for himself. Setting that aside, what are your plans moving forward? Jiraiya temporarily disregarded the previous topic, turning his inquiry towards the next steps of the two before him. Regardless, our forthcoming actions would involve contemplating the resolution of the sealing issue, of course. If they were willing to assist, efficiency might indeed increase. The stone tablet contains some content that may pertain to Itachi's intentions. Additionally, there might be suitable methods to be found within the village library, or perhaps among the forbidden texts. As Jiraiya contemplated the possibilities, Itachi subtly nodded in agreement. However, regarding that content, it seems we may need to rely on the assistance of the great sage. Well then, let us resurrect him, Jiraiya interjected, as if he had wrestled with his decision for quite some time before finally resolving to act. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed on Itachi, who slightly lowered his eyes, while the others also maintained a quiet agreement with this decision. Thus, in the atmosphere of tacit consent and silence, Sasuke cast the spell. Soon after, a figure stirred back to life. Ah, how lively it is here. What a rare and harmonious scene we have, Orochimaru remarked, astonished as he surveyed the few individuals surrounding him. The others frowned in unison, and I couldn't help but smirk in disbelief. Although I had witnessed this scenario before, experiencing it firsthand was indeed a different sensation, prompting me to reflect on Orochimaru's remarkable abilities. In any case, this chapter of events seemed to reach a conclusion, allowing us to return and report on our findings. Jiraiya observed Orochimaru with utmost vigilance. Indeed, the matter of the sealing would require further study upon our return. Sealing? Now that piques my interest. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, making it difficult for me to suppress my instinct to retreat. This information was something I preferred he not hear. My lips had betrayed me. Although he would undoubtedly learn of it eventually, it felt ill-advised to let him know now. Who could say what mischief he might conjure? Orochimaru, whether you choose to accompany Sasuke, Itachi, or depart alone is inconsequential to us. However, you must understand that this matter does not involve you. Jiraiya issued a warning. Is that so? It would be wise not to speak so definitively, Jiraiya. Perhaps I could indeed be of assistance, the resurrected Orochimaru replied, exhibiting a markedly altered demeanor, leading us to suspect he had undergone some profound transformation, as the previously ominous aura surrounding him had notably diminished. Very well, I shall not impose. It would not be too late to seek me out later. Orochimaru waved dismissively, then turned his gaze towards me. He deliberately elongated the last few words, which heightened my alertness. What could he be implying? I quickly rifled through my mind for possible interpretations of his intentions, but ultimately came up empty, resigning myself to await his next words. Chapter 174. Frantic speculations before I depart. I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss privately with Mizuki, Orochimaru stated. Fear not, Jiraiya, it shall be resolved shortly. He cast a glance at Jiraiya, who wore a face full of skepticism, then turned his attention back to me. What is this all about? I have an unsettling premonition about the impending situation. Orochimaru, what mischief are you concocting this time? Jiraiya furrowed his brows in displeasure. Relax, Jiraiya. It's merely a few trivial matters that won't consume much of your time. More importantly, Miko, you will agree to this, won't you? Oh, if it's just a brief moment, then it's certainly no trouble at all, Mr. Orochimaru. Though my mind screamed in rejection, I found myself responding thus. Very well. Come along. As Orochimaru spoke, he stepped aside, and I followed his lead, albeit with an awkward gait, until we reached a quieter locale. Ah, Miko, there's truly no need for you to be anxious. It's really nothing significant, Orochimaru said, narrowing his eyes as he pinched his chin. I simply wish to discuss a few matters with you. Consider it a reward for the information you provided earlier. Please, go ahead. All right, since you're agreeable. I won't keep you in suspense. Have you ever explored the afterlife? He grinned widely. Why? Have you, too, ventured into that realm? It appeared that through recent explorations, he had gleaned considerable insights regarding that world. Intrigued by the topic, I couldn't help but inquire further, although I sensed that what he was about to divulge wouldn't bode well. I have indeed, thanks to Sasuke and Itachi, which afforded me a glimpse into that place where the deceased reside, a rather melodious name, I sent it. It's called the Pure Land. You and I, however, have only brushed against its periphery. Moreover, I've heard that once one ventures too deeply. Orochimaru paused slightly, chuckling softly. A look of insatiable curiosity on his face before continuing. If I am not mistaken, one would find themselves unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In other words, if our world represents one side, then that realm is the opposite side that can only be reached through death. Oh, if it weren't for my own constraints on further investigation and the summons from Sasuke, I would have relished the opportunity for more extensive research there. What a pity indeed. At that moment, should I not commend Orochimaru for his insights? Unable to reincarnate, I muttered softly. Indeed, Jiraiya had conveyed this sentiment as well. Those who truly entered the Pure Land do not reincarnate. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, based on what I had gathered from others, there exist certain individuals, some people who do experience reincarnation. My thoughts immediately drifted to the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, yet I felt that directly mentioning individuals would be somewhat contrived. If the laws of this world dictate that people cannot reincarnate, then why do such exceptional cases arise? Or perhaps, those two have never truly penetrated the depths of the Pure Land, merely lingering between life and death. Or is it their own uniqueness that accounts for this anomaly? It's possible that the Pure Land is intrinsically linked to the Sage of Six Paths, which makes it somewhat understandable to classify them as special individuals capable of reincarnation. Or perhaps it is solely the unique powers they possess that enable them to reincarnate. Yet, if that were truly the case, how did those who came before them endure? It is indeed a matter that one hesitates to delve into too deeply. However, returning to the subject, what then is the true situation of the likes of Mizi? Perhaps they are merely existing in that realm. But if this is indeed the truth, it is disheartening, for they clearly have the potential to be more, do they not? Yet, you seem rather well acquainted with this matter. I see that Orochimaru has extended his long tongue and licked his lips, continuing with a tone of intrigue. Oh, but why does an unsettling sense of foreboding rush from my feet, climbing swiftly up my spine to the crown of my head? For I have another question that I have long wished to pose to you. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then, with a sudden smile, remarked that the current atmosphere seems quite fitting for it. Having spoken nearly the entirety of his thought, he halted, adopting a more serious demeanor to proceed. Thus, Chi-Nemizi, I must inquire, who exactly are you? What? When Orochimaru uttered this question, time appeared to freeze in that very instant. He narrowed his eyes, while I could only stare blankly at him. In that fleeting moment, I sensed the air around me solidifying, as if it were compressing towards my body and soul from all directions. My breath became heavy and viscous, nearly suffocating me. Simultaneously, my heart raced as if struck by a bolt of lightning, sending a wave of numbness throughout my being. His gaze was piercing, slicing through the deepest defenses of my heart, plunging me into a frigid panic. I instinctively sought to flee, yet found myself utterly immobilized. Had I not been aware that he was not truly our adversary at this moment, I would not have dared to maintain eye contact, yet the chill was undeniable. I shuddered involuntarily, recalling the scene of our first encounter. After a prolonged silence, I ultimately decided to shut my eyes. taking several deep breaths in a desperate attempt to regain my composure. Had he indeed known the truth all along? I certainly did not anticipate that he would launch such a thunderous inquiry directly at me. Very well. I suppose I must retract my earlier belief that he had truly reformed. He was merely biding his time. Indeed, he is Orochimaru, someone who has witnessed that realm. A person of remarkable acuity. How could he possibly remain unaware? I do not know how much time passed before I reopened my eyes, gazing at the still present, elusive smile of Orochimaru. I strained to part my lips, yet could only manage a slight opening, ultimately failing to utter a single word. Enough, Mizi. I mentioned that there is no need for anxiety. I understand that everyone harbors one or two unutterable secrets. Therefore, it is far more intriguing to uncover them gradually. After all, for me, time is ample, and the windmill must continue to turn slowly. He chuckled nonchalantly before turning and departing at a leisurely pace. I remained unresponsive to him, silently watching his retreating figure, maintaining this profound silence. It was fortunate that he did not dwell on my inquiries. But does the notion of time stretching endlessly imply eternal life? Is such a concept of immortality truly feasible? I remain skeptical. In any case, should you ever find yourself intrigued by this matter, you may seek me out. I would be more than willing to embrace such an encounter. Moreover, as I have previously mentioned, I can sense that in certain aspects, you and I belong to the same ilk. Ultimately, the choices you make rest solely with you. Orochimaru did not glance back. He departed after leaving behind a statement laden with significance. Is it the same? Is he referring to the pursuit of immortality? Or is it a disregard for oneself? No, that cannot be right. I should not aspire to become a person like him. That is the essence of my true self. Is it not? Furthermore, I made promises to Jiraiya and Tsunade, and I wish to honor them to the best of my ability. Are you all right, Xiaoxiang? Orochimaru hasn't done anything to you, has he? Jiraiya approached me with concern as soon as Orochimaru left. Yes, I'm fine, I responded absent-mindedly. Yet I strived to maintain a smile. Did that guy say something strange to you again? You mustn't be influenced by him like Sasuke was, Jiraiya said, patting my shoulder earnestly. Rest assured, I am truly fine. Nevertheless, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. We should hasten to inform the coalition headquarters about the current situation and finalize our preparations. I continued to smile, affirming my stance. Indeed, let us be on our way. Theatrical interlude, the Book of War. Once, the Sage of Six Paths disseminated the teachings of the shinobi, overseeing the reincarnated souls traversing the eternal cycle of rebirth. Thus, it can be inferred that the Sage of Six Paths is the one who created or governs this world of purity. Chapter 175. The troops split into two paths as we made our way to the coalition headquarters. A thought struck me. Given the tailed beast's understanding of the Sage of Six Paths, could they possess more information about that esteemed figure? Perhaps we could endeavor to create an opportunity for them to encounter Yui. This would be fortuitous for everyone, as the longer J-Bai remains in that place, the greater the peril. Who knows if one day he might suddenly exert his strength and escape from that location. That would spell trouble indeed. Thus, deep in thought, I slowed my pace, prompting Jiraiya to stop as well. I promptly shared my contemplation with him. It is indeed a possibility, Jiraiya nodded, then inquired about my intentions. I think if time permits, I shall visit that island to find Naruto and Killer Bee, and inquire about the tailed beast's knowledge regarding the sage. Communication with their island is not very convenient. There is likely no signal there, and I am uncertain whether Naruto has completed his trials and can receive our calls. Therefore, I believe it would be swifter to seek them out directly. Moreover, the direction toward the coalition headquarters aligns with that of the island, so it would not consume too much time. Regardless, if I truly cannot find the way to that island, I could simply inquire with others for directions. In any case, I should head towards the hidden cloud. Indeed, there must be someone in the village who can assess the situation, as I fear that Orochimaru may cause chaos during this critical period. On the other hand, we remain uncertain whether the ninja allied forces will successfully reach the underground lair producing white Zetsu and complete their cleansing mission, Jiraiya replied. Fortunately, this time, everyone is remarkably united against a common foe, and it is likely that we will collectively dispatch personnel to accomplish this task, thus the concern should be minimal. Moreover, this moment provides each nation an opportunity to recuperate and prepare for the most troublesome outcomes that may arise. Jiraiya continued to elucidate. In essence, we are now merely a step away from resolving all matters, contingent upon devising the correct sealing strategy for Zetsu. The key may well lie with that esteemed individual, and we shall split into 2 teams to gather intelligence. Finally, he issued the next directive. I nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. After all, the remaining Jinchuriki, aside from Killer Bee and Naruto, are likely Gaara, who is presumably heading to deal with White Zetsu, and the elusive Fuka. It would be ideal to obtain detailed information from each of them, although based on the original narrative, I suspect the likelihood is slim. Yet, we must inquire nonetheless. In any case, you should send a shadow clone to accompany me, and then we can each attend to our respective tasks, Jiraiya concluded. Very well. However, given the long journey ahead, I believe it would be more convenient to seal the clone within a scroll and take it with me. I nodded and suggested this, considering the arduous distance that might exhaust the clone. Indeed, let us proceed in that manner. Better safe than sorry, Jiraiya agreed. Then created a shadow clone and retrieved a blank scroll to inscribe the sealing technique. Together, we crafted a clone and exchanged it with one another. Next, I needed to contemplate how to reach Turtle Island. After a brief farewell to Jiraiya, who was headed towards the village, I began earnestly formulating my plan. As I couldn't quite recall the exact location of Turtle Island, I rummaged through another bag and swiftly produced a map. I found myself at the mountain graveyard. And Turtle Island was surprisingly located in the lower right corner of the hidden cloud. How distant? This distance is even greater than if I were to head directly to the Allied Forces base. Nevertheless, it merely entails a bit more travel. I ultimately resolved that I could attempt to contact Naruto and the others midway before regrouping to address any other issues. I was disinclined to dwell on it further, so I made a quick call to my parents to update them on the situation, while simultaneously scanning the coastline from a higher vantage point as I approached it, seeking a way to cross the strait. Relying solely on foot would likely prove arduous and time-consuming, even with medicinal enhancements, but taking a detour would delay me considerably. Alas, it seems I must once again enlist the help of Tsunakichi. I could not suppress my frustration as I analyzed the situation. After summoning Tsunakichi, I explained my intentions to him. The strait is indeed rather wide. If you are pressed for time, it would be best to utilize teleportation. However, should you choose large-scale teleportation, it is imperative that you inform me in advance so that I can mark the destination and prepare thoroughly before we proceed. After all, your physique should be able to withstand the side effects of teleportation without much risk, while a less strenuous small-scale teleportation would be preferable if we could traverse by land. This stretch of sea truly presents a challenge for both of us. Upon hearing this, he shook his head repeatedly, indicating that the proposed solution might not be feasible. If all else fails, I shall have to set off immediately. Is there no other method that could work? Even if it proves to be a bit troublesome, it would be better than nothing. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to embark on my journey at once. He responded, there are indeed 2 methods. One involves my enlarging myself to carry you across, though I am uncertain if I can transport you the entire distance. The other should be manageable given your capabilities. His suggestion piqued my curiosity regarding the second method, yet for the sake of caution, I decided to opt for the first option. As long as he can transport me for at least the majority of the distance, I can manage the remaining short stretch by walking on the water's surface. Without further ado, he summoned a piece of talisman paper, tearing it apart, and a tail made of blue energy sprouted behind him. He then enlarged himself to a size suitable for me to ride upon, and once prepared, he called out, "Come aboard." With enthusiasm, I leaped onto his back, and under his guidance, we traversed the sea route. However, if I were to rush over now and address the situation there, it might be too late. Hence, I felt compelled to speak up immediately. Not having gone far, I murmured to myself, though I don't consider myself overly altruistic. I still believe that if one person can be saved, it is worth attempting. After all, the creature known as the ghost crocodile need not be our enemy. Thus, I quickly rummaged through my bag for my phone and dialed Naruto's number, secretly hoping that he had already completed his challenge. My anticipation was soon rewarded as I noticed the lights on my phone blinking. I hastily spoke up, "Naruto, how are things on your end? Have you succeeded in befriending the Nine Tails? Is that individual named Ghost Crocodile still alive? I have crucial information to relay to you." Wow, Sakura, that's quite a few questions. Hearing the familiar voice nearly made me gasp, but fortunately, there was a signal on the other side. I quickly composed myself and clarified my intentions. To keep it brief, we can discuss the details further when we meet. I provided a concise overview of the situation and urgently inquired about the ghost crocodile. He left the area not long ago and is likely engaged in battle with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto explained. Oh dear, How did it escalate to a fight so quickly? Is there any way to stop it? No, I must do everything within my power. Naruto, could you please stay on the line and move closer to them? Wait, do you mean? I understand. I will temporarily intervene to halt their actions. I appreciate your assistance. I initially intended to elaborate further, but upon hearing his tone, I ultimately settled for a single remark. I trust his forthcoming actions. Alas, I can only hope that everything unfolds in due time. Meanwhile, in another parallel realm, upon the same expanse of sea, the figure of Mia, encased in a protective water jutsu, is propelled into the air by a powerful kick. Ah, this must be what it feels like to soar. Chapter 176, A Division of Forces 2. This chapter is narrated from a third-person perspective. Let us briefly rewind time. Naruto, listening intently to Mia's words, engages in rapid contemplation, recalling that she had indeed undertaken similar actions in the past. The last incident involving Yutaka also transpired in a similar fashion. Ka always seemed to conjure peculiar ideas, so her request for him to act this way must surely have merit. In any case, he decided to follow her suggestion. Without further deliberation, Naruto activated his Nine-Tails chakra to hasten his arrival at the scene, leaving the bewildered Killer Bee behind. He dashed through the waterfall, reaching the battleground where Konoha and Kisame clashed. Please, everyone, hold on a moment. Fortunately, Naruto was swift. Although the two had already engaged in combat, they had yet to reach a fevered pitch. Thus, he casually cast a technique into the space between them and stood boldly in the center, shouting. And once he and the others stabilized their positions, he amplified his phone's volume, directing it towards Kisame. What does Naruto intend? Caught in the heat of battle, Guy, forced to sidestep due to Naruto's interruption, scratched his head, watching Naruto's every move with curiosity. Similarly, Kisame retreated, equally perplexed by Naruto's sudden appearance, contemplating the peculiar object in his hand. It's Ka. She mentioned that there are developments on Madara's end. In any case, please pause for a moment. We can resume after she finishes speaking. Naruto continued to clarify. Oh, but what does that have to do with me? Upon hearing this, Kisame's eyes widened slightly, and he muttered in disbelief. After all, the unfolding events on that side bore no influence on his next course of action. Hearing this, Mia on the other end of the line urgently called out, Mr. Kisame, there is no longer a need for you to engage in these matters. Madara has communicated with me, and I merely wish to relay his words to you. After hearing them, you are free to act as you see fit. It is entirely up to you. Curious indeed, Kisame replied, furrowing his brow, realizing that the others were equally intrigued. He resigned himself to listen, for otherwise, it appeared they were disinclined to engage, which would render the situation rather dull. You should comprehend the essence of these words. There is no necessity for you to oppose us, Mia quickly whispered to Kisame, conveying the message she had received from Obito. In my view, only those from the Mist Village can justly evaluate his actions, Mia silently added in her thoughts. Kisame, upon absorbing this information, widened his eyes and opened his mouth, but soon regained his composure, pondering the implications. That fellow actually chose to relinquish the Moon's Eye plan, which he had steadfastly pursued for many years. It appears he too can waver in his convictions. So where do I turn now? Yet, this revelation stirred new turbulence within Kisame's otherwise tranquil heart, nearly overwhelming him. Sensing the unusual silence on the other end of the line, Miko felt that this matter should have concluded. However, recalling Kisame's character from the original narrative, she feared that his momentary loss of direction might lead him to create chaos that would disrupt their future plans. Thus, she hastily added a half-hearted clarification. There's another crucial detail. You may seek that person, he is still alive, although I am uncertain of his whereabouts. After uttering these words, Miko silently continued in her mind. While he is likely on his way to Konoha, I am under no obligation to inform him of this. What? Kisame, initially prepared to resume his fight, was momentarily taken aback by her words, standing frozen for a time before breaking the silence. Little brat, you better be speaking the truth. Otherwise, of course, you need not worry, Miko confidently assured him. Kisame remained silent, lost in thought. Mr. Itachi, it seems the ninja world is on the brink of transformation. What revelations might I glean from you then? In the next moment, Kisame's silent figure was submerged in the water, swiftly vanishing from sight. Their next meeting seemed uncertain. On the other end of the line, Miko heard Kisame's last words echoing from a distance, leaving her momentarily speechless. She finally exhaled, anticipating that Naruto would continue their conversation. He really left like that, Naruto murmured, observing Kisame's retreating figure, his voice tinged with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. After all, he no longer needed to engage in such matters. On the other end, Miko explained to Naruto, I will provide you with the specifics upon my arrival at your location. All right, but we should prepare to rendezvous at the Allied Forces headquarters. I will wait for you in the most conspicuous spot. Understood, see you shortly. When they arrived at the coastline without incident, the journey, which Miko had anticipated to be lengthy and arduous, concluded much quicker than she had imagined. Consequently, the outcome was that Miko received an additional escort from Chuji, while she would continue the remaining leg of the journey on foot. Before departing, Chuji indicated the direction for Miko, and under his guidance, she promptly reached the Allied Forces encampment. Wow, this scene, this number of people, it's truly awe-inspiring. Thankfully, everyone appears to be in good condition. The extent of their injuries seems minimal, which is splendid news. On a side note, one could hardly fathom the fortitude of Gaara's psyche, who had previously delivered a rousing speech to uplift morale before the crowd. Miko couldn't help but comment as she observed the bustling figures from various nations. However, finding Naruto emerged as a new challenge. Shikamaru, a voice emerged, soft yet perceptible to Miko's ears. She hastily turned towards the source, her gaze locking onto Hinata's eyes. A spark ignited in Miko's eyes as she quickly assessed Hinata, relieved to find her unharmed, and suppressed the urge to rush over. Instead, she approached her with a sense of familiarity, exclaiming, "At last, I have encountered a familiar face. I'm so relieved to see you, Hinata. Everyone has been quite worried about you and Lord Jiraiya." The personnel here are taking a breather, while the 5th Hokage has taken several jonin to address the issues at the Akatsuki base. Hinata, with a hint of shyness, began to explain the situation. "Thank you for your concern. I see now. Well then, let us officially commence our rest period. Everyone finally has the opportunity to catch their breath." Miko nodded in understanding, her thoughts wandering. It seemed that the team tasked with dealing with White Zetsu had already departed. She hoped all would go smoothly on that front. If that were the case, resolving the issue with Zetsu would lead to a triumphant conclusion. Yet, the mere thought of their journey to that place stirred a yearning within her, a desire for the improved long-distance transportation to be operational. Even though the village was currently researching automobile vehicles, the prospect of long-distance travel connecting various locations was tantalizing. She mused that once this was all over, everyone would surely take the time to contemplate such advancements. Indeed, I am assisting with the medical team. However, everyone's condition appears stable, so it isn't overly hectic. Hinata smiled. "That's good to hear. But you must have important matters to attend to, so I want to keep you," Miko replied, contemplating her priorities, particularly her need to handle affairs concerning Naruto. "Oh, I'm fine, but would you like to join me for a moment of rest?" Hinata hesitated, her words trailing off. "Rest assured, I am fine. I am merely seeking Naruto to address some pressing matters." "Are you looking for Naruto?" "I recall Sakura mentioning he has returned, though I'm unsure of his current whereabouts. Would you like me to inquire with others?" Hinata asked with concern. "There's no need. I'm certain I can locate him. Moreover, once I've dealt with matters here, I will come find you and share everything that transpired." Miko smiled at her, confident that she could manage the search without troubling anyone else. "All right." Hinata nodded gently before departing, leaving Miko to ponder where Naruto could be found. A discreet location? In such an open space, how could one be inconspicuous? Miko mused as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn upward to a massive communication water sphere. She narrowed her eyes for a closer inspection and, indeed, discerned a small familiar figure atop it. Could that be Naruto? She gasped in astonishment, nearly speechless. Chapter 177. The paths diverge. Without further hesitation, I leaped onto the water sphere. "Naruto," I called out. "Ah, Xiaoxiang, you have finally arrived." Naruto, surveying the distance, swiftly turned upon hearing my voice, joy radiating from him. "Please wait a moment. I shall share all that I know shortly." As I spoke, I retrieved a scroll. Unsealing it, and a plume of white smoke dissipated to reveal the figure of Jiraiya. A pervy sage's clone? Naruto recognized the visitor. "Never mind. The matter at hand is urgent. Xiaoxiang, inform Naruto of the news while I head below to the headquarters. I need to report the situation." After Jiraiya had relayed his instructions, he mysteriously disappeared into the water sphere, leaving only Naruto and me. "All right, I shall keep it brief. After parting ways with you, We began investigating Obito's whereabouts alongside Gaara, trailing him until we located the hideout of Akatsuki. We successfully encountered Obito, only to find ourselves face to face with a transformed Kabuto. I began to recount the previous events to Naruto. "What? Kabuto?" he exclaimed, his surprise evident. I never anticipated that he had mastered sage techniques, becoming even more inhuman than Orochimaru, but undoubtedly formidable. During our confrontation, I was thrust into Obito's mysterious realm, and it was there that I encountered Itachi. "What? Does Sasuke not know his brother is still alive?" Naruto interjected, reaching a pivotal realization, yet I shook my head. I believe Itachi intends to find the right moment to reveal this information to him, which is why he has remained silent. In any case, through Itachi, we have temporarily established an alliance with Obito, but we have yet to fully resolve the matter concerning the most troublesome individual, Kaguya. And the person connected to Kaguya is none other than the creator of the Nine Tails. I concluded my summary. "Is that so?" Naruto mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before continuing. "Perhaps the Nine Tails indeed retains some memories of his creator. I shall inquire with him immediately." "Please, let me accompany you," I interjected hastily. Listening to their conversation might yield further insights. That is fine, but how will you meet him?" Naruto questioned, perplexed. "I shall attempt a genjutsu," I explained. After all, in my recollection, the second Hokage successfully met the Nine Tails using advanced illusions. However, I recalled that I had encountered the Nine Tails once in my childhood, so perhaps a lower-level genjutsu might suffice. Upon receiving Naruto's consent, I formed hand seals and cast a simple water-style genjutsu upon him. In the next moment, he closed his eyes. Then what should I do? I mused internally, feeling uncertain after casting a straightforward illusion on Naruto, when suddenly, darkness enveloped me. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself in a familiar setting, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. "What? Where's this?" It truly worked. "Hey, it's you again." A voice tinged with curiosity emerged, and I turned to see none other than the Nine Tails himself. The first step of our operation had succeeded. "Long time no see, Mr. Nine Tails." I deliberately surveyed the surroundings. The former seal was now absent, for the barrier between him and Naruto had ceased to exist. After a brief pause, I refrained from diving straight into the subject and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "It seems that the wager from a few years ago has turned in my favor." "Humph. You little rascal, your skills may be modest, yet your guesses are remarkably accurate. Naruto, what brings you here as well?" Following his gaze, I turned to see that Naruto had also arrived, fully engaged in the moment. "Xiaoxiang, what was it you wanted to ask the Nine Tails?" Naruto inquired as he approached my side. Given the urgency of the situation, I decided to pose my question directly. "Mr. Nine Tails, what is your understanding of Sage of the Six Paths?" After a moment's reflection, I chose to bluntly articulate this inquiry. Sage of the Six Paths? Who is that?" Naruto responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. "You're not implying that he is the creator, are you?" "The Sage of the Six Paths." His bewilderment was palpable. Yet as he observed the increasingly menacing expression of the Nine Tails, he instinctively stepped in front of me to shield me from its gaze. The Nine Tails bared its teeth at me, but upon noticing Naruto's protective stance, it ultimately fell silent. "What do you already know?" After a lengthy silence, the Nine Tails spoke. "He is the creator of you and the other tailed beasts. That is all I am aware of, gleaned from various texts," I explained, awkwardly adding a clarifying remark that even I found hard to believe. "Oh, so the Sage of the Six Paths is indeed their creator?" Naruto exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment as he glanced at me before turning back to the Nine Tails, seeking to decipher something from its expression. The Nine Tails nodded at Naruto and then shifted its gaze back to me, saying, "You wish to learn about him? What is your objective?" At this juncture, the being known as Kaguya, whom you must have encountered, is intricately linked to the Sage of the Six Paths. Hence, we aspire to use this connection as a means to discover a method to seal Kaguya, I elucidated. "Even so," the Nine Tails remarked, casting a glance at Naruto before lowering its eyes, "I can only tell you that I know nothing." "Is there truly no information at all, Nine Tails?" Naruto asked anxiously, only to receive a long sigh in response. It appeared he genuinely had no further insights to offer and was reluctant to elaborate. I silently mused. "I'm weary. You may leave," the Nine Tails declared succinctly after a moment of silence, and we both opened our eyes to the reality around us. What was the outcome? Any good news? Jiraiya's voice pierced through my thoughts, prompting me to sit up with a resigned smile and shake my head. "Regrettably, He too possesses limited knowledge on the matter, I conveyed. However, I sense that the Nine Tails may know something. I shall attempt to inquire further, Naruto said, his brow furrowed in seriousness. Indeed, Jiraiya concurred with a nod. For now, we can only hope that you, Jiraiya, may uncover something of value in your own endeavors. I couldn't help but exclaim. Mini scene after Xiaoxiang posed her question. The Nine Tails thought, how could that fellow know him? Is she perhaps an enemy of the little brat? Recalling past events with Xiaoxiang and Naruto. No, that's impossible. Given her previous actions, she wouldn't behave in such a manner. Nevertheless, I shall give her the benefit of the doubt and inquire further. In a small theater, the scene shifts back to Naruto, the fourth Hokage, and Kushina engaged in conversation. Kushina, with a change in tone, remarked, Miko is a wonderful child. You should seize the opportunity. Naruto replied, huh? No, Mom, you've completely misunderstood. My relationship with Cheyenne is not like that at all. I regard her more as family, like an older sister. Mom, I believe I've had someone special in my heart for a long time. I had intended to clarify my feelings with her, but all these events have delayed me. Perhaps I have been avoiding my true emotions. Kushina inquired, is it Hinata? Don't worry, Naruto. Once this situation is resolved, you must have a heartfelt conversation with her. Naruto affirmed, yes. Kushina continued, Naruto, you and those children must live happily in the future. He promised, I will, I swear. Chapter 178. The path diverges at the same time, on another front. Jiraiya followed the returning group to the village, arriving shortly thereafter. He opened the previous scroll and summoned Miko's clone, eventually meeting up with several others in the village library. However, unlike before, he was greeted by familiar faces. Hiruzen, the first, second, and fourth Hokage. It seems they have chosen to team up for the journey back to the village, leaving Kabuto and Anko behind. Was that truly wise? Well, the information they left should reach her promptly, preventing any further altercations with Kabuto, Jiraiya mused with a sigh. Ah, you all have indeed arrived, Jiraiya and Miko. Orochimaru remarked with a sly smile directed at Jiraiya, then deliberately lingering his gaze on Miko, causing her to shudder slightly and retreat behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya, clearly uninterested in engaging with Orochimaru, naturally shifted his focus to Itachi, Sasuke, and the other four. Unfortunately, those two were as aloof as ever, merely returning Jiraiya's gaze silently. The other familiar faces displayed expressions of curiosity, seemingly eager to ask questions, but held back by the peculiar atmosphere. It appears the content of that stone tablet has reached its conclusion. To obtain further information, it seems they must rely on the individuals summoned by Orochimaru. Miko, suppressing her strange emotions, contemplated this in silence. Now, returning to the main topic, I invite the esteemed adults to continue. I believe you have inquiries for these two as well. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru smiled at the other four and finally broke the lull. The group exchanged glances, silently communicating before embarking on a new round of dialogue. Jiraiya, is the situation truly as Itachi and the others described? That means we must locate information regarding the Sage of Six Paths to resolve the issue at hand. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed the newly arrived individuals and the others who had begun a new QA session, walking toward them with a lowered voice to inquire. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded, tacitly agreeing with his statement. I see, he said, but Ryzen wore an expression of hesitation, ultimately diverting his gaze towards the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Among all present, only these two were likely to possess deeper insights into that legendary figure. It was truly unbelievable that someone who was meant to emerge as a character of myth had now become a lifeline for all. Jiraiya couldn't help but engage in a bit of self-mockery, struggling to accept that such an ethereal concept could indeed be real. Yet, the more he recalled the calm and unwavering expression of the child, Yako, when he questioned her, the more he felt that she might be concealing additional truths. He became increasingly certain of the authenticity of this matter. Little Shuka likely held more information. Perhaps he should have sought clarity before embarking on his journey. But never mind. That child would surely speak up when the moment was right, he mused, followed by a resigned sigh. Likewise, Ryzen remained silent, merely lowering his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, approached Yako, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. Instinctively, she clenched her hands at the edges of her garment, only to hurriedly relax them as he drew near. What is this? Yako thought nervously, observing the expression on his face. Unfortunately, she could discern nothing amiss in the visage of the young Hokage, yet she did not wish to let the atmosphere turn overly awkward. She contemplated whether to break the silence herself. "You must be Shuka, correct?" Minato's gentle voice broke through, momentarily startling Yako before she regained her composure. Yes, hello. Fourth Hokage," she replied, managing a strained smile. "Although you may not realize it, I have known of you for quite some time," Minato continued, his voice trailing off, which piqued Yako's curiosity. Was it due to the sealing that he claimed to have seen me long ago? She mused. One must admit that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were indeed formidable. Perhaps it was for this reason, among others, that they gradually faced extinction. Yet, to be fair, it seems that nearly every village, aside from Konoha, possesses their own methods for sealing-tailed beasts. What could be the reason behind this? It is truly a peculiar premise. Regardless, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts. The next phase should entail a formal exchange of pleasantries. Yako whispered to herself, mindful to seize the moment before the conversation commenced. After a brief silence, Minato resumed, "Shuka, I want to express my gratitude for your unwavering care of Naruto." Yako was once again taken aback, and she felt an overwhelming surge of indescribable emotions threatening to engulf her. After a moment, she regained her senses, only to realize that her vision had blurred with unshed tears. Hastily, she wiped her eyes and looked back at Minato. At this moment, Watergate was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not anticipate that a single remark of his would bring the child to tears. Even the third Hokage and Jiraiya, who were still engaged in conversation, cast a glance in their direction. "I apologize, Lord Fourth," he said. "I lost my composure. I was merely sharing that Naruto has grown into a wonderful person during your absence. You and Lady Kushina need not worry." Miko bit her lip, striving to regain her composure, ultimately managing to present a smile. "Oh, I see. Thank you for that, Miko," Watergate replied, his eyes returning to their normal state, now reflecting a look of relief as he reached out to gently pat Miko's head. "I also wish to express my gratitude to you and your family for the support you have provided to Naruto, as well as to Lord Third and Teacher Jiraiya." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze towards the two who had turned to face him. "Well, after all, Miko and Naruto are both my esteemed disciples," Jiraiya interjected appropriately. Watergate nodded in agreement, joining the discussion as he contemplated their next course of action. "In any case, we must consult the first and second Hokage regarding this matter." After exchanging thoughts, Jiraiya sighed and, along with the other three, turned their attention towards the remaining 5 individuals. Sensing the gaze of Miko's for companions, Tobirama, who had been quietly awaiting the first Hokage Hashirama to recount a tale to Sasuke, turned his head. Upon noticing this, Orochimaru began to mediate the situation. "Well then, it seems we've nearly resolved the matters concerning Sasuke. Now, let us delve further into other topics." Orochimaru smiled at Sasuke, who remained silent, casting a brief glance at the group before subtly nodding and moving closer to Itachi. "First Hokage, how much do you know about the Sage of Six Paths?" Dain finally posed the initial question. Hashirama, unusually quiet for a moment, slowly began to respond. "Even for us, our understanding of him is quite limited. I recall that when I had just become Hokage, Madara once shared some insights with me." "Brother," Tobirama interjected, appearing hesitant. He surveyed the attendees, particularly fixing his gaze on the Uchiha brothers, whom he found most displeasing. Yet, he ultimately chose not to deter Hashirama from continuing. Hashirama shook his head at Tobirama, then directed his attention to everyone present as he elaborated. He stated, "The Sage of Six Paths sought peace in the world, dividing the forces of yin and yang, harmonizing opposing energies to give birth to countless phenomena. I believe this so-called Sage of Six Paths refers to him. From him, 2 types of energy emerged, and it seems that one of these powers may correspond to that of the Uchiha clan. As for the Senju clan's power, I am less certain." Alas, Madara's eventual decision to betray Konoha was not without reason. However, it appears that by this time, knowledge of the Sage of Six Paths has nearly faded into obscurity. "Indeed," Watergate nodded. "The combination of yin and yang. By the way, Miko, how did you come to learn about him? Did you uncover any additional relevant information?" Jiraiya, rather unexpectedly, ventured to initiate a conversation, sensing this as an opportunity for the young one to speak up. Miko was lost in thought, utterly unprepared for the sudden weight of their discussion to land upon her. "Oh no, I must think of a response." Miko quickly calculated in her mind, steeling herself to speak. "Well, There was a book I perused long ago in the library, chronicling the history of the ninja world. However, the sheer volume of content overwhelmed me, and all I could recall were the six-path sage and, after some hesitation, she decided to reveal the sage's true name, Tsutsuki Kagaya. Subsequently, I took the liberty of delving into related materials to glean some information about the six-path sage. It was stated that he is, in legend, the founder of the ninja world, though, upon reflection, it seems more fact than fable. Additionally, I inquired of Naruto and Kurama, and it turns out that this esteemed figure is indeed the creator of the tailed beasts. Amiko elaborated on her knowledge, and upon concluding, she glanced at Jiraiya, only to find him in silence. Cautiously, she surveyed the surrounding esteemed figures, and as anticipated, they too remained reticent. She sensed both Itachi and Sasuke casting her doubtful, yet compelled glances, while Orochimaru continued to maintain an inquisitive demeanor, narrowing his eyes, leaving her increasingly bewildered. She couldn't help but suspect that Orochimaru's interest in her had intensified. Oh, so this is how we are to play it. But what choice do I have? To withhold the truth now would merely squander the time of everyone present. Amiko silently expressed her discontent. The Tsutsuki name certainly carries ancient weight. Did you truly discover this in a book, Amiko? Orochimaru's eyes had narrowed to slits, emanating an eerie aura that made Amiko uneasy. It appeared that even uttering this surname bore significant implications. Though anxious, Amiko pondered the extraordinary nature of the name. However, even if we are fervently eager to meet him, finding a suitable means to do so remains a formidable challenge. Minato broke the silence. Indeed, over the years, who has ever had the opportunity to encounter such a legendary figure? Wait, that's not entirely accurate. While no human has, toads certainly have. Perhaps summoning might indeed hold promise. Amiko suddenly recalled her earlier intention to raise this issue, and now, following their lead, she could finally attempt to introduce the topic. I have a suggestion. In an effort to expedite the resolution of this matter, Amiko thoughtfully raised her hand. Oh, Hashirama could not suppress a chuckle, intrigued. What is your method? It seems the minds of the youth are quite resourceful. I believe, if we cannot find a person, perhaps we could attempt to locate a summoning beast. As Amiko spoke, she gestured with her fingers, explaining that, in her view, there are likely no more than 3 sage realms that could connect with that illustrious figure. My Bokuzen, Riten Cave, and Shibakuzen. Everyone was taken aback, suddenly feeling their thoughts expand significantly. Indeed, this aspect of the issue had not crossed their minds before. The door, having taken the lead in conversation, offered a suggestion. And among the 3 locations, it is perhaps the Miao Mu Mountain that may yield the answers you seek. Scene 1. In the first few minutes of the gathering of the 9-member group, the 4th Hokage and Amiko engage in casual conversation before addressing serious matters. The other 2 groups, consisting of 2 members of the Uchiha clan and the 1st and 2nd Hokages, deliberate over events from the original work. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya discuss the current situation on the Allied front, while Orochimaru observes the scene, occasionally providing explanations to Sasuke. Thoughts of the group. That person truly has a lot of leisure time. Scene 2. The forgotten remnants of the Hawk Squad, prompted by Karen's suggestion. Embark on a quest to locate Sasuke.